I was once the elite warrior guarding the Chinese realm, perishing together with a level 6 behemoth. When I opened my eyes again, I had turned into a hatchling reptile the size of a palm, curled up inside a glass tank covered in cartoon stickers. Doomsday countdown, 29 days. Facing the global colossal beast onslaught, my only lifeline is eating mealworms. However, as I swallowed the last insect live on stream, a cold mechanical voice rang out. Evolution points full. Proceed with evolution? Before the eyes of countless viewers, I grew dragon horns, my turquoise gold scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. My name is Lin Xiao. In my past life, I was the ace pilot of Huaxia's flaming wolf mech battalion. Perished in a deadly battle with the 6th level beast Tao Tai. 3 days ago, I was reborn, but I was no longer human. Instead, I had become a creature curled up inside a turquoise eggshell. Now, with my azure-scaled claw, I press the television remote. Welcome to Huaxia News. We now interrupt our regular programming with a special report on the global supernatural disaster events. The news broadcasts. An unprecedented low tide on the west coast of Kimchi country has revealed a regularly pulsating red structure on the seabed. The source glacier of the Ganges River shattered and melted, with satellites capturing a mysterious shadow stretching 3 kilometers. Sakura Nation was hit by a magnitude 9.8 earthquake, triggering a tsunami. Giant fortoed footprints were discovered in the Changbai mountain region of Huaxia. The signs of the giant beast's invasion are already emerging, and humanity's situation will only grow increasingly perilous. Lin Xiao sighed, then looked down at his own body. Dense turquoise scales cover its entire body, with bony ridges along the spine and nascent dragon horns on its forehead. Unfortunately, I am no longer human. He has just figured out the exact timeline now. In 30 days, the true beast crisis will erupt in full force. Click. The sound of the key turning interrupted Lin Xiao's train of thought. The door was pushed open, and Su Qingran, a well-known lifestyle vlogger on Bilibili, walked in carrying live streaming equipment. Xiao Mo. I'm back. She picked up Lin Xiao from the couch, placed him back into the glass tank, and then mysteriously pulled out a transparent feeding box. Ta-da! I bought you a super feast today. Opening the box revealed over 20 plump mealworms. Lin Xiao's mind was in turmoil. In his past life, he was a mech warrior battling mutant beasts, yet now he had to eat insects? But his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, and in the end, he opened his mouth and swallowed the worms. Wait, they're actually kinda tasty? Ding! High-protein energy source detected. Divine Dragon Evolution System activated. A semi-transparent light screen unfolded before his eyes. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, Divine Dragon, Juvenile. Evolution points, 5 out of 100 time until first wave of beast invasion. 29 days 11 hours. Turns out he's from the Divine Dragon clan. Lin Xiao felt exhilarated. With enough evolution points to complete his metamorphosis, mere giant beasts could be suppressed effortlessly. These mealworms were clearly the source of his strength. He devoured them ravenously, wolfing down one after another. Devouring a common insect +1, evolution points +5%. Su Qingran set up her phone, turned on the livestream, and smiled at the camera, saying, "Family, today we're treating Xiao Mo to an extra meal. Look how much he's enjoying it." The barrage pops up. This lizard can really eat, huh? Is this some new variety? Su Qingran explained, "This is a new variety cultivated in my father's research institute. You won't find it through online searches." Lin Xiao's evolution points rapidly accumulated. Evolution points, 100 out of 100. Would you like to evolve? Lin Xiao hesitated not a moment. Evolve. He had to leverage the popularity of the livestream to catch the nation's attention. Only with the entire country's resources could he complete his evolution. The next moment, crash, the glass tank suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Su Qingran turned her head sharply, her pupils contracting instantly. The barrage of comments went wild. "Sister Qingran, look behind you. Holy shit, it's growing bigger." Inside the glass tank, Xiaomo was expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Its cyan gold scales shimmered with a metallic sheen as its vertebrae elongated. Crack, boom, the glass tank shattered. Lin Xiao's body swiftly grew to 80 centimeters, elongated like a serpent, with claws resembling those of an eagle, whiskers at the corners of his mouth, and 4 limbs each bearing 5 digits. The scales shimmered with a sapphire blue hue. Su Qingran collapsed to the ground, her delicate face frozen in terror. Lin Xiao slowly straightened his body, the golden patterns on his forehead flickering faintly, while the dragon horns atop his head grew another inch in length. The vertical pupils shimmered with a human-like glow. Congratulations to the host for completing the first breakthrough evolution and obtaining innate abilities. Divine Dragon's Awe, Scale Hardening, Water Control. Su Qingran froze in place, her large eyes widening in shock. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of her bloodline even gave her the urge to kneel. The barrage of comments exploded. "Holy shit. This freaking is a dragon, right? I'm a biologist. This is absolutely a dragon. This is the Divine Dragon of Huaxia." The number of viewers in the live stream instantly soared to over 500,000. Lin Xiao stretched out his front paw, gently tapped his mouth, then pointed at the empty food bowl. He needed to eat, to acquire more evolution points, so he could stand a chance during the first wave of giant beast invasions. Su Qingran's voice trembled as she tentatively asked, "Do you still want to eat something?" Lin Xiao stared at her with his golden vertical pupils, his eyes clearly saying, "What else? Alright, I'll go cook for you right away." Su Qingran reflexively snapped to attention and immediately dashed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the internet was swept up in a massive uproar. The hashtag Chinese dragon spotted on Bilibili hashtag shot to the top of the trending list. Inside the Red Moon Biological Research Institute, assistant researcher Wang Ming suddenly sat bolt upright while scrolling through his phone. When he clearly saw the creature's full appearance, he stared fixedly at the phone screen, lips trembling as he muttered to himself, "Dragon horns, scales, this can't be real." Wang Ming burst into the director's office. "Director Su, you need to see this. Your daughter, she's raised a dragon." Su Wenba, director of Red Moon Biological Research Institute, dropped his pen with a clatter onto the desk upon seeing the image on the screen. As a leading figure in biology, he was certain this was no known species on Earth. Su Wenba immediately stood up, grabbed his coat, "Get the car ready, no, contact the military directly and request armed police and helicopters for protection. Initiate the national top-level biological protection protocol at once, notify the National Security, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the United Front Work Department." "No!" Su Wenba declared resolutely, "The divine dragon of Huaxia has appeared. This is an auspicious sign for our nation. Every citizen of Huaxia has the right to know." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already enjoyed a delightful meal with Su Qingran attending to him. No longer wriggling mealworms, but a genuine seafood platter. Salmon, king crab legs, and Australian lobsters. Each bite of these high-protein foods provides 10 evolution points. Lin Xiao used his paws as a knife and fork, with an apron around his neck, exuding elegance in every movement. Devouring fresh salmon +1, evolution points +10%. Devouring live shrimp +1, evolution points +10. Chapter 3, May the Divine Dragon bless our China. Slow down, no one's rushing you. Su Qingran knelt beside the dining table, her hands propping her chin as she watched Lin Xiao wolf down his food. Though the initial shock hadn't fully faded, watching Lin Xiao's elegant yet slightly clumsy eating manner gradually replaced her fear with a peculiar sense of responsibility. The livestream's viewership had already surpassed 1 million, with comments snowing down like flurries. "Miss Qingran is officially a dragon tamer. That dragon eating looks just like my goofball dog. How much does it cost to feed a dragon monthly? Need answers ASAP." Su Qingran glanced at the comments occasionally, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, the roar of a propeller suddenly echoed outside the window. Su Qingran froze, then looked up toward the window. Before she could make out what was causing the noise outside. At that very moment, the doorbell rang abruptly, followed by urgent knocking. "Qingran, open up. It's me." Su Qingran froze. "Dad?" She glanced frantically at Lin Xiao, then at the chaotic dining table and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Oh no. Dad must have seen the livestream. Su Qingran felt a pang of worry, fearing her father might take her little Mo away for research. If that happened, what would she do? Lin Xiao, however, remained unusually calm. He slowly straightened his body. His lapis blue scales shimmered with a mysterious glow under the lights. Though his current height was still under a meter, the innate majesty that defined him was already beginning to show. Lin Xiao had long known Su Qingran's father's identity and was not surprised by his arrival. Lin Xiao gestured toward the door, signaling Su Qingran to open it. Su Qingran bit her lower lip and trotted over to unlock it. The moment the door swung open, Su Wenba burst in, his gaze immediately locking onto Lin Xiao seated at the dining table. "Dad, it really is the dragon." Su Wenba completely ignored his daughter's presence. He approached Lin Xiao step by step, his eyes flashing with a fervor as if he were seeing a lover. He instinctively reached out to touch Lin Xiao's dragon horns, but Lin Xiao deftly sidestepped him. Lin Xiao raised his head, his golden vertical pupils staring directly at the renowned biologist as an invisible aura of authority radiated outward. "Dad! Don't do this!" Su Qingran rushed between them. "Xiao Mo, he's not an experiment." She feared her father might do something to upset Xiao Mo. Yet the next moment, Su Wenba's actions left Su Qingran's mouth agape. He gently pushed her aside, then slowly dropped to his knees. With almost devout reverence, he touched his forehead to the ground. His eyes glistened as his voice trembled. "May the divine dragon bless our China." In recent days, abnormal phenomena had been occurring frequently around the world, with China being the hardest hit region. Yet all such reports had been suppressed by the authorities to prevent panic. But while ordinary people remained unaware, how could he, as the director of the official Biological Research Institute, possibly be ignorant? After months of research, Su Wenbai had reached a preliminary, devastating conclusion. The blue star was undergoing an irreversible transformation, one that could very well deal a devastating blow to humanity. He had been searching for a solution to avert it, but had found no clues whatsoever. Until, today, when he encountered the divine dragon. In that instant, all the unease and confusion that had plagued Su Wenbai in recent days miraculously vanished. He had a powerful intuition. The solution to the crisis facing China lay right before his eyes. And it was likely the only solution. Behind Su Wenbai, over 200,000 elderly researchers clad in white lab coats wept tears of relief as they echoed in unison.
May the divine dragon protect our nation.
Among them were biologists, climatologists, weapons experts, and more. Without exception, they all knelt on the ground in sincere submission. They had all followed Su Wenbai here. Su Qingran watched her father's actions, her anxious expression suddenly freezing. She had never seen him like this before. She knew he'd been extremely busy lately, but had no idea what exactly he was occupied with. Why was he reacting so intensely? The viewers in the livestream were stunned. Yet the real shock was yet to come. Suddenly, Su Qingran heard the sound of steady footsteps approaching from behind. She turned her head. Dozens of fully armed Special Forces operatives appeared in her line of sight, standing in a vertical formation. Their eyes were sharp as hawks, and wolf head insignia were affixed to their arrowheads. They carried loaded rifles, riot shields, and some even shouldered mysterious black boxes resembling large-caliber weapons, a sight that sent shivers down the spine at first glance. The livestream erupted in chaos. Holy! That looks like one of China's most elite units, the Wolfang Squad. Nope, it's them. Rumor has it every single one of them is a legendary soldier. Who knew even the Special Forces would be deployed? Looks like it really is Shenlong. To witness Shenlong's evolution with my own eyes, this alone makes my life worthwhile. I'm choked up with emotion. This is China's dragon, our national symbol. May the dragon bless our nation. Chinese warriors protecting the Chinese dragon. Just seeing this scene alone has my blood boiling. The appearance of the military special forces ignited the viewers watching the live stream, sending their emotions soaring to unprecedented heights. Every Chinese person felt a deep sense of belonging and pride welling up within them at the sight of their nation's military. And when the Chinese military and the Chinese totem appeared in the same frame, the visual impact was unparalleled. This is the essence of China's 5,000-year heritage and legacy, a gene etched deep within the bloodline of every Chinese person. Foreigners could never comprehend this profound emotion, and stirring it was a romance uniquely Chinese. Lin Xiao gazed at Su Wenbai kneeling before him and the devoted Huaxia soldiers standing guard. A hint of nostalgia and emotion flickered in his golden pupils. Once upon a time, he too had been a warrior defending Huaxia. Now, he had become the Dragon of China. The sense of duty within him had not faded, it had only grown stronger. Protect Huaxia, vanquish the colossal beasts, repel foreign foes, and brave fire and water. As these thoughts filled his mind, Lin Xiao felt a surge of fiery energy churning within his chest. Memories of piloting mechs to defend the homeland in his past life, the resolute determination to perish alongside colossal beasts, the confusion and resolve after rebirth as a dragon. All now transformed into scalding dragon blood coursing through his veins. Roar! A clear, piercing dragon's roar split the air. Sound waves radiated outward in faint golden ripples visible to the naked eye, carrying an aura of supreme authority that made all creatures tremble. Outside the window, the once clear sky suddenly churned with storm clouds. Layer upon layer of leaden clouds converged at a visible speed. What is this? Su Qingran's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 4, All Creatures Pay Homage. All of you. Listen to the dragon's roar. She saw dazzling golden light bursting from the gaps between Xiao-Maching's scales. The body, barely a meter long, flickered in and out of view within the golden light, momentarily seeming to transform into a colossal creature reaching heaven and earth. The entire city fell into an eerie stillness the moment the dragon's roar echoed. The golden retriever chasing a frisbee in the park, the cat hunting mice in the grass, the reptiles crouching in corners all suddenly dropped to their front paws, burying their heads deep into the foliage. Flocks of birds circling overhead simultaneously folded their wings, descending like raindrops onto the nearest rooftops. They bowed their heads and lowered their feathers toward the source of the dragon's roar. Miles away, the Yangtze River erupted with towering waves several meters high. Countless schools of fish leapt frantically from the water, their silver scales merging into a single, shimmering expanse beneath the sky, a veritable Milky Way. In that instant, creatures swimming in the water, soaring through the air, or scurrying across the land all froze in place. Heads bowed low to the ground, they trembled in fear. The crowds on the streets halted in unison. Every pair of eyes turned upward toward the sky, where clouds and winds were shifting. A primal tremor, rooted deep in their bloodlines, crawled up their spines, weakening their knees until they nearly fell to their knees in reverence. Within the room, the dragon's roar reverberated deafeningly in their ears, striking Su Wenbai before Lin Xiao with the full force of its power. In that instant, his eyes witnessed the entire world shattering into pieces. The room, his daughter, all vanished without a trace. Only a golden dragon, its head and tail lost to the horizon, glided across the very fabric of time and space, spanning the heavens and earth as it descended before him. When those golden vertical pupils, as bright as the sun and moon, turned to gaze upon him, Su Wenbai felt his blood boil. Thud! The internationally renowned biologist prostrated himself in the most reverent posture. His forehead pressed against the ground as his lips trembled, murmuring, "Dragon God. It really is the Dragon God." The elderly professors behind Su Wenbai collectively descended into frenzy, feeling their blood ignite within them, scorching hot, boiling over. One elderly man wept openly, his voice trembling. The ancient texts left by our ancestors, they were never mere myths. The most astonishing transformation occurred among the Huaxia warriors. Under that dragon's roar, it was as if an immortal had touched their heads. Their spirits soared, their bodies brimming with inexhaustible strength, as if some shackle had been broken. Su Qingran stared blankly at the unfolding transformations. At this moment, she was utterly certain her Xiao Mo was indeed the true dragon of Huaxia. This dragon's roar was the ultimate proof, more convincing than any test. For who else in all creation, besides the true dragon of China, could stir the hearts of the Chinese people to such fervor, making their blood boil with excitement? This profound sense of recognition and submission, rooted deep within the bloodline, what other creature could possibly evoke it? The live stream's chat exploded with comments. Dragon's roar. That's a dragon's roar. I feel like I'm about to ascend on a rainbow, as if my very soul has been cleansed. I was already exhausted from battling, but after hearing that dragon's roar, I feel energized and ready to fight all night long. Everyone, listen to the dragon's roar. My grandpa jumped out of bed when he heard it. The doctor said all his vitals are back to normal. Location, Chengdu. Every dog in the city is kneeling toward the east. A veteran types through tears, this is more thrilling than the National Day parade back in the day. All rise. This is the damn guardian deity of our Huaxia. The live stream's comment stream surged with fervor, scrolling rapidly. Though they weren't present to feel the physical shift firsthand, that dragon's roar still shook their souls, stirred their blood, and left them restless. This was a tremor from the depths of their bloodline, a resonance from the very core of their souls. This is the divine dragon of China. This is the spiritual totem of China. No other creature could compare. Panda? Siberian tiger? Class 1 protected species? They all pale in comparison to the true dragon of China. Lin Xiao slowly fell silent as his dragon tail traced an elegant arc behind him. Outside the window, a single raindrop landed on the balcony railing. Then a second, a third. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Amidst the curtain of rain, golden light shimmered faintly, enveloping the entire city in a hazy, golden veil. Farther away, a long dry ancient well suddenly gushed with clear spring water, and the bronze bell of a 1,000-year-old temple rang out on its own. Su Wenbai finally lifted his head, trembling. His eyes behind the glasses were bloodshot, yet they shone with an unprecedented brilliance. As the Book of Changes states, when the dragon appears in the fields, civilization flourishes across the land. From this day forward, human civilization shall turn a new page. Su Wenbai gazed at Lin Xiao, his eyes brimming with an almost devout light. Lord Dragon, I have already applied to the higher-ups to establish a dragon god base. It features the most advanced temperature-controlled systems, water purification equipment, and round-the-clock nutritional support, providing you with the optimal environment for growth. He paused, carefully observing Lin Xiao's reaction. Would you like to take a look? If you're satisfied, you may move in any time. At these words, a faint golden light flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. This was precisely what he needed, a place offering abundant resources to accelerate his evolution. With only 29 days remaining until the first wave of colossal beasts invaded, he had to race against time. He lifted his head and nodded slowly. That simple gesture instantly brought tears to Su Wenbai's eyes. Like a child who'd just received candy, he exclaimed excitedly. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Please follow me. The helicopter is ready. Lin Xiao leapt gracefully from the dining table. His form now approached a meter in height. Azure gold scales glistened as they shifted with each step, while the bony ridges along his spine cast sharp shadows under the lights. The pair of crystalline dragon horns atop his head, though not yet fully formed, already radiated an aura of authority. Everyone instinctively took a half step back, parting to make a path. Su Qingran jogged to keep pace. The crowd escorted them out of the apartment building. Outside, despite the rain, a crowd had gathered, residents filming with their phones, police in full gear maintaining order, and journalists who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. When Lin Xiao's figure appeared, a gasp erupted from the crowd. It really is a dragon. Oh my god, it's glowing. Mom, look. It's the divine dragon. A white-haired elder suddenly pushed through the crowd, kneeling tremulously with his forehead pressed to the ground. The divine dragon has appeared. The divine dragon has appeared. This action set off a domino effect. In an instant, the open space of the residential complex was filled with kneeling figures, some even lighting incense to pray. Lin Xiao's footsteps faltered slightly as his golden vertical pupils swept over the kneeling crowd. He felt no surprise at their reaction. The Chinese people's reverence for dragons ran deep in their blood, a memory etched into their very genes. 3 dark green military helicopters hovered over the residential complex's open space. Lin Xiao leapt lightly into the cabin, only to turn and find Su Qingran hesitating at the bottom of the boarding ramp. Can I come up too?" the girl asked timidly, her large eyes brimming with uncertainty. Before Su Wenbai could speak, Lin Xiao extended his front paw and gave a gentle tug. Su Qingran's eyes lit up, and she scrambled aboard in 2 strides. She sat cautiously beside Lin Xiao, her hands neatly folded in her lap, like a primary school student on her first field trip. As the engines roared, the helicopter slowly lifted off. Lin Xiao gazed out the window at the sprawling city below. Skyscrapers stood tall, traffic flowed like a river, a scene of prosperity. But who could have imagined that in just 30 days, this place would face utter destruction? A powerful sense of responsibility surged within him. He must become strong enough to protect this land and the people living upon it. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Lin Xiao realized this was a natural reaction after consuming large amounts of food during his juvenile stage. His recent feeding had yielded a total of 378 evolution points, requiring hibernation to digest and absorb this energy. Lin Xiao scanned his surroundings. Though the cabin was spacious, there was clearly no suitable place to rest. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Qingran. Chapter 5, Dragon God Base. The pretty country can't sit still anymore. The girl was leaning curiously against the window. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting dappled patterns across her face and making her skin appear as white as snow. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head, blinking her large eyes and asking, "What is it?" Lin Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he burrowed straight into her embrace. Her warmth radiated through his clothes, carrying a faint scent of gardenias surprisingly comforting. Lin Xiao shifted his position, resting his head in the crook of her arm as his tail fell naturally to the floor. "Ha!" Su Qingran froze, her cheeks flushing visibly. She looked to her father for help, only to see Su Wenbai make a shushing gesture, his eyes brimming with excitement that screamed, "This is a tremendous honor." So she carefully adjusted her sitting position, as if cradling a fragile treasure. When Lin Xiao awoke again, the helicopter had already landed. Looking out the window, a military base nestled in a valley, surrounded by mountains forming a natural barrier. The perimeter was secured by 3 layers of electrified barbed wire, with sentries stationed every 3 steps and guards every 5. Surveillance cameras dotted the high walls, and every 50 meters stood a watchtower equipped with heavy machine guns. Further away, anti-aircraft missile launchers gleamed coldly in the setting sun. Yet surprisingly, at the base's center lay an artificial ecological zone, a shimmering man-made lake, lush greenery, and even the sound of birdsong. "Lord Dragon God, we've arrived." Su Wenbai explained softly, "This was originally the backup base for Project Yanlang. It has now been specially remodeled for you." Lin Xiao froze upon hearing this. Project Flaming Wolf. Wasn't that the codename for the mecha unit he had served in during his previous life? What a twist of fate. The helicopter touched down on the central helipad. As the cabin door opened, Lin Xiao saw several researchers in white lab coats waiting at the entrance, each wearing an expression akin to pilgrims. "Lord Shenlong, this way, please." Su Wenbai led Lin Xiao toward a hemispherical structure at the base's center. Soldiers along the route snapped to attention and saluted, their eyes burning with fervor. At the entrance of the dome-shaped structure stood a white-haired old general, his shoulder epaulets gleaming in the setting sun. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the old general straightened his back and performed a standard military salute, reporting to Lord Shenlong. "Zhao Weigua, Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Theater Command, here to safeguard the Dragon God Base as ordered." Lin Xiao studied the iron-willed general, a flicker of emotion passing through his golden vertical pupils. The man before him, Zhao Weigua, was all too familiar. He was the very same old general from his past life. In that past life, this iron-blooded general had led the Yanlang Mecha Corps to repel the giant beast's invasions time and again. Each time, he charged ahead, never retreating even when wounded, fighting alongside his soldiers until the very end. Lin Xiao slowly raised his right front paw, pausing in midair for a moment before gently placing it on the old general's shoulder. Zhao Weigui trembled, a profound sense of duty welling up within him. His tiger-like eyes brimming with tears, his voice choked with emotion, he declared, "Lord Shenlong, I shall not fail you." Entering the structure, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in awe. It was a circular space over 100 meters in diameter, with a massive pool at its center. The water was crystal clear, glowing with a faint blue light. Surrounding the pool were resting areas crafted from various materials, smooth jade platforms, plush velvet carpets, and even heated zones simulating volcanic rock. "This is your living quarters," Su Wenbai explained. "The water temperature is maintained at 38 degrees Celsius and contains special minerals. The dome above can be opened, allowing you to bask in natural sunlight on clear days." Lin Xiao walked around the pool once, nodding in satisfaction. The conditions here far exceeded his expectations. It seemed the Huaxia authorities had indeed spared no expense. "This way is the dining area." Su Wenbai pushed open a side door, revealing a kitchen rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. Over a dozen chefs in white uniforms bustled about. "We source fresh ingredients from around the world, everything from Alaskan king crab to South China sea tuna." Lin Xiao inhaled the aroma of food wafting through the air, his appetite whetted once more. "Lord Shenlong needs to rest now." Su Wenbai read the situation and spoke at the right moment. "Qingran, you stay. Everyone else, please step out." He suddenly turned to his daughter, his tone unusually solemn. "Qingran, from today onward, your mission is to care for Lord Shenlong. All resources of the Institute are at your disposal. For any rare ingredients, contact the logistics department directly." Su Qingran snapped back to attention, nodding repeatedly. Yes, father." I will take good care of the divine dragon. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Su Qingran and Lin Xiao behind. The girl stood by the pool, feeling a bit flustered.
Is there anything you need me to do?
Lin Xiao glanced at her, then suddenly dove headfirst into the pool, sending a spray of water splashing all over Su Qingran. The girl gasped, then burst into laughter.
Oh, you're teasing me.
She wiped the water from her face, puffing out her cheeks in mock anger. This familiar interaction made a hint of amusement flicker in Lin Xiao's eyes. He surfaced, deliberately shook his head, and splashed Su Qingran again.
The girl finally couldn't hold back, giggling as she sat on the edge of the pool. You're still my little MO, right?
Even though you've grown bigger and stronger, deep down you're still that greedy, mischievous little guy. Lin Xiao swam over and sat close beside her. This intimate gesture made Su Qingran's eyes grow warm. I'll always be by your side, she whispered softly, whether you're Xiao Mo or the mighty Dragon Lord. Outside the window, the last rays of sunset sank behind the mountains.
The base's searchlights flickered on one by one, bathing the entire valley in daylight-like brightness.
The footsteps of patrolling soldiers echoed rhythmically and resolutely, while drones circled silently in the night sky. Lin Xiao watched it all, his heart both warmed and weighed down.
He knew this tranquility wouldn't last long.
The true test would arrive in 30 days. Until then, he must seize every moment to grow stronger. For this land, for these dear people. And for the girl who was gently stroking his scales at this very moment. Then, Lin Xiao began a new round of feeding.
Devour bluefin tuna +1, evolution points +20. Consumed Arctic king prawn +1, evolution points +10. Consumed abalone. As night fell, an official announcement from the Chinese government was pushed to every citizen's mobile device.
A genuine dragon has been discovered in our nation.
Verified as authentic, it is currently under protection.
The moment the news broke, tens of millions of households lit up their homes, fireworks erupted everywhere.
The entire nation of China erupted in celebration.
Meanwhile, across the ocean, the sun slowly rose.
On foreign internet forums, news of the divine dragon's appearance in China began to go viral.
Soon, the White House in the United States received the news at the earliest possible moment.
Inside the Oval Office,
Supreme Executive Mark Williams slammed his tablet onto the desk. The screen froze on the moment Lin Xiao let out his dragon's roar, his golden vertical pupils seeming to pierce through the screen and stare straight into one's soul.
Impossible. Williams yanked at his dark blue tie, veins bulging on his forehead. How could there be dragons in China? This must be CGI. CIA Director Robert Lane pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, his voice dry.
Mr. Chief Executive, our technical team has analyzed the footage.
There are no signs of tampering whatsoever. It is categorically impossible for this to be special effects. An eerie silence fell over the conference room.
Several high-ranking officials exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes the same shock of a worldview crumbling. According to ancient Chinese texts, Robert continued, his voice trembling slightly.
The divine dragon commands wind and rain, wielding the power of nature.
If the creature in this footage truly possesses such abilities,
China would gain overwhelming dominance in energy, climate control, and even military capabilities. William's face darkened, his gray-blue eyes narrowing to slits.
He slammed his fist on the table and barked.
Convene an emergency meeting immediately. Notify the Pentagon and activate the Dragon Slayer contingency plan. Chapter 6, the entire network trembles. The second breakthrough evolution. The meeting convened swiftly.
William sat at the head of the conference room, his gaze sweeping across the seated officials before fixing on Robert. He spoke coldly. Robert, contact our agents in China immediately.
I need everything on that dragon. Habitat, feeding habits, weaknesses, every detail. Already on it.
Robert wiped the sweat from his forehead. But Dragon Godbase is heavily fortified. Wolfang Special Forces patrol 24/7, and they've deployed the latest quantum detection network.
At that moment,
Biological Sciences Advisor Aaron suddenly stood up. Mr. Executive, perhaps we should consider a different approach.
The Chinese divine dragon is an auspicious symbol. If we could establish friendly relations. Friendly? Williams scoffed coldly. Dr. Aaron, you're being naive. In Chinese mythology, the dragon symbolizes power. Now that they possess a real dragon, what comes next? Subjugating the entire world? Gentlemen, this divine dragon is undoubtedly connected to the recent surge in supernatural phenomena.
The United States is at its most perilous moment. William's voice was low and menacing.
We absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for disaster.
Eileen pressed her lips together and fell silent. Robert pondered for a moment before suggesting, Mr. Executive, perhaps we could first approach China as a scientific research team requesting joint studies. It's a legitimate pretext they'd have no grounds to refuse. William's eyes narrowed slightly at this suggestion.
China won't agree so easily. We need to apply some external pressure. Contact Captain Mack and deploy our carrier strike group over there. Tell them it's a routine exercise. Robert nodded respectfully. Understood, Mr. President. I'll proceed immediately. Williams paused, then added, our lapdogs can be useful too. Have them simultaneously issue international statements forming a joint biological research team to request collaborative research with China. Robert's eyes lit up as he flattered, Your Excellency, you are truly brilliant. Williams gave a cold laugh, rising to his feet and surveying the room with disdain. I will make China willingly surrender that divine dragon. News of the divine dragon's appearance in China continued to spread across foreign networks, igniting heated discussions worldwide. Korea immediately resorted to their traditional tactics, issuing a public statement claiming the divine dragon belonged to their nation and declaring their intent to apply for UNESCO heritage status. Such shameless claims drew ridicule from China and other nations, yet Korea remained unfazed, brazenly persisting in their claims and even declaring the divine dragon their national spiritual totem. Their shamelessness was nauseating. Unexpectedly, just 2 hours after their declaration, a massive tsunami struck their tiny nation, submerging coastal cities and causing tens of thousands of casualties and immense destruction. Netizens everywhere rejoiced. Chinese netizens declared that such a puny nation could never withstand such karmic retribution. This catastrophe was entirely deserved. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained unaware of these events unfolding across the land. He was still eating. Current evolution points, A301000. Lin Xiao belched contentedly, glancing at the system interface with satisfaction. At this rate, he could achieve his second breakthrough today. The sensor door by the pool slid open silently as Su Qingran pushed in the meal cart. Lin Xiao leapt out of the water. Droplets rolled off his scales, refracting into iridescent colors under the sunlight. His body now measured nearly 1.2 meters, significantly larger than before. The dragon horn atop his head had grown another half-inch, gleaming with a crystalline jade-like luster. The food cart was covered with a pure silver lid. As Su Qingran lifted it, a fresh, sweet ocean aroma instantly filled the air. As Su Qingran set the tableware, she explained, these shrimp are cultivated using a special method, rich in nutrients. Her words trailed off as Lin Xiao began eating. The shrimp shells cracked crisply between his sharp teeth as the sweet juices exploded in his mouth. Consume special live shrimp +1, evolution points +15. Consume special live shrimp +1, evolution points +15. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. These special ingredients provided 1.5 times the evolution points of ordinary seafood. He immediately sped up his eating. Su Qingran watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Slow down, no one's rushing you. Did you know? You're a global internet sensation now. Lin Xiao glanced at her briefly, a flicker of confusion crossing his golden vertical pupils. Your daytime livestream has gone viral worldwide. Su Qingran pulled out her phone and tapped a video marked with the character explosive. Over 100 billion views. Top trending worldwide. The video captured the breathtaking moment when Lin Xiao let out his dragon roar, filmed from Su Qingran's livestream perspective. A dense swarm of comments nearly obscured the entire screen. Hear ye, hear ye. Listen to the dragon's roar. China's rise. The divine dragon has appeared. No regrets for being born in China. Lin Xiao continued eating thoughtfully. Global attention meant more eyes and more danger. Especially from the United States. But it didn't matter. He was about to initiate his second evolution. Then he'd show the United States who the true ruler of Blue Star was. Soon. Lin Xiao swallowed the last special supply shrimp, and the energy accumulated within his body finally reached its critical point. Evolution points, 1000. Evolve? Yes. Lin Xiao confirmed without hesitation. The next second. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from within him. His scales suddenly burst into dazzling azure gold light, causing the entire pool to boil instantly. Bubbles churned violently, and mist billowed upward. Xiao Mo? Su Qingran was startled by the sudden transformation, stumbling back 2 steps. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Lin Xiao, unblinking. Lin Xiao's body began to undergo a drastic transformation. His form expanded at a visible pace, rapidly growing from 1.2 meters to 2 meters, then 3 meters, finally stabilizing at 5 meters. His scales grew thicker, each radiating an eternal, dazzling luster, their edges sharp as blades. The bony ridges along his spine rose high, resembling a row of deadly swords. Most astonishing were his dragon horns. The originally half-inch long crystalline horns had now fully formed, displaying a jade-like texture as they curved upward with awe-inspiring majesty. His claws grew sharper still, each of the 5 toes hook-like. A single light swipe tore a deep gash into the alloy steel plate lining the pool's edge. Roar! Lin Xiao raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon's roar, its sound waves spreading like tangible force. Alarms instantly blared throughout the base. All soldiers sprang into action as if facing a major threat. General Zhao Weigua immediately led his men rushing inside. When they saw the colossal figure in the center of the pool, they all froze in place. Is this the true form of the divine dragon? General Zhao murmured, his eyes filled with awe. Su Wenbai arrived shortly after, pushing his glasses up his nose as his voice trembled with excitement. Second evolution. The power of the divine dragon is awakening. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes.
His golden vertical pupils gleamed like two blazing suns, radiating majesty and profound depth. He glanced down at his own body and nodded with satisfaction. Congratulations, host, on completing the second breakthrough evolution.
Current form, Juvenile Divine Dragon. New talents acquired, Absolute Water Control Basic, Dragon's Blessing Basic, Cloud Riding Basic.
Lin Xiao felt the surging power within him.
The newly acquired talents were imprinted in his bloodline like instincts, making him eager to test them. Absolute Water Control. He murmured inwardly, his golden vertical pupils fixed on the rippling water in the pool. The next moment, a sudden transformation occurred. Chapter 7, Dragon Blessing China, Every Person Like a Dragon. The entire pool of water abruptly froze, then rose slowly as if pulled by an invisible force. Water droplets coalesced in the air, gradually forming the shape of a massive water dragon. It coiled and spiraled around Lin Xiao. Each droplet maintained its precise position, refracting rainbow hues under the lights like a flowing crystal sculpture. This is... Su Qingran's pink lips parted slightly, her eyes widening as they reflected this surreal spectacle. Even more astonishing, Lin Xiao's body began to be enveloped by a swirling mass of white mist. The mist flowed as if alive, lifting his 5-meter-long dragon form slowly into the air. The mist and water dragon intertwined, illuminated by the base's dome lights, transforming the entire scene into a mythical reenactment. General Zhao Weiguo's hand instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist, a soldier's reflexive response to an unknown threat. But the moment his fingers touched the grip, they froze. This was no threat, it was a miracle. A rare look of reverence flickered in the iron-blooded general's eyes. Su Wenbai reacted most intensely. The eminent biologist's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees once more. His voice trembled so violently it was barely intelligible. The divine dragon has revealed itself. Protect our China. Protect our China. As he moved, the sound of knees striking the floor echoed throughout the entire base. Special forces operatives, researchers, and even the toughest Wolfang commandos knelt on one knee, their eyes blazing with fervor. Lin Xiao hovered midair, his dragon claws swaying lightly. The colossal dragon, formed from condensed water, glided through the air in sync with his movements. He could feel the pulse of every droplet, as if they were extensions of his own body. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's mind shifted. The water dragon abruptly dispersed, transforming into countless droplets that showered down upon the kneeling crowd. Ah! Su Qingran instinctively closed her eyes, expecting to be drenched like a drowned rat. But the expected chill never came. Instead, a warm current poured over her head, instantly spreading throughout her entire body. She opened her eyes in astonishment to find herself enveloped in a faint mist. Even more astonishingly, the exhaustion from days of sleepless vigil over Lin Xiao vanished completely, leaving her mind clearer than ever before. Even her vision seemed enhanced. She could now discern a single strand of hair on the ground 10 meters away. The same miracle occurred in everyone. General Zhao Weiguo abruptly stood up, staring in disbelief at his own hands. The old battlefield wounds from his youth, which had nagged at him for years, had vanished completely. The 60-year-old veteran general felt as though he had returned to his peak condition at 30, his entire body brimming with strength. The most astonishing transformation occurred among the Special Forces soldiers. These elite soldiers, already possessing extraordinary physical prowess, now seemed transformed beyond recognition. One of them even slammed his fist into the floor, leaving a shallow imprint on the special alloy surface. This is unbelievable. A female researcher wearing thick glasses suddenly removed them, exclaiming, "I can see clearly. My 800-degree myopia is gone." Su Wenbai's transformation was even more pronounced. He had already been working non-stop for 36 hours. Yesterday, he had stayed up all night analyzing data, formulating nutritional meals for Lord Shenlong, cultivating new species, and more, not a single wink of sleep. Just as he was about to rest this morning, he was startled awake by the divine dragon's second evolution, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yet now he radiated vitality. The graying temples on his temples visibly darkened, and he appeared 20 years younger. Su Wenbai touched his face in excitement, then looked up at Lin Xiao suspended in midair. The admiration in his eyes was almost tangible. The dragon's blessing. This is the grace of the dragon god. His eyes welled with tears as his voice choked with emotion. Ancient texts say the breath of a true dragon cures all ailments and extends life. It's all true. Lin Xiao watched the transformations with satisfaction. This dragon's blessing proved far more potent than he'd anticipated, not only healing injuries but also enhancing physical constitution to a certain degree. Once his power advanced further, he could command clouds and rain across all of Huaxia, potentially benefiting the entire Huaxia nation. An era where every Chinese person possessed dragon-like vitality was about to dawn. The mist slowly dissipated as Lin Xiao's dragon form descended back into the pool. Simultaneously, his form began shrinking at a visible pace, eventually stabilizing at around 12 inches. Now that he no longer needed to confront colossal beasts, a larger body would hinder his movements. A height of around 1 meter was just right. Lin Xiao glanced at the interface. Name, Lin Xiao. Race, Divine Dragon Juvenile. Height 5.2 meters adjustable. Weight, 1,000 kilograms. Form, standard. Special organs, none.
Innate abilities: Dragon's Dread basic, Scaled Armor Hardening basic, Dragon Flame Breath basic, Absolute Water Control basic, Dragon's Blessing basic, Cloud Riding basic.
Evolution points, 0-10,000.
Time to first giant beast invasion, 28 days 6 hours.
The next evolution requires 10,000 evolution points.
But Lin Xiao had a premonition: once achieved, he would completely shed his juvenile stage and undergo a qualitative leap.
Lord Dragon. Su Wenbai approached cautiously, his voice brimming with reverence. There's a huge outcry online right now. The people of China all hope to see you again.
We plan to set up an official livestream channel.
Would you be willing to appear on camera?
Of course, if you're not comfortable.
I can.
A deep, resonant male voice suddenly echoed through the room like the tolling of an ancient bell. The room fell completely silent.
Everyone froze, staring toward the source of the voice. The lapis blue divine dragon gazed at them with its majestic vertical pupils, a hint of human-like amusement flickering in its eyes. Su Wenbai's eyes widened.
He opened his mouth but no sound came out. He froze in place as if struck by lightning. You may broadcast at specific times without fear of my rejection. Lin Xiao's voice resonated like clashing gold and jade, carrying an ancient and mysterious cadence. After completing his second evolution, his linguistic abilities had awakened. Lin Xiao observed the stunned expressions on everyone's faces with a hint of resignation. Especially Su Qingran. The young girl's beautiful eyes were wide as saucers, her pink lips trembling slightly, as if she'd witnessed the most incredible thing in the world.
Was such astonishment really necessary? He was a divine dragon, wasn't it perfectly normal for him to speak? At that moment, Su Wenbai finally snapped out of his shock, nodding rapidly.
Yes, Dragon God. I'll make arrangements immediately. General Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath, straightened his back, and saluted. Divine Dragon, on behalf of all officers and soldiers of the Southern Theater Command, I offer you our highest respect. The iron-willed general's eyes glistened with moisture, yet no one would mock him. For every person present was immersed in the same profound shock and emotion. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod in return.
At that moment,
a white-coated research assistant jogged over and whispered something into Su Wenbai's ear.
Su Wenbai's expression instantly shifted.
His brow furrowed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he snorted heavily.
Those bastards from the United States. They're delusional. Chapter 8. After consuming dragon saliva, is Su Qingran about to transform into a dragon maiden?
The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard.
General Zhao Weiguo urgently asked, "What's happening?"
Su Wenbai's face darkened, his eyes flashing coldly. The pretty country, along with Kimchi Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and 10 other nations, demanded we share research data on the Divine Dragon under the guise of global biological research collaboration. He clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. Even more shamelessly, they proposed sending a joint scientific expedition to occupy the Dragon God base.
Bull!
Zhao Weiguo slammed his fist into the wall, roaring, "The Divine Dragon is a sacred symbol of our Chinese nation. How dare they come here and tell us what to do?" Lin Xiao remained calm, his expression utterly still. He had anticipated this moment, though not so swiftly or so brazenly. The others were equally enraged, their eyes blazing with the fire of defending national dignity. Watching this, a wave of warmth surged through Lin Xiao. These were the sons and daughters of China he was sworn to protect, unbowed before tyranny, united as one. After hastily instructing Zhao Weiguo, Su Wenbai turned to Lin Xiao with respectful demeanor. "Lord Shenlong, I must temporarily step away to handle this matter. Should you require anything, Qingran will notify me immediately." Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Su Wenbai immediately turned and departed. Zhao Weiguo sprang into action, barking orders at the Special Forces team: maintain strict 24-hour security.
Not a single fly is to get in.
Yes, sir. The Special Forces members responded in unison, their voices reverberating so powerfully that the dome trembled slightly. They swiftly dispersed to their respective posts, their footsteps in perfect unison, showcasing the iron discipline of the Chinese military. In an instant, the hall was left with only Lin Xiao, Su Qingran, and several busy chefs. Lin Xiao resumed his meal. After receiving Lin Xiao's nod, Su Qingran quietly activated the live streaming equipment. This was a specially encrypted official live stream channel, its servers directly connected to the National Supercomputing Center, capable of handling hundreds of millions of concurrent viewers.
The moment the stream went live, the viewer count skyrocketed like a rocket. 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. The numbers raced wildly before finally stabilizing at 370 million. That was nearly 1/5 of China's population. Bullet comments flooded the screen like a blizzard. "Hear the dragons roar, my friends. May the Dragon Lord bless my graduate school entrance exam success. Front row photo op. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to look at my phone. Heard the US wants to steal our Divine Dragon? They're asking for trouble. Don't worry, upstairs a single sneeze from the Divine Dragon could wipe them out. Is this a food vlog? The Divine Dragon is eating so deliciously." Lin Xiao glanced at the comments, a faint smile curling his lips. These down-to-earth comments felt comfortingly familiar, like he'd slipped back into his past life bantering with comrades. He began another round of eating. The specially crafted alloy tray was piled high with deep-sea fish and shrimp, each rigorously selected and energy tested. But Lin Xiao keenly noticed that as his body grew, the evolution points provided by these special supply ingredients had dropped from 15 to 5, while ordinary fish and shrimp offered a paltry 1 point. Consume special supply tuna +1, evolution points +5. Consume special supply king crab +1, evolution points +5. Lin Xiao thoughtfully flicked his tail. It seemed that as his power increased, ordinary food could no longer satisfy his energy demands. Fortunately, with all of China backing him, he trusted the nation would spare no expense in finding him higher energy food. Even if a ton of fish and shrimp yielded only 1 evolution point, China would mobilize its entire nation to ensure his swiftest possible evolution. This was the most direct manifestation of a powerful nation. Gulp! A faint sound caught Lin Xiao's attention. He turned to see Su Qingran clutching her stomach, her head bowed in embarrassment, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that since his evolution, Su Qingran had been by his side almost constantly, likely without even time to eat. He glanced at the sea intestine rice dish before him. This was the chef's latest high-energy food creation, made from deep-sea fish intestines and special grains. He had just taken a bite. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pushed the tray toward Su Qingran with his claw. Ha! Su Qingran's eyes widened, her pink lips parting slightly. For me? Lin Xiao nodded, his golden vertical pupils radiating an authority that brooked no refusal. The chat exploded instantly. Ah, Lord Dragon is so gentle. What kind of divine interaction is this? Jealous to tears. I want to be fed by the Dragon Lord too. Look at the young lady's expression, so adorable. Su Qingran's face flushed as red as a ripe apple, yet she carefully accepted the tray. Thank you, Su Qingran murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, lowering her head to take small bites. The sea-squirt rice was exceptionally delicious, carrying a subtle, indescribable richness that made her take several more bites. Suddenly, Su Qingran paused with her chopsticks, furrowing her brow slightly. It's so hot. An unusual flush spread across her fair skin, and tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Even stranger, she felt an itch right in the center of her forehead, as if something was trying to break through the skin. The instant her fingertip touched her forehead, a patch of tiny, pale gold scales suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, a thumb-sized protrusion slowly rose from beneath her skin. It had the texture of jade and glowed softly under the light. It was clearly a tiny, dragon horn. The chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! A dragon girl. The girl grew a dragon horn. What kind of divine plot twist is this? I love it, I love it. It must be the special effect of the divine dragon's saliva. Can the person above even speak? That's called dragon saliva. Su Qingran stared in shock, touching the protrusion on her forehead. Her wide eyes brimmed with disbelief. Xiao Mo. What? What happened to me? Lin Xiao froze in shock. He hadn't anticipated his dragon's saliva having such an effect on humans. Don't be afraid, Lin Xiao said. This is a sign of the dragon vein awakening. Am I going to turn into a dragon? Su Qingran's voice trembled, a mix of fear and faint anticipation. Lin Xiao shook his head gently. No. But you've gained some dragon abilities. He extended his claw and gently tapped the dragon horn on Su Qingran's forehead. Try to feel the energy within you. Su Qingran closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Moments later, she discovered with astonishment that a warm current had indeed entered her body, flowing through her meridians at her will. When she focused her mind, a crystal-clear droplet of water formed at her fingertips. I can control water? Su Qingran stared at her finger in disbelief. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Though it was only the most basic water manipulation ability, for a human, it was already an incredible evolution. It seemed his dragon saliva had indeed granted her a dragon's constitution. This scene spread nationwide through the livestream, with comments flooding the screen so densely the video feed became unreadable. Please, Dragon Lord, grant us a drop of your saliva. I'd trade 10 years of my life for a single drop of dragon saliva. I'd give 30 years. I'll sell everything I own. You guys are crazy, are we really competing over this? Fine, I'll play my trump card. I don't want saliva. Does anyone have a drop of the dragon god's urine? Even 1 drop will do. Put. You think you deserve the dragon god's urine? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. If anyone should drink it, it should be me. Mad, all of you are mad. Is the era of every Chinese person being like a dragon finally upon us? Just as the livestream reached its climax. Inside the Huaxia foreign guest reception room. 4 biologists from the United States sat here, their faces betraying an unmistakable air of arrogance. Chapter 9, Those who offend the divine dragon of China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Leading them was a silver-haired man in his 60s, William Howard, president of the International Biological Research Association and Nobel laureate in biology. He also headed the U.S. military's secret biological weapons program. Director, I hear the divine dragon is China's spiritual totem. Will they compromise so easily?
A man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and asked in a low voice. He was Howard's star pupil, specializing in genetic modification technology. Howard lifted his teacup, sipped slowly, and a cold smile touched his lips. Wilson, you're still too young. On this planet, no nation dares refuse us, the United States. He set the cup down, his fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop. Besides, our carrier strike group should have already reached Chinese waters. They have no choice. Ha 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 ha. A blond man across the table suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. He was the United States' foremost anatomist, having received military commendations for his groundbreaking contributions to vivisection experiments. I can't wait to get that so-called divine dragon on the dissection table. He licked his lips with his tongue, his eyes gleaming with sick excitement. Then slice open its scales with a scalpel to see what's really inside. Howard raised his hand to silence the room, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. Remember, our objective is to obtain the divine dragon's genetic sample. Bring back a single drop of blood, and the military labs will clone a dragon that belongs to our beautiful country. He narrowed his eyes and smiled arrogantly. Then, whatever Chinese totem it is, it'll just be another weapon of war for our beautiful country. Time ticked by second. The tension in the reception room grew palpable. Wilson kept glancing at his watch, while Axe began tapping his fingernails impatiently on the tabletop. Are these Chinese deliberately stringing us along? Axe asked, his face darkening. We've been waiting 40 minutes already. Howard remained calm, though a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. Don't worry. They'll be here. Finally, after 2 hours, the reception room door slowly creaked open. Su Wenba strode in with measured steps. Dressed in a crisp dark gray Zhongshan suit, his eyes were sharp as knives, his face revealing no emotion. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Su Wenbai's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, no apology, no warmth, merely stating a fact. Howard stood up, his face plastered with a fake smile. Director Su, I've long admired your reputation. I am. Cut the small talk. Su Wenbai cut him off immediately, his gaze sweeping over the 4 men. Spit it out if you have something to say. If not, get out. I don't have time to stand here exchanging pleasantries. He spoke in Chinese. Though fluent in English, this was Chinese territory, and naturally, the Chinese language was used. When the interpreter delivered Su Wenbai's words verbatim, the expressions of all 4 men shifted simultaneously. However, Dean Howard quickly regained his composure and put on a smile again. Director Su, we represent the international scientific community. We hope to collaborate with your country on researching that divine dragon. It is a precious treasure for all humanity and should not be monopolized by a single nation. Oh? Su Wenbai raised an eyebrow. And what, in Dean Howard's esteemed opinion, should be done? A flicker of satisfaction crossed Howard's eyes, thinking the Chinese had begun to soften. We propose establishing an international joint research team, with experts from our 4 nations participating. Naturally, for the convenience of research, the divine dragon would need to be temporarily transferred to a laboratory in a neutral country. Ha 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 ha. Su Wenbai suddenly burst into laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Dean Howard, are you still living in the 20th century? Howard's expression darkened. Director Su, what do you mean by that? Su Wenbai abruptly silenced his laughter, his gaze sharp as blades. It means. He enunciated each word deliberately. The Shunlong is a sacred symbol of our Chinese nation. How dare you petty individuals lay your hands on it? The air in the room instantly froze. Ixes leaped to his feet, his face contorted with fury. Su Wenbai. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Su Wenbai sneered coldly, his tone dripping with scorn. Go tell your masters that China is no longer the nation it was a century ago. The dragon's emergence is a divine blessing upon our land. Dare anyone covet it no matter how far, they shall be destroyed. As the last word fell, the reception room doors swung open once more. 8 fully armed Chinese Special Forces soldiers strode in, their guns trained directly on the 4 men. Now, please leave Chinese territory immediately. Su Wenbai's voice was as cold as ice. Our fighter jets will escort your aircraft until you are safely out of our airspace. Howard's face instantly turned ashen. No one had ever dared speak to him like this. As a Nobel laureate and president of the International Biological Research Association, Howard was always surrounded by admirers wherever he went. World leaders made way for him with utmost respect. Yet this Chinese man dared to address him in such a tone? But the next second, Howard's expression shifted abruptly. He relaxed his facial muscles, pulling into a textbook politician's smile. Director Su, I believe it's necessary to inform you of something. He paused deliberately, savoring Su Wenbai's reaction. Our beautiful nation's aircraft carrier fleet should be positioned on the periphery of Chinese waters by now. Of course, you needn't worry, it's merely a routine exercise. The air in the conference room instantly froze. Su Wenbai's brow furrowed slightly, but the expression vanished in an instant. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What? Are you lot about to start your pirate-like activities again? Banditry? Howard feigned surprise. Director Su, you're exaggerating. We merely wish to demonstrate our capabilities to prove the United States is capable of protecting Shenlong. Just then, a steady voice crackled through the miniature communicator in Su Wenbai's ear. He froze for 2 seconds before his expression relaxed abruptly. Suddenly bursting into laughter, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Excellent! What a splendid demonstration of strength!" The sudden laughter stunned Howard and his men. "In that case," Su Wenbai cut off his laughter, his gaze sharp as blades, "let us see together whose strength truly reigns supreme." He turned and pressed the remote control. The projection screen in the conference room slowly descended. Amid the hum of the equipment starting up, a high-definition satellite image projected onto the screen, so clear it felt like being there in person. In the image, a carrier strike group flying the stars and stripes plowed through the azure waters of the South China Sea. The Ford-class carrier stood like a steel fortress at sea, surrounded by destroyers and cruisers forming a tight defensive formation, with carrier-based aircraft poised for takeoff on the deck. This was the 7th Fleet, the pride and joy of the United States. Howard's face lit up with a smug smile as he saw his fleet. "Director Su, this is our newest Ford-class carrier, equipped with..." His voice abruptly cut off. The satellite feed abruptly shifted perspective, offering a bird's-eye view of the entire sea area. Surrounding the American fleet, 3 Chinese carrier strike groups advanced in perfect encircling formation, cutting through the waves like sharp blades, pointing directly at the enemy. But the most shocking sight was yet to come. Upon the central carrier of the Chinese fleet, a sapphire gold figure coiled above the deck. The 5-meter-long dragon's body shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, its scales reflecting an eternal radiance untouched by time. Above its head, a pair of crystalline horns pointed defiantly toward the heavens. It was none other than the Divine Dragon of China. Chapter 10, The First Battle as the Divine Dragon. Time rewound 1 hour earlier. Within the Dragon God base. Focus your mind and feel the energy flowing within you. Lin Xiao's golden vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Qingran, his voice deep and resonant like an ancient bell. Su Qingran sat cross-legged by the pool, eyes tightly shut, her long lashes trembling slightly. Above her pale fingertips, a droplet of water slowly took shape, growing larger and smaller with each breath. I think I can feel them now. Su Qingran's voice carried uncontrollable excitement. "It's like countless little fairies dancing in my blood." A flicker of approval crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. This girl's aptitude far exceeded his expectations. After just half an hour of guidance, she had already gained preliminary control over the dragon power within her. The comments flooded in. "Aya, I want to be personally instructed by the Divine Dragon too. Her dragon horns are so cute. Is this the dawn of a new era of mass cultivation?" Just then, a shrill alarm suddenly pierced the entire base. Woo woo. Red warning lights began spinning, bathing the entire hall in a blood-red glow. Lin Xiao's scales gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the crimson light. He abruptly raised his head, his dragon whiskers stirring without a breeze. "What's happening?" Su Qingran's eyes snapped open in panic, the droplets on her fingertips exploding with a sharp crack. The sensor doors slid open with a whoosh as General Zhao Weiguo strode in. The iron-blooded general's expression was unusually grave. "Reporting to your Divine Dragon Excellency." Zhao Weiguo executed a precise military salute, his voice steady. "The 7th Fleet of the United States has been detected illegally entering the South China Sea, including 1 Ford-class aircraft carrier, 3 destroyers, and 7 frigates." Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. "What do they want?" Lin Xiao's voice rumbled like thunder. Zhao Weiguo clenched his jaw. "Intelligence indicates they're using freedom of navigation as a pretext to pressure our nation, attempting to force us to hand over your excellency, Lord Shenlong." "Delusional." Su Qingran abruptly stood up, a faint blue glow emanating from the dragon horns on her forehead. Upon contact with the dragon's saliva, the fiery spirit within this usually gentle girl seemed to awaken. Lin Xiao's tail gently slapped the water's surface, golden light swirling in his eyes. A bold idea formed in his mind. "General Zhao." Lin Xiao slowly rose from the water, mist gathering beneath his claws. "I want to test my current strength." "What?" Zhao Weiguo froze in surprise. "I'm setting sail with the fleet." Lin Xiao's voice brooked no argument. "Since they covet the Divine Dragon, let them witness firsthand what a true Chinese dragon truly is." Zhao Weiguo's brow furrowed deeply. As a soldier, he instinctively worried about the Divine Dragon's safety. But as a son of China, he was filled with confidence in the Divine Dragon's power. "General, there is no need for concern." Lin Xiao saw through his concern, the corners of his dragon mouth lifting slightly. "Dragons are the rulers of the seas." These words seemed to possess a magical quality, causing Zhao Weiguo's tense shoulders to relax. The old general took a deep breath and snapped to attention. "Yes. I will immediately arrange for the Liaoning to serve as your vessel." Thus, Lin Xiao arrived upon the South China Sea with the Chinese fleet. His first battle as the Divine Dragon let him test his mettle against these American carriers. At this very moment, over the South China Sea, lead gray clouds hung low, sea winds whipping up white crests. The American Ford-class carrier plowed through the waves like a steel beast, its deck lined with F-35 fighters arrayed like arrows poised for launch. Inside the bridge, Captain Macintosh sipped his coffee, leisurely monitoring the radar screens.
The Chinese should have received our greeting by now.
He grinned, revealing his crooked teeth.
Wonder if they'll wet their pants?
His aide leaned in, his voice thick with flattery.
How could they dare disobey? Last time in the South China Sea, we...
Before he could finish, the radar operator suddenly shrieked.
Captain! Chinese fleet ahead! 3 carrier strike groups closing in on us. What? Mike's coffee cup clattered to the floor. Are they insane? Daring to intercept us head-on?
He lunged toward the radar screen, his face turning instantly pale. The red dots representing the Huaxia fleet had formed a perfect encirclement.
Even more shocking was the abnormally massive energy signature emanating from the central carrier. What is that? Mike's voice began to tremble. Just then, a more terrified scream came from the observation tower. God! Captain! Look over there!
Mike burst out of the bridge and raised his binoculars. The next second, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse onto the deck. Far away, atop the island superstructure of the Chinese Liaoning aircraft carrier, a 5-meter-long azure gold dragon coiled menacingly. Even from several nautical miles away, those fiery golden vertical pupils pierced like the sun, sending a chill down the spine.
A dragon! It really is a dragon. Mike's lips trembled as the binoculars slipped from his hands.
Meanwhile, in the foreign guests' reception room aboard the Huaxia, Howard's smile froze on his face as his brow furrowed deeply.
This can't be. How could that dragon appear at sea?
The satellite feed zoomed in further, revealing Lin Xiao's figure with increasing clarity. He stood tall atop the aircraft carrier, his sapphire gold dragon mane billowing in the sea breeze, his golden vertical pupils like 2 miniature suns. Even through the screen, those in the conference room could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from his very bloodline. It was the innate suppression of a higher life form over an inferior one, making knees weak and nearly compelling immediate prostration. Even more astonishing, as Lin Xiao raised his forepaw, the once calm sea suddenly erupted into towering waves. A wall of water dozens of meters high rose behind the Huaxia fleet, miraculously sparing their own ships. Instead, it coalesced in the sky into the form of a colossal water dragon, mirroring Lin Xiao's own body.
Dragon controlling water.
Wilson's voice trembled as his eyes widened.
The ancient texts were true. Female agent Olivia's face drained of color.
After years of espionage work, she felt utterly powerless for the first time.
Axa's reaction was the most intense.
The anatomist trembled not from fear, but from a sickening excitement. It's beautiful, this biological structure.
I must possess it. I absolutely must. Howard finally snapped out of his shock. Turning to Su Wenba, his voice raspy, he demanded. How did you transport it to sea in such a short time?
As far as he knew, the Shenlong base was thousands of miles away from this section of the South China Sea.
How could it possibly appear at sea within a mere hour? Su Wenba smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with pride. Dean Howard, you seem to have forgotten the Shenlong can fly. That simple statement struck the American quartet like a thunderbolt. Fly. A 5-meter-long creature flying from inland to the South China Sea. They understood all too well what this implied.
Such mobility, combined with water manipulation abilities, made it the perfect strategic weapon.
America's most advanced fighter jets would be laughable in comparison.
Meanwhile, aboard the Liaoning aircraft carrier, Lin Xiao felt the salty sea breeze brush against his scales, his dragon blood boiling within. This was his first time in such vast waters since his rebirth, and every cell in his body rejoiced. He closed his eyes, feeling the endless sea beneath his feet. That was his most loyal soldier, ever ready to answer his call. Boom! At that moment, a missile launched from the American aircraft carrier, trailing a fiery trail as it hurtled straight toward the Liaoning.
Intercept! Intercept it now!
Zhao Weigua bellowed from the command center. The Liaoning's intercept system activated, but Lin Xiao was faster.
Chapter 11, Sinking the American Aircraft Carrier. Intruders shall die.
Lin Xiao raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon's roar, causing the sea within a 10-mile radius to boil instantly. A 1,000-meter-wide wall of water erupted from the sea, rising like a natural barrier to block the missile's path. Boom! The missile struck the water wall, sending spray flying everywhere, yet failed to penetrate this seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient barrier.
This can't be.
Captain Mac watched in stunned disbelief aboard the USS Ford.
Now! Full ship salvo. Bring that monster down.
Dozens of missiles soared into the sky simultaneously, slicing through the heavens like the scythe of death.
Facing the overwhelming barrage, Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. A torrent of dragon flame erupted from his mouth. Roar! A pillar of crimson gold flame erupted from the dragon's maw, its temperature instantly reaching 8,000 C.
The first missiles to make contact vaporized instantly, while those following detonated one after another in the intense heat. Boom! 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 A relentless chain of explosions formed a series of fireballs in the sky, eventually coalescing into a massive mushroom cloud visible clearly even dozens of nautical miles away.
The shockwave swept across the sea surface, tossing the American destroyer like a toy, rocking it violently from side to side. Aircraft on the USS Ford were similarly tossed about, with several billion-dollar F-35s crashing directly into the sea. No, this can't be. McKee slumped onto the deck, cold sweat soaking through his uniform. This isn't biological. This is demonic. Lin Xiao gave them no chance to catch their breath. With a sweep of his dragon claw, the water wall encircling the American fleet began spinning faster and faster, eventually coalescing into 12 colossal waterspouts. The dragon guards the borders of China. Lin Xiao's voice echoed clearly across the entire sea. Those who trespass shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. The most spectacular scene unfolded. The largest water tornado seemed to connect heaven and earth, its towering waves obscuring the sky and sun. It directly tore the USS Ford aircraft carrier in half. The 100,000-ton steel colossus, before this colossal force of nature, was as fragile as a paper boat, torn cleanly in two. Before the might of nature, human strength proved utterly insignificant. Salt water surged into the compartments as explosions erupted in rapid succession. American sailors leaped into the sea like dumplings being tossed into boiling water, their cries and pleas for help filling the air. Help! Save us! God! What have we done to deserve this? Mom! I don't want to die. Lin Xiao watched it all unfold with cold indifference. Memories from his past life left him utterly devoid of pity for these men. In that timeline, it was their relentless pressure that had caused China to suffer heavy losses in the fight against the colossal beasts, caught between two fires. The battle ended far quicker than anyone anticipated. In a mere 3 minutes, the once invincible 7th Fleet crumbled to dust. The USS Ford was swallowed by the pitch-black sea, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. Other ships, severely damaged, were forced to hoist the white flag of surrender. On the Liaoning aircraft carrier, Zhao Weiguo watched the scene unfold, tears streaming down his aged face. After so many years, China finally possessed a guardian deity that struck terror into the hearts of its enemies. Meanwhile, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze solid. Howard's smile froze completely. His gaze fixed on the projection screen, those blue eyes that always carried an air of superiority were now wide and round, the whites completely bloodshot. Then, Su Wenbai's voice broke the dead silence. Dean Howard, you mentioned earlier about demonstrating strength? He smiled faintly, speaking deliberately, each word landing like a slap across Howard's face. Is it clear enough now? Do you think we need your protection? Howard's lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. His beloved US Navy, the pride of his nation, looked utterly ridiculous before that divine dragon like a child's toy. He could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. This is special effects. Axe suddenly screamed hysterically, the Chinese are masters of deception. That dragon must be a hologram. As if responding to his skepticism, the divine dragon in the image suddenly raised its head and opened its jaws. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar blasted through the satellite signal. Even after electronic processing, it still made the conference room's glass windows hum and vibrate. Howard's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. As a biologist, he knew better than anyone. This was absolutely not a sound any known creature could produce. Su Wenbai stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he took in the four men's disarray. Howard forced himself to steady his nerves. He took a deep breath and turned to Su Wenbai. Director Su, I admit we underestimated China's capabilities. But you must understand the consequences of antagonizing the United States. Enemy? Su Wenbai suddenly raised his voice. It was your aircraft carrier that first trespassed into our territorial waters. It was you who coveted our Shenlong under the guise of scientific research. He slammed his fist on the table. Who exactly is the enemy here? Howard's face darkened considerably. Now. Su Wenbai looked at his counterpart, his tone calm yet uncompromising. Please leave immediately. Our fighter jets will escort your special aircraft out of the country. Howard's face drained of color, turning pale before finally slumping back into his seat. Weak nations have no diplomacy, let alone a voice. In this game of power, the United States had been utterly defeated. We leave. Howard forced out the words, as if expending his last ounce of strength. As the four were escorted out of the building by special forces, Howard glanced back one last time. Through the window, he saw Su Wenbai bowing deeply before the satellite image of the divine dragon, his posture as reverent as a pilgrim. In a daze, he thought he saw the shimmering blue-gold dragon's phantom form, its golden vertical pupils coldly fixed upon him. Howard trembled violently, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He spun away immediately, not daring to look back. Meanwhile, these very scenes had already been transmitted through the official livestream to every Chinese person's phone, television, computer, shopping mall screen, and even car TV. Everyone was utterly exhilarated, their excitement reaching unparalleled heights. They felt their blood surge with fervor. Especially when witnessing their own dragon warship sinking the American fleet, they wanted to pound their chests and roar to the heavens. The livestream's comments section erupted like a volcano. Holy! 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 The divine dragon is awesome. This is way more intense than any movie. I've got goosebumps all over. Aren't the US carriers supposed to be the rulers of the seas? How come they look like paper in front of the Shenlong? Ha, this is hilarious. Their planes didn't even get a chance to take off straight into fish food. So satisfying. They've been bullying everyone in the South China Sea all these years. Today they finally got what they deserved. My grandpa cried seeing this. Said it made his whole life worthwhile. The final freeze frame on the livestream showed Lin Xiao perched atop the Liaoning's bow, his golden vertical pupils gazing eastward. In that instant, the chat flooded with a single phrase, overwhelming and spectacular. No regrets for being Chinese. In streets and alleys, countless people stopped to gaze up at shopping mall screens. A white-haired veteran raised his trembling right hand, saluting the divine dragon on the screen as cloudy tears rolled down his wrinkled cheeks. Good, so good. Our nation finally has a guardian deity. His young granddaughter tugged at his sleeve in wonder. Grandpa, that dragon is so powerful. The old man wiped his tears and smiled. Yes, it's here to protect us. The livestream's viewership surged relentlessly, pushing the servers to the brink of collapse. Across the entire land of China, millions of homes were lit up. Some noticed the night sky bore an extraordinary spectacle. After the dark clouds dispersed, the starry sky shone brilliantly, while a faint azure gold halo swirled on the eastern horizon, resembling the form of a dragon. The elders declared, dragon energy soars to the heavens, heralding the nation's prosperity. Across the ocean, however, the United States was shrouded in oppressive silence. The White House convened an emergency closed-door meeting. Advisors, their faces ashen, replayed footage of the fleet's annihilation over and over. Supreme Executive Williams slumped in his chair, his coffee long since cold. Contact China immediately. No, contact the media first. Tell them our fleet encountered abnormal weather conditions. Chapter 12, The Vanguard of the Earth Vein Beasts, departing for Chongqing. Inside the White House press briefing room. Blonde spokesperson Catherine flashed a professional smile at the cameras. Regarding the unfortunate incident involving the 7th Fleet in the South China Sea, military investigations have confirmed it was caused by sudden, extreme oceanic weather conditions. The so-called dragon video has been verified by professional institutions as a fabricated image created using CG technology by Huaxia. A wave of boos erupted throughout the press conference hall. A reporter wearing black-rimmed glasses stood up and shouted, "Ma'am, are you saying that what hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide witnessed with their own eyes is fake? Including those warships torn apart by waterspouts?" Catherine's mouth twitched as the chief executive's impatient instructions crackled through her earpiece. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. Oceanic weather involves numerous unpredictable factors. As for the authenticity of the footage, our technical team is currently. Her words trailed off as a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Someone had raised a tablet displaying the latest official video released by China. A lapis blue dragon coiled atop the Liaoning aircraft carrier, its claws crushing the wreckage of a Ford-class carrier from the United States. The video caption read, "Our divine dragon discovered several illegal fishing vessels in the South China Sea this morning and has sunk them all." Ha ha ha. The press conference descended into complete chaos as journalists doubled over with laughter. Fishing boats. The Huaxia government actually called the Ford a fishing boat. The Chinese government sure knows how to craft a headline. Catherine stormed out, her face ashen. Behind her, the taunts echoed in waves. Do your country's fishing boats come equipped with F-35s? Suggest renaming it the Fisherman. The video spread across global networks at the speed of light. Chinese netizens started a chain reaction in the comments section. Confirmed it's a fishing boat. My second uncle fishes right there. Exactly. It's definitely a fishing boat. My great uncle's fishing boat looks just like this. Stop talking nonsense upstairs, it's clearly the Fisherman's Boat Plus Pro Max Edition. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious officers' quarters of the beautiful country in Sakura Nation, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Major General MacArthur Wilson was groping two kimono-clad girls. The girls forced smiles. "General, a call." One girl timidly pointed at the vibrating encrypted communicator. Wilson snatched it impatiently. "Who the hell?" "Oh. Your Excellency the Governor." He shoved the girls aside, standing at attention barefoot on the carpet, his beer belly jiggling. William's furious roar blared through the line. "You useless piece of trash. Why did it take you so long to answer my call? Activate Plan B immediately. Send those yellow-skinned monkeys to their deaths." "Yes, Your Excellency." Cold sweat beaded on Wilson's forehead. He hung up and immediately dialed another number. Within half an hour, 5 officials from the land of cherry blossoms, dressed in suits, entered the room, hunched over. The diminutive man leading them sported a comical handlebar mustache, while the few strands clinging to his gleaming bald spot were meticulously combed into a Mediterranean supporting the North Sea style. Prime Minister Kameda. Wilson didn't even bother to straighten his clothes, revealing his hairy chest. "His Excellency the Executive Officer commands you to act immediately. Use your methods to probe China and obtain the genes of that divine dragon." Kuroda bowed even lower, nearly at a 90-degree angle. "Your Excellency, our nation has just suffered a catastrophic tsunami. The death toll exceeds 30 million. Reconstruction efforts haven't even begun. So you intend to defy orders?
Wilson cut him off, narrowing his blue eyes slightly.
Never. Never.
Kamita pressed his forehead to the carpet, followed by the entire cabinet kneeling in unison behind him.
We will cooperate fully.
Wilson snorted coldly, flicking the dregs of his whiskey onto Kamita's head.
Get out.
Remember, I want an action plan within 3 days. As they exited the base, Kamita's secretary, Koizumi Junichiro, murmured, Prime Minister, are we truly going to test China's resolve?
Bastard.
Kamita wiped the whiskey from his face, his small eyes flashing with venomous light.
Let's put on a show for now. And we must accelerate the search for Yamada no Orochi.
They have dragons in China, but we have the 8-headed serpent.
He glared westward at the sky, grinding his teeth.
Once we awaken Yamada no Orochi, those white-skinned pigs and those Chineses will all kneel down and lick my toes. At that moment, within the dragon god base of China, Lin Xiao coiled within the rest area. His form had grown to 10 meters in length, his azure gold scales shimmering with an enigmatic glow under the light. Lord Dragon, this deep-sea electric eel was just airlifted in. Su Qingran pushed a meal cart toward him, the small dragon horns on her forehead glowing faintly. Since acquiring dragon blood, she discovered her physical strength and reaction speed far surpassed those of ordinary humans.
She could even hold her breath underwater for half an hour.
Lin Xiao opened his golden vertical pupils, fixing them on the 5-meter-long silver electric eel resting on the cart.
He could sense the surging bioelectricity within it. Consumed electric eel +1, evolution points +15. Current evolution points, 4,510,000. Not enough, Lin Xiao's voice boomed like ancient bells.
I need higher energy sustenance. Ever since sinking the pretty country's aircraft carrier, Lin Xiao had returned to the dragon god base to begin his frenzied devouring. At this moment, 27 days remained until the true invasion of the colossal beasts. Yet according to Lin Xiao's memories from his previous life, he recalled that around the 25-day mark, an advance force of the colossal beasts would appear. This particular group did not originate from the ocean, but from the depths of the Earth's veins. Their sudden, unannounced appearance inflicted immense damage upon the cities of China at the time. Moreover, China at that time lacked the capability to capture these beasts, ultimately allowing them to retreat back into the depths of the Earth's veins.
A prime research opportunity was squandered.
This time, Lin Xiao would not allow history to repeat itself. He intended to capture as many of these beasts alive as possible, meticulously studying their weaknesses and bodily structures. This would grant China greater advantages in foundational knowledge for future giant beast invasions. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Su Qingran replied softly, General Zhao has already notified the deep-sea fishing fleet.
My father is also researching high-energy food cultivation results should be forthcoming soon. Lin Xiao nodded slightly before saying, then bring some ordinary food for now.
Ordinary fish and shrimp were now utterly insufficient to meet his evolutionary demands. 10 pounds of fish and shrimp could yield only a trace of evolution points, but even the smallest mosquito was still meat better to eat now than later.
Su Qingran nodded. Got it.
With that, she went downstairs to prepare the ordinary fish and shrimp. Lin Xiao binged on food for 2 consecutive days. By the 25th day, his evolution points reached 9,500, and his body stretched to 20 meters in length. His dragon body undulated like mountain ranges, while the horns atop his head gleamed like jade, radiating a faint aura of authority. Over these days, Lin Xiao had no idea how many cattle, sheep, pigs, ducks, fish, shrimp, and seafood he had consumed. Thankfully, the state covered the costs, otherwise, no one could have afforded to feed him.
He now needed just 500 more points to complete his 3rd juvenile evolution. And on this day,
General Zhao, Lin Xiao murmured softly. Zhao Weiguo, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward, his voice ringing out with resolve, Lord Shenlong, your orders. The iron-blooded old general now radiated vitality. The dragon's blessing had healed his old wounds, even darkening his graying hair. Lin Xiao gently swayed his dragon tail and slowly raised his upper body. Assemble the special forces immediately.
Follow me to Yucheng. Chapter 13, live-streamed battle against the colossal beast. The entire network boils over.
3 military helicopters roared into the sky from the Dragon God base. Inside the cabin, Lin Xiao sat perched in a specially designed seat. His form had shrunk to about 5 feet tall, yet his innate aura of authority grew more palpable, as if the very air around him had solidified. General Zhao Weiguo sat opposite him, his back straight as a pine tree, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Behind him, 10 fully armed Dragon God base Special Forces operatives stood solemnly, fingers perpetually on their triggers, ready to respond to any emergency. 5 hours later, the helicopter touched down on the helipad of the Yucheng Military District Base. The moment the cabin door opened, several officers who had been waiting for some time immediately stepped forward. The middle-aged man at the head bore the rank of general on his shoulder, his face as stern as chiseled stone, his gaze sharp as a falcon's. He strode forward and saluted Zhao Weiguo with a standard military salute. General Zhao, you must be exhausted from the journey. His gaze then fell upon Lin Xiao. His pupils contracted slightly, and his breath caught. This is Major General Chen Taizhan, Commander-in-Chief of the Yucheng Defense Forces, Zhao Weiguo introduced. Chen Taizhan drew a deep breath and rendered the most precise and solemn military salute, Lord Dragon God. The Yuqing Military District has completed the full lockdown of subway lines 3 and 4 as per your orders. All residents within a 10-kilometer radius have been evacuated. His voice trembled. Not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement. As a soldier, he had fought enemies with real weapons on the frontiers, guarding the peace of the homes behind him. Now, he stood before the legendary dragon god of China. Chen Taizhan felt something burning within his chest, a profound sense of belonging and honor etched deep into his very bloodline. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his mood easing slightly. In his previous life, those colossal beasts had appeared during rush hour at Chongqing subway station. The massive crowd had resulted in thousands of casualties. This time, with his advance warning and evacuation efforts, the tragedy had been averted. Your next task is to seal off this area. Lin Xiao's voice boomed like an ancient bell, reverberating in each of their hearts. Ensure absolutely no one enters. Yes. Chen Taizhan responded with a heavy nod. Though he still couldn't fathom why the dragon god held this ordinary subway station in such high regard, a soldier's duty was to obey. Moreover, this was an order issued personally by the dragon god who protected China. Zhao Weiguo stepped forward, Lord Dragon, then we. You will accompany me into subway line 3. Lin Xiao's vertical pupils swept over each special forces soldier. Wherever his gaze fell, these iron-blooded warriors instinctively straightened their spines. There are certain battles, certain enemies, you should begin preparing for now. Additionally, prepare the live streaming equipment. The footage from here on out will be broadcast in real time. Lin Xiao intended to personally select promising special forces members from this escort unit. He would then bestow upon them the power of the dragon, transforming them into dragon kin, to forge a truly formidable elite force dedicated to defending China. This battle presented the perfect opportunity to assess the combat capabilities of the Dragon God Base's special forces. Broadcasting this battle was also Lin Xiao's deliberate effort to make the people of China aware of these potential dangers, allowing them to prepare mentally in advance. This would prevent excessive panic when the real catastrophe struck. Zhao Weiguo wasted no time, immediately turning to bark at the communications officer, set up the live streaming equipment immediately. Activate the highest grade satellite link. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Lin Xiao led the group into the subway station. Located in the southwest, Yuqing was surrounded by towering mountains and crisscrossed by intricate underground cave systems, the ideal invasion point for the Earth Vein beast. The deserted platform looked eerily foreboding under the emergency lights. The escalators had long since stopped running, leaving only the echoing footsteps of the group reverberating through the tunnel. Lin Xiao led the way, his body radiating a faint golden glow that served as a guiding beacon in the dark tunnel. Zhao Weiguo followed closely behind, with 30 special forces operatives spreading out in tactical formation. At that very moment, the live stream had barely gone live when viewership skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly surpassing the 300 million mark. Bullets of comments flooded the screen like a blizzard. Holy crap! Are they going to stream monster hunting? Lord Shenlong leading the charge himself, this is epic. I've watched that video of sinking the US carrier 10,086 times. Greetings from the people of Chongqing. No clue what's happening, but we're bowing in respect anyway. My grandpa says the Dragon Lord is cleansing us of calamity. Lord Dragon is so cool. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the Earth's depths, sending tremors through the entire tunnel. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and the rails screeched with a bone-chilling squeal. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's golden vertical pupils. It's here. Zhao Weiguo immediately pressed his communicator, prepare for battle. Lin Xiao's body began swelling at a visible pace, dazzling golden light bursting from the gaps between his scales. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, finally settling at a colossal 20 meters. The sapphire gold dragon body nearly filled the entire tunnel. Each scale was as thick and heavy as steel, while the horns atop its head gleamed like jade, radiating an oppressive aura that took one's breath away. This time, not a single one of them will escape. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the tracks 50 meters ahead suddenly exploded. Concrete fragments flew everywhere, revealing a gaping hole over 5 meters in diameter. Accompanied by a bone-chilling hiss, 3 massive, earthworm-like creatures covered in black carapaces burst forth from the ground. They possessed no eyes, their heads featuring only gaping maws filled with spiraling fangs, each stretching over 30 meters in length. Wherever they passed, steel rails twisted like noodles with effortless ease. What the hell is this? Zhao Weiguo gasped in shock. Though mentally prepared, witnessing these terrifying creatures firsthand sent a chill down the spine of this battle-hardened veteran general. The live stream exploded with reactions. Holy! Are we really fighting little monsters? What the hell kind of monster is this? An earthworm gone mad? That size, it's bigger than Lord Shenlong. So disgusting, I feel like throwing up. Look! Their slime is corroding the tracks. Lord Dragon, be careful. The Special Forces soldiers didn't flinch. They swiftly took up advantageous positions, their gun barrels all aimed squarely at the colossal beasts. These warriors were elite soldiers handpicked by Zhao Weiguo from across the entire military, each having endured the most brutal training.
Yet whatever enemy lay ahead, their gazes remained as unwavering as steel. Fire at will. Zhao Weiguo ordered. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Special armor-piercing rounds poured forth like a torrential rain, sparking a series of flashes upon the beast's body. Yet these bullets, powerful enough to pierce tank armor, could only leave shallow white marks on the beast's carapace.
Switch to incendiary rounds. Zhao Weiguo ordered decisively. A new wave of fire engulfed the three beasts in an instant. The temperature in the tunnel skyrocketed, the air itself warping from the intense heat. The beasts let out agonized screams, thrashing wildly as slime sprayed like rain. One commando's arm was accidentally splattered with the slime, instantly corroding a gaping hole through his body armor. Retreat. Alternate cover. Zhao Weiguo immediately changed tactics upon seeing this. These soldiers were China's precious assets, they couldn't be sacrificed in vain. At that moment, Lin Xiao moved. With a flick of his dragon-like body, he shot toward the lead beast like an arrow released from a bow. His dragon claws, sharp as blades, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle as he brought them down with devastating force. Chapter 14, Third Evolution. Breaking through the growth phase. 90 meters. Rip. Amidst a bone-chilling tearing sound, the giant beast's carapace was ripped open, revealing a 2-meter-long wound from which dark green blood gushed forth. Roar. The wounded beast let out a deafening roar, and the other two immediately turned and charged toward Lin Xiao. Their speed was astonishingly swift, shattering the tunnel walls like tofu upon impact. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a pillar of crimson gold flame. Dragon flame breath. The searing flames instantly engulfed the lead beast. Its armor rapidly carbonized under the intense heat. The creature thrashed wildly before crashing to the ground, transforming into a giant, fragrant roast. The live stream chat exploded. Holy! 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 What the hell just happened? I blinked, and one of those monsters just vanished? Lord Dragon is the real deal. Seeing the situation turn dire, the remaining colossal beast turned tail and tried to burrow back into its underground lair. Lin Xiao wasn't about to let it get away. With a sweep of his dragon claw, countless droplets suddenly seeped from the tunnel ceiling. These droplets swiftly coalesced into dozens of water spears, shooting toward the beast with a piercing shriek. The water spears pierced the beast's joints with pinpoint accuracy, pinning it to the ground. The beast struggled, yet could not break free from these bonds forged by absolute water control. General Zhao. Lin Xiao barked. Zhao Weiguo immediately understood and barked at the Special Forces team, apply the restraints. Capture them alive. The soldiers moved swiftly, securing the specially designed electromagnetic shackles around the beasts. With a buzzing hum, high-voltage currents surged through their bodies, finally silencing their struggles. Lin Xiao slowly shrank his form back to around 5 meters. He looked at the breathless but fiercely determined Special Forces soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Those 3 simple words brought tears to the eyes of these iron-blooded warriors. Earning the Dragon Lord's approval filled them with pride beyond any metal could ever achieve. Zhao Weiguo approached Lin Xiao and whispered, Lord Shenlong, next. Transport them back to the Dragon God base. Utilize their structure and physical characteristics. Lin Xiao gazed into the depths of the tunnel, his eyes piercing through layer upon layer of rock as if seeing into a distant future. The real battle has only just begun. Then, Lin Xiao fixed his gaze upon the colossal beast roasted by dragon flames. Its dark green blood had congealed, yet wisps of steam still rose from the cracks in its carapace. He could sense the surging energy fluctuations emanating from within this charred carcass. It was a primal force unlike any ordinary creature, originating from the depths of the earth's veins. General Zhao, fall back. Lin Xiao commanded in a deep voice. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, he suddenly opened his dragon maw, a golden red glow igniting deep within his throat. An invisible suction force lifted the 30-meter-long beast's corpse into the air. To the stunned gazes of the onlookers, the colossal creature was compressed into an energy sphere the size of a basketball before vanishing into Lin Xiao's maw. Devoured Earth Vein Centipede Level 2 Colossal Beast, gained evolution points plus 500. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He knew these colossal beasts contained immense energy. But he never imagined they could provide him with so many evolution points at once. Of course, this was only true at his current stage. Once his physique and strength evolved further, this level 2 giant beast wouldn't yield nearly as many points. Evolution points, 10,000 10,000. Proceed with evolution? At this moment, his evolution points had finally reached 10,000. He could now undergo his 3rd evolution from the juvenile stage. Lin Xiao didn't choose to evolve immediately, fearing it might cause damage to the subway station. Upon stepping outside, lead gray clouds hung thick over Yuqing's skies. Evolve. The 2 words thundered like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the world transformed. Centered on Lin Xiao, the air within a kilometer radius suddenly warped. His dragon form, originally 20 meters long, ballooned like an inflated balloon 30 meters, 50 meters, finally settling at a terrifying 80 meters.
Each scale transformed into a dark gold, its edges swirling with crimson patterns, as if molten lava surged beneath the armor. Spines grew with a series of sharp clicks, transforming into 3 rows of blade-like dorsal fins that glowed coldly in the twilight. Most astonishing were the pair of dragon horns. The once crystal clear, jade-like horns were now covered in mystical runes, their tips forked like ancient, twisted tree branches. Each sway sent out sparks of electricity. As the horns fully materialized, a pillar of violet light shot skyward, tearing open the thick clouds into a colossal vortex. Rumble! 9 bolts of thunder struck simultaneously around Lin Xiao, only to be swallowed whole by him. In an instant, the dragon's body blazed with a blinding blue light, countless electric serpents erupting from the gaps between its scales. Its dazzling radiance even outshone the sun. The Special Forces soldiers instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, yet the intense glare still stung their eyes until tears streamed down their faces. Zhao Weigui knelt on one knee, his military knife propped against the ground, his combat uniform flapping wildly in the gale. His gaze locked onto the figure within the pillar of light, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears. 10 kilometers away at the perimeter cordon, tens of thousands of onlookers suddenly erupted into commotion. "Look at the sky!" someone screamed, pointing at the pillar of light stretching from earth to sky. Within the swirling vortex of clouds, the shadowy form of a colossal dragon, stretching thousands of meters across, began to emerge. Scales and claws flashed, whiskers bristled with fury, and each breath sent thunder and lightning crashing across a 100-mile radius. Elders fell to their knees with a thud, children stared wide-eyed, and someone shouted, "May the divine dragon protect us." In an instant, a tidal wave of cheers swept through the entire city. The bullet comments were boiling over. Comment streams flashed by at speeds too fast for the naked eye to follow. Had this not been the official livestream, equipped with cutting-edge satellite technology, the system would have crashed long ago. Thousands of miles away at the Dragon God base, Su Wenbai and his team of researchers embraced each other in overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Su Qingran sat in the corner, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The pair of delicate dragon horns atop her head glowed silver, as if echoing the scene from afar. "Congratulations, host, on completing your final juvenile evolution. Current form, growing divine dragon early stage. Unlocked talents, dragon flame breath intermediate, scale rebound basic, lightning summoning basic." Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His originally golden vertical pupils now transformed into molten lava like crimson gold. An 80-meter dragon stood suspended in the air, its claws treading thunderclouds, its horns adorned with the Milky Way. "General Zhao." Lin Xiao's voice boomed like 1,000 bronze bells striking simultaneously, each syllable causing the ground to tremble. "Form the Dragon Warrior Legion immediately. I will train them personally." The old general trembled with excitement, for he understood what this signified. These warriors would gain dragon-like abilities akin to Su Qingran's. When he relayed this news through his earpiece to the Special Forces team, 30 iron-blooded men knelt in unison, their voices thunderous and united. "We swear to follow Lord Shenlong unto death." Upon returning to the Dragon God base, Lin Xiao gathered the 30 Special Forces soldiers in the central hall. They stood rigidly upright, their gazes as resolute as steel, though slightly trembling fingers betrayed their inner excitement. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes scanned each face before he spoke slowly. "You shall receive the power of the Dragon Clan. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility." He raised his dragon claw, and a single drop of golden dragon saliva glistened in midair. It then split into 30 droplets, each landing precisely on the forehead of every warrior. In that instant, blinding light erupted from their bodies. Chapter 15, Black Technology. Humanity is about to enter the mecha era. Some Special Forces members developed blue scales on their skin, others had flames dancing at their fingertips, while still others had rippling water in their eyes. Most astonishing was a burly warrior who let out a piercing howl to the heavens. A thunderstorm erupted around him, leaving scorched marks on the alloy floor of the training ground. "Thunder control?" General Zhao Weigui's eyes lit up. "Good lad." Already physically formidable, they now possessed overwhelming strength truly capable of holding their own against 10,000 soldiers. Lin Xiao was reasonably satisfied. After devising a training regimen based on his past life's knowledge, he left General Zhao Weigui to oversee their drills. As for him, he continued to feast and drink heartily. He had now reached the second stage, the growth phase. To achieve the next breakthrough in this growth phase, he needed 20,000 evolution points. This was no small sum. Now, ordinary fish and shrimp were becoming increasingly ineffective for him. Roughly 100 pounds would yield only a trace of evolution points. Therefore, he must hurry to complete his devouring. Defeating those earth-vein behemoths this time seemed simple, but it was actually the result of Lu Chan's relentless efforts over 5 days to devour them. Otherwise, those 3 earth-vein beasts would have been formidable foes. Lin Xiao glanced toward the laboratory, where 2 restrained beasts were undergoing scans. Su Qingran jogged over. "Lord Shenlong, father says research on these beasts will be completed within 5 days at the latest." Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. He then turned his full attention to the mountain-sized deep-sea electric eel before him. Meanwhile, international news feeds were exploding with reports. Multiple incidents had occurred overseas where either subterranean colossal beasts or deep-sea monsters had launched surprise attacks on cities, causing severe damage. Live footage from Sakura Nation showed an octopus-like colossus wrapping its tentacles around skyscrapers, while self-defense force missiles only managed to leave shallow craters on its skin. A reporter shouted hoarsely, "The third shelter has fallen. Death toll exceeds 100,000. The camera began to shake as heart-wrenching cries rose from the rubble. Alas, there was no light in this world. No one could save the citizens of Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, the headlines from Kimchi Nation were even more shocking. Half the capital collapses. Beautiful nation military base attacked by giant monsters. No wonder their capital was so small that a handful of giant beasts could easily overrun it. On screen, 5 giant armored insects gnawed at the ruins of the Blue House. American F-22s circled the sky, but their occasional missile strikes only paused the monsters momentarily. A blood-soaked reporter screamed into the camera, "Where is our military?" The next second, he was buried beneath a collapsing billboard. Other nations faced equally dire situations, with cries of despair echoing everywhere. Meanwhile, footage of the Chinese dragon slaying the behemoth surfaced online. In the footage, Lin Xiao's claw tearing apart the colossal beast played in slow motion 4K HD, accompanied by a thrilling soundtrack that sent chills down every viewer's spine. A comment with over 1 million likes read, "Didn't Korea claim the divine dragon was theirs? Why aren't they shouting now? Dog head emoji." A reply below, "They're too busy delivering kimchi to the US military base, claiming it can ward off monsters, laughing crying emoji." The Kimchi Nation's forums are completely shattered. Meanwhile, in the Chinese livestream chat, viewers gleefully ran with the meme. Suggest Korea apply for UNESCO heritage status for the giant monster, then they can claim it's part of their traditional culture. Just saw Korea's trending topics died laughing. They really sent a truckload of kimchi to the US military. Breaking news. Kimchi Nation experts claim the giant beasts don't eat spicy food, hence the failure, lol. Though furious, Korea had no time to dwell on it, throwing everything they had at the giant beasts appearing in their capital. Fortunately, these beasts were merely the vanguard and soon withdrew on their own. This finally gave Kimchi Nation and other nations a moment to catch their breath. 20 days remain until the giant beasts invade. Above the dragon god base, torrential rain poured down. Lin Xiao stretched his 80-meter-long dragon body, weaving through the leaden gray clouds. Dark golden scales crackled with sparks of lightning, each tail flick causing the rain curtain within a 10-mile radius to tremble violently. Summon lightning. With a dragon's roar, a purple thunderbolt descended from the heavens, coalescing into a dazzling orb at the tip of its horn. He gazed with satisfaction at the thunderball, brimming with destructive energy. The control over natural elements possessed by a growing divine dragon was indeed far superior to that of a juvenile. Below, on the training grounds, 30 dragon warriors drilled relentlessly in the downpour. In just 5 days, these warriors had mastered dragon abilities. Combined with their special forces tactical training, their combat effectiveness had increased exponentially. Lord Divine Dragon. At that moment, Su Wenbai's voice crackled through the communicator. Lin Xiao shrank his form and landed at the institute's entrance. Su Wenbai's face was flushed crimson, his white lab coat stained with suspicious green slime, his eyes gleaming with an almost frightening intensity. Lord Shunlong. We've decoded the Earth Vein Colossus's biological structure. It's incredible. You absolutely must see this. Lin Xiao shrank to 3 meters in length and followed Su Wenbai through the sterilization corridor. In the laboratory center, the remains of 2 colossal beasts were secured to a specialized platform. One had been completely dissected, its carapace dissected into hundreds of specimens like an art exhibit. The other remained alive, yet immobilized by 30 alloy steel spikes piercing its joints. Molecular scans reveal the giant beast's carapace defense mechanisms far exceed our expectations. Su Wenbai projected a holographic display showing slow-motion footage of bullets striking the carapace. Upon impact, the nanostructure of the carapace instantly reorganizes, dispersing shockwaves across its entire surface. Even more astonishing is its heat resistance. A 3000 C plasma flame burning for 10 minutes only carbonized 0.3 millimeters of the surface. Our tests confirm its carapace can withstand 3 direct hits from anti-tank missiles. Its brain structure is also unique. It appears to lack pain receptors but possesses an organ secreting pheromones similar to an ant queen. We suspect these colossal beasts are hive-mind organisms, and this one might be a worker class. Su Wenbai rattled off the research findings from the past few days. Lin Xiao abruptly cut him off. Have you considered using this material to build mechs? The lab fell instantly silent. Su Wenbai's lips began to tremble. Mechs? Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. In his previous life, he had been a mech pilot, and the original materials for mechs had indeed been sourced from the shells of these colossal beasts. Only, in that past life, mech research hadn't advanced this quickly. In this life, he could fully utilize the mecha design stored in his memories to accelerate the research. Lin Xiao raised his forepaw, and 3 liquid metal-like halos appeared at his fingertips. The halos twisted and warped in midair, gradually solidifying into three thin, metal plates as delicate as cicada wings, their surfaces covered in intricate patterns. What is this? Su Wenbai cautiously touched the metal plates, discovering that the patterns were actually three-dimensional engraved engineering blueprints. After scrutinizing them for a moment, his fingers suddenly began trembling violently. He snapped his head up, his eyes widening to their limits. Lord Shenlong, this technology is at least 20 years ahead of modern science. 30 years, Lin Xiao corrected. These were blueprints he'd encountered during his service in the Mecha Corps in his previous life, never imagining they'd become groundbreaking black technology now. In truth, the blueprints Lin Xiao had produced weren't even the most advanced ones. Mecha development required a step-by-step approach. For these people building mechs for the first time, starting with the most advanced designs would be too difficult and unsuitable for their initial training. Lin Xiao planned to wait until they could proficiently forge this set of mechs before introducing more advanced designs. Convene an emergency meeting immediately. I need to discuss this in person with the military engineering experts. Su Wenbai had already pressed the emergency assembly button. He gestured excitedly like a child. Old Zhang. Quickly notify Academician Li from the Military Industry Department. And Professor Wang from Materials Science. Bring General Zhao too. Tell them humanity is about to enter the Mecha era. Chapter 16, The Traitor of China's Past Life, Judgment in This Life. 15 minutes later, the spherical conference room deep within the base was packed to capacity. Over 50 of China's top scientists were crammed together. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the central holographic projection. The three blueprints provided by Lin Xiao slowly rotated. As they studied the blueprints before them, a heated debate erupted. The torrential rain continued to rage outside the windows, but the heat inside the conference room rivaled that of a furnace. Lin Xiao observed this group of human scholars consumed by fervor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The tragedies of the past would not repeat themselves. In this lifetime, China would possess the mightiest dragon warriors and the most advanced mecha legions. It was easy to imagine, if the most formidable dragon warriors piloted the most advanced mechs, their combat power would increase exponentially. Lin Xiao slipped away quietly, not disturbing their discussion. Outside the room, Su Qingran sat alone by the windowsill, chin resting on her knees, gazing through the rain curtain into the distance. What are you looking at? Lin Xiao's voice was low and gentle. Su Qingran startled, quickly rising to her feet, cheeks flushing slightly. Your dragon majesty. How did you come here? Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, his dragon whiskers swaying gently. Actually, I rather like the name Xiaomo. The words pierced the gloom like a ray of sunlight, instantly brightening Su Qingran's eyes. Lately, she'd felt the divine dragon growing increasingly distant, as if standing on a cloud, unreachable. But this single sentence made her feel as though Xiao Mo had never left her side. A faint smile touched Su Qingran's lips, revealing a dimple. Lin Xiao gazed out the window. Amid the torrential downpour, 30 dragon warriors continued their training. Their figures flickered in and out of view through the curtain of rain, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Do you want to become like them? Lin Xiao asked suddenly. Su Qingran paused, then nodded vigorously, her voice firm. I do. Lin Xiao turned his head, raised his dragon claw, and gently tapped Su Qingran's forehead. A pure force surged into her body like a warm current, coursing through her meridians before converging at her heart, where it crystallized into a brilliant golden speck of light. You are the first dragon human I have initiated. You should set an example. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Use this power well and become the person you wish to be. With that, he turned and walked away. Su Qingran watched his retreating figure, her heart churning like a stormy sea. She silently vowed to grow strong enough to stand beside Lord Shenlong and fight alongside him. The mecha research discussions continued in full swing. Everyone debated fiercely, determined to complete the mecha design that very day. Meanwhile, several new scientists from the Military Industry Department had arrived, filling the room with a lively buzz. Lin Xiao glanced around and prepared to leave. But then, a familiar figure of a middle-aged man suddenly caught his eye. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze locking onto the middle-aged man. Dressed in a white lab coat indistinguishable from the other researchers and wearing black-rimmed glasses, he was bent over recording data, appearing focused and humble. But Lin Xiao would never forget that face. Zhang Mingyuan, a core member of the early Huaxia mecha project in his previous life, and its greatest traitor. In his previous life, it was Zhang who had conspired with several fellow mecha researchers to steal design blueprints and materials before defecting to the United States, inflicting devastating losses and costs upon China. Lin Xiao's gaze grew icy as his eyes scanned the crowd, quickly spotting another familiar figure. Li Shui, the materials science expert, a key figure who defected alongside Zhang Mingyuan in his previous life. She stood in a corner now, her fingers swiping rapidly across a tablet, seemingly calculating something. General Zhao, Lin Xiao's deep voice rumbled like a distant thunderclap. Zhao Weigua arrived swiftly. After hearing Lin Xiao's brief explanation, the iron-blooded general's expression darkened instantly, his face as grim as steel. He despised traitors even more than Lin Xiao did, especially those scum who fed off their homeland only to betray it.
I'll take men in immediately. Zhao Weiguo gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao shook his head, lifting his dragon claw hand. No need. I'll handle this personally. You just lead your men to surround the room. Had he remained human in this lifetime, he might have hesitated longer before exposing the traitor so swiftly. But in this life, he was a dragon. A divine dragon of Huaxia. There was no need to dwell on trivialities. His word was law. No proof was needed. Others would believe it whether they wanted to or not. The next moment, the conference room door burst open. A chilling aura swept through the room like a frigid blast. 30 fully armed dragon warriors streamed in, surrounding the entire room so tightly not a single person could move. The scientists looked up in shock, their murmurs abruptly silenced. Su Wenbai stood up, his face filled with confusion. Lord Shenlong, what's happening? Lin Xiao offered no reply, his gaze shifting toward Zhang Mingyuan and Li Shui in the corner. The two seemed to sense something, their expressions suddenly tensing. Zhang Mingyuan, Li Shui, why betray your homeland? Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it thundered through the conference room like a bolt of lightning. The entire room fell silent in an instant, as if the very air had frozen solid. All eyes turned to the pair in unison. As Shenlong. What are you saying? How could I possibly betray my country? Zhang Mingyuan forced a smile, though his voice trembled noticeably. Li Shui's reaction was even more intense. She leapt to her feet. Lord Shenlong, this must be some kind of misunderstanding. My loyalty to the motherland is as clear as day. Lin Xiao did not respond immediately, instead slowly approaching them. The dragon's body radiated an invisible pressure that forced the pair to retreat involuntarily until their backs hit the wall, leaving them with nowhere to go. A misunderstanding? Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of scorn. Zhang Mingyuan, Li Shui, do you think I'm unaware of your underhanded dealings? Zhao Weiguo's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. Lord Shenlong would never accuse the innocent. What exactly have you done? Su Wenbai stood nearby, his face frozen in shock and disbelief. This can't be. Professor Zhang and Dr. Li are our most trusted colleagues. The other scientists in the conference room began to stir. Some wore expressions of doubt, while others glared at the two with fury. Lin Xiao's dragon tail swayed gently as his gaze burned like fire. Zhang Mingyuan, for the past 3 months, you have been secretly meeting with agents from the United States. You promised to leak our latest mecha technology to them in exchange for enormous sums of money and immigration status. Zhang Mingyuan's pupils contracted sharply, his lips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a word. As for you, Li Shui, Lin Xiao turned to the female researcher. You present yourself as a patriotic scholar, but in reality, you've long been turned. You exploited your position to steal multiple classified technical documents, intending to hand them over to your contact at the International Academic Conference in 3 days. Am I correct? Li Shui's face drained of color instantly. She instinctively reached for her handbag, but a dragon warrior swiftly pinned her arm down. Zhao Weiguo strode forward, snatched her handbag, and violently ripped it open. Inside, alongside routine research notes, lay a miniature storage device. This is... Zhao Weiguo inserted the storage device into the conference room terminal. The screen immediately displayed numerous files marked top secret. They included the latest mecha blueprints, material formulas, and even detailed reports on dragon warrior training programs. The conference room erupted in an uproar. My God! They really betrayed the motherland. These are all top secret documents. No wonder the test data leaked last time. You bastards! We trusted you so much. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly collapsed to his knees in a fit of despair, tears streaming down his face. I was forced. They kidnapped my daughter overseas and threatened me if I didn't cooperate, they'd. Shut up! Li Shui abruptly cut him off, screaming hysterically. How dare they? We've sacrificed so much for China, yet we get less than a fraction of what the pretty country offers. We just want what we deserve. Her eyes flashed with madness as she spoke. You think having Shenlong makes you invincible? The pretty country's Dragon Slayer project is already underway. Sooner or later, you'll. Her words trailed off. Zhao Weiguo lunged forward in a single stride, delivering a karate chop to the side of her neck that knocked her unconscious. Chapter 17, Indians invading the border? Who gave them the guts? Take them away. Interrogate them thoroughly. Zhao Weiguo roared, and several dragon warriors immediately dragged the two away. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone was too stunned by this sudden turn of events to speak. Su Wenbai seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his back hunched as he muttered, "It's my fault. I should have noticed sooner." Lin Xiao shook his head gently. Human hearts are unpredictable. It's not your fault. He surveyed the room, his voice steady and resolute. Let today's events serve as a lesson to all. China faces an unprecedented crisis, making unity more crucial than ever. The scholars nodded in unison, the shock in their eyes gradually giving way to resolve. Now, Lin Xiao's dragon tail flickered lightly. Let us resume our earlier discussion. Time is short. The scientists gradually recovered from their shock, the anger in their eyes giving way to resolve.
A white-haired senior academician rose to his feet, his voice ringing with conviction.
Lord Shenlong is correct. We cannot afford to waste any more time. We must swiftly transform these technologies into tangible combat capabilities. Yes. We must make those enemies coveting China understand, traitors will perish and China shall rise.
The atmosphere in the conference room grew fervent once more, now brimming with even greater resolve than before. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. He knew that after this incident, the scientists' unity would grow stronger and their work efficiency would soar. As for those two traitors, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. He would make the entire world witness the consequences of betraying China. Zhao Weiguo followed behind, whispering, Lord Shenlong, the interrogation has begun.
Are you planning to personally? It is unnecessary.
Lin Xiao replied indifferently, proceed according to military law.
What concerns me more is whether they've already leaked critical information.
Understood. I will investigate thoroughly. Zhao Weiguo solemnly pledged. Also, enhance security at the base. Lin Xiao instructed Zhao Weiguo.
Conduct background checks on all personnel with access to core classified information.
Yes, Lord Shenlong. Lin Xiao gazed out at the torrential rain, his dragon whiskers gently swaying. With less than 20 days until the full-scale invasion of the colossal beasts, he had to seize every single moment. This recent traitor incident served as a stark reminder. While external enemies were indeed terrifying, internal parasites were equally formidable. Lin Xiao raised his dragon claw, summoning a translucent list that hovered in the air. The list was densely packed with names, some marked with dates, locations, and crimes. General Zhao, Lin Xiao said calmly. Zhao Weiguo, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward, his back straight as a pine tree. Lord Shenlong, your orders. Lin Xiao gently pushed the list toward Zhao Weiguo. These individuals will betray Huaxia in the future. Zhao Weiguo took the list, his eyes swiftly scanning its contents. His brow furrowed, yet his eyes held not a trace of doubt. In his mind, Lord Shenlong was all-knowing and all-powerful. Knowing about traitors was only natural. The weight of this list was immense. Zhao Weiguo solemnly tucked the list away, his voice firm and resolute. I will immediately assign personnel to monitor these individuals. Their schemes shall not succeed. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Go make the arrangements. Yes, sir. Zhao Weiguo executed a military salute with precision before turning and striding away. Lin Xiao watched him depart before returning his focus to devouring the mountain of deep-sea electric eels before him. With each bite, his evolution points slowly increased. Though the efficiency was not what it once was, little by little, it added up. 2 days later, Lin Xiao's evolution points barely reached 5,000. He summoned the system interface and scrutinized his status. Name, Lin Xiao. Species, Divine Dragon Growth Stage. Height, 80 meters adjustable. Weight, 20,000 kilograms. Form, Standard. Special organs, none. Innate abilities, Dragon's Dread Basic, Scaled Armor Hardening Basic, Dragon Flame Breath Intermediate, Absolute Water Control Basic, Dragon's Blessing Basic, Cloud Riding Basic, Scaled Armor Deflection Basic, Lightning Summoning Basic. Evolution points, 5,000 20,000. Time to first giant beast invasion, 18 days 6 hours. Lin Xiao assessed his current strength, estimating it to be roughly equivalent to that of a level 4 giant beast. Giant beasts were classified into levels 1 to 9, with the strongest ever recorded in his previous life reaching only level 7. Based on the strength tiers of those beasts from his previous life, Lin Xiao determined he likely possessed the power of a level 4 colossus. Giant beasts were categorized into 9 tiers, with tier 1 being the weakest and tier 9 the strongest. The most powerful beasts that appeared in his previous life were only around level 7. According to estimates from his previous life in China, an 8th level colossus could destroy an entire planet. A 9th level colossus could even annihilate an entire galaxy. Lin Xiao estimated that upon reaching maturity, he might rival a level 7 colossus. At that point, China would have no immediate threats for the foreseeable future. Just as he prepared to continue devouring, Zhao Weiguo rushed in, his expression grave. Lord Shenlong, urgent border report. The kingdom of Tianzhu has suddenly mobilized its armies and is invading our southwestern frontier. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed. Tianzhu? He had expected the United States, South Korea, and Japan to make their moves covertly during this period, but he hadn't anticipated India losing its patience so soon. Tianzhu's invasion of the Huaxia border had occurred in his previous life as well. But not at this time. In his previous life, the border conflict erupted after the giant beast invasion. Back then, the Indian invaders sought to seize border territories while China was in chaos. He never imagined it would happen so much earlier now. Perhaps his emergence had granted China the divine dragon, altering the course of history, prompting India to act now. This could be considered a form of butterfly effect. But who exactly gave them the audacity? With China's own ruler firmly in place, they still dared to invade the border. Truly audacious. It seems the Indian Empire truly lives up to its nickname, the Three Kingdoms of A. No matter where they are, they're forever blind to their own strength.
Lin Xiao sneered coldly, Tianzhu Kingdom is in quite a hurry.
Zhao Weiguo stated solemnly, after deliberation, the military command has determined that deploying firearms to provoke large-scale conflict is inadvisable at this time.
We plan to dispatch dragon warriors to handle the situation.
Lin Xiao nodded slightly, slowly rising to his full dragon form.
I shall accompany you.
A flicker of delight crossed Zhao Weiguo's eyes. With the divine dragon lord commanding our forces, victory is assured. Lin Xiao remarked indifferently, I'll see just who gave them the audacity. Moments later, 3 military helicopters roared into the sky from the Dragon God base, racing toward the southwestern border.
Inside the cabin,
Zhao Weiguo sat opposite Lin Xiao, his tablet displaying the latest intelligence from the border. Lord Shenlong, India has deployed 3 mountain divisions equipped with newly procured American gear, along with their so-called Divine Bull Assault Squad.
Zhao Weiguo's tone carried disdain. Their commander is Singh, an extreme nationalist who has repeatedly declared in public his intent to reclaim lost territories. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly, nothing but a clown.
2 hours later, the helicopter touched down at the border military base. The base was already on high alert, with fully armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. A middle-aged officer with a star on his shoulder strode forward and saluted Zhao Weiguo.
General Zhao.
His gaze then fell upon Lin Xiao. His pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately dropped to one knee. Lord Shenlong. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod.
What is the situation?
The officer rose to his feet, his voice booming, reporting to Lord Shenlong. The Indian forces have crossed the line of actual control by 10 kilometers. Our troops are maintaining a defensive posture for now, awaiting further orders. Lin Xiao gazed at the distant snow-capped mountains, a cold gleam flashing in his dragon eyes.
Take me to the front lines.
10 minutes later, Lin Xiao and Zhao Weiguo ascended a high vantage point, surveying the entire battlefield below.
Chapter 18, Su Qingran transforms into a dragon attendant, forming the Dragon Scale Guard.
Several kilometers away in the valley below, Indian tanks and armored vehicles swarmed like ants, while soldiers hastily erected makeshift fortifications.
Ha 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 ha.
Standing atop an armored vehicle, Indian Commander Singh bellowed through a megaphone.
Chinese. See this?
These are our national treasures. Before our overwhelming firepower, your little snake is utterly insignificant.
The Indian soldiers cheered in unison, their morale soaring. Zhao Weiguo's face darkened. What fools! These are all obsolete pieces of equipment we discarded long ago.
How dare they spout such nonsense? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, nothing but uncivilized beasts. He suddenly soared into the air, his form instantly reverting to an 80-meter colossus. His lapis blue scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, while the runes on his dragon horns blazed with blinding golden light.
A colossal dragon's might swept across the entire battlefield.
The cheers of the Indian army abruptly fell silent. Commander Singh's face drained of color as the megaphone in his hand clattered to the ground.
How? How is this possible? That dragon. It actually exists?
Lin Xiao hovered mid-air, his dragon tail swaying gently as his voice thundered across the heavens. Tianzhu, you are courting your own destruction. Singh forced himself to steady his voice, bellowing, kill that dragon. The Indian soldiers on the ground snapped out of their daze. Tank barrels swung into position, unleashing a barrage of howling shells.
Facing the overwhelming barrage, Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon maw opened wide. Boom!
A torrent of crimson gold dragonfire erupted, instantly detonating every incoming shell. The exploding flames merged into a continuous inferno in the sky, yet failed to harm Lin Xiao in the slightest. Then, Lin Xiao soared through the clouds, arriving above the temporary encampment of the Tianzhu Kingdom. He held nothing back, channeling his dragon power to its fullest.
In an instant, the skies darkened.
Clouds within a 10-mile radius gathered frantically, forming a colossal vortex. Lightning flashed from Lin Xiao's dragon horns, echoing the thunder in the heavens.
Summon the thunder.
With a dragon's roar, 9 purple bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, all converging upon Lin Xiao's dragon horns. His entire dragon form was enveloped in blinding lightning, resembling the thunder god descending to earth. Boom! A thunderbolt pillar over 10 meters in diameter roared forth, instantly piercing through the Indian bastion he believed impregnable, reducing it to dust. Impossible, impossible. Commander Singh collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the divine dragon of China soaring through the sky. Lin Xiao looked down upon the Indian army below, his voice booming like the wrath of heaven. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. As the dragon's roar echoed, 30 dragon warriors, already lying in ambush on the flanks, charged forth like tigers descending a mountain.
Some commanded fire, others wielded thunder, while still others possessed immense strength.
They swept through the Indian ranks as if entering an empty field. Tanks were overturned barehanded, armored vehicles reduced to scrap by thunderbolts, and soldiers fled in panic, their ranks utterly shattered.
Within a mere 20 minutes, the battle ended. All 3 mountain divisions of the Indian army were annihilated, their survivors fleeing back across the border, abandoning their armor and helmets.
Commander Singh was captured alive, his face ashen.
Along the border, the Chinese national flag fluttered fiercely in the wind. Lin Xiao hovered high above, his dragon-like presence commanding awe. This battle was not broadcast live but instead posted as a video on the official Huaxia account. The entire internet was once again shaken. People mocked the Indian nation for its overreach. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already returned to the dragon god base. Dealing with the Indian nation was as easy as eating and drinking for him, presenting not the slightest challenge. They were nothing but a bunch of clowns. At the dragon god base training grounds, the setting sun dyed the clouds a golden red. Lin Xiao sat coiled by the central pool, his dragon tail gently swaying, sending up fine splashes of water. He had just finished a devouring session, accumulating 6,000 evolution points. Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed down the corridor. Lin Xiao looked up. Su Qingran stood at the edge of the light and shadow. She wore a modified white training uniform, its sleeves fluttering without wind. Her once shoulder-length black hair now cascaded to her waist, the tips glowing with a faint azure radiance, as if bathed in moonlight. Most striking were the crystalline dragon horns on her forehead. What had once been thumb-sized protrusions had grown to over 3 inches, branching like antlers. Her entire aura had taken on a more ethereal quality. Lord Dragon. Su Qingran performed an ancient ritual, pressing her right hand to her heart while forming a seal with her left. This was the audience ritual preserved in the Dragon clan's ancestral memories, a rite no one should have known. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly. You've awakened your bloodline memories? Su Qingran nodded, her eyes now a pale gold with fine scales emerging at the corners. Last night, I dreamed of the sea turning into fields. When I awoke, a fragment of memory had entered my mind. Her voice had grown ethereal, carrying a peculiar resonance. Lin Xiao noticed faint dragon scale patterns emerging on the side of her neck, extending all the way to her wrist. This wasn't merely a sign of dragon transformation, it was the harbinger of primordial fusion. She was evolving into a true dragon descendant. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He had previously bestowed a thread of primordial power upon her, and it seemed she had fully assimilated it. Come here. Lin Xiao extended his dragon claw. Su Qingran approached slowly, her toes hovering 3 inches above the ground as mist automatically lifted her. She halted a meter from Lin Xiao, suddenly dropping to one knee as her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Qingran pledges to serve as your dragon attendant. Su Qingran held a crystallized soul crystal in both hands, the dragon clan's symbol of allegiance. With my soul as your lamp, I shall illuminate your path. With my blood as your shield, I shall protect the might of your scales and claws. Lin Xiao stared intently at the soul crystal. His dragon claw tapped the crystal lightly, and a golden light pierced Su Qingran's brow. The contract is established. As Lin Xiao declared this, blinding silver light suddenly erupted from Su Qingran's body. Her form gradually rose into the air, her hair moving without wind. Fine scales spread from her neck across her entire body. Finally, a layer of translucent dragon scale armor crystallized on her skin, shimmering with iridescent light like moonlit glass. Her pupils transformed completely into vertical slits. Wherever her gaze fell, moisture in the air crystallized into tiny ice crystals, refracting iridescent colors in the sunlight. What is this? Su Qingran looked down at her hands, feeling the surging power within her. It felt as though a river surged through her veins, each heartbeat resonating with a dragon's roar. A flicker of approval passed through Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. The dragon servant contract has unlocked your bloodline's potential. From this day forward, you are not only a dragon descendant but also my proxy. Su Qingran knelt on one knee, her voice as resolute as metal striking stone. Qingran swears allegiance to the divine dragon until death. 3 days later, on the central plaza of the dragon god base, 1,000 elite warriors stood solemnly in formation. They were the elite of the entire army, each forged through trials of blood and fire. Now, their gazes turned as one toward the elevated platform. There stood Su Qingran, with Lin Xiao coiled behind her like a mountain. Lin Xiao's dragon form had returned to its colossal 80-meter stature, its dark golden scales gleaming with a cold, sharp luster under the sunlight. His voice rolled like thunder across the sky as he spoke. Today, I shall bestow upon you the power of the dragon. But remember, power is not glory, but responsibility. Su Qingran stepped forward, the dragon horn between her brows glowing brightly. With a wave of her hand, 1,000 droplets of golden dragon's saliva suspended in the air, each landing precisely upon the brow of every warrior. In an instant, the square erupted in blinding light. Some developed blue scales across their skin, their arms transforming into dragon claws. Others were enveloped in fiery flames, sparks dancing at their hairtips. Zhao Weigua stood nearby, his fierce eyes brimming with tears. These warriors would become the sharpest swords of Huaxia. And the smith who forged them was none other than the divine dragon. Su Qingran leapt to the edge of the high platform, her voice clear as a spring. From this day forward, you are no longer ordinary warriors, you are the dragon scale guard. Our mission is to uphold the will of the divine dragon and defend every inch of China's territory. 1,000 voices roared in unison, their shouts shaking the heavens. We swear to follow the divine dragon to the death. We swear to defend China to the death. Chapter 19, Taking the Initiative. Searching for the giant beast of Changbai Mountain. Day 15 of the Giant Beast Invasion Countdown.
Lin Xiao's evolution points had reached 11,000. He needed 9,000 more to break through to the next stage, and his body had officially reached 100 meters in length. When fully deployed, he could literally block out the sky and sun. Yet Lin Xiao felt little joy, only a sense of melancholy. Though his increased size bolstered his strength and power, devouring ordinary fish and shrimp now yielded far fewer evolution points. Now, it took nearly 100 gene to gain a single evolution point.
2,000 gene a full ton could only yield 20 evolution points.
Even if he consumed 10 tons daily, he could gain only about 200 points at most. The military had even begun hunting whales and other large marine creatures, but even a single whale could only yield a maximum of 50 evolution points at a time.
Moreover, whales weren't caught daily, one could be captured roughly every 3 days.
At this rate, completing the next evolution would take at least 10 more days.
This efficiency was far too slow. Although Su Wenbai had been researching high-energy foods, the results remained negligible.
The energy available from Earth's existing lifeforms was simply limited. No matter how much he researched, the ceiling was set, making breakthroughs extremely difficult. Lin Xiao couldn't help but recall the experience of devouring that Earth Vein Colossus. A single Earth Vein Colossus could provide 500 points of life energy. Capturing more beasts was the only way to accelerate the evolution process. In truth, within the remaining 15 days, another wave of vanguard beasts would invade. But by then, the full-scale invasion would already be underway. Lin Xiao refused to wait. He resolved to take the offensive. At that moment, the sensor door by the pool slid open silently as Su Qingran entered, carrying a specially crafted tray. The dragon horns on her forehead had grown to 5 inches, crystalline and jade-like, shimmering with a faint halo under the light. Her modified white training suit outlined a slender yet powerful figure. As she walked, her toes hovered 3 inches above the ground, supported by an automatic mist. Lord Shenlong, this is the deep-sea electric eel just delivered. It's been specially cultivated, with energy levels 3 times that of ordinary electric eels.
Su Qingran's voice carried an ethereal quality, echoing with a peculiar resonance.
Lin Xiao glanced down at the 3-meter-long silver electric eel on the tray and opened his mouth to inhale it. Consume special grade electric eel +1, evolution points +30. Still not enough. Lin Xiao flicked his dragon tail, sending water splashing everywhere. I need food with higher energy. Su Qingran's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry flickering in her pale golden vertical pupils. Father's research team is already attempting genetic modification, but a breakthrough in the short term seems unlikely. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head, his dragon whiskers stirring without wind. No need to wait. Where is Zhao Weigua? General Zhao is overseeing the dragon scale guards at the training grounds, Su Qingran replied.
Shall I summon him?
No. I'll go myself. At the training grounds, 30 dragon scale guards were engaged in combat drills.
Some controlled fire, others commanded thunder, while some possessed immense strength. Every movement displayed power far surpassing that of ordinary men.
Zhao Weigua stood at the sidelines, his back straight as a pine tree, his eyes filled with satisfaction.
General Zhao.
Lin Xiao's voice made Zhao Weigua spin around abruptly.
Lord Shenlong.
Zhao Weigua immediately rendered a perfect military salute.
Why have you come in person? Lin Xiao's dragon eyes swept over the warriors on the training ground. How is their training progressing? Reporting to your excellency, Lord Shenlong.
Zhao Weigua's voice boomed. These young men have mastered the use of dragon power. Combined with their special forces' tactical skills, their combat effectiveness far surpasses that of conventional troops. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction.
Excellent.
Prepare immediately. Take all the dragon scale guards with you and accompany me to Changbai Mountain.
Zhao Weigua froze. Mount Changbai? Is something happening there? Didn't you discover those giant footprints on Changbai Mountain?
Lin Xiao replied calmly, those are the footprints of the Earth Vein Colossus. Rather than waiting for the beast to invade, we should strike first. It will also give the dragon scale guards valuable combat experience. Zhao Weigua's eyes lit up instantly. Your excellency is truly wise. I'll make the arrangements immediately. His expression radiated sheer excitement. After all, other nations were scrambling to avoid these colossal beasts. Yet here in Huaxia, we're proactively seeking them out. The difference in strength was plain for all to see. A powerful sense of pride welled up within him. Watching Zhao Weigua's hastening retreat, Su Qingran asked softly, Lord Shenlong, may I join this mission as well? Lin Xiao turned to look at her, golden light swirling in his dragon eyes. You are the first dragon attendant I have enlightened. Naturally, you shall accompany us. This real combat will serve as a fitting test of your growth. Su Qingran brightened, her face breaking into a smile. Yes. This journey to Changbai Mountain wasn't solely for Lin Xiao's own evolution through absorption. He genuinely intended to train these warriors. Moreover, slaying those colossal beasts would yield their outer armor, which could be forged into mecha. With his mecha technology, it wouldn't take long for China's scientists to develop combat-ready mechs. But giant beast exoskeletons were still scarce now, far from sufficient to support large-scale mecha production. If this expedition went smoothly, he should be able to bring back a significant quantity of giant beast exoskeletons. 3 hours later, 3 military transport aircraft roared into the sky from the Dragon God base, racing northeastward. Inside the cabin, 30 fully armed dragon scale guards sat solemnly. They wore specially designed combat suits capable of withstanding extreme heat and moderate impact. Each soldier's weapon had undergone special modifications, incorporating materials extracted from giant beast armor to greatly enhance their destructive power. Zhao Weiguo sat in the front row, his tablet displaying topographic maps of the Changbai Mountain region and the latest anomaly reports. Lord Shenlong, satellite monitoring indicates an abnormal drop in water levels at Changbai Mountain's Tianqi Lake recently, accompanied by frequent minor earthquakes in the surrounding area. Zhao Weiguo reported, the geological survey team has also discovered massive tunnel traces at the bottom of the lake. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. The earth vein beasts are gnawing at the weak points of the crust, preparing for a large-scale invasion. A young dragon scale guard warrior couldn't help but ask, Lord Dragon, what exactly are these beasts? Why have they suddenly appeared on Earth? The cabin fell silent as every ear perked up. This was the very question that had troubled them for so long. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, his dragon tail swaying gently. We may soon have an answer to that question. Truthfully, he didn't know either. He only knew these beasts had 3 possible origins. The first were aquatic beasts from undersea rifts. The second were icebound behemoths from prehistoric glacial layers. The third were subterranean giants crawling up from the depths of the Earth's veins. But how exactly were they created? Why did they appear on Earth? These questions remained unanswered for Lin Xiao, as humanity in his previous life had never unraveled them either. 5 hours later, the transport aircraft touched down at the Changbai Mountain military base. Base Commander Li Yan had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lin Xiao emerge from the cabin, this iron-willed man was so excited his fingers trembled. Lord Shenlong. The Changbai Mountain military district stands fully prepared. Li Yan rendered a crisp military salute, his voice booming. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, and his form began to expand. He finally stabilized at a length of about 50 meters, a size more convenient for maneuvering through the mountain forests. Report the situation, Lin Xiao commanded. Li Yan immediately projected a holographic display, revealing a 3-dimensional map of the Changbai Mountain region. 3 days ago, our patrol discovered this on the western slope of Changbai Mountain. Chapter 20, Earth Fiend Centipede. Tier 3 Colossal Beast. The projection zoomed in, revealing a colossal footprint over 10 meters in diameter on the ground. Its shape resembled that of a centipede's track, magnified countless times. Georadar scans indicate a massive cavern system approximately 300 meters underground, with multiple life signals detected within. Li Yan continued, we attempted to drill a passageway, but the drill bit was severed the moment it descended, bitten off by some kind of creature. Golden light flared intensely in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. Prepare the ground-penetrating bombs. I'm going down personally to meet these beasts. Lord Dragon, this is far too dangerous. Li Yan blurted out. The subterranean environment is complex. What if? It matters not, Lin Xiao cut him off. Dragons are the spirits of heaven and earth, how could we fear the earth's veins? Zhao Weiguo stepped forward, Lord Dragon, permit the dragon scale guards to accompany you. Lin Xiao scanned the warriors, seeing the burning resolve in their eyes, and slowly nodded. Agreed. But remember, your primary mission is to collect giant beast samples. Do not engage in combat rashly. Yes, sir. 30 warriors responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the hangar. 1 hour later, on the western slope of Mount Changbai, the burrowing bomb detonated at the designated location. The ground shook violently, blasting open a 20-meter-wide crater that revealed a dark cavern below. Lin Xiao hovered above the entrance, his dragon eyes piercing the darkness like torches. He sensed intense energy fluctuations deep underground, several times stronger than any level 2 giant beast he had encountered before. At least 3 level 3 beasts. Lin Xiao's voice was solemn. General Zhao, you remain on the surface with 10 soldiers to establish a defensive line. Su Qingran, you take 20 soldiers with me underground. Yes, sir. The men acknowledged the order. Lin Xiao leapt into the cavern first, his dragon form radiating a faint golden glow that illuminated the deep, dark passage. Su Qingran followed closely behind, shrouded in mist, while 20 dragon scale guards descended slowly using specially designed repelling equipment. The cavern's interior far exceeded expectations, resembling a vast underground karst system. The rock walls were covered in traces of viscous corrosion, and the air was thick with a pungent, acidic stench. Stay alert. Lin Xiao's voice echoed in each of their minds. They're nearby. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground erupted in violent tremors. Rumble. The rock wall ahead shattered explosively as 3 massive, earthworm-like creatures burst forth from the ground, their bodies encased in black carapaces. Each measured over 50 meters in length, their heads reduced to gaping maws filled with spiraling fangs. Corrosive mucus oozed from their bodies, dissolving rock wherever they passed. Earth Fiend centipedes, truly level 3 beasts. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes flashed with a hint of gold. The lead beast let out a shrill hiss and lunged fiercely toward Lin Xiao.
Disperse! Lin Xiao commanded. The dragon scale guards swiftly spread out into battle formation. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a pillar of crimson gold flame. Boom! The dragon's fiery breath struck the beast squarely in the head, engulfing it in searing flames. However, this beast's carapace was several times harder than the level 2 beasts they had encountered before. It managed to withstand the dragon's flames for several seconds before finally being burned through. Their defenses are stronger. Su Qingran exclaimed, her hands forming seals as a water tornado shot from her palms, coiling around the joints of another beast. 20 dragon scale guards unleashed their unique abilities, raining fireballs, lightning bolts, and ice spikes upon the beasts. Yet these attacks only left shallow marks on the beast's shells, only serving to enrage them further. One beast lashed its tail violently, sweeping 3 dragon scale guards flying and slamming them hard against the rock wall. Su Qingran let out a sharp cry, crossing her arms before her chest. A water barrier instantly formed, blocking the acid spray the beast had unleashed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes flashed with icy light. He soared into the air, lightning flickering from his dragon horns. Summon thunder! A purple bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking the nearest colossal beast. The beast let out a piercing shriek as its shell split open, spewing dark green blood. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao pursued relentlessly. His dragon claws, sharp as blades, plunged deep into the beast's wound and tore with brutal force. Rip! The beast was torn clean in two, its entrails and blood spilling across the ground. Lin Xiao swallowed it all without delay, wasting not a single drop. Devoured Earth Fiend's Centipede Tier 3 Colossus gained evolution points plus 1,000. The remaining 2 beasts, far from retreating at the sight of their fallen comrade, grew even more frenzied. One suddenly dived underground, causing violent tremors as it prepared for a surprise attack. Watch out below! Lin Xiao warned. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the beast burst through the center of the dragon scale guard formation, escaping while lunging toward the closest female dragon warrior. At the critical moment, a water barrier materialized just in time, shielding the female dragon warrior. Su Qingran had intervened. However, the beast's impact was too powerful. The water barrier held for only an instant before being shattered. Su Qingran grunted, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. You're asking for death. Lin Xiao lashed out with his dragon tail like a whip, striking the colossal beast viciously. Boom! The beast was flung dozens of meters, crashing into the rock wall and sending fragments flying. Yet it scrambled back to its feet almost instantly, seemingly unscathed. The other beast seized the moment, spewing a torrent of acid that transformed the entire cavern into a sea of corrosive mist. The dragon scale guards were forced to contract their defenses, desperately holding their ground behind Su Qingran's water barrier. Lin Xiao realized they must finish this quickly. He suddenly opened his dragon maw, a blinding golden light flaring deep within his throat. Dragon flame breath, incinerate the heavens. A golden red pillar of flame, several times hotter than before, erupted, instantly engulfing one of the beasts. The creature's armor rapidly carbonized under the extreme heat, reduced to a pile of charred meat within 3 seconds. Lin Xiao opened his dragon maw, and it melted away the moment it touched his tongue. Devoured Earth Fiend's Centipede Tier 3 Colossal Beast gained evolution points plus 1,000. Seeing the dire situation, the last beast turned and plunged deep underground, escaping swiftly. Pursue it, shouted a dragon scale guard warrior. No need, Lin Xiao interjected. The underground environment is complex. Pursuing recklessly is too dangerous. He turned to Su Qingran, are you alright? Su Qingran wiped the blood from her lips and shook her head. Just overexertion. I'll be fine after resting. Lin Xiao nodded, glancing at the 2 behemoth carcasses. Collect samples, especially the carapaces and secretion glands. These materials are crucial for mecha development. The dragon scale guard sprang into action, cutting into the behemoth's carcasses with specialized tools. Lin Xiao stared into the dark cavern, golden light flickering in his dragon eyes. He turned to Su Qingran, you lead the dragon scale guards in collecting samples here. I'll venture deeper to investigate. These dragon scale guards had undergone combat training, but the battles ahead would be far more perilous. He might not have time to look after them, so he decided not to involve them. Su Qingran's slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her robe, a flicker of concern crossing her pale golden vertical pupils. But she hesitated, then nodded softly. All right. Be careful. Lin Xiao sensed her concern, his dragon whiskers swaying gently. Rest assured, I know my limits. Without another word, Lin Xiao swept his dragon body and swam deeper into the cavern. As they descended, the surrounding rock walls grew increasingly damp, coated with a layer of viscous secretion that glowed an eerie green under the dragon's golden gaze. A heavy, fishy stench permeated the air, the distinctive scent of the colossal beast. Lin Xiao slowed his pace, shrinking his form to about 3 meters. The glow on his scales dimmed, retaining only a faint light sufficient to illuminate the path ahead. He minimized his presence, blending seamlessly into the environment like a single drop of water within the cavern. The cave descended steadily, its slope growing steeper.
Lin Xiao could feel the temperature rising, geothermal heat radiating through the rock walls, carrying the scent of sulfur. Suddenly, Lin Xiao halted. His keen senses detected a surge of life energy ahead. Chapter 21, The Mysterious Giant Egg. Fierce battle. Looks like we've found the lair. Lin Xiao thought to himself. He suppressed all traces of his presence and crept forward along the rock wall. After rounding a bend, the sight before him left even Lin Xiao now reborn as a dragon breathless. A massive underground cavern stretched before him. At its center lay a steaming acidic lake, its shores densely crawling with dozens of earth fiend centipedes. Most lay dormant, their massive bodies rising and falling with each breath, their carapaces gleaming with a metallic sheen under the faint geothermal light. On the opposite shore, two colossal beasts stood out distinctly, their forms noticeably larger than the others. Their dark red carapaces bore sharp bony spines along their backs, and their heads no longer featured simple mouthparts. Instead, they had evolved light-sensitive organs resembling eyes. Even in slumber, the pressure they radiated warped the surrounding air. Level 5 beasts. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. These two colossal beasts far surpassed any foe he had encountered before. Even with his current strength, confronting both simultaneously would be extremely perilous. But what captured Lin Xiao's attention more was the raised platform at the deepest part of the cavern. Resting upon it was an oval object as large as a house, its surface covered in pulsating, blood vessel-like patterns that occasionally emitted faint glows. A giant egg? Lin Xiao's heart jolted. In his previous life, he had never heard of giant beasts reproducing through eggs. Truthfully, biologists in his previous life had studied them extensively without ever truly confirming how these colossal beasts reproduced. Could they truly lay eggs? Lin Xiao carefully observed the layout of the cavern. Most level 3 behemoths were clustered around the lake, while the two level 5 behemoths stood guard on either side of the giant egg, like loyal sentinels. Approaching the egg seemed nearly impossible. First, I must strengthen myself, Lin Xiao resolved. He crept toward the nearest dormant level 3 colossus. This colossus measured about 40 meters in length, its carapace relatively thin, likely a recent evolution. Lin Xiao's dragon claw gently rested on the beast's shell, sensing the surging life energy within. He opened his dragon jaws, a faint golden glow igniting deep within his throat. His devouring talent activated silently. The colossus's body began to wither at a visible pace. Its life essence condensed into a golden energy sphere, drifting slowly into Lin Xiao's mouth. Devoured Earth Fiend Centipede Tier 3 Giant Beast, gained evolution points plus 1000. Lin Xiao felt the growing power within him with satisfaction. The colossal beast perished without a sound, its companions nearby utterly unaware. He repeated the process, devouring 3 more level 3 beasts in succession. Current evolution points 1700200000. As the devouring continued, Lin Xiao noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Each time he absorbed a giant beast's energy, the pulsations on the giant egg's surface dimmed slightly, as if losing its luster. Could it be? A terrifying suspicion began to take shape in Lin Xiao's mind. These beasts might not merely be invaders, they could be feeding energy to that egg. To test this theory, Lin Xiao resolved to risk devouring another beast. He selected a medium-sized level 3 beast, positioned farther away from the level 5 colossus. But halfway through the absorption, disaster struck. The beast suddenly convulsed violently, emitting a piercing shriek. Though Lin Xiao immediately intensified his absorption, this brief disturbance shattered the cavern's silence. Hiss. Both level 5 beasts simultaneously lifted their heads, their light-sensitive organs locking onto Lin Xiao's location. Damn it! Lin Xiao acted decisively, swallowing the remaining energy cluster in one gulp. His dragon form abruptly expanded back to 50 meters in size. Devoured Earth Fiend Centipede Level 3 Colossal Beast, gained evolution points plus 1000. Current evolution points 1800020000. The two level 5 beasts let out deafening roars that made the entire cavern tremble. All dormant level 3 beasts were roused, instantly plunging the scene into chaos. Lin Xiao made no attempt to linger. With a flick of his dragon tail, he turned and charged back toward the direction he had come. Behind him came the furious snarls and heavy crawling sounds of the beast horde. Boom! A column of acid shot toward him from behind, but Lin Xiao deftly sidestepped it. The acid struck the rock wall, instantly corroding a large hole. The speed of the two level 5 beasts far exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. In the blink of an eye, they closed to within 100 meters behind him. One of them leapt suddenly, its spiked tail lashing out like a whip. Lin Xiao hastily conjured a water shield, but it shattered instantly under the immense force. A sharp pain shot through his dragon scales as several plates were torn off, oozing golden blood. You're asking for death. Lin Xiao roared, opening his dragon maw wide as a torrent of crimson gold dragonfire erupted. Boom! The searing flames struck the pursuing beast squarely in the face, causing it to let out a pained shriek. But another colossal beast seized the opportunity to lunge from the side, its gaping maw snapping viciously at Lin Xiao's neck. In the nick of time, Lin Xiao activated soaring clouds and riding mist, accelerating his form to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Yet the beast's razor-sharp fangs still gouged a deep wound into his forepaw. We can't get bogged down here.
Lin Xiao knew it well. He spun abruptly and unleashed summon thunder toward the cave ceiling. Crash! A purple bolt of lightning split the air, shattering the fragile rock layers. Massive chunks of rock crashed down, temporarily blocking the beast's pursuit. Seizing this opening, Lin Xiao sprinted toward the exit with all his might. Behind him came the beast's furious roar and the sound of rocks shattering under its impact, but the distance between them had widened. When Lin Xiao finally burst out of the underground cavern, the sky outside had already grown dark. Su Qingran and the dragon scale guards waited anxiously at the cave entrance. Seeing him emerge wounded, tension gripped them all. Xiao Mo! Su Qingran cried out, rushing forward immediately. Her hands glowed with a soft, watery light as she gently pressed them against Lin Xiao's wounds. Cool energy flowed into the wounds, instantly easing the pain considerably. Lin Xiao took a breath. I'm fine, just superficial wounds. We need to evacuate immediately. Those bastards could catch up any moment. Zhao Weigui immediately ordered, full retreat. Return to base. The group swiftly boarded the transport aircraft that had been waiting. As the last aircraft lifted off, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive head burst through the earth, letting out a defiant roar toward the sky. Inside the cabin, Lin Xiao closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Though perilous, this subterranean expedition proved highly fruitful. Not only had they acquired a substantial amount of evolution points, but they had also uncovered crucial intelligence regarding the colossal beasts. Current evolution points 18,000 20,000. With just 2,000 points remaining, he would achieve his first breakthrough evolution during the growth phase. By then, even a level 5 colossal beast would no longer pose a threat. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and gazed out the porthole at Mount Changbai receding into the distance. That mysterious giant egg continued to linger in his mind. He sensed it might pose an even greater threat than the colossal beasts. Upon returning to the Dragon God base, Lin Xiao immediately began consuming his stockpile of high-energy food. After consuming a full 1,010,000 blocks of specially formulated nutrition, his evolution points finally reached the critical threshold. Evolution points, 20,000 20,000. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. Lin Xiao confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Spirit energy within a kilometer radius of Lin Xiao began to converge wildly. His dragon form swelled within a golden glow, the patterns on his scales growing increasingly intricate and profound. Chapter 22, Evolution Again. Nationwide feeding. As Lin Xiao confirmed his evolution, the skies above the entire Dragon God base suddenly churned with stormy winds and swirling clouds. Thick, leaden clouds swirled like a vortex, crackling with thunder and lightning within the layers as if the very heavens trembled for this moment. Lin Xiao's dragon form swelled dramatically within the golden radiance. The patterns on his scales writhed like living creatures, gradually transforming into even more profound and mysterious runes. Ultimately, his form surged from 100 meters to 150 meters. The bone spines along his spine grew sharper, each one gleaming like a drawn sword, radiating a cold, piercing light. The dragon horns atop his head branched like ancient, twisted tree limbs, their crystalline bodies wrapped in intricate lightning patterns. The edges of his originally dark golden scales now glowed with a crimson halo, as if molten lava flowed beneath them. Its dragon eyes transformed from gold to crimson gold, and wherever its gaze fell, the air itself warped slightly. Congratulations, host, on completing your first breakthrough evolution during the growth phase. Current form, growth stage Divine Dragon mid-stage. New talents acquired, Dragon Flame Breath Advanced, Scaled Armor Hardening Intermediate, Lightning Summoning Intermediate, Dragon Soul Awakening Basic, Dragon Might Intimidation Intermediate, Absolute Water Control Intermediate, Cloud Riding Intermediate. Lin Xiao felt the surging power within him. As his dragon claws clenched lightly, the air itself crackled with a sharp pop. His current strength was more than enough to crush those two level 5 beasts, and he could even stand a chance against a level 6 beast. In the official livestream, Lin Xiao's evolution unfolded in real time. Comments erupted like a volcanic explosion. Holy crap! Lord Dragon just got stronger. That size, that aura, my legs are shaking just watching this. With the Divine Dragon of China, how could we not rise? No regrets for being born in China. The livestream instantly surpassed 500 million viewers, pushing servers to the brink of collapse. In every street and alley, crowds gathered to gaze at shopping mall screens. Elderly eyes brimmed with tears while children waved miniature national flags with wild excitement. With his vastly increased power, Lin Xiao wasted no time, immediately leading the dragon scale guards back to Changbai Mountain. Beyond reclaiming their previous territory, they sought to devour more colossal beasts to complete their evolution. Breaking through to the next evolution required 40,000 evolution points, an astronomical figure. However, as they followed their previous path deep into the underground caverns, they found the place utterly empty. The giant beast's lair had been thoroughly cleaned out, and even the mysterious giant egg had vanished without a trace. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes scanned every inch of the rock walls. Finally, in a corner of the cavern, he spotted fresh drag marks traces seemingly left when the giant egg had been moved. They've retreated, Lin Xiao said gravely. And they won't be coming back. Zhao Weigua frowned. Lord Shenlong, could they have gone elsewhere? Lin Xiao nodded. Highly likely. Notified the entire nation to intensify geomantic monitoring, especially around Kunlun Mountain and the Qinling Range. Upon returning to the Dragon God base, the Huaxia government announced a new policy, calling on citizens to contribute high-energy foods to aid the divine dragon's evolution. There was no other way. Given Lin Xiao's current power level, even the government's feeding pace could barely meet his evolutionary demands. This was where the power of the people became essential. Regardless of the era or the time, the power of the people is always the strongest. True to form. The policy was announced and the entire nation responded. Fishermen delivered the freshest deep-sea catches to the base, livestock farmers drove herds of cattle and sheep to the site, and farmers carried baskets of fruits and grains on their shoulders and in their hands. Some even spontaneously organized convoys to transport local specialties from all corners of the country. Outside the base, mountains of food piled up like hills on the square. People formed orderly queues, methodically handing over their offerings to the military. Every face radiated pride and devotion. Amidst this grand spectacle, a Sakura Nation spy who had long been lurking within Huaxia finally found his opportunity. On an inconspicuous fishing boat, several Sakura Nation spies whispered conspiratorially. Inside the cabin, dimly lit, 4 men sat in a circle. At the head sat a middle-aged man using the alias Li Chang. In reality, he was a high-ranking agent of the Sakura Nation's intelligence agency, codenamed Night Owl. He wore black-rimmed glasses, his face unremarkable, yet his eyes held a sinister glint. "This is our only chance," Night Owl whispered. "Under the guise of offering tribute, we approach the divine dragon to obtain its genetic sample." Beside him, the female spy Red Butterfly flicked her long hair and smiled seductively. "Rumor has it the divine dragon's blood grants eternal life. If we could bring back even a single drop, we'd be doing our country a tremendous service." The youngest spy, Green Snake, clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fervor, for the glory of Sakura Nation. Night Owl retrieved a miniature syringe from his robe, containing a nanoscale collector. "This is the latest technology. Once it pierces the divine dragon's skin, it will automatically collect the genetic sample." Red Butterfly took the syringe and concealed it in her sleeve. "Leave it to me. Men always let their guard down." Green Snake licked her lips. "I hear the dragon's blood is golden. I'd love to taste it." Night Owl's expression grew grave. "Stay calm during the operation. Once we succeed, withdraw immediately. Remember, this mission was assigned to us by the Supreme Executive of the United States. We must complete it, even if it costs us our lives." The 4 exchanged glances and nodded silently. As the sun sank below the horizon, the plaza outside the Dragon God base buzzed with activity. Citizens formed long queues, reverently placing baskets of fresh fish, whole lambs, and freshly picked fruits and vegetables in designated areas. Dragon scale guards meticulously inspected each offering, ensuring safety. At the end of the line, a young woman clad in coarse cloth stood with her head bowed, a bamboo basket cradled in her arms. Her skin was as white as snow, her almond-shaped eyes held a hint of spring, and her waist swayed lightly as she walked, drawing frequent glances from several young soldiers nearby. "Miss, please present your identification." A soldier stopped her, his tone gentle yet firm. The girl lifted her head, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. "Soldier brother, my father is a fisherman from Nanwan village. He has trouble walking, so he sent me to deliver the fish." She lifted the blue cloth covering the basket, revealing several silver sea bass glistening in the light. "Freshly caught this morning, still jumping around." Just as the soldier reached for the bamboo basket, a cool voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hold on." Su Qingran had appeared 3 paces away without warning. Her snow-white robe shone like fresh snow, a faint halo swirling around the dragon horns on her forehead. Her pale golden vertical pupils fixed on the girl. "Your accent doesn't sound like someone from Nanwan." The woman's pupils contracted slightly, but she quickly plastered on a sweet smile. "What keen eyes, fairy sister. My mother came from the north, so..." Before she could finish, Su Qingran's hand shot out, a whip of water lashing toward the woman's wrist. Crack! The miniature syringe concealed within her sleeve clattered to the ground. Hongdia's expression changed abruptly. She leapt backward on the tips of her toes, simultaneously drawing a hair-thin poison needle from her hairbun. "Stop her!" Zhao Weiguo roared, and 20 dragon scale guards instantly closed in. Hongdai sneered coldly, abruptly tearing open her coarse outer robe to reveal form-fitting black combat gear beneath. With a flick of her fingers, 3 smoke grenades exploded amidst the crowd. "Protect the civilians!" Zhao Weiguo bellowed. Amidst the chaos, 3 dark figures darted out from different directions: Night Owl, Green Snake, and another infiltrated spy, Black Scorpion. Using the smoke as cover, they sprinted toward the docks. Trying to escape? Su Qingran formed seals with both hands. Within a 100-meter radius, water vapor instantly crystallized into icy chains that coiled toward the 4 like living creatures. Chapter 23, Slaying the Cherry Blossom Nation's Spies. The Divine Dragon's Grace manifests a miracle. Night Owl was bound by the chains, unable to move. He drew his katana. Pointing his blade at Su Qingran, he sneered, "Chinese man, dare you fight one-on-one? If I win, let us go."
Zhao Weigua raised a hand to halt the charging warriors, a cold smile curling his lips. Li Qing, entertain him. A dragon scale guard, nearly 2 meters tall, strode forward. His muscles were like iron castings, his bare arms covered in blue scales, and fine sparks of electricity danced around his fingertips. Night Owl's eyes flashed with coldness. Gripping his blades with both hands, he suddenly lunged forward. The blade flashed like a ribbon, slashing toward his opponent's throat. Yet this strike was a feint. The true killing blow shifted direction mid-strike, aiming straight for the heart. Clang! The samurai sword struck the dragon scale guard's chest, sparks flying in a shower. Night Owl's palm split open in shock as he stared at the scales that hadn't even left a white mark. The dragon scale guard grinned, his palm as large as a fan gripping the blade directly. Snap! The steel samurai sword shattered under the sheer force of his grip. My turn. Thunderlight flared around his right fist as he unleashed a simple straight punch toward Night Owl's face. Night Owl hastily raised his arm to block, only to hear the sharp crack of his own arm bones shattering. He flew backward like a broken sack, crashing through 3 trees as thick as bowls before coming to a halt. By then, the other 3 had all been subdued. In a mere 3 minutes, all 4 elite spies from the land of cherry blossoms had been wiped out. Night Owl spat blood, staring at the dragon scale guard in disbelief. What kind of monsters are you? Zhao Weigua planted his foot on Night Owl's chest, sneering coldly, the dragon scale guards of China, a power bestowed by the divine dragon himself. At that moment, Red Butterfly suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Long live the great Sakura Empire. You will all. Thud. Zhao Weigua struck her unconscious with the butt of his rifle. Take her away. Interrogate her thoroughly. This minor incident didn't faze Lin Xiao. He had long seen through the Japanese devil's crude tricks but couldn't be bothered to respond. They were nothing but a bunch of clownish puppets. He continued devouring the offerings brought by the people of Huaxia. Lord Dragon, this is the sea bass caught by the fishermen of Nanwan village this morning. A white-haired old fisherman tremblingly lifted a bamboo basket, his calloused hand still carrying the salty tang of seawater. This is my 3-year-old hen. A farmer woman in a headscarf held aloft a plump chicken with its legs bound. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes softened slightly as his claws lifted gently. In the next instant, the offerings soared into the air. Enveloped in golden light before the astonished gazes of the crowd, they transformed into pure energy and vanished into the dragon's maw. Consumed fresh perch +1, evolution points +0.02. Consumed free-range chicken +1, evolution points +0.03. Though each offering yielded few evolution points, the sincerity behind them made Lin Xiao's chest burn. Soon, the day passed. The setting sun's afterglow cast a golden border over the dragon god base, while the crowd on the plaza still surged like a tide. Perched atop the high platform, Lin Xiao's azure gold scales shimmered with an eternal glow in the twilight, his dragon whiskers swaying gently in the breeze, majestic and sacred. Roar! A clear, piercing dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Lin Xiao's 150-meter-long dragon form soared into the sky, bursts of brilliant golden light erupting from the gaps between his dark gold scales. Clouds gathered at a visible pace, obscuring the entire sky in an instant. It's going to rain, someone exclaimed. The first raindrop landed on the old fisherman's face. He instinctively wiped it away, then suddenly widened his eyes. My old eyes can see clearly? The miracle rippled outward. An elderly man bedridden for years trembled as he rose from his wheelchair. A baby in its young mother's arms suddenly stopped crying, its pupils glowing with a faint golden hue. A veteran touched his vanished scars, tears welling in his eyes. The divine dragon bestows blessings. The white-haired farmer fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the damp earth. This act triggered a domino effect, and the entire square instantly knelt in unison. Some spread their arms wide to embrace the rain, others buried their faces in puddles and wept, while most simply bowed their heads repeatedly, letting the rain soak through their clothes. Amid the downpour, Su Qinran stood beneath the eaves, her white robe billowing. She watched the kneeling crowd beneath the rain, then lifted her gaze to the faint dragon silhouette shimmering within the clouds, a faint dimple playing at the corner of her mouth. At the edge of the square, Night Owl, handcuffed inside a police car, sat frozen in shock. Staring at his severed finger, he suddenly went mad, banging his head against the window. Let me out. I need to get wet. Please, let me get wet. The rain grew heavier, yet no one moved to leave. Hand in hand, the crowd sang beneath the downpour. Their voices pierced the clouds, intertwining with the faint dragon's roar. The rain fell all night long. The next day, news of the divine dragon's blessing spread like wildfire across the internet, instantly igniting social media platforms. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all related. Hashtag Divine Dragon Rain Cures All Illnesses Hashtag Dragon Blessed Rain Live Video Hashtag My nearsightedness improved after getting wet Hashtag Chaoyang District Residents Group Rain Prayer Hashtag. In the comments section, waves of astonishment and gratitude poured in. My grandfather was paralyzed for 10 years, but after getting drenched, he could walk again. Long live the divine dragon. Before the rain, I had 500 degrees of myopia. Now my uncorrected vision is 5.0. It's incredible. My mom had cancer, but after getting drenched, she's actually cured. Long live the divine dragon. On Douyin, a video garnered tens of millions of likes. A white-haired veteran saluted the rain curtain, his trembling voice choked with tears. The gunshot wounds I suffered on the battlefield, they're all healed. Even more astonishing were the before and after images. Surveillance footage from a top-tier hospital showed terminally ill cancer patients, once barely clinging to life, collectively rising to dance in the rain. Doctors stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. At this very moment, outside the Dragon God base, a procession of devotees stretched for tens of kilometers. Fishermen carried tuna weighing hundreds of pounds, herders drove flocks of cattle and sheep, and some even pushed carts loaded with rare medicinal herbs. Make way! This is a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. My family's heirloom Lingji. For the Dragon Lord's nourishment. Yet in the shadows lurked unscrupulous opportunists. Some came purely to seek the dragon's favor or ride the hype, with no genuine intent to offer tribute. Others even came from foreign lands, attempting to slip through undetected. Lin Xiao could spot such individuals instantly. What awaited them would be the most excruciating punishment. A certain internet celebrity pushed his way to the front with a selfie stick, feigning devotion by offering a basket of fruit, but his camera was trained on a close-up of Lin Xiao's scales. Everyone, look! This is the legendary. Hit 1 million likes and I'll go touch it. The moment he raised his hand, he screamed and collapsed. A black tumor erupted from his forehead, and his skin began to rot at a visible pace. A foreign spy mingling in the crowd suffered the same fate. Ah! My face! A Japanese agent disguised as a foreign student clutched his face and rolled on the ground, pus and blood seeping through his fingers. The crowd scattered in horror. Spies! Call the police! This scene was captured by live broadcast cameras, instantly going viral across the internet. Serves them right. Lord Shenlong sees all. We should investigate how many fake students are still in China. The next day. News broadcast special report. Since the launch of Operation Dragon Purification, 407 foreign spies have been apprehended. The camera pans across the interrogation room, where prisoners covered in festering sores wail for mercy. Even through the pixelated blur, black scales can be seen emerging from their wounds. This scene was truly satisfying. With the nation's collective offerings, Lin Xiao's evolution points surged rapidly, reaching 20,000 points in just 3 days. Only 10 days remained until the alien beast invasion. And on this day, China's first generation of mecha finally emerged. Chapter 24, China's first generation mecha unveiled. Absorbing the dragon veins. Deep within the Dragon God base's laboratory, Su Wenbai was overcome with excitement, his words tumbling out in a rush. It worked! It really worked! The heavy metal doors slowly swung open. A jet-black mecha stood tall in the center, approximately 25 meters high. Its streamlined torso was covered in scaly armor forged from the carapace of a colossal beast. The most awe-inspiring feature was its head design. Beneath the dragon-headed visor, a pair of crimson gold optical eyes resembled miniature dragon pupils, while 3 dragon horn-like communication antennas extended from the back of its head. Based on the blueprints provided by Lord Shenlong, we've named it the Flame Wolf Type 1. Su Wenbai stroked the mech's foot, his voice choked with emotion. The entire unit employs bio-neural link technology, allowing the pilot to symbiotically merge with the mech through an adapter. In the corner, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes fluttered slightly. In his previous life, he had piloted this very model, battling colossal beasts through countless arduous days and nights. Back then, China faced an extremely perilous situation, teetering on the brink of survival. But this would never happen again. Not only had China gained the most advanced mechs decades ahead of schedule, but it also possessed the Dragon Blood Army and his protection. This time, China would truly rise to greatness. Beasts? Nothing but a herd of livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Test pilot ready. Zhao Weigua's booming voice snapped Lin Xiao out of his recollections. A dragon-scale guard warrior stepped into the cockpit as neural interface cables coiled around his arms like living tentacles. As the engines roared to life, the mech's eyes suddenly lit up. System activated, synchronization rate 98%. The mech took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. Then, it slammed a fist into the alloy test target. Boom! The plate instantly caved in, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Perfect! Su Wenbai's voice trembled with excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. Turning to Lin Xiao, his voice choked with emotion, Lord Shenlong, we've truly done it. This is the pride of China, the hope of humanity. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. How much of the colossal beast's shell remains? Su Wenbai pushed his glasses up and replied swiftly, at the current rate of consumption, the remaining materials are sufficient to build 4 more mechs of the same model, making a total of 5. Lin Xiao nodded. Complete them all within 10 days. Su Wenbai's brow furrowed slightly, but soon smoothed out. Taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened like steel. Rest assured, Lord Shenlong. I will complete this mission even if it costs me my life. A flicker of approval passed through Lu Chen's eyes. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Weigua, raising his dragon claw to summon a training plan that hovered in midair. It was densely packed with mecha control essentials, tactical coordination, and attack methods targeting the giant beast's weaknesses.
This is the mecha training plan.
Lin Xiao's voice was steady and commanding.
Following this plan, the Dragon Scale Guard must master mecha combat within 10 days.
Zhao Weiguo stepped forward, respectfully accepting the plan with both hands. His eyes scanned the contents, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The plan was shockingly detailed, even clearly marking the giant beast's joint vulnerabilities and energy core locations.
He looked up at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with shock and awe.
The Dragon Lord's erudition and divine prowess had once again surpassed his wildest expectations.
Blueprints, materials, training regimens, everything lay within the Dragon Lord's grasp. With such a guardian protecting Huaxia, how could it not flourish? Lin Xiao continued, "What is the progress on the coastal defense fortifications?"
Zhao Weiguo promptly activated a holographic projection, revealing a map of China. Coastal zones were marked in red, with dozens of defensive nodes under construction.
Following your directives, we've deployed geomagnetic sensors along the East China Sea and South China Sea coasts. They will trigger immediate alerts should any colossal beasts approach.
Simultaneously, the Dragon Scale Guards have taken up positions in key cities, ready for battle at any moment. Lin Xiao stared intently at the map.
The tragedy of his past life must never be repeated.
The coastal cities were the first line of defense against the colossal beast's invasion.
They must be impenetrable.
Double the manpower, Lin Xiao ordered in a grave tone. In 10 days, the scale of the beasts will far exceed our expectations.
Zhao Weiguo nodded solemnly.
I'll coordinate with the military immediately. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod.
Go select more warriors.
I intend to expand the Dragon Scale Guard to 10,000 men.
Yes, sir. I'll go right away. A fiery gleam instantly ignited in Zhao Weiguo's eyes.
10,000 Dragon Scale Guards, what terrifying combat power that would be.
Combined with the 5 Yinlang mechs, China's defenses would become impregnable.
Lord Shenlong, Zhao Weiguo's voice trembled with emotion, with you at our helm, China shall stand unshaken forever.
10 days until the colossal beasts invade. China was ready.
After issuing these final orders, Lin Xiao did not return to his lavish feast. Instead, he brought Su Qingran to Mount Tai. For Lin Xiao had discovered that since receiving the nation's reverence, his connection to the land of China had grown ever stronger. Particularly, the dragon energy within him began to resonate faintly with the dragon chi deep within the earth's veins, creating a profound state where you were within me, and I was within you. He seemed capable of absorbing the dragon energy from the earth's veins to evolve. Lin Xiao was about to test this theory. At the summit of Mount Tai, clouds swirled and mist shrouded the peaks. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the sun-gazing terrace of Jade Emperor Peak, his azure gold dragon form shimmering brilliantly in the morning sun. Su Qingran stood quietly beside him, her snow-white robes radiant, a faint halo shimmering around the dragon horns on her forehead.
Lord Dragon, Su Qingran asked softly, her voice ethereal as a mountain spring, you brought me here to.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes gazed upon the mountains and rivers below. I sense a resonance between the dragon power within me and the earth's veins. He raised his dragon claw and gently pressed it against the ancient stone slab. In an instant, the entire Mount Tai trembled faintly, as if responding to his touch. What is this? Su Qingran's pale golden vertical pupils widened as she witnessed countless tiny golden sparks seeping from the mountain's surface, swirling around Lin Xiao like fireflies. Lin Xiao closed his dragon eyes, his scales gently parting. As if summoned, the golden specks poured into the crevices of his scales. Absorbed Mount Tai Dragon Chi +1, evolution points +100. Absorbed Mount Tai Dragon Chi +1, evolution points +100. The system's notifications rang out in rapid succession, sending a jolt through Lin Xiao's heart.
It was exactly as he had anticipated. This efficiency far surpassed consuming ordinary food.
Lin Xiao channeled his dragon power to its fullest, resonating with the earth veins of Mount Tai on a deeper level. The entire mountain peak began to emit a deep, rumbling hum, while clouds churned and boiled like a cauldron within its folds. Suddenly, a thick pillar of golden light shot skyward from the earth, completely enveloping Lin Xiao. Roar! Lin Xiao let out a thunderous dragon's roar, his dragon form stretching to its fullest extent within the pillar of light.
Su Qingran was so stunned by the sight she could not speak.
She witnessed ancient pines on Mount Tai sprouting fresh buds in the golden radiance, the bronze bells of millennia-old temples ringing unbidden, and even the mountain springs rippling with golden waves. Absorbing Mount Tai's primary dragon vein. Evolution points +10,000. Lin Xiao abruptly opened his dragon eyes, his pupils seeming to hold swirling starry rivers. He felt the surging power within him, now several times stronger than before.
Simultaneously, Mount Tai underwent wondrous transformations. Vegetation, once depleted by overcrowded tourists, regained its vitality. The mountain's spiritual energy grew so dense it seemed almost tangible. Lord Dragon, look! Su Qingran pointed toward the distant sea of clouds. A golden dragon silhouette emerged faintly from the clouds, resonating with Lin Xiao before slowly sinking into the mountain. That is Mount Tai's dragon soul.
Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of emotion.
I absorb its dragon energy, and it receives nourishment from me in return.
From this day forward, Mount Tai shall become a true sacred mountain.
Su Qingran pondered thoughtfully, so this isn't one-sided extraction but mutual fulfillment? Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Dragons and the Earth's veins have always been symbiotic.
He looked at Su Qingran and noticed a faint golden glow enveloping her, a sign she had absorbed the dispersed dragon energy. You've gained benefits too, Lin Xiao remarked with a soft chuckle. Only then did Su Qingran notice the change in herself. She attempted to condense water vapor, and a crystalline water dragon instantly took shape, several times more solid than before. This. She looked at Lin Xiao with delight. My power has increased. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed gently. The dragon energy of Mount Tai is pure. It greatly benefits dragon descendants like you. His gaze swept toward the distant mountain ranges, golden light swirling within his dragon eyes. Next stop, Kunlun. Just as they prepared to depart, a group of Taoist priests hurriedly arrived. Chapter 25, Expelling Foreigners from the Country, Global Evacuation Operation. The elderly Taoist leader, his hair snow white, clutched his whisk in trembling hands, his body shaking with excitement. The divine dragon has revealed its presence. Mount Tai is truly sacred. The old Taoist knelt with a thud, performing the full prostration ritual. Lin Xiao looked at the devout old man, raised his dragon claw, and a golden light entered the priest's forehead. The old Taoist trembled violently. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out at a visible pace, and his cloudy eyes regained their clarity. This. He touched his newly smooth cheeks, tears streaming down his aged face. How could this humble monk possibly deserve? Lin Xiao's voice echoed like a temple bell across the mountaintop. Guard this sacred mountain well. It shall become the future holy ground of cultivation for Huaxia. With that, he swept his dragon form and soared into the clouds. Su Qingran followed closely behind, clouds gathering beneath her feet as her robes billowed in the air. Behind them, the bells of Mount Tai's Taoist temple rang out, piercing the heavens as if paying reverent homage to the departing divine dragon. Amidst the clouds, Lin Xiao summoned the system interface. Name, Lin Xiao. Species, Divine Dragon Growth Stage. Evolution points, 34,040,000. A single trip to Mount Tai had yielded 10,000 evolution points. This efficiency far exceeded his expectations. However, absorbing dragon vein energy for evolution cannot be done frequently. After all, this was dragon energy accumulated by Mount Tai over countless years. Who knew how long it would take to gather that much again? The key to evolution still lay in devouring strange beasts. Lin Xiao then visited several other major mountain ranges. These ranges held far less dragon energy, totaling only 5,000 points combined. Still, Lin Xiao was quite satisfied. His current evolution points had reached 39,000. He was now just 40,000 points away from his second breakthrough in the growth stage. That evening, Lin Xiao returned to the Dragon God base with a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, the Dragon God base was stockpiled with vast quantities of food offerings from the populace. After consuming it, Lin Xiao's evolution points instantly reached 40,000. The system inquired whether he wished to initiate evolution. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao answered yes. The night sky above the Dragon God base instantly ignited with golden light, as if daylight had descended. Lin Xiao coiled in the central plaza, his 150-meter dragon form enveloped in dazzling golden light, like a sun fallen to the mortal realm. His scales began to shed, revealing thicker, dark golden scales beneath, their edges shimmering with crimson halos. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens, its shockwaves spreading outward in faint golden ripples visible to the naked eye. Congratulations, host, on completing your second breakthrough evolution during the growth phase. Current form, growth stage Divine Dragon late. New talents acquired, Dragon Flame Breath Advanced, Scaled Armor Hardening Advanced, Lightning Summoning Advanced, Dragon Soul Awakening Intermediate, Dragon Might Intimidation Advanced, Absolute Water Control Advanced, Cloud Riding Advanced, Dragon's Blessing Intermediate. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His originally crimson gold vertical pupils now glowed like molten lava. His form had surged past 200 meters, his serpentine dragon body winding like mountain ranges. Azure gold scales shimmered with an eternal radiance under the light. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his veins, as if he could move mountains and fill seas with the slightest gesture. Even more astonishing, Lin Xiao sensed a profound connection forming between himself and the vast land of China. The mountain ranges that had once absorbed dragon energy now shone as brightly as stars within his perception. Mount Tai, Kunlun, Xinling, the pulse of every dragon vein was distinctly discernible. This is mountain river resonance? Lin Xiao realized in his heart. While absorbing dragon veins for evolution was highly efficient, it couldn't be used frequently. After all, these dragon veins were the very foundation of the Chinese land. Overdrawing from them would only lead to the depletion of spiritual energy. The key to evolution still lies in devouring beasts. Lin Xiao mused inwardly. He glanced at the system panel. Evolution points, 60,000. Time remaining until first giant beast invasion, 9 days 23 hours. The next evolution required 60,000 points, a monumental challenge. But Lin Xiao was confident he could achieve the breakthrough before the full-scale invasion. By then, he would formally enter adulthood, possessing terrifying strength rivaling that of a level 7 colossus.
Lord Shunlong.
Zhao Weiguo's voice echoed from the distance. The iron-blooded general jogged over, his face betraying unmistakable awe. Even though he had witnessed the divine dragon's evolution multiple times, each occurrence filled him with profound awe and pride. Lin Xiao reigned in his dragon aura, shrinking his form to about 20 meters for easier communication.
General Zhao, issue an immediate proclamation.
Lin Xiao's voice boomed like an ancient bell, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Order all Chinese citizens abroad to return immediately.
Simultaneously, all foreigners within the nation must depart within a specified time frame.
Zhao Weiguo's body trembled, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes before hardening into resolve. Yes. I'll make the arrangements immediately.
As a soldier, he never questioned the Dragon Lord's decisions. Yet once this news was made public, it would inevitably cause a massive uproar.
1 hour later, the Chinese government issued an urgent notice.
Announcement calling for overseas compatriots to return home and foreign nationals to depart.
The announcement was concise and clear.
1. All overseas Chinese citizens and overseas Chinese are urged to return to their homeland within 7 days.
2. Foreign nationals in China must depart within 5 days. 3. Those failing to depart by the deadline will be forcibly repatriated.
4. All international flights are suspended effective immediately, with only evacuation flights for Chinese nationals remaining operational. This announcement detonated like a bombshell, instantly igniting global discourse. All 10 trending topics on Weibo were dominated by related hashtags. Hashtag national call for overseas Chinese to return. Hashtag foreigners must depart within deadline. Hashtag what major event is happening in China. Hashtag dragon prophecy of global catastrophe. In the comments section, public discussions were in full swing.
Good heavens! Is this a move toward isolationism? Can you speak properly? This is called preparing for the worst. My cousin is studying in Japan.
Just got a call saying the embassy has already sent a special flight to evacuate people.
Here in the States, the student groups are going crazy, everyone scrambling for flights. Meanwhile, foreign media outlets are also frantically reporting this news. Headlines in the US were sensational: China urgently evacuates citizens, suspected preparations for war.
Korea's response was even more sarcastic: mysticism.
China panics over dragon prophecy. A certain Japanese TV station even invited so-called experts who solemnly declared this was a harbinger of China's economic collapse.
Yet none of this noise could shake China's resolve.
Dragon God Base Conference Room. A high-level meeting was underway.
Seated around the oval conference table were high-ranking military officials, cabinet members, and experts from various fields. Lin Xiao occupied the head seat. Even shrunk to 2 meters, his 200-meter dragon form radiated an overwhelming presence. Lord Dragon, the international community's reaction has been intense. The foreign minister pushed his glasses up, his brow furrowed.
17 nations have lodged protests, demanding an explanation for this decision. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly. No explanation is needed.
His voice was calm yet unquestionable.
In 9 days, they will understand. The attendees in the conference room exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. Though mentally prepared, Lord Shenlong's unwavering prophecy still sent a chill through them. Regarding the evacuation operation, the Minister of Transportation opened a folder.
We have coordinated with the 3 major aviation groups and mobilized 300 passenger aircraft.
Global evacuation will be completed within 7 days.
Insufficient, Lin Xiao shook his head.
Deploy military transport aircraft. If necessary, requisition civilian vessels. But the minister hesitated, that could provoke international disputes. Zhao Weiguo snorted coldly, what time is it now? Who cares about that?
Lord Shenlong's prophecies have never been wrong.
The commander tapped the tabletop lightly, his voice steady. Proceed as per the divine dragon's directives.
Additionally, notify all overseas embassies and consulates, employ all necessary means to ensure the safe return of our citizens.
Yes, sir, the assembly responded in unison. Regarding the departure of foreign nationals. Chapter 26, the motherland will not abandon a single compatriot.
The Minister of Public Security continued his report. Currently, there are approximately 1.2 million registered foreigners, primarily concentrated in several major cities near coastal areas. He paused briefly before adding, however, intelligence from the State Security Bureau indicates the actual number may be significantly higher, with numerous illegal overstays and stowaways. A golden flicker shot through Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. Initiate Operation Clear Scales.
Conduct nationwide inspections of foreign nationals. Operation Clear Scales?
The Minister of Public Security looked puzzled. I will unleash the dragon's blessing rain to bestow fortune upon the land of Huaxia. When it falls, it will reject those without Huaxia bloodlines. Lin Xiao explained, spies and agents will manifest black scales, the most reliable means of identification.
The meeting room fell silent as realization dawned on everyone present.
Only now did they grasp the immense power of the divine dragon, the ability to spread the dragon's blessing rain across the entire nation. I'll deploy immediately. The Minister of Public Security rose excitedly. We guarantee the eradication of all illegal foreign nationals within 5 days. Following the meeting, orders streamed out from the Dragon God base, setting the entire state apparatus into high-efficiency motion. While this news was still unfolding, Lin Xiao soared 10,000 meters above the earth, his 200-meter dragon form stretched out as he circled at the zenith of the sky. The time has come. Golden light swirled within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes as he surveyed the vast land of China below. He drew a deep breath, the surging dragon power within his chest roaring like a torrent. In the next instant, he raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon's roar. The sound waves spread like tangible matter, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. Roar! As the dragon's roar echoed across heaven and earth, the entire sky abruptly changed color. The once clear azure sky was visibly swallowed by leaden clouds. Thick layers rolled like ocean waves, obscuring the entire sky over China in an instant. Sunlight was blocked, plunging the land into gloom. Only occasional flashes of golden lightning, piercing through the cloud gaps, illuminated this ancient land. The dragon's reign was about to descend. Dragon God Base, Command Center. Zhao Weigua stood before a massive electronic screen displaying the National Meteorological Cloud Map. It has begun. He turned to the communications officer and ordered, immediately broadcast a nationwide announcement. Tell all citizens of Huaxia to step outside and welcome the Divine Dragon's blessing. Yes, sir. The communications officer's fingers flew across the keyboard. Seconds later, an urgent broadcast pushed through all official channels to every mobile phone, television, and radio nationwide. Divine Dragon's blessing, grace upon China. All citizens of China are requested to immediately go outdoors, bathe in the dragon's rain, and receive the divine dragon's grace. The message spread like wildfire, igniting the entire nation in an instant. On bustling pedestrian streets, crowds spontaneously stood in the rain, arms outstretched to embrace this sacred baptism. Young couples embraced and kissed beneath the rain, children laughed and chased raindrops, while elders knelt and bowed their heads in reverent devotion, as if on a pilgrimage. Suddenly, a shriek shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Ah! What is that? The crowd quickly parted, revealing a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes standing in the center. He clawed at his face in agony as black scales erupted beneath his skin at a visible pace, transforming him into a terrifying, monstrous form. It's a spy, as someone shouted. Almost simultaneously, similar screams erupted from all corners of the street. Foreigners mingling among the crowd, no matter how well disguised, were now all exposed. Some developed tumors on their foreheads, others had arms festering with pus, while the worst were covered head to toe in black scales, resembling monsters. Seize them! Several plainclothes officers sprang into action. The same scene unfolded across the nation. At a university campus, a student claiming to be from Korea suddenly screamed and collapsed in class, his skin beginning to rot in large patches. In an upscale neighborhood of Chaoyang District, neighborhood committee members accompanied by police officers conducted door-to-door inspections, discovering a foreign resident covered in black tumors. Even within the embassy, diplomats suddenly mutated and were urgently quarantined. On Weibo, the hashtag Operation Scale list quickly trended. Accompanying images showed police escorting a foreign national covered in festering sores into a vehicle, with comments sections erupting in approval. So satisfying. These spies should have been dealt with ages ago. The student couple next door got taken away this morning. They were definitely up to no good. We should investigate those international marriages, they might be problematic too. Within just 3 days, over 20,000 foreign agents operating undercover were apprehended nationwide. This efficiency astonished even the State Security Bureau. Dragon God Base, Monitoring Center. Dozens of screens displayed real-time footage from across the nation. Zhao Weigua stood with his hands behind his back, a cold gleam in his eyes. Reporting to the general. An officer hurried over. Operation Clear Scales is proceeding smoothly. To date, 21,347 foreign spies and illegal residents have been apprehended, all exhibiting symptoms of black scales. Good. Zhao Weigua gave a slight nod. Deport them all. Not a single one remains. Yes, sir. Just as the officer turned to leave, Zhao Weigua called him back. Wait. What about those traitors and collaborators of Chinese nationality? A satisfied smile spread across the officer's face. They're worse off. Covered in black scales, suffering agonizing pain. Citizens spontaneously surrounded them and handed them over to the authorities. Zhao Weigua snorted coldly, they deserve it. He turned to gaze out the window. Through the rain curtain, the faint outline of a colossal dragon could be seen gliding through the clouds. The iron-blooded general slowly raised his hand, executing the most precise military salute. Online, the nation was in an uproar. All 10 trending topics on Weibo were dominated by Dragon Zayu-related discussions. Hashtag Long Ziyu cures incurable diseases. Hashtag Divine Dragon exposes spy. Hashtag no regrets for being Chinese. In the comments sections, people's gratitude overflowed.
My grandfather's dementia is cured. He can now recite every comrade's name. Location, Chengdu. Our school's foreign teacher suddenly grew scales all over his body and was taken away by the police. Thank you, Divine Dragon. My depression vanished in the rain. Those black-scaled creatures got what they deserved. Let's see if they dare slander China again.
10,000 meters above the earth. Lin Xiao gazed down upon the reborn land below, golden light swirling within his dragon eyes. He could feel countless streams of faith energy converging from all directions, merging into his dragon soul.
Not enough.
Lin Xiao murmured softly. With only 9 days left before the colossal beast's full-scale invasion, he must be fully prepared. With a gentle flick of his dragon tail, his figure vanished into the depths of the clouds. All that remained was a golden drizzle, a blessing for all, silently nourishing the land of Huaxia.
Meanwhile, the global evacuation operation was in full swing. Japan, Tokyo Airport. Hundreds of Chinese students waved their national flags as they boarded the plane in orderly lines.
Look! That's our chartered flight. A female student pointed toward the brightly painted China Airlines passenger jet at the end of the runway, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Embassy staff wielded megaphones to maintain order. Please remain calm, keep your belongings with you, and board the aircraft in an orderly fashion.
Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the airport broadcast system. Warning! Unidentified lifeform detected approaching. All personnel evacuate immediately. The crowd erupted into chaos.
On the distant horizon, a massive black shadow slowly rose. It was a colossal octopus-like beast over 100 meters tall, its dozens of tentacles whipping through the air, reducing buildings to collapsed blocks in its wake.
It's a monster. Run for your lives.
Chaos erupted at the airport as people screamed and scattered in all directions.
The Chinese students panicked too.
Some tried to flee with the crowd but were stopped by embassy staff.
Stay calm. Stay where you are.
The staff member's voice was firm and resolute.
The motherland will not abandon a single one of its citizens.
As if to prove his words, the distant sky suddenly churned with storm clouds. A golden light tore through the leaden gray clouds, and a 200-meter-long azure gold dragon burst forth from the sky.
Chapter 27, The Pretty Country Launches a Nuke. Swallowed whole. It's the Divine Dragon.
The overseas students cheered in unison, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Xiao circled above the airport, his dragon eyes locked onto the colossal beast in the distance.
A mere level 4 colossus dares to run rampant?
He opened his dragon maw, unleashing a pillar of crimson gold flame.
Boom! The dragon's fiery breath struck the beast's head with pinpoint accuracy, engulfing it in searing flames.
The beast let out a piercing shriek, thrashing its body wildly, yet it couldn't extinguish the flames clinging to its flesh like a bone depulsor.
Within 10 seconds, the beast that had left the Sakura Nation's self-defense forces helpless was reduced to a pile of charcoal.
Lin Xiao swung his dragon tail and landed on the runway.
Board the aircraft.
His voice boomed like a great bell, resonating in every heart.
I'll escort you home.
The students wept openly. Someone began singing My Motherland, and soon the entire crowd joined in a chorus. Amidst the singing, Lin Xiao rose into the sky, his dragon form radiating a soft golden light as he escorted the passenger plane. At the other end of the runway, countless citizens of Sakura Nation knelt on the ground, pleading.
Please. Take us with you. Lord Dragon. Save us. We'll become citizens of China.
Yet Lin Xiao's gaze did not even glance at these petty mortals. His duty was to protect the people of China, not to save the world. The passenger plane soared into the sky, escorted by the Divine Dragon as it flew toward the motherland. Behind them, the roars of the colossal beast and the cries of the humans gradually faded into the distance.
This scene was captured by a student abroad and sparked a massive uproar online after being shared.
The hashtag Divine Dragon protecting overseas Chinese instantly surpassed 1 billion views. In the footage, a sapphire blue dragon soared through foreign skies, trailing a blazing colossal beast while panicked foreign citizens fled below. The stark contrast ignited the blood of every Chinese person. I have no regrets for being Chinese. Seeing our motherland so formidable puts my mind at ease.
Suggest stepping up evacuation efforts. My cousin is still in Maple Leaf Country. Over New York Airport, United States.
A golden beam tore through the leaden clouds, unleashing Lin Xiao's 200-meter dragon form. He circled above the airport, dragon eyes blazing like torches, surveying the chaotic crowd below. On the runway, hundreds of Chinese expatriates held national flags aloft, forming orderly lines to board the aircraft. Embassy staff held megaphones, their voices steady and commanding, please maintain order. Lord Shenlong has come to take us home. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Many eyes brimmed with tears as they clutched their national flags tightly. Yet on the distant horizon, over a dozen F-22 fighters screeched toward them, missiles beneath their wings gleaming with a cold, menacing light. The airport PA system suddenly blared a shrill alarm, warning. Military forces have sealed off the airspace. All flights are suspended. What are they trying to do? A student abroad clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Embassy staff looked up at Lin Xiao in the sky with grave expressions. Lord Shenlong, it seems the United States intends to block our evacuation. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He opened his dragon's mouth slightly, his voice booming like thunder across the sky. No one can stop the return of the Chinese people to their homeland. Before the words faded, the fighter jet's communication channel crackled with orders from Supreme Command. Target confirmed. Open fire. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of missiles streaked toward Lin Xiao, trailing fiery trails. The expatriates covered their mouths in terror, some even closing their eyes. Yet Lin Xiao merely raised his dragon claw and an invisible barrier instantly unfolded. Boom! 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 The missiles detonated one after another outside the barrier, spewing flames and sparks, yet failed to make even the slightest dent. Golden light swirled within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes as he coldly fixed his gaze on the distant fighter jets. With a flick of his dragon tail, he shot forward like lightning, closing in on the nearest F-22 in an instant. The fighter pilot's eyes widened in terror. Before he could react, Lin Xiao's dragon claw gently pressed against the wing. Snap! The fighter jet shattered like a toy, spewing black smoke as it plummeted toward the ground. The remaining fighters, witnessing this, immediately turned and fled in panic. The expatriates stood frozen in place, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Long live Lord Shenlong! White House, Oval Office. Supreme Executive Williams slammed his fist on the desk, his face ashen. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even stop a single dragon. The Secretary of Defense wiped cold sweat from his brow and whispered. Your Excellency, the Divine Dragon's power far exceeds our projections. Conventional weapons are ineffective against him. Then use unconventional weapons. Williams roared, his eyes flashing with madness. Launch the nuclear missile. The conference room erupted in an instant. CIA Director Robert leapt to his feet. Sir, once a nuclear missile is launched, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Shenlong came only to retrieve our citizens. It did not initiate an attack against us. Shut up! Williams roared hysterically. The enemy has already come to our doorstep. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Carry out the order immediately. Robert tried to plead further, but Williams's icy glare forced him back. He slumped back into his seat, muttering, "This is suicide." Above New York Airport, Lin Xiao was preparing to escort the expatriates onto the plane when suddenly, his dragon eyes narrowed sharply. A faint sense of danger rose from his core, as if locked onto by some terrifying presence. He looked up into the distance and saw a massive missile hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. A nuclear missile? Lin Xiao's heart sank. The refugees also spotted the missile, and despair spread instantly. It's over. It's a nuclear bomb. Are we all going to die here? Golden light surged within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. He could have easily dodged it, or even detonated it with his dragon flame. But the instant he prepared to act, the immense energy contained within the nuclear bomb halted his movement. This energy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. The nuclear bomb drew ever closer, its shadow of death enveloping everyone. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his dragon maw, unleashing a powerful suction force from the depths of his throat. Boom! Drawn by this force, the nuclear bomb flew directly into Lin Xiao's mouth. The entire scene fell deathly silent. The refugees stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The nuclear bomb, swallowed by a divine dragon? Absorbed nuclear bomb energy, evolution points plus 3,000. The system's notification tone filled Lin Xiao with delight. He never imagined he could absorb the power of a nuclear bomb to gain evolution points. Even more astonishing was the sheer magnitude of energy contained within this nuclear bomb, far surpassing that of an ordinary Tier 3 colossal beast. The golden light gradually faded as Lin Xiao's dragon form returned to stillness. He looked down at the refugees below, his voice steady and commanding. Board the aircraft. Let's go home. The refugees snapped out of their daze, erupting in thunderous cheers. Lord Dragon is invincible. Long live the motherland. No regrets for being Chinese. Wiping away their tears, they swiftly boarded the aircraft. The passenger plane taxied down the runway, lifted off, and flew toward the homeland. Lin Xiao circled the aircraft, his dragon form radiating a soft golden light, forming an impenetrable barrier. High Command Headquarters of the United States. Williams slumped in his chair, his face ashen. How is that possible? The nuclear bomb was swallowed? Robert shook his head bitterly. Sir, we've thoroughly provoked him. Williams asked grimly, what about our mecha? How's the research progressing? Robert's grim expression softened slightly at the question. They should be combat ready very soon. Williams barked coldly, accelerate the research. Spare no expense. I want results within 3 days. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the passenger jet cruised smoothly through the sky, its windows framed by azure skies and fluffy white clouds. Inside the cabin, the evacuees gazed at the escorting Shenlong aircraft outside the windows, their hearts filled with a sense of security. A little girl pressed her face against the window and asked innocently, Mommy, will the divine dragon always protect us? Her mother gently stroked her hair. Yes, as long as we're on the soil of China, the divine dragon will always protect us.
Chapter 28, To the Sun Never Sets Museum bringing our national treasures home. Day 7 of the Giant Beast Invasion Countdown, Dragon God Base. Zhao Weigui reported the latest developments. Reporting to the Divine Dragon, 98.7% of foreign nationals nationwide have been cleared. The remainder is expected to be completed today. The overseas evacuation progress has reached 87%, with the main focus on conflict zones where some compatriots remain to be retrieved. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, speed up the process. Time is running out. Yes, sir. Zhao Weigui saluted, then added. Additionally, 4 Yanlang mechs have been completed, with the 5th set to roll off the production line tonight. The expansion of the Dragon Scale Guard is also largely complete. Currently, 9,800 individuals have attained dragon power and are undergoing intensive training. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. China's war preparations were progressing faster than he had anticipated. At this pace, 10,000 Dragon Scale Guards and 5 Yanlang mechs would be fully operational before the full-scale invasion of the colossal beasts. By then, China would stand as the sole nation globally capable of directly confronting the colossal beasts. His own power had also grown significantly compared to just 3 days ago. Ever since discovering he could devour nuclear energy to evolve, he had devoted himself entirely to absorbing nuclear power these past days. China's nuclear stockpile had always been shrouded in mystery, with official statements consistently claiming it was sufficient. The term sufficient naturally implied having as much as needed. After days of absorption, Lin Xiao's evolution points had reached 40,000, leaving him just 20,000 short of breaking through. Lin Xiao no longer felt rushed. With 7 days remaining before the full-scale invasion of the colossal beasts, he was certain he would reach adulthood regardless. For now, he resolved to focus entirely on the evacuation operation. The beasts were about to invade. Once they truly descended, no country outside of China would remain safe. Simultaneously, another critical matter demanded attention. In his previous life, 3 days before the full invasion, the beasts had launched another wave of surprise attacks. Lin Xiao didn't know if the beasts would still launch such an attack with his presence this time around, but regardless, he had to prepare in advance. He turned to Zhao Weigui, his voice deep and thunderous, provide detailed information on the specific locations requiring evacuation. I will personally oversee the operation. Zhao Weigui immediately activated a holographic projection and reported, over 1,000 expatriates remain in the Sun Never Sets kingdom yet to be evacuated. At the mention of the Sun Never Sets nation, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon-like eyes. This nation was utterly shameless. A century ago, they plundered countless national treasures from China, which still proudly adorn their museums to this day, refusing to return them. Now, with the colossal beast poised to invade, these artifacts risk being lost forever if they remain overseas. This is the perfect opportunity to reclaim what belongs to China. Lin Xiao's voice rumbled like distant thunder, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhao Weigui's eyes as he instantly understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. The Sun Never Sets nation, London International Airport. Inside the airport terminal, thousands of Chinese expatriates gathered, their expressions anxious and weary. Among them were students, businesspeople, migrant workers, and even elderly individuals with white hair. Each clutched their passport, eyes fixed intently on the boarding gate, fearing they might miss any news. Didn't the embassy say a special flight would come for us today? Why hasn't it arrived yet? A young girl clutched her suitcase tightly, her voice trembling. Beside her, a middle-aged man in glasses pushed his frames up, forcing calm. Don't worry. Our motherland won't abandon us. But... The girl bit her lip, her eyes reddening. The news said giant beasts have already attacked the United States and Japan. What if they come to the land of the rising sun too? Her words sent a chill through the crowd. The terror of the giant beasts had already spread across the globe through worldwide news reports. These monsters, often towering over 100 meters tall, were impervious to missiles. In their wake, cities lay in ruins, and humans were crushed like ants. Now, the only safe place left was China. Their desire to return home was overwhelming. Not a single person wished to remain abroad. But there were too many countries needing evacuation. Their group had yet to be evacuated, so they couldn't help but feel anxious. Everyone, stay calm. A man in the uniform of the Chinese embassy stepped onto a makeshift platform, microphone in hand, his voice firm. The motherland has dispatched special aircraft that will arrive shortly. Please maintain order and wait patiently. His words calmed the restless crowd slightly. But soon, someone couldn't help but ask, but other countries have already started restricting flights. What if Iran also closes its airspace? The embassy staff member took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. Trust the motherland. No matter what happens, we will bring you all home. Hearing this, the crowd felt a little more reassured. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began singing softly, leading others to join in, the March of the Volunteers. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. At first, it was just scattered voices, but soon the entire departure hall resounded with the powerful chorus. The chorus of over 1,000 voices was breathtaking. Even other passengers at the airport couldn't help but stop and watch, their eyes filled with awe and admiration.
They could never comprehend the deep emotional bond the Chinese people felt toward their national anthem. This was the final roar forged by the Chinese people through countless trials and tribulations. Yet even in their incomprehension, they felt profound envy, wishing they too were Chinese so they too could receive the divine dragon's protection and the dragon's blessings. Amidst the singing, some wept openly, while others stood tall and straight. In this moment, they no longer felt like exiles adrift in a foreign land, but warriors returning home. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Immediately, a man shouted, "Look! The sky!" All eyes snapped upward. Through the airport's vast glass dome, they saw. On the distant horizon, a passenger plane painted with the vibrant five-starred red flag was breaking through the clouds. "It's our plane. Our motherland has come to bring us home." The crowd erupted instantly, cheers washing over the airport like a tidal wave. Many were moved to tears on the spot, clutching their passports tightly as if grasping their last hope. But the most astonishing sight was yet to come. "Wait! Look! What's that?" Someone trembled as they pointed toward the higher reaches of the sky. Above the clouds, a massive, shimmering figure of sapphire and gold appeared, its scaled claws flapping and dragon whiskers dancing, radiating an eternal glow in the sunlight. "It's the divine dragon. The divine dragon has come to escort us personally." In that moment, every Chinese expatriate trembled with excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, the passengers and staff from the land of the rising sun stood frozen in place, faces frozen in utter shock. They had never witnessed such a sacred and majestic creature, nor could they comprehend the Chinese people's near religious reverence for the divine dragon. "Quick! Everyone board the aircraft immediately." Embassy staff swiftly organized the evacuation. The expatriates formed orderly lines, moving calmly toward the boarding gate. But at that very moment, Lin Xiao's dragon form did not linger, but soared straight towards central London. Chapter 29, Nations proactively return Chinese cultural relics. They've been scared straight. "Huh? Why did the divine dragon fly away?" The expatriates froze, momentarily bewildered. But soon, someone reacted, shouting excitedly, "That direction is the Sun Never Sets Museum. The divine dragon must be heading to the Sun Never Sets Museum." "The Sun Never Sets Museum?" The crowd froze for a moment before suddenly snapping to attention, their eyes instantly igniting with fervent flames. The Museum of the Sun Never Sets. This structure, hailed as the treasury of world civilization, housed countless precious artifacts plundered from China. Bronzeware, porcelain, paintings, and calligraphy, jade artifacts. Each was a treasure of Chinese civilization, yet had been forced into exile for a century. "Lord Shenlong intends to bring them home." A white-haired elder trembled as he spoke, tears welling in his cloudy eyes. He had lived in the Sun Never Sets nation for 40 years. Every visit to the museum, seeing those Chinese artifacts locked behind glass cases, felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Now, Lord Shenlong had descended personally to return these treasures to their homeland. The motherland has not forgotten them. The motherland is finally bringing them home. Tears streaming down his face, the old man knelt with a thud and bowed his head heavily toward the direction Lin Xiao had departed. The other expatriates' eyes also reddened, their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white. They understood better than anyone what those artifacts meant to China. They were the roots of civilization, the soul of the nation. "Long live Lord Shenlong!" Someone shouted the cry, instantly igniting the fervor of the crowd. "Long live Lord Shenlong! Long live the motherland!" The deafening roar echoed through the airport terminal, even drawing the attention of many British citizens who paused to watch, their eyes filled with complexity. They might never comprehend the Chinese people's obsession with cultural relics, but at this moment, they felt it acutely. This ancient Eastern nation, guided by the divine dragon, was rising again. Above the Sun Never Sets Museum. Lin Xiao circled over central London, his 200-meter dragon form obscuring the sky and drowning out the sun. His dragon's might was like an ocean, silencing the entire city. His dragon eyes were cold and majestic as he surveyed the building that had once plundered countless treasures from China. The spire of the Sun Never Sets Museum appeared minuscule beneath his claws. The descendants of those who once boasted of the empire on which the sun never sets now craned their necks upward, terror etched across their faces. Lin Xiao's voice boomed like thunder. "A century ago, you plundered China's treasures and refused to return them. Today, in the name of the divine dragon of China, I reclaim what belongs to China." Inside the museum, staff scrambled frantically. Some tried to shut the doors, while others cowered behind display cases, trembling. The curator's face drained of color as he shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Quick! Notify the military. The divine dragon of China has arrived." But it was too late. With a sweep of Lin Xiao's dragon claw, the museum's dome shattered like paper, revealing the dazzling array of exhibits within. His gaze locked onto the familiar artifacts. Bronzeware, porcelain, Dunhuang murals. Each piece bore the weight of China's millennia-old history, yet had been forced into exile. "These do not belong to you." With a gentle grasp of his dragon claw, an invisible force lifted the artifacts, suspending them steadily in midair. One by one, they flew toward Lin Xiao, enveloped in his dragon power to ensure not a single scratch. On the street, the people of the sun never sets watched the scene in stunned silence. Some were furious, some resigned, but most felt a profound sense of helplessness. Those are our exhibits. They can't just take them like this, a young man shouted indignantly. An elderly man beside him sighed and shook his head. Child, they never truly belonged to us. With a flick of his dragon tail, Lin Xiao enveloped all the artifacts in golden light. They transformed into streaks of light and vanished into his scaled space. A final dragon's roar echoed across the heavens as Lin Xiao vanished into the clouds, leaving the Sun Never Sets Museum in utter disarray.
When he landed on the runway, the expatriates stood in orderly formation, their faces radiant with pride and excitement.
Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the crowd as his voice rang out, deep and commanding, "Board the aircraft.
We're going home."
Those 4 simple words brought tears to everyone's eyes. The cabin door of the special aircraft slowly opened as the expatriates boarded in an orderly fashion. As they descended the gangway, each turned to glance back at the city they had once called home. Yet their eyes held no lingering attachment, only the urgent longing to return to their homeland. At the far end of the runway, the people of the Sun Never Sets watched the scene from afar, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The aircraft lifted off, with Lin Xiao circling overhead. The dragon's body radiated a soft golden light, forming an impenetrable barrier that escorted the exiles and national treasures back to the soil of China. The aircraft took off safely, and no one dared to interfere.
Even if the Sun Never Sets nation wished to intervene, it was powerless to do so. After all, with the precedent set by the United States, this divine dragon of China was a being capable of swallowing even nuclear bombs. What could they possibly use to stop it?
This scene was captured by overseas Chinese and uploaded online, instantly igniting a viral sensation across the internet.
Hashtag Divine Dragon reclaims national treasure. Hashtag Motherland welcomes us home. In the comments section, messages from Chinese netizens poured in like a tidal wave. Tears in my eyes. The divine dragon is so majestic. Those artifacts are finally home. Our ancestors can rest in peace. As an overseas student, this moment makes me burst with pride.
Meanwhile, foreign netizens' comments brimmed with envy and a touch of bitterness.
Why doesn't our country have a divine dragon? The Chinese are so lucky. Damn it, all we have in Austria are kangaroos.
Those things are good for nothing except eating. And this was only the beginning. Not long after Lin Xiao returned to the divine dragon base, General Zhao Weiguo hurried over, clutching an encrypted document. His usually composed face bore an unusual look of excitement.
Lord Shunlong.
Zhao Weiguo's voice trembled slightly.
We've just received an urgent dispatch from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
17 nations including Gaul, Maple Leaf, and Kangaroo have simultaneously issued diplomatic notes, voluntarily offering to return cultural relics looted from China throughout history. Lin Xiao slowly opened his dragon eyes, crimson gold vertical pupils flowing like molten lava. Oh? Zhao Weiguo projected a holographic display, revealing a densely packed list suspended in midair: bronze artifacts, porcelain, ancient texts, Buddhist statues, even the animal heads from the old summer palace. Each artifact was annotated with a return date and transport method. Some nations had even dispatched special aircraft for escort.
They're afraid, Lin Xiao chuckled softly. Afraid I'll come knocking personally.
Zhao Weiguo's tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears as his fists clenched until they cracked. For a century, we've lodged countless diplomatic protests, yet they always refused to return them under the pretext of protecting humanity's shared heritage.
Now, Lord Shenlong, you've accomplished what generations of us dared not even dream of.
Lin Xiao smiled softly and murmured.
What never belonged to them will never belong to them. What belongs to China will return, sooner or later. Chapter 30, 10 Teams Secure China. 7 Days Countdown. Paris, Élysée Palace. Seated around the Oval Conference table, senior officials of the Gallic nation wore solemn expressions. President Macron slammed his fist on the table. Gentlemen, this is not compromise, it is strategic retreat.
He tapped the screen displaying Lin Xiao tearing open the dome of the Sun Never Sets Museum.
Do you want that dragon appearing in the Louvre?
The Minister of Culture turned pale, but those Eastern artifacts are our crown jewels.
And international law. To hell with international law.
The Defense Minister cut him off harshly.
The pretty country's nukes are being chewed like candy. Does your Ministry of Culture want Paris to become the next Hiroshima?
The memory of that scene sent a collective shiver through the room. And such scenes were simultaneously unfolding in other nations possessing Chinese artifacts. After witnessing the resolve of the Chinese dragon, they dared not keep the artifacts any longer and began returning them voluntarily.
Magic City International Airport, Cargo Zone. Customs Officer Li Jianguo stared wide-eyed at a particular crate, his voice trembling with shock. That's a Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Celadon? The rookie beside him stammered, "B-boss, the manifest says the next item is a fragment of the Yunle Encyclopedia." At those words, Li Jianguo's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed with a thud. That evening, the news anchor delivered the report with precise diction. As of today, a total of 168,643 cultural relics have been recovered, including first-class artifacts amounting to
Upon hearing this news, all Chinese people embraced each other in excitement, tears streaming down their faces.
That night, the entire nation celebrated. Meanwhile, at the Shenlong base,
Lin Xiao stood commanding the vast plaza, with 10,000 dragon scale guards arrayed before him in perfect formation, standing solemnly at attention.
Clad in specially crafted combat uniforms, a faint dragon aura swirled around them, their gazes sharp as blades.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes blazed like torches as he scanned each warrior. Today, I shall select 10 squad leaders. His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, reverberating in every heart. Each will command 1,000 men, guarding the lands of China. The moment the words fell, the entire field fell silent, even the wind seemed to pause. Every dragon scale guard stood ramrod straight, their eyes burning with battle fervor and yearning.
To be personally appointed by the Divine Dragon Lord was an immense honor.
Lin Xiao's dragon claw rose lightly, and a golden light coalesced in the air, forming 10 dragon-shaped tokens.
Li Qing,
a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, strode forward. His muscles were like iron castings, his bare arms covered in blue scales, and fine sparks of lightning danced around his fingertips. This was the warrior who had effortlessly defeated the Sakura Nation spy earlier.
You shall serve as captain of the 1st Squadron, guarding the East Sea coastline.
Li Qing knelt on one knee, accepting the token with both hands. His voice rang out with unwavering resolve, I swear to defend the East Sea with my life.
Zhao Taizhu,
a middle-aged man with a stern face, stepped forward. His skin bore a bronze hue, and the dragon scale patterns were denser than those of the other warriors, clearly indicating greater strength. You shall serve as captain of the 2nd Squadron, guarding Mount Kunlun. Zhao Taizhu pounded his chest, his eyes blazing with battle fervor. With me at Kunlun Mountain, it shall be impregnable. Lin Xiao appointed 6 squad leaders in succession, each an elite among the dragon scale guards, having awakened distinct dragon-kin abilities. When he reached the 7th name, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes paused slightly.
Wang Meng,
a burly man with a thick beard, strode out of formation. Broad-shouldered and sturdy, he strode with the power of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, radiating an aura of untamed wildness. Most striking were his arms, coiled with violent purple lightning that sparked with each breath. A flicker of recognition passed through Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. Wang Meng, one of the ace pilots of the Yanlang Mecha Corps in his past life, a comrade in arms who had fought alongside him for years. In that final battle against the monstrous Tao Tai, Wang Meng had covered his comrade's retreat alone, ultimately perishing alongside the colossal beast. Little did he expect that in this lifetime, they would reunite in such a manner.
Wang Meng, you shall command the 7th Squadron and defend the South Sea. Wang Meng grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth.
Rest assured, Lord Shenlong.
With me here, the South Sea will be as stable as a mountain.
His voice boomed like a bell, carrying the same boldness and unrestraint as in his past life. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. With a wave of his dragon claw, a jet-black mecha crashed onto the training ground. Standing approximately 25 meters tall, its streamlined torso was covered in scaly armor forged from the carapace of a colossal beast. Its head was designed in the shape of a dragon's, its crimson gold eyes resembling miniature dragon pupils.
The flame wolf mech, the warriors exclaimed in awe, their eyes brimming with envy.
Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the mecha before him, then looked up at Lin Xiao. Lord Shenlong, this mech is yours. Lin Xiao's voice carried a nuance only he understood.
The South Sea border is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to lose it. Wang Meng's body trembled, his tiger-like eyes instantly welling with tears. He abruptly dropped to one knee, pounding his right fist against his chest as his voice cracked. Wang Meng swears to complete this mission at any cost. This iron-blooded warrior was now choking back tears. There were only 5 Yanlang mechs, yet Lord Shenlong had entrusted one to him. What an immense show of trust. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed gently, as if he saw his comrade from a past life, laughing boldly on the battlefield. Go. Take your squad and depart immediately. Wang Meng bowed his head heavily. As he rose, his bold demeanor had already returned. He turned toward the mech, his stride as resolute as iron. The other warriors cast envious glances his way, but more than that, they felt profound admiration. Wang Meng's prowess was undeniable. His acquisition of the mech was well deserved. By the time the ceremony concluded, the setting sun had fully dipped below the horizon. 10,000 dragon scale guards stood solemnly in the night, forming an impenetrable wall of steel. Lin Xiao's voice boomed across the sky. In 7 days, the behemoths will launch a full-scale invasion. But China will no longer be prey, but the hunter. China shall prevail. Lin Xiao's dragon form trembled, unleashing a colossal dragon's might that swept across the entire field. China shall prevail. 10,000 voices roared in unison, their shouts shaking the heavens. Soon, 10 squads were fully prepared. Led by their respective captains, they set off for every corner of China. Wang Meng stood before the cockpit of the Yanlang mecha, casting one final glance back at the Divine Dragon Lord atop the platform. He grinned broadly. Rest assured, Divine Dragon Lord. As long as the South Sea stands, so shall I. Though he didn't know why the Divine Dragon held him in such high regard, he would never betray that trust. The mech's engines roared to life as Wang Meng led the 7th Squadron racing toward the southwestern border.
Lin Xiao watched them depart, golden light flickering in his dragon eyes.
With this, everything was finally set in stone. Next came his evolution. Once he reached adulthood, China would stand utterly invincible.
At least in the early stages of the colossal beast invasion, China would fear no challenge. Even if a level 7 colossus arrived, Lin Xiao would have the strength to fight it.
Chapter 31, The pretty country has developed mechs too. Williams paced restlessly, his dress shoes thudding dully against the carpet.
Recent reports had been one piece of bad news after another, leaving him with no appetite for meals. That Chinese dragon was growing more formidable by the day, leaving them in a highly passive position. Especially 2 days ago, he'd been forced to return Chinese artifacts within their borders. This move had caused the pretty country's standing in the international community to plummet.
He was now extremely anxious and frustrated. If this trend continued, the United States' title as the world's strongest nation would soon be, had already been usurped by China. The mere thought of the United States' status being usurped by China. Williams grew even more agitated. He grabbed his tablet, where a video played of the Chinese divine dragon escorting overseas Chinese back to their homeland. The azure gold dragon soared majestically through the clouds, its presence awe-inspiring, while below, countless Chinese citizens waved national flags, tears streaming down their faces. Damn it! Williams slammed the tablet against the wall. The shattering sound echoed jarringly in the silent office.
In just a few short days, the United States' international influence had plummeted to rock bottom.
Even those fence-sitting nations wouldn't answer his calls now.
The thought made Williams grind his teeth, his gray-blue eyes blazing with unyielding fury. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the office door.
Come in. Williams snapped, tugging irritably at his tie. Defense Secretary Robert entered, his face unusually animated with excitement.
He strode quickly to Williams' side, his voice low but unable to conceal his excitement. Your Excellency, good news.
Williams raised an eyebrow. What good news?
Robert took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with fervor. The Iron Patriot mech project had succeeded.
Williams' pupils suddenly contracted. What did you say?
10 Steel Patriot mechs have completed final debugging and are combat ready at any moment. Robert's face glowed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Williams' lips slowly curved upward, then erupted into a roar of laughter. Excellent.
Absolutely brilliant. He grabbed his coat. Take me to see them.
The elevator descended through layer upon layer of heavy alloy doors, finally stopping at the secret base 300 meters underground. Williams followed Robert down a long corridor lined with walls covered in mecha blueprints and test data. Finally, they stopped before a massive blast-proof door.
Identity verified. Welcome, Your Excellency. A mechanical female voice sounded as the blast door slid open slowly.
The sight before him made Williams' breath catch. 10 steel giants, each standing 35 meters tall, stood in perfect formation at the base's center. Their bodies were pitch black, their armor thick as fortresses, with joints flickering with faint blue energy patterns. Their heads were sculpted like hawks, their eyes crimson optical sensors, cold and piercing.
This is the Iron Patriot.
Williams murmured, his eyes burning with fervor. The United States had actually begun developing their mechs long ago. Previously, however, there had been little survival pressure, so their development pace was slow. Now that pressure existed, the pace of development had surged dramatically. Robert proudly explained. Each mech is equipped with 2 plasma cannons capable of instantly melting steel. Its arms wield high-frequency vibrating blades that effortlessly slice through the carapaces of giant beasts. A micro-missile launcher on its back provides a 5-kilometer fire coverage range. Williams approached one of the mechs, running his hand over its cold armor. The surface felt hard and smooth, like stroking a sleeping beast. What powers them? He asked. Nuclear fusion reactors, with a runtime of up to 3 months.
Robert replied, plus, we've integrated neural link technology. Pilots can control the mech directly through brainwaves, boosting reaction speed by 300%. Williams' smile deepened, ambition nearly spilling from his eyes. Good. Very good. China has its divine dragons.
We have our steel patriots.
He spun abruptly, his voice as cold as ice. Dispatch 5 mechs immediately to the South China Sea. Mobilize 3 carrier strike groups to support the operation. Let the world see who the true ruler is.
Robert froze, his excitement instantly frozen on his face.
Your Excellency, isn't this too risky?
These mechs were developed to counter the colossal beast threat.
If deployed rashly in combat, what about the losses in China? Risky? Williams sneered coldly. Robert, don't you understand? The existence of China's divine dragon has already shaken our hegemony.
If we don't demonstrate our strength now, the nations that depend on us will soon defect to China.
China's divine dragon is already riding roughshod over us. If we don't strike back now, the United States is finished.
He walked to the window, gazing down at the mechs below, his voice low and dangerous.
Besides, the beasts won't launch a full-scale invasion anytime soon. We still have ample time to build more mechs.
I'll make the world know that the United States remains the most powerful nation on this planet.
Go. Notify the Pentagon.
Initiate Operation Freedom Cruise.
Target the South China Sea. Robert opened his mouth, then bowed his head. Yes, sir. I'll make the arrangements immediately. The next day, Pacific Ocean. On the aircraft carrier deck, sailors bustled about with tense urgency. F-35 fighter jets stood in neat formation, their engines roaring deafeningly. Captain MacArthur stood on the bridge, scanning the distant horizon through his binoculars. 5 steel Patriot mechs marched across the waves, their heavy footsteps churning up towering waves. "ING spectacular," murmured the executive officer. Each mech trailed long plumes of exhaust, a sign of their thrusters operating at full power. Their right arms bore massive electromagnetic cannons, while their left arms carried rotating missile launchers, making them resemble mobile arsenals. Williams stood in the command center of headquarters, surveying the distant coastline of China through satellite imagery. "Your Excellency, everything is ready," the mech commander's voice crackled over the communicator. Williams narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling his lips. "Excellent. Initiate the deterrence operation and activate global broadcast. Let everyone witness what true power looks like." South China Sea, Dragon Scale Guard 7th Squadron Base. Wang Mang was leading the Dragon Scale Guard in grueling training sessions while also mastering the mech's controls and familiarizing himself with its capabilities. According to the Dragon God's words, the full-scale invasion by the colossal beasts was less than a week away. He had to master and become proficient in operating the mecha as quickly as possible. But Wang Mang was astonished to discover he seemed born to pilot the mecha. The complex maneuvers posed no challenge whatsoever. It felt as though he had piloted mechs in a past life. Every difficult maneuver came effortlessly, quickly committing itself to memory. This sensation filled him with exhilaration. Ever since obtaining the Yanlang mecha these past few days, he had spent nearly every waking moment inside it, sleeping there too except for meals and bathroom breaks. It felt as if man and machine had become one. Wang Mang stood within the Yanlang mech's cockpit, both hands gripping the control stick tightly as various data parameters flashed across the holographic screen. He abruptly thrust the joystick forward, and the 25-meter-tall steel colossus executed a flawless side-spinning kick. The shockwave from its mechanical legs sent pebbles flying several meters into the air. "Nice move," came the cheers from his teammates over the communicator. Wang Mang grinned. "This is nothing. I can pull off even flashier moves." His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Suddenly, a pair of folding wings unfolded from the mech's back, and the thrusters erupted with a deep blue flame. Just as the mech was about to take flight, a shrill alarm pierced the entire base. Chapter 32, Mech Battle. Wang Mang takes on 5. Woo woo. Wang Mang's smile froze instantly. He knew that sound all too well. It was a level 1 combat readiness alert. "Captain. Radar detected an unidentified fleet." The voice of Scout Shaoli crackled urgently over the communicator, 120 nautical miles away, rapidly closing in. Wang Mang's eyes sharpened like blades. He slammed the ship-wide communication button, his gravelly voice booming through the loudspeakers across the entire base. "Full alert. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." At his command, the entire base erupted into chaos. The Dragon Scale Guard warriors swiftly assembled, each radiating a faint aura of dragon energy. Some wielded fire, others commanded lightning, while some possessed immense strength. Within 3 minutes, they were fully armed and assembled in formation. Wang Mang donned his neural interface helmet, a familiar tingling sensation radiating from his temples. With a soft hum, the mech's vision synchronized completely with his own, as if the steel body were an extension of his own. "Synchronization rate 99.8%, the system announced. Wang Mang grinned. "Buddy, we're finally fighting side by side." He took a deep breath and pushed the control stick. The Yanlang mech's thrusters roared, spewing searing flames from its tail. Its massive frame lifted off the sea, leaving a white wake in its wake. "All units, follow me." Wang Mang's voice crackled through the SWAT channel, reaching every warrior's ears. 1,000 Dragon Scale Guards sprang into action. All boarded the fleet vessels, following Wang Mang's mech as they sped toward the enemy ships. Soon, Wang Mang's mech's long-range vision system revealed the fleet on the horizon. The stars and stripes fluttered fiercely atop the masts. 5 black mechs, each larger than the Flaming Wolves, charged across the waves, backed by 3 carrier strike groups, their presence menacing. Wang Mang sneered coldly, "The United States. I knew it would be these bastards. I didn't expect they still haven't been subdued by Lord Shenlong and are coming to provoke us again." He then ordered, "Warn them. If they dare take another step forward, strike back immediately. No hesitation. This is the 7th Squadron of the Huaxia Dragon Scale Guard." The main fleet of Huaxia activated its external loudspeakers, and a booming voice echoed across the sea. "You have entered Huaxia territorial waters. Leave immediately. Repeat, leave immediately." There was no response. Instead, the 5 steel Patriots accelerated. The lead craft even raised its right arm as its electromagnetic cannon began charging, emitting a piercing hum. Wang Mang's eyes instantly turned cold. He pressed the squad calm, "Prepare for combat." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the enemy opened fire. A blue-white plasma beam tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the Yanlang mech. "Looking for death. Wang Meng roared. The Yanlang mech executed a sideways roll, narrowly evading the strike.
The plasma beam struck the sea behind them, instantly vaporizing a whole dozens of meters in diameter as the water boiled and churned.
Counterattack.
Wang Meng pushed the control stick all the way forward. The folding wings on the back of the Yanlang mech fully deployed, its speed instantly breaking the sound barrier. The high-frequency vibrating blade on the mech's right arm deployed, slicing toward the nearest enemy with a piercing hum. Clang! The deafening clang of metal colliding echoed through the air. Wang Meng's vibroblade collided with the opponent's alloy shield, sending sparks flying. Two 35-meter-tall steel giants wrestled atop the ocean's surface, their clash sending towering waves crashing against nearby frigates, rocking them violently. Captain! Watch your back, a warning suddenly crackled over the communicator. Wang Meng whipped his head around just in time to see another steel Patriot raising its electromagnetic cannon, its barrel already glowing with charged energy. In the nick of time, a waterspout erupted from the sea surface, striking the mech's barrel with pinpoint accuracy. The electromagnetic cannon overloaded and exploded, shattering the entire barrel. Nice shot! Wang Meng roared with laughter. He knew this was the work of the water-manipulating warrior in their squad. Meanwhile, the other dragon scale guards had also engaged the pretty country fleet. The Thunderbringers summoned lightning bolts to strike enemy ships, while the mighty one leapt directly onto the deck, tearing through armor with his bare hands. Flames shot skyward across the sea, explosions ringing incessantly. Wang Meng withdrew his gaze, focusing intently on the enemy before him. He abruptly increased his output, instantly boosting the Flame Wolf mech's power. The vibrating blade sliced clean through the opponent's shield. Open it, damn it! Wang Meng roared, driving the vibrating blade straight toward the enemy cockpit. At this critical moment, the steel Patriot suddenly lurched backward, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Yet the blade still sliced through its chest armor, exposing the intricate network of pipes within. Not bad. Wang Meng narrowed his eyes. The opposing pilot was clearly a seasoned veteran. The two mechs faced off over the ocean, surrounded by the chaos of battle. Wang Meng could feel his blood boiling not from fear, but from exhilaration. This feeling of life hanging by a thread brought an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had experienced countless such battles in a past life. Wang Meng pressed on. Initially, he held a clear advantage, as the Yanlang mech was superior to the American Patriot mech in both materials and capabilities. Williams watched the scene through his visor, his expression grim. He had assumed that with their new mechs, the United States would at least have the means to counter China, if not completely overwhelm it. But what he hadn't anticipated was that China not only possessed the Shenlong, but now had mechs as well. Moreover, judging by their level of advancement, they were completely on par with the United States, perhaps even stronger. At that moment, the global livestream broadcast by the United States was flooded with comments. Beautiful country netizen. 5 against 1? That's just not fair. Japan netizen. No matter how powerful the Chinese mechs are, they can't possibly take on 5 opponents alone. Kimchi nation netizen. American mechs are the strongest. Chinese mechs won't last 3 minutes. China netizen. Go Captain Wang Meng. The Yanlang mecha will prevail. Non-Chinese netizen. Holy crap, is this what a mech battle looks like? Mind-blowing. William sat in the command room, his face dark as he stared at the live feed. Damn it! He slammed his fist on the table and roared, all mechs engage. Destroy that Yanlang mech at any cost. I want its wreckage brought back for analysis. 5 steel Patriots activated simultaneously, electromagnetic cannons charging, plasma blades glowing with blinding blue light as they closed in from all directions. Wang Meng stood within the flaming wolf's cockpit, a grin spreading across his face as battle fervor boiled in his eyes. 5 against 1? Is that all the United States has to offer? An anxious voice crackled over the communicator. Captain. We're pinned down and can't provide backup right now. Wang Meng's gaze sharpened as he scanned the battlefield. The Huaxia fleet was locked in fierce combat with the pretty country's carrier strike group, while the Dragon Scale Guard warriors were pinned down by enemy fire, unable to break free anytime soon. Then I'll entertain them myself. He slammed the control stick forward. The thrusters on the back of the Yanlang mecha erupted with searing flames, propelling the machine forward like a black lightning bolt toward the enemy mecha formation. Come on! Wang Meng roared with maniacal laughter as the high-frequency vibrating blade on the right arm of the Yanlang mecha whirred into place. He charged head-on toward the foremost enemy mecha. Chapter 33, A Desperate Battle. No disgrace to Lord Shenlong. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal reverberated across the sea, sparks flying everywhere. Wang Meng spun the Yanlang mecha sideways, swinging the vibrating blade viciously at the second mecha's leg joint. Snap! The enemy mech's leg armor was cleaved clean through. Losing its balance, the machine crashed to its knees on the ocean surface. Trash! Wang Meng sneered coldly. But before he could catch his breath, a shrill alarm pierced the air behind him. Warning! High-energy reaction. He whipped his head around to see the third steel Patriot already raising its electromagnetic cannon, its muzzle blazing with blinding blue light. Boom! The plasma beam struck instantly. But the Yanlang mech executed an extreme roll, effortlessly evading the deadly strike.
TSK. So this is your mech.
He grinned, his eyes still burning with battle intent.
The fourth mech seized the opportunity to close in, its plasma blade thrusting straight toward the Yanlang mech's cockpit. Wang Meng's pupils contracted. At the critical moment, he yanked the control stick, sending the Yanlang mech reeling backward. Simultaneously, its right leg shot upward, delivering a brutal kick to the enemy mech's chest. Boom! Both mechs staggered backward, sending towering waves crashing across the sea.
The fifth mech had already circled around to the rear, its electromagnetic cannon locked onto the Flame Wolf's back thrusters.
Captain!
Watch out, came the panicked shout from his teammate over the calm.
Wang Meng gritted his teeth and slammed the emergency evasion button. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon struck the Yanlang mecha's right shoulder.
Armor shattered instantly, sparks flying wildly.
Warning!
Right arm power system compromised.
Warning!
Thruster efficiency reduced by 30%.
The system's alarms blared incessantly, but Wang Meng only sneered coldly. Humph, is that all you've got?
He slammed the control stick forward.
Ignoring the damage, the Yanlang mech charged once more into the enemy mech formation. On the battlefield, Wang Meng stood alone against 5 foes.
In the livestream chat, the bullet comments fell completely silent.
Everyone was stunned by the spectacle. Chinese netizen. Captain Wang Meng is just too strong. American netizen. Is he crazy?
He'll die if he keeps this up.
Japan netizen. Is this the will of a Chinese warrior? Non-Chinese netizen. God damn it, he could have retreated.
William stared fixedly at the screen, his face ashen.
He couldn't comprehend why, despite being at an absolute disadvantage, Wang Meng still fought to the death without retreating? Madman.
Absolute madman, he growled through clenched teeth.
On the battlefield, Wang Meng was cornered.
The right arm of the Yanlang mecha had lost power, and the left arm's armor had been cleaved open by a plasma blade, sparks of electricity flickering incessantly.
5 steel patriots closed in once more, their electromagnetic cannons fully charged and barrels locked onto the Yanlang mecha.
Wang Meng gasped for breath, yet a defiant smile curled his lips.
You think you can kill me? Not so fast.
He slammed his finger down on the red button inside the cockpit.
Overload mode activate. Boom! The core power reactor of the Yanlang mecha instantly overclocked, its surface rippling with crimson energy patterns. Warning! Unit operating beyond capacity. Time remaining 30 seconds. Wang Meng roared with laughter. 30 seconds? That's plenty.
The Yanlang mech speed surged, charging toward the enemy mech formation like a crimson bolt of lightning.
It pierced precisely into the joint gap of the first enemy mech to charge.
Amid the bone-chilling screech of metal tearing apart, the steel patriot's right leg was violently severed. But the vibrating blades of 4 other mechs were already slashing toward him. Wang Meng slammed his foot on the pedal, yet the armor still bore a gash half a meter deep.
Warning! Left arm functionality at 20%. The cockpit shook violently, Wang Meng's helmet slamming into the control console, warm blood smearing his right eye.
Through the crimson haze, he saw the holographic display showing his squadron's warship under enemy fire, while the dragon scale guards fought desperately to hold their ground. A water-manipulating warrior, struck by a shell, summoned his last ounce of strength to raise a massive wave, shielding his comrades.
Wang Meng licked his cracked lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth.
Electric sparks crackled from the left arm joint of his mech suit as the holographic screen flashed a 30% synchronization rate warning. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the carrier flying the stars and stripes beyond the encirclement.
Son of a... At that moment, 5 enemy aircraft dove toward them simultaneously once more.
Wang Meng suddenly smiled.
Come on. Wang Meng pushed the control stick forward with a roar, and the Yanlang mecha transformed into a burning meteor hurtling toward the enemy formation. Boom! The first steel patriot disintegrated in a dazzling explosion. The first one. Wang Meng roared, coughing up blood. The second enemy's electromagnetic cannon locked onto the flaming wolf's back, but he suddenly grabbed the barrel with a backhand, using the momentum to execute a shoulder throw. The 35-ton steel colossus crashed into the sea, triggering a tsunami that capsized a distant frigate. The second. Inside the cockpit, Wang Meng was shaken until blood poured from his nostrils. The remaining 3 enemy aircraft finally showed fear and began retreating. Think you can escape? Wang Meng tore off its head and hurled it at the third Patriot mech. The third? Wang Meng's voice abruptly cut off. The wreckage of the steel Patriot slowly sank beneath the sea behind him. The Yanlang mech stood motionless atop the burning sea surface, its cockpit pierced by a single cold shot. The globally broadcast footage froze at that moment. The comment stream suddenly cleared. Billions of viewers stared at the scarlet mecha riddled with holes. Its broken right arm remained frozen in a charging stance, with the gradually brightening dawn behind it. Synchronization rate. 0%. In the system's final words, Wang Meng faintly saw the Dragon Lord circling above the clouds, the sun and moon seeming to revolve within its dragon eyes. He closed his eyes contentedly. Lord Shenlong, I haven't disgraced you. Suddenly, the distant sky erupted in a whirlwind of clouds. A golden light tore through the leaden clouds, and a 200-meter-long azure gold dragon burst forth from the sky. Roar! The earth-shaking dragon's roar echoed across sea and sky, its terrifying aura sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami.
Both the Iron Patriots and the carrier fleet seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this overwhelming pressure.
Retreat! Retreat now! The beautiful country's fleet instantly fell into disarray. The remaining 3 steel patriots turned tail and fled, abandoning their wounded comrades. But it was too late. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes locked onto the patriot mech. His dragon claw pressed down, freezing the sea within a 100-mile radius. Instantly, countless water spears shot skyward. After reaching 1,000 meters, the spears reversed direction, their tips glowing with a metallic cold light. Lin Xiao used absolute water control to compress the seawater into a solid crystal with a density comparable to steel. Execute!
As the word echoed, the sky-filling spears poured down like a cascading galaxy.
The steel patriot mech, bearing the brunt of the assault, attempted to intercept with its plasma cannon.
Yet the high-temperature beam capable of melting through tank armor only vaporized a wisp of mist upon striking the water spear before being pierced clean through. The blonde officer in the cockpit stared wide-eyed as the crystal spear rapidly magnified in his field of vision. Pop! The first mech was impaled through its core reactor. Azure fusion light seeped from the crack before erupting into a blinding fireball. Amidst successive explosions, 3 mechs each costing as much as an aircraft carrier turned into burning scrap metal, sinking into the boiling sea.
No! My steel patriots!
Williams yanked at his hair in the Pentagon Command Center. The slaughter on the sea raged on. Under Lin Xiao's command, the sea surged, raising a 100-meter-high wall of water.
Massive aircraft carriers were tossed into the air like toys before being swallowed by the towering waves. Please! Spare us!
Captain Mack, his face twisted with terror, knelt on the floor, pleading desperately. Only now did he truly understand why ancient Chinese texts described dragons as divine beings capable of summoning winds and rains, moving mountains, and filling seas. Alas, his repentance came too late.
A dragon's fiery breath swept through, instantly cleaving the entire carrier in two. Chapter 34 is the land of cherry blossoms awakening the 8-headed serpent. Within 2 minutes, the entire sea fell into deathly silence.
The United States' 3 carrier strike groups and 5 steel patriot mechs all turned into burning wreckage, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. The satellite broadcast froze at that moment, billions of viewers worldwide holding their breath in stunned silence. The comments section fell eerily silent, as if all language had lost its power before this shocking spectacle.
Until Chinese netizen. My friends, hear the dragon's roar.
This comment ignited the entire livestream like wildfire.
Chinese netizen.
When the divine dragon rages, 100,000 shall fall.
Those who dare offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Tears in my eyes. This is our guardian deity. American netizen. Oh my god. This isn't even a living creature. Our fleet is completely destroyed. Has the executive gone mad? Why provoke such an entity? Japan netizen. Damn it. The US has doomed us. Please, just stop antagonizing China already.
Hey upstairs, show some backbone.
Our Sakura nation has sacred beasts too. The power of the great Kami Yamata no Orochi absolutely rivals that of the divine dragon. Non-Japanese netizen.
The Chinese dragon, so terrifying.
Why is our totem a lion? It can't even fight a dragon. Is it too late to switch allegiances now?
Bullet comments flooded the screen like a blizzard, showcasing starkly contrasting reactions from netizens worldwide. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes still blazed with fury. He circled above the smoke-filled sea, his 200-meter-long dragon body obscuring the sky. Every piece of his azure gold scales glowed with a cold, icy sheen.
The mecha development in the beautiful country is far ahead of what it was in my previous life.
Lin Xiao thought silently, his dragon whiskers twitching without a breeze. According to his past life's memories, the pretty country was indeed the first nation to develop mechs, but that had occurred a full month after the full-scale invasion of the colossal beasts.
Now, it had been achieved a full week earlier. Is it because my appearance put pressure on them?
Lin Xiao's dragon claws clenched slightly, sending massive waves crashing across the sea. What enraged him most wasn't the mech's premature emergence, but that the pretty country dared to use them to provoke China.
5 mechs ganging up on Wang Meng alone, utterly shameless.
Faced with the threat of colossal beasts, humanity doesn't unite against the enemy but instead engages in endless infighting. A flicker of sorrow passed through Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. In his previous life, humanity had been exactly like this. Even under the shadow of colossal beasts, they never ceased their internecine strife, ultimately leading to total collapse.
Without his intervention, history would likely repeat itself in this lifetime.
But now was not the time to settle accounts with the United States. Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail and landed on the ocean surface.
His gaze locked onto the wrecked Yanlang mecha. Its chest had been pierced by a plasma cannon, exposing the cockpit.
Wang Meng lay covered in blood before the control stick, his breath faint and barely perceptible.
Wang Meng.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly.
Memories from his past life surged like a tidal wave. The image of that comrade, always laughing boldly, torn apart by a monstrous beast while covering his teammates' retreat. Lin Xiao raised his dragon claw, its tip glowing with a soft golden light. Dragon's Grace. A dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Wang Meng and the Yanlang mecha entirely. Within the pillar, time seemed to reverse. The gaping hole in the mech's chest healed at a visible pace, warped armor plates smoothed back into place, and severed circuits reconnected automatically. Wang Meng's wounds healed at an astonishing pace. His pallid complexion regained its healthy flush, and his faint heartbeat gradually grew strong and steady. Ugh! Wang Meng groaned softly, slowly opening his eyes. When he recognized the colossal dragon circling above him, his tiger-like eyes instantly welled with tears. Lord Shunlong. No need for words. Lin Xiao's voice carried an unusual gentleness. You did well. Struggling to climb out of the cockpit, Wang Meng knelt on one knee before the mecha's palm, his voice choked with emotion. I have failed. I allowed the Yanlang mecha to be damaged. Mechs can be repaired, but a warrior's life is irreplaceable. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed gently. Remember this, your life is 10,000 times more precious than any mech. The words sent a jolt through Wang Meng's entire body. He looked up at Lord Shenlong, only to find a trace of something he couldn't quite decipher in those lava-like dragon eyes. Longing? Just then, the communicator crackled with Zhao Weigua's urgent voice. Lord Shenlong. Emergency. Anomalous energy has suddenly appeared in the East Sea. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed sharply. At this precise moment. Could it be that the vanguard of the colossal beasts was arriving ahead of schedule? Regardless, Lin Xiao made his decision instantly. He first ordered Wang Meng to lead the dragon scale guards in cleaning up the battlefield, specifically instructing them to bring back the American Patriot mecha for base research. Although the Yanlang mechs outperformed the Patriots, the American mechs still had some merits worth studying. There was no harm in examining them. Wang Meng acknowledged the order. Then Lin Xiao headed straight for the East Sea. Cherry Blossom Nation, an unnamed island bordering the East Sea. Lead gray clouds hung low, and the sea breeze carried the pungent scent of salt air. Prime Minister Covetous stood at the island's edge. The few strands of hair clinging to his shiny bald spot were tousled by the sea breeze, and his comical handlebar mustache quivered slightly. His hands gripped the railing tightly, his small eyes flashing with a sickening fervor as he stared intently at the bottomless pit in the island's center. Are you certain? Is the great Yamata no Orochi truly here? Kamita's voice trembled with excitement. Behind him, Yamamoto Ichiro, chief biologist of Sakura Nation, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and respectfully replied. Your Excellency, we have confirmed through both geomagnetic detectors and ancient texts that this is the sleeping place of the great god Yamata no Orochi. He unfolded the holographic projection in his hand, revealing a massive, serpentine shadow coiled deep within the earth. 8 ferocious heads, eyes tightly shut, seemed poised to awaken at any moment. Excellent. Kamita slammed his fist on the railing and turned to bark at the officials behind him. Prepare the sacrificial rites immediately. Broadcast it globally. Let the world see that our land of cherry blossoms also possesses a guardian deity. His voice bordered on madness, his eyes burning with fervor. He could already envision the nation of Sakura rising again as a world superpower under the protection of the Yamata no Orochi. As drones ascended into the sky and satellite signals connected, the live broadcast instantly flooded global networks. The headline blared. Sakura Nation awakens its guardian deity, the great Yamata no Orochi. The moment the livestream went live, viewers from every corner of the world flooded in. At first, the comments were filled with confusion. What's going on here? What is Sakura country up to? That hole looks super creepy. These people definitely aren't up to anything good. Yamata no Orochi? That 8-headed serpent monster? But as the official commentator from Sakura Nation delivered his passionate introduction, the bullet comments exploded. Chapter 35, Guardian Beast? Wrong. It's a nation-destroying beast. What? Sakura Nation has a guardian beast too? Yamata no Orochi? Isn't that the legendary monster? Oh my god. China has the divine dragon, Sakura Nation has Yamata no Orochi. What does our country have? I'm crying with envy. Why is our national animal a kangaroo? Kamita got it wrong. Yamata no Orochi should belong to our kimchi nation. Cherry Blossom Nation netizens flooded the comments with overwhelming pride. Ha ha ha. See? Our cherry blossom country has a divine beast too. Yamata no Orochi is way more powerful than China's dragon. It's an ancient 8-headed divine beast. Wait till Yamata no Orochi awakens, see if China dares to be so arrogant then. Kamita watched the surging popularity and bullet comments in the livestream, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears. He addressed the camera with exaggerated enthusiasm. People of Sakura Nation. Today, we shall awaken our guardian deity, slumbering for 1,000 years, the great Kami Yamata no Orochi. From this day forward, the land of cherry blossoms shall fear no threat. Whether colossal beasts or the divine dragons of China, none shall stand before the mighty Yamata no Orochi.
At Kamita's command, truckloads of cattle and sheep were herded to the edge of the cavern. The animals seemed to sense something, thrashing wildly and letting out piercing cries of agony. But the soldiers showed no mercy, shoving them into the abyss. Plop plop. The dull thuds of bodies hitting the water echoed repeatedly through the cavernous depths. At first, the pit showed no reaction. The smile on Kamita's face froze as he turned to Yamamoto Ichiro. What's going on? Why isn't it reacting? Cold sweat beaded on Yamamoto Ichiro's forehead as he hurriedly explained, Your Excellency, the great Kami Yamada no Orochi has slumbered too long. More sacrifices are needed to awaken it. Kamita gritted his teeth and waved his hand sharply. Continue. Throw all the cattle and sheep in. More livestock were pushed into the pit, their wails rising and falling in waves. Finally. Rumble. The island suddenly shook violently. A deep guttural roar echoed from the depths of the pit, as if a primordial beast were awakening. The sea churned violently, towering waves crashing skyward. Dark clouds gathered frantically in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if heaven and earth trembled for this very moment. It's coming! It's coming! Kamita trembled with excitement, laughing wildly into the camera. See this? This is the power of our Sakura nation. The next second. Boom! The earth split open with a thunderous explosion. 8 serpentine necks, thick as giant trees, burst through the soil. Each was monstrous and terrifying, their scales jet black as ink, gleaming with a metallic sheen. 8 massive serpent heads slowly lifted, crimson vertical pupils glowing like lanterns as they coldly surveyed the ants upon the island. The central head slowly opened its gaping maw, revealing chilling fangs, its voice booming like thunder. Who has awakened me? Kamita nearly fell to his knees in excitement, raising his hands high and shouting. Great Kami Yamada no Orochi. We are your subjects. Protect the land of cherry blossoms and lead us to glory. All 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi turned simultaneously, fixing their gaze upon Kamita. Suddenly, the head farthest to the left twisted its jaw into a hideous grin. Subjects? No, you are merely food. Kamita's smile froze instantly. Before he could react, one of Yamada no Orochi's serpentine necks lunged downward, its gaping maw snapping open. Crunch! Kamita didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed whole. The livestream exploded. Holy? The Yamada no Orochi ate the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation? Is this supposed to be a guardian beast? More like a nation-devouring monster. Run for your lives. It's completely out of control. Sakura Nation netizens were utterly devastated. No! This can't be happening. How could the great Yamada no Orochi eat people? We're done for. We've awakened a monster. On the island, officials and scientists scrambled to flee. But the 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi simultaneously opened their gaping maws, devouring everything alive in a frenzy. Soldiers were torn apart, scientists crushed into pulp, the entire island instantly descended into hell. Yamada no Orochi roared to the heavens, its voice shaking the East Sea. Hunger! I crave more flesh. Its colossal body emerged fully from the cavern, stretching over 300 meters in length. Its 8 heads were hideously grotesque, and wherever it passed, the sea boiled and islands collapsed. Its gaze locked onto the distant mainland of the land of cherry blossoms. The live chat exploded like a tsunami of comments. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen. Ah! The Prime Minister's been eaten. Damn it! This isn't a guardian beast at all. Run! It's heading toward the mainland. China netizen. Ha! This is hilarious. Our own ancestors having dinner. So cocky, why aren't you cocky anymore? This slap in the face and reversal came way too fast, it's just too satisfying to watch. Where are the Kimchi Nation netizens? Didn't you claim the 8-headed serpent was yours? Come claim it now. Kimchi Nation netizens. Damn it! This monster has nothing to do with us. Our sacred beast is the white tiger. Not some man-eating monster like this. USA netizens. Holy crap! This thing is scarier than Godzilla. Your Excellency. Send the Iron Patriot to rescue us. Wake up, man, our mechs are still rusting at the bottom of the ocean. The camera shook violently as the operator frantically fled, suddenly capturing an extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. Lead gray clouds part like a curtain, revealing a golden beam piercing the heavens. Roar! A clear dragon's roar echoed across the East Sea as a sapphire gold colossus descended from the clouds. Its 200-meter-long body obscured the sun, every scale shimmering with eternal radiance. The brilliance on its horns starkly contrasted with the pitch-black scales of the Yamada no Orochi. The Yamada no Orochi's 8 serpent heads froze simultaneously, their crimson vertical pupils contracting violently. The central head, still clutching fragments of Kamita's suit in its fangs, emitted a wail like that of an infant. Ooh! Huaxia's divine dragon. Scales along its neck bristled, and its 300-meter-long body trembled slightly. The head on the far left instinctively retreated, its eyes filled with tension and terror. Viewers from Sakura Nation in the livestream chat flooded the screen with comments as if they'd spotted a savior. Sakura Nation netizens. Divine dragon. Please save us. If you intervene, we'll return every artifact.
I'll worship the divine dragon of China for the rest of my life. Chinese netizens. Now you know to call us daddy? Too late. Suggestion, have Yamada no Orochi na on the Yasukuni Shrine merit plus 10,086. Lord Dragon, please don't save them. Let them fend for themselves. Exactly.
Just moments ago they were so arrogant.
Seeing their smug faces makes me sick.
Above the sea, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes glowed as cold as 10,000-year ice. He silently observed the Yamada no Orochi as clouds churned beneath his claws. You shall not set foot within the borders of China. The 8 serpent heads looked as if they'd been granted a pardon. The most cunning head even bowed and scraped in an almost human manner. Understood. I'll head straight to Mount Fuji for a buffet. The 300-meter serpentine body twisted into afterimages, unleashing a tsunami as it surged toward the mainland of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Chapter 36, Celestial Cataclysm, Divine Dragon Comes of Age. Witnessing this scene, Japanese viewers in the livestream instantly fell into despair. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens cheered with delight. Lin Xiao watched the departing figure of Yamada no Orochi, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This Yamada no Orochi possessed power comparable to a level 6 colossus, a being that had also appeared in his previous life. However, by that time, numerous level 6 colossal beasts had already emerged on Blue Star, so the Yamada no Orochi hadn't caused much of a stir. Japan had even considered designating Yamada no Orochi as their national guardian beast. But they later discovered the creature couldn't distinguish friend from foe, instead devouring the nation's citizens as prey, resulting in catastrophic losses. Unexpectedly, Sakura Nation had prematurely released this ferocious beast. In the past, the Land of Cherry Blossoms had barely managed to fend it off using second-hand mecha imported from the beautiful country. Though they suffered heavy losses, they weren't completely defenseless like they are now. Now, driven by short-sighted ambition, they've recklessly awakened the beast without any preparation, nothing short of courting disaster. Their losses will only grow more catastrophic. This should be quite the spectacle. A trace of scorn flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he decided to follow and observe. A golden dragon silhouette sliced through the clouds. As Lin Xiao hovered above the capital of Sakura Nation, the scene below resembled a living hell. The 300-meter-long body of the Yamada no Orochi stretched across the streets. Its 8 serpentine necks, like giant moving pythons, violently tore through the city's structures. Its crimson vertical pupils held no emotion, only a primal hunger for flesh and blood. Hovering 1,000 meters above, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes surveyed the chaos below. The once thriving commercial district lay reduced to rubble. Major thoroughfares were choked with abandoned vehicles, some still burning, their black smoke mingling with the stench of blood as it rose into the sky. Occasionally, soldiers in self-defense force uniforms attempted resistance, firing rifles from street corners. But bullets striking the dark scales of the Yamada no Orochi merely sparked fine sparks, only enraging the ferocious beast further. Roar! The central head of the Yamada no Orochi suddenly roared toward the sky, still clutching half-erect police car in its jaws. Seeming bored with such scattered prey, its massive body began shifting northeastward, its target now the areas not yet fully submerged. Lin Xiao watched with an unflinching expression, his eyes utterly still. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the ground. Dozens of surface-to-air missiles launched from coastal defense bases around Tokyo Bay, trailing white contrails as they hurtled toward the Yamada no Orochi. These missiles were clearly Japan's ultimate weapons. Their warheads erupted in blinding flashes upon contact with the serpent's body, while massive shockwaves hurled debris from surrounding buildings skyward. Hiss! The Yamada no Orochi recoiled in pain, all 8 heads simultaneously turning toward the missile's origin. Rage ignited in its crimson vertical pupils. Though the explosions failed to pierce its scales, they delivered an unprecedented sense of insult. The rightmost serpent neck lunged forward, opening its jaws to spew a jet of dark green venom. The defensive base instantly corroded into a dense network of holes, its metal structure melting and collapsing at a visible pace. Keep firing! Don't stop! Lin Xiao faintly heard the amplified roar from the ground, the Sakura Nation commander's final desperate struggle. More missiles soared skyward, like moths drawn to flames, exploding in bursts of fire across the Yamada no Orochi's body. The brief suppression halted the beast's movement momentarily, allowing survivors in the unoccupied zone to retreat deeper. Some looked up at the indigo dragon's silhouette high in the sky. Despair gave way to a flicker of hope on their faces, some even bowed their heads toward the heavens. But Lin Xiao watched coldly, finding it all rather dull. This one-sided slaughter held no suspense, nor anything worthy of attention. In his previous life, the Yamada no Orochi had been merely average in power. Its current rampage across the Land of Cherry Blossoms was only possible because its opponents were too weak. Roar! Lin Xiao gently swayed his dragon tail, emitting a clear, resonant dragon's roar. This dragon's cry contained no power whatsoever, yet it caused the Yamada no Orochi below to freeze abruptly. All 8 heads whipped toward the sky simultaneously, their crimson vertical pupils filled with terror, forgetting even to chew the flesh and blood in their mouths. Lin Xiao cast not another glance at the monstrous beast. His golden dragon form shifted direction, piercing through the clouds as he soared toward the seas of China. Behind him, after a momentary freeze, the Yamada no Orochi seemed to realize the divine dragon would not interfere. The greedy flames reignited within its crimson vertical pupils. It let out a deafening roar toward the unoccupied territories, its colossal form beginning to move once more. This time, however, its speed was faster and its fury more unhinged. Above Tokyo, only spreading black smoke remained, accompanied by faint, desperate wails. Upon returning to the Dragon God base, Lin Xiao resumed devouring nuclear energy, preparing to complete the final evolution of its growth phase. Day 4 of the Giant Beast Invasion Countdown, Dragon God Base. The night was as dark as ink, stars hidden from view. Deep within the Dragon God Base's nuclear reserve zone, Lin Xiao coiled before mountains of stacked nuclear fuel rods. His lapis blue scales glowed with a cold metallic sheen under the blue nuclear light, his dragon eyes flowing like molten gold. Lord Dragon, this is the final batch of high-purity uranium-235. Su Wenbai stood beyond the safety perimeter. His eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at Lin Xiao, like a devout believer looking up at a deity. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his dragon whiskers swaying gently. Over the past 3 days, the nuclear energy he had consumed could power a small nation for a millennium. Yet, the final breakthrough to his growth phase remained just out of reach. Begin. The dragon's claw lifted lightly, causing a nuclear fuel rod the size of a truck to float into the air. Consumed high-purity nuclear fuel +1, evolution points +500. The system's notification tones rang out in rapid succession. As the nuclear energy was extracted, the fuel rod rapidly turned gray and cracked, eventually crumbling into dust. Blinding golden light erupted from the gaps between Lin Xiao's scales. Dragon blood surged through his veins like molten lava, every bone vibrating at high frequency as if straining to break free from its shell. Not enough. Lin Xiao snapped his dragon jaws open, a vortex of golden light blazing deep within his throat. Boom! The entire nuclear storage facility shook violently as the remaining fuel rods simultaneously rose into the air, plunging into the dragon's maw like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Consumed high-purity nuclear fuel +20, evolution points +10,000. Current evolution points, 60,000. Host meets evolution requirements. Proceed to mature stage? Breakthrough! Lin Xiao's dragon roar boomed like a great bell. Above the azure sky, leaden clouds abruptly coalesced into a vortex spanning 100 li in diameter, while lightning serpents darted frantically through the cloud layers. All dragon scale guards within the base simultaneously looked up. They witnessed Lin Xiao's 200-meter dragon form soaring skyward. Azure gold scales flaked off layer by layer, revealing beneath them crimson gold dragon scales as brilliant as a newly risen sun. Back up! Everyone back up! Zhao Weigua bellowed hoarsely, dragging Su Wenbai backward as they sprinted. The next instant, a golden red pillar of light, a kilometer in diameter, thundered down from the center of the cloud vortex, completely engulfing Lin Xiao. Chapter 37, The Divine Dragon. Has matured. The nation erupted in celebration. Within the pillar of light, Lin Xiao's spine shot upward like bamboo joints, his dragon horns forked like ancient tree roots, and his claws glowed with a star-like cold light. His once smooth dragon form grew even more slender and powerful, each newly formed crimson gold scale seeming to bear the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Most astonishing were its dragon eyes. The left eye blazed like the scorching sun, while the right eye shone with the pure radiance of the moon. Wherever their gaze fell, air warped and laws recoiled. Congratulations, host, on evolving into a mature divine dragon. Current form, mature divine dragon early stage. Ultimate talents unlocked, summon wind and rain advanced, true dragon soul form basic, heaven scorching dragon flame world destroying, absolute domain 1000 m radius. Roar! Lin Xiao let out a piercing roar to the heavens, the sound waves tangible enough to part the clouds, revealing a dazzling starry sky. The dragon veins across the entire land of China resonated in unison. At Mount Tai's summit, ancient pines swayed without wind. Along the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, waves surged 3,000 feet upstream, forming a spectacular waterfall wall. Is this, the mountains and rivers paying homage? Su Qingran stood at the perimeter of the Dragon God base. The dragon horns on her forehead grew uncontrollably to half a foot in length. Her pale golden vertical pupils reflected the dragon's shadow in the sky. Her bloodline boiled, her soul trembled, as if ancient memories were awakening. Su Qingran raised her hand to gently touch the horn on her forehead, sensing the surging power within. Suddenly, she understood this was the bloodline resonance triggered by the divine dragon's evolution. All dragon descendants received this enhancement at this very moment. Lin Xiao coiled in the sky, his dragon form now swollen to 300 meters, glowing crimson gold in the setting sun. He felt the surging power within him, yet a flicker of doubt crossed his dragon eyes. The power is sufficient, but something still feels missing. Lin Xiao mused inwardly. In his previous life, he had witnessed the terror of a 7th-tier colossus firsthand. That world-shattering might, that aura that seemed to tower above the entire planet, still made his dragon scales tremble at the memory. In Lin Xiao's memory, the 7th-tier colossus had struck twice, each time unleashing apocalyptic devastation that claimed millions of lives. Had humanity not united at that time, it likely would have been wiped out long ago. Yet even so, some prophesied that humanity would never survive a third attack from a level 7 colossus. Lin Xiao carefully compared his own situation and felt he was still missing something.
What was missing? Could it be that only by completing the first evolution of adulthood can one truly rival a 7th-tier colossus? Dragon whiskers stirred without wind as Lin Xiao sank into deep thought. Lord Dragon! Su Qingran's voice snapped him back to reality.
The maiden glided across the water, her snow-white robes gleaming. A half-foot-long dragon horn shimmered with a lustrous glow upon her forehead. Her pale golden vertical pupils brimmed with reverence as her pink lips trembled slightly.
Have you already entered adulthood?
Lin Xiao gathered his thoughts and nodded slightly with his dragon head. Indeed.
With my current power, I can ensure a decade of peace for Huaxia.
These words ignited the emotions of everyone present like a spark falling onto dry kindling.
Hadn't they strived for days for this very moment?
To witness it now with their own eyes filled them with an indescribable sense of accomplishment and pride. 10 years of peace. General Zhao Weiguo's fierce eyes brimmed with tears. This iron-willed veteran knelt on both knees before the dragon, his voice choked with emotion. Lord Shenlong, you are truly China's greatest blessing.
Su Wenbai trembled with excitement.
His hands trembled as he pulled out his communicator. I'm issuing an official announcement right now.
Let all of China know the divine dragon we've nurtured as a nation has come of age. Researchers at the Dragon God Base embraced each other in tears. Some knelt and bowed their heads, while others sang the national anthem at the top of their lungs.
These scholars, who had labored day and night in the laboratories, finally shed the heavy burden from their shoulders, unleashing their long-suppressed emotions. Lin Xiao watched the scene in silence, golden light flickering in his dragon eyes. He knew these people had sacrificed so much for China. Su Wenbai had worked tirelessly for dozens of days straight, researching high-energy foods, giant beast genes, and more. Zhao Weiguo slept only 3 hours a day while overseeing the construction of the defense lines. Those young researchers had forsaken reunions with their families, keeping vigil in the laboratories day and night. These individuals were the backbone of China. Su Wenbai's trembling fingers pressed the send button. Official announcement from China, our guardian dragon has completed its final evolution today and has officially entered adulthood. This brief announcement, barely 20 words long, detonated like a nuclear bomb across the globe. Along the Bund in Shanghai, massive electronic screens switched to display Lin Xiao soaring through the heavens. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks, gazing upward. The divine dragon has come of age, exclaimed a little girl with pigtails, pointing at the screen in a childish voice. Her mother, tears streaming down her face, held the child tightly. My dear, you are truly blessed to be born in an era where the divine dragon protects China. On Chang'an Avenue, traffic came to a spontaneous halt. Drivers stepped out of their vehicles and bowed deeply toward the northern sky. Old Li, did you see that? The divine dragon promised 10 years of peace for China. A taxi driver wiped away tears as he shouted to a colleague. The middle-aged man called Old Li nodded heavily, his voice choked with emotion. I saw it. My daughter's studying in Chengdu now. I can finally sleep soundly. In the university dorms, students flung open their windows. Cheers erupted in waves, the entire campus boiling like porridge. That night, no one in China could sleep. Every household hung festive decorations and lit lanterns, while firecrackers echoed across the sky. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all dominated by dragon-related posts. Hashtag Divine Dragon Coming of Age Hashtag. Hashtag Protect China for a Decade of Peace Hashtag. Hashtag Long Ziyu Returns Hashtag. Meanwhile, foreign media outlets were filled with lamentations. Of course, one nation remained unaffected by the gloom. Because they were under attack by the Yamata no Orochi, they had no time to go online. At the Shenlong base, Lin Xiao looked at General Zhao Weiguo and asked, how is the construction of the defense line against the giant beast's invasion progressing? Zhao Weiguo saluted and replied, Lord Shenlong, the defenses you ordered us to construct are essentially complete. All areas requiring evacuation have been cleared. Everything has been carried out according to your instructions. Lin Xiao nodded. Tomorrow would bring the final wave of the beast's probing invasion, followed by the true, full-scale assault. This meant every day ahead would be a test. There could be no room for complacency. Lin Xiao resolved to personally inspect these defenses, searching for any remaining vulnerabilities. At dawn, Lin Xiao shrank to about 20 meters and arrived at the southern coastal defense line. Wang Meng had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing the dragon descend, he immediately stood at attention and rendered a standard military salute. Reporting to Divine Dragon. The third defense line in the southern theater has been completed according to your orders. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes shifted slightly, scanning the defensive works stretching for dozens of miles. 30-meter-high alloy walls snaked along the coastline, with automated turrets positioned every 100 meters. Behind the walls, a flame wolf mech stood silently, its crimson gold paint gleaming in the morning light. Further away, newly constructed underground shelters dotted the landscape, each capable of housing 100,000 civilians. Supply depots stood in orderly rows, stocked with provisions sufficient for prolonged combat. Impressive, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. How is the Dragon Scale Guard training progressing? Wang Meng immediately projected a holographic display.
The 7th Squadron's Dragon Scale Guards have completed their specialized training. Following your directives, we focused on enhancing their coordinated combat capabilities. The projection showed Dragon Scale Guards engaged in simulated combat against colossal beasts. Fire controllers erected walls of flame to block the beast's movements, Thunder Masters summoned lightning strikes to target weak points, while the mightily strong handled close-quarters suppression. Lin Xiao noticed a detail. Each warrior wore a small jade token at their waist. Chapter 38, Preparations before the Colossal Beast's Invasion. What are these? Zhao Weigua hastily explained, dragon talismans developed by Su Wenbai and Miss Su Qingran. They can activate protective shields in critical moments. As he spoke, Su Qingran arrived, gliding on clouds. Her dragon horns had grown slightly longer, and a faint mist swirled around her. Your Divine Dragon Highness. The young woman curtsied gracefully, her voice ethereal. 100,000 dragon talismans have been mass-produced and will be prioritized for frontline warriors and key research personnel. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed lightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This girl's growth far exceeded expectations. She was already capable of handling responsibilities independently. What about the underground defenses? Lin Xiao turned to the most critical issue. Zhao Weigua, standing nearby, grew solemn. Based on the intelligence you provided, we've deployed a seismic detection network beneath all major cities, extending to a depth of 500 meters. Additionally, per your special instructions, the Kunlun mountain base is now complete. Lin Xiao's dragon-like eyes narrowed slightly. The Kunlun base was his last-ditch defense. Should the surface fall, it would become the spark that ignited the flame of Huaxia civilization. Take me to see it. Passing through 3 alloy doors each 10 meters thick, Lin Xiao arrived at the secret base deep within the Kunlun Mountains. More than a military facility, it resembled a miniature city. Eco-farms, water recycling systems, nuclear fusion reactors. Every necessity for survival was provided. Most awe-inspiring was the central library. It housed the essence of China's 5,000-year civilization, encompassing everything from Oracle bone script to quantum computers. This facility can sustain 500,000 people for 30 years, Zhao Weigui explained. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Lord Shenlong, do you think we'll ever need this base? The old general's voice trembled. Lin Xiao smiled. Of course not. As long as I am here, China will never face such a crisis. But it never hurts to be prepared for anything. Lin Xiao concluded. Now, take me to see the mecha production line. 300 meters underground, within a vast cavern, 10 fully automated production lines hummed at full capacity. Robotic arms swarmed like a forest, welding sparks raining down. Every 10 hours, a Yanlang mech rolled off the line, taken over by its waiting Dragon Scale Guard pilot. Current daily output has reached 3 units. Engineer Wang, in charge of the facility, beamed with pride. All materials come from the giant beast carapaces you hunted. Their strength is 50 times that of ordinary alloys. Lin Xiao carefully inspected the latest mech to roll off the line. Compared to the initial prototype, this mass-produced model featured numerous improvements. The joints were more flexible, the armor thicker, and the weapon systems upgraded to switchable modes. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. China's researchers truly were the world's finest. Even before he presented more advanced blueprints, the researchers had already implemented corresponding modifications and enhancements. What about pilot training? Lin Xiao inquired again. 500 qualified pilots have already completed training. Zhao Weigua handed over a datapad. All synchronization rates exceed 90%, with 20 achieving 95%. Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on the top name. Wang Meng, synchronization rate 99.8%. This comrade in arms who had fought alongside him in his previous life remained the ace of aces in this lifetime. Excellent. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Tomorrow's test attack against the colossal beast will be handled by this mech unit. Tomorrow? Zhao Weigui gasped. Lord Shenlong, are you certain? Golden light shimmered in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. This is the final probe before the full-scale invasion and the last opportunity for our Huaxia warriors to hone their skills. The expressions of those present grew solemn. The true test was about to begin. Outside the base. Night gave way to dawn. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes turned eastward, his molten gaze seemingly piercing through miles of clouds. They're coming. Today marked the 3rd day of the countdown to the colossal beast invasion. The second wave of vanguard forces had arrived to probe. This incursion wasn't considered a full-scale invasion because, compared to the real thing, it was mere child's play. When the true invasion commenced, it would blot out the sky and sun, unleashing tens of thousands of colossal beasts. They feed on humans, squeezing humanity's living space into a tiny corner. That was the true apocalyptic vision. Memories of this preliminary invasion from his past life flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Glacial behemoths broke through the ice of the Kunlun Mountains, sea monsters stirred 1,000-meter tsunamis in the oceans, and earthbound behemoths emerged from beneath the ground. In his previous life, this probing invasion lasted an entire day. Even with preparations in place, ancient China suffered devastating losses. Gather everyone, Lin Xiao said calmly.
Zhao Weigua and his staff team had been waiting for some time, each face etched with solemnity. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers stirred without wind, his eyes reflecting the turning of sun and moon. The entire landscape of China's transformation unfolded instantly within his grasp. Several invasion routes mirrored those of his previous life. Yet others had shifted, demanding immediate adjustments to the current situation. Transmit my orders. 1st and 3rd Dragon Scale Squads proceed immediately to Kunlun. 5th and 6th Squads reinforced Qinling secure the underground fortifications at all costs. 4th and 2nd Squads head to Qingbai Mountain. I will support 10th Squad in the East Sea. Zhao Weigua swiftly recorded the orders, yet his brow remained furrowed. Lord Shenlong, the biological signal detected in the East Sea, its intensity is over 10 times that of the last Earth Fiend centipede. I know. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. That's a level 6 sea beast, the abyssal demon crab. Over 500 meters in length, capable of releasing corrosive ink and high-pressure water blades. In his previous life, this colossal beast had obliterated 3 coastal cities, devouring hundreds of thousands of lives. China had paid a tremendous price to barely slay it. Su Qingran. Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head. The white-robed maiden stepped forward immediately, the dragon horn between her brows gleaming brightly. Present. You are to reinforce the 7th Squadron in the South China Sea. Su Qingran nodded solemnly, understood. Zhao Weigua had already relayed the orders, and the entire dragon god base instantly entered maximum combat readiness. Lin Xiao cast one final glance at the sand table before sweeping his dragon tail and soaring into the air. General Zhao, the base is yours. Take care, Lord Dragon. Zhao Weigua stood ramrod straight, saluting with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Over the East China Sea, dark clouds hung low. The once azure sea now lay as black as ink, with massive shadows flickering intermittently amidst the churning waves. Residents along the coastline had long since evacuated, leaving behind only deserted cities and the relentless flickering of warning lights. Boom! 100-meter-high wall of water suddenly erupted, and a colossal creature burst forth from the sea. It was a colossal, pitch-black octopus, its main body over 200 meters in diameter. Each of its 8 tentacles was as thick as a skyscraper, covered in suction cups and barbed spines. Most terrifying was its head. No eyes, only a gaping maw filled with spiraling, razor-sharp teeth dripping corrosive mucus. Abyssal demon octopus. Lin Xiao hovered 1,000 meters above, his dragon eyes narrowing slightly. It was even larger than he had anticipated. In his previous life, this sea beast had only been 300 meters long. Now, including its tentacles, it approached 600 meters. It seemed his rebirth had indeed altered many things, including the pace of the colossal beast's evolution. Roar! Lin Xiao hesitated no longer, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar. His 50-meter dragon form instantly swelled back to its full 300-meter size. Its lapis blue scales shimmered brilliantly amidst the dark clouds, like a beacon in the darkness. The abyssal demon tentacle immediately sensed the threat. 8 tentacles simultaneously rose, spewing a torrent of ink across the sky. This ink not only obscured vision but carried intense corrosive properties, capable of dissolving steel within seconds. Trivial tricks. Lin Xiao swept his dragon claw, causing the sea within a kilometer radius to freeze solid. Instantly, it transformed into countless water spears shooting skyward. As they reached the sky, the spears reversed direction, their tips glowing with a metallic cold light. Chapter 39, Fierce Battle Against the Colossus. The Devastation of Sakura Nation and Kimchi Nation. Whoosh! 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 The water spears poured down like a torrential rain, instantly piercing through the demon chapter's 3 tentacles. Dark green blood gushed forth, staining the sea surface an eerie hue. Roar! The demon octopus let out an agonized screech. Its remaining tentacles violently lashed the sea, whipping up 100-meter-high tidal waves crashing toward the coastal cities. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply as a crystalline light flashed upon his dragon horns, water control. The towering waves instantly subsided. In the ocean, water manipulation was his greatest strength. This giant octopus playing with water in front of him was like a grandson meeting his grandfather. The demon octopus froze, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before it. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao dove downward, his dragon maw gaping wide as a pillar of crimson gold flame erupted from its depths. Heaven's scorching dragon flame. This apocalyptic flame, exceeding 1,000,000 degrees Celsius, ionized the very air it touched and vaporized seawater instantly. The beam struck the demon octopus's main body with pinpoint accuracy. Its massive form visibly carbonized and disintegrated at a visible speed, ultimately reduced to ash. When the light faded, only floating fragments and a churning sea remained on the surface. Victory! Lord Divine Dragon has won. The dragon scale guards cheered wildly, some even kneeling in ecstasy upon the deck. Lin Xiao slowly retracted his true dragon form, reverting to his standard 300-meter size. After the abyssal demon chapter was utterly consumed by the burning heaven dragon flame, a fist-sized crystal floated on the sea surface. It was a deep, eerie blue, with what appeared to be liquid flowing within, flickering with an unnatural glow. A colossal beast core. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. With a gentle lift of his claw, the crystal flew into his palm. This was a Colossus core, a powerful energy source possessed only by colossi of level 5 or higher. In his previous life, the most advanced mecha were all powered by level 5 giant beast cores. The crystal dissolved into a stream of light, sinking into Lin Xiao's body. Absorbed level 6 giant beast core, evolution points plus 5,000. Current evolution points, 5,000 80,000. Lin Xiao felt the surging energy within him. The runes on his dragon scales flickered faintly as his powers surged once more. He raised his head to gaze into the distance, his dragon eyes piercing through the clouds as he sensed the situation across the land of Huaxia. South Sea, Kunlun, Changbai Mountain. How is the battle progressing? The South China Sea was churning with towering waves and raging winds. Su Qingran stood atop the sea surface, supported by mist beneath her feet. Her white robes fluttered fiercely as pale golden light shimmered around the dragon horns on her forehead. Her eyes had completely transformed into vertical slits, surrounded by a whirlpool of water, resembling a queen of the sea. Before her, a 100-meter-long colossal deep-sea shark burst through the waves. "Come," Su Qingran murmured softly, her eyes blazing with battle intent. This colossal shark was pitch black, its dorsal fin razor-sharp like a blade. Its jaws were filled with menacing fangs, each as thick as an adult's arm. As it swam, it churned up towering waves, and wherever it passed, the sea parted as if guided by some unseen force. Water manipulation? Su Qingran frowned slightly. The giant shark suddenly snapped its jaws open, unleashing a high-pressure water blade that sliced through the air. Su Qingran formed seals with both hands, instantly coalescing a water tornado into a shield that braced against the strike. Yet the sheer force of the blade sent her staggering back several paces, the mist beneath her feet trembling slightly. Its water manipulation is no weaker than mine, she thought, startled. But soon, a confident curve lifted the corners of her mouth. Too bad you're facing a true dragon blood. She raised her hand abruptly, causing the sea within a kilometer to boil violently. Countless droplets rose, coalescing in her palm into a sapphire blue spear. Her form flickered like a ghostly apparition as she closed in on the giant shark, thrusting the spear straight toward its eye. The giant shark roared in fury, lashing its tail to raise a massive wave in an attempt to block her attack. Yet Su Qingran moved with agile grace, her toes lightly touching the water's surface as she instantly circled around to its side. The spear plunged viciously into the great white shark's flank. Splash! Dark green blood spurted forth. The shark, in agony, thrashed wildly, trying to shake her off. But Su Qingran gripped the spear tightly, using the momentum to leap and land on the shark's back, both hands slamming down with force. The shark's body stiffened abruptly, its movements slowing for a split second. In that split second, Su Qingran gripped the water dragon spear with both hands and drove it deep into the shark's spine. Boom! The water dragon spear exploded, unleashing a torrent of violent water energy that tore through the shark's body. Its flesh shattered inch by inch, ultimately disintegrating into a sky-filling rain of blood that fell onto the sea surface. Su Qingran landed lightly, exhaling a long breath as the glow from the dragon horns on her forehead dimmed slightly. Controlling water takes too much energy, she murmured to herself. But soon, her gaze hardened once more. I'm not strong enough yet. I must become stronger to truly aid the divine dragon. She looked toward the distance where Wang Meng's battle had also reached its conclusion. Seizing the blind spot of the abyssal crocodile dragon, he thrust his vibrant blade into its throat, ending the colossal beast once and for all. Just as Su Qingran prepared to report the battle status to headquarters, when a frantic voice crackled over the communicator, "Report. 3 more colossal beasts have appeared in the South Sea direction and are closing in." Su Qingran's eyes narrowed sharply as she immediately flew toward the direction indicated on the map. Wang Meng followed closely in his mech. High above, Lin Xiao circled within the clouds, his dragon eyes quietly observing the battle below. "Impressive," he murmured softly. Su Qingran and Wang Meng's growth had surpassed his expectations, especially Su Qingran, whose mastery of dragon abilities had reached perfection. He looked toward the East Sea. After eliminating the giant octopus, the remaining beasts were being held in check by the 10th squad, posing no immediate threat. Lin Xiao refrained from further intervention. This trial had been prepared for them from the start. He had neutralized the greatest danger, the rest was theirs to handle. Lin Xiao's gaze drifted farther into the distance. Soon, his eyebrow arched as he noticed a far more intriguing phenomenon. The land of cherry blossoms bordering the East Sea was now also suffering the rampage of the beasts. They were truly suffering in silence. They had only just driven away the Yamata no Orochi with the help of the pretty country's mecha, only to face another giant beast invasion. Especially since their new prime minister hadn't been elected yet, leaving the entire nation leaderless and plunging them instantly into immense panic. Everyone wept and wailed, yet could only wait for the United States to come to their rescue once more. Unfortunately, the United States was also under attack by the giant beasts, and all their mecha had been recalled for defense. Equally tragic was the nearby Kimchi nation. After being driven away, the Yamata no Orochi had headed straight for Korea, where it began a new round of its buffet feast. Lin Xiao hovered above the nation, surveying its desolate landscape. For some reason, he felt like laughing.
He'd never held much regard for this nation devoid of morality, sportsmanship, and shamelessness. If not for his disdain for such a place, Lin Xiao might have even joined the Yamata no Orochi in its destruction. Yamata no Orochi's 8 serpent heads whipped wildly, each bite devouring 3 to 6 little Koreans. Compounded by the relentless invasion of other sea beasts. The entire Kinchi nation was a scene of utter devastation, every corner resembling a living hell. After watching for a while, Lin Xiao found it utterly tedious and was about to leave. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the Yamata no Orochi seemed to have eaten itself into a frenzy. It began swaying its head from side to side as it charged toward the northeastern region of China. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. Chapter 40, Subduing the Yamata no Orochi. Perched amidst the clouds, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes blazed like torches as he coldly observed the serpentine Yamata no Orochi winding its way below. This legendary beast was now feasting voraciously, its 8 ferocious serpent heads relentlessly tearing into the common folk of the Pickle Nation along its path. Its dark green venom corroded the entire neighborhood, leaving it riddled with holes. Feasting with relish, aren't you? Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched lightly, a trace of scorn flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, the Yamata no Orochi froze. 16 blood-red serpentine eyes turned simultaneously toward the north. There lay the border of Huaxia. Flaring its fangs, all 8 heads revealed greedy expressions simultaneously, abruptly turning to swim toward China. Seeking death. Lin Xiao's dragon scales instantly bristled, his 300-meter-long body flickering in and out of view amidst the clouds. This Yamata no Orochi must be suicidal, daring to head toward Huaxia's territory. Lin Xiao had intended to let it linger a while longer, causing trouble for the land of cherry blossoms and the land of little days. But now it seemed he could not afford to keep it alive. This creature possessed considerable power and cunning. It was best to eliminate it sooner rather than later, lest it cause trouble down the line. The Yamata no Orochi charged forward, leaving a trail of collapsed buildings and deep, corroded gullies in its wake. Just as it was about to cross the border, its entire body suddenly stiffened, all 16 eyes widening in unison. A sapphire gold figure descended from the heavens, its dragon's might as oppressive as a prison, forcing all 8 of its heads to bow low to the ground. I have stated, entry into Huaxia territory is forbidden. Lin Xiao's voice thundered like a bolt from the heavens, causing the Yamata no Orochi's scales to tremble. The Divine Dragon of China? The largest serpent head in the center spoke in a hoarse, unpleasant voice. This is a misunderstanding. I took a wrong turn. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, his dragon claw lightly tapping the ground. You are already standing on Huaxia territory. Had I arrived a moment later, you would have crossed the border already. Only then did the Yamata no Orochi notice its front paws had crossed the boundary marker. Its 8 heads shook frantically in terror. No, no, no. I'll leave immediately. Right now. It turned to flee. Lin Xiao's dragon tail swept out, blocking its path. With ill intent in your heart, I cannot let you go. Before the words faded, Lin Xiao's dragon horns flashed with blinding lightning. A purple thunderbolt crashed down. Boom! The leftmost head of the Yamata no Orochi instantly charred black, letting out a piercing shriek. The remaining 7 heads simultaneously spewed venom, engulfing the surrounding kilometer in a choking, dark green toxic mist. Lin Xiao opened his dragon's maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon flames. The crimson gold fire incinerated the toxic mist completely. The dragon's tail lashed like a whip, striking the Yamata no Orochi's midsection and flinging its hundreds of meters long body several kilometers away. Roar! The Yamata no Orochi cried out in agony, its 7 heads thrashing wildly. Suddenly, its central head opened its gaping maw, unleashing a jet of pitch-black light. Wherever this beam passed, space itself cracked with microscopic fissures. It contained a thread of the power of the law of darkness. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He dared not take it lightly, immediately activating his dragon's soul true form. His form instantly swelled to 500 meters, his scales transforming into crimson gold. His horns elongated like a crown, and destructive energy rippled around his entire body. Destroy! Lin Xiao struck out with a claw, shattering the black beam of light. Without pausing, his dragon claw pierced through 2 of Yamata no Orochi's heads, causing dark green blood to gush forth like a waterfall. Aya! The remaining 5 heads of the Yamata no Orochi let out agonized wails. Spare us! Spare us, Divine Dragon! Its massive body crashed to its knees, all 5 heads pressed flat against the ground in a gesture of submission. We swear allegiance to you as our master. We shall serve you as slaves for all eternity. Please spare our lives. Lin Xiao hovered midair, golden light swirling within his dragon eyes. He could sense the fear and submission deep within the Yamata no Orochi's soul. This could not be feigned. Why did you invade Huaxia? Lin Xiao demanded coldly. He could discern that this Yamata no Orochi hadn't acted on a whim, but that something within the land of China had drawn it. The central head of the Yamata no Orochi lifted, its eyes brimming with servility. My lord, I sense the abundant spiritual energy within the land's veins and wished to partake of it. Seeing Lin Xiao's gaze turn icy, it hastily added, but now I know my mistake. I swear by my divine soul to serve you eternally. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. This Yamata no Orochi possessed strength comparable to a level 6 colossal beast. If subdued, it could become a formidable combat asset. Moreover, its deep knowledge of giant beasts' habits might yield valuable intelligence. Release your divine soul, Lin Xiao commanded. The Yamata no Orochi dared not disobey and immediately opened its spiritual realm. Lin Xiao split off a strand of his dragon soul, planting a restriction deep within its soul. From that moment onward, a single thought could reduce it to nothingness. Rise, Lin Xiao commanded, tempering his dragon's might. Henceforth, you shall guard the East Sea. Should any disturbance arise? This servant understands. The 8-headed serpent bowed deeply with all 5 heads. If my master commands me eastward, I shall never turn westward. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod before instructing, proceed there immediately. Yamata no Orochi replied, yes, master. After the Yamata no Orochi departed, Lin Xiao surveyed the positions held by the various squads within Huaxia's borders. He found the situation largely under control. Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief. After this trial, he believed the Dragon Scale Squad and the Mecha Corps would emerge significantly strengthened. He then prepared to assess the situation in other nations. He certainly wasn't going to intervene to help, but rather to gauge the intensity of this wave of giant beasts probing invasion and see if there were any changes compared to his previous life. This would allow him to make better judgments when the true invasion commenced. Swaying his dragon whiskers lightly, Lin Xiao vanished into the clouds and sped northward. Bear Nation Siberian Ice Plains. In the bitter cold of -50 degrees Celsius, dozens of 30-meter-tall furious bear mechs engaged in fierce combat with glacial behemoths. These snow-white mechs, equipped with specialized cryogenic cannons on their shoulders, harness the extreme cold itself as their weapon. Yura! The furious roar of the Bear Nation warriors echoed through the communication channel. A bear mauler's cockpit was pierced by the tusks of a mammoth-like beast. In the final moment before detonation, the bear warrior desperately rammed the laser cannon into the beast's maw. A blinding explosion erupted, tearing the beast apart from within. Similar battles raged elsewhere. Lin Xiao hovered 10,000 meters above, coldly observing the battle. The Bear Nation's response was more organized than in his previous life, clearly having prepared in advance. Their mechs, though crude, were simple and practical, perfectly adapted for combat in the extreme cold. They've learned their lesson, Lin Xiao murmured, narrowing his dragon eyes. To be honest, Lin Xiao didn't hold much affection for this nation. In his previous life, their living space had been severely squeezed by the glacial behemoth, forcing the entire nation to relocate to the northeastern region of China. Guided by humanitarian principles and the spirit of human solidarity, China had welcomed them with open arms. Yet even so, the reward was constant suspicion and covert scheming. With a gentle flick of his dragon tail, Lin Xiao vanished from the skies above the ice fields. With no goodwill toward this nation, he naturally offered no assistance. Lin Xiao then arrived at the Sun Never Sets nation. Chapter 41, Settling Accounts with the Pretty Country. The river in the heart of the capital city of the Sun Never Sets nation ran crimson with blood. 3 colossal beasts resembling crocodiles rampaged through the ruins of the parliament building. Their scales reflected an eerie green glow, and each sweep of their tails obliterated rows of structures. Retreat! Everyone retreat, the last remaining officer bellowed into his radio. The Sun Never Sets nation's forces retreated in disarray, their conventional weapons proving largely ineffective against the beasts. Even the most advanced tanks and armored vehicles appeared clumsy against the beasts, now scattered across the streets as scrap metal. The once mighty empire of the Sun Never Sets now lay in utter disarray. Civilians wailed and scattered in panic. Some knelt on the ground praying, while many more frantically battered the closed gates of the embassy district. Just as helpless as in my past life, Lin Xiao murmured, his beard twitching without a breeze. He remembered clearly how this nation had nearly perished during the Colossus's full-scale invasion. Though it had managed to survive, it could never regain its former glory. After watching for a while, Lin Xiao left the Sun Never Sets empire and arrived in the beautiful country. The Statue of Liberty lay toppled, and a third of the city center lay in ruins. Yet the battle raged fiercer than Lin Xiao had anticipated. 12 steel patriot mechs formed a defensive formation, encircling and attacking 2 flying beasts resembling pterosaurs. Their plasma cannons fired relentlessly, weaving a dense web of fire across the sky. Coordinate your fire. Team A distracts, Team B targets wing joints. The commander's calm voice crackled over the communication channel. The most striking sight was the golden-painted special mech at the center, significantly larger than the others. It was now maneuvering through the air with astonishing agility. Interesting, Lin Xiao murmured, his dragon eyes narrowing slightly. This mech's technical prowess clearly surpassed the others. Its movements flowed with an unnatural fluidity, less like a mechanical construct and more like a living organism. Moreover, the pilot's synchronization rate was likely on par with Wang Meng's. Suddenly, the golden mech executed a sharp turn, unleashing 6 missiles that simultaneously struck the giant beast's left wing. Amidst the blazing explosions, the colossal beast let out a mournful howl as it plummeted toward the ground. Cheers erupted from the citizens in the shelter, some even waving the stars and stripes. This time, Lin Xiao did not leave.
The United States had come to the South China Sea to provoke trouble and had caused Wang Meng to suffer severe injuries while fighting 5 opponents alone. It was time to settle the score. Crimson gold flames ignited in the dragon's eyes as Lin Xiao's form instantly swelled to its full 300-meter size. His lapis blue scales glowed with a cold sheen under the setting sun, and his dragon's might swept across Manhattan like a tsunami.
Is that the divine dragon of China?
Soldiers on the ground looked up in terror. The pilot of the golden mecha reacted fastest, immediately swiveling the cannon barrel. All units, attention!
Maximum alert.
But it was already too late. Roar! The earth-shaking dragon's roar pierced the heavens as lightning flared from Lin Xiao's horns. 9 bolts of purple lightning, each as thick as a water barrel, struck simultaneously, precisely hitting the energy cores of 12 mechs. Boom! 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 Amidst the relentless explosions, the steel patriots turned into fireballs one after another. Only the golden mech managed to deploy its energy shield in time, barely withstanding the assault.
Administrator Williams, the pilot roared over the comm channel. Did you see that? That's the monster you've unleashed.
Inside the White House underground bunker, the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Williams stared fixedly at the exploding fireball on the monitor screen, his face deathly pale. The 12th Steel Patriot mech was disintegrating in the sky, its burning wreckage crashing like a meteor into the river, sending towering columns of water skyward.
12. His Adam's apple bobbed as he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. 12 mechs, gone. Williams hadn't anticipated that the moment those terrifying beasts were vanquished, the Chinese Shenlong would appear.
Needless to say, the Chinese dragon wasn't merely passing through, it had come for revenge. Their earlier actions had made that abundantly clear. 12 Patriot mechs, their entire production output for this period destroyed in an instant. What the hell does that damn Chinese dragon think it's doing? Doesn't it realize this is precisely the moment humanity should unite? Yet it comes to kick us while we're down. Williams grabbed the cup on the table and slammed it onto the floor, breathing heavily. Beside him, the director of security couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He desperately wanted to retort, if you hadn't been constantly provoking China, how could the Chinese dragon have appeared here? But he held his tongue. The immediate priority was to pacify this Chinese dragon as quickly as possible, ideally, get him out of the United States right now. Then he spoke up, Your Excellency the Governor, I believe what we should focus on now is how to placate this Chinese dragon and get him to leave this place.
Williams' expression shifted between anger and frustration. He was utterly unwilling to admit defeat. The United States was the most powerful nation on this planet. How could he possibly concede defeat to another country? Yet if he didn't do this, it seemed there was no better alternative. Your Excellency, wake up. He doesn't care about us at all, just as humans wouldn't care about an ant they've crushed. Robert, the head of the Security Bureau, pleaded earnestly. He genuinely feared this magistrate might do something utterly foolish, leading to irreversible consequences that would be trouble. Williams' expression flickered between anger and resolve before he suddenly grabbed Robert by the collar and roared. You negotiate. Tell the damn lizard that the United States is willing to agree to a temporary ceasefire. Robert's eyes widened. Pointing at himself in disbelief, he stammered, Me? Williams nodded. Yes, you. What? Are you going to disobey orders? Robert's face turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. He never imagined. Williams' mess was now his problem to fix? This was outrageous. But there was nothing he could do. Williams was the supreme executive. He had no choice but to comply. Fine. Robert, the head of security, sighed and walked out of the safe house with heavy steps. Above the city ruins, Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly. He sensed a tiny human figure trudging toward him over the rubble. It was an obese middle-aged man with slick back hair, his hand holding a white flag trembling like reeds in the wind. Your divine dragon of China. Robert knelt down 100 meters away, his tone utterly sincere. I represent the United States in requesting a ceasefire. Lin Xiao slowly descended. The moment his dragon claws touched the ground, the concrete within a 100-meter radius cracked silently. He deliberately restrained his dragon's might, yet Robert still looked like a chicken with its throat squeezed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as he struggled to speak. The South China Sea incident, Lin Xiao stated flatly. How does the United States intend to account for it? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Robert blurted out. The chief executive has deeply reflected and is willing to compensate for all damages. Chapter 42. While the world burns, China remains serene. Not enough. Lin Xiao's expression remained impassive as the dragon's tail swept across the ruins, causing a precariously leaning skyscraper to collapse with a thunderous crash. I want Williams to personally apologize across all networks, admit his mistakes, and pledge never to initiate aggression against China again. Robert's face instantly drained of color. This demanded the United States publicly tear off its mask of hegemony. Williams would never agree. But when he looked up and saw the lightning-charged claws of the colossal dragon, all courage for negotiation vanished. I need to consult. 30 seconds. Lin Xiao's voice remained utterly calm, without a ripple of emotion. like a deity towering above. William's hysterical curses echoed through the communicator, eventually giving way to a roar of concession. Robert collapsed to the ground in relief. Your Excellency has agreed. Lin Xiao cast a meaningful glance at the golden mech. Through the armor, he sensed the pilot's wildly fluctuating heartbeat. It belonged to a young woman whose synchronization rate reached a staggering 98%. It must be her. A figure flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. In his previous life, this person had been the ace pilot of the United States. He never imagined she would be discovered so early this time around. Remember. Lin Xiao's figure gradually ascended into the sky. If there's a next time, I'll make the stars and stripes burn atop the ruins of the White House. As the dragon vanished into the horizon, the golden mecha's cockpit suddenly ejected. The brown-haired female pilot ripped off her neural interface helmet, her voice choked with emotion. Sir, to it, our mechs were nothing but toys. Robert braced himself on his knees as he stood up, his obese frame still trembling slightly from the shock of what had just transpired. He glanced toward the direction the dragon had vanished, then at the brown-haired woman slumped on the edge of the cockpit. He sighed heavily. There's nothing we can do. That was the divine dragon of China. To it, our 12 mechs might truly be no different from paper cutouts. You're lucky you survived that encounter. The brown-haired woman lifted her head, revealing a face smeared with grease and tear stains. She possessed the classic features of a mixed-race beauty from the United States, her deep brown eyes like black obsidian submerged in water, still reflecting lingering terror. Beneath her high, straight nose, her lips pressed into a pale line, while her jaw remained rigidly set, radiating an unyielding tenacity. Her name was Ella Cole, the United States' newest mecha pilot. At just 23 years old, she had become the sole compatible pilot for the golden mecha known as the Statue of Liberty through reaction speeds and mental fortitude far surpassing the ordinary. It's too powerful. Ella's voice was hoarse, like someone who had narrowly escaped death, her gaze still fixed on the fading blue-gold afterimage streaking across the sky. In the instant the thunderbolt struck, she'd felt as though she might be reduced to ashes at any moment. Yet beyond fear, a strange longing stirred within her heart. It was awe for absolute power, a yearning to transcend human limits. The Statue of Liberty she piloted represented the pinnacle of current technology, yet it had nearly been destroyed by a single casual strike from the opponent. This chasm between them left her both despairing and inexplicably exhilarated. Perhaps one day, she too could attain such power. Lin Xiao returned to China. Unlike the devastation in other nations, the land of China remained serene. It remained completely untouched. While New Yorkers fought over canned goods in bomb shelters, the aroma of spicy hot pot wafted from restaurants in Chengdu. While Parisian survivors knelt in prayer before churches, hanfu-clad girls in Chang'an City that never sleeps tossed lanterns aloft with smiles. As Tokyo's cries were drowned out by explosions, an old tea drinker by Westlake gently placed a chess piece, checkmate. Supermarket shelves remained fully stocked, and the sound of children reading aloud filled school classrooms. Schoolchildren dashed into supermarkets with backpacks, pestering their mothers to buy the latest Ultraman trading cards, utterly unaware that Ultraman's homeland, thousands of miles away, lay in ruins. In an ordinary family's living room, a news anchor delivered a report with perfect diction. Today, our nation successfully repelled an attack by a giant sea monster in the East China Sea. There were no casualties. This is China. It's not that there are no crises, but that someone has kept them at bay beyond our borders. Sacrifices are made, but it is through the flesh and blood of its people that this land maintains its peaceful tranquility. Lin Xiao gazed upon the land of China. Wang Meng's reckoning was over, but the peace belonging to this land he would guard it forever. Shenlong Base. Lin Xiao sat at the dining table, his dragon claws elegantly picking at the massive chunks of beast meat on the platter. Each piece had undergone special preparation, its surface glistening golden with oil and exuding a rich aroma. Devouring giant beast flesh +1, evolution points +50. Devouring giant beast flesh +1, evolution points +50. The system's notification chime rang out repeatedly. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly as he savored the surging energy growth within his body. Across the table, Su Qingran held a bowl of clear giant beast bone broth, sipping it in small mouthfuls. Lin Xiao glanced up at her, his dragon whiskers swaying lightly. Why stop eating? Su Qingran pressed her lips together, her voice soft. I'm full. Her gaze swept over the mountain of empty plates piled high on the table, and she inwardly gasped. This meal alone had seen her devour 100 weight of giant beast meat in a mouth that would likely burst the stomachs of ordinary people. Lin Xiao's dragon tail tapped lightly against the floor, his tone tinged with teasing. A dragon's descendant's digestive capacity far surpasses that of ordinary people. No need to worry about gaining weight. Su Qingran's face flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her robe. I wasn't worried about that. Before she could finish, Lin Xiao reached out with his dragon claw, scooped up the bowl of bone broth she'd barely touched, and downed it in one gulp. It's a shame to waste it, he remarked casually. Su Qingran froze. That bowl of soup, she had just sipped from it. A faint trace of her lips still lingered on the rim, and Lin Xiao had just drunk from it? A wave of heat instantly surged from her neck to her cheeks. Su Qingran abruptly lowered her head, her face flushing even redder.
Lin Xiao seemed oblivious to her discomfort, continuing to eat with focused attention.
After a moment of silence, Su Qingran spoke softly, Lord Shenlong, when the beasts invade on a massive scale, will it truly be 10 times larger than this time?
Lin Xiao's movements paused slightly. He lifted his head, the golden light in his dragon eyes swirling as if piercing through time and space, witnessing the apocalyptic catastrophe of his past life. 10 times is a conservative estimate. His voice was deep and metallic, carrying a chill. The tide of beasts will surge forth simultaneously from 3 directions: the ocean depths, the glaciers, and the earth's veins. Their numbers will be so vast they will blot out the sky.
Su Qingran's fingertips grew slightly cold.
Though Huaxia had successfully repelled this probing invasion, the cost had been significant. If the scale were 10 times greater, she dared not imagine it. Lin Xiao noticed her worry and said calmly, "No need to worry.
The beasts don't attack endlessly.
They too need to rest and reproduce. Once they find suitable territory, their offensive will pause."
Su Qingran lifted her head. So, if we can just endure the initial onslaught, we'll have a chance to catch our breath?
Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
Correct. Let's go.
He suddenly rose, his dragon form stretching. 41 hours remain before the full-scale invasion.
Let me see where your limits lie.
Su Qingran sprang to her feet, her eyes blazing with resolve.
Yes.
She followed Lin Xiao out of the dining hall. The corridor lights stretched their shadows long behind them, one tall, one short, one dragon, one human yet strangely harmonious.
Su Qingran stole a glance at Lin Xiao's back.
The azure gold dragon scales glinted like armor under the lights, the spines along its spine sharp as blades, and the sway of its tail carried an innate majesty.
Such an existence should have been unreachable.
Yet now, he was within her grasp.
Su Qingran's eyes brimmed with admiration and dependence. Thankfully, China had the divine dragon.
Otherwise, she dared not imagine what state the nation would be in now. Perhaps they would still have repelled the giant beast's invasion, but certainly not with such minimal losses as now.
China is truly blessed to have the dragon. Chapter 43, Grasping the Water Element. The United States requests communication.
They arrived at the training ground outside the room. Lin Xiao glanced at Su Qingran and said calmly, "Show me." Su Qingran drew a deep breath, crossed her hands before her chest, and the water sphere instantly fragmented into dozens of hair-thin needles. Her gaze sharpened as the needles shot forth, piercing the alloy target on the training ground with pinpoint accuracy, leaving a dense cluster of pinholes. "Not bad," Lin Xiao appraised.
"But you can go faster."
He raised his dragon claw and tapped lightly. A single water droplet suspended in midair. The next second, the droplet transformed into a streak of light, instantly piercing the steel plate in the distance.
Its speed was so great it even created a sonic boom. Su Qingran's eyes widened. Dragon Clan water control lies not in form but in intention.
Lin Xiao's voice resonated in her mind like the toll of an ancient bell.
Water is the softest, yet the strongest.
A single thought can transform it into spring rain nourishing all things, another can condense it into an icy blade splitting the heavens.
Su Qingran felt a sudden understanding.
The water at her fingertips began to shift form, sometimes as soft as silk, other times as sharp as a blade. Lin Xiao watched her silently, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his dragon eyes.
This girl's talent surpassed even his expectations.
As Lin Xiao watched her continue her practice, that question surfaced once more.
What exactly was missing between him and a 7th-tier colossus?
Lin Xiao had never arrived at a definitive answer. But while teaching Su Qingran just now, he felt as though he had grasped something.
Water is the softest, yet also the strongest.
The words he had spoken to Su Qingran earlier echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. He suddenly realized his understanding of the water element's laws had always been stuck at the level of manipulation.
Shaping water into shields, condensing it into blades, raising towering waves, these were merely applications, not mastery.
True mastery of the law should not be about using it, but about becoming one with it. Just as he had taught Su Qingran, it lies not in form, but in intention. Lin Xiao's dragon claw lifted gently, and a single water droplet materialized out of thin air, suspended in the palm of his claw. He gazed at it, no longer attempting to control it, but instead allowing his consciousness to slowly sink into it. What is water?
Is it the flowing river? The raging tsunami? The gentle drizzle?
No, these were merely water's forms. The true essence of water's law is change. Water has no fixed form, it freezes when cold, vaporizes when hot, forms waves when wind blows, and creates whirlpools when obstructed. It can be the gentlest nourishment or the most ruthless destruction. Deep within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes, a profound blue light gradually emerged, as if countless tiny ripples were flowing within. His consciousness seemed to sink into an endless ocean, surrounded by utter silence, with only the rhythmic pulse of flowing water whispering in his ears.
So that's how it is. He suddenly understood.
His previous application of the water law had always remained at the level of external force driving. He had used his dragon power to command the water, forcing it to conform to his will. But the true power of the law should not be command, but resonance. Water, the most free-spirited element in the cosmos, would never alter its essence due to external force. It would only respond to understanding.
Hum. A subtle vibration emanated from the water droplets. Instantly, the mist throughout the entire training ground froze in place for a split second. Su Qingran snapped her head up, her pupils contracting sharply. She saw the air around Lin Xiao's body seem to thicken and become viscous. Countless tiny water droplets rose slowly from the ground in the air, drawn toward him as if guided by some invisible force. More astonishingly, these droplets did not merely hover. Instead, they swirled slowly around Lin Xiao, forming countless tiny whirlpools. It was as if he himself had become a deep ocean, with currents spontaneously swirling around him. This is law resonance? When a being truly touches the essence of the laws, the elements of heaven and earth spontaneously resonate with it. And at this very moment, Lin Xiao was stepping into this realm. Faint blue patterns gradually emerged between the gaps of Lin Xiao's dragon scales, like the veins of flowing water, winding and flowing across his body. The golden runes on his dragon horns gradually took on a faint blue glow, as if currents of water surged within them. Splash! Silent waves churned through the void. Ripples suddenly spread across the training ground's surface, transforming the entire space into a vast expanse of water. Su Qingran instinctively took a step back. Looking down, he discovered his feet were standing on a thin film of water. Yet the ground was clearly still solid alloy. An illusion? No. This is the manifestation of the laws. She looked up at Lin Xiao in shock. At that moment, Lin Xiao no longer appeared as a dragon. He had transformed into water itself. His very existence was the embodiment of the law. Roar! A long, drawn-out dragon's roar echoed from Lin Xiao's mouth. The next instant, dark clouds gathered above the dome of the training ground, and a fine rain fell silently. Yet this rain did not wet anything. Before touching the ground, walls, or even human bodies, it silently dissipated, transforming into wisps of vapor that rose once more, cycling endlessly. The law of water. Endless renewal. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His dragon pupils had completely transformed into a deep, azure blue like the bottomless depths of the ocean, serene and boundless. He looked down at his dragon claws and clenched them lightly. Splash! The droplets at the claw's center did not shatter. Instead, they instantly expanded, forming a membrane as thin as a cicada's wing that covered his scales before quietly merging back into his body. So this is the true essence of water control. Not command, but resonance. Not driving, but symbiosis. Now, he no longer needed to consciously manipulate the water currents, for the laws of water had become one with him. With a single thought, he could summon wind and rain in the blink of an eye, he could turn rivers upside down. Su Qingran stared blankly at the scene, her lips trembling slightly. Lord Shenlong, you have attained enlightenment? Lin Xiao's gaze settled upon her, his eyes shimmering with blue light as his voice grew deep and resonant. Yes. The laws of water are now mine. As soon as the words left his lips, the mist surrounding him abruptly condensed, and the strange phenomena within the training ground dissipated. But Su Qingran knew the Lin Xiao standing before her now was utterly different from the man she had known before. If before he merely possessed the power of the law of water, now he has become part of the law of water itself. This was a qualitative leap. Lin Xiao's dragon tail swayed gently as the blue glow in his eyes gradually faded, returning to his original golden vertical pupils. He looked at Su Qingran, a faint smile playing on his lips. Did you understand the demonstration just now? Su Qingran snapped back to reality and nodded quickly, but then a hint of discouragement crept into her expression. I understand it, but I'm afraid I can't do it. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, no rush. Mastering the power of the laws isn't something that happens overnight. Understand as much as you can, and that's enough. Su Qingran pressed her lips together, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. I'll try my best. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze drifting toward the distant sky. The water law is complete. Next, it should be the fire law. He finally understood what separated him from a 7th-tier colossus. It was the comprehension of the power of the laws. The law power of 7th-tier beasts was formidable beyond measure. It was the very foundation of their supremacy over all other beasts, and likewise the reason they were nearly invincible. Now, he had finally bridged that gap. Lin Xiao prepared to continue his contemplation of the law of fire. At that moment, Zhao Weiguo strode in, executed a standard military salute, and spoke in a steady voice. Lord Shenlong, the Supreme Executive of the United States, Williams, requests to speak with you. Chapter 44, National Level 1 Combat Readiness activated. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. With the colossal beast's invasion imminent, what does this Williams want now? Lin Xiao's dragon tail gently slapped the water's surface. Golden light swirled in his dragon eyes as he replied indifferently, has he publicly apologized across all platforms as I demanded? Zhao Weiguo shook his head. Not yet. Tell him to fulfill my demands first before discussing the call. Lin Xiao's voice remained unruffled. Zhao Weiguo nodded and turned to leave. United States, Oval Office, White House. Williams slammed his fist onto the desk, sending the coffee cup crashing to the floor. With a sharp crack, it shattered into pieces. His face was ashen, his gray-blue eyes blazing with fury. These Chinese bastards have gone too far.
Secret Service Director Robert stood beside him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He spoke cautiously.
Your Excellency, you witnessed the might of the Chinese dragon. If we provoke him further, it may.
Williams whipped around, his tie askew, his suit crumpled against his body, all traces of his usual composure gone.
Gritting his teeth, he snarled, do you really want me to admit defeat before the entire world? To bring shame upon the United States?
Robert took a deep breath, his voice low and measured. But if we refuse, should the divine dragon of China strike again, our losses will be far greater. Williams froze in place, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Finally, he slumped into a chair, his voice hoarse.
Call a press conference, now. Downtown pretty country. Press conference. Flashbulbs erupted like a torrential downpour.
Williams stood before the podium, his face dark enough to drip water. Suppressing his rage, his voice stiffened. Today, on behalf of the pretty country government, I offer an apology for our previous actions in the South China Sea of China.
The room erupted in commotion as journalists frantically took notes, camera shutters clicking incessantly.
Williams' fingers dug into the podium's edge as he uttered each word. We acknowledge that this action violated international law and infringed upon China's sovereignty. As he finished, it seemed as though he had expended every ounce of strength, the veins on his temples bulging.
The live broadcast spread across the globe, and the comment section exploded instantly. Chinese netizen, ha, serves them right. It's about time. American netizen, disgrace. This is the darkest day in American history. Japan netizen, even the US has bowed down. What are we supposed to do? Indian netizen, America is useless. When it really matters, we're the ones to rely on. Williams abruptly ended his speech and stumbled as he turned to leave, nearly falling to the ground. Back in his office, he tore the speech into shreds and roared, send an urgent telegram to China. This time, they must receive it. Shenlong Base. Communications room. The communication screen lit up, revealing Williams' face. He forced a faint smile, yet the humiliation and fury in his eyes were impossible to conceal. Lord Shenlong, I have publicly apologized as you demanded. Lin Xiao sat before the screen, his dragon eyes coldly fixed on him. Speak. What is it? Williams glanced at the cue cards Robert had prepared, his voice sounding as if it were being forced through gritted teeth. Regarding the giant beast invasion, we wish to collaborate with China, sharing intelligence and technology. Cooperation? Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Do you even deserve it? The word struck Williams like a slap across the face. His entire complexion instantly turned a deep, liver-like shade of purple. Williams sprang to his feet, glaring at Lin Xiao through clenched teeth. He had already adopted such a low posture, yet still suffered such humiliation. How could he possibly endure it? Robert lunged forward, gripping his shoulders and whispering urgently. Your Excellency, the latest polls show your approval rating has dropped below 30%. If this cooperation fails again, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence. But Williams knew exactly what Robert meant. An awkward silence stretched on for a full 12 seconds. In a video call, that duration felt suffocatingly long. Finally, Williams sighed, slumped back into his seat, and asked in a low voice. Robert hurried forward, his tone deferential. Lord Shenlong, in the face of this global crisis, humanity should unite. Lin Xiao cut him off. If the United States truly has sincerity, hand over all the stolen Chinese technology first. Then we can discuss other matters. Williams gritted his teeth. Agreed. I promise. Golden light flared in Lin Xiao's eyes as he suddenly leaned close to the camera. So you've stolen quite a lot, then? The air in the conference room instantly froze. Williams' expression froze. Only then did he realize he'd fallen into a verbal trap, tricked into confessing by this Chinese dragon. Robert closed his eyes in despair. This fool, truly beyond saving. Maybe it was time to consider replacing the executive officer? Return the technology you stole, and present your latest technology, specifically that golden mech suit, including its pilot. Only then will I consider cooperation. Lin Xiao stated calmly. Williams's temples throbbed violently. He felt a hot liquid rising in his throat. It could be bile, or it could be blood. In all his years governing the United States, he had never been so utterly humiliated. The composure honed over 3 decades in politics crumbled in an instant. Williams suddenly erupted in a hysterical roar. China's divine dragon. I'll make you understand who truly rules this world. You will regret this. With those words, he abruptly cut the video call, leaving Robert staring in horror. Robert. Forget it. Destroy it. He simply couldn't handle this anymore. Robert sighed as he looked at Williams, still seething with rage. Your Excellency, I'll be taking my leave now. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. All he wanted now was to go home and spend quality time with his wife and son. He was utterly exhausted from everything that had happened. At the Shenlong base, the static on the screen gradually faded away, plunging the communications room back into dimness. Zhao Weiguo stepped out of the shadows. Lord Shenlong, do you think he'll agree? A faint smile played at the corners of Zhao Weiguo's mouth, smoothing the wrinkles around his eyes.
The memory of Williams's breakdown moments ago made him want to laugh out loud.
It felt so satisfying. It felt like taking a bite of icy watermelon on a hot summer day. One word. Refreshing.
Lin Xiao turned his head and said indifferently, whether he agrees or not, I never intended to cooperate with them. Working with them would just leave me on edge, constantly worrying if they'd stab me in the back. Why bother? Zhao Weiguo's smile slowly faded, his gaze sharpening like a blade.
You're right. The United States is the most unreliable. They can't be trusted.
Lin Xiao smiled faintly, then a thought flashed through his mind.
A translucent light screen unfolded before him. He stared at the crimson countdown on the system panel. Time remaining until Colossus invasion, 25 hours 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Each passing second made the numbers more glaring. Final defense checks complete?
Lin Xiao inquired. Zhao Weiguo immediately straightened his back, all checks complete. Wherever the beasts appear in China, our dragon scale guards and conventional forces can respond at maximum speed. He paused before adding, evacuation efforts haven't stopped for a moment.
We've already relocated 8 million people.
Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, sensing the subtle energy fluctuations in the air. He closed his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them. Initiate level 1 combat readiness immediately.
The words struck Zhao Weiguo like a sledgehammer to the heart.
His pupils contracted sharply, his atoms apple-bobbed. As a veteran soldier, he understood the weight of this order better than anyone. But his military duty kicked in instantly, and he snapped to attention, saluting sharply, yes, sir. 3 minutes later, the quantum communication tower deep within Shenlong base flashed crimson. Invisible waves spread at the speed of light, instantly covering the entire map of China. From the snow-capped plateaus to the shores of the East China Sea, from the northern forests to the Spratly Islands, countless military installations simultaneously sounded shrill alarms.
Nationwide Level 1 Combat Readiness activated. Repeating, National Level 1 Combat Readiness activated. Chapter 45, The Colossal Beast's Full-Scale Invasion Civilization's Survival Hangs in the Balance.
In an underground command center, green lights representing major theater commands flashed across the electronic sand table like stars. In the 3D projection, the map of China was divided into dozens of defense sectors, each marked with troop designations and readiness levels.
Third Fleet, all hands on deck. Mech units, enter standby mode. The duty officer's roar echoed relentlessly as veins bulged on his forehead and his fingers danced across the holographic keyboard. All air defense matrices activate. Repeat, all air defense matrices activate.
At a military base in the east, 30-meter-high alloy gates rose slowly amid the roar of hydraulic systems. The blood-red glow of the setting sun splashed across the neatly arranged fleet of fighter jets. Ground crew in protective suits bustled among them, their inspection devices emitting rapid beeps.
Hydraulic systems normal. Plasma engines preheated. Shouts echoed through the hangar.
Before the formation of mechs, soldiers' steel combat boots stamped out a thunderous, synchronized rhythm. Meanwhile, in the coastal city that had fallen in a past life, evacuation efforts proceeded with astonishing efficiency.
Hundreds of military buses formed a steel dragon.
Volunteers formed a human wall, guiding a clear path through the deepening night.
Please evacuate orderly to Zone D3. Priority for the elderly, women, and infants. The electronic voice echoed through the streets.
A white-haired elder shuffled forward, clutching a yellowed photo frame bearing a family portrait. He turned to gaze at the old ivy-covered building, tears welling in his cloudy eyes.
A young soldier in dragon scale guard uniform gently steadied the trembling arm.
His voice, muffled beneath the faceplate, was gentle yet firm. Old man, once this disaster passes, we will rebuild a home even more beautiful than before. The red light from the recorder on his chest flickered, transmitting this scene in real time back to the command center.
As night fell completely, atop the highest observatory platform of Shenlong Base,
Lin Xiao leaned against the railing, his golden vertical pupils reflecting the distant city lights.
Those lights appeared especially fragile under the glow of the red countdown on the system panel. 3 hours 37 minutes and 9 seconds.
Lin Xiao sensed the increasingly violent energy fluctuations deep within the Earth's veins, yet his heart remained unruffled. All necessary defenses were in place, and the majority of civilians requiring evacuation were now safe. He had done everything he could. Now, all that remained was to await the moment when the colossal beasts launched their full-scale invasion. Below the observatory, the final contingent of dragon scale guards boarded their aircraft. Their gear glowed with a faint blue sheen under the moonlight, the dragon head reliefs on their shoulder plates vividly lifelike. Farther away, the city remained brightly lit. White-collar workers finished overtime in office buildings and headed towards subway stations. Night market vendors stir-fried fragrant rice noodles. Children chased glowing toys in the park. Yet many ordinary people remained unaware that beneath the seemingly ordinary night sky, a countdown concerning the survival of civilization was about to reach zero. Light footsteps approached from behind.
Su Qingran ascended the observatory, pausing at the edge of Lin Xiao.
After standing quietly for a moment, she murmured softly, "It's so quiet." Lin Xiao didn't turn around, merely nodding slightly. "Yes, very quiet. But the calm before the storm is as profound as the storm itself will be fierce." A thin cloud drifted across the night sky, the moonlight diffusing behind it into a hazy halo. Su Qingran unconsciously took half a step forward, strands of hair lifted by the breeze swaying gently beside her cheek. Staring at the dark golden scales shimmering along Lin Xiao's back, she suddenly felt a tightness in her throat. "Lord Dragon," she called again, twisting the hem of her robe between her fingers, words caught in her throat. Lin Xiao turned his dragon head, the moonlight casting a silver edge along his sharply defined facial contours. "What is it?" Su Qingran's face suddenly flushed crimson, like evening clouds staining a snowy plain. She lowered her gaze to the tips of her shoes, seemingly gathering her thoughts before whispering, "The ancient texts say, dragons can transform into human form." Her words trailed off abruptly, her ears flushing crimson, almost translucent. She seemed embarrassed, or perhaps unsure how to continue. Lin Xiao understood what she meant. He had pondered this question himself. But it seemed he couldn't take human form just yet, he'd likely need to break through another major realm first. Lin Xiao looked at Su Qingran and teased her with a smile. "What? Curious to see what I look like in human form?" Su Qingran lowered her head even further, revealing a sliver of pale skin at the nape of her neck, now tinged with a faint blush. She murmured a soft her voice barely audible. "I need to break through another major realm first," Lin Xiao murmured, gazing up at the starry sky. "I can't do it yet." "What? Disappointed?" Su Qingran shook her head hastily, her hair tracing messy arcs through the air. "No. I was just curious." Su Qingran's cheeks instantly flushed from pink to crimson. Lin Xiao let out a soft chuckle. They stood side by side like this, one gazing at the stars, the other staring at the reflection, neither speaking again. Until 1 second. The instant the countdown hit 0, the entire world seemed to hit pause. Then, a purplish-black pillar of light erupted from the distant horizon, tearing a gaping wound through the night sky. The earth began to tremble. Not the rhythmic shaking of an earthquake, but as if some colossal beast were turning beneath the surface. The observatory trembled, its alloy supports groaning under the strain. One by one, the stars in the sky extinguished. Ink-black clouds surged in from all directions, engulfing the entire heavens in an instant. Eerie purple-red lightning flashed intermittently within the clouds, yet no thunder followed, only a bone-chilling silence. Boom! 100-meter-high wall of water erupted from the East Sea, its twisted, colossal shadow visible even hundreds of kilometers away. The salty sea breeze instantly turned acrid, mingled with a foul, putrid stench. Dogs throughout the city began barking frantically, their howls swelling like a tidal wave from the distance. Countless twisted shadows began crawling out of fissures in the earth. Then, city lights began to go out in patches, leaving only the emergency lighting systems glowing a blood-red hue. On the horizon, a shadow taller than any skyscraper slowly rose. 6 asymmetrical eyes glowed a sickly green in the darkness. Lin Xiao's scales bristled, his dragon blood boiling within. "It's finally here." Lin Xiao's voice lost its gentleness, each syllable carrying a metallic tremor. His pupils narrowed to slits, the golden irises blazing like molten gold. The full-scale invasion of the colossal beasts had finally arrived as promised. Lin Xiao turned to give Su Qingran one last look. "Protect the base." Without waiting for a response, he charged toward the storm-darkened sky, instantly swelling to 300 meters in length. Behind him, viscous black raindrops fell from the sky. Far out at sea, 3 islands slowly rose from the water. Those were dorsal fins larger than aircraft carriers. Roar! Lin Xiao raised his head and let out a dragon's roar that echoed across heaven and earth. Wherever the sound waves passed, all creatures bowed in submission. In that moment, every descendant of Huaxia heard the ancient echoes resonating deep within their bloodlines. The Guardian of China had entered the fray, the survival of civilization hung in the balance. Chapter 46, Confronting the Colossus. As long as we stand, the battle rages on. China. South China Sea, midnight 017. Wang Mang stood within the cockpit of the second-generation Yanlang mech, leading the 7th Dragon Scale Squadron as they guarded the South China Sea's defensive line. He narrowed his eyes, peering through the torrential rain at the pitch-black sea. No, it could scarcely be called a sea anymore. The once azure waters now glowed with an eerie purplish-black sheen, as if polluted by some colossal ink sac. Each wave surge carried a nauseating stench of decay. Rows of fish carcasses floated on the crests, their eyes bursting, scales peeling off as if corroded from within by some force. "Captain, the seawater sample results are in." The trembling voice of technician Shaoli came through the communicator. "The pH level has reached 98, with high concentrations of unknown organic compounds and sulfides. This isn't seawater at all, it's corrosive liquid." Wang Meng furrowed his brow, projecting the analysis data onto the main screen. The crimson data curve showed every indicator hundreds of times beyond safe levels. He wasn't overly surprised, as Lord Shenlong had warned of this long ago. Notify all units, under no circumstances allow seawater to come into contact with skin or mech joints. Wang Meng's voice crackled through the squad channel, echoing across the entire defense line. Logistics team, verify the integrity of the protective coatings. Aye. The crisp reply echoed through the communication channel. Wang Meng gripped the control stick, licking his parched lips involuntarily.
Through his mech's augmented vision system, he saw countless enormous shadows drifting on the distant sea surface. Those shadows would occasionally sink into the pitch-black sea, only to resurface with menacing dorsal fins covered in sharp bone spines and writhing flesh growths. Old Zhao, how's the situation on your end? Wang Meng connected to the eastern sector's communications. Not looking good. Zhao Tieju's voice came through, crackling with static, his response fading in and out. The sonar shows at least 30 beasts circling 3 nautical miles directly ahead. Strangely, they haven't attacked yet. Wang Meng narrowed his eyes. This was indeed unusual. He activated the energy radar interface. Blue scan ripples spread across the sea chart, revealing a dense cluster of red dots. Each red dot represented a colossal beast. They lurked in the depths, glaring hungrily toward the land. Wang Meng recalled the words of Lord Shenlong, behemoths are not mere beasts. They possess organization and intelligence. Wang Meng pressed the all-channel communication button. Attention all personnel, maintain alert status. There may be a command-type individual controlling them. At that very moment, a blinding purplish-red dot suddenly flared at the edge of the radar screen, its energy readings instantly skyrocketing to the instrument's maximum limit. Beep! 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 The cockpit alarm shrieked piercingly, red warning lights flashing relentlessly. What the hell is that thing? Wang Meng instinctively gripped the control stick, and the Yanlang mech instantly assumed a combat stance. Roar! A deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the ocean. The sonic waves pierced through seawater and mech armor, vibrating directly through Wang Meng's bones, making his teeth chatter uncontrollably. A massive water bubble suddenly rose from the sea surface before exploding with a thunderous roar. Millions of tons of black seawater were hurled skyward, forming a 100-meter-high wall of water. Behind the wall, a blurred silhouette slowly rose. The thing was so enormous that radar couldn't even fully display its dimensions. Wang Meng's eyes widened instantly as his voice boomed over the communication channel. All hands, attention! Maximum alert! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! No sooner had the words left his mouth. The water wall suddenly collapsed, and tens of thousands of tons of corrosive seawater crashed down upon the coastline like the sky itself had fallen. Under cover of the towering waves, the colossal beasts in the sea finally moved. They charged toward the shore at astonishing speed, their blood-red eyes tracing crimson trails of light through the darkness. Wang Meng's heart pounded like thunder, the veins at his temples throbbing violently. He slammed the control stick forward, and the plasma thrusters on the back of the Yanlang mecha spewed out a trail of ghostly blue flames. 7th Dragon Scale Squad. Stand your ground. Not a single man retreats. Wang Meng's voice boomed across the beach through the external speakers. Fire! 10 flame wolf mechs simultaneously raised their right arms, their high-frequency vibrating blades deploying with a shrill whine. 2,000 dragon warriors formed ranks behind the defensive line. Indigo gold dragon scales patterned their bodies, some with lightning dancing across their palms, others shrouded in mist. The first colossal beast charged onto the sand. It was a crocodile-like monster with 6 legs, stretching over 80 meters in length. It opened its gaping maw, spewing a torrent of dark green acid. Wang Meng executed a side roll to evade the attack while his shoulder-mounted plasma cannon completed its charge. Taste Grandpa's big toy. The blue-white plasma beam struck the beast's eye with pinpoint accuracy, searing a charred hole through it. The creature let out an agonized roar, thrashing its body wildly. Wherever its bone-spiked tail swept, abandoned buildings were instantly crushed to dust. More colossal beasts were landing. Wang Meng watched as an octopus-like creature wrapped its tentacles around a flame wolf mech. Wang Meng's eyes widened in fury. The flame wolf's folding wings fully extended, its thrusters blazing at maximum power. Like a crimson bolt of lightning, he charged toward the giant octopus-like beast, his vibroblade slicing through the air with a deadly arc of light. A tentacle over 5 meters in diameter was severed cleanly at the base, dark green blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Wang Meng didn't pause. The missile pod on his mech's left arm opened, and 6 armor-piercing rounds screamed forth, all slamming into the octopus monster's head. Brothers! Wang Meng gritted his teeth, his voice booming across the battlefield through the amplifier. Even if we die today, we'll make these beasts understand the soil of China shall not be violated. Kill! The furious roars of 2,000 dragon warriors mingled with the artillery fire of the mechs, echoing across this apocalyptic battlefield. 2,000 dragon scale guards launched their assault simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fireballs, lightning bolts, and ice spikes upon the sea surface. Through their recent training, each warrior's strength had grown, their coordination had become seamless, and they were bolstered by the support of their mechs and conventional forces. Though the colossal beasts' assaults were fierce, they were repeatedly driven back. Well done. Hold firm. Lord Shenlong said these beasts won't attack indefinitely. We just need to endure the hardest part. Wang Meng, piloting his mecha and slaying a giant beast attempting to sneak past the defensive line, shouted into his communicator. Though he himself didn't know how long this wave of invasion would last, such encouraging words were essential at this stage.
For now, most of these beasts were around level 3 or 4, a strength they could still handle. Soon, seeing their prolonged attacks yield no breakthrough, the beast's invasion frequency indeed slowed slightly. A glint of realization flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. Could it be? Had they weathered this wave of invasions? The thought barely formed in his mind. The radar alarm suddenly blared. A deep, rumbling roar rose from the ocean floor, like some ancient giant drum being struck. Everyone fall back 300 meters. Now! Wang Meng's eyes widened as he bellowed into the communicator. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The sea surface suddenly caved in, forming a vortex over 10,000 meters in diameter. At the vortex's center, an island slowly rose. It was no island at all, but the dorsal fin of a colossal beast unlike any seen before. The portion visible above the water alone towered higher than a 30-story building. The sea erupted once more. After the island rose, 6 asymmetrical eyes glowed a sickly green in the darkness. Chapter 47, 3 Moves to Slay the Colossus. Lord Shenlong is awesome. Roar. With a deep, rumbling roar, the colossal beast finally revealed its true form. Its form resembled a fusion of whale and crocodile, its head covered in bony plates, 6 curved fangs extending from the corners of its mouth. Most terrifying were its eyes. Not 2, but a dense cluster of compound eyes covering its entire head, 6 in total. Each one flickered with a cold, crimson glow. The beast's compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the coastline, sending a chill down Wang Meng's spine. The mecha system blared frantically, warning. High-level energy reaction detected. Warning. Fire. All weapons, fire at will. Plasma cannons, electromagnetic railguns, high-temperature lasers. Humanity's most advanced weaponry poured down upon the Colossus. Yet, they left only shallow scorch marks on its skin. The monster casually swished its tail fin, sending a tidal wave that instantly engulfed the 3 forward-most defensive positions. Retreat. Fall back to the second defense line. Wang Meng gritted his teeth as he issued the order, simultaneously maneuvering his mech toward the colossal beast. The Yanlang mech traced crimson arcs through the torrential rain as Wang Meng overloaded its power core to 120%. High-frequency vibrating blades extended from both arms. The beast seemed to sense the threat, its 6 tusks gathering a blinding blue glow. Die! Wang Meng roared as he dove downward. Just as the vibrating blades were about to strike the beast's eye, a blue-white plasma beam erupted from between its tusks. Wang Meng instinctively dodged sideways, but the mech's left arm was still grazed, instantly vaporizing into metallic mist. The immense shockwave surged through his neural links, blackening Wang Meng's vision and nearly knocking him unconscious. But he bit his tongue to stay conscious, driving the vibrating blade in his right arm deep into one of the beast's compound eyes. Dark green mucus gushed forth as the beast let out an agonized roar. It violently shook its head, flinging Wang Meng's mech like a toy, slamming it hard against the breakwater. Captain, the panicked shouts of his teammates crackled through the communicator. Struggling to rise, Wang Meng discovered his mech's lower limbs had been paralyzed. Through the shattered display screen, he saw the colossal beast continuously unleashing plasma beams, relentlessly pounding the South Sea's defensive line. The South Sea defense line blood red stained the entire sea. Gasping for breath, Wang Meng strained to control the Yanlang mech and rise to his feet. The constant screams of his teammates over the comm channel pierced his heart like knives. 3rd Squadron wiped out. Repeat, 3rd Squadron. Defenses breached. They've broken through the eastern barrier. Damn it, this monster is impossible to fight. Wang Meng spat blood and prepared to activate the final self-destruct mechanism. The 2nd-generation Yanlang mecha was equipped with an explosive self-destruct mechanism, allowing it to deliver a final blow to the enemy in its last moments. Of course, the cost was mutual destruction. But even in death, he would tear a chunk of flesh from this monster. Just then, a golden light tore through the clouds. Roar! A clear, piercing dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. Wang Meng froze, then felt his blood boil. An ancient and formidable pressure descended from the heavens, causing his dragon bloodline to tremble. It was a resonance from the depths of his bloodline, an ancient memory etched into his very DNA. A sapphire gold figure burst through the clouds, scales and claws gleaming, whiskers bristling with fury. Lin Xiao's 300-meter-long dragon form stretched out amidst the lightning flashes, each scale shimmering with mystical runes. Merely hovering there, he calmed the waves for 100 miles around. It's the divine dragon, a warrior cried, kneeling on the ground. Lord Dragon! Wang Meng's voice caught in his throat. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes locked onto the colossal beast in the sea, his golden vertical pupils seeming to hold flowing lava. He did not attack immediately, but instead opened his dragon's mouth, expelling a soft golden light. The light dispersed into thousands of strands, seeping into the bodies of every wounded warrior, including Wang Meng's crippled mecha. A miracle unfolded. The warrior's wounds healed at a visible pace, while the damaged sections of the mecha glowed golden, beginning to repair themselves. The colossal beast seemed to sense the threat, abandoning its assault on the dragon's scale guards. All its compound eyes turned simultaneously toward the divine dragon in the sky. It let out a menacing growl, its 6 compound eyes flashing wildly. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a plasma beam over 10 meters in diameter. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated, merely swaying his dragon whiskers.
A bizarre phenomenon unfolded.
The plasma beam froze solid 3 meters from the dragon scales, then dissolved into countless blue specks that vanished into the air. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers stirred without wind. Speaking for the first time, his voice thundered like 10,000 tons of thunder, a mere 6th-level abyssal stare, and you dare trespass? With a gentle lift of his dragon claw, the sea within a 10-mile radius froze solid, then transformed into countless ice spears suspended in midair. Each spearhead was coiled with golden lightning, its shaft reflecting the terror in the colossal beast's compound eyes. The abyssal stare emitted a piercing shriek and turned to dive into the depths. But with a gentle flick of Lin Xiao's dragon tail, the sea surface instantly froze into a mirror-like ice plane. Destroy! With this command, the ice spears poured down like a torrential rain. The first wave struck each compound eye with pinpoint accuracy. The second wave pierced through thick exoskeletons straight to the viscera. The third wave pinned the colossal beast to the frozen surface. The colossal beast let out a death cry as its massive frame slowly sank into the ocean depths, stirring up towering waves. Lin Xiao did not pause, lashing out with his dragon tail toward the other beasts. Wherever it passed, dragon flames scorched the heavens, and thunderclaps rent the sea. Those monsters that had left human armies helpless were mere paper-thin toys beneath his claws. Wang Meng watched this one-sided slaughter through the cockpit under repair, his excitement reaching its peak. He could only utter 6 words. That was, "The divine dragon is badass." He watched the colossal beasts that had just moments ago been strutting about, full of themselves, now scrambling in panic beneath the divine dragon's claws, their screams and wails piercing the air. The thrill coursing through his veins was beyond description. "You bastards, weren't you being so arrogant? Keep it up." Wang Meng chuckled darkly, itching to join the divine dragon in kicking them while they were down. Soon, every giant beast in the South Sea was wiped out by Lin Xiao. That abyssal stare looked formidable, but it was only a level 6 beast, no match for him at all. And now that he had mastered the water law, it was even more impossible for it to stand a chance. Still, Lin Xiao remained vigilant. In his previous life, after the colossal beast's full-scale invasion, the most formidable aberration to emerge wasn't this abyssal stare. The real challenge lay ahead. Lin Xiao landed beside the dying colossus, plunging his dragon claw into its skull. As he withdrew, a hexagonal prism-shaped crystal core appeared in the claw's center, a deep, eerie blue with liquid-like halos swirling within. 6 naturally formed spiral patterns adorned the crystal core's surface, perfectly mirroring the colossus's 6 compound eyes. A level 6 crystal core. Lin Xiao stored it away in his scale space with satisfaction. Turning to Wang Meng, the golden light in his dragon eyes softened slightly. Casualties? Chapter 48, Yamada no Orochi battles the deep-sea giant crab. Wang Meng snapped back to attention and hurriedly saluted. "Reporting to your divine dragon excellency, preliminary counts show 37 severely wounded, 189 lightly wounded, and 4 mechs destroyed. Thanks to your timely arrival." Lin Xiao gave a slight nod as his dragon tail swept across the ocean surface. The colossal beasts that had sunk to the ocean floor began surfacing one by one, each corpse perfectly preserved. Collect all the giant beasts' corpses. Send the carapaces to the military industry department. Distribute the meat to the mess halls of all major battle zones. The meat? Wang Meng froze in surprise. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers fluttered lightly. These beasts have long absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. The energy contained within their flesh is 100 times that of ordinary food. Consumed by ordinary people, it strengthens the body and fortifies health. For the wounded, it accelerates recovery. Wang Meng understood immediately and instantly activated the full-frequency communication. Attention all squads. Immediately salvage the giant beasts' carcasses. Separate the carapaces from the meat for storage. Repeat, this is critical strategic material. The sea surface instantly erupted into bustling activity. Dragon scale guards operated mechanical arms to salvage the carcasses, while medical personnel darted between them to treat the wounded. Wang Meng watched the sea gradually return to order when he suddenly noticed the water had become significantly clearer. The dark green toxic fluid that had polluted the sea had been purified completely, its origin unknown. He looked up at the sky, where Lin Xiao's dragon form flickered in and out of the clouds, soaring toward the next battle zone. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dragon's scales, scattering patches of light like shards of gold. "This is our guardian deity," Wang Meng murmured, suddenly feeling warmth welling in his eyes. Wiping his face, he turned and roared, "Move faster. Don't waste the time the Dragon Lord has bought for us." In the distance, the last remnants of thunderclouds dispersed, revealing a sky as clear as washed jade. Lin Xiao soared through the clouds, covering thousands of miles in an instant, swiftly arriving at the Eastern Sea battle zone. Unlike the brutal carnage in the South Sea, the situation in the East Sea was relatively stable, even absurdly so. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi thrashed wildly, devouring the carcasses of colossal beasts floating on the sea surface. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Far tastier than those useless cherry blossom country fools. So full of energy.
I feel myself growing stronger again. The 8 heads chattered excitedly, nearly biting each other in their frenzy. Lin Xiao hovered high above, his dragon eyes narrowed as he silently observed the scene. The Yamata no Orochi possessed mid-tier level 6 strength, more than sufficient to handle ordinary colossal beasts. Yet Lin Xiao knew the true threat had yet to emerge. In his previous life, the East Sea Theater had witnessed 2 level 6 peak colossal beasts emerge. The abyssal giant crab and the thunder-winged dragon. They surpassed ordinary level 6 beasts in power, and when united, could even briefly hold their own against a level 7 colossus. In that past life, China had paid an extremely heavy price to repel these 2 beasts. And now, they were about to emerge. Lin Xiao did not rush to act. Instead, he swept his dragon claw, recording the scene before him. If the people of Sakura Nation knew their guardian beasts were now protecting China, I wonder what expressions they'd wear. A faint smile touched his lips as a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. At that very moment. Boom! The sea erupted violently as 2 colossal figures burst through the waves. The abyssal giant crab, nearly 400 meters long, was pitch black, its carapace covered in sharp bone spines. Its 2 massive claws could tear apart an aircraft carrier. A corrosive black mist swirled around its body, boiling the sea wherever it passed. The thunder-winged dragon, resembling a pterosaur, boasted a wingspan exceeding 500 meters. Its body was covered in purple-black scales, and each flap of its wings could unleash a hurricane. It could spew high-voltage lightning from its mouth and moved at incredible speeds, covering thousands of miles in an instant. The mere appearance of these 2 colossal beasts sent a wave of terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire East Sea Theater. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi froze simultaneously, 16 eyes darting wildly as they fixed their gaze behind them. This can't be right? How did 2 such powerful creatures suddenly appear? Should we retreat first? The 8 heads exchanged glances, their once arrogant demeanor instantly wilting, even showing signs of retreat. Lin Xiao gave a cold snort but did not attack. Instead, he hovered silently above the clouds, his gaze icy as he stared down the Yamata no Orochi. Since you've pledged allegiance to me, show some sincerity. If you can't even pass this simple test, what use are you? The Yamata no Orochi sensed Lin Xiao's gaze and shuddered, all 8 heads simultaneously revealing signs of struggle. Finally, gritting its teeth, it steeled itself and charged toward the 2 colossal beasts. I'll give it my all. My master is watching. If we run now, we'll likely end up as snake soup. Charge! Take them down! The Yamata no Orochi let out a deafening roar. All 8 heads simultaneously spewed venom, engulfing the abyssal crab and the thunder-winged dragon in a choking cloud of dark green poisonous mist. Yet the might of these 2 beasts far exceeded expectations. The thunder-winged dragon flapped its wings, unleashing a hurricane that scattered all the venom. Roar! The abyssal crab charged forward, its massive claws like 2 giant scythes, slamming down on the Yamata no Orochi's midsection. Snap! A section of Yamata no Orochi's body was severed cleanly, dark green blood gushing forth. This hurts like hell. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi contorted in agony, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to break free. Seizing the moment, the thunder-winged dragon dove downward, gathering high-voltage lightning in its maw before unleashing a furious blast. Boom! Blinding lightning pierced through the Yamata no Orochi's back, scorching vast patches of its scales. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. I can't do this. I can't win. Master! I've truly done my best. If you don't intervene now, I'll be skewered like a grilled snake. Yamata no Orochi wailed, its 8 heads thrashing wildly as it tried to break free from the dual assault of the colossal beasts. It had even turned to flee. But just as it was about to slip away. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the sea surface directly before Yamata no Orochi. The seawater instantly vaporized, revealing charred reefs. Yamata no Orochi stiffened, slowly raising its head. Above the clouds, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes were as cold as frost, his dragon's might as oppressive as a prison, crushing it until it could barely breathe. Master! Master! All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi shrank back simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. Lin Xiao's voice boomed like thunder. Deserting the battlefield, is this your loyalty? The Yamata no Orochi trembled violently, its 8 heads shaking frantically. No, no, no! Master! I was only making a tactical retreat. Tactical retreat? Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Then now, I'll give you a chance. Either fight to the death and prove your worth. Or I'll stew you right now. The Yamata no Orochi's 16 eyes darted around before settling on a resolute expression. I'll fight to the death. It spun violently, all 8 heads snapping open their gaping maws to tear savagely at the abyssal crab and thunder-winged dragon. This time, it held nothing back, unleashing its full fury. Venom, corrosive black mist, psychic shock, all its abilities poured forth. Caught off guard, the 2 colossal beasts were forced back several paces. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. Now we're talking. He ceased his observation, his dragon form plunging downward with sudden ferocity. The real battle had only just begun. Chapter 49, The Terrifying Beasts of Kunlun Mountain. Lin Xiao's dragon form instantly swelled to 300 meters.
Its azure gold scales shimmered brilliantly, dragon claws like blades, dragon tail like mountains, golden light swirling within its dragon eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the very landscape to shift. The thunderwing dragon reacted first, flapping its wings and soaring skyward in an instant. It gathered high-voltage lightning in its maw and unleashed a furious blast. Boom! Blinding lightning streaked toward Lin Xiao. Yet Lin Xiao merely swept his dragon claw. The bolt of lightning shattered mid-air, shattering into countless electric serpents that dissipated into nothingness. A mere bolt of lightning dares to act so brazenly before me? Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Lightning flared from his dragon horns, unleashing a purple thunderbolt 10 times more powerful than the thunderwing dragons, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Crash! The thunderwing dragon had no time to dodge. Half its wing was instantly shattered, its purple-black scales charred black as it plummeted into the sea with a wail. Seeing this, the abyssal giant crab roared furiously, its massive claws snapping toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated, meeting the attack head-on with his dragon claw. Clang! A deafening metallic clang reverberated across the sea and sky, sparks flying everywhere. The abyssal giant crab's claws were forcibly blocked by Lin Xiao's dragon claws, unable to advance another inch. Is that all you've got? A trace of scorn flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes as he suddenly exerted his full strength. Snap! The abyssal crab's massive claw was crushed to pieces. Roar! The abyssal giant crab let out an agonized roar, retreating frantically as black mist spewed forth, attempting to corrode Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, opening his dragon maw as searing dragon flames erupted forth. Heaven-burning dragon flame! Golden red flames instantly devoured the black mist, scorching the abyssal giant crab's carapace crimson red. Seeing this, the Yamata no Orochi seized the opportunity, all 8 heads lunging simultaneously at the thunderwing dragon. Put! The thunderwing dragon, already wounded, was now tightly entangled by the Yamata no Orochi, unable to break free. Lin Xiao lashed his dragon tail, closing in on the abyssal giant crab in an instant. His dragon claws, sharp as blades, pierced directly into the cracks of its shell. Die! The dragon claw tore violently, ripping open the abyssal crab's shell. Its dark green innards were exposed to the air. Roar! The abyssal crab let out its final wail as its massive body crashed down, sending towering waves crashing skyward. Meanwhile, the Yamata no Orochi finally snapped the thunderwing dragon's neck. Purple-black blood spurted forth, staining the sea surface crimson. 2 peak level 6 colossal beasts had fallen. With these 2 strongest beasts dealt with, the rest of the minions would be easy pickings. 10 minutes later. The battle ended and the sea surface returned to calm. 2 crystalline beast cores slowly surfaced, one a deep oceanic blue, the other a thunderous purple-black. Both radiated surging energy fluctuations. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi simultaneously revealed greedy expressions, quietly extending their tongues, intent on snatching the cores away. However, Lin Xiao merely gave it a cold glance. Humph! The Yamata no Orochi stiffened, its 8 heads simultaneously retracting as they sheepishly withdrew their tongues. Master. I only wanted to help you put it away. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. With a flick of his dragon claw, both crystal cores instantly vanished into his scaled space. Without my explicit command, you are forbidden to touch a single one of these beasts' corpses. Yamata no Orochi immediately wore a mournful expression. Master, you're putting me in a difficult position. Before it could finish, Lin Xiao shot it another glance. The Yamata no Orochi immediately fell silent, its 8 heads drooping in a pitiable display of grievance. All right, master. I understand. Lin Xiao finally spoke indifferently. Guard Huaxia well according to my orders, and you'll have good days ahead. A glimmer of joy flashed in the Yamata no Orochi's eyes. It bowed and scraped urgently. Yes. Master, rest assured. As long as I'm here, the East Sea Theater will be absolutely secure. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod before turning to the captain of the Dragon Scale Guard Squadron stationed in the East Sea Theater. The battlefield is yours to handle. All giant beast carcasses are to be sent to the Military Industry Department. The meat will be distributed among the major war zones. The captain nodded solemnly. Yes. Lord Divine Dragon. Lin Xiao said no more. With a flick of his dragon tail, he soared into the sky, heading toward the next theater. The Yamata no Orochi watched Lin Xiao depart. Its 8 heads exchanged glances before finally sighing. Sigh, following our master around, we never get a single bite of meat. Never mind. Better stick to guarding the gate. It flicked its tail and submerged into the depths, resuming its duties. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea battle zone finally regained a fleeting calm. With the Eastern and Southern Seas resolved, threats across the maritime domains were largely contained for now. Only the glacial behemoths and earth-vein behemoths remained. The glacial beasts primarily originated from the Tian Shan Mountains, the Himalayas, and the Kunlun Mountains. However, China needed only to focus on the Tian Shan and Kunlun ranges. For the Himalayan beasts had largely already invaded the 3 A nations. Earth vein behemoths appear in more diverse locations, though the strongest among them are generally around level 4 or 5, lacking truly formidable specimens. This is precisely why Lin Xiao prioritized defending the maritime regions over rushing inland. The Kunlun Mountains, blanketed in snow, howled with bitter winds. This sacred mountain, hailed as the ancestor of all mountains, now served as one of the primary invasion routes for the glacial behemoths. The 3,200 warriors of the Dragon Scale Guard's second squad stood ready for battle. 16 flame wolf mechs stood tall in the blizzard, their cannons trained deep into the glacier. Their mission was to hold this line, preventing any colossus from breaching it. Captain Zhao Taizhu stood at the forefront, his arms covered in blue scales, his fingertips crackling with fine sparks of electricity. He was among the first warriors to master the dragon's power, second only to Wang Meng in strength. His gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the surging black shadows deep within the glacier. He immediately ordered. All mechs, prepare to concentrate fire. Dragon Scale Guard, form defensive formation. Before his words faded, the glacier erupted violently. Boom! A colossal creature burst through the ice, towering over 200 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in thick, ice-blue armor, resembling a giant ape. Its arms were as thick as pillars supporting the heavens, and with each step it took, the earth trembled. The glacial demon ape. A peak level 5 colossal beast, possessing limitless strength and armor as hard as 10,000-year-old black ice. It could manipulate cold currents, freezing everything in its path. Fire! Zhao Taizhu roared. 16 flame wolf mechs simultaneously unleashed their plasma cannons. Blazing energy beams sliced through the blizzard, crashing toward the demon ape. Yet the demon ape merely crossed its arms, brute-forcing every attack. Only faint scorch marks remained on its ice armor, not even a crack appeared. What? Zhao Tieju's expression changed abruptly. The demon ape roared to the heavens, then slammed both fists into the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept out, sending dozens of dragon scale guards flying and shattering the defensive formation in an instant. Hold your ground. Don't let it break through the defenses. Zhao Taizhu gritted his teeth. Lightning surged from his arms as he leapt upward, driving a fist toward the demon ape's knee. Chapter 50, The Devastation of Sakura Nation. Boom! The lightning crackled, finally cracking the demon ape's icy armor. But it merely glanced down. Then it raised its massive foot and stomped down with brutal force. Zhao Taizhu rolled away in a flash as the ground beneath him caved in, forming a massive crater dozens of meters wide. Captain! Its defenses are too strong. Our attacks can't break through, a mecha pilot cried anxiously. Zhao Taizhu gasped for breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Then hold it off. Wait for Lord Shenlong. The demon ape seemed to understand their exchange. A mocking glint flashed in its crimson eyes as it suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blast of frigid breath. Crack! Where the chill swept through, the air froze solid. 3 dragon scale guards who couldn't dodge in time instantly turned into ice sculptures, unable to move. Damn it! Zhao Tieju's eyes bulged with fury. Holding back his power was no longer an option. Dragon energy surged wildly within him. A thunderbolt over 10 meters in diameter crashed down from the heavens, striking the demon ape squarely on its head. Boom! This time, the demon ape's icy armor finally cracked open, and dark blue blood slowly seeped out. Yet this only enraged it further. Enraged, the demon ape pounded its chest with both fists. The cracks in its ice armor began healing at a visible speed. Damn it! It can heal itself? Zhao Tieju's face turned pale as the dragon power within him had been depleted by more than half. The demon ape gave him no chance to catch his breath, leaping up suddenly. Its massive form blocked out the sky, casting a shadow over the entire defensive line. It's over. A young dragon scale guard closed his eyes in despair. At that critical moment. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed across Kunlun. Clouds tore apart as a sapphire gold figure streaked through the sky. Its claws like blades, it struck the demon ape's back with brutal force. Crack! The ice armor shattered instantly. The demon ape let out a wretched howl and crashed heavily into the depths of the glacier. Lin Xiao had finally arrived. Hovering in midair, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes coldly fixed upon the demon ape crawling out of the glacier. A mere 5th-tier demon dares to run amok? The demon ape roared furiously, pounding the ground with its arms. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, lunging toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail, shattering the icicles before they could reach him. In the next instant, Lin Xiao opened his dragon maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon flames. Heaven scorching dragon flame. Golden red flames instantly engulfed the demon ape, its ice armor melting at a visible pace. The demon ape screamed in agony, frantically slapping its body in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. But the dragon flames clung to it like a flesh-eating ulcer, utterly impossible to extinguish. Lin Xiao gave it no chance to recover. With a sweep of his dragon claw, he summoned the thunder of heaven and earth. Destroy! Boom! 9 purple bolts of thunder struck simultaneously, striking the demon ape's head, chest, and limbs with pinpoint accuracy. The demon ape's massive body froze in place, and then... thud!
It crashed to the ground, its life force extinguished. After securing the giant ape's crystal core, Lin Xiao rescued the 3 warriors frozen solid like ice sculptures. Then, Lin Xiao landed gently, his dragon form shrinking to about 20 meters. He turned to Zhao Taizhu, casualties? Zhao Taizhu knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse, 126 severely injured, 223 lightly injured. 3 mechs destroyed. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Raising his dragon claw, a soft golden light flowed into Zhao Tiezhu's body. In an instant, Zhao Tiezhu's injuries healed at a visible pace, and even the dragon energy he had expended was restored by more than half. The other dragon scale warriors also received corresponding restorative power. "Thank you, Divine Dragon!" Zhao Taizhu exclaimed with emotion. "Thank you, Divine Dragon," the others echoed in unison. Lin Xiao said indifferently, "Collect the demon ape's corpse. Its ice armor is a valuable material." "Yes." Lin Xiao lifted his gaze toward the distance, golden light swirling within his dragon eyes. "Next, it's time to head to the Tianshan Mountains." It took Lin Xiao roughly another half-hour to eliminate the glacial beasts of the Tianshan Mountains. By the time Lin Xiao arrived to deal with the Earth Vein beasts, the battle was nearing its end. Most of the Earth Vein beasts had already been eliminated. Though the invasion of the Earth Vein beasts had been fierce, the coordinated efforts of the Dragon Scale Guards and the Mecha Corps had eradicated the majority. The few remaining level 5 beasts were trapped within designated areas, unable to breach the defenses. The remaining beasts either fled, perished, or were gravely wounded beyond combat capability. Lin Xiao watched this scene with deep satisfaction. He had poured immense effort into establishing the Dragon Scale Guard and the Mecha Corps precisely to witness this moment. Now, his wish had finally been fulfilled. "Lord Shenlong." General Zhao Weigua hurried over, his face betraying unmistakable excitement. "Lord Shenlong, have we held firm against this wave of giant beasts invading our territory?" Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed." Zhao Weigua clenched his fist in triumph. "Excellent. With this combat experience, we needn't worry too much about future giant beast invasions." Ling Zhao's gaze swept across the battlefield. The Dragon Scale Guards were clearing the battlefield, collecting the beasts' corpses, and treating the wounded. The mech units maintained vigilance, preventing any stragglers from escaping. Everything proceeded in orderly fashion, a stark contrast to the brutal scenes of his past life. "Everyone performed exceptionally well," Lin Xiao remarked calmly. Zhao Weigua clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with pride. "All thanks to Lord Shenlong. Without you, China might have." He trailed off, but Lin Xiao understood his meaning. In his previous life, this catastrophe had claimed hundreds of millions of lives in China, reduced cities to ruins, and nearly shattered civilization. This time, however, China's casualties were negligible indeed, it suffered the least losses globally. "Have the soldiers conduct another thorough inspection," Lin Xiao ordered. "Beasts are cunning. If even one slips through, it could cause immense damage." Zhao Weigua nodded solemnly. "Yes. I'll make arrangements immediately." Then, Lin Xiao soared through the clouds, his dragon form appearing and disappearing amidst the mist. Surveying the land of China from above, golden light shimmered in his dragon eyes as he sensed the energy fluctuations across every battlefield. South China Sea, East China Sea, Kunlun Mountains, Tianshan Mountains. Battle reports from every defensive line flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave. After confirming no major threats remained within China's borders, he flickered his tail, his form abruptly soaring upward. Piercing through the clouds, he flew toward the direction of neighboring nations. Kimchi Nation. A dark blue sea fog shrouded the peninsula, where once thriving cities now lay in ruins. This nation was utterly devastated, first ravaged by the Yamata no Orochi, then immediately invaded by colossal beasts. Across the landscape, high rises lay corroded, streets littered with wrecked vehicles. Survivors huddled in bomb shelters, shivering in anticipation of rescue. A third of the nation's population had already been lost. "Damn it! Why does China have divine dragons, but we don't?" A middle-aged man knelt amidst the rubble, pounding his chest in frustration toward the sky. "The American reinforcements have arrived." Suddenly, a blinding blue light flared along the coastline. 5 steel Patriot mechs rode the waves ashore. Plasma cannons, fire! Blue-white beams tore through the mist, blasting charred holes through the giant beast's carapace. The Kimchi Nation's soldiers cheered wildly, but in the next instant, the wounded beast turned in fury, its tail sweeping across and obliterating the soldiers. Lin Xiao shook his head. Such resistance merely delayed their inevitable demise. With a flick of his dragon tail, his figure vanished into the clouds. Meanwhile, the neighboring Cherry Blossom Nation fared even worse. Chapter 51, comparing the nation's responses to the colossal beast invasion with China's. The newly elected Prime Minister of Sakura Nation had been in office for only a few days before perishing in this latest colossal beast invasion. Were it not for their still decent military strength, they would have fallen long ago. Even so, the entire nation was not far from annihilation. More devastatingly, the giant beast invasion triggered a series of chain reaction geological disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and more. The sheer scale of casualties across the nation was too immense to tally in the immediate aftermath.
Help, please. A man in self-defense forces uniform lay sprawled in the rubble, his lower body already corroded to white bone. His fingers dug into the ground as he struggled to crawl forward, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Lin Xiao's gaze turned icy. This despicable nation, whatever calamity befell it, it was entirely their own doing. Lin Xiao turned and walked away. The United States. The Statue of Liberty snapped clean in two at the waist. The Pentagon lay in ruins. The Golden Gate Bridge was rendered impassable by the rampaging sea monster. New Williams hunkered in the underground command center, his fingers clenched tightly as he stared at satellite footage of the rampaging beasts. Your Excellency, China has just released combat footage. Robert handed over the tablet. Their casualties, less than 100. On screen, Lin Xiao's dragon flames scorched the sky and boiled the sea, while the dragon scale guards coordinated with mechs as if by extension of his own limbs. In stark contrast, 1/3 of the east coast of the United States had fallen, while cities along the west coast lay abandoned ghost towns, ravaged by the spores of the mother of the Sea of Decay. Williams slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. Rest assured, we have the invincible Iron Patriot. The Statue of Liberty mech. We have. His roar was cut short by the wail of an alarm. Warning! Level 6 energy reaction detected over Washington. On the surveillance screen, a Godzilla-like colossus emerged from the ocean depths, its dorsal fins flickering with nuclear blue light. Lin Xiao hovered in the stratosphere, his dragon eyes narrowed. This world destroyer had obliterated 3 cities in China in its previous incarnation, now becoming the nightmare of the pretty country. This was karma for the United States. Bear country. Across the Siberian plains, a blizzard howled, sweeping away the wreckage of mechs. Yura! Soldiers with frostbitten faces gathered around a campfire, guzzling vodka. Behind them lay the dismantled carcass of a colossal beast. Lin Xiao paused briefly. Though this nation had once exploited China's misfortune, their innate courage deserved respect. The 3 kingdoms. The swollen corpses floated on the Ganges while vultures circled overhead, scavenging the cities. This nation remained the one with the heaviest casualties, both in the past and in the present. Their densely populated lands offer negligible defense, and even they cannot predict the trajectory of the missiles launched by their own armies. How could such an army, such a nation, possibly withstand a mighty beast? As Lin Xiao soared across the border, an absurd spectacle unfolded. Soldiers smeared cow dung on tanks, while priests chanted prayers to the colossal beast, shaking bells. This is Shiva's trial, an officer shouted hoarsely. Use the power of the sacred cows to move them. The scene was grotesquely comical. If colossal beasts had a stifle your laugh challenge, they would have lost by now. When Lin Xiao returned to China, the morning sun was rising over the East Sea. The first golden rays pierced the clouds, bathing the land of China in light. The city's morning rush hour unfolded as usual. Subway stations were packed with sleepy-eyed commuters, breakfast stalls along the streets wafted the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks, and elderly people practiced Tai Chi in the parks. Everything seemed calm, as if nothing had happened the night before. They knew nothing of the brutal battle fought the night before, nor the devastation now engulfing other nations. People went to work, children went to school, and those who exercised in the park went to exercise. Everything was as usual, a peaceful and beautiful morning. Programmer Zhang Ming rubbed his bloodshot eyes and shoved the last bite of pancake into his mouth. Inside the subway car, people around him were swiping through their phones, occasionally accompanied by soft laughter or the background music of short videos. Weird. Zhang Ming noticed his phone signal kept dropping, the 5G icon flickering back to 4G. He opened Weibo to check for network outage reports, only to be jolted awake by a string of trending topics. Hashtag global monster invasion hashtag. Hashtag dragons might unleashed hashtag. Hashtag kimchi nation's capital falls hashtag. Hashtag cherry blossom nation's prime minister perishes hashtag. What's going on? Zhang Ming's eyes widened as his trembling fingers tapped on the first trending topic. A grainy nighttime video began playing. Against the pitch-black night sky, a golden dragon silhouette coiled and spiraled, its fiery breath incinerating a mountain-sized beast into charcoal. The video tag indicated it was filmed 3 hours ago in the Kunlun Mountains. A chorus of gasps erupted around him. Zhang Ming looked up to find everyone in the train car watching similar videos. Some covered their mouths, others turned pale, and a girl in a school uniform even began to cry. Attention all passengers. The subway announcement abruptly cut off, replaced by a steady male voice. This is the national emergency broadcast. Last night, unidentified creatures attacked locations worldwide. Under the protection of Lord Shenlong and our military, our nation suffered minimal losses. Citizens are urged to remain calm and maintain normal daily routines. When Zhang Ming rushed out of the subway station, the streets had transformed beyond recognition. Every electronic billboard looped an urgent announcement from the Ministry of National Defense. Televisions and roadside shops were uniformly tuned to news channels, displaying disaster scenes from various countries. He saw the iconic buildings of Kimchi Nation's capital toppled and tilted, streets shrouded in an eerie, dark blue haze. The waters of Sakura Nation's bay had turned a dark crimson, where the self-defense forces used flamethrowers to incinerate mountains of corpses.
The situation in the third world was beyond horrific. The phrase floating corpses for miles couldn't have been more fitting. Oh my god. Zhang Ming's legs buckled and he braced himself against a streetlight pole. His hands trembled as he dialed home. Hearing his mother's familiar voice brought him slight relief. Mom, are you and Dad okay? What could possibly happen to us? Her mother's voice carried confusion. We heard a few loud booms in the middle of the night, thought it was thunder. Your father insisted it was just a military exercise. Her voice suddenly dropped. Ming, the news says many foreigners died. Is that true? When Zhang Ming entered the office, the entire workspace was deathly quiet. Everyone crowded around the TV in the break room, watching the horrific scenes unfolding in New York City. Only half an arm of the Statue of Liberty protruded from the water, while the Pentagon resembled a giant's trampled building blocks. A blonde female reporter, her face covered in soot and her voice hoarse, declared, "This is the darkest day in human history." Death tolls in the United States alone have surpassed 10 million, and counting continues. 10 million dead. Zhang Ming was stunned by the word. Even a powerhouse like the United States had suffered such immense loss. He couldn't fathom what the world had endured the night before. Brother Zhang. Intern Xiao Wang grabbed his arm, eyes shining brightly. Did you know? Our country has fewer than 1,000 casualties. It's all thanks to Lord Shenlong and the Dragon Scale Guards. The door to the general manager's office suddenly swung open. The usually stern general manager Li emerged with reddened eyes. Today is a holiday. Everyone go home and be with your families. He paused, his eyes brimming with pride. My nephew, he's a reserve member of the Dragon Scale Guard. Last night on the East Sea front line, he sustained minor injuries. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 52, The Hope of China. The Future of the Nation. On campus. History teacher Lin Xiao shut down the multimedia presentation, observing the restless students below. Since the first class that morning, the students had been constantly refreshing their phones, their whispers rising and falling like waves. Students. She tapped the lectern, waiting for the classroom to quiet before continuing. We won't be covering the scheduled lesson today. She wrote the word beasts in large letters on the blackboard. Who can tell me how much you know about these beasts? After a brief silence, a bespectacled boy abruptly stood up, his voice trembling. Teacher, the beasts, they're terrifying creatures. They crawl out from the ocean depths, glaciers, and underground. They're enormous and incredibly destructive. He spoke rapidly, as if desperate to pour out the fear he'd been holding in all morning. They eat people, destroy cities, and even missiles can't kill them. Exactly, chimed in a girl with a ponytail, her eyes slightly reddened. I saw the news this morning. Capitals in many countries were nearly flattened, with over 20 million deaths. Their social media is flooded with distress calls, but no one can save them. Online reports say even the smallest of those beasts are 5 stories tall. Their shells are impervious to missiles. A usually quiet boy in the back row suddenly raised his hand, his voice hoarse. Teacher, my cousin serves at the border. He said last night the beasts nearly broke through the defenses. Only Lord Shenlong arrived in time to save the city. Without Lord Shenlong, we might already be. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. A wave of lingering fear washed over the classroom as several girls quietly wiped their eyes. That's right. Over the past month, the beasts have relentlessly invaded human cities. Thankfully, we have Lord Shenlong, who drove them all back just last night. Lin Xiao nodded, her fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard as the projector switched to a news website. The screen showed the Ganges River in Asia teeming with corpses, its waters stained a dark crimson. On the riverbank, a little girl who had lost both legs reached out her dirty hands toward the camera, her eyes hollow and heartbreaking. What you're seeing now is the Ganges River in the third world. Lin Wen's voice was soft but clear in the silent classroom. According to the latest statistics, over 30 million people perished last night alone. The classroom fell instantly silent, broken only by a few stifled sobs. Students, Lin Wen's voice cracked slightly as she fought to steady herself. This is not a movie, nor is it a game. This is a real disaster. Last night, our world was forever changed. Lin Xiao shut off the video, the image frozen on the little girl's desperate eyes. She walked back to the center of the podium, resting her hands on the edge of the desk. Suddenly raising her voice, she asked, "Does anyone know the casualty figures for our country?" The students exchanged bewildered glances. Li Ming hesitantly raised his hand. "Teacher, I saw on the news this morning, it seems like nothing happened in our country?" Not unaffected, Lin Xiao corrected, a hint of pride curving her lips. According to official reports, last night's casualties in our country numbered under 1,000, and the vast majority were minor injuries. At these words, the entire class perked up. "Really, teacher?" a male student raised his hand to ask. "I heard other countries are counting casualties in the tens of millions. Everyone says this is an apocalyptic disaster." "I saw that news too." Lin Xiao smiled, clicked the remote, and the screen switched to a nighttime video. In the footage, a massive lapis blue dragon circled the night sky, its fiery breath reducing a mountain-sized beast to charcoal. A caption in the corner identified the footage as filmed last night in the Kunlun Mountains. "Because we have His Majesty the Divine Dragon," Lin Wen's voice trembled slightly. And the dragon scale guard warriors protecting the front lines. Countless soldiers built this defense with their lives, which is why our casualties are so low and why we can sit here in class. She clicked the mouse, switching the screen to a live news broadcast from Huaxia. The anchor stood on the East Sea defense line, with bustling dragon scale guard and mech troops behind him. In the distance, the wreckage of a colossal beast floated on the sea. At that moment, a usually mischievous boy suddenly stood up, pounding his fist on the desk. Teacher! When I grow up, I want to join the dragon scale guard too. I don't want to just hide in the back. His voice ignited the classroom like a spark. Me too. Count me in. I want to protect my family. Students rose one after another, their eyes burning with unprecedented resolve. Lin Xiao looked at them, her eyes welling up. She raised her hand gently, signaling for silence. Your courage is admirable, but fighting a colossal beast requires not just passion, but knowledge, training, and discipline. She paused, her gaze sweeping over each young face, her voice softening. If you truly wish to serve your nation, then study diligently and train your bodies. Whether you become dragon scale guards, researchers, or ordinary workers in the future, you will all be fighting for the survival of China. The students fell silent, yet the fire in their eyes did not die, it settled into a more resolute glow. Lin Xiao turned and wrote the word history on the blackboard. Today, we will examine this disaster through the lens of history. Throughout its history, China has weathered countless crises. The Black Death, world wars, nuclear threats. Each time, Chinese civilization stood on the brink of the abyss. But why has China survived time and again? She paused, her gaze sweeping across every young face. Because we have guardians. Whenever China faced peril, there were always those with burning hearts who risked their lives, spilling their blood and sacrificing their bodies to build a flesh and blood great wall, safeguarding the nation's security. Today, we not only have millions of soldiers from the People's Army, but also the Divine Guardian Beast, the Dragon Lord, the Dragon Scale Guards, and countless logistical workers and researchers laboring day and night. While we sleep, while we watch television, while we enjoy the comfort of air conditioning, they cast life and death aside to battle the beasts, time and again keeping danger locked outside China's borders. Without them, our peaceful lives would not exist. This has been true since ancient times. They are the most admirable people. As the words fell silent, a sudden sob echoed from the back row of the classroom. Lin Xiao was surprised to see that it was Chen Fei, usually the most mischievous student, who was crying. The boy who always fidgeted in class now sat with his head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly. My uncle is a firefighter, Chen Fei choked out. He was called up last night to support the border. Now, there's still no word. Lin Xiao walked over to Chen Fei and gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Lord Shenlong will protect us. Your uncle will be fine. Those words seemed to open the floodgates of emotion. In the classroom, several girls began to sob quietly, while the boys' eyes reddened and their fists clenched tightly. Outside the window, the sunlight remained bright, and the tree shadows still swayed gently, but everyone's heart was stirred by the invisible battle of the previous night. Lin Xiao walked back to the podium, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She picked up a piece of chalk and wrote Guardian next to the word Beast on the blackboard. After school today, I want everyone to do two things. Chapter 53, Long Live the Divine Dragon. May China endure forever. Heroes live on through the ages. First, go home and hug your parents. Tell them you love them. Second, ponder this question: if the crisis persists, what can we, as the young generation of China, do? The bell rang, but no one moved. The students sat in silence, their eyes still fixed on the two words on the blackboard: Beast and Guardian. As Lin Xiao gathered her teaching materials, she noticed Zhang Xiaoyu standing hesitantly by the podium. Teacher. The girl asked softly, will the Divine Dragon Lord always protect us? Lin Xiao paused her movements and gazed out the window at the bright sunlight. In the distance, a flock of pigeons swept across the azure sky, their feathers glinting silver in the sunlight. As long as the children of China stand united, she replied softly, Lord Dragon will never leave us. A residential neighborhood in a city of China. Retired teacher Zhou Jiangwo had made it a habit to take a morning stroll in the park. Today, as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed unusual commotion in the neighborhood. Neighbors gathered in small groups, discussing something with great excitement. Old Zhou, his chess buddy Old Li waved from afar, come see the news. The community activity center's TV was surrounded by a crowd. Zhou Jinghua squinted through his reading glasses and saw the screen broadcasting news of a giant beast invasion. This is... The old man's cane clattered to the ground. Thanks to the Divine Dragon. Aunt Wang, the breakfast vendor, wiped away tears. My son is stationed in the Western Military Region. He just called to say he saw the Divine Dragon descend from the sky last night and saved his entire squad. Zhou Jiangwo trembled as he fumbled for his flip phone and dialed his daughter, who worked at the Academy of Sciences. Xiaofeng, are you and the kids okay? Dad, we're fine, we're safe. Dad, do you know? Zhou Fengfeng's voice suddenly grew excited. According to our calculations, without the Divine Dragon, at least 200 million people in China would have died. The old man hung up and gazed toward the newly erected Divine Dragon statue at the center of the square. Someone had already placed flowers all around it.
On social media, the hashtag #ThankTheDivineDragon hashtag surpassed 1 billion views within half an hour.
The comments section was completely flooded. Thank you, Divine Dragon. So much happened last night. We weren't born into a safe world, we were born into a safe country. Long live the Dragon Lord. This brought tears to my eyes. I can't believe what happened last night. So that light I saw last night was Lord Shenlong. I saw it from my balcony too. Thought it was the Aurora. Location, Kunlun. The Divine Dragon saved our entire village. Video evidence available. Meanwhile, international forums were flooded with desperate pleas for help. A netizen from Korea posted a video from an underground garage. In dim lighting, dozens of survivors huddled together as terrifying chewing sounds echoed from the distance. The live feed from Sakura Country was even more harrowing. A female streamer named Miyako trembled as she filmed the scene outside her window. A 6-story tall beast was devouring self-defense force tanks. Corpses littered the ground, blood pooled into streams, and a pungent stench filled the air. The United States, the 3As, Western nations, the Bear Nation, and others, all scenes were utterly horrific. Across the entire world, only China remained unscathed. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, all Chinese television stations simultaneously broadcast the Ministry of National Defense's press conference. The press conference revealed the casualty figures for each nation. The data board displayed a startling contrast. China, 121 casualties, 872 minor injuries. Kimchi Nation, deaths 24 million plus. Cherry Blossom Nation, 28 million plus dead. United States, 12 million plus deaths. Third World, 410 million plus deaths. As the list of fallen scrolled across the screen, bullet comments instantly flooded the display. 121 casualties. That number would have at least 4 extra zeros if it were any other country. Crying. Whose children are these? The Dragon Scale Guard and Mech Corps are truly magnificent. They were all true warriors. Heroes for all time. At 3 p.m., tens of thousands of citizens gathered spontaneously at the central square of the capital. Without organization or publicity, people held flowers and national flags, silently paying tribute to the fallen heroes. When Lin Xiao's dragon silhouette appeared in the clouds, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Long live the Divine Dragon! Long live China! Heroes live forever! As night fell, Lin Xiao hovered above the clouds, his dragon eyes reflecting the myriad lights of the Chinese land below. Unlike the devastated landscape etched in his memories from a past life. The cities remained brightly lit, streets bustling with crowds, though now filled with numerous spontaneous commemorative gatherings. Zhao Weiguo's report echoed in his ears. Public sentiment remains stable. Spontaneous donation drives are being organized nationwide to support families of fallen soldiers. International calls for assistance are growing louder. The dragon's tail swayed gently, stirring the sea of clouds. Lin Xiao gazed toward the nations beyond the border shrouded in darkness, his gaze finally settling back upon the land beneath his feet, where light still shone. In his past life's memories, China at this moment should have been like those nations, a land of wailing and despair under the giant beast's rampage. But this time, it was different. In the distance, a new batch of Dragon Scale Guard reservists trained under the night sky. Their shouts carried on the evening breeze up to the clouds. With our dragon scales, we protect China. Lin Xiao's golden pupils flickered slightly. What he saw was not merely an army, but the hope for the continuation of a civilization. What was lost in a past life, he had finally safeguarded in this one. Lord Shenlong. Zhao Weiguo's voice interrupted Lin Xiao's reverie. The voice of the Dragon Scale Guard commander sounded weary yet remained resolute as iron. As per your orders, all defensive lines have been reinforced. The mech units are rotating in for rest and recuperation. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly. What of the martyrs remains? The Huaxia battlefield was vast, and the colossal beasts were scattered far and wide. Even with his relentless efforts to reach every major theater, some casualties were inevitable. It was unavoidable. After all, no war could be fought without casualties. The remains of all 121 fallen soldiers have been recovered, and compensation for their families is currently being processed. Zhao Weiguo's voice grew slightly huskier. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Continue monitoring. We still cannot afford to be complacent. The colossal beasts will remain active throughout the coming week. During this period, we must ensure we are fully prepared. Zhao Weiguo's expression grew serious as he nodded. Understood, Lord Shenlong. I'll make the arrangements immediately. After Zhao Weiguo departed, Lord Shenlong. A crisp female voice called out from the side. Lin Xiao turned to see Su Qingran trotting over. The young woman wore a form-fitting Dragon Scale Guard uniform. In the moonlight, her fair face held a faint blush, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anticipation. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? Lin Xiao's voice softened, a hint of amusement flickering in his dragon eyes. Su Qingran pouted, her eyes tinged with a hint of complaint. The base is so boring. Not even a shadow of a giant beast to be seen. Lord Shenlong, could we have someone else guard the base next time? Lin Xiao looked at the girl and smiled. What's wrong? Chapter 54, Revisiting Changbai Mountain, the giant beast hatchery in the underground caverns. Su Qingran pouted, I want to fight on the battlefield too. She'd spent the entire night at the Divine Dragon base last night and hadn't seen a single giant beast.
It was inevitable Lin Xiao spent every day here, so the place had long been imbued with the aura of the Divine Dragon. Even if the beasts passed by, they dared not approach lightly, veering away from afar. So last night at the Shenlong base, she essentially spent the entire night stargazing, accomplishing nothing. She had just made significant progress in her cultivation and was eager to test her skills against a giant beast, but instead, she was stuck counting stars. The frustration was killing her. Lin Xiao smiled and said, alright, no problem. I'll call Wang Meng back to guard the base, and you can go defend the South Sea.
Su Qingran's eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's wonderful.
Lin Xiao looked at this girl, who had always been rather quiet before, now transformed into a belligerent fighter. He shook his head and smiled.
Of course it's true. And there's an opportunity to fight a giant beast right now. Do you want it? Su Qingran nodded vigorously. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded. Alright, then how about we go investigate that cave on Changbai Mountain again? Su Qingran blinked and replied, sure.
Whenever Lin Xiao recalled the giant egg guarded by the Earth Vein Centipede clan he had seen before, a strange feeling always lingered in his heart. Unfortunately, his strength had been insufficient last time to uncover the true nature of that giant egg. Now that his power had greatly increased, rivaling that of a level 7 giant beast, he was prepared to revisit the cave. He believed that even if danger arose, he could retreat unscathed.
10 minutes later.
A streak of azure gold light sliced through the night sky, racing toward the direction of Mount Changbai.
Su Qingran, enveloped in Lin Xiao's spiritual energy, stood securely behind the dragon's head.
The night wind howled past, yet it was blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving only a gentle breeze to brush against her cheeks.
Lord Dragon, Su Qingran couldn't help asking, what exactly lies within that cavern?
Lin Xiao's voice echoed directly within her mind. A month ago, when I investigated, I discovered the Earth Vein Centipede clan seemed to be guarding an egg. That egg emitted unusual energy fluctuations.
At the time, my power was insufficient to probe deeper. Now. He paused.
I suspect it may be connected to the origin of the colossal beasts.
Su Qingran sucked in a sharp breath.
As a core member of the Dragon Scale Guard, she understood exactly what this implied. If they could uncover the source of the colossal beasts, perhaps they could resolve this catastrophe at its root. The silhouette of Mount Changbai soon came into view. Bathed in moonlight, the snow-capped peaks resembled a slumbering dragon, serene and enigmatic.
Lin Xiao lowered altitude and flew toward the coordinates etched in his memory.
We're here. Lin Xiao hovered above a hidden valley.
Follow me closely.
Lin Xiao transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the cave. At the cave entrance, golden light swirled within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes as he carefully sensed the energy fluctuations within the passage.
Su Qingran stood half a step behind him. Be careful.
Lin Xiao's voice echoed directly within Su Qingran's mind.
This time is different.
The depths of the Earth's veins may harbor dangers beyond our comprehension. Su Qingran pressed her lips together, a stubborn gleam flashing in her eyes.
Rest assured, Lord Dragon. I'm no longer the rookie I was a month ago.
Lin Xiao's lips curved upward slightly as his dragon tail swayed gently. He stepped forward first into the dark, cavernous depths. Traces of the last battle still marred the cavern walls. As they descended deeper, the temperature began to rise sharply. The damp rock walls gradually dried out and grew scorching hot. Watch your step. Lin Xiao swept his dragon claw, and a flash of golden light instantly froze the ground that had suddenly caved in ahead.
Su Qingran sucked in a sharp breath. Beneath them lay churning magma, its scorching heat waves washing over them.
Clearly, they had reached a point very close to the Earth's core. They had descended another 3,000 meters.
Beads of sweat covered Su Qingran's forehead.
Gritting her teeth, she channeled her spiritual energy to its absolute limit, forming a thin protective membrane over her skin. Yet even so, the intense heat pierced through her defenses like countless fine needles, searing every inch of her skin. The inner lining of her combat suit was already soaked through, clinging tightly to her back.
Can you hold on?
Lin Xiao asked, turning to see the girl's flushed cheeks reflected in his dragon eyes.
Su Qingran gritted her teeth and nodded, a strand of sweat-soaked hair clinging to her cheek.
A flicker of admiration crossed Lin Xiao's eyes, yet he offered no assistance.
This extreme environment was the best training for her.
At 58,000 meters, the passage abruptly leveled out.
Surprisingly, the temperature began to plummet rapidly, crystalline ice forming on the rock walls.
Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes, noticing the spatial structure ahead undergoing abnormal changes. What is this?
Su Qingran's eyes widened.
At the passage's end, the space abruptly opened up, revealing an endless subterranean expanse.
Countless stone pillars, each towering over 100 meters high, rose from the ground.
Their surfaces were covered in luminous patterns, resembling ancient runes.
Faint blue specks of light drifted through the air, illuminating the entire subterranean world.
Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled slightly.
Spatial folding. This isn't a naturally formed geological structure. We might not be directly beneath Mount Changbai anymore. Su Qingran sucked in a sharp breath.
The pair moved cautiously through the stone forest. Suddenly, Lin Xiao halted abruptly, his dragon tail blocking Su Qingran's path.
Stop.
The sound of liquid flowing gurgled ahead, mingled with the slimy squelch of some creature writhing. After rounding a massive stone pillar, a bone-chilling sight met their eyes. Within a circular space stretching beyond sight, tens of thousands of transparent egg sacs were arranged in rows.
Each sac contained a developing giant beast embryo.
From the smallest level 3 corrosive to the colossal level 6 mountain colossus stretching 200 meters long. Pipes connected beneath the follicles, continuously feeding them a fluorescent green nutrient solution.
Outside the follicles, numerous guardian beasts stood watch.
Among them were rock-armored, pangolin-like burrowers and multi-legged, multi-eyed cave spiders that scuttled freely across stone walls. And colossal lava tortoises, as massive as small mountains, their backs covered in crystalline clusters. The smallest of these beasts stood 3 stories tall, while the largest rivaled small buildings in size. Their variety was as comprehensive as an encyclopedia of colossal beasts. This is a colossal beast hatchery? They're guarding these egg sacs? Su Qingran's voice trembled. Lin Xiao's golden pupils narrowed slightly. These giant eggs bore a striking resemblance to the ones he had seen guarded by the earth vein centipedes that day. At the center of the site stood a pyramid-shaped black structure, its surface rippling with blue light patterns resembling data streams. Even more unsettling was the fact that the beasts within the pods were at varying stages of development. The latest batch coincided precisely with the timing of the giant beast invasion wave appearing on the surface. This was more than just an incubation site. This was a colossal beast armory. At that very moment, a blue beam suddenly shot from the top of the black structure, unfolding a holographic projection in the air. The image clearly displayed a 3-dimensional model of Earth, with each continent marked as distinct colored zones. A red warning symbol flickered over the territory of China, accompanied by the text, "Resistance intensity exceeds expectations. Recommend deployment of level 7 units." Su Qingran sucked in a sharp breath. Someone is controlling these beasts? Before Lin Xiao could respond, a piercing screech filled the entire space. The light patterns on the black structure instantly shifted to a dangerous blood-red hue, and the colossal beasts within the egg sacs simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 55, Monsters from Another World? The mysterious black-robed figure. Su Qingran's heartbeat accelerated sharply. She nearly lost control of her body. The next moment, she heard the steady voice of Lord Shenlong echo in her mind, "Stay still. We haven't been discovered." The girl's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and only then did she notice that the beast's gaze wasn't directed toward their hiding place. Holding her breath, she peered through the cracks between the stone pillars, silently continuing her observation. She watched as the black pyramid structure turned red and then slowly began to open. The opening mechanism was bizarre. The entire pyramid shifted like a Rubik's cube, moving as if it were some incredibly intricate machine. Blood-red light flowed through the gaps between the stones as the entire structure writhed like a living creature. Most unsettling of all, the stone's trajectories defied the laws of physics, alternately concaving and convexing. It seemed to be undergoing a realignment within a 4th dimension, beyond human comprehension. This isn't scientific. Su Qingran gasped silently, her mouth agape. As the daughter of a biologist, she instinctively sought scientific explanations for the spectacle before her, only to find her knowledge utterly inadequate. The pyramid finally unfolded into an eerie star-shaped structure, revealing a circular altar at its center. The altar measured roughly 100 meters in diameter, its surface engraved with twisted runes that seemed to flow like living patterns. 7 rune-engraved stone pillars encircled the altar, each crowned by a crystal suspended in midair, emitting an eerie blue glow. Around the altar, dozens of exceptionally massive beasts moved slowly along specific paths. Among them was the level 6 abyssal stare that Lin Xiao had just slain. Others were never-before-seen serpentine beasts with 6 wings sprouting from their backs, alongside various other bizarre and monstrous creatures. Though their appearances varied greatly, they shared one common trait: each possessed strength no less than level 6. What are they doing? Su Qingran's eyes widened, her voice barely audible. At that moment, the colossal beasts surrounding the altar simultaneously raised their heads and let out a deep, unified roar. The sound wasn't like ordinary beast cries, it resembled syllables of some ancient language. The lizard-like beast closest to the altar abruptly raised its forepaw and slashed open its own chest without hesitation. Pale golden blood gushed forth, pouring over the altar's surface. The moment the blood touched the altar, it was swiftly absorbed, like a parched sponge soaking up water. The altar's glow intensified, its runes swirling at an accelerated pace. They're sacrificing themselves? Su Qingran's face paled, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her sleeve. The faint dragon blood within her allowed her to sense it vaguely. The altar was absorbing not just blood, but something more fundamental. The very essence of life from those colossal beasts. Lin Xiao's expression grew more grave than ever before. As a mature divine dragon, he could clearly sense the altar's power level increasing exponentially. At that moment, a blinding beam of energy suddenly erupted from the center of the altar. The beam did not ascend in a straight line, but spiraled upward like a twisted DNA strand. At a height of about 30 meters above the altar, it suddenly tore open space. Yes, tore open. As easily as tearing a sheet of paper. A spatial fissure roughly 10 meters long materialized out of thin air, its edges constantly seeping a purplish black mist. The interior of the rift was not pure darkness, but revealed a dizzying, distorted spectacle. Inverted mountains and rivers, flowing stars, and countless indescribable geometric structures constantly rearranged themselves. Vaguely discernible were countless floating black pyramids, and shadows stretching into endless darkness. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled, his dragon blood boiling within him. This was a portal connecting to other dimensions. Recalling that eerie inscription from earlier, along with these endless egg sacs producing colossal beasts. A thought crystallized in Lin Xiao's mind. Could it be that these colossal beasts aren't native to Blue Star, but originate from another world? Is this a portal to another world? Su Qinran blurted out the thought echoing in Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao remained silent. He didn't want to believe it either. But every clue pointed to this terrifying conclusion. These beasts must be invaders from another world. Behind them, there was likely some even more powerful entity. The very instant this thought formed, 3 figures slowly descended from the spatial fissure. Standing upon the stone platform, they wore black cloaks of peculiar material, their surfaces rippling with dark patterns that seemed to move like living creatures. Though standing less than 2 meters tall, they appeared exceptionally small against the colossal beasts. All the colossal beasts bowed their heads before them, displaying absolute submission. These must be the masterminds behind the colossal beasts. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. He noticed the 3 figures stood with unnaturally rigid postures. The palms exposed beneath their cloaks bore an unnatural bluish-gray hue, their knuckles sporting an extra joint beyond human norms. The figure in the black cloak at the front suddenly raised a hand, causing the cloak to slip away and reveal a face that sent shivers down the spine. His skin resembled translucent wax, allowing the blue veins beneath to be clearly visible. No nose existed, only 2 slender breathing holes. Pure black eyeballs were crisscrossed with intricate red patterns, resembling shattered glass. Progress is too slow. The hooded figure spoke, his voice like metal scraping against metal, yet it was perfect Mandarin Chinese. The clearance efficiency in the Huaxia region is only 0.2% of the projected rate. Another cloaked figure emitted a shrill laugh. After all, there are guardians there. As he uttered the word guardians, his gaze shifted eerily toward Lin Xiao's hiding spot, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Su Qinran stiffened, her heart nearly stopping. But Lin Xiao gently wrapped his dragon tail around her wrist, transmitting a warm surge of strength. Don't be afraid. It was just a coincidence. Lin Xiao's voice echoed in her mind, they're using wide area perception, they haven't truly detected us. The third cloaked figure raised his arm. Several tentacle-like mechanical appendages extended from his sleeve, projecting a holographic map into the air. The map clearly marked the locations of China's major war zones, even detailing the Dragon Scale Guard's defensive deployments. The second batch of hatchlings is ready for deployment. The tentacled cloaked figure stated, per the Central Course directive, we will deploy 3 level 7 units this time, targeting their divine dragon and mecha forces as priority. The ritual of sacrificing colossal beasts continued. 2 more giants stepped onto the altar of their own accord, tearing open their own chests. As their blood was absorbed by the altar, a massive egg sac slowly formed at its center. Su Qinran dug her fingers deep into her palm. She finally understood humanity faced not merely colossal beasts, but a highly advanced alien civilization. These cloaked figures clearly regarded Blue Star as some sort of breeding ground, using the beasts as cleansing tools. Lord Dragon. She called out in her mind, we must stop them. A crimson gold flame ignited within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. Don't rush. Lin Xiao calmly assessed the situation. Observe further. Acting rashly now would only alert them. Su Qinran nodded softly. Within the spatial fissure, the 3 cloaked figures continued their conversation. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, absorbing every word. Chapter 56, Objective, Destroy the Colossal Beast Hatchery. Producing a level 7 Colossus takes time. The first hooded figure spoke, but at this stage, our base can only produce 1 at most. The third hooded figure extended his tentacle-like arm and said indifferently, rest assured, I'll assign the remaining production tasks to other bases. Then let us begin. The first hooded figure waved his hand. At his command, 5 more level 6 beasts stepped onto the altar. They let out piercing screams yet obediently tore open their own chests. Multicolored blood gushed forth, forming intricate patterns across the altar's surface. The colossal egg sac swelled under the nourishment of sacrificial energy, its edges glowing with an ominous purple-black lightning. Within the sac, the vague outline of some colossal entity slowly took shape. That must be what they referred to as a level 7 Colossus. 3 cloaked figures stood at the altar's edge, observing everything with cold detachment. I still can't fathom how a divine dragon beyond our control suddenly appeared in Huaxia, and its evolution speed is astonishingly rapid, truly incredible. The first robed figure spoke again. The The second cloaked figure emitted a shrill laugh. Perhaps it's a creature that escaped from one of the planets we destroyed long ago. No need to worry. The third cloaked figure's tentacles twisted uneasily. Regardless of what it is or where it came from, we must eliminate it swiftly.
Delaying the mastermind's mission will mean certain death for us all.
At the mention of the overmind, all three robed figures trembled simultaneously. Clearly, it was an entity that filled them with dread. The first cloaked figure lifted his eyes, cracked with crimson fissures, and stated calmly, "Rest assured, I've analyzed its energy. Currently, it only exhibits the energy fluctuations of a level 7 colossus. 3 level 7 colossi will be more than sufficient to deal with it." As he spoke, his tentacles tapped several times in the void. An energy analysis chart unfolded, clearly displaying Lin Xiao's various data points. The second cloaked figure sighed, regret laced in his voice. If only we'd taken cleanup assignments from other nations. Their progress is already over 50% complete. Too late for regrets now, the first cloaked figure replied coldly. Just focus on completing the mission. The third cloaked figure suddenly looked up, enough discussion. The level 7 colossus won't descend upon this world for at least another week. Let's return first. The other two robed figures nodded in agreement. They turned toward the spatial rift, their figures gradually swallowed by the warping light. Before vanishing completely, the third cloaked figure abruptly turned back, flashing an eerie smile at the empty stone forest. The spatial fissure slowly closed, yet the crimson glow on the altar remained undimmed. The corpses of the sacrificed beasts dissolved into pools of viscous golden liquid, flowing ceaselessly through the altar's grooves into the central egg sac. A sharp gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. He noticed that after the black-robed figures departed, the defenses of the entire incubation facility visibly slackened. The patrolling beasts grew sluggish, several even lying down to doze. Perhaps this is our chance. Lin Xiao silently conveyed to Su Qingran, before the 7th level beasts fully form, we can destroy this hatchery. Su Qingran swallowed nervously. But Lord Shenlong, what about those cloaked figures? They shouldn't return anytime soon. Moreover, judging by their conversation, they misjudged my strength. That's precisely our advantage. He carefully surveyed the surroundings of the altar. Apart from the patrolling beasts, the altar itself seemed to lack additional defenses. Perhaps because this place was at the heart of the beast's lair, and no one had yet managed to infiltrate it at this stage, their defenses weren't as stringent here. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed throughout the subterranean chamber. Lin Xiao's 300-meter-long dragon form stretched fully, its azure gold scales appearing blood-stained under the altar's crimson glow. Lin Xiao's dragon's roar still echoed through the underground chamber like rolling thunder, shaking the entire hatchery to its foundations. The once sluggish beasts snapped awake instantly, lifting their heads in unison. Countless blood-red compound eyes snapped open, filled with shock and fury. Roar! A mammoth-like colossus roared first, flicking its long trunk and stomping its massive forelimbs on the ground, causing the entire subterranean chamber to tremble. Immediately, the other beasts joined in, their roars rising and falling in deafening waves. Yet Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the enormous egg sac at the altar's center. An ominous purple-black lightning flashed across its surface, while within, a colossal creature could be faintly seen writhing. Each pulsation, like a heartbeat, caused the surrounding air to tremble. It must be destroyed. Lin Xiao vowed silently. With a flick of his dragon tail, he shot toward the altar like lightning. His lapis-blue scales shimmered with a blood-red glow under the altar's crimson light, like a meteor slicing through the darkness. Su Qingran stood tense behind a distant stone pillar, her fists clenched. She saw several colossal beasts blocking Lin Xiao's path, including the largest of them all, the abyssal stare. The beast's 6 compound eyes flared simultaneously with blinding crimson light, while its maw coalesced a blue-white plasma beam, firing directly at Lin Xiao's dragon form. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. With a sweep of his dragon claw, an invisible barrier instantly unfolded. The plasma beam collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion. Sparks flew everywhere, yet the barrier remained utterly unshaken. Get lost! Lin Xiao's voice boomed like thunder. He opened his dragon maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon flame. The crimson gold inferno instantly engulfed several colossal beasts blocking his path. The beasts let out piercing wails, struggling within the dragon's flames before being reduced to charcoal. Yet more beasts surged forward relentlessly. As if obeying some command, they charged forward regardless of the cost, determined to halt Lin Xiao's advance. A serpentine beast with 6 wings on its back dove from the sky, its sharp beak aimed directly at Lin Xiao's dragon eye. Lin Xiao lashed out with his dragon tail, whipping it like a whip across the creature's belly and sending it flying. The serpentine beast crashed into a distant stone pillar, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. Seizing this opening, Lin Xiao accelerated once more, now less than a kilometer from the altar. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive fissure split open before Lin Xiao, spewing molten lava that formed a wall of fire. A giant beast resembling an armadillo emerged from beneath the earth. Its entire body was covered in thick rock armor, and its 2 front claws, like giant drills, spun at high speed. Earth Vein Drill Beast. Lin Xiao recognized the creature's species. Though only a level 5 creature, its defense was astonishingly strong, rendering Dragon Flame temporarily ineffective against it. No time to mess with you. Golden light surged from Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. He held nothing back, unleashing his true dragon soul form. Chapter 57, The Central Brain. Roar. Amidst the earth-shaking dragon's roar, Lin Xiao's form instantly swelled to 500 meters. His azure gold scales transformed into crimson gold, his horns elongated like a regal crown, and 3 rows of blade-like bone spines erupted from his spine. The entire dragon resembled a war god emerging from primordial chaos. The Earth Vein Mountain drill beast instinctively tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Lin Xiao's dragon claws, sharp as blades, pierced the gaps in its armor and tore violently. Crack! Its rock-hard carapace tore apart like paper, exposing its dark green innards to the air. The Earth Vein Mountain driller let out a final, agonized howl as its massive body crashed to the ground. Lin Xiao wasted no time. With a flick of his dragon tail, he leapt over the wall of molten lava and landed at the edge of the altar. The runes on the altar sensed the intruder and instantly flared with blinding crimson light. 7 blue crystals atop the stone pillars simultaneously shot beams of light, weaving a vast net in the air to halt Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sneered coldly. He swept his dragon claw, summoning the thunder of heaven and earth. Crash! 9 purple bolts of thunder struck simultaneously, striking the 7 stone pillars with pinpoint accuracy. The crystals shattered in the lightning's brilliance, and the rune net instantly dissipated. With no obstacles left, Lin Xiao charged straight toward the central egg sac. The egg sac seemed to sense the danger, its surface crackling with violent flashes of lightning. The shadow within twisted frantically, as if struggling to break free prematurely. Destroy! Lin Xiao opened his dragon's maw, unleashing a torrent of blazing apocalyptic flames that instantly engulfed the entire egg sac. Sizzle! White smoke billowed from the egg's surface, accompanied by a teeth-grinding, corrosive sound. Purple-black lightning intertwined with the white flames, forming a bizarre energy vortex in the air. The creature within the egg sac let out agonized screams unlike any known lifeform, filled with distortion and madness. It violently slammed against the inner walls of the egg sac, desperately trying to break free. Still resisting? Lin Xiao's dragon eyes grew icy. He raised his dragon claw, a crystalline droplet forming at its tip. The droplet appeared ordinary, yet it contained the ultimate essence of water's laws. Go! The droplet shot forth. Upon contact with the egg sac, it shattered into countless hair-thin needles of water, piercing the sac from every angle. Put! 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 As the needles pierced its body, the creature within the egg sac let out an even more piercing wail. Its body began to wither at a visible pace, as if all moisture had been drained from it. Finally, after a violent convulsion, the creature inside ceased struggling entirely. Countless cracks appeared on the follicle's surface before it exploded with a loud bang, scattering into a sky filled with purplish-black viscous fluid. Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail, stirring a whirlwind that scattered the toxic slime. The crimson glow on the altar extinguished, and the runes ceased their swirling dance. The entire hatchery fell into deathly silence. The colossal beasts that had been charging wildly halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with terror. It worked! Su Qingran couldn't help but cheer from afar. Yet Lin Xiao's expression showed no sign of relaxation. He keenly sensed a faint, lingering energy fluctuation deep within the altar. Sure enough! The next instant, the entire altar began to violently tremble. The stone blocks engraved with runes began shifting on their own, rearranging themselves until they formed a colossal mechanical face. Intruder! The mechanical face emitted a deep, resonant voice, the same tone as the third cloaked figure earlier. You have disrupted the mastermind's plan. Lin Xiao's dragon form hovered midair, coldly staring at the mechanical face. What exactly are you? Why invade our world? Invasion? A sinister curve twisted the mechanical face's lips. No. We are merely cleaning up the trash. Its projection suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal face that obscured the sky. This universe demands order. And you lowly civilizations are nothing but impurities that must be purged. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, with these beasts? The mechanical face did not answer the question, instead continuing. Do you think destroying one hatchery will stop us? How naive. We have countless strongholds like this across this world. Lin Xiao's heart sank. Countless hatcheries meant at least countless level 7 beasts were still being bred. The central core has taken notice of you. The mechanical face's voice began to falter. Enjoy your final moments. The central brain has marked you as a priority elimination target. The next time we meet will be the day you die. With those words, the mechanical face abruptly disintegrated. The altar collapsed in its wake, reduced to ruins. Before the spatial fissure closed completely, a bone-chilling roar echoed from within. The sheer malevolence and thirst for destruction within that sound sent shivers down Su Qingran's spine. The next instant, the eerie black pyramid creaked, its surface shimmering with flickering fluorescent light like a candle in the wind. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar of collapse, the pyramid began disintegrating from its apex. The stones, defying the laws of physics, now fell as if drained of life, crashing into the altar ruins and pounding out deep craters.
Roar! The rampaging beasts descended into frenzy. The six-winged serpent-like beast abruptly changed direction, driving its sharp beak into the eye socket of the mammoth beside it. More beasts began indiscriminate attacks, claws and fangs tearing into the flesh of their own kind. The entire underground space instantly transformed into a bloody battlefield. Xing ran. Lin Xiao's 300-meter dragon form coiled upward as he roared, used the satellite phone to alert the base. We absolutely cannot let these beasts escape to the surface. Su Qingran was crouched behind a slanted stone pillar. Hearing the order, she immediately pulled the military satellite phone from her waist. Dragon God Base. This is Su Qingran. A giant beast hatchery discovered underground at Mount Changbai. Request immediate lockdown of the 50-kilometer radius area. Repeat, immediate lockdown. Zhao Weiguo's voice came through the line. Stay close to me. Lin Xiao's dragon claw gently pressed against Su Qingran's shoulder, enveloping the girl in a faint golden light shield. We're going to block the main passage. They charged through the chaotic battlefield. Su Qingran saw a dying mammoth-sized beast gnawing at the carcass of its kin, while six-winged serpent monsters tore through rock layers with their claws, searching for an escape route. Some of the beasts began moving northward in an organized fashion. That was the passage leading directly to the surface. Su Qingran dug her fingers deep into her palm. She recalled the words of the cloaked figure, there are countless strongholds like this one. If these beasts escape to human cities, I'll block the passage. You handle the stragglers. Lin Xiao's voice was eerily calm, lightning flickering across his dragon horns. The girl nodded firmly. Her hands formed a void, instantly condensing the moisture within a 100-meter radius into two crystalline ice swords. As the first hound-like beast lunged forward, her spinning slash flowed with the grace of a dancer. Where the ice blades sliced through, the beast's front paws were severed clean off at the roots. Lin Xiao transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, streaking toward the main passageway. His dragon form expanded continuously during flight, fully unfurling into a 500-meter-long complete form by the time he reached the passage entrance. Blinding golden light burst from the gaps between his lapis blue scales, shining like a second sun in the dim underground space. Seal. Chapter 58. Destroy the colossal beast incubation base. With this dragon's roar, Lin Xiao unleashed apocalyptic flames, melting the colossal boulders lining the passageway. After the boulders melted into molten rock, Lin Xiao instantly cooled the molten mass with water vapor, forming an airtight alloy gate. The first colossal beast attempting to escape was trapped midway through the gate. This centipede-like monster thrashed its dozens of meters-long body frantically, spewing corrosive poison mist from the cracks in its carapace. Lin Xiao's dragon claws pierced directly into its skull, forcibly ripping out a still-pulsing crystal core. Deprived of its energy source, the colossal beast's body stiffened instantly, crushed into two pieces by the slowly closing gate. Lord Shunlong. East side. Su Qingran's startled cry rang out from behind. Lin Xiao spun around abruptly to see 5 6th-tier beasts charging from different directions. Leading the charge was a saber-toothed beast nearly 100 meters long, its fangs dripping corrosive venom. 3 flying dragons circled to the left, while a giant scorpion with metallic sheen armor loomed to the right, its tail hook gleaming coldly. Bring it on! Lin Xiao let out a long roar as his dragon form swelled once more. His lapis blue scales shifted to crimson gold, and the spines along his spine unsheathed like blades. The fully manifested dragon form, 500 meters long, illuminated the entire subterranean space as bright as day. Dragon soul true form, fully unleashed. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the rock walls, sending fragments tumbling down. The saber-toothed tiger behemoth bore the brunt of the shockwave, knocked off its feet, but it quickly regained its footing. Its fangs suddenly extended several times their length, like 2 giant scimitars slashing toward Lin Xiao's neck. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Only 2 white marks remained on Lin Xiao's dragon scales, yet the force of the impact forced him half a step back. In that split second of opening, 3 flying dragons seized the chance to dive down. Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail, knocking 2 of the flying dragons away. Then, his dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing white dragon fire. The third dragon was instantly engulfed in flames, screaming as it plummeted to the ground. Yet its sacrifice created an opening for the other beasts. The giant scorpion's tail hook suddenly extended, its venomous stinger piercing precisely into Lin Xiao's hind leg. The excruciating pain caused Lin Xiao's body to falter. Though he was a divine dragon with impenetrable scales, the attacks of these level 6 beasts were no less formidable. Especially this giant scorpion, which had clearly unleashed its most powerful strike. Even his scales struggled to block it effectively. However, such an injury was hardly enough to affect Lin Xiao. His greatest concern was the sheer number of beasts, too many for him to handle all at once. Most critically, Lin Xiao sensed dozens of burrowing beasts quietly circling around the battlefield, attempting to find an alternate route through the rock walls. They must not escape to the surface. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Lin Xiao plunged his dragon claws into the ground. Dragon Might Shockwave. Centered on him, the ground within a kilometer radius undulated like waves.
7 giant armadillo-like beasts burrowing through the earth were violently shaken out of the ground. Before they could react, thunderbolts from the sky struck them, reducing them to charcoal. But in that split second of distraction, the saber-toothed tiger's fangs struck again. Thud! This time, it struck Lin Xiao's shoulder blade, causing pale golden dragon blood to spurt forth. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Xiao's dragon claws seized the saber-toothed tiger's skull and slammed it violently into the ground. Devour! Without hesitation, he sank his fangs into the saber-toothed tiger's neck, his shark dragon teeth piercing through the thick fur. Devouring level 6 giant beast flesh and blood, evolution points plus 300. The system's notification sounded as the wound on his shoulder blade healed at a visible pace. Su Qingran watched from afar, her heart pounding with dread and worry. Wielding dual blades, she had already slain over a dozen level 4 beasts, yet more enemies poured in relentlessly. Yet no matter how many arrived, Lin Xiao blocked them all. Standing alone at the pass, Lin Xiao held firm against 10,000 foes. With the might of a dragon, he pinned thousands of beasts firmly beneath the earth. Then, a crimson figure descended from the sky. Boom! The vibrating blades of the Yanlang mecha severed a giant beast's legs at the roots. Lord Shenlong, I'm late! Wang Meng's hoarse voice crackled through the communicator. 20 Yanlang mechs burst forth from the passageway, led by Wang Meng himself. Lin Xiao swallowed the giant beast's flesh and blood in his mouth, a dragon's roar resounding. You're just in time. Hold back these beasts. Wang Meng roared with laughter as the missile pods on his mech's back deployed fully. Brothers, let these beasts witness the might of the dragon scale guard. Kill! Thousands of dragon scale guard warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. Some commanded fire, others wielded lightning, and still others possessed immense strength. Working in perfect coordination, they slaughtered the beasts. Most awe-inspiring were the 20 flame wolf mechs. Forming triangular battle formations, their plasma cannons fired in unison. Blue-white beams of light exploded the approaching beasts mid-air. With this fresh wave of reinforcements, Lin Xiao's pressure eased considerably. Soaring high, his dragon eyes scanned the battlefield, singling out and eliminating any beasts attempting to flee. Whenever a beast tried to burrow its way out, a bolt of lightning struck it down with pinpoint accuracy. Not a single one of you will escape. Lin Xiao's dragon's roar echoed through the subterranean space. The battle raged on for a full 3 hours. By the time the last colossus fell, the entire subterranean chamber lay utterly devastated. Rock walls were covered in cracks, and the ground was littered with the corpses of beasts and the wreckage of mechs. Wang Meng's mecha knelt on one knee, its chest armor torn open by a gaping hole, yet he still clutched his vibroblade tightly. Reporting to Lord Shenlong. He gasped, the eastern passage has been cleared. Other dragon scale guards reported their victories one after another. Lin Xiao descended slowly, his dragon form shrinking to about 20 meters. He looked at the blood-stained warriors, a hint of tenderness flickering in his dragon eyes. Well done. Su Qingran jogged over, still clutching her ice sword, now broken in half. Her combat suit was torn in multiple places, a streak of blood across her cheek. She looked at Lin Xiao with concern. Lord Dragon, your injury. I'm fine. Lin Xiao surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground, then swept his dragon claw through the air. The remaining giant beast carcasses all rose into the air. Devour. Consumed level 6 giant beast flesh and blood, evolution points plus 500. Consumed level 5 giant beast crystal core, evolution points plus 300. The system's notification tones rang out continuously. Lin Xiao's injuries healed rapidly, and even his scales grew more lustrous. Take these giant beast materials back to base, he instructed Wang Meng. Wang Meng nodded solemnly and immediately arranged for men to transport them. After Wang Meng had transported all the giant beast carcasses away, Lin Xiao surveyed the colossal beast incubation site. Though the beasts had been cleared, numerous egg sacs remained undestroyed. Though they had clearly lost their luster after being deprived of their power source, Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving them behind. Boom! A mouthful of apocalyptic dragon flame erupted. Temperatures nearing 10,000 degrees instantly incinerated the giant beast egg sacs. Qingran. Let's go! Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail, pulling Su Qingran from afar to his side before transforming into a streak of light hurtling toward the exit. Behind them, the giant beast egg sacs exploded one after another, spewing disgusting viscous fluid. Stone pillars shattered, the dome collapsed. This alien behemoth incubation site, existing for untold ages, was crumbling into oblivion. As Lin Xiao burst out of the cavern with Su Qingran, a muffled rumble echoed behind them, shaking the entire Changbai mountain range. The passageway to the otherworld was temporarily buried beneath the earth. The night sky was dotted with stars, as if none of the events had ever occurred. Su Qingran stood beside Lin Xiao, her face still pale. Lord Shenlong, what exactly did those robed figures mean by the central brain? Chapter 59, no matter what lies ahead, today's victory is ours. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed gently as his voice remained deep and steady. Perhaps it refers to the mastermind orchestrating all this, or it could signify some higher entity. But regardless, their objective is clear, to destroy our world. Su Qingran's brows furrowed tightly as the robed figure's eerie visage and the twisted runes on the altar flashed through her mind. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly.
If there are countless more incubation sites like this, what are we supposed to do?
Lin Xiao recalled the mechanical face mentioning countless other incubation sites, a weight settling in his chest. Though the robed figure's words seemed suspect, perhaps just bluffing, it was still bad news. The only silver lining was that he could now confirm the origin of these colossal beasts. After all, even in his previous life, despite enduring countless giant beast invasions, humanity had never truly understood where these monstrous creatures originated. Now, having already pinpointed their origin, this could be considered progress. This allowed him to formulate corresponding countermeasures rather than groping in the dark. But the immediate priority remained consuming more flesh and blood to complete his evolution. Once his power was strong enough, who cared about some central brain or otherworldly entity? He'd chew them all up like candy. Lin Xiao turned his head, a resolute gleam flashing in his dragon eyes.
We'll meet force with force, water with earth. As long as our strength is sufficient, we'll fear no threat. Su Qingran's taut nerves relaxed slightly as she nodded vigorously. Just then, the distant roar of mecha engines echoed through the air. Wang Meng strode forward in his Yanlang mecha, his voice brimming with excitement. Lord Shenlong. We've struck at the very heart of the beast's lair. If word gets out, the whole nation will be abuzz. Wang Meng's mecha came to a halt before Lin Xiao. He pushed open the cockpit door, revealing a face covered in sweat and dust. His eyes burned with fervor and admiration. Lord Shenlong, you're incredible. Those beasts were like paper dolls before you. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Wang Meng keenly sensed the shift in atmosphere, his excited expression gradually freezing. He glanced at Su Qingran, then back at Lin Xiao, tentatively asking, Lord Shenlong, what happened? Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment, his dragon tail gently sweeping the ground, stirring a faint breeze. We'll discuss it back at the camp. Wang Meng immediately understood and nodded. Yes. He closed the cockpit hatch once more. The mecha emitted a low hum as it followed Lin Xiao and Su Qingran toward the dragon base. Shenlong Base. The base's conference room was spacious and well lit, a massive holographic projection screen displaying a three-dimensional model of the underground incubation facility beneath Mount Changbai. General Zhao Weiguo and a group of senior officers had been waiting there for some time, each face etched with solemnity. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his dragon form scaled down to about 2 meters. His gaze swept across the assembled officers as he spoke slowly. In this operation, we destroyed a colossal beast hatchery, but we also uncovered some troubling news. Zhao Weiguo frowned deeply. Lord Shenlong, please speak plainly. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. Those behemoths are not natural creations. They were manufactured by some alien civilization and released into our world. Their objective appears to be the eradication of lesser civilizations. The air in the conference room instantly froze. Zhao Weiguo's voice was hoarse. Are you saying we're facing not just giant beasts, but a highly advanced civilization? Lin Xiao nodded. Precisely. Moreover, incubation sites like Changbai Mountain likely exist in countless numbers. Su Qingran, standing nearby, added, those cloaked figures mentioned they'll deploy more level 7 beasts next and might even target Lord Shenlong directly. Wang Meng slammed his fist on the table, roaring, those bastards. Do they really think China is so easy to bully? Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Lord Shenlong, what is your plan? After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao spoke calmly. First, intensify nationwide monitoring, especially in areas with geomagnetic anomalies. Second, accelerate the expansion of mecha units and dragon scale guards. Finally. He paused, golden light flaring in his dragon eyes. I must complete my next evolution as soon as possible. Zhao Weiguo nodded solemnly. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to Su Qingran. Qingran, you will be responsible for compiling all data from this operation, especially concerning the cloaked figures and the altar. Su Qingran straightened her back, her gaze unwavering. Yes, Lord Shenlong. Wang Meng scratched his head, asking somewhat sheepishly, Lord Shenlong, what about me? Lin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. You're in charge of taking the team out for a nice meal to celebrate today's victory. Wang Meng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. I love this assignment. The tense atmosphere in the conference room finally eased a little. Everyone, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes swept over each person present. No matter what happens in the future, today's battle the victors are us. General Zhao Weiguo was the first to rise, his eyes glistening with tears. Indeed, Lord Shenlong. This is the first time in Huaxia's history we've achieved such a complete victory against the giant beasts. We destroyed the entire hatchery and annihilated over 1,000 of them. Su Qingran sat to Lin Xiao's right, her cheeks still bearing scrapes from the battle, yet her eyes shone bright as stars. Those cloaked figures never expected us to strike at the heart of their lair. Ha 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 ha. Wang Meng slapped the table in laughter. Lord Shenlong's dragon flame made those egg sacs crackle and pop like firecrackers. A wave of light-hearted laughter filled the conference room. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, his dragon whiskers swaying gently. He turned to Director Li, in charge of publicity. Compile the battle footage into a video and release it online. Let the entire nation celebrate this victory with us. Such a monumental triumph deserves nationwide celebration.
Those mechs were all equipped with cameras, recording the battle in real time.
Compiling them into a video would pose no difficulty whatsoever.
At these words, everyone's eyes lit up simultaneously. Wang Meng, in particular, slammed his fist on the table.
Brilliant! Wang Meng rubbed his hands together. Let the people see how we beat those beasts. My mech's camera captured me taking down 3 level 5 beasts, my heroic moment.
Su Qingran smiled wryly.
Captain Wang, should we cut out the part where you got knocked flying by that scorpion?
No, definitely don't include that part.
Wang Meng waved his hands frantically, prompting another round of laughter from the group.
Zhao Weiguo declared, nothing special.
I still need to hold a press conference. Su Wenbai stood up too.
Then I'll go research what those 3 black-robed figures actually are. Others began rising from their seats. Some said they'd edit the footage, others pledged to continue collecting food nationwide to contribute to the evolution of the divine dragon.
With roles clearly defined, everyone quickly found their tasks.
Lin Xiao looked at the group and smiled. Let's get to work then.
Let's get to work. Chapter 60, The Biochemical Warriors of the Beautiful Country and the Statue of Liberty. 3 hours later.
The official Huaxia account released a video titled The Great Victory at Changbai Mountain, The Glorious Triumph of the Divine Dragon and the Dragon Scale Guard. The video opened with aerial footage of Changbai Mountain's snowy landscape, accompanied by a deep, solemn voiceover. Deep within Mount Changbai, we discovered the giant beast's hatchery. The scene abruptly shifted to an underground cavern, where thousands of giant beast eggs writhed in an eerie blue glow, sending shivers down the spine. Suddenly, a jade gold light pierces the darkness. Lin Xiao's dragon silhouette appears on screen.
It's the divine dragon. The chat exploded instantly.
The video meticulously edited the most breathtaking battle scenes. Lin Xiao transformed into his 500-meter complete form, dragon flames scorching the heavens, while Su Qingran wielded her ice sword, dancing like a startled swan amidst the swarm of beasts. Wang Meng's flaming wolf mecha swept through the enemy ranks with its vibrating blades, while ordinary dragon scale guard warriors charged forward with unwavering courage. The most moving part came at the end, where the photos of the 121 fallen heroes flashed one by one. The final frame freezes on Lin Xiao soaring amidst the morning sun, accompanied by the words, "The land remains unharmed, heroes live on forever." Within 10 minutes of release, the video surpassed 100 million views. Hashtag Great Victory at Changbai Mountain Hashtag Mighty Dragon Spirit Hashtag Salute to the Dragon Scales Guardians Hashtag Trending topics skyrocketed like rockets, with total views for related topics exceeding 5 billion within half an hour. In a university dorm room, computer science student Zhang Ming was crammed together with his roommates watching the video. Holy crap! Lord Shenlong is just too cool, roommate Xiaoli pointed at the screen showing Lin Xiao unleashing his dragon flame burning heaven technique, gesturing wildly with excitement. Zhang Ming fixed his gaze on Su Qingran's fighting figure. Who's that female warrior? She's so badass. It's Su Qingran. You don't even recognize her, another roommate rolled his eyes. As the video reached the Martyrs Memorial segment, the dorm fell suddenly silent. Zhang Ming saw a photo flash by of a soldier around his own age, and his nose stung. They were about our age. On social media, public reactions poured in like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, at the press conference venue, General Zhao Weiguo strode onto the podium in his crisp military uniform, the stars on his epaulets gleaming under the flashbulbs. Behind him, a massive holographic projection looped footage of Lin Xiao's devastating rampage through the incubation facility. My fellow countrymen. Zhao Weiguo's voice was steady and authoritative. Today, under the command of Lord Shenlong, our forces successfully destroyed one of the underground giant beast hatcheries beneath Mount Changbai, eliminating 37 level 6 giant beasts and 209 level 5 giant beasts. The audience erupted in an instant. Foreign journalists frantically snapped photos, while Chinese reporters watched with faces flushed with excitement. When the footage showed Lin Xiao tearing apart the abyssal stair with a single claw, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The screen showed the dragon claw piercing the colossus's eye socket, sending dark green blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Holy, a young reporter blurted out before realizing his slip and covering his mouth. But no one noticed him. Everyone was rendered speechless by the epic battle scene. In stark contrast to the nationwide celebrations in China, despairing cries filled international social media. A user from the land of cherry blossoms, at Survivor 1999, posted a video. On the streets of Tokyo, 3 colossal beasts were tearing apart a building, their screams echoing endlessly. Caption, Day 3. Where is the rescue? Why does China have divine dragons while we have nothing? A user from Korea, at Seoul's Tragedy, uploaded footage from an air raid shelter. Hundreds were crammed into the dim space, a baby wailing. Food and water are almost gone. The government has abandoned us. The distress calls from netizens in the third country are even more suffocating. Countless bodies floated on the Ganges River, while survivors on the banks knelt and wept 400 million dead. Who will save us? A user from the United States, at Freedom No More, posted a photo of the ruins of the Pentagon. Where are our Iron Patriot mechs?
Why can't they even stop a level 6 colossus? Amidst these desperate posts, envy and jealousy toward China abound, even conspiracy theories. Can China's divine dragon come help us? Why did China get early warnings? Did they know about the beasts all along? We need the divine dragon. China should share their technology. China's Cyberspace Administration swiftly responded with a multilingual statement on foreign networks. China stands ready to provide humanitarian assistance to all nations, but the divine dragon is China's guardian and will not leave its territory. This statement reignited heated debate. Meanwhile,
30 meters beneath the ruins of the Pentagon, in the Emergency Command Center, Administrator Williams sat before a holographic display, his fingers cracking audibly. His eyes were bloodshot, and 3 days of stubble made him look a decade older.
the projection looped the official Chinese video, The Great Victory at Changbai Mountain.
The scene of Lin Xiao's dragon flames reducing the colossal beast to ashes stood in stark contrast to the images of the United States ruins displayed on the screens behind him. These past few days had given him a full measure of the beast's terror.
Despite deploying every Patriot mech at their disposal, the losses were devastating.
60% of the nation's cities had been reduced to ruins, a figure he had never dared imagine. Even during humanity's most brutal wars, the United States had remained unscathed. Yet now, after merely 2 days of massive invasion by the colossal beasts, the beautiful country stood on the brink of annihilation.
Your Excellency. Robert entered at that moment, lowering his voice. Dr. Morris is waiting for you. Williams took a deep breath and smoothed his rumpled suit collar and tie. Send him in.
As the door opened again, a man with a head of brown curls stepped inside. He wore a stained white lab coat, and behind his round-rimmed glasses, a pair of blue eyes flashed with a wild gleam.
Williams looked at him and asked, "How is the Prometheus project progressing?" A flicker of amusement crossed Morris's eyes. "Your Excellency, please follow me."
They descended in an elevator to the secret laboratory 50 stories below ground. The moment the elevator doors opened, a pungent stench of formaldehyde mixed with the smell of blood assaulted their senses. Williams covered his nose and mouth, the sight before him causing his stomach to churn. There, hundreds of cylindrical incubation pods lined the dimly lit laboratory, each containing a humanoid creature suspended within. Some retained human features, while others had grown scales or exoskeletons. In the chamber closest to the entrance, a young soldier's face was melting away. His spine had pierced through his skin, extending into a scorpion-like tailhook. Test subject B47. Morris stroked the chamber obsessively. Infused with desert scorpion genes. That tailhook can pierce 3 inches of steel plate. Too bad its brain is severely degenerated, only capable of simple commands. Williams fought back the urge to vomit. Success rate? 30% survival rate. 5% retained basic intelligence. Morris led him deeper into the lab. But the latest batch shows breakthroughs. They stopped before a row of crimson pods. The creatures inside were noticeably closer to human form, though their muscles were swollen to absurd proportions, and their skin bore an unhealthy grayish-blue hue. The X-series, Morris's voice trembled with excitement. Genetically fused with yesterday's captured level 6 crusher beast. Current subjects possess 20 times the strength of an average human, capable of tearing open an armored vehicle with their bare hands. He pressed a button, and the monster inside the pod suddenly opened its eyes, revealing vertical pupils like a wild beast. Williams took a half step back. Can it be controlled? Not yet, still requires fine-tuning. Morris evaded the question, swiftly changing the subject. Would you like to see the Statue of Liberty? This divine beast was crafted entirely according to your blueprint, exclusively for the United States. Williams frowned. Where is it? Morris flashed a mysterious smile. Then he walked to a red cloth at the farthest corner of the lab and pulled it down forcefully. Chapter 61, How was the Yamada no Orochi born? At the laboratory's farthest reaches lay a colossal chamber the size of a basketball court. A blurry mass of flesh floated inside, vaguely resembling the outline of a bird. Dozens of tubes connected to the mass, occasionally flashing with electrical sparks. This is our divine beast. Morris spread his arms wide. It's a fusion of 7 giant beast genes. Theoretically, the mature form could have a wingspan of 200 meters and fire bioplasma cannons. He sighed regretfully, but energy supply is problematic. It requires constant consumption of living organisms to sustain its growth. Williams stared at the writhing mass of flesh, his eyes burning with fervor. Though the creature before him was hideously ugly, even terrifying, it bore no resemblance to the majestic Chinese dragon. But so what? As long as this creature could serve his purpose, he could package it as a true sacred beast, the guardian beast of the United States. Your Excellency? Morris's voice snapped him back to reality. How many resources will it take to complete this within a month? Williams asked urgently, his breathing slightly labored. The United States had been suppressed by that Chinese divine dragon for far too long. They desperately needed some uplifting news. Williams could already envision the Statue of Liberty soaring through the skies of the beautiful country, could already see its citizens prostrating themselves in worship. Morris adjusted his glasses and replied, supply 3 live behemoths daily, preferably level 4 or higher. Additionally,
He lowered his voice. Human brains remain the most effective biological computers. We need more volunteers.
William's eyes flickered slightly. He knew exactly what these so-called volunteers were.
Prisoners of war, death row inmates, even those homeless souls forgotten in the ruins. Are there risks involved in the experiment? He finally asked. Morris flashed a chilling smile. Science always carries risks, sir. But compared to national extinction, what are these risks? Williams smiled back.
Then he clapped his hands.
3 men slowly entered the laboratory. Williams introduced them. This is Howard, Wilson, and Axe. They are all outstanding scientists. They are the new assistants I've found for you. I hope you will cooperate fully.
These 3 were the very men who had traveled to China and conversed with Su Wenbai. Morris pushed up his slipping round-rimmed glasses.
I know you. You've been to China? Then you saw that dragon with your own eyes, right?
What's the refractive index of its scales?
How many chambers does its heart have?
Howard gave a bitter laugh, his tone tinged with regret as he shook his head.
We didn't see the divine dragon. China's stance was very firm. We were kicked out before we'd even spent a full day there. Axe sneered coldly.
Sooner or later, I'll have the Chinese divine dragon pinned down on my dissection table.
Morris chuckled. Then let's work towards that goal. Williams watched the scene unfold and nodded with satisfaction. With these men's dedication, he believed the United States would surely reclaim its place at humanity's pinnacle. By then, those scheming to dethrone him would dare not utter another word. At that moment,
the emergency communication system in the command center suddenly activated. Robert's voice crackled over the speakers. Governor, the Chicago defense line has collapsed. 2 level 5 beasts are moving toward the temporary shelter.
Williams frowned and said, I'll provide whatever resources you need, Doctor.
He turned toward the elevator. In 1 month, I want to see power capable of matching the Chinese divine dragon.
As you wish. Morris bowed. But allow me to remind you, genetic fusion is irreversible. Once initiated, there is no turning back.
Before the elevator doors closed, Williams cast one final glance at the so-called Statue of Liberty. The mass pulsed rhythmically, like a deformed heart. We have no turning back now, Doctor.
China. East Sea Defense Line, Sunny Beach.
Golden sunlight spilled over the fine white sand as waves lapped gently at the shore, producing a soothing rhythm.
Currently, there were no large-scale giant beast invasions across all of Huaxia.
Occasional small incursions were easily handled by the dragon scale guards stationed here. Yamata no Orochi lay lazily on the sand, each of its 8 heads resting on a soft mound of sand. Its coiled body formed a small hill, its scales shimmering with a dark purple sheen under the sunlight. The area was surrounded by an array of delicacies. Roast chicken, crispy duck, braised pork knuckles, seafood platters, and even a few bottles of ice-cold beer.
The Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads worked in perfect coordination, some gnawed on chicken legs, others slurped beer.
Others fought over the last piece of roast duck, creating a scene both comical and harmonious. Burp one head belched contentedly, squinting its eyes in satisfaction.
China's the best, after all.
Way better than that crappy place over in Sakura country.
Exactly.
Another head chimed in, back in the land of cherry blossoms, we were fed nothing but raw fish every day.
Not even a single hot meal. Now look at us eating whatever we want, with people delivering meals just for us.
The third head wiggled triumphantly. The Yamata no Orochi was basking in the blissful fullness of its belly when suddenly, a shadow descended, blocking out the sunlight.
Who's there? Can't you see I'm sunbathing? A hot-tempered head snapped open its eyes, ready to bark an angry retort.
But when it recognized the figure standing before them, the remaining 7 heads froze instantly, their mouthfuls of roasted chicken clattering to the sand. Azure gold scales shimmered in the sunlight, dragon eyes like molten gold shifting in the light. Lin Xiao stood towering above it.
Master? Yamata no Orochi shuddered violently.
All 8 heads snapped upright in unison as it scrambled clumsily to its feet from the sand. Its entire body twisted into a tangled knot, nearly tripping itself. It hastily swept the food scraps off the sand with its tail, all 8 heads squeezing out a fawning smile.
Why did you come? You didn't give me a heads up so I could prepare.
Lin Xiao watched its comical display, his lips twitching slightly. All 8 heads offered apologetic grins simultaneously, their expressions twisted and exaggerated.
Just looking at it was rather eerie. Sunbathing?
Lin Xiao glanced at the scattered food scraps on the sand, his tone flat.
All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi shrank back simultaneously.
One of them quickly explained, I'm
just replenishing my energy.
Always ready to serve my master. Another head chimed in immediately, exactly.
You need to eat well to have the strength to fight.
The third head nodded vigorously, rest assured, master.
With me guarding the East Sea front line, it's absolutely foolproof.
Lin Xiao didn't bother exposing the lie and cut straight to the point, I have something to ask you.
The Yamata no Orochi's fawning grin froze. The 8 heads exchanged glances, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Master, ask away. I shall answer truthfully.
It straightened its serpentine body, striving to adopt a solemn expression.
Lin Xiao stared at it and spoke slowly. How were you born? Chapter 62. So the classic of mountains and seas was true after all. Everything fits perfectly. Lin Xiao had always believed giant beasts were born naturally, but after witnessing the underground world beneath Changbai Mountain, he discarded that notion. Upon returning to the Dragon God base, his thoughts immediately turned to this 8-flagged great serpent. Those colossal beasts clearly possessed little intelligence, they couldn't even speak. But this Yamata no Orochi was different. It possessed its own intelligence and could speak, unlike the other beasts. Lin Xiao grew curious about its origins. The Yamata no Orochi's pupils suddenly contracted. All 8 heads froze simultaneously, the air seeming to solidify in that instant. After a few seconds of silence, one of its heads gave a dry chuckle. Well, Master, I just grew naturally. The heavens and earth nurtured me, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Liar. Lin Xiao's voice turned cold as a faint aura of dragon might emanated from him. Yamata no Orochi shuddered violently, all 8 heads instantly drooping like frostbitten eggplants. As expected, I couldn't hide it from you, Master. It sighed, its tone growing low and subdued. Lin Xiao offered no prompting, merely watching it silently. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi fell into an unusual silence, exchanging glances. Finally, the largest head in the center spoke slowly, actually. I wasn't born naturally. I was created. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply. Created? Yamata no Orochi nodded, all 8 heads synchronizing in a rare moment. Yes. Just like those giant beast eggs you saw in the underworld, I too was created by them. Who are they? Lin Xiao pressed. A flicker of fear crossed Yamata no Orochi's eyes as all 8 heads instinctively lowered their voices. I don't know. My memories are fragmented. I can only vaguely recall certain things. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. Tell me in detail. Yamata no Orochi took a deep breath, its 8 heads growing unusually solemn. My earliest memory is of being in a massive incubation chamber. There were many experimental subjects like me there. Some failed and were dissolved into nutrient solution, while the successful ones were deployed to various worlds. My mission was to purge the land of cherry blossoms, paving the way for the subsequent invasion of colossal beasts. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. So you were originally one of their weapons too? Yamata no Orochi gave a bitter laugh. You could say that. Except, I was fortunate. I retained full consciousness at birth, unlike those inferior beasts who merely obey orders. Then why did you betray them? Lin Xiao stared intently. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi flashed fear simultaneously. Because I didn't want to die. They created us solely for exploitation. Once we lose value, we're recycled, dissolved, and turned into nutrients for the next batch of test subjects. I escaped and became a mythical legend in the land of cherry blossoms, their guardian beast. Truthfully, it was just to survive. At this point, all 8 heads bowed simultaneously, its voice growing faint. Until I met you, my master. I finally found a true home. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. The Yamata no Orochi referred to becoming a myth of the land of cherry blossoms. Could that mean? Lin Xiao stared at the Yamata no Orochi, his voice low and thunderous. You mean you've appeared before? All 8 heads blinked in unison. The head on the far left even tilted, revealing a puzzled expression. Master, you are unaware of this? I thought with your bloodline inheritance, you would know this history. Explain clearly, Lin Xiao said flatly. Yes. The largest head in the center nodded urgently, the other 7 heads bobbing in unison. I did indeed visit this planet many years ago. Back then, humans still lived in houses made of wood and stone, and iron tools were rare indeed. It traced a rough date in the sand with the tip of its tail. According to the current human calendar, roughly around 3000 BC? The head on the far right suddenly interjected. No. It should be 2800 BC. I remember the Egyptians had just begun building the pyramids back then. Lin Xiao's pupils flickered slightly. He noticed that when Yamata no Orochi mentioned Egypt, all 8 heads simultaneously wore expressions of deep recollection. The second head from the left even licked its lips unconsciously, as if savoring some delicious memory. Continue, Lin Xiao instructed. Yamata no Orochi immediately straightened its body. I wasn't the only one who descended then. Giant beasts appeared all over the world. Especially numerous within the borders of Huaxia. Kunlun Mountain, Buzhou Mountain, Xingqiu, our kind were everywhere. Though primitive humans back then lacked the advanced technology of today, they possessed chi cultivators. As it uttered those final 3 words, its voice visibly trembled, and even its coiled body involuntarily shrank a full circle. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Chi cultivators? It seemed those beings from myths and legends might very well be real. After a moment of trembling, the Yamata no Orochi continued. Those chi cultivators are formidable. They can fly on swords and cause mountains to collapse and earth to split with a wave of their hand. What's most terrifying is, they master the art of sealing. My brother, Shangliu, was sealed beneath Mount Kuaiji by Yu the Great. By now, he must have turned to stone. Lin Xiao's pupils narrowed to slits.
He recalled the stones in the Changbai Mountain incubation facility that defied the laws of physics.
Could the technology wielded by those cloaked figures be somehow connected to the ancient chi cultivators' sealing arts? The Yamata no Orochi, oblivious to its master's distraction, continued its monologue.
Later, the chi cultivators exhausted nearly all their power to seal away most of the great beasts. From then on, they became myths in the river of history, their legacy severed forever. Only one book they left behind survived.
What was it called? The classic of mountains and seas.
The world spun before Lin Xiao's eyes as a sudden realization dawned. No wonder he could recognize so many of those colossal beasts' appearances in the classic of mountains and seas.
So that was it.
He knew his ancestors wouldn't have concocted the classic of mountains and seas out of thin air. These colossal beasts had once truly existed. The ancient people of Huaxia had long recorded the characteristics of their enemies to warn future generations. It seemed that the so-called overmind had invaded this planet many years ago, only to be sealed away by humans who still possessed chi cultivators at the time. Now that the seal has weakened, they have returned.
It all fits. Everything falls into place. So, that central core invaded Earth thousands of years ago?
Lin Xiao murmured to himself.
The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi suddenly froze simultaneously. It looked around in terror, whispering in a barely audible voice, You've already seen them? The smallest head suddenly wore a mournful expression. It's over, it's really over.
Master, please don't provoke the central brain, it's a madman. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking.
Do you know what the mastermind is? Chapter 63, The Legacy of Ancient Chi Cultivators. On Mars? All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi shook violently in unison, their eyes filled with terror. I don't know. I truly don't know.
The very words mastermind seemed to carry a curse, causing every scale on its body to bristle. Its voice trembled with fear that seemed to come from the depths of its soul.
I only know it's everywhere, watching every move of all its creations.
Even after fleeing to the land of cherry blossoms for thousands of years, I still feel the chill of being watched.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. Created beings? Are you Titans all its creations? Not just us. Yamata no Orochi's voice trembled. I vaguely recall glimpses on the incubation chamber's screen. Those cloaked figures seemed to be creations of the mastermind too.
Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened.
The cloaked figures were the executors, the colossal beasts the weapons, and all of them were creations of this mastermind pulling the strings? This revelation made the entire affair clearer, yet far more unsettling. What kind of entity could create such a vast army? A creature from some advanced civilization? Or a non-living entity? Does it have a physical form? Lin Xiao pressed. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi simultaneously wore blank expressions.
The central head offered a wry smile.
No one has ever seen it. We test subjects can't even approach its core area.
We only receive commands through some kind of mental link, like puppets on strings.
It suddenly remembered something and added, Oh.
I've heard other test subjects discuss it. They say the master brain's energy source is unique, seemingly tied to the fundamental rules of this universe.
Fundamental rules?
Lin Xiao frowned.
I can't explain the specifics. The Yamata no Orochi head shook like a rattle.
I only recall them saying the central core can alter things like making stones burn or water flow skyward, like the gods in myths.
Lin Xiao fell silent. An entity capable of altering physical laws? This transcended his understanding of life. Could it be some consciousness that existed since the birth of the universe? Or a being from a higher dimension?
But regardless of which it was an entity he couldn't defeat at present.
Master, please stop asking. Yamata no Orochi's voice carried a note of pleading. Discussing the mastermind itself is forbidden. What if it senses us?
It didn't finish its sentence, but fear was written across all 8 heads. Lin Xiao pressed no further.
He sensed that Yamata no Orochi had already revealed everything it knew. Pressing further would only yield more vague speculation. The Yamata no Orochi cautiously raised its head, all 8 eyes fixed on him. Master. You won't cast me aside, will you?
Lin Xiao ignored the question and pressed on. After awakening this time, why did you immediately begin devouring humans?
Yamata no Orochi blinked and replied. Because I sensed they were coming again. I've been sealed away too long, my power is less than 1/10,000th of what it was. Devouring animals step by step is too slow.
Besides, those humans in the land of cherry blossoms sacrificed plenty of young boys and girls to me back then.
Now I'm just collecting back what's owed, with interest. Realizing his slip, it hastily added, Of course, I've reformed now.
I'll even go vegetarian if my master asks. Lin Xiao suddenly sneered coldly. You're quite decisive.
He'd asked everything he needed to know.
Lin Xiao prepared to leave, intending to investigate the giant beast incubation base on Mount Chanbai. If the Chi Cultivator's seal could suppress the colossal beast for millennia, perhaps clues to confronting the mastermind lay within. As Lin Xiao took flight,
the Yamata no Orochi watched Lin Xiao's retreating silhouette as he soared into the sky. Suddenly, the smallest of its heads murmured.
Actually, the Chi Cultivator lineage might not be completely extinct.
The sapphire blue dragon's shadow abruptly froze. The Yamata no Orochi immediately covered the chatty head, but it was too late. Lin Xiao halted and asked, "You know about the chi cultivator lineage?" The Yamata no Orochi hung its head, whispering, I'm only guessing. I'm not entirely sure, and that place is likely extremely dangerous. Master, you really shouldn't go. Lin Xiao ignored him, replying coolly, "Speak."
Yamata no Orochi sighed before speaking slowly. The legacy of those chi cultivators, it shouldn't be on this planet anymore. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly.
Not on this planet? Yamata no Orochi nodded.
Back then, those colossal beasts, fearing the chi cultivators might rise again, destroyed nearly all traces of their legacy across the entire planet. Later, I heard that the chi cultivators, in an effort to preserve their legacy, placed it on other planets. Lin Xiao's heart trembled at these words. Even just hearing this, he could vividly picture the epic struggle of his ancestors preserving the legacy and resisting the colossal beasts. Though the name of that planet had already formed in his mind, he still asked, "Which planet?" Yamata no Orochi pondered for a moment before murmuring, "I recall it was called Manhwa, what is now known as Mars." On the eastern sea beach, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Xiao nodded. It matched his own guesses. Seeing Lin Xiao's interest piqued, Yamata no Orochi couldn't help but add, "Master, this matter is truly perilous. The prohibitions left behind by those chi cultivators, even the central core dares not touch them lightly. I recall the mastermind unleashed a deluge of colossal beasts back then, thousands upon thousands more than exist now.
Humans suffered defeat after defeat until the chi cultivators united.
They were truly terrifying."
Deep fear flickered in Yamata no Orochi's eyes. The most powerful one, what was his name again?
Huaxia, the smallest head, suddenly cried out.
I remember now.
He wielded a sword, a single strike could fell a 7th rank beast. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted slightly.
Huaxia.
This name was indeed recorded in Huaxia mythology, the teacher of the Yellow Emperor.
Then what happened? Lin Xiao asked. Then, Yamata no Orochi's tone grew somber.
Then came what I mentioned earlier. When the chi cultivators realized they couldn't utterly destroy the colossal beast, they began laying seals.
But they knew the seals would eventually weaken, so
all 8 heads lifted simultaneously, gazing skyward. They sent their most vital legacy to the Mars constellation. There lies the great celestial array. They constructed a formation said to be impenetrable even by an 8th grade colossus. Lin Xiao fell deep in thought.
If the Yamata no Orochi spoke truth, then whatever was preserved on Mars held immense significance for humanity.
The ancient chi cultivators' cultivation techniques, array formations, alchemy, any single one could potentially alter the current course of the war. After all, those cloaked figures had risked everything to destroy the cultivators' legacy back then. That alone showed how terrified they were. Besides the great array of the heavenly stars, are there any other dangers? He asked.
The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi pondered simultaneously before replying.
I've heard Mars has keepers of the scriptures, guardians left behind by the chi cultivators. They specifically hunt down colossal beasts and black-robed figures that approach the legacy. Lin Xiao's beard twitched slightly.
I am not a giant beast. But you're not human either. Yamata no Orochi blurted out, then realized his slip and hastily amended.
I mean, you're in dragon form now. What if the array identifies you as an outsider?
Lin Xiao offered no reply, instead lifting his gaze toward the sky.
It was broad daylight, yet through his dragon eyes, he could still discern that crimson star suspended in the heavens. Humans called it Mars, ancients referred to it as the flickering star.
There might lie the key to the survival of human civilization. The exact location, Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze. Which region on Mars? The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi drooped simultaneously, knowing their pleas were futile. Olympus Mons. The chi cultivators hid their legacy within the solar system's tallest volcano.
It suddenly remembered something and added. Oh, and to enter the inheritance site, it seems some sort of key is required. Chapter 64, He who holds the sun and moon in harmony shall open the heavenly gate.
A key?
Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but Xiang Lu mentioned something about the sun and moon shining together opening the heavenly gate.
Yamata no Orochi shook its head in frustration.
All this mystical nonsense.
Lin Xiao's heart jolted. Sun and moon shining together. Wasn't that precisely the phenomenon of his dragon eyes? The left eye like the sun, the right eye like the moon. The Yamata no Orochi, oblivious to its master's unease, continued to chatter on. Master, you must reconsider.
Though you are powerful now, you still fall far short of those ancient chi cultivators. Back then, Huaxia could cleave a continental shelf with a single sword strike, but you.
It abruptly fell silent as blinding golden light erupted from Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. How dare you say I cannot match Huaxia? Dragon might erupted like a tsunami, crushing the Yamata no Orochi flat to the ground.
All 8 heads were pressed firmly into the sand, unable even to lift their heads.
No, I dare not. Master, forgive me.
Lin Xiao reined in his dragon's might and said calmly, guard the East Sea well. If I return and find the defenses breached.
Never. The Yamata no Orochi, as if granted a pardon, frantically bobbed all 8 heads. I swear on all 8 heads.
Lin Xiao said no more, his dragon form soaring skyward.
Master. The Yamata no Orochi suddenly called out.
One head hesitated before whispering,
Can we still have the roast duck delivered tomorrow? Lin Xiao.
Without turning back, he tossed over a curt reply, whatever you want. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi instantly erupted in cheers, twisting together on the sand like an excited giant pretzel. Lin Xiao's dragon tail swept through the air as he soared straight into the clouds.
Behind him, the clamor of the Yamata no Orochi still echoed. Hurry up! Divide up the remaining roast duck. Don't hog it. That piece is mine. Put. You already ate 3 chickens earlier.
Lin Xiao shook his head, a hint of resignation flickering in his dragon eyes. This guy sure knows how to live it up.
Mars. Mount Olympus. Whatever lay there, he would bring it back.
For China, for this world once guarded by ancient sages. The azure gold dragon silhouette tore through the clouds, vanishing in an instant across the horizon. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi stared at the sky for a long time. The smallest one suddenly murmured softly.
Do you think, could our master be the one who makes sun and moon shine together foretold in the prophecy?
The other 7 heads fell silent in unison. The sea breeze swept across the beach, stirring up fine grains of sand.
In the distance, waves continued to lap gently against the shore, as if unchanged for millennia.
A sapphire-blue dragon's silhouette tore through the clouds as Lin Xiao descended into the heart of Qingbai Mountain. Traces of the great battle 2 days prior remained starkly visible. An entire mountain ridge had collapsed into a crater a kilometer wide, its exposed rock layers glowing with an eerie purple light in the setting sun. The moment his dragon claws touched the scorched earth, Lin Xiao's scales bristled slightly.
Something was wrong. It was too quiet.
No chirping insects, no birdsong, not even the wind seemed frozen in the dead treetops. It felt as though the entire mountain range had been drained of its vitality by some force, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell.
Something's definitely wrong.
Lin Xiao retraced his steps along the collapsed passageway, returning once more to the incubation base. Deep within the collapsed passage, the incubation chamber that should have been buried remained eerily intact. The charred remains of egg sacs, scorched by dragon flames, lay like shed snakeskins, beneath which new flesh membranes writhed faintly.
Most unsettling of all were the altar ruins.
The black stone pyramid, which had already disintegrated, was now reassembling itself in a manner defying the laws of physics. The stones, like building blocks manipulated by an invisible hand, reassembled along crimson energy veins.
Drip! A droplet of viscous fluid landed on Lin Xiao's dragon horn.
Looking up, countless translucent cocoons hung from the rock crevices. Within each cocoon, miniature colossal beast embryos curled up, connected by vein-like silk threads that formed a neural network spanning the entire cavern ceiling.
A self-repair system?
Lin Xiao's brow furrowed, yet a flicker of realization crossed his eyes.
On the way here, he had pondered, if the colossal beast hatchery was so easy to destroy, why had the ancient Qi cultivators gone to such lengths to seal it away? According to Yamata no Orochi, the ancient Qi cultivators were even more powerful than he was.
Now he finally understood why they chose sealing over destruction.
Because these hatcheries were living entities. Violent destruction would only accelerate their proliferation.
Golden flames ignited in Lin Xiao's eyes.
He made a simple calculation.
At this rate, it would take no more than a decade for this colossal beast hatchery to fully recover. Lin Xiao hesitated, but ultimately refrained from destroying it again.
Since brute force wasn't working, he'd have to find another way. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Xiao did indeed uncover some clues.
Near the colossal beast incubation base, several rocks bore engraved patterns like the Taiji diagram, mysterious ancient formations likely used to seal the beasts in the past. Yet whether through the passage of time or the beast's destruction, they had long since faded into indistinct blur.
Regardless, the words of the Yamata no Orochi did carry a certain weight of credibility.
Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Then he squeezed out a single drop of dragon blood and let it fall into the yin-yang fisheye of one of the Tai Chi diagrams.
The next moment, the entire stone suddenly rose into the air, spinning as it projected a holographic image.
A ghostly figure of an old man in white robes stood in the void, countless talismans flying from his sleeves. Behind him, more Qi cultivators were forming an array, and the target they were suppressing was none other than a mountain range of flesh and blood formed by the convergence of countless incubation chambers.
So that's it.
Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. A single incubation chamber was merely a cell of this monstrosity. Back then, the Qi cultivators had been battling a supergiant lifeform that covered the entire planet. The so-called seal was the result of forcibly fragmenting it and imprisoning each piece separately. The projection vanished swiftly.
No hints, no clues, it was merely an ordinary memory fragment.
Lin Xiao remained silent, his thoughts deeply troubled. He struggled to imagine what kind of enemy the ancient Chinese Qi cultivators had faced, one so formidable it compelled them to entrust their legacy to the distant planet of Mars. He withdrew his gaze. Now was not the time for reflection.
The most crucial task now was to swiftly enhance his strength further, reaching the power level of an 8th-tier colossal beast. That would allow him to go to Mars and see for himself. Lin Xiao glanced at the system interface. To evolve to the next stage of adulthood, he needed 100,000 evolution points, a number he was still far from reaching. Another crucial matter remained. That was locating other colossal beast incubation sites within China and destroying them to prevent them from gaining a foothold. Before leaving this place, Lin Xiao unleashed the apocalyptic dragon flame to wreak havoc on the site once more. Though he couldn't completely destroy it, delaying its progress was better than nothing. Dragon Base, Dusk. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the alloy-clad base walls in a golden-red hue, while distant mountains stood like ink-washed sketches against churning seas of clouds. Lin Xiao descended onto the central platform, his dragon form shrinking to about 2 meters upon landing. Lord Shenlong, you've returned. Su Qingran hurried over, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, clearly fresh from the training grounds. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his dragon eyes sweeping over the bustling base. How is the processing of the behemoth's flesh and crystal core progressing? It's mostly finished. Su Qingran wiped the sweat from her temple and pulled up the data from the tablet at her waist. 865 level 1 beasts, 235 level 2 beasts, 122 level 3 beasts, 87 level 4 beasts, 23 level 5 beasts, and 9 level 6 beasts. All have undergone preliminary dissection. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Distribute the flesh and blood of level 5 and below beasts to the dragon scale guards. Send the rest over here. Su Qingran immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. After Su Qingran departed, Lin Xiao entered the deepest chamber of the base, the cultivation room. Chapter 65, The Bear Nation's Envoy Delegation. Dozens of metal containers were neatly arranged on the central platform, each holding processed giant beast flesh and crystal cores. Materials of level 6 and above glowed with multicolored, eerie light, sparkling like a starry river in the dim room. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath as his dragon form stretched to 10 meters in length. He first grabbed a piece of heart tissue from a level 6 crusher. The dark red flesh still twitched faintly, displaying astonishing vitality. Devour. Consumed level 6 giant beast heart, evolution points plus 500. The system's notification sounded in his mind. The flesh melted the moment it touched his tongue, transforming into a torrent of scorching energy that surged through his entire body. Lin Xiao could feel every scale vibrating slightly, greedily absorbing this power. Piece by piece, the high-grade flesh in the container diminished at a visible pace. As he devoured the 17th piece, the training room door suddenly swung open. Su Qingran entered carrying a tray laden with several small dishes and a steaming bowl of noodles. Lord Shenlong, you haven't eaten in quite some time. She placed the tray on the nearby table. I had the kitchen prepare something light. Lin Xiao paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his dragon eyes. But I am eating. Lin Xiao glanced at the massive beast's flesh before him and nearly thought he was seeing things. He had already consumed so much meat. And Su Qingran claimed he hadn't eaten in ages? Was this girl okay? Su Qingran smiled and explained, eating this giant beast's flesh is for evolution. It's different from actual meals. Lin Xiao froze in surprise. He hadn't expected that in this girl's mind, such a distinction existed. You can have it. I don't need it, Lin Xiao declined. For him, consuming food had become utterly unnecessary. It made no difference whether he ate or not. Su Qingran didn't take it away. Instead, she winked mischievously and grinned, but you like it, don't you? I remember at the last victory banquet, you ate 3 bowls of beef noodles. Lin Xiao was speechless. True, though his dragon body could sustain itself by devouring energy, he still retained his human dietary habits. It was a kind of nostalgia, perhaps. Leave it, Lin Xiao said, his tone softening slightly. Su Qingran didn't leave immediately, instead standing nearby, hesitating to speak. Is there something else? Lin Xiao swallowed a crystal core, feeling the energy surge through his body. Lord Dragon. The girl hesitated. Are you planning to leave? Lin Xiao paused in his movements. Why do you ask? Intuition, Su Qingran pointed to her chest. Ever since you returned, I've had this feeling of farewell. His dragon eyes narrowed slightly. How sharp was this girl's perception? Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment before finally not denying it. There are things that must be done. Is it dangerous? Possibly. Su Qingran took a deep breath and suddenly straightened her back. Take me with you. No. Lin Xiao refused flatly. Your strength. I know I'm not strong enough yet. The girl cut him off, her voice trembling slightly. But I will get stronger. Su Qingran. Lin Xiao's voice grew solemn. This isn't a sparring match on the training grounds. Where I'm going, even I might not come out unscathed. Silence filled the room. Su Qingran bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening but stubbornly refusing to let tears fall. Finally, she bowed deeply. I understand. Please, return safely. With that, she turned and walked away, her retreating figure looking pitiful. Lin Xiao watched the closing hatch, a complex flicker passing through his dragon eyes. Did he not understand the girl's feelings? But the journey to Mars held untold dangers. He couldn't.
Shaking his head, Lin Xiao resumed his work of devouring. Over the next few days, Huaxia entered a state of full combat readiness. The expansion of the Dragon Scale Guard proceeded at full speed, with mecha production lines operating day and night as more warriors gained the empowerment of dragon power. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, focused solely on devouring the flesh of colossal beasts, accumulating evolution points. His power surged with every passing moment. The runes on his dragon scales grew increasingly vivid, as if imbued with some ancient cosmic law. As the final level 6 crystal core entered his body, the system alert sounded once more. Current evolution points, 28,500 100,000. The system notification echoed within his mind. Lin Xiao slowly opened his dragon eyes, his left eye blazing like the scorching sun, his right eye as cold and clear as the bright moon. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Nearly 30,000 points. He still needed 70,000 evolution points to reach the next stage of adulthood. At this pace, the road ahead was long and arduous. Lin Xiao felt a pang of emotion. But this was actually a good thing. The more evolution points required for each absorption now meant his power after evolution would be stronger. The two were relative. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to continue devouring. At that moment, Lord Shunlong. Su Qingran's voice came through the communicator. General Zhao requests an audience. Lin Xiao's dragon tail flickered lightly as his form shrank to about 3 meters. Let him in. The heavy alloy door slid open silently as Zhao Weiguo strode in. Lord Shenlong, I apologize for interrupting your cultivation. Zhao Weiguo saluted with a standard military salute. There is urgent military intelligence. What is it? The Bear Nation's forces have arrived. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. What are they here for? Zhao Weiguo considered his words before replying. The Bear Nation seeks to form an Asian alliance with us and several other nations to jointly defend against the giant beast invasion. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Sure enough, Bear Country was still playing the same old game as in his previous life. In his previous life, Bear Country had proposed an Asian alliance with a very loud slogan, and many countries chose to join, including China, of course. So when the giant beasts descended upon their nation, China contributed both manpower and resources, helping them fend off numerous beasts. Later, when the beasts descended upon China, they did send troops to aid, but then refused to leave. By the time their own nation fell to the glacial beasts, they had the audacity to demand China cede that territory to them. While their predicament was understandable, such behavior remained utterly disgraceful. Especially since they later grew suspicious and scheming toward China, eroding any goodwill China had toward them. Lin Xiao asked calmly, where are they now? Zhao Weiguo activated a video feed. The 12-member envoy delegation, led by Ivanov, Minister of Defense of Bear Nation, is currently in Conference Room 1. The feed showed a group of Russian officers clad in heavy military coats. At the head stood Ivanov, a burly man over 2 meters tall, sporting a full beard and a menacing scar across his left eye. Zhao Weiguo swiped through the feed to display a document, continuing. They not only seek an alliance but have also brought a resource-sharing proposal, hoping we provide dragon power awakening technology and mecha manufacturing blueprints. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, a flash of gold darting through his dragon eyes. He had truly underestimated them. These people were even more shameless than in his previous life. What do you think? He suddenly asked. Zhao Weiguo visibly hesitated. As a soldier, he was accustomed to following orders rather than offering counsel. But quickly, he straightened his back, his gaze firm. This subordinate believes we should not agree. Chapter 66, China holds absolute authority on this planet. Oh? Lin Xiao regarded him with interest. Explain your reasoning. Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he pulled up several sets of data. First, from a military perspective. Bear Nation currently controls only the areas along the Siberian Railway, with 60% of its territory occupied by glacial behemoths. Joining the alliance means we'd have to shoulder their defensive burdens. The display switched to satellite imagery, vast swaths of Bear Nation territory marked in red giant beast activity zones. Second, historical lessons. Zhao Weiguo's voice grew solemn. In the 1960s, they unilaterally tore up our cooperation agreement and withdrew all their experts. Then in the 1990s, they sold us relief supplies at exorbitant prices during our flood disaster. He retrieved an encrypted file top secret records from his previous life detailing how China's aid to Bear Nation had backfired into blackmail. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He remembered all this, especially the Bear Nation's shameless demands for territory during China's darkest hour in his previous life. Third, Zhao Weiguo suddenly lowered his voice. Our intelligence indicates a spy from the United States has infiltrated the envoy delegation. The image zoomed in, locking onto a blonde man at the rear of the delegation. Williams is playing with fire, Zhao Weiguo sneered. He wants to use the Bear Nation to obtain our technology. Lin Xiao pondered for a long moment, the dragon's tail swaying gently. In his previous life, China had suffered enough from internationalism. This time, prepare for a meeting, he declared abruptly. I will personally meet with Minister Ivanov. Zhao Weiguo seemed prepared, immediately handing over a document. This is the negotiation blueprint, including our bottom line for technology exchange and the scope of military cooperation. Lin Xiao scanned it. The terms were extremely harsh. To obtain China's technology, they must exchange live giant beasts and rare minerals, and must not share it with any third party.
You had this prepared all along?
Lin Xiao asked, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism.
Zhao Weiguo offered a rare hint of a smile.
Miss Su said you would certainly refuse unconditional aid. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, his dragon form stretching.
She does understand me.
As Lin Xiao walked toward the conference room, Zhao Weiguo suddenly asked, Lord Shenlong, if they insist on an alliance, what should we do? Then we follow Huaxia's rules, Lin Xiao replied, his eyes reflecting the shifting sun and moon. To join the alliance, they must offer a pledge of loyalty.
Zhao Weiguo understood immediately, like, demanding they return the territories? Lin Xiao didn't answer the question, but smiled faintly instead. An alliance isn't impossible, really. It all depends on whether they have sincerity. The two walked toward the conference room, one ahead, the other behind.
Midway, Lin Xiao halted abruptly, gazing out the corridor window. Night had fallen, yet the Huaxia land remained brightly lit.
Against the distant city skyline, countless anti-air laser towers twinkled like stars.
Closer still, newly deployed Yanlang mechs stood in formation on the training grounds, while dragon scale guard warriors sweated profusely. This was the scene he had guarded with every memory from his past life. He would never let anyone destroy it.
Let's go, Lin Xiao said, pulling his gaze away. Let's see what excuses the Bear Nation has prepared.
Zhao Weiguo quickened his pace to keep up, his eyes brimming with reverence. He knew that no matter how silver-tongued the enemy might be, before Lord Shenlong, they were nothing but clowns.
China was no longer the nation it had been a century ago. Today's China held absolute status and authority on this planet. Conference Room 1, Shenlong Base.
The heavy alloy door slid open silently as Lin Xiao entered at a measured pace. His dragon form had contracted to about 20 meters, yet still filled half the conference hall.
Dragon scales shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the overhead lights, each inscribed with ancient runes.
His dragon claws touched the floor without a sound, yet the air pressure in the entire space seemed to drop.
The entire delegation from Bear Country rose to their feet.
12 burly men in military uniforms instinctively straightened their spines under the dragon's imposing presence, beads of sweat already forming on the foreheads of several.
We have long heard of the Dragon Lord's formidable reputation.
Ivanov stepped forward, his thick beard quivering slightly.
To see you in person today, it is indeed. Enough with the pleasantries.
Lin Xiao cut him off, his dragon tail flickering as he settled into the specially widened throne. His dragon eyes, like two miniature suns and moons, swept coldly over every member of the delegation.
I hear you seek an alliance? Ivanov's jowls twitched, clearly taken aback by such directness. Your Dragon Highness sees clearly.
His Mandarin carried a heavy accent, yet his words were precise. The colossal beast crisis is global in scale.
No single nation can. 3 minutes.
Lin Xiao cut in abruptly.
What? Ivanov froze.
Zhao Weiguo pressed the timer beside him.
Lord Shenlong means you have 3 minutes to state your true purpose. 15 seconds have already passed. The air in the conference room instantly froze. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Zhao Weiguo reminded coldly. Veins bulged on Ivanov's forehead, but he quickly suppressed his anger. He violently snatched the briefcase from his aide's hands and pulled out a document with gold embossed lettering. Fine. I'll get straight to the point. The document slid across the table toward Lin Xiao, yet it mysteriously hovered midair half a meter from the dragon claw, unfolding automatically. Framework Agreement for the Eurasian Continental Security Community. The title was written in both Russian and Chinese, with 37 densely packed clauses listed below. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes flickered, and the document instantly turned to page 7. One line of fine print was highlighted in red energy. The contracting parties shall share all military technologies, including but not limited to bio-enhancement techniques, high-energy weapon blueprints. Is this your sincerity? Lin Xiao sneered. His dragon claw tapped lightly, and the document suddenly ignited, reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet the flames were precisely contained within the paper's boundaries, not a single speck of smoke or ash drifting into the air. Ivanov's face turned ashen. Lord Shenlong. This is between our two nations. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, Zhao Weiguo cut him off. The Bear Nation's defense minister slammed his fist on the table, causing the conference room chandelier to sway violently. Then let's be blunt. We need the Dragon Power Awakening technology and the mecha blueprints. In exchange. He gestured, and an attendant in the back row immediately presented a lead-lined box. The moment the lid opened, the room's temperature plummeted 10 degrees. A fist-sized blue crystal core lay nestled in shock-absorbing foam, its surface frosted over. The crystal core of a level 6 glacial colossus, Ivanov's voice was hoarse. We sacrificed an entire armored division just to. Lin Xiao suddenly lashed out with his dragon tail. The crystal core shot through the air, hurtling straight toward the blonde man at the rear of the delegation. Catch it, Mr. Smith, Lin Xiao's voice boomed like thunder. The blond man reflexively raised his hand. The crystal core abruptly halted 3 inches from his face, hovering and spinning. Is this your sincerity? Bringing a spy from the United States into your ranks? Lin Xiao said calmly. The conference room fell deathly silent. Ivanov's expression shifted from shock to fury. He spun around and grabbed the blond man by the collar. You American spy?
Minister, please calm down, the blond man began to protest.
A flash of golden light erupted. Smith's voice abruptly ceased.
He looked down in disbelief, seeing a bowl-sized hole in his chest. No blood flowed, the edges of the wound appeared crystallized.
You.
He looked toward Lin Xiao, who had raised his dragon claw at some unknown moment. Time's up, Lin Xiao said calmly.
Smith opened his mouth to speak, but his body suddenly dissolved into countless specks of light.
Only the crystal core clattered to the ground, rolling to Ivanov's feet.
The entire Russian delegation froze in shock.
They had witnessed killings before, but never one so clean, decisive, and utterly baffling. No blood, no screens, as if erasing chalk marks from a blackboard. Now, Lin Xiao reclaimed his seat, his dragon eyes fixed on Ivanov.
We can discuss the real deal.
Ivanov mechanically bent to pick up the crystal core, his thick fingers trembling slightly.
What does the Dragon Lord desire? Zhao Weiguo promptly handed over a document.
This time, the Chinese text was on top, followed by the Russian text below.
Memorandum of Understanding on Technology Exchange and Military Cooperation.
The title was plain and unadorned, yet its contents sent a collective chill through the Bear Nation delegation. The very first clause stated, the Bear Nation must return all Chinese territories occupied since the 17th century, totaling approximately 1.6 million square kilometers.
Chapter 67, Establishing a Human Alliance led by Huaxia. Impossible, an attendant blurted out.
Lin Xiao's dragon claw flickered lightly, and the attendant instantly felt as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, his face flushing crimson. Witnessing this, the other Russian envoys who had been about to speak fell silent, too terrified to utter a word.
The second clause.
Zhao Weiguo continued reading the terms in a voice as cold as machinery.
Each technology exchange must be paid for with living giant beasts. 100 level 5 giant beasts for the mecha structural blueprints. 100 level 6 giant beasts for the mecha engine schematics.
Ivanov listened to the terms, each more draconian than the last, his fleshy cheeks twitching uncontrollably. When he heard the phrase, the Bear Nation shall henceforth recognize China as its sovereign, he could no longer contain himself.
Lord Shunlong.
He leapt to his feet, his 2-meter frame resembling a bear.
This is outright extortion.
Though our Bear Nation faces hardship now, we haven't reached the point where. I hear the Siberian front retreated another 80 kilometers last night, Zhao Weiguo suddenly remarked with a smile.
Ivanov's voice cut off abruptly.
Zhao Weiguo produced a remote control, projecting a holographic map onto the conference room wall. Across the Bear Nation's territory, the red representing the beasts' occupied zones now covered 2/3 of the land. Several key cities were highlighted, including their temporary capital, Novosibirsk. At this rate, Zhao Weiguo smiled, his voice devoid of emotion. In 72 hours, your last heavy industrial city will fall. Ivanov's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, yet he remained speechless. As the projection clearly showed, the situation in their Bear Nation was now extremely critical. Maintaining the status quo was the result of nearly exhausting all their resources. Yet even so, they were retreating steadily. Most crucially, these monstrous beasts seemed to emerge endlessly from every direction. The Bear Nation was truly on the brink of collapse, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to seek an alliance and aid from China. Zhao Weiguo observed the fluctuating expression on the Bear Nation's envoy's face, then smiled faintly and continued, now, let us examine the situation within the Central Kingdom.
The map shifted.
Across the vast expanse of China, red markers were scarce.
Only a few scattered blue dots indicated minor giant beast activity. Major cities glowed green, indicating normal living order.
The most jarring sight was 2 sets of side-by-side data.
Bear Nation casualties yesterday, 241,587. China's casualties yesterday, 27.
Ivanov stared at the figures, finally letting out a heavy sigh, speechless.
But, a young aide's eyes reddened. That cooperation agreement is still so unfair.
Fair? Lin Xiao suddenly unleashed his full imperial presence. The entire conference room seemed to grow 3 times heavier, crushing the delegation members to their knees.
During the Opium War of 1840, when you plundered and seized Vladivostok in the midst of chaos, did you speak of fairness? When the 8-Nation Alliance invaded China in 1900, did you speak of fairness as you burned, killed, and plundered? When you withdrew your experts and tore up contracts in 1960, did you talk about fairness?
With each question, Longwei's voice grew heavier. Ivanov lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
Now that you're being chased like rats by the Colossus, you suddenly remember fairness?
Lin Xiao sneered. In the international community, there's only strength and weakness, no such thing as fairness.
Longwei abruptly retracted his grip.
The Russian delegation gasped collectively like drowning men rescued from the depths.
Ivanov struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips. The once arrogant defense minister now hunched over, looking 20 years older. Lord Shunlong. His voice rasped certain clauses. I must seek approval from the Executive Council. Lin Xiao flung a satellite phone at him. Call now. An hour later, the agreement was signed. It wasn't the original harsh version, but it was nearly identical. The Bear Nation agreed to return approximately 400,000 square kilometers of outer northeast territory as a gesture of goodwill, with the remaining territorial issues to be negotiated later. Furthermore, they would recognize Huaxia as the supreme authority, follow Huaxia's commands, obey orders, and never betray them. In exchange, China would provide stripped-down mecha blueprints. In critical situations, China would dispatch support squads to assist, standing together through thick and thin. Happy cooperation. A faint smile finally appeared on Zhao Weiguo's face as he shook hands with Ivanov. The Russian defense minister's smile looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression. As he departed with his delegation, his retreating figure radiated an indescribable desolation. Once upon a time, their Bear Nation had been the most powerful country on Earth, virtually unrivaled. Yet now, they could only survive by relying on the very China they had once looked down upon. But that was the reality. They had no choice but to admit it. In this world today, the most powerful nation was, and remained, China alone. Will they honor the agreement? Su Qingran asked softly. Lin Xiao gazed toward the direction the delegation had departed, his dragon eyes deep and unfathomable. It doesn't matter. Ha? The girl tilted her head. Zhao Weiguo explained with a smile, we couldn't care less about that technology exchange. Today's negotiations had only one purpose, to make a statement to the entire world. China is willing to offer protection to other nations, requiring only a small price in return. Once word of today's events spreads, I'm certain many countries will proactively extend olive branches. Su Qingran nodded thoughtfully. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly, humanity must ultimately unite. Today's events mark the embryonic form of a great human alliance, one led by China. Su Qingran's eyes flickered slightly. Only now did she realize her own thinking had been too simplistic. Her focus had remained on superficial matters like technological exchange and tangible benefits. But Lord Shenlong had long since set his sights on the future of the human race. Could it be that the divine dragon sought to unite all humanity, abandoning the concept of nation-states, placing China at the pinnacle, and forging a great human alliance speaking with one unified voice? If so, then the entire planet would become Chinese territory. The thought struck her. Su Qingran's spirit soared, goosebumps rising all over his body. What an incredibly grand vision! Just as Su Qingran's heart surged with excitement, the base broadcast suddenly crackled. Emergency alert! A level 7 colossal beast, the sea demon whale, has been detected at the East Sea defense line. It is currently approaching the demon city. The shrill alarm pierced every corner of the Shenlong base. Red warning lights cast flickering shadows across everyone's faces as tension surged through the air like a rising tide. A level 7 colossus. This was the first level 7 colossus to appear since the full-scale invasion began. Level 6 beasts were already beyond their current capabilities to handle. They dared not imagine the sheer power of a level 7 beast. Zhao Weiguo's brow furrowed as he swiftly pulled up the satellite feed. On the screen, the East China Sea was shrouded in a massive shadow, vaguely revealing a colossal creature plowing through the waves. Its back rose like mountain ridges, each breath sending towering waves crashing skyward as terrifying whirlpools formed around it. Su Qingran flipped through the monster compendium compiled by Lin Xiao in her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly. Sea Demon Whale, Level 7 Aquatic Colossus. Length exceeds 1,800 meters. Masters ocean currents, capable of triggering 10,000-meter tsunamis. Carapace hardness rivals diamond. Her voice was soft, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. A Level 7 Colossus, a terror they had never faced before. Even Lin Xiao had never single-handedly slain an enemy of such magnitude. Chapter 68, Level 7 Colossus assails, Demon City's defenses in peril. Golden light swirled within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes, his gaze piercing like flames. The sea demon whale had appeared in his previous life too, though not this early. That time, the sea demon whale had nearly obliterated every coastal city in China. The sea surged inland for a full 500 kilometers, submerging vast tracts of land. China had paid a tremendous price to repel it. Unexpectedly, it had appeared so early this time. It seemed those cloaked figures were indeed sparing no effort in targeting China. Perfect timing. He would see for himself how his water law compared to that of a level 7 colossal beast which was stronger. Lin Xiao rose slowly. Qingran, come with me. General Zhao, take a squad of dragon scale guards to evacuate the coastal populace. The rest remain on standby. Lord Shunlong. Wang Meng exclaimed urgently, let me go too. My mecha may not be powerful, but at least it can distract. Level 7 beasts are beyond the capabilities of current mechs. Lin Xiao cut him off, his dragon tail swaying gently. Going would only increase casualties. Wang Meng tried to argue further, but Zhao Weiguo pressed down on his shoulder. The old general shook his head and murmured, carry out the order. Su Qingran took a deep breath and swiftly checked her equipment.
She looked up at Lin Xiao, her eyes reflecting both tension and resolve.
Lord Shenlong, I am ready.
Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. With a sweep of his dragon claw, a golden light enveloped the two. In the next instant, their figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, heading straight for the East Sea. Over the East Sea, ink-black clouds hung heavy. The once azure sea now glowed an eerie, sickly green, as if tainted by rotten paint. Waves no longer churned but moved like solidified jelly, slow, heavy, and viscous. Countless fish carcasses floated on the surface, stretching densely for tens of kilometers, forming a horrifying carpet of death. Their scales had lost their luster, bodies stiff as if life had been snatched away in an instant by some unnameable terror. The air thickened with the stench of decay and rot, the sea breeze carrying the scent of death as it swept over the coastal defenses. Yamata no Orochi coiled along the defensive line, its 8 heads twisting restlessly, 16 eyes fixed intently on the distant horizon. Its scales no longer shimmered, its eyes filled with terror. "We're done for. We're done for," murmured the head on the far left, its voice trembling. "Shut up." The largest head in the center roared, "The master will come. We just need to hold out." "Hold out? That's a level 7 colossal beast." The head on the right hissed, "Last time we encountered a level 6 colossus, we nearly got torn apart. This time." Before it could finish, the sea suddenly churned violently. Boom! A colossal black shadow burst through the water, unleashing a 100-meter-high tidal wave. It was a colossal beast over 1,800 meters long, a sea demon whale. Its skin was a rotting gray-green, covered in pus-filled sores and cracks oozing fluorescent green mucus. Its head bore no eyes, only a gaping maw filled with spiraling fangs, each breath expelling corrosive toxic mist. The most terrifying feature was its back. Countless twisted tentacles sprouted from its back, each ending in a miniature human face. Those faces emitted piercing wails, as if enduring eternal agony. Roar! The sea demon whale's roar echoed like the wails of 10,000 ghosts. The sound waves swept in, instantly shattering the coastal defenses. Concrete shattered, steel twisted, and several dragon scale guard warriors who failed to dodge in time were knocked to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi screamed in terror simultaneously. "Run! Run now!" The most timid head thrashed wildly, desperate to turn and flee. "We cannot run," roared the largest head. "Our master commanded us to hold this position. Fleeing is certain death. If we don't run, we die now," wailed another head in despair. The sea demon whale had already noticed the Yamata no Orochi. It slowly turned its head, its eyeless face staring at the Yamata no Orochi. The human faces on its tentacles shrieked in unison, their voices piercingly shrill. "It's over. It saw us." Yamata no Orochi stiffened. The sea monster's tentacles suddenly extended, striking the Yamata no Orochi like lightning. All or nothing. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of venom, corrosive black mist, and psychic shockwaves. Yet. Put. 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 The tentacles pierced through the Yamata no Orochi's defenses with ease, driving deep into its body. Aya. Yamata no Orochi's agonized screams echoed across the coast as its body was hoisted high by the tentacles, blood raining down like a storm. The sea demon whale's tentacles began devouring its flesh and blood, the serpent's scales turning ashen at a visible pace. "Master, save me." Its consciousness faded, its 8 heads drooping lifelessly. Just as the Yamata no Orochi was about to be completely devoured. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar rent the heavens. Golden light cleaved through the clouds as a sapphire and gold figure plummeted like a falling star. Boom! Lin Xiao's dragon claw struck the sea demon whale's tentacle with brutal force, snapping it clean off. Yamata no Orochi crashed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life, yet its eyes blazed with wild delight. "Master, you have finally come." Lin Xiao offered no reply. His dragon eyes blazed with intense golden flames, fixed intently on the sea demon whale. "A mere 7th rank dares to trespass?" Sensing the threat, the sea demon whale opened its massive jaws, spewing a corrosive cloud of poisonous mist. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon maw opened, unleashing a torrent of blindingly white, apocalyptic dragon flames. Boom! The toxic mist collided with the dragon flames, erupting in a deafening roar. The coastline collapsed under the energy shockwave, seawater evaporated, revealing the parched seabed. The sea demon whale let out an agonized roar. Its skin was scorched black by the dragon flames, pus-filled boils bursting open, spattering viscous fluid everywhere. Roar! The sea demon whale unleashed a thunderous roar, its sound waves churning a 1,000-meter-high tidal wave that surged toward the shoreline. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed as his colossal form abruptly blocked the wave's path. "Water control!" He barked the command, thrusting his dragon claws forward. The towering wave froze mid-air, halted as if by an invisible barrier. "Qingran, cover the civilians' evacuation." Lin Xiao's voice echoed in Su Qingran's mind. Su Qingran nodded, her form darting toward the shore like a swallow. Her hands formed seals, and the moisture in the air rapidly condensed into an icy wall, carving out a safe passage for the fleeing people. Its attack thwarted, the sea demon whale's crimson eyes flashed with savagery.
It plunged into the deep sea, its form vanishing into the darkness. Oh no, it's going to unleash a tsunami. Su Qingran cried out in alarm.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed sharply as he sensed the energy beneath the sea gathering with frenzied intensity. Without hesitation, he charged toward the surface, plunging his dragon claws into the water, dragon soul true form. A 500-meter-long, fully formed dragon body blazed with dazzling light. Lin Xiao's dragon scales transformed into crimson gold, and his horns shone like a radiant crown. With a sudden surge of power, he lifted the entire sea, forming a towering counterwave that collided head-on with the tsunami unleashed by the sea demon whale. Chapter 69, Slaying the Level 7 Colossus, Searching for the Undersea Lair. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, the heavens and earth paled in comparison. The shockwave swept across a 100-mile radius, tearing apart the clouds and causing the sea surface to collapse into a colossal vortex. When the chaos subsided, Lin Xiao floated in the air, silently observing the sea demon whale across from him. A hint of mockery flickered within the golden trees. Seems your water manipulation skills aren't all that impressive after all. A flicker of fear crossed the sea demon whale's eyes. This was the strongest enemy it had ever faced since its birth. Yet it did not retreat, instead growing even more ferocious. Roar! It plunged deep beneath the surface, and in the next instant, the entire sea erupted. Countless tentacles burst through the surface, closing in on Lin Xiao like an inescapable net. Each tentacle carried devastating power, causing space itself to warp faintly in its wake. Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Destroy! He swung his dragon claw, summoning the thunder of heaven and earth. Crash! 9 purple bolts of thunder struck simultaneously, each hitting a tentacle with pinpoint accuracy. The sea demon whale's tentacles exploded in the lightning flashes, yet it remained alive, twisting its body even more frantically. Lin Xiao pressed his advantage, opening his dragon maw wide as a column of intensely concentrated, white-hot light erupted forth. Heaven-scorching dragon flame! The beam pierced the sea demon whale's skull, its momentum unabated as it cleaved the colossal creature clean in two. Roar! The sea demon whale let out its final wail as its body slowly sank into the depths. The sea surface regained its calm as the dark clouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again cascade down. Lin Xiao retracted his dragon aura and landed beside the Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads lifted with effort, their eyes filled with relief at having survived the ordeal. Master! I didn't run. Lin Xiao's dragon claw gently pressed against its wound. Dragon power surged in, and the injury healed at a visible pace. Well done. Those 4 simple words brought tears to all 8 of the Yamata no Orochi's heads. Master! I will strive even harder from now on. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. The sea gradually calmed. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, spreading across the waves like a golden veil. Evaporated moisture condensed into a delicate rainbow arching across the entire bay. Lin Xiao hovered mid-air, his dragon eyes scanning the giant beast's remains floating on the sea surface. The sea demon whale's body, cleaved in two by dragon flames, sank slowly. Its dark green blood stained the sea for miles around, releasing a pungent, fishy stench. Splash! A crystal core the size of a house rose from the blood-stained waters, shimmering with a dazzling blue light under the sun. Pure energy ripples caused the surrounding sea to shimmer, starkly contrasting the beast's hideous exterior. Lin Xiao made a clawing motion with his dragon claw, and the crystal core flew through the air to land before him. He examined the rare 7th-grade crystal core closely, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He vaguely recalled that the sea demon whale from his previous life didn't look like this. At the very least, it hadn't been so hideous and unappetizing. Strange. The crystal core's surface was smooth as a mirror, its internal energy pure and free of any impurities, utterly unlike the twisted, mutated body of the sea demon whale. Through the translucent crystal core wall, one could even discern the crystallized patterns of rules within. Those were energy veins only a level 7 colossus could form. Master! The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi vied to express their adoration. You're incredible! That was a level 7 colossal beast. You took it down in one strike. I always knew you were unmatched under heaven. Lin Xiao ignored the flattery, instead pointing his dragon claw at the sinking colossal beast's corpse. Have you ever seen a level 7 colossal beast like this? All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi turned toward the sea monster whales remained simultaneously, their expressions filled with disgust. Ugh, it's hideously ugly. Those pus-filled boils make my skin crawl. Back when I served as the guardian beast of the land of cherry blossoms, the level 7 beasts I encountered were far more majestic than this. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched lightly. Elaborate. The largest serpent head in the center cleared its throat, adopting an air of profound knowledge. Under normal evolution, a level 7 colossal beast should approach perfection. Take the 8-tailed earth dragon I encountered beneath Mount Fuji. Its body gleamed like jade, and its 8 tails could trigger earthquakes. Lin Xiao nodded. So this sea demon whale is abnormal? The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi exchanged glances. The smallest one timidly spoke up, Master. I suspect it was deliberately modified into this state by them. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly.
The crystal core in his claw was suddenly enveloped by a ball of white flame. The crystal core rotated slowly within the flames, revealing fine black patterns on its surface. Clearly, these were traces of deliberate contamination. Just as I suspected, Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Fearing I'd devour these beasts to gain power, they deliberately made these creatures hard to swallow? He clenched his dragon claw, causing the white flames to surge violently, incinerating the black patterns completely. The crystal core instantly became more translucent, its energy fluctuations growing increasingly intense. Master. The Yamata no Orochi gazed longingly at the crystal core, all 8 heads swallowing simultaneously. Lin Xiao shot at a glance. Want it? All 8 heads nodded frantically, then froze abruptly, shaking in unison. No, no, no. This is Master's spoils of war. At least you have some sense. Lin Xiao stowed the crystal core away, then swept his dragon tail to haul the colossal corpse of the sea demon whale out of the water. The corpse floated mid-air, strands of viscous fluid stretching from ruptured abscesses. As they dripped into the sea, they emitted a hissing, corrosive sound. Lin Xiao examined the hideous carcass closely, noting its internal organs were completely dislocated and its bones twisted and deformed, resembling a child's haphazardly assembled clay toy. What a painstaking effort, he sneered coldly. White flames ignited on his dragon claws, reducing the corpse to ashes. The Yamata no Orochi watched the scene, all 8 heads simultaneously shrinking back. This did not seem like ordinary dragon flame, it was primordial fire imbued with the power of the laws themselves. Master. It asked cautiously, have you grown stronger again? Lin Xiao didn't answer directly, instead raising his dragon claw. A ball of white-hot flame pulsed in his claw's palm. Though seemingly gentle, it caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. Flame laws, a glimpse of the gateway. These simple 8 words struck the Yamata no Orochi like a thunderbolt. Eyes on all 8 heads widened in shock, 4 tons forgotten. Law. Law. As an ancient beast that had lived for millennia, it understood the weight of those 2 words all too well. It represented power that touched the very source of the world, the hallmark of true might. Even in the era when she cultivators roamed the land, those who grasped the laws were as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns. See, congratulations, master, it stammered, all 8 heads bowing low in the most reverent posture. Lin Xiao extinguished the flames and gazed toward the distant horizon. I have a task for you. The Yamata no Orochi instantly straightened its body. Master, command me. Follow the path this beast came. Lin Xiao's voice was calm yet unquestionable, and find their lair. All 8 heads froze simultaneously. The smallest one even began to tremble. Master. Are you saying you want me to go to their lair? Chapter 70, Humanity's last hope lies in China. Any objections? Lin Xiao shot at a sidelong glance. And no. No problem. The largest head quickly affirmed, but then weakly added, it's just, what if there are level 7 beasts in their lair too? Lin Xiao scoffed. You think level 7 beasts grow on trees? His dragon claw flickered, sending a speck of golden light into the Yamata no Orochi's forehead. This mark will grant you 3 lives. Report immediately upon discovering the lair. Do not act rashly. Feeling the warm energy in its brow, the Yamata no Orochi gained confidence. All 8 heads lifted, vowing solemnly. Master, rest assured. I will complete the mission. Finding a nest? Piece of cake. We'll even find out the color of their underwear. Lin Xiao ignored its wisecracks and turned to leave, but paused. Remember, if you encounter the cloaked figures, run. Run without looking back. The Yamata no Orochi blurted out, all 8 heads nodding vigorously. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The azure dragon's body shot skyward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Only after the dragon's silhouette vanished completely did the Yamata no Orochi exhale a long sigh. The 8 heads exchanged glances. The smallest one wore a mournful expression. Big brother, are we really going to look for it? The largest head whipped its tail at it. Of course. Didn't you see that burst of flame from our master just now? Do you want to be roasted into snake jerky? It turned to gaze into the deep, dark sea. For once, all 8 heads shared the same expression. Serious. Let's go, brothers. Finish the task early so we can come back and eat roast duck. With that, it plunged into the sea, its massive serpentine body swiftly vanishing into the azure depths. The sea surface returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the drifting ashes and the lingering rainbow bore witness to the earth-shattering battle that had just unfolded. Yet while tranquility returned here, the internet erupted in a storm. Almost simultaneously with the battle's conclusion, the Chinese government released high-definition footage of the clash. The footage showed Lin Xiao's dragon form obscuring the sky, dragon flames scorching the heavens and boiling the sea. The sea demon whale's tentacles exploded in flashes of lightning before a blinding pillar of light pierced its skull. The entire sequence lasted mere minutes, yet its sheer spectacle left viewers breathless. Though netizens had grown accustomed to witnessing the majestic power of China's divine dragons, this spectacle still stirred their hearts. For this was an officially classified level 7 colossus, a true world-ending beast, yet it had been slain with such apparent ease by the Chinese divine dragon. Who could remain unmoved by such a sight?
especially those from other nations who sighed in despair upon seeing their own countries suffer heavy losses from a mere level 5 colossus. Weibo, Twitter, Facebook. Global social media platforms exploded in an instant. Hashtag China's Divine Dragon slays level 7 colossus hashtag. Hashtag Shanghai Waters witness epic battle hashtag. Hashtag Divine Dragon's might unmatched worldwide hashtag. The comments sections went wild. Chinese netizen A, holy crap. A level 7 colossus taken down in an instant? The Divine Dragon is freaking awesome. Voice cracking. Chinese netizen B, see that? This is our guardian deity. Other nations can only envy. Japan netizen, why does our Yamada no Orochi only devour humans, while China's Divine Dragon protects the homeland? Teary-eyed. American netizen, FCK. Our Iron Patriot mechs can't even handle level 5 beasts, yet China's dragon casually crushes level 7? Netizen from the Three Kingdoms, is China still accepting immigrants? I'd renounce my nationality to become Chinese just to seek the Divine Dragon's protection. The video's view count skyrocketed at an alarming rate, surpassing 5 billion views within just 1 hour, setting a global internet record. But what truly stunned the world was the explosive news that followed. Bear Nation announces joining Human Alliance, recognizing China as supreme leader. Bear Nation, temporary Supreme Command Headquarters. Pugji, Supreme Executive of Bear Nation, stood before the cameras, his expression grave as he read a statement. In light of the escalating global megafauna crisis and to ensure the survival of human civilization, Bear Nation resolves to establish the Human Survival Alliance with China, recognizing China as the alliance's leading nation. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet every word carried weight. Effective immediately, Bear Nation will engage in comprehensive cooperation with China across military, technological, and resource domains to jointly counter the colossal beast threat. The declaration sent shockwaves across the globe. The Bear Nation, that warrior race that once dared challenge the United States, had publicly declared submission to China? Everyone knew the might of the Bear Nation. Though past its peak, a starving camel still outstrips a horse. They had always prided themselves as a warrior nation, claiming to bow to no one. Yet now, they openly declared their allegiance to China. This signal signifies that China's status on this planet is now unshakable. Not even the United States can challenge it. China, Shenlong Base Conference Room. General Zhao Weiguo watched the live feed on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ivanov sure moves fast. Agreement signed yesterday, official announcement today. Su Qingran held a cup of hot tea and blinked. They've been backed into a corner, haven't they? Wang Mang grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. You bet. Heard another section of the Siberian front collapsed last night, with over 100,000 casualties. If they don't find a patron soon, the Bear Nation might not make it through this month. Lin Xiao sat enthroned in the main seat, golden light swirling in his dragon-like eyes as he remarked calmly, they're smart. They know this is their only option. Zhao Weiguo nodded, projecting a set of data into the air. Per the agreement, Bear Nation will first return 400,000 square kilometers of outer northeast territory as a gesture of goodwill. Subsequent negotiations will gradually address the sovereignty of other disputed regions. He paused, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Most crucially, their military command authority will be integrated into China's unified command structure. In other words, from this day forward, the Bear Nation's military will answer to us. Silence fell over the conference room as every head straightened involuntarily. Once upon a time, China struggled to survive under the suppression of Western powers. And now, even a colossus like the Bear Nation was forced to bow its head in submission. The international community was thrown into utter chaos. The Bear Nation's declaration detonated like a nuclear bomb, unleashing a tidal wave of shock throughout the global political arena. In the United States, beneath the ruins of the Pentagon, Williams slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen. Damn those Russian bastards. Betraying the free world and bowing down to China? Defense Secretary Robert wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Sir, this is no time for anger. Our intelligence indicates that Gallia, Italy, and other nations are also secretly engaging with China. What? Williams leapt to his feet, his gray-blue eyes blazing with fury. Robert gave a bitter smile. They all wish to join the Human Alliance. Williams' face darkened, his molars grinding so hard they nearly shattered. Those damned traitors. Once upon a time, the most powerful nation on this planet was the United States, and the strongest alliance was the one led by the United States. But ever since the Chinese dragon emerged, ever since the colossal beasts began invading, everything changed. The mightiest nation had become China, and the strongest human alliance now followed its lead. The United States had become nothing more than a minor ripple in the annals of history. If he didn't make a move soon, the United States risked being utterly abandoned, even forgotten. Williams recalled the Statue of Liberty under construction in the underground base, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Go notify everyone to convene a meeting. We too must form an alliance. This planet can only have one voice, that of the United States. Robert stared at Williams, who seemed to have descended into madness. He opened his mouth, hesitated. In the end, he said nothing, merely nodding. Understood.
I'll notify them immediately. Chapter 71, Journey to Mars, Seeking the Legacy of Ancient Ancestors. Bali, Élysée Palace. President Macron of Gaul was convening an emergency cabinet meeting. Gentlemen, the Bear Nation has made its choice. What about us? His voice was low as he surveyed the room. The foreign minister took a deep breath. Mr. President, the reality is brutal. Our de Gaulle Corps has suffered over 60% casualties and the Bali defense line is teetering on collapse. Without external aid. He trailed off, but every person present understood the unspoken conclusion. Macron remained silent for a long moment before slowly lifting his head. Contact the Chinese embassy. Tell them. Gaul is willing to join the alliance as a partner. Tokyo, temporary shelter. Yamada Ichiro, acting Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, watched the news on television, his hands trembling slightly. Even the Bear Nation has. He turned and barked at his assistant, contact China immediately. Tell them we're willing to give up everything just for a chance to join the alliance. Such reactions were playing out in other nations as well. If even Bear Nation had yielded, what justification did they have to hold out? Clearly, this human alliance led by China represented humanity's last hope. If they didn't seize this chance to pledge their allegiance now, it might be too late later. But just as they prepared to act, they received an invitation from the United States. This instantly placed them in a dilemma. This was a choice of allegiance. Choosing the wrong side could spell utter ruin. None dared to make a rash move. Yet the revelry within China remained undisturbed, with celebrations continuing unabated. Hashtags like #HumanityAlliance, #BearNationSubjugation, and #ChinaRise dominated the top 10 trending topics. A prominent influencer posted, from 1840 to 2023 183 years of trials and tribulations. Today, we finally witness China standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. Image, a dragon's shadow spiraling around the earth. The post instantly garnered over 1 million reposts, with the comments section flooded with tearful responses. I have no regrets for being born in China. Our fallen heroes, do you see this? China has its dragon, national fortune thrives. I'm moved to tears seeing our nation's peace and prosperity today. Shenlong Base, Observatory. Lin Xiao leaned against the railing, his dragon eyes reflecting the dazzling starry sky. Su Qingran stood beside him, gazing up at the dazzling expanse of stars. Her eyes, reflecting the starlight, shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Lord Shenlong, what are you thinking? She asked softly, her voice flowing like a clear spring, gentle yet tinged with curiosity. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the sky, his dragon eyes reflecting the starlight. He raised his dragon claw slightly, pointing toward a crimson star in the heavens, and said softly, I am observing Mars. Mars? Su Qingran followed his gaze, her brows furrowing slightly in confusion. Is there something on Mars that merits your attention? Isn't it a barren wasteland? There shouldn't be anything there. Her words trailed off abruptly. The girl whipped her head around, eyes wide, her pale pink lips trembling slightly. Wait. When you said you were going out, you wouldn't be talking about going to Mars, would you? Lin Xiao turned his head, the sun and moon revolving within his dragon eyes. He didn't answer directly, only lifting the corners of his mouth in a meaningful smile. That expression made Su Qingran's heart race. She knew Lord Shenlong's habits all too well. Whenever he wore that look, it signaled something momentous was about to unfold. Su Qingran stepped forward, her voice urgent. Lord Dragon, why are you going to Mars? It's far too dangerous. Lin Xiao turned his head, golden light swirling in his dragon eyes as he spoke slowly. On Mars lies the answer left behind by ancient humans. Ancient humans? Su Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. They went to Mars? Lin Xiao's gaze returned to the starry sky, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Do not underestimate the wisdom and power of ancient humanity. What we see is merely a fragment of history. The true ancient pioneers possessed power far beyond our imagination. Even I know little about them. Su Qingran stared at him blankly, her mind racing with countless thoughts. She recalled ancient texts she'd read, the mythical figures described within, the legendary abilities said to pierce heaven and earth. Could it all be true? Seeing her lost in thought, Lin Xiao continued, have you noticed that these colossal beasts appearing now all have prototypes or parallels in the classic of mountains and seas? The word struck Su Qingran like a bolt of lightning. Her body trembled slightly, goosebumps spreading from her arms to her back. She murmured, no wonder those beasts look so familiar. They truly existed once. The classic of mountains and seas isn't mythology, it's history? Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. Clever. This simple affirmation made Su Qingran's nose sting. She suddenly realized that the tales dismissed as strange legends were likely warnings written in blood and tears by our ancestors. The legacy from Mars, can it help us fight the beasts? She lifted her face, her eyes sparkling with hope. Lin Xiao nodded, his dragon tail swaying gently. The classic of mountains and seas is not fiction, but ancient people's records of the real world. Those sealed beasts have now awakened once more, and on Mars, perhaps lies the secret of how humanity fought them back then. Su Qingran's breathing quickened. She steadied herself before asking. But Mars is so far from Earth. How will you get there? And, is it truly safe?
Lin Xiao smiled. With my current abilities, traversing the void is no challenge. As for safety, danger and opportunity coexist. It's worth the risk. Su Qingran bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. She knew she couldn't dissuade Lord Shenlong, but Mars was so far away. What if? May I accompany you? She asked, gathering her courage. Lin Xiao turned his head, his dragon eyes meeting hers directly.
It's dangerous there. I'm not afraid. Su Qingran stood tall, the dragon horn between her brows glowing faintly. I can control the laws of water now. I won't slow you down.
Lin Xiao said nothing, only watching her silently. Su Qingran slowly lowered her head, her voice muffled as if holding back some emotion.
Lord Dragon, please be careful. China needs you.
Lin Xiao looked at her, his gaze softening slightly.
Rest assured, I'll return as soon as possible. In the meantime, you and Wang Meng must protect China. Su Qingran nodded firmly, a glimmer of tears welling in her eyes before she stubbornly held them back. She took a deep breath and forced a faint smile. When you return, I'll treat you to Peking duck.
Lin Xiao laughed heartily, then added softly. I'll be gone no more than 7 days.
If anyone asks during that time, just tell them I'm in seclusion.
With that, Lin Xiao took out a piece of dragon scale and handed it to Su Qingran. If any urgent matters arise during these 7 days, use this dragon scale to contact me.
I'll return as quickly as possible.
With that, he cast one final glance at Earth's silhouette before his azure gold dragon form slowly rose into the sky, scales shimmering brilliantly beneath the starlight.
Wait for me to bring back the answer.
With that, his form dissolved into a streak of light, piercing through the clouds and streaking toward Mars.
Chapter 72, Conquer Mars, pass 3 trials to claim the legacy.
Su Qingran stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at the fading streak of light. In her heart, she silently prayed.
Xiao Mo, you must return safely.
After a long while, she slowly lowered her gaze to the dragon scale in her hand.
Mysterious patterns shimmered across its surface.
Its touch was neither cold nor warm, but pulsed with a lifelike rhythm. It felt as though the heartbeat of Lin Xiao was beating against her palm. Su Qingran pressed the dragon scale solemnly against her chest, her gaze as resolute as if guarding her own life. At that very moment, Lin Xiao, breaking through the atmosphere, was experiencing something unprecedented. His dragon form automatically adjusted to the vacuum, scales seeping a pale golden energy membrane that enveloped his entire body. The azure earth shrank beneath him as the starry expanse ahead grew ever clearer. Without air resistance, his speed accelerated relentlessly, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever.
The divine dragon's form seemed inherently adapted to the cosmic environment.
This is space. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly. In his previous life as a mecha pilot, he had dreamed of soaring through space, yet never imagined it would come to pass in this manner. He attempted to turn in the void, watching the moon sweep past him, its cratered surface reflecting a cold glow in the sunlight. Without pausing, Lin Xiao adjusted his course and soared toward Mars's striking crimson glow. He felt the energy within him surge with heightened vitality in the vacuum, as if the cosmos itself were the divine dragon's natural habitat. The dragon's tail swayed gently, creating ripples in the void that propelled him forward at unimaginable speeds.
As he drew nearer, Lin Xiao noticed numerous strange fragments drifting through space.
Some resembled spacecraft wreckage, while others clearly did not belong to human technology. What caught his attention most was a peculiar, massive boulder covered in runes strikingly similar to those found in the Changbai Mountain incubation facility. Indeed, their traces are on Mars. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes, his speed increasing rather than slowing. As Mars' outline gradually enlarged in his field of vision, Lin Xiao was astonished to discover faint, regular geometric patterns visible across the planet's surface. Viewed from space, these patterns formed a colossal formation spanning half the planet. The great array of the heavenly stars. Lin Xiao recalled the words of the Yamata no Orochi, his heart trembling with awe. To use stars as array eyes and continents as array bases, what immense power was required. The cultivation level of those ancient chi refining masters must have far surpassed his own current realm. Setting his course toward Mount Olympus, Lin Xiao dove downward. As he neared the Martian surface, he suddenly felt a powerful repulsive force. This must be the defensive mechanism of the Great Formation. Lin Xiao immediately channeled his internal energy. His left eye blazed like the sun, his right eye shone like the moon. The extraordinary spectacle of sun and moon shining together manifested around the dragon's head. Space trembled, and the repulsive force abruptly vanished. Replacing it was a gentle pulling force, guiding him to land on a platform on the eastern slope of Olympus Mons. As Lin Xiao touched down, ancient Chinese characters automatically appeared on the rock beneath the dragon's claw. He who sees the sun and moon shining together may enter this gate. At the platform's center stood a circular altar engraved with intricate celestial charts. As Lin Xiao approached, the patterns on the altar lit up one by one, eventually projecting the ethereal image of an elderly man in white robes at its center. 3,000 years, at last, the inheritor has arrived. The voice of the elder echoed directly within Lin Xiao's mind. I am a fragment of the divine consciousness of Guangchengzi, having guarded this place until now.
Lin Xiao's heart trembled. Guang Changzi, the ancient powerhouse mentioned by the Yamata no Orochi, one whose sword could cleave a continental shelf. He must be the guardian of the scriptures, right? Elder, Lin Xiao addressed respectfully, I have come to confront the monstrous beasts from the foreign lands and seek your legacy. Guang Chengzi's ethereal form gave a slight nod. You bear the dragon vein yet possess a human heart, truly an anomaly. Yet having passed the first trial, you qualify to receive partial inheritance. With a flick of his sleeve, the altar cracked open, revealing a suspended ancient sword. Its blade was transparent as crystal, yet within it seemed to flow a river of stars. This is the heaven-questioning sword, containing the first 3 volumes of the Taishu scripture. Master it, and you shall command the laws of space, traversing dimensions. Guang Chengzi continued, yet to obtain the complete text, you must pass 3 more trials. Elder, what are these 3 trials? He asked respectfully. Guang Chengzi's ethereal form grew increasingly elusive under the starlight, his white robes fluttering without wind. The ancient sage's features were indistinct, save for a pair of eyes bright as stars, seeming to pierce through the river of time. Are you certain you wish to face these 3 trials? Guang Chengzi's voice was not quite human, resonating directly within Lin Xiao's soul. Each trial carries the risk of annihilating both body and spirit. The sun and moon shimmered within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes, while his azure gold scales gleamed brilliantly beneath the crimson sky of Mars. Without hesitation, he declared. For Huaxia, for the human race I am certain. Guang Chengzi suddenly laughed. The laughter began softly, gradually growing louder until it shook the entire altar, whipping the surrounding dust into miniature whirlwinds. Well done. The laughter abruptly ceased, and Guang Chengzi's ethereal form solidified slightly. You have passed the first trial, the trial of the heart. Lin Xiaolong's beard twitched. What? The heart gate tests the true nature of the seeker, Guang Chengzi said, sweeping his sleeve. Never lose yourself to power, never yield to tyranny, and always uphold the duty of protection. That is the true meaning of the heart gate. Lin Xiao stood stunned. He hadn't expected that merely stating his stance would inadvertently see him pass the first trial. Guang Chengzi's gaze grew profound, the second gate, the gate of strength. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the altar suddenly sank, revealing a circular platform 100 meters in diameter. The platform's surface was engraved with intricate runes. At Guang Chengzi's gesture, all the runes simultaneously glowed blue. Step onto it, Guang Chengzi commanded. This trial tests your mastery over strength. Lin Xiao soared into the air and landed at the platform's center. The instant his 4 claws touched the surface, the runes on the platform began to spin wildly. A phantom figure identical in form to him rose from the ground, gradually solidifying. What is this? Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. The creature before him possessed a lapis lazuli dragon body identical to his own, down to the exact patterns on its scales. The only difference lay in its eyes. Instead of the sun and moon, 2 pitch-black whirlpools swirled within its dragon pupils. Your mirror image, Guang Chengzi drifted back to the edge of the platform. It possesses all your abilities and memories, including the laws. As if to prove his words, a white flame suddenly ignited at the tip of the mirror image's claw. It was the very law fire Lin Xiao had mastered not long ago. Defeat it, or be defeated by it. Guang Chengzi's voice echoed from afar. Remember, under the gravity of the Mars-like planet, every movement you make will be 3 times slower than on Blue Star. Before Lin Xiao could process the warning, the mirror image launched its attack. Boom! An identical burning heaven dragon flame surged toward him. Lin Xiao sidestepped to evade, only to realize his movements were indeed slower than usual. Mars' gravity differed from Blue Star's, completely disrupting his muscle memory. The dragon flame grazed his left wing, instantly charring the scales black. Lin Xiao sucked in a sharp breath, not from pain, but from shock at the mirror image's predictive ability. It seemed to anticipate every single one of his thoughts. Don't command your body with thought, Guang Chengzi's warning drifted to him. Use instinct. Instinct? Lin Xiao narrowly dodged another claw strike from the mirror image. His dragon tail swept out, but the opponent leapt over it effortlessly. 2 colossal dragon forms danced across the platform, dragon flames and thunder intertwining, blasting deep craters into the ancient stone surface. Chapter 73, Embracing the Chinese Legacy. This ring is named Torch. Thud. Lin Xiao was struck in the chest by a tail swing, sent flying backward, and barely halted at the edge of the platform. A metallic taste filled his throat as pale golden dragon blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The mirror image did not press its advantage, instead halting in place. Its black, vortex-like eyes fixed on him coldly, as if mocking him. Lin Xiao stared back, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. Even when battling a 7th-level colossal beast, he had never felt this way. Even if an 8th-level colossus appeared, Lin Xiao believed he could still put up a fight. If he gave everything he had, slaying it might not be impossible. But now, Lin Xiao felt he had encountered an enemy he could never defeat. Because the enemy he faced was himself. Lin Xiao's expression grew grave. He had never imagined himself to be this powerful. This was a good thing, but for the present moment, it was an extremely awkward situation. He found it difficult to defeat himself. It was like asking how one could lift oneself.
The answer was obvious, it was impossible.
Instinct.
Lin Xiao's mind returned once more to Guang Chengxi's words.
What did instinct mean? Was Guang Chengxi telling him to fight by instinct?
But in a battle of this caliber, relying solely on instinct,
could he truly overcome himself? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Xiao's mind in that instant.
Gazing at the mirror image looming across from him, a sudden realization dawned on him. Lin Xiao seemed to grasp Guang Chengxi's meaning. He relied too heavily on mental calculations, with every movement requiring conscious judgment. Yet the mirror image could directly read these thoughts, making such deliberation a hindrance. If he fought purely on instinct, unfettered, unconstrained, flowing naturally like a master's touch, then, could the mirror image no longer predict his actions? Instinct. Lin Xiao closed his dragon eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the illusory images of sun and moon spun wildly within his pupils.
Lin Xiao ceased all thought, surrendering his body entirely to battle instincts honed through countless trials. Swish! His figure blurred, reappearing behind the mirror image in the next instant.
His dragon claws struck straight for the opponent's back.
The mirror image spun hastily to block, yet still bore 3 deep gashes.
Effective! Lin Xiao's spirit surged. The rhythm of the battle shifted completely.
Lin Xiao abandoned all plans and premeditation. Each movement flowed like clouds in water, striking with unexpected precision as if an antelope's horn were perfectly placed.
The mirror image began making frequent mistakes, its wounds multiplying. But just as Lin Xiao was about to deliver the fatal blow, the mirror image suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of white light condensed to its absolute limit.
The Law Spear. Guang Chengxi's pupils contracted slightly.
Lin Xiao had no time to dodge, only managing to twist his body slightly. The beam pierced his right side, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bull. This was a technique even he had never attempted. It compressed the flame law to its absolute limit, forming an indestructible energy beam. The mirror image slowly advanced, its claws once again gathering white light. At this life or death moment, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes remained eerily calm. The excruciating pain in his right side felt like it was filtered through a veil. His entire consciousness was immersed in a profoundly mystical state. He saw it. He saw the deeper structure of the flame's law, the trajectories of energy flow, and a weakness. So that's how it is. Lin Xiao raised his uninjured left claw. White flames pulsed within its core, continuously contracting inward, growing brighter and smaller until they condensed into a pinprick-sized point of light. The mirrored law spear fired once more, and at the exact same moment, Lin Xiao flicked out that speck of white light. The two beams collided midair, yet no explosion erupted. Lin Xiao's light pierced through the mirror image's attack like a hot knife through butter, sinking straight into its forehead. The mirror image's movements abruptly froze. In the next instant, countless white lights erupted from its body. The entire dragon form shattered like porcelain, scattering into a sky filled with points of light.
Piercing the surface with a single point. Guang Chengxi's voice carried admiration.
In the depths of despair, you grasped a higher application of the laws. Lin Xiao rose, panting, the gash on his right side healing visibly before his eyes.
He looked at Guang Chengxi. The second gate, passed? Passed. Guang Chengxi nodded. The final gate, the gate of the Tao.
The altar shifted once more. The platform sank into the earth, replaced by a smooth, mirror-like stone wall. The stone wall bore no patterns, yet it reflected Lin Xiao's figure. Not the dragon form, but his human appearance from his previous life. This. Lin Xiao stared in shock at his reflection. There stood a young man in his 20s, clad in a mecha pilot suit, his face resolute yet tinged with a hint of youthfulness. This time, Lin Xiao was truly stunned. He had believed he would never see his former self again, yet here it was, revealed on Mars. And this was one of his deepest secrets. The look in Lin Xiao's eyes as he gazed at Guang Chengxi now held a hint of reverence. The power of the ancient ancestors was truly beyond imagination. They could even reveal his past life. Third trial, answer one question. Guang Chengxi's apparition drifted beside the stone wall. For what do you fight? Lin Xiao froze. The question seemed simple, yet it pierced straight to the core of his being. To protect Huaxia, he answered instinctively. The stone wall showed no reaction. To fight the colossal beast? Still no response. 4. Survival? The image on the stone wall began to blur instead. Guang Chengxi shook his head gently. No. The first 2 trials could be overcome by strength and will. This final trial requires you to confront your own Tao. He pointed at the stone wall. Look closely. You are both dragon and human, both guardian and avenger, seeking both survival and transcendence. How do you reconcile these contradictions? Lin Xiao stared at his reflection in the mirror, lost in deep thought. Just then, the scales on his chest suddenly grew scorching hot. This was Su Qingran contacting him through his dragon scales. Lord Dragon. The girl's urgent voice echoed directly within his mind. The beasts have launched a massive assault. They've unleashed several level 7 beasts. The South Sea defenses. Ah! The transmission abruptly cut off, ending with a piercing scream and a deafening explosion. Lin Xiao's scales bristled, the sun and moon in his dragon eyes nearly igniting. He snapped his gaze toward Guang Chengxi. Senior, I
I heard, Guangchengzi sighed. Blue Star is in peril. Lin Xiao's gaze hardened. Between the legacy and Huaxia, I must choose the latter. He turned to leave, but heard Guangchengzi say, wait. The old man's ethereal form suddenly solidified as he placed his hand upon the translucent ancient sword. You have passed 2 trials. By the rules, you may take the heaven-questioning sword in the first 3 volumes of the Taishu scripture. The blade emitted a clear, resonant dragon's roar and flew into Lin Xiao's grasp. The instant it touched him, a torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness. Fundamental applications of spatial laws, techniques for dimensional leaps, methods for condensing the power of the great void. Thank you, Elder. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude solemnly, integrating the ancient sword into his body. At that moment, Guangchengzi produced another ring. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly and examined it closely. The ring appeared simple and unadorned, its bronze-colored band set with a dull, gray crystal that looked like an ordinary object at first glance. But as he stared intently at the crystal, he saw endless starry rivers swirling within it. Each speck of light corresponded to the faint outline of a martial arts manual. Guangchengzi's ethereal form suddenly solidified slightly, his white hair stirring without wind. He gently stroked the ring's surface, his voice carrying a solemnity Lin Xiao had never heard before. This ring is named Torch of Legacy. Since the Battle of Zhulu, 972 Qi cultivators have sealed their life's work within it. Within lie the detailed explanation of the Great Celestial Array engraved by the Great Array Master Fengho, the 100 Herbs body tempering technique personally transmitted by Shinon, the Human Emperor Sword Manual of the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan, and other foundational cultivation methods. Lin Xiao's scales bristled instantly. Each of these names carried weight like 1,000 pounds. For they represented the very roots of Huaxia civilization. Gazing at the ring, Lin Xiao felt its weight crush him, making him hesitate to accept it. Chapter 74, Confronting 3 7th-tier monsters slain by 3 swords. Elder, Lin Xiao's voice carried a rare hesitation, such a weighty responsibility. Guangchengzi's spectral form suddenly drew near, his face which should have remained blurred now sharp and distinct down to the finest detail. Only then did Lin Xiao notice the old man's left eye bore a double pupil. Within its depths, 9 stars seemed to form a revolving sword formation. Do you know why you lost back then? Guangchengzi asked softly. Before an answer could come, 7 golden lights shot from the old man's sleeves, transforming mid-air into 7 blood-red scrolls. The first depicted Mount Buzhou collapsing, with countless Qi cultivators using their bodies as pillars to prop up the heavens. The second depicted Yu the Great, drenched in blood, nailing Shangliu to the foot of Mount Weiji. The final scroll depicted Guangchengzi himself, sword raised toward the heavens, while behind him, countless cultivators transformed into streaks of light, crashing into a writhing black shadow. Because we fought separately. Guangchengzi sighed, speaking slowly. The Zhili tribes hoarded their secrets, the Dongni lineage retreated, and even the Queen Mother of the West sealed the Yaoqi pool. Had someone united the 100 schools earlier, that battle might have held a sliver of hope. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with sudden understanding. No wonder the Qi cultivators were so powerful back then, yet still suffered such a crushing defeat. So internal divisions were the reason. Guangchengzi looked at Lin Xiao and said solemnly. You have reunited all of Huaxia, accomplishing a feat unprecedented in ancient times. This torch of wisdom, you are the most qualified to hold it. This time, Lin Xiao remained silent. He steadied his grip as he took the ring. The moment their touch connected, the cloud patterns on the band suddenly came alive, transforming into a small bronze dragon that coiled around his claw tip. A torrent of information flooded his consciousness. I will restore the brilliance of these traditions. Not only to confront the colossal beasts, but to make every soul in China rise like dragons. Lin Xiao's expression was equally solemn and earnest. Guangchengzi nodded gently, a relieved smile touching his lips. Well said. The torches passed on the Great Way is never alone. Then, Guangchengzi's ethereal form began to fade. Go now. Remember, the true Tao lies not in distant realms, but within your heart. On the day you truly comprehend the Tao, the remaining techniques of the Taishu Sutra will manifest of their own accord. My mission is complete. You may depart with peace of mind. May the human race be free from worry, may the mountains and rivers remain unharmed. As his words faded, Guangchengzi's form scattered like starlight, finally dissolving into nothingness. He became dust, merging completely with the land he had guarded for thousands of years. Lin Xiao cast one final glance at the human image etched upon the stone wall before turning resolutely away. His azure dragon form soared skyward, tracing a golden streak through Mars's thin atmosphere. This time, he held nothing back. The newly acquired spatial laws coursed through his body, propelling his speed beyond all limits. The journey there had taken Lin Xiao nearly 2 days, but on the return trip, he reached Blue Star in just 3 hours. South China Sea, the battlefield had become a living hell. 3 mountain-sized beasts advanced in a triangular formation. The vanguard, the abyssal demon whale, hovered mid-air. Its 800-meter-long body obscured the sky, its surface covered in festering, pus-filled tumors. Each ruptured growth released corrosive toxic mist, melting steel and iron into molten metal. Second defense line breached. Repeat, second defense line.
A hoarse shout echoed through the communicator, instantly drowned out by explosions. Su Qingran stood atop the shattered city walls, her ice crystal sword now only half intact, the dragon horn on her forehead dim and lifeless. Clearly, this signaled the exhaustion of her spiritual energy. Sister Qingran. Retreat. Wang Meng's flame wolf mech was missing an arm, its chest armor torn open by a gaping wound. The girl shook her head, channeling her last ounce of dragon power into the broken blade. Lord Shenlong said, "This place is ours to handle." Before she could finish, tentacles of the abyssal demon whale suddenly ripped through the air. Each tentacle was as thick as a warship, its surface covered in barbed spikes. Wang Meng roared, intercepting with the mech's remaining plasma cannon, only to be pierced through the chest by another tentacle. "You beast! Die!" Su Qingran leapt into the air, swinging the broken sword at the tentacle, only to be enveloped by a cloud of poisonous mist mid-strike. Her vision blurred instantly, leaving only the sound of her own frantic heartbeat. Is this the end? The girl fought in despair. In a daze, she seemed to see the sky torn apart by some force. Boom! A spatial fissure a kilometer wide bloomed above the battlefield. A sapphire gold dragon descended, enveloped in stellar energy, its roar shattering glass within a 10-mile radius. Lin Xiao's dragon claw swept lightly, severing the tentacle piercing through Wang Meng's mecha at its root. Lord Dragon! The surviving dragon scale guards let out a blood-curdling cheer. At this moment, even these iron-blooded warriors could not hold back their tears. They had believed the divine dragon lord had abandoned them, departed from Huaxia, plunging their hearts into profound despair. Now, witnessing the divine dragon's mighty return, how could they not be moved to tears? Lin Xiao didn't pause. With a flick of his dragon tail, he instantly materialized beside the falling Su Qingran, enveloping her gently with his spiritual energy. The toxic mist enveloping the girl hissed upon contact with the dragon's flame, instantly purified and vanishing without a trace. "I'm sorry. I came too late." Lin Xiao carried Su Qingran to safety, his dragon eyes sweeping across the battlefield. Wang Meng's mecha lay in a pool of blood, its cockpit ejected by the emergency escape system. Hundreds of dragon scale guard corpses piled beneath the city walls. Further away, the civilian shelter collapsed amidst the toxic mist. Rage boiled within him, and blinding golden light erupted from the gaps between Lin Xiao's dragon scales. He fixed his gaze on the three level 7 behemoths, his voice thunderous as a 1,000-pound bolt. "You are asking for death." The abyssal demon whale let out a taunting roar, all its fleshy growths swelling simultaneously as it prepared to unleash a deadly rain of venom. The other two beasts were the lava tyrant, resembling a molten giant, and the void ripper, an octopus-like creature. They too assumed offensive stances simultaneously. Lin Xiao sneered coldly as a translucent ancient sword materialized at his claw tip. This was the Heaven's Question sword gifted by Guan Chengzi, its blade rippling with the patterns of spatial laws. Perfect. Today, I'll use these three beasts to let this sword drink its fill of blood. Taishu's sword array, activate. With this command, the Heaven's Question sword split into 10,000 blades, forming an intricate array pattern in the void. Each sword shadow locked onto a single growth on the abyssal demon whale. The next instant. Whoosh! 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 A torrent of swords poured down. The growths exploded one after another, their venom swallowed by spatial fissures before it could spatter. The abyssal demon whale writhed in agony, its thrashing waves engulfing half the ruined city. Lin Xiao pressed his advantage, opening his dragon maw wide. Blazing dragon flames pierced the demon whale's skull, its momentum unabated as it pinned the beast to the ocean floor. The dying convulsions of the level 7 colossus triggered a tsunami, only to be crushed by Lin Xiao's single claw. The waves froze into ice sculptures, refracting rainbow hues in the sunlight. The first one, Lin Xiao sheathed the heaven questioning sword and turned his attention to the remaining two colossal beasts. At the critical moment, a familiar roar echoed from the sky. "Master! I come to aid you!" The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi emerged from the clouds. Venom, flames, frost, and 8 other assaults struck the lava tyrant simultaneously. Though unable to inflict substantial damage, they successfully disrupted its movements. Seizing this opening, Lin Xiao appeared above the Void Ripper's head with near teleportation speed. The heaven questioning sword pierced the vortex like maw, its runes blazing brightly. Taishu, boundary shatter. Sword light poured forth like a cascading galaxy, and the Void Ripper's body began to collapse from within. The second one. Lin Xiao's voice was soft, yet it echoed like thunder across the heavens and earth. The heaven's question sword was drawn from the Void Ripper's corpse. Its transparent blade bore not a single speck of blood, instead gleaming with heightened crystalline clarity. The space around the blade warped slightly, as if unable to withstand its sharpness. The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi remained frozen in mid-spit, venom still dripping from their fangs, tongues protruding as if they'd forgotten to retract. Having witnessed its master dispatch the formidable foe that had battled it for half a day with a single strike, all 8 brains simultaneously froze in shock. "What are you staring at?" Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail, pointing the blade directly at the lava tyrant. "Finish it." "Yes, sir." The Yamata no Orochi snapped out of its daze, all 8 heads turning toward the lava tyrant, their eyes flashing with savage intent. With its master backing it, what was there to fear?
Chapter 75, A Resounding Victory. The beautiful country's defenses shattered. You bastard. You were so cocky just now, weren't you? The largest head opened its mouth, spewing a torrent of acid. The lava tyrant, already cowed by Lin Xiao's dragon might, was now overwhelmed by 8 distinct elemental assaults pelting its face, throwing it into disarray.
Its molten body was constantly being corroded, frozen, and torn apart, emitting a teeth-grinding hiss. Lin Xiao remained uninvolved, hovering midair as his dragon claws gently caressed the heaven-questioning sword. This ancient divine weapon seemed to resonate with his intent, its blade trembling slightly as it emitted a clear, piercing hum. Taishu sword formation, Starfall. With this whispered command, the heaven-questioning sword shot from his claw, splitting into 9 blades midair. They arranged themselves according to the 9 palaces formation. Each sword shadow trailed star-like flames as they pierced the lava tyrant from multiple angles. Boom! The lava tyrant's body exploded from the inside out. Yamada no Orochi's attack missed its mark, its 8 heads colliding with each other in agony, teeth bared in pain. The third one, Lin Xiao announced calmly as he recalled the heaven-questioning sword. The entire battle lasted no more than 10 minutes. An eerie silence descended upon the battlefield. The surviving dragon scale guards stood amidst the ruins, faces caked in soot and blood, weapons still poised in combat stances. Their eyes widened as they stared at the azure gold figure in the sky, as if witnessing a miracle. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Long live the divine dragon. A deafening roar erupted, its thunderous wave nearly shaking the heavens themselves. Warriors wept and laughed, some kneeling to kiss the blood-stained earth, others clutching their heads in anguish, while countless more wildly waved tattered banners. The roller coaster of emotions plunging into despair, glimpsing hope, and finally achieving victory left them feeling as if they were still in a dream. This was what they meant by going from hell to heaven. Su Qingran dragged her weary body toward Lin Xiao. Her combat suit was torn in multiple places, revealing skin scorched by toxic mist beneath. The dragon horns on her forehead had lost their luster. Yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance, as if filled with starlight. "Welcome home, Lord Dragon," she whispered softly, a faint smile curving her lips. Lin Xiao shrank his dragon form and landed gently before her. His dragon claw brushed her forehead, channeling dragon energy to heal the horrific wounds. "You've been through so much." Su Qingran shook her head. It was nothing. Others might not realize it yet, but she knew all too well. The divine dragon's power had grown even stronger. It seemed the divine dragon had gained much from this journey to Mars. She felt genuinely pleased. Lin Xiao turned to the Yamada no Orochi, "Clear the battlefield. Collect all materials from the colossal beasts." "Aye." The 8 heads answered in unison, scampering toward the colossal beast's carcass. Finally, Lin Xiao gazed toward the distant Pacific Ocean, narrowing his dragon eyes. He could sense something watching them from there. United States Underground Command Center. Useless. All of you are useless. Administrator Williams roared furiously, his face flushed crimson with rage. The thought of the divine dragon of China reappearing, wielding a mysterious divine sword that swiftly dispatched 3 level 7 beasts, made him so furious he smashed several more sets of cups. When he'd learned 3 level 7 beasts were rampaging across China without the divine dragon's intervention, his inner joy knew no bounds. He had even envisioned the hope of the United States rising again. He had even prepared a press conference, waiting for the moment China suffered heavy losses to announce it. But then, who would have thought that the Chinese divine dragon would reappear, once again crushing the crisis with overwhelming might? Williams grabbed Dr. Morris by the collar, spittle flying as he shouted into his face. "That Chinese dragon grows ever stronger, while our Statue of Liberty remains unfinished. Tell me, how much longer will your experiment take?" Morris's glasses were askew, yet he maintained an eerie smile. "Your Excellency, science requires time." "Time?" Williams slammed him against the wall. "China is ting all over us. Do you know what they call us now? The sick man of North America." He released his grip and paced the room with growing agitation. "We must accelerate progress. Triple the number of test subjects for the Statue of Liberty project." "No, quintuple it." Morris adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "That means we'll need more volunteers." "Take them. Take them all." Williams waved his hands wildly. "Homeless, convicts, illegal immigrants. Do whatever it takes. I just want results." He activated the electronic screen displaying real-time footage of the ruins of American cities. A level 6 Colossus gnawed at the wreckage of the Statue of Liberty, while 3 Steel Patriot mechs watched from a distance, too afraid to approach. Look at what our country has become. And China. China's children are still going to school. Their stock markets are still trading. Even there, their pandas are still having cubs." Morris gazed out the window as another screen broadcast news from China. In the footage, a newborn cub at the Chengdu panda base clung affectionately to a keeper's leg, while tourists sipped tea leisurely in the background. The contrast was indeed heartbreaking. "I understand," Morris adjusted his white coat. "But let me remind you, accelerating the experiment means higher risks. The Statue of Liberty might go out of control. William stared at the fleeting dragon silhouette on the China screen, his eyes burning with a sickening fervor. As long as it's stronger than that dragon, who cares if it goes out of control? Deep within the Pacific Ocean, the colossal beast's incubation facility. No sunlight penetrated here, only eerie blue bioluminescence illuminated the bizarre nest. The walls were composed of some kind of living tissue, their surfaces covered in pulsating blood vessels. Countless giant beast follicles clung to them, writhing like tumors. 3 cloaked figures stood on the central platform, facing a floating light screen replaying Lin Xiao's slaying of the colossal beast. "The heaven-questioning sword," murmured the dwarf-like figure on the left, his voice deep and resonant. "I'm not mistaken, am I?" The leader in the center slowly nodded. "It is indeed the sword of Guangchangzi." "Impossible," the obese figure on the right shrieked. "Didn't we destroy that old man's legacy?" The leader raised his hand, freezing the projection at the moment Lin Xiao unleashed the Taishu sword formation. He enlarged the image, pointing to the intricate patterns on the blade. "Look here. He hasn't fully mastered the Taishu sword." Still troublesome enough, the dwarf-like black-robed man paced impatiently. "How many of our own did we lose back then to wipe out that group of chi cultivators? And now another heir has surfaced." The obese black-robed figure hesitated before murmuring, Should we report this to the Central Core?" "Shut up!" The leader suddenly roared, his voice filled with rage. "Do you think we haven't suffered enough punishment already?" Recalling the Central Core's methods, the other two shuddered simultaneously. The leader shut off the holographic display, his voice regaining its calm. "Advance the plan. Initiate the descent ceremony. Activate all stored level 7 embryos." "All of them," the dwarf-like figure in black robes gasped. "That would instantly drain 80% of the base's energy reserves." The leader in black robes replied gravely, "We must act immediately. Before he fully masters the inheritance, deploy all level 7 units to annihilate him in one decisive strike." The dwarf in black robes hesitated, saying nothing. At that moment, the obese black-robed figure spoke slowly. "Humans have never been a united species. Perhaps we can attempt to undermine them from within." "From within?" The leader froze, then pondered thoughtfully, "You mean?" The obese cloaked figure chuckled softly, his voice eerily calm. "That William's governor from the beautiful country is cornered. If we approach him now, do you think he'll refuse, or accept?" Chapter 76, Distributing Martial Arts Techniques, Passing the Torch, Ensuring Civilization Endures. Dragon Base, Top Floor Conference Room. The fading sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a crimson glow over the metal conference table. A heavy silence hung in the room, so thick that even the sound of breathing was audible. Lin Xiao sat commandingly in the main seat, his dragon eyes scanning each person present. General Zhao Weiguo's brow was furrowed. Wang Meng's right arm was in a cast, his left fist clenched so tightly it cracked. Su Qingran sat quietly in the corner, the dragon horns on her forehead dull and lifeless, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. The other dragon scale guard captains and mecha warriors all kept their heads bowed. Some stared at their scarred palms, others stroked their damaged weapons, while a few discreetly wiped moisture from their eyes. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressively heavy. "Casualty figures are in." Zhao Weiguo's voice was hoarse. 487 dragon scale guards killed, 1,023 severely wounded. The Mech Corps lost 42 Yanlang mechs and 89 pilots killed. "Civilians?" He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. "Civilian casualties exceed 50,000. The air instantly grew heavier, as if a mountain had settled on everyone's chest. This incident marked the heaviest losses suffered since the Huaxia behemoths first invaded. Though comparatively better than other nations, they still couldn't forgive themselves. Only now did they realize how utterly vulnerable their defenses were against level 7 beasts after Lord Shenlong's departure. Their once proud defenses crumbled before the level 7 colossus like children playing house, shattered with alarming ease. Thud! Wang Meng suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, tears welling in his eyes. "It's all my fault. If only I had been stronger back then, the East Sea defense line wouldn't have. No, it's my fault." Su Qingran lifted her head, her eyes reddened. "Lord Shenlong entrusted me with the dragon scales, yet I failed to request reinforcements in time." Zhao Weiguo removed his military cap, revealing graying temples. "My deployment was flawed. I underestimated the Colossus's attack route." The room grew chaotic as everyone scrambled to take blame. "Enough." Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced everyone. He swept his tail lightly, gliding from the main seat to the center of the room. His lapis blue scales shimmered with a metallic sheen in the setting sun. "I did not gather you here to hear self-criticisms." With a light tap of his dragon claw, a holographic projection unfolded in the air, replaying the entire sequence of the colossal beast's invasion. How 3 level 7 beasts breached the defenses, how civilians evacuated, how warriors fought to the death. Every detail was crystal clear. "Have you seen it clearly?" Lin Xiao shut off the projection. "This is not your fault." His gaze swept over the assembled men, his voice steady as a rock. 7th-tier beasts have begun to grasp the power of the laws. They are beyond your current capabilities. Even I would struggle to deal with them.
Wang Meng opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Xiao silenced him with a single glance.
But sun and moon reflections swirled within his dragon eyes. This does expose our weakness.
Huaxia relies too heavily on me alone.
Su Qingran snapped her head up, her lips trembling slightly.
Lord Shunlong.
The others lifted their heads as well, their gazes toward Lin Xiao tinged with shame. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly, therefore, it is time for change. He raised his dragon claw, revealing an ancient bronze ring in its palm. The ring's surface was engraved with intricate cloud patterns, its center set with a gemstone that resembled jade yet was not quite jade.
What do you think this is? A ring? Su Qingran ventured uncertainly.
The others nodded in agreement, puzzled as to why the Dragon Lord had suddenly produced this. Lin Xiao shook his head, his claw tip gently caressing the ring.
This is not merely a ring.
It is the legacy of Huaxia. Under the light, the cloud patterns on the bronze ring in Lin Xiao's claw seemed to flow like living creatures. This ring is called the Torch of Legacy. Lin Xiao's voice echoed through the conference room as his dragon claw gently rotated the ancient ring.
With his movement, the cloud patterns on the ring's surface began to shift, sometimes resembling undulating mountains, other times resembling swirling star rivers.
Originally called the Ring of Primordial Unity, it was forged by Guangchengzi from the essence of the stars traversing the heavens. After enduring the ancient wars, cultivators imbued it with their lifetime's knowledge and renamed it Torch of Wisdom, meaning
the flame of knowledge passed down, ensuring civilization endures.
His claw-like fingers tapped lightly, and the ring suddenly levitated, projecting a green light. Within the light screen, the ruins of Mars unfolded, towering altars, ancient stone walls, and the heaven-questioning sword.
The patterns you see are not mere decoration.
Each is a spatial rune carved by ancient masters themselves, 12,960 in total, unifying the primordial number. Su Qingran leaned forward unconsciously, a flicker of doubt crossing his clear eyes.
It is a spatial artifact? More than that.
Lin Xiao smiled. Ordinary spatial artifacts merely store items. But the torch ring contains a miniature world capable of sustaining living beings, with a distorted flow of time.
1 day outside equals 1 year within the ring.
These revelations had only come to him after receiving the inheritance. Guangchengzi hadn't mentioned these aspects back then, likely due to time constraints, or perhaps because he already knew the inheritance contained these elements and saw no need for further elaboration. Only today did Lin Xiao fully grasp that the ring in his hand was far more than just an heirloom of the sacred flame. It was a true treasure. A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. Wang Meng's eyes widened, nearly leaping from his chair. This is beyond belief. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. More importantly, it preserves the complete legacy of ancient qi cultivators. His claw tip lightly touched the gemstone, and the ring face instantly projected countless points of light, forming a vast sea of stars within the conference room.
Upon closer inspection, each star was the ethereal image of a scripture, radiating an ancient and powerful aura. The true art of mystic ice, the supreme water elemental scripture.
Lin Xiao pointed to an ice blue light. Master it to perfection, and you can freeze time and space, creating a realm of absolute zero. The light expanded, revealing a scene of a white-robed cultivator freezing 1,000 miles with a wave of his hand. The 9 transformations golden body technique, the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Lin Xiao pointed to a golden star.
The first transformation grants skin as hard as bronze and bones as strong as iron. The third transformation grants strength to uproot mountains and rivers. The 6th transformation allows the physical body to traverse the void. The 9th transformation enables one to withstand the heavenly tribulation head-on. In the scene, a giant bathed in golden light lifted a mountain peak with one hand, roaring toward the heavens. The heavenly mechanics war strategy, not a technique for conquest, but the art of strategic command. Lin Xiao displayed a tome shrouded in purple mist. It contains 10,000 military strategies, capable of divining heavenly secrets and predicting fortune and misfortune. Lin Xiao continued his introduction. The Qingming Sword Canon, the supreme scripture for sword cultivators, or a single strike shatters myriad arts. The Mystic Heaven Talismans, a compendium of incantations, or a single charm summons heavenly thunder. The Shadow Secret, manipulating shadows to become nothingness. With each technique introduced, a star ignited, showcasing its formidable power. The assembly in the conference room watched in awe, their eyes darting from one marvel to the next. Exclamations of astonishment mingled with moments of deep contemplation. These, Su Qingran's voice trembled slightly, are all for us? Lin Xiao withdrew the projection, his dragon-like eyes sweeping over each person. Indeed. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. His tone suddenly turned stern. After receiving this inheritance, you must swear a solemn oath. You must not kill innocents indiscriminately, you must not betray China, and you must not bully the weak. Should you violate this oath? What I can bestow, I can also take back. Chapter 77, 10,000 qi cultivators, not 1 in 10 survives. The carnage of the ancient battlefield. The crowd stiffened, responding in unison, we shall obey the teachings of the divine dragon. Before distributing the cultivation techniques, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes swept over every person present. You should understand where this power comes from and why you fight.
His claw tip tapped lightly, and the ring suddenly erupted with dazzling azure light. The light intertwined in the air, coalescing into a sweeping, epic panorama. In ancient times, countless fissures suddenly tore open across the heavens and earth, unleashing hordes of monstrous beasts of terrifying forms. Some were as vast as mountains, others as shapeless as ghosts. Wherever they passed, cities were reduced to ruins and all living things were slaughtered. This scene unfolded 5,000 years ago. The enemy we face now is the same, Lin Xiao said slowly. The scene shifted. A group of cultivators clad in plain robes emerged from the mountain peaks. Some flew on swords, others walked upon clouds. As they performed intricate hand seals, mountains collapsed, earth split apart, and rivers reversed their flow. They are the ancient Qi cultivators, the earliest guardians of Huaxia. At the forefront of the scroll stood a towering figure crowned with jade, a bronze sword in hand. His sword pointed toward the heavens, backed by tens of thousands of Qi cultivators, each robe embroidered with distinct celestial constellations. Great you, one of the mightiest ancient Qi cultivators. Lin Xiao's tone carried reverence. He led 100,000 cultivators to establish the great array of the celestial sphere atop Mount Kunlun. In the scene, countless starlights rose from the cultivators, weaving into a colossal net that obscured the sky. Enveloped by starlight, the colossal beast let out a piercing howl, yet could not break free. The battle raged for 49 days. Lin Xiao's narration synchronized with the unfolding scroll. Xin Bingjinren froze the North Sea demon, Vajra Venerable tore the nine-headed Shangliu apart with his bare hands, and Qingming's sword immortal severed the heaven-shattering demon dragon with a single strike. Each name was accompanied by awe-inspiring scenes. Glaciers freezing 1,000 miles, golden light tearing through the heavens, sword chi sweeping across the 8 desolate realms. The conference room fell deathly silent, every breath held. In the end, the Qi cultivators prevailed, successfully sealing the colossal beast. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly grew grave, but the cost was. In the scroll, cultivators once radiating divine grace fell one after another. Their bodies dissolved into specks of light, merging into the great formation. The bronze sword of Yu the Great shattered inch by inch. Exhausted, Yu himself perished, channeling his final strength into the earth before his death. Of the 100,000 Qi cultivators, not 1 in 10 survived. Lin Xiao's dragon claw swept lightly, freezing the scene on the ravaged battlefield. They sealed their lifetime's knowledge into this torch ring and then brought it to Mars solely so future generations could inherit their legacy. The blue light faded, and the conference room fell silent once more. Yet within each person's heart, a tempest raged. So? Su Qingran's voice trembled slightly. The colossal beasts we're fighting now are those sealed away back then? Lin Xiao nodded slightly. The seal has weakened after 5,000 years. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, there is a predestined order. The ancient Qi cultivators' legacy lay hidden on Mars for millennia, precisely for this day's battle. The conference room fell silent as each person processed this staggering revelation. Now, do you understand the significance of this ring? Lin Xiao held the torch ring aloft. It is not merely a magical artifact, but a promise spanning 5,000 years. The Chinese civilization shall never yield. Su Qingran was the first to kneel on one knee, cradling the Xin Bingjinjue in both hands. I, Su Qingran, swear by the bloodline of Huaxia, I shall uphold the legacy of our ancestors and safeguard the eternal prosperity of our nation. I, Wang Meng, swear. I, Zhao Weiguo, pledge my broken body to defend our land. One after another, the others swore their oaths. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. The ring in his claw seemed to sense their resolve, radiating a brilliance unlike any before. 12,960 runes ignited simultaneously, forming a colossal character for Dao in the sky. Remember the oath sworn today. Lin Xiao's voice boomed like a great bell, resonating deep within every soul. From this day forward, you are not merely warriors, but the heirs of the ancient Qi cultivators and the guardians of Huaxia civilization. Yes. The thunderous chorus shook the conference room to its foundations. Now, begin the distribution. Lin Xiao's claw tip tapped lightly, sending the Shenbing Jinjue flying toward Su Qingran. You possess a natural affinity for water elements. This cultivation technique suits you best. The text landed in Su Qingran's hands, instantly materializing into a tangible form. Thank you, Lord Shenlong. Su Qingran bowed deeply, his voice trembling with emotion. Lin Xiao nodded, then turned to Wang Meng. The 9 transformations golden body technique follows a fierce and aggressive path perfectly suited to your temperament. The golden text vanished directly into Wang Meng's brow. The burly man's body trembled violently. His muscles swelled at a visible pace, his skin taking on a metallic sheen. He couldn't resist smashing his fist into the ground. Boom! The specially reinforced alloy floor cracked like a spider web, yet his fist remained unscathed. Holy! This is insane! Wang Meng pumped his fist in excitement, then realized his outburst and snapped to attention. Thank you, Lord Shenlong, for your guidance. Lin Xiao paid no mind, continuing the distribution. The heavenly mechanics war strategy went to Zhao Weiguo. The Azure Void Sword Cannon was bestowed upon Zhou Qing, the Dragon Scale Guard captain with the finest swordsmanship. The Mystic Heaven Talismans were handed to Chen Xian, the formation specialist. Soon, all the techniques were distributed.
Lin Xiao finally surveyed the group. Remember, these techniques are not the end goal, they are the starting point.
The true path to greatness has only just begun.
Cultivation requires time, but even more so, the tempering of real combat. Lord Shenlong, do you mean we should take the offensive? Wang Meng eagerly interjected, his newly acquired power making him itch to prove himself. Precisely. Lin Xiao nodded. We must shift our strategy.
We will take the initiative, sustain our battles through combat, locate the lairs of these colossal beasts, and exterminate them one by one.
The conference room erupted in excitement.
Warriors rubbed their hands together, their eyes blazing with battle intent. Even the usually composed Zhao Weiguo rose to his feet with excitement. Remember, cultivation isn't about training in isolation. True strength is forged in the crucible of life and death.
Lin Xiao turned to Su Qingran, starting tomorrow, you will lead a team to scout the Eastern Sea giant beast lair.
Yes. The young woman stood tall, her dragon horns glowing faintly. Wang Meng, you'll oversee the training of the newly recruited dragon scale guards.
I expect to see results in 1 week. Leave it to me.
The burly man pounded his chest in assurance. With all tasks assigned, Lin Xiao finally drifted to the window. Night had fallen, yet the land of Huaxia remained ablaze with light. Newly constructed defense towers twinkled like stars, while patrolling mecha units traced streaks of light across the sky. Everyone, Lin Xiao spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying the weight of 1,000 words. From this day forward, we will make it clear to any invading foe.
Those who dare to invade our land shall be punished, no matter how far they flee.
No matter how far they are, they shall be punished.
The entire assembly responded in unison, their roar nearly shaking the roof.
In that instant, the shadow of defeat vanished completely. Unquenchable flames burned in every eye, and the manuals of cultivation techniques in their hands felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. These were no ordinary books, they were the legacy of a civilization, the sacred flame passed down by ancestors to future generations.
An eternal flame. As the meeting concluded, the crowd began to disperse.
Su Qingran remained behind until last, murmuring softly, Lord Shenlong, thank you.
Lin Xiao looked at the Xinbing Jinjue in her hands, his gaze softening. Practice diligently. Next time we meet, I will check your progress.
The young girl nodded firmly, clutching the text tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with resolve. Then, she opened her mouth, hesitating to speak.
Chapter 78, The Universal Cultivation Primer launches Universal Cultivation. Is there something else?
Lin Xiao inquired.
Su Qingran whispered, Lord Dragon, are you also an ancient being?
Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, the illusory sun and moon flickering faintly within his dragon eyes.
My story, we'll save it for another time.
For now, go familiarize yourself with your cultivation technique.
The girl nodded, clutching the Xianbing Jinjue as she departed.
Lin Xiao stood alone beneath the starry sky, the ring in his claw glowing faintly. Gazing into the boundless cosmos, he murmured softly.
Elder Guangchengzi, did you see?
The torch has been passed on.
Black-robed ones, are you prepared to face the wrath of China? The game has only just begun.
In truth, the cultivation techniques he had revealed today were still not the most advanced. Even more powerful methods lay ahead. These techniques held significant value even for him. But for Lin Xiao, the most beneficial was still the Taishu Sutra. This cultivation technique was truly profound and mysterious. To this day, Lin Xiao had only grasped its most superficial aspects. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled Su Qingran's parting words, and a peculiar look flashed in his eyes. Truthfully, he didn't know what kind of being he truly was. Lin Xiao felt as though he had been born to fulfill a destiny appearing precisely when the Chinese nation faced crisis. Unable to fathom it, Lin Xiao chose not to dwell on the matter.
Dragon Base, late at night.
Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation chamber, his dragon claws gently caressing an ancient jade tablet. This was the foundational cultivation technique he had just retrieved from his torch ring.
The mystic origin formula.
The legacy left by the venerable Guangchengzi is indeed profound and vast. Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of admiration. Though classified as a foundational technique, this method was actually the entry-level assessment used by major sects during the ancient era to select disciples. Seemingly simple, it contained profound truths of the Tao, automatically adjusting the flow of spiritual energy according to the practitioner's constitution. It was most suitable for widespread popularization. Lin Xiao's dragon claw lightly tapped the jade slip, causing it to hover in midair and project a dense forest of golden characters. These characters were not modern Chinese, but ancient cloud script, each one pulsing as if alive.
Still needs some adjustments.
With a thought, the characters instantly rearranged themselves into simplified Chinese characters comprehensible to modern readers.
But the most crucial modification lay ahead.
Lin Xiao closed his eyes and concentrated, channeling the power of the dragon soul deep into the jade tablet. There, he constructed an intricate restriction. It was a bloodline lock. Only those bearing the bloodline of the Yan and Huang emperors may cultivate. As the restriction was completed, a miniature golden dragon pattern flickered onto the surface of the jade slip before vanishing in an instant.
With that, the cultivation technique's modification was complete.
Even if foreigners obtained the written version of the Xian Yuan secret technique, they would be unable to begin cultivation due to incompatible bloodlines. Let's call it the Fundamentals of Universal Cultivation Manual.
The next morning, the official Huaxia account posted what appeared to be an ordinary update. The Universal Cultivation Primer version 1.0. Attachment Xian Yuan Ju full text.pdf. The caption was simple: give it a try. How many layers can you cultivate? At first, netizens assumed it was some new online challenge or game guide. The official account is jumping on memes now? Is this some new cultivation game? Dog head emoji. LOL, who wrote this copy? Channeling energy into the body? Next step is surviving the tribulation? Rise smile. Holy crap. I checked the attachment. This cultivation technique looks legit. It even maps out acupoints and meridian pathways. And it even has cultivation levels. 3 hours later, the official account posted another announcement. Important notice: the Xian Yuan Ju is an authentic cultivation technique personally reviewed by His Majesty the Divine Dragon. It is now being promoted for practice by all citizens of Huaxia. If you experience any discomfort during practice, please stop immediately and contact your local Dragon Scale Guard office. The moment the news hit, the entire internet exploded. Hashtags like hashtag nationwide immortal cultivation, hashtag Xian Yuan Ju, and hashtag Divine Dragon technique skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. Related content views surpassed 10 billion within half an hour. In a university dorm room, computer science student Li Ziwei huddled with his roommates, all glued to their phones. Is this real? A genuine cultivation technique? Roommate Xiao Wang stared wide-eyed. Li Ziwei had already flipped to the last page of the attachment. Look here. There's certification from the Divine Dragon himself. Sure enough, a line of small print appeared at the bottom of the document: all children of Huaxia may cultivate. Lin Xiao. Just try it and see. Another roommate had already crossed his legs on the bed, assuming the 5 palms facing heaven posture as described in the technique. The others tentatively followed suit. As he followed the technique's guidance, imagining spiritual energy surging into his Baihui acupoint, he suddenly felt a chill on his scalp. Holy crap! I really feel something entering. In the family group chat, the elders were buzzing with excitement. Uncle, forwarded link, everyone check this out. The state-issued cultivation technique. Our Zhang family ancestral graves are finally producing green smoke. Auntie 3, I just tried it, and my niece heard like crazy. Did I do it wrong? Cousin at 3rd aunt, the manual says blocked meridians cause pain, you have to progress gradually. In a primary school classroom, children collectively attempted the first form of the Xian Yuan Ju under their teacher's guidance. Surprisingly, 1/3 of the students successfully channeled energy on the spot, with faint white mist rising from their heads. The teacher excitedly recorded a video and posted it online. These kids are true cultivation prodigies. Video? Success stories flooded social media like mushrooms after rain. 30 years as a coder, 1 day into cultivation. Thank you, Divine Dragon. Sisters, we turned the Xian Yuan Ju into a square dance routine. Doubles the cultivation effects. Video link. Practice the Xian Yuan Ju while delivering meals. Now I can carry 10 orders upstairs without breaking a sweat. Customers say I'm flying. Meanwhile, Dragon Scale Guard offices nationwide were flooded with calls from citizens seeking cultivation advice. Su Qingran rushed into Lin Xiao's cultivation chamber clutching a tablet, her face radiating unbridled excitement. Lord Shunlong. The response to the Xian Yuan Ju has exceeded all expectations. Over 20 million people nationwide have successfully channeled qi into their bodies. Lin Xiao showed no surprise, his dragon whiskers gently twitching. The bloodline of Huaxia has always harbored the genes for cultivating immortality, they've simply lain dormant for too long. His gaze drifted to the sky outside the window, where countless invisible threads of spiritual energy wove themselves into a net, enveloping the entire land of China. In stark contrast to the euphoria sweeping China, the international community was gripped by shock and outrage. From a forum in Sakura Nation. Title: Why am I getting no response when practicing the Xian Yuan Ju? OPME Chinese is top-notch, no mistranslation here. Followed every step exactly as instructed, but nothing happens. Reply 1 Me too. Does it require specific aptitude? Reply 2 OP, I had my Chinese friend try it, he succeeded on the first attempt. Could this technique have bloodline restrictions? White House press conference. China has blatantly violated the International Supernatural Power Non-Proliferation Treaty by publicly releasing cultivation techniques. This poses a grave threat to world peace. The spokesperson shouted the accusation at the top of his lungs. A reporter raised their hand, but our experts tried it and found it impossible to practice. China claims this is a bloodline protection mechanism. What's your response? The spokesperson's face turned ashen. This is blatant racial discrimination. We demand China immediately release an unrestricted version. Chapter 79, 9 Cultivation Realms revealed, global shock. International social media exploded with reactions from nations worldwide. They had initially doubted the claims. After all, the concept of cultivating immortality seemed utterly preposterous.
But as more and more videos of Chinese cultivators emerged, they had no choice but to believe. With bizarre phenomena like divine dragons and colossal beasts already emerging, the idea of immortals cultivating didn't seem entirely implausible. What they still found hard to accept was that this cultivation technique was exclusive to Chinese people. They themselves couldn't practice it. Street interview in Gaul. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man angrily declared to the camera, "The Chinese are so selfish. In the midst of a global crisis, they only think of themselves." His companion beside him sighed, "What can we do? We just don't have any divine dragons." The demands of the United States resonated deeply across society. Other nations, seeing that the Chinese could actually cultivate immortality, were filled with envy. Even nations that feared China couldn't resist issuing statements of their own. Of course, their statements were more measured, merely stating that as fellow humans, we should unite to face this apocalyptic crisis, that sort of thing. There was no other way. They desperately wanted to cultivate immortality. After all, their nation still languished under the threat of colossal beasts, constantly fearing national annihilation. Yet China had already embarked on the path to immortality. The gap between them was simply too vast. It was akin to the shock felt by Lord Li of the Qing dynasty upon arriving in Great Britain and seeing skyscrapers and automobiles everywhere. No, their shock surpassed even that of Minister Li. Immortality cultivation. It was a complete metamorphosis of life. No longer mere mortals. Perhaps the next time they encounter someone from China, they'll kneel down in reverence. How could they not be envious? How could they not be anxious? Underground bunker, land of cherry blossoms. Japan's interim prime minister stared at the screen displaying the translated text of the Xian Yuan Ju, his eyes flashing with a dangerous gleam. Inform the lab, accelerate research on the bloodline factor. We must crack this bloodline lock. United States Underground Laboratory. Dr. Morris stared at the blood sample under the microscope, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He muttered to himself. Impossible. Why would the blood of the Chinese contain such a unique energy factor? His assistant cautiously asked from the side, "Doctor, does this mean we'll never be able to cultivate the Xian Yuan Ju?" Morris snapped his head up, a flash of madness in his eyes. "No. There must be a way. Contact Administrator Williams. We need more Chinese blood samples. By any means necessary." Supreme Temporary Command Headquarters of the Bear Nation. Supreme Governor Puji looked at Ivanov, his expression grave. "You'll have to make another trip to China. This cultivation technique is crucial for us. You must secure it so our Bear Nation can practice it too." Ivanov nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Chief Executive. I will complete the mission." Yet a trace of distress flickered in his eyes afterward. "Consul, that divine dragon is extremely difficult to negotiate with. This time, we may well have to pay a tremendous price again." Pudgy responded without hesitation, "Whatever the cost, as long as we secure the right to practice that cultivation technique, we'll agree to anything." Ivanov snapped to attention and saluted. "Yes. Understood." Meanwhile, the atmosphere within China was starkly different. Weibo hot searches. 1. Hashtag the era of universal cultivation begins. Hashtag 2. Hashtag Xian Yuanju cultivation guide. Hashtag 3. Hashtag Lord Shenlong is the real deal. Hashtag 4. Hashtag foreigners' defenses crumble live. Hashtag in a university dorm room. Haha, check out the foreign websites. Those foreigners are freaking out. Li Ziwei held his phone, laughing so hard he was doubled over. His roommate Xiao Wang sat cross-legged in meditation, smugly remarking, "Serves them right for mocking our superstitions back then." Now they're speechless. Another roommate suddenly leaped off his bed. "Holy crap. I successfully channeled energy into my body. I feel like I could punch a cow to death." Social media was flooded with jokes. LOL, the foreigners freaking out is hilarious. Oh no, now everyone can cultivate. We'll never explain this to foreigners. Immortality cultivation is China's unique romance. You can't envy it. Stop envying us. Go beg your God, Jesus, or whoever. Maybe they'll give you a cross or something. Once I can fly on a sword, will I need visas to visit other countries? Personally, I think the biggest perk of universal cultivation is that when we encounter giant beasts again, we won't have to rely so heavily on the dragon scale guards. As night fell, the cultivation craze across China showed no signs of abating. In parks, squares, and even on company rooftops, crowds of people could be seen attempting cultivation. On the rooftop of a residential complex, office workers Niu Ma, Xiao Li, and Xiao Wang sat cross-legged after work, breathing in and out spiritual energy as guided by their cultivation techniques. "Brother Wei, I feel warmth in my lower abdomen," Xiao Wang exclaimed excitedly. Just as Xiao Li was about to respond, his entire body suddenly trembled. He distinctly felt a warm current rising from his dantian, shooting straight up his spine to the top of his head. I've broken through," he exclaimed, leaping excitedly into the air, soaring over 2 meters high. Similar scenes unfolded across the nation. Though most remained at the most basic stage, they already displayed physical abilities and sensory perception beyond ordinary humans. It was the dawn of a new era. From the highest point of the Shenlong base, Lin Xiao gazed down upon this city that never slept. Amidst the sea of lights, countless faint points of spiritual energy flickered like stars.
Not enough.
He murmured softly, his dragon eyes reflecting a future stretching far beyond. The mystic origin formula was merely the beginning, a preliminary tool for screening talent. Once the first batch of cultivators matured, more advanced techniques would gradually be unlocked.
And the hidden geniuses among the common folk would emerge like bamboo shoots after spring rain.
By then, Huaxia would truly possess the strength to confront the colossal beasts and even counter the alien invasion.
Elder Guanchengzi, do you see it?
Lin Xiao gazed up at the starry sky as if he could pierce the endless void and see that crimson planet. The flame you left behind has reignited upon the land of China. The night wind rustled, and dragon scales murmured softly. In this tranquil night, the destiny of a civilization was quietly shifting.
The era of immortal cultivation in China was about to begin. The following morning, the official Huaxia account released another major announcement.
Cultivation realm divisions of the Xian Yuanzhu officially announced. Attached was an image of an ancient scroll depicting 9 cultivation realms. Yinyuan Realm Stage 1, Dongming Realm Stage 2, Yaguang Realm Stage 3, Kaiyang Realm Stage 4, Yuhong Realm Stage 5, Tianquan Realm Stage 6, Tianji Realm Stage 7, Tianshan Realm Stage 8, Tianshu Realm Stage 9. The accompanying text is concise and powerful. The path of cultivation begins at your feet. The sons and daughters of China must forge ahead with perseverance. The announcement sent the entire internet into an uproar once more. Chapter 80, Martial Arts classes started in elementary school. The humble bear nation. Everyone wanted to know their current rank and began testing themselves against the power metrics on the scroll. In a university dorm room, Li Ziwei and his roommates crowded around, staring at the realm classifications on their phone screens, breathing heavily.
Hidden Origin Realm, First Tier. I haven't even touched the threshold yet?
Roommate Xiao Wang scratched his head, his face twisted with frustration.
Li Ziwei took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Train. I refuse to believe I can't even reach the first tier.
Throughout the streets and alleys, people buzzed with heated discussions. In the square, a group of elderly men and women gathered around, comparing their phone screens to the cultivation chart.
Old Zhang, didn't you successfully draw in Qi yesterday? Does that count as stage 1? No way.
The manual says gathering Qi is just the entry level.
You only count as stage 1 once you can circulate it through the entire cycle.
Old Zhang shook his head, but the fire in his eyes burned brighter than ever.
Far from discouraging them, this only fueled everyone's passion for cultivation.
To this end, starting from elementary school, the state began adding martial arts classes alongside regular academic classes. In the elementary school classroom, children chattered excitedly around the newly posted martial arts class registration form.
Teacher. I want to cultivate. I want to become a sword immortal.
A little boy raised his hand high, his cheeks flushed red. The homeroom teacher smiled and ruffled his hair. Train diligently, and one day you'll protect our motherland. As the Xian Yuanzhu spread, individuals with exceptional talent began to emerge.
In a residential complex in Rongqing, a 16-year-old girl suddenly glowed with a pale blue aura while cultivating.
Moisture in the air crystallized into ice crystals that formed a halo around her. "Is this a water element spirit body?" exclaimed the dragon scale guard instructor who rushed to the scene, utterly astonished. On Chang'an Street, a delivery rider suddenly experienced enlightenment mid-delivery. He leapt onto a third-story balcony, drawing gasps from passers-by.
I think I've broken through to the hidden origin realm." He stared at his hands in disbelief.
These prodigies were swiftly enrolled in the Dragon Scale Guard's special cultivation program, destined to become the backbone of China's future. Simultaneously, spontaneous worship ceremonies erupted across China. At the capital's central plaza, tens of thousands of citizens held incense and candles, kneeling deeply toward the direction of the divine dragon base.
Long live the divine dragon! May China prosper forever under the dragon's protection!
The roar of voices surged like a tidal wave, piercing the heavens. In ordinary households, altars once adorned with Buddhist statues or crosses were now replaced with statues of Lin Xiao. An elderly man tremblingly placed the divine dragon statue in his hall, murmuring, "This is the true God." Before this true miracle, their former beliefs crumbled like dust. In stark contrast to the fervor among the populace, the atmosphere within the base was solemn and tense. Ivanov sat on the leather sofa, his fingers slowly tracing the rim of his teacup.
The tea was premium Longjing, yet he hadn't taken a single sip.
Instead, he stared intently at the leaves floating within, as if seeking answers to destiny from their patterns. His bushy beard appeared more disheveled than when they last met, the dark circles beneath his eyes betraying days of exhaustion. The situation in the Bear Nation was deteriorating rapidly. The Siberian defense line had been pushed to its absolute limit, with thousands of civilians falling prey to the beasts every day.
Had they not joined the human alliance of Huaxia last time?
And China hadn't promptly sent troops to aid them, the Bear Nation would likely be nothing but a name by now.
"Minister Ivanov, sorry to keep you waiting."
Zhao Weiguo pushed open the door, followed by 2 officers of the Dragon Scale Guard. His military uniform hung crisply, the stars on his epaulets gleaming brightly, a stark contrast to Ivanov's haggard appearance. Ivanov immediately rose, placing his right hand over his heart in a salute.
General Zhao.
Sit. Zhao Weiguo gestured with a raised hand, taking the seat of honor himself. His gaze was calm yet scrutinizing.
This visit concerns the Xian Yuan Ju?
Ivanov took a deep breath and laid his cards on the table. General Zhao, let's be frank.
Our bear nation seeks the right to cultivate.
A momentary silence filled the room. Zhao Weiguo lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the steam.
A faint, ambiguous smile played on his lips. Oh? On what grounds? Ivanov drew a document from his breast pocket and slid it across the table.
The sealing wax on the document was still wet, clearly freshly applied. Mining rights to 3 rare mineral deposits in Siberia, plus 10 live level 5 beasts. His voice was slightly hoarse.
This is the utmost sincerity we can offer.
Zhao Weiguo glanced at the papers and chuckled lightly.
Not enough.
Cold sweat beaded on Ivanov's forehead, his fingers trembling slightly.
Then, what do you want?
Zhao Weiguo set down his teacup, leaning forward slightly as his tone softened abruptly.
Don't be so tense.
We Chinese are not a people who strike while others are down. As allies, we should stand together through thick and thin. Ivanov froze, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes.
However,
Zhao Weiguo shifted his tone. The Xian Yuan Ju was created by His Excellency Shenlong.
We have no authority to decide its fate unilaterally. Ivanov's heart sank once more.
Zhao Weiguo continued, this is what we'll do, I will convey your request to Lord Shenlong.
You may return and await news. I will notify you once there is a decision. Ivanov remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well.
I'll head to the hotel for now. As he rose, his steps faltered slightly, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Meanwhile, General Zhao Weiguo immediately proceeded to an inner chamber within the Divine Dragon base. Lin Xiao sat perched on a jade platform, his claws idly twirling a green jade tablet.
The surface was engraved with intricate cloud patterns, the original version of the Xian Yuan secret technique.
They've come after all, he murmured with a faint smile, golden light swirling within his dragon eyes. Zhao Weiguo stood beside him, respectfully remarking, the bear nation is cornered.
This time, they'll likely pay any price.
Lin Xiao's dragon tail swayed lightly as he retrieved a blank jade tablet from his scaled space. Golden light gathered at his claw tips as he began engraving runes upon it. Give them a neutered version, he said indifferently. I've added a restriction to the cultivation technique. Those who practice it will never be able to betray Huaxia.
Zhao Weiguo's eyes lit up. This will make the bear nation our complete vassal. Lin Xiao nodded.
Not only that, their cultivation speed will be slowed by 30%. They can only reach the Yuhang realm 5th tier at most, never touching the higher tiers.
He handed the engraved jade slip to Zhao Weiguo. Give it to them in 3 days. Let them sweat a little.
Zhao Weiguo accepted the jade slip with both hands, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Understood. 3 days later, Imperial Capital International Hotel. Ivanov paced back and forth in his suite, cigarette butts littering the carpet.
3 days had passed, yet there was still no word from the Huaxia side. Countless times he'd considered storming the Shenlong base, but reason told him it would only backfire.
Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Ivanov practically lunged to open the door.
Zhao Weiguo stood outside, holding a rosewood box.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhao Weiguo smiled.
Lord Shenlong has agreed. Ivanov's breath caught as he tremblingly accepted the wooden box. Inside lay a jade tablet, emitting a faint green glow. This. His voice choked with emotion.
Thank you, Lord Shenlong. Thank you, China.
Zhao Weiguo patted his shoulder.
Remember, this is a gift from an ally. Ivanov nodded firmly, tears glistening in his eyes.
Chapter 81, Missing Civilians at the Border. The beautiful country's conspiracy begins to unfold.
Ivanov practically lunged forward to open the door.
Zhao Weiguo stood outside, holding a rosewood box.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhao Weiguo smiled.
Lord Shenlong has agreed. Ivanov's breath caught as he tremblingly accepted the box. Inside lay a jade tablet, emitting a faint green glow. This. His voice choked with emotion.
Thank you, Lord Shenlong. Thank you, China.
Zhao Weiguo patted his shoulder.
Remember, this is a gift from an ally. Ivanov nodded emphatically, tears glistening in his eyes. Bear Nation temporary capital. Supreme Executive Puji personally greeted Ivanov at the airport upon his return. How did it go? Puji asked impatiently.
Ivanov raised the jade tablet, a smile finally breaking through the weariness on his face.
Got it. Puji roared with laughter, grabbing Ivanov in a bear hug. Wonderful. Call a press conference immediately. 2 hours later, the Bear Nation issued an official global proclamation.
The Bear Nation formally joins the Human Survival Alliance, recognizing Huaxia as the alliance's sovereign state. Effective immediately, the cultivation program of the Xian Yuan Ju will be implemented nationwide.
The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, why did Bear Nation get the cultivation technique? We want to join the alliance too. United States netizen. This is blatant coercion. Bear Nation has become China's puppet. Gall netizen, what is our president doing? Contact China immediately. World leaders convened emergency meetings overnight to devise countermeasures. China, Shenlong base.
Lin Xiao floated atop the stargazing platform.
Su Qingran approached him and whispered, Lord Shenlong, more nations will come seeking martial arts techniques, won't they?
Lin Xiao's lips curved upward.
No rush. Let them struggle a little longer. The human alliance of Huaxia isn't so easy to join. Lin Xiao then inquired, how's the exploration of the colossal beast's lair progressing? Su Qingran pursed her lips. Not going well. That colossal beast's lair is hidden far too deeply. And ever since we destroyed that one nest, they seem to have grown wary. Their movements have become scarce now. Lin Xiao pressed further, what about Yamada no Orochi? Has he made any progress? Su Qingran nodded.
He seems to have made some discoveries, though he's not entirely certain yet.
He's currently tracking a level 6 giant beast covertly, hoping to use it to locate their lair.
Lin Xiao nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Though we're taking the offensive, safety must remain paramount. Every dragon scale guard warrior is a precious asset to Huaxia. Strive to temper yourselves between life and death. Su Qingran nodded. Understood.
Just then, Zhao Weiguo approached, his expression grave. Lord Shenlong, civilian disappearances have been occurring frequently along the border in recent days.
Initially, the dragon scale guards stationed there assumed giant beasts were responsible.
However, investigations reveal this appears to be the work of humans. Hearing this, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and asked, who do you suspect is responsible? A cold gleam flashed in General Zhao Weiguo's eyes as he replied, this subordinate believes it is highly likely the work of either the United States or Japan.
Lin Xiao nodded. Let's go take a look. Southwestern border of China, Manhwa County.
The night was as dark as ink, with a steady drizzle falling. Lin Xiao's dragon form, reduced to about 3 meters in length, hovered above the village.
His sapphire gold scales glowed coldly in the rain.
Within his dragon eyes, illusory images of sun and moon swirled as he scanned the lifeless village below.
The seventh one.
Zhao Weiguo was followed by a squad of fully armed dragon scale guards, each wearing a solemn expression.
Su Qingran crouched beneath a roof eave, her fingertips lightly touching the ground.
Pale blue spiritual energy spread like a spider's web, enveloping the entire village.
No lingering aura of a giant beast, she said, lifting her head to look at Lin Xiao, the dragon horn between her brows glowing faintly. But there's a peculiar scent of potion.
Lin Xiao landed on the ground, his dragon claws pressing into the damp earth. A sliver of golden light seeped into the earth, returning with an almost imperceptible chemical residue.
Gamma hydroxybutyric acid derivatives mixed with a small amount of sedatives.
Lin Xiao's voice turned cold.
A formula used by professional kidnapping teams.
Zhao Weiguo's expression hardened. So it was deliberate after all. Lin Xiao's dragon tail slammed into the ground, sending water splashing upward. And an organized operation at that. With a sweep of his dragon claw, rainwater crystallized in midair, refracting shimmering fragments of images from hours past. In the blurred scene, over a dozen figures clad in black combat gear infiltrated the village. With practiced precision, they broke down doors, subdued resisting villagers with syringes, then loaded the unconscious bodies into specialized containers. The clearest frame revealed a moment when an attacker's mask slipped, exposing a pair of narrow eyes and a small mustache. This was a classic feature of the people from Sakura Nation.
Sakura Nation? Zhao Weiguo's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. How dare they? Su Qingran suddenly pointed at another blurred figure. Wait! The tattoo on that person's arm. The image zoomed in.
Where an attacker's sleeve was rolled up, a faint pattern of a falcon gripping an arrow was visible. That's the insignia of the Nighthawk Special Forces from the United States.
Zhao Weiguo's eyes turned icy cold.
So it was these two nations working together after all.
Lin Xiao's voice was equally icy. It's not revenge. They're trying to break the bloodline restrictions of the Xian Yuan Ju. Zhao Weiguo instantly grasped the meaning. They want to study the genes of the Chinese people to find the key to cultivation.
Lin Xiao's tone remained calm. Notify all border villages to evacuate immediately to the county seat.
Simultaneously, intensify patrols. Any unidentified personnel attempting to enter China, if they resist, eliminate them on the spot. Zhao Weiguo, yes, sir.
Then Lin Xiao turned to Su Qingran. We're going to pay those two countries a visit.
Su Qingran nodded.
Just as Lin Xiao prepared to leave with Su Qingran,
a dragon scale on his chest suddenly grew hot. This was the Yamada no Orochi's emergency signal. Master. Yamada no Orochi's voice echoed directly within Lin Xiao's mind, its 8 overlapping tones creating an eerie resonance. I've discovered a newly constructed giant beast lair in the Mariana Trench. It's 10 times larger than the one on Maochang Bai. And
I think I spotted a submarine from the beautiful country. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed sharply.
What are they doing there? Could they be tracking the giant beasts? He demanded in a low voice. It doesn't feel like reconnaissance. Yamada no Orochi's voice faltered. Just now, a giant beast passed right by their submarine and didn't attack them.
Lin Xiao's gaze grew even colder.
Lord Dragon, what's happening? Su Qingran asked anxiously. Lin Xiao's tone remained calm. Yamada no Orochi discovered a colossal beast breeding ground in the Mariana Trench, along with a beautiful American submarine that wasn't attacked by the beasts. At these words, everyone's expression changed instantly. What it meant for the beasts not to attack human submarines was self-evident. Colluding with alien races. Zhao Weiguo ground the words out between clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The pretty country is cutting itself off from humanity. Lin Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. I thought they were merely selfish and greedy, but I never imagined they would betray all of human civilization. He had spared them before, considering they were human too. But, if they dared to collude with alien races, then the pretty country would be utterly annihilated. And the land of cherry blossoms. They too had no right to exist. Su Qingran had never seen Lord Shenlong so enraged before. His dragon eyes, radiant as the sun and moon, seemed ready to burst into flames. Summoning her courage, she asked, then, shall we still go to the land of cherry blossoms? Change the plan. Lin Xiao swept his claw, rippling space like water. Head to the Mariana Trench first. He turned to Zhao Weiguo, you remain here to hold the fort and continue executing the withdrawal plan. Yes, sir. Zhao Weiguo snapped to attention, saluting with eyes blazing with fury. Lin Xiao turned to Su Qingran, this journey is perilous. Stay close to me. The girl nodded firmly, her ice crystal sword already drawn from its sheath. No further words were exchanged. Let's go. Lin Xiao led Su Qingran away from the area. Zhao Weiguo clenched his teeth, punching the wall so hard that blood trickled from his knuckles, yet he felt nothing. You bastards, you'll pay for this. Chapter 82, the beautiful country has colluded with the monsters. Betrayed humanity. Mariana Trench, depth 10,994 meters. In absolute darkness, a ball of blue gold light shone like a star. Lin Xiao used his spiritual energy to maintain a spherical barrier, sealing out the crushing pressure of 10,000 tons of water. Su Qingran clung close to his side, her pupils now adjusted to the deep-sea vision granted by the spell. Is that the giant beast's lair? Her voice trembled as she pointed downward. Even in her wildest nightmares, she had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. A colossal structure formed from living tissue loomed within the oceanic rift, its height and width stretching beyond sight into the darkness. Its surface pulsed with veins and cysts, covered in countless giant beast egg sacs clustered like a beehive. Most unsettling of all, at the nest's center lay a black egg sac the size of a football field, pulsing at an eerie frequency. At least 20 times larger than the one on Changbai Mountain. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. And its energy fluctuations are stronger. He suddenly turned his head, gazing toward the deep canyon on the right, the submarine is there. Su Qingran followed his gaze and indeed saw a bizarrely shaped black submarine hovering silently at the edge of the canyon. Its hull bore the insignia of the US Navy, but it was fitted with additional attachments composed of some kind of biological tissue. They look like symbionts? Lin Xiao's voice echoed directly within Su Qingran's mind, the submarine hull modified using the giant beast organization's technology, no wonder it wasn't attacked. Just then, a giant beast resembling a lanternfish slowly swam past the submarine. Its tentacles even gently brushed against the hull, as if greeting it. A sharp pain gripped Su Qingran's stomach, nearly making her vomit. Her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. They've truly allied with the beasts. Su Qingran was so enraged she couldn't find words. She never imagined humans would one day collaborate with the beasts. After all, these beasts were humanity's sworn enemies. In just over a week since the beasts' invasion, humanity had lost nearly 30 billion lives. That was 1/3 of the entire population. No single major conflict in human history, past or present, had ever claimed so many lives in such a short span. This was an unforgivable blood feud, an irreconcilable enmity between life and death. And yet, the United States actually chose to collaborate with the beasts. How dare they? Su Qingran clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Let's go inside and see what the hell these people are up to. Lin Xiao activated his spatial laws to cloak their forms, and the man and dragon glided silently toward the submarine. Upon approaching, they discovered an open hatch on the submarine side, with personnel in protective suits constantly entering and exiting. The transport crates they pushed contained none other than unconscious villagers from Huaxia. Bastards! Su Qingran cursed furiously through their mental link. Lin Xiao offered no reply, but the chill in his dragon eyes grew ever more intense. Seizing a moment when personnel were entering or exiting, they slipped into the submarine's interior. The interior differed drastically from ordinary submarines. The corridor walls were covered in flesh-like biological tissue, while ceiling hanging pipes resembled neural cords. The air was thick with the pungent stench of preservatives, unable to mask the underlying sweet, putrid odor of decay. Following the transport container's tracks, they arrived at a massive laboratory. The sight before them nearly made Su Qingran scream. Inside, hundreds of Chinese villagers were imprisoned. They were strapped into specially designed restraint chairs, for lines inserted into their wrists, pumping some fluorescent green liquid into their bodies.
Most had already fallen unconscious, while the few still lucid writhed in agony, unable to make a sound. Test subject 47, genetic fusion rate 62%, minimal brainwave activity. A voice came from the control console. Lin Xiao followed the sound and saw Dr. Morris, the curly-haired man with round glasses. He was reviewing the data, flanked by several officers from the United States.
The fusion rate is still insufficient. Morris pushed his glasses up. We need more Chinese samples, especially those who have cultivated the Xianyuan Ju. An officer frowned. China has tightened border controls recently.
It's getting harder for our people to get samples.
Then get them from the Bear Nation. Morris waved impatiently. Aren't they practicing a neutered version of the technique too? Lin Xiao watched the scene unfold, recording every moment. Upon returning, he would release this footage to the entire internet. By then, it would be irrefutable proof of the United States' betrayal of humanity.
Doctor, the prototype of the Statue of Liberty is 85% complete. A researcher rushed in to report, but there's an issue with the energy supply. It needs to devour more living behemoths to continue growing.
Morris's eyes lit up. Perfect timing.
Those cloaked figures promised to deliver 3 level 6 beasts today.
Tell the kitchen to prepare the feed. He walked to a corner of the lab and pressed a button.
The walls parted to reveal a concealed chamber. Hundreds of transparent culture chambers lined the chamber, each containing a floating humanoid creature. Some retained human features, others had grown scales or exoskeletons, while the most extreme had fused directly with giant beast tissue, transforming into indescribable monstrosities.
The next moment,
Dr. Morris pressed the red button on the control console, and the laboratory's alarm pierced the air.
Prepare for feeding. All personnel evacuate Sector A.
At his command, mechanical arms violently snatched the deformed humans from their chambers, transporting them through conduits to the submarine's external release ports. Su Qingran clamped her hand over her mouth, her nails digging deep into her palm. Among the test subjects, she recognized the elderly, women, and even children. Most were unconscious from some injected drug, while the few awake could only emit faint whimpers.
Beasts. She trembled in the mental link.
Lin Xiao felt little emotion, for he sensed these people were not citizens of China. Outside the submarine, 3 shark-like behemoths had been waiting for some time. Each measured over 100 meters in length, their bodies covered in metallic scales, 6 blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger in the darkness. The moment the first batch of feed was pushed out of the submarine, the beasts pounced. Squish! The sound of sharp teeth tearing through flesh was audible even through the submarine's hull. Blood spread through the seawater, staining the surrounding hundreds of meters a deep crimson.
Su Qingran felt a sharp pang in his stomach and had to avert his gaze.
The 3 beasts quickly devoured the bait, circling the submarine with lingering hunger.
Just then, whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
3 tentacles as thick as water barrels suddenly shot out from the darkness behind the submarine, precisely wrapping around the 3 beasts. Covered in suction cups and barbs, the tentacles held fast as the beasts thrashed wildly, unable to break free. The tentacles dragged them into the depths of darkness, where a massive metal tank loomed faintly over a kilometer tall. The vessel's surface pulsed with mechanical veins and conduits, its top connected to dozens of thick cables stretching deep into the submarine's interior. As the beasts were pulled closer, a gaping, black opening slowly opened at the bottom of the tank, resembling the massive maw of some creature.
Gurgle. The bone-chilling sound of chewing echoed through the water, audible even inside the submarine.
Su Qingran's face drained of color. She had never heard such a terrifying sound. It sounded like metal being torn apart, yet also like flesh being crushed. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes pierced the darkness, revealing the scene within the tank. Chapter 83, The Land of Cherry Blossoms involved, using their own people as sacrifices. It was an indescribable monster. Its main body resembled a constantly writhing mountain of flesh, its surface occasionally revealing human faces or extending tentacles. Its skin shifted between translucent and metallic, revealing half-fused remains of colossal beasts and human limbs within. Most horrifying was the unformed head atop it. Vaguely recognizable as the face of the Statue of Liberty, it was twisted beyond recognition, like a nightmare. Statue of Liberty prototype, 98% complete. Dr. Morris's voice carried a sickening fervor. With a few more high-quality genetic samples, it will fully awaken. He turned to the monitoring screen displaying real-time data on the monster inside the tank. Gene fusion rate, 97.8%. Energy reserve, 89%. Cognitive activity, 65%. Still not enough. Morris pushed his glasses up irritably. Notify Yamada Ichiro, I need more volunteers. 5 minutes later, in the submarine conference room. Interim Prime Minister Ichiro Yamada of Sakura Nation strode in with 2 aides. This man in his 50s wore an impeccably tailored suit, his hair combed immaculately, appearing utterly out of place in this gloomy laboratory. Dr. Morris, he bowed respectfully, his demeanor humble for a prime minister.
I hear you require more volunteers? Morris flipped through data without looking up.
Your last batch of material was too impure, 80% were elderly.
Cold sweat beaded on Yamada Ichiro's forehead. My deepest apologies. But you understand, since the giant beasts invaded, our nation's young and able-bodied population has. I don't want excuses. Morris cut him off coldly. Within 3 days, I need 500 healthy adults, preferably Chinese practitioners of the Xian Yuanju. Yamada Ichiro's face darkened. The Chinese border is heavily guarded now. It's extremely difficult for our people to. Then use your own people. Morris erupted in fury, slamming his fist onto the control console. The Statue of Liberty is already 98% complete. Just a little more high-quality genetic material and it will fully awaken. He yanked Yamada Ichiro by the collar, his blue eyes behind the glasses flashing with madness. Do you want to see the Chinese dragon torn to shreds? Do you want to see the land of cherry blossoms rise again? Yamada Ichiro trembled, yet managed to force a fawning smile. Of course I do. Then do as I say. Morris shoved him away. By this time tomorrow, I want 500 fresh volunteers. Yamada Ichiro bowed deeply. Rest assured, we've prepared a new plan. Tomorrow, a group of volunteers will depart from the homeland. Only then did Morris nod in satisfaction, patting his shoulder. Excellent. Once the Statue of Liberty is complete, that Chinese dragon won't even be worth a fart. Then the beautiful country will return to its peak and your cherry blossom nation will be second in the world. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Yamada Ichiro was so excited he stammered incoherently, bowing repeatedly. It is our honor to contribute to the free world. From the shadows, Lin Xiao watched the scene unfold, inwardly marveling. These cherry blossom countrymen actually sacrifice their own kind as offerings. It truly fits the nature of their country. After recording this segment, Lin Xiao prepared to revisit the colossal beast's incubation nest. Having gained a preliminary grasp of spatial laws, sneaking in should pose no problem. Even if danger arose, wielding the heaven-questioning sword, he could fight his way out. Deep within the Mariana Trench, at the outer perimeter of the colossal beast's nest. Stay close to me. Lin Xiao's voice echoed directly within Su Qingran's mind. Su Qingran nodded and followed closely behind him into the colossal beast's lair. The instant they passed through the spatial barrier, the girl gasped in awe. The interior of the lair was several times larger than it appeared from the outside. Countless translucent egg sacs clung to the fleshy walls, each as large as a house, containing curled-up giant beast embryos of various forms. Some had already taken shape, writhing restlessly within their sacs, while others remained indistinct masses of flesh, yet already sprouting sharp claws and fangs. Most revolting were the umbilical cords connecting these sacs, blood-red tubes as thick as tree trunks, ceaselessly pumping a dark green nutrient fluid to the embryos. Even more terrifying than the one on Changbai Mountain. Su Qingran trembled in the mental link. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes, the illusory images of sun and moon swirling within his pupils as he scanned the entire nest structure. This place was indeed more sophisticated than the Changbai Mountain incubation facility and far more advanced. The follicles weren't arranged haphazardly but distributed according to some profound pattern, vaguely forming a grand formation. Each node was guarded by a mature colossal beast, energy converging through an umbilical cord network toward the center. Look there. Lin Xiao pointed toward the nest center. Su Qingran followed his gaze and saw a platform the size of a soccer field suspended in the void, constructed from stones that defied the laws of physics. It resembled an enlarged version of the Changbai Mountain altar. Above the platform, a pitch-black spatial fissure hung silently, occasionally flashing crimson lightning. 5 distinct 7th-tier beasts circled the altar, each radiating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. So many level 7 beasts. Su Qingran's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. The most striking feature was the colossal egg pod behind the altar, towering 300 meters high and covered in a metallic-like shell. Through its translucent shell, a vague outline could be discerned. It resembled a humanoid form, yet possessed 6 arms and a scorpion-like tail. What is that? Su Qingran's voice tightened. Lin Xiao's expression grew equally grave. It must be an 8th-level colossal beast embryo. Looks like the cloaked figure is desperate. He had long suspected the enemy might already be incubating an 8th-tier colossal beast, and now it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Lord Shunlong. Su Qingran whispered through their mental link, with just the two of us, can we destroy this nest? She didn't doubt Lin Xiao's strength, but the scale of this nest was simply staggering. The 5 level 7 beasts alone were daunting enough, let alone that suspected level 8 embryo. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. Before we went to Mars, it would indeed have been a problem. He raised his dragon claw, and the heaven-questioning sword silently materialized. Within its translucent blade, starlight swirled. But now, the sword tip traced a faint arc, creating an imperceptible spatial fissure that swiftly closed. The Taishu Sutra contains sealing techniques specifically designed for nests like this. Su Qingran's eyes lit up. Like the ancient Qi cultivators did? Lin Xiao nodded, his dragon eyes scanning the nest structure. Suddenly, he noticed a relatively weak node behind the altar. It was the convergence point of energy conduits. If struck, the entire nest systems would be thrown into chaos. A bold plan took shape in his mind. Qingran, have you ever witnessed the power of 10,000 zhang of seawater? He asked abruptly. Su Qingran froze. What?
Lin Xiao offered no explanation. Instead, he closed his eyes and concentrated, his consciousness sinking into the inheritance of the Taishu scripture. The secret technique recorded in Volume 3 of the Taishu scripture Void Shift. It could compress and relocate objects within a 1,000-li radius, a technique ancient masters used to move mountains and fill seas. With his current cultivation, though he couldn't cover 1,000 li, shifting a portion of the sea was well within his grasp. No matter what happens, stay within 3 zhang of me. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his dragon-like pupils radiating the brilliance of both sun and moon. I am about to perform the Taishu's secret art. Su Qingran nodded firmly, her ice crystal sword held horizontally across her chest, ready to respond to any emergency. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to begin, the spatial fissure atop the altar suddenly erupted with violent fluctuations. Chapter 84, Operation Statue of Liberty. 3 figures clad in black robes stepped out, exactly the same type of black-robed figures they had encountered on Mount Changbai. The leader pulled back his hood, revealing a face as pale as a corpse, eyes pure black with no whites visible. The will of the central core has been conveyed. His voice scraped like metal against metal. Within 5 days, the new batch of level 7 units must be deployed to Earth. 10 days from now, I demand to see level 8 colossal beasts fully hatched and formed. At that time, the central core will descend personally to harvest this plane. The other 2 robed figures knelt on one knee, praised the Overmind. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The Overmind would descend personally? That entity which even the black-robed figures feared within the mouth of the Yamata no Orochi? He must destroy this nest immediately, then return to prepare for an even greater crisis. Just then, the communicator on the altar suddenly lit up, projecting Dr. Morris's image into the air. Sir, the Statue of Liberty is 99% complete. Only the final step remains. The cloaked leader replied coldly, get to the point. Morris wiped his brow. We need more colossal beast life energy. Useless. The leader in black robes waved his hand, and 3 more level 6 beasts glided over. This is the final batch. The awakening must be completed before the central core descends. Yes. Yes. Morris bowed repeatedly. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. After the communication cut off, the black-robed leader turned toward the giant egg sac, extending a withered finger to lightly touch its shell. Soon. Once the central brain descends, this world will be purified. The other 2 robed figures began circling the altar, chanting obscure incantations. With each chant, the spatial fissure gradually widened. Lin Xiao knew he couldn't wait any longer. His dragon claws gripped the heaven-questioning sword tightly as spiritual energy coursed through his body along the pathways described in the Taishu Sutra. Void. Shift. The sword tip traced a perfect circle, causing space to ripple like the surface of water. Within a 10-mile radius, the seawater was violently compressed toward this point by an invisible force. The cloaked figure snapped his head up. Who? It was too late. Lin Xiao's sword strike was complete. The water sphere, compressed to its absolute limit, was no larger than a fist, yet it contained the terrifying pressure of 10,000 tons of seawater. Go! With a flick of the heaven-questioning sword, the water sphere shot like a cannonball toward the vulnerable node behind the altar. Boom! The explosive shockwave shook the entire nest violently. The compressed sphere unleashed its full energy upon impact, equivalent to 10,000 tons of seawater erupting at a single point. Gaping rifts tore through the flesh walls, shattering countless egg sacs under the impact. Unformed colossal beast embryos screamed as they were pulverized into flesh paste. Enemy attack! The black-robed leader roared, and 5 level 7 beasts charged simultaneously toward the source of the explosion. Lin Xiao was ready. His dragon tail coiled around, shielding Su Qingran beneath him, while the heaven-questioning sword traced a second arc. Taishu seal. The sword light formed a net, temporarily halting the charging beasts. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao gathered golden light at his claw tips, swiftly sketching 12,960 runes in the air. It was the simplified version of the great array of the celestial stars recorded on the torch ring. Qingran, protect me. Su Qingran understood instantly. She thrust her ice crystal sword into the ground, causing a circular ice wall to rise up, temporarily halting the beast's assault. Lin Xiao's runes grew faster and faster, culminating in a massive character 4 seal that pressed down upon the altar. The black-robed leader watched in horror, terror finally flickering in his pitch-black eyes. No! This is a chi cultivators. Before he could finish, the seal crashed down. The character seal, composed of 129,600 runes, crashed onto the altar. In an instant, the surface of the stone altar, which defied the laws of physics, was covered in ice crack patterns. The central spatial fissure twisted violently, emitting a bone-chilling creak. No! The black-robed leader emitted a shrill, inhuman scream, his pitch-black eyes blazing crimson. His gaunt fingers plunged into his own chest, clawing out a pulsing mass of black energy that he slammed viciously onto the altar. With my blood, I invoke the might of the master brain. The black energy collided with the seal, erupting in a blinding purple light. Lin Xiao grunted, pale golden blood seeping from the cracks in his dragon scales. This black-robed figure was willing to burn his very life to shatter the seal.
Lord Dragon.
Seeing this, Suchinran immediately thrust her ice crystal sword into the ground.
The next instant,
Radiating outward from her, azure frost spread like ripples, instantly freezing the two charging 7th-tier beasts. Though it could only restrain them for a few seconds, it was enough for Lin Xiao to steady his breath.
it's fine.
The sun and moon swirled within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes, while the heaven-questioning sword in his claw blazed with intense light. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade.
Great void sword formation, celestial constellations.
The blade trembled, splitting into 365 sword shadows. Arranged according to the celestial constellations, they enveloped the entire altar.
The black-robed leader's dark energy collided with the sword array, melting instantly like ice under the scorching sun.
Ah! He let out a piercing scream as cracks spread across his body like shattered porcelain. The other two black-robed figures, seeing this, immediately halted their incantations. One on each side, they hoisted their leader and fled toward the spatial rift.
Trying to escape?
Lin Xiao's dragon tail lashed out, sending 3 sword shadows hurtling forward.
Thud! Thud!
Both robed figures were pierced through the chest, black blood spurting forth. But the leader seized the moment, dragging his mangled body into the unstable spatial fissure. Before vanishing, his venomous voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. The central core has locked onto this plane. You cannot escape. As the fissure closed, the altar was sealed completely. All unhatched egg sacs lost their vitality, turning into grayish-white stone shells. Yet the 5 level 7 beasts that had already hatched grew even more ferocious.
Freed from the black-robed figure's control, they descended into indiscriminate rampage.
Lin Xiao gave a cold laugh, simultaneously hurling the heaven-questioning sword from his claw. The blade split in 2 midair, then 2 became 4, instantly transforming into a torrential downpour of swords. Taishu sword formation, 10,000 swords returned to the source. Countless sword lights poured down like a torrential rain, pinning the colossal beasts dead to the depths of the ocean floor. Su Qingran watched the scene unfold, holding her breath in awe. Lord Shenlong's power had grown even stronger. After inheriting the legacy on Mars, every move he made now contained profound cosmic laws, rendering him incomparable to his former self. The remaining beasts, witnessing this, were overcome with fear, their assault momentarily faltering.
Lin Xiao didn't linger in battle. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled Su Qingran out of the encirclement and quickly reached the submarine.
The beasts must die, and so must these Americans. Meanwhile, inside the submarine, Dr. Morris stared intently at the main control console. On the screen, the awakening progress bar for the Statue of Liberty had reached 99.7%.
Soon, very soon.
He nervously bit his nails, his glasses reflecting eerie data streams. Behind him, Ichiro Yamada directed soldiers to push the final batch of volunteers into the transport ducts.
Among these unfortunate souls were the elderly and women.
Injected with powerful sedatives, they were crammed into metal containers like cargo.
Hurry up! Get them all in! Yamada Ichiro bellowed hysterically. At that very moment. Warning! High energy reaction detected. Warning! Unknown lifeform approaching.
Morris snapped his head up toward the monitoring screen. The deep-sea camera feed showed a sapphire gold light rapidly ascending from the depths of the trench.
Is that the Chinese dragon?
His face drained of color.
How could it have found us here? Yamada Ichiro collapsed in terror. It's over. Activate emergency protocol. Release all test subjects.
Morris frantically slammed buttons on the control console.
Awaken the Statue of Liberty early.
The submarine shook violently as incubation chambers shattered one after another.
The half-human, half-beast monsters burst forth, howling. Simultaneously, cables connecting the metal canisters snapped, and cracks began appearing on their surfaces. Chapter 85. Does a man-made pseudo-god even deserve the name Statue of Liberty?
Lin Xiao shed his disguise, his dragon form instantly returning to its full, 500-meter azure gold body as he rampaged through the submarine.
Su Qingran, rescue the survivors.
Yes. The girl transformed into an icy blue streak of light, hurtling toward the area where the Huaxia villagers were being held captive. Lin Xiao smashed through the submarine's hull and charged toward the rupturing metal tank. He would end this monster with his own hands.
But just as he was about to touch the tank, snap! The metal tank shattered completely. A massive hand shot out, grabbing Lin Xiao's dragon tail. Roar! The terrifying roar shook the entire ocean trench, even creating a vacuum channel in the surrounding seawater. Lin Xiao whipped his head around, finally seeing the true form of this Statue of Liberty. It was a colossus nearly 1,000 meters tall, its upper body vaguely retaining feminine contours while its lower half was a mass of writhing tentacles. Its skin constantly shifted, sometimes reflecting a cold metallic sheen, other times appearing as soft flesh. The most horrifying feature was its face. Where a face should have been, countless eyes were densely packed together. Each eye rotated independently, each one flickering with different emotions: agony, madness, bloodlust. At last we meet, Dragon of China. Morris's voice echoed through the submarine's PA system, tinged with twisted delight. Allow me to introduce you to the guardian of the new world standing before you, the Statue of Liberty. The perfect fusion of humanity and colossal beasts. This is the path of evolution. Beneath the deep sea, dark currents surged. Lin Xiao's dragon tail was gripped tightly by that kilometer-long colossal hand, its azure gold scales creaking under immense pressure. Lord Dragon! Su Qingran cried out, halting in her tracks. Don't come closer, Lin Xiao's voice was eerily calm. Go save them. The girl bit her lip and nodded, transforming into an icy blue streak of light as she shot toward the submarine's prison section. Only then did Lin Xiao turn, his dragon eyes locking onto the monster calling itself the Statue of Liberty. Its kilometer-tall form slowly stretched within the ocean depths, countless tentacles writhing like serpents. The face, covered in eyes, drew closer to Lin Xiao. Each pupil reflected his dragon body, now clutched in its grasp. China. Divine Dragon. The monster uttered a voice like Morris's, yet mingled with some inhuman growl. You should not have come. Lin Xiao sneered coldly as the heaven-questioning sword silently materialized in his dragon claw. Its blade was transparent as water, yet within it seemed to flow a river of stars. An artificial pseudo-god. Dare you call yourself the goddess of liberty? Before the words faded, the sword's light erupted. A slender, hair-thin blade of light sliced through the air. Though seemingly effortless, it severed the massive hand clutching the dragon's tail clean off at the wrist. Roar! The monster roared earth-shatteringly, its severed wrist spewing black and green pus blood that stained the sea for miles around. Lin Xiao swished his dragon tail, effortlessly freeing himself. Hovering before the beast, his 500-meter dragon body seemed insignificant in comparison, yet his aura was as deep and profound as an abyss. First strike, sever your wrist. The heaven-questioning sword hummed softly, its tip pointing at the monster's chest. Second strike, shatter your hardcore. The monster wildly flailed its tentacles in a futile attempt to block the strike. In an instant, Lin Xiao's dragon form flickered and vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a sword beam pierced through the monster's chest. Splatter! A dark red tumor the size of a house was impaled on the blade's tip, still twitching in defiance. That was the energy core of the Statue of Liberty, a twisted creation fusing the crystal core of a colossal beast with human spirit and flesh. Impossible, impossible. Morris's voice echoed from within the monster, filled with disbelief. My masterpiece, how could this be? Lin Xiao paid no heed, raising the heaven-questioning sword in his claw once more. Third strike, annihilate your divine soul. The sword light split into myriad rays, cascading like a starry river, enveloping the monster's colossal form. Each blade struck precisely at one eye. 365 eyes exploded simultaneously. Amidst the piercing howl, the kilometer-tall form began to collapse. Flesh rained down like a storm, leaving only a colossal skeleton that slowly sank toward the ocean floor. 3 swords. With just 3 strikes, the so-called Statue of Liberty, said to rival a divine dragon, fell. Inside the submarine's control room, Dr. Morris slumped before the monitoring screens, his glasses askew, his face frozen in shock. How could this be? My calculations couldn't be wrong. The Statue of Liberty should have been stronger than that dragon. He nervously chewed his nails until they bled, still unable to comprehend how his masterpiece, the culmination of months of research and his pride and joy, could have fallen so easily. Impossible. This can't be. It must be that the flesh energy wasn't sufficient, or that the Statue of Liberty awakened prematurely. Yes, that must be it. Morris tapped the screen incessantly, desperate to pinpoint the cause. Doctor! We have to get out of here. An officer grabbed his arm. The Chinese dragon is heading this way. Morris violently shook him off. No! There's still a chance. Activate the final protocol. Release all test subjects. But execute the order. Morris screamed hysterically. Let those half-finished specimens hold him off. We still have the data. We can create an even more perfect Statue of Liberty. The officer hesitated for a moment before finally pressing the red button on the control console. Instantly, the entire submarine shook violently as the incubation chambers shattered one after another. The half-human, half-beast monsters burst out, some still retaining human features, others completely mutated. They attacked indiscriminately, tearing into everything in sight, including the submarine itself. Ha 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 ha! Morris roared with maniacal laughter. Go! Tear the damn dragon to shreds! But the laughter abruptly ended. An ice crystal longsword was silently pressed against his throat. Dr. Morris, Su Qingran's voice was as cold as the polar wind, you're under arrest. The girl had slipped into the control room unnoticed, flanked by dozens of rescued Chinese villagers. Though weakened, their eyes burned with the flames of hatred. You don't understand. Morris forced himself to remain calm. This is science. It's evolution. It's a necessary sacrifice to fight the beasts. Feeding monsters with living people? Su Qingran pressed the sword tip forward, drawing a thin line of blood. It's a necessary sacrifice. Morris suddenly erupted. How else can we fight those beasts? Do you think everyone is born as powerful as you? A flicker of disgust crossed Su Qingran's eyes. Tie him up. The villagers, who had long resented him, quickly produced ropes and bound him. No! You can't do this to me. Morris struggled. I'm doing this for all humanity. I am.
Shut up, spat a villager, unable to contain his disgust. You beast. Other villagers, unable to contain their rage, joined in, kicking and punching him. Soon, Morris was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His signature round, reflective glasses were long gone. Some even picked up shards of glass from the ground, ready to stab Morris with them. Su Qingran leaned against the wall, clutching her ice crystal sword, watching coldly. She could have stopped this vigilante justice, but she did not. Had this mad scientist ever shown a shred of mercy when experimenting on living beings? The deformed creatures in those incubation chambers, the feet devoured alive by monstrous beasts, the innocent souls who died in agony during his experiments. They didn't even get the chance to cry out. Compared to this doctor, Su Qingran was far more curious about what Lord Shenlong was doing at this very moment. Through the submarine's porthole, Su Qingran gazed out into the darkness. Chapter 86, Leave Not a Single One. Beneath the deep sea, the darkness was as ink blue as ever. Lin Xiao's dragon form glided slowly among the wreckage of the so-called Statue of Liberty. He was studying this peculiar man-made colossus. What once stood 1,000 meters tall now lay as nothing more than a twisted skeleton, silently resting on the ocean floor. Gazing at this creature, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of astonishment. In his previous life, the United States had also developed genetically engineered bio-soldiers. A wave of genetic modification had swept through society, with many people eager to alter their genes to become stronger. But nothing as terrifying as this artificial colossus had ever emerged. It seemed his emergence had instilled a profound sense of crisis in the United States, driving them to research such terrifying behemoths in an attempt to create guardians for their nation. They'd even collaborate with alien races and sacrifice their own people as test subjects to create weapons capable of opposing the divine dragon.
Lin Xiao suddenly felt a tinge of irony.
Had the beautiful country channeled this stubbornness into righteous pursuits, they might have truly developed formidable weapons against the beasts.
Alas, they chose the most perilous path, alliance with alien races, sealing their inevitable doom.
Truth be told, Lin Xiao could have annihilated the beautiful country long ago. But out of respect for their shared humanity, he had refrained. Yet the beautiful country repeatedly provoked him, secretly sabotaged his efforts, and acted against the interests of humanity.
Now they've gone so far as to collude directly with the alien beasts. They have absolutely no limits.
At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed a faint pulse of energy.
This corpse still possessed vitality.
Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold as his dragon maw opened, a ball of white-hot flame gathering in his throat.
Just then, the skeleton began to tremble violently.
The seemingly lifeless bones writhed like snakes, while flesh-like tendrils sprouted from the fractures, attempting to reconnect. So it wasn't dead after all. Lin Xiao sneered coldly. World-destroying dragon flame.
Blinding flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire skeleton. Unlike ordinary flames, this dragon flame, imbued with the power of cosmic laws, could incinerate all things. Not even souls could escape its grasp.
The skeleton twisted and screamed within the inferno, emitting inhuman wails. The regenerating flesh buds instantly carbonized, bones melted into bone ash, and finally, even the bone ash evaporated, leaving only the most fundamental particles drifting in the sea. When the last flame flickered out, the once mighty Statue of Liberty had ceased to exist. Not even a speck of dust remained. Lin Xiao hovered in the void, his dragon eyes scanning the surroundings to confirm no remnants remained. Such a creation that desecrated life was unworthy of leaving any trace. Collaborating with alien races will only lead to self-destruction. He murmured softly, turning to glide toward the submarine. The United States had chosen this path, it must now bear the consequences. Inside the submarine, the others were still beating Morris senseless. At that moment, a sapphire gold figure glided slowly through the narrow submarine corridor, its presence commanding respect. Dragon scales glowed coldly under the emergency lights, each one perfect as a work of art. Dragon. Lord Dragon, someone whispered uncertainly. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. His dragon eyes swept over the crowd, finally settling on Morris. The once arrogant scientist now curled up like a maggot, his face smeared with snot and tears. Where was the dignity of a doctor? He's not worth you dirtying your hands. Lin Xiao's voice was quiet, yet it silenced everyone. China has laws. He will receive a fair trial. The axe-wielding youth hesitated, then finally lowered his weapon and knelt with a thud. Lord Shenlong, I beg you to avenge my wife and children. This single act of kneeling seemed to open a floodgate. Lord Shenlong. Villagers fell to their knees en masse, their cries filling the air. Some desperately bowed their heads until blood trickled from their foreheads, while others pressed their palms together in prayer, as if worshipping a deity. A frail little girl timidly pushed her way through the crowd. Lord Dragon. She lifted her dirty little face, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Have you come to save us? Lin Xiao lowered his head, the sun and moon reflections in his dragon eyes softening. He extended a dragon claw and gently placed it atop the girl's head. A pale golden light flowed down, healing the wounds on her body. Yes, I've come to take you home. Those words acted like a key, unlocking the floodgates of long-suppressed emotions among the villagers.
The whales instantly grew tenfold.
They locked me and 10 others in an iron cage. A middle-aged man choked out, they injected us with strange potions every day.
Look at my arms. Look at my arms. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing countless needle marks and skin that had begun to mutate. I saw the people in the cage next to mine turn into monsters.
A young woman trembled violently. They grew scales and claws, then they were dragged off to feed those. She couldn't continue, covering her face and weeping. Lin Xiao listened quietly, his dragon tail swaying gently, emitting warm energy ripples that soothed the crowd's emotions.
Everyone, rest assured.
His voice steady and commanding as he surveyed the crowd, China will not abandon any of its people. Every nation and individual involved in this will pay the price. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, gradually calming the villagers.
The elderly leader wiped away his tears and asked in a trembling voice, Lord Dragon, can we truly go home?
Of course. Lin Xiao swept his dragon claw, gathering them all into the ember ring. Once all the villagers were safely transported, Lin Xiao turned to Su Qingran.
Well done. Those simple 4 words made the young girl's eyes light up.
Her cheeks flushed slightly, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, her expression suddenly changed.
Lord Dragon.
The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation has escaped. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes swept the area, and sure enough, he spotted Yamada Ichiro sneaking into an escape submarine.
He won't get away.
His dragon claw made a sweeping motion, instantly warping space.
The submarine was seized as if by an invisible giant hand and forcibly dragged back. Spare me! Spare me!
Yamada Ichiro scrambled out of the submarine, kneeling on the deck and begging for mercy. The beautiful country forced me.
We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, are victims too.
Lin Xiao dismissed his excuses, directly sealing both Yamada and the submarine into his ember ring.
Let's go. Time to head back. He glanced at the several level 7 beasts still rampaging in the distance. These beasts, not a single one will be spared.
The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. Lin Xiao wielded the heaven questioning sword, coordinating with the Great Void Sword formation to slay the remaining beasts one by one. Su Qingran focused on collecting crystal cores and beast materials.
By the time the last colossus fell, the entire Mariana Trench had been reduced to ruins.
The beast's lair lay utterly destroyed, the cloaked figure vanished without a trace, and the beautiful country's conspiracy had failed.
Lord Shenlong, Su Qingran swam to Lin Xiao's side. What should we do next?
Lin Xiao gazed toward the surface, his dragon eyes reflecting the shifting sun and moon. Return to China. Put these traitors on public trial. A recording crystal materialized in his claw, containing all evidence of Morris's collusion with the cloaked figures.
Let the entire world know the fate of those who betray humanity. Chapter 87, Exposing the Crimes of the Pretty Country, Total Uprising. Protest. China Standard Time, 9 a.m.
The official video released by China detonated like a nuclear bomb across the global media landscape. Titled Evidence of the Beautiful Country's Collusion with Alien Monsters, the video surpassed 5 billion views within 10 minutes of its release. The video opened with Dr. Morris's crazed face as he addressed the camera. The 79th gene fusion experiment, using China's sample number 12 and cells from level 6 Colossus the Crusher. The scene shifts to a young Chinese man strapped to an operating table, staring in terror as a syringe pierces his arm. After the green liquid is injected, his skin begins to crack, his bones twist and deform.
No! Please!
Stop! The youth's screams abruptly cease as his vocal cords mutate into fleshy tendrils. The video continued, revealing more horrifying scenes. A cloaked figure delivers a live colossal beast to Morris.
Japan's Prime Minister Ichiro Yamada personally escorting volunteers.
Close-ups of the Statue of Liberty devouring living humans.
Most chilling of all was the robed figure's declaration.
The Overmind has locked onto this plane.
It will descend personally in 10 days. The video ended with a freeze frame of Morris's maniacal grin. Once the Statue of Liberty is complete, the Chinese dragon won't even be worth a fart. Video ends. Silence. A rare 10-second silence swept across the global internet. Then, a tidal wave of public opinion erupted. International social media.
Title: After watching the Huaxia video, I threw up 3 times gall IP.
Content among those treated like feed was a pregnant woman. God! How could they do this? Vomit, vomit.
Top comment 1: This is the beautiful country you worship.
Worse than beasts. Russian IP.
Top comment 2: I am American, and I'm so ashamed I want to kill myself.
USA IP. Top comment 3: What is the mastermind? Did anyone notice the robed figure mentioning the coming? Egypt IP. Top comment for the mighty dragon of China. Please, Dragon Lord, save us. Japan IP.
When the beautiful country's crimes were exposed to the world, any human being with a shred of humanity was filled with indignation, rage, and clenched fists.
The actions of the United States have utterly violated the lowest standards of humanity. A tidal wave of public outrage has engulfed the entire United States. At this very moment, every single person online is condemning the US.
Even its own citizens raged with disgust, condemning their supreme leader's actions as shameful and revolting.
Amidst this, another explosive post rapidly surfaced online. Title: Exclusive footage. New Williams citizens storm the White House. USIP. Video: thousands of citizens holding signs reading "Death to Traitors of Humanity" clashed with riot police. Someone set the American flag ablaze in the flames. The ruins of the Statue of Liberty appeared particularly ironic. The protests swelled, growing larger and larger as countless people voiced their outrage against Williams' actions. Bear Nation, provisional capital of Novosibirsk. Governor Pui watched the riot footage on screen, a cold smile curling his lips. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue a statement immediately severing all ties with the United States. Yes, sir. Sakura Nation, underground bunker.
Provisional Prime Minister Koizumi Ichiro stared at the video of former Prime Minister Yamada's face, his complexion ashen.
The teacup in his hand clattered to the floor. Damn it! That fool has ruined Sakura Nation.
He turned to his cabinet members, his voice trembling.
Immediately issue a statement.
Yamada Ichiro's actions have nothing to do with the current government.
We are willing to accept any sanctions from China, no, from the Human Alliance. Paris, Gaul. Protesters surged like a tidal wave toward the United States Embassy. Murderer! Get off Earth! Humanity's traitor!
Angry citizens hurled stones and Molotov cocktails at the embassy.
Riot police made token attempts to block the way before tacitly clearing the path.
Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in hundreds of cities worldwide.
The once arrogant United States had become a pariah overnight. United States, underground bunker beneath the Pentagon.
Administrator Williams slumped in his chair as screens before him continuously refreshed images of rioting. New Williams, Los Angeles, Chicago, city after city descended into chaos. Even more terrifying was the military's defection. 2/3 of the garrisons declared neutrality, effectively refusing to obey his orders.
It's over, completely over.
He bit down hard on his lip, not stopping even as he tasted blood.
At that moment,
the door burst open as security advisor Robert rushed in, his face covered in blood.
Magister! The populace has breached the outer defenses. We must evacuate immediately. Williams looked up blankly. Where? The whole world wants my head now. Robert yanked him up. The underground passage.
We're heading to Area 51 for cover.
The two stumbled toward the secret elevator, the angry shouts already echoing behind them. Find that bastard.
He sold his soul to monsters.
He doesn't deserve to live.
As the elevator doors closed, Williams saw a group of armed civilians storm into the office. The hatred in their eyes was more terrifying than the beast itself.
China, Shenlong Base.
Lin Xiao sat enthroned at the center of the council chamber, his dragon eyes scanning the holographic projection of the global situation map. The reactions from citizens around the world were more intense than he had anticipated. It seemed this time, humanity's bottom line had truly been crossed.
Lord Shenlong.
General Zhao Weiguo strode in, followed by a squad of dragon scale guards. Morris and Yamada Ichiro have been escorted to the special tribunal.
Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. How are preparations? Everything is ready. Zhao Weiguo projected the courtroom hologram.
The trial will be broadcast live globally, with an estimated audience exceeding 7 billion.
Su Qingran stood nearby, clutching her ice crystal longsword, and suddenly asked, "That Williams, have they captured him yet?" Not yet. Zhao Weiguo shook his head. But intelligence indicates he's trapped in an underground bunker by civilians. He can't escape.
Lin Xiao's beard bristled slightly.
No rush. Let's try these two first. As for the pretty country, he glanced toward the Western Hemisphere. We'll deal with them all once the Central Core arrives.
The council chamber fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the murderous intent contained within those words.
Su Qingran whispered, "Lord Shenlong, is that mastermind truly that powerful?"
Lin Xiao didn't answer directly. Instead, his claw tip traced a constellation map in the air. According to Yamada no Orochi's intelligence and Martian heritage records, the Central Core is a war weapon of some advanced civilization, specifically designed to purge lesser civilizations. The star map expanded, revealing thousands of marked planets.
Each red dot represents a world it has destroyed. The group sucked in a collective breath.
The red dots were densely packed, nearly covering the entire star chart.
And we. Lin Xiao pointed to a blue dot on the edge. We are the next target. Zhao Weiguo's face drained of color. Could it be that even the ancient chi cultivators couldn't?
They sealed the passageway, buying time. Lin Xiao folded away the star chart.
But now, the seal is about to fail.
The council chamber fell deathly silent. Everyone was too stunned by this terrifying truth to speak.
Finally, Su Qingran broke the silence. Then, what are our chances?
Lin Xiao gazed at the heaven-questioning sword in his claw, its blade reflecting his resolute dragon eyes.
We fight with everything we have, to the bitter end. These 8 simple words reignited the fighting spirit within the assembly. Indeed, China had the divine dragon lord, ancient traditions, and billions of indomitable citizens. No matter how formidable the enemy, we shall fight them to the end. Let's go.
Lin Xiao glided toward the entrance. It's time for the world to witness justice. The others followed closely behind, heading toward the dome-shaped courtroom built specifically for this trial. There, the most extraordinary trial in human history was about to commence.
Chapter 88, Global Public Trial. China, Dome Court.
Sunlight streamed through the specially crafted glass dome, casting cold patches of light upon the defendant's bench. Morris was restrained in a specially designed metal chair, his wrists and ankles shackled by dragon scale guard-made chains. The once arrogant scientist now wore tattered clothes, his round-framed glasses missing a lens, the remaining one cracked. Yet the madness in his eyes had not diminished. If anything, it burned even more fiercely. Beside him, former Prime Minister Ichiro Yamada of Sakura Nation slumped in his chair like a pile of mud, his suit wrinkled, his tie askew, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Behind them, journalists and photographers from around the world crowded the courtroom. Long lenses and short lenses were aimed at the defendant's bench, flashes going off in rapid succession.
I did nothing wrong. Morris suddenly struggled, his shackles clanking loudly as his voice rasped like sandpaper scraping against wood. I did not betray humanity. My alliance with the beasts was only temporary. I was using them.
His shouts echoed within the dome, meeting no response. Reporters watched coldly as cameras mercilessly captured his spectacle.
A blonde female reporter even turned away in disgust, addressing the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Morris, the man who conducted experiments on living subjects, colluded with alien races, collaborated with the beasts, and betrayed humanity. Even faced with irrefutable evidence, he still tries to wriggle out of it.
You don't understand. Morris grew more agitated, veins bulging on his forehead. My research is to save humanity. That Chinese dragon is the real threat. Sooner or later, it will lead the human race to destruction. He was furious now.
In his vision, he should have been humanity's savior for creating the Statue of Liberty. Instead, he had become a traitor to humanity, facing trial and a litany of charges. These charges had never been leveled against anyone before him, such as colluding with alien races and betraying humanity. These charges were unprecedented in human history. How could he possibly accept this? Morris. The dragon scale guard standing beside him barked sharply, hand on his sword hilt. Watch your tongue. Ha 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 ha. Far from restraining himself, Morris burst into maniacal laughter, his broken lenses reflecting distorted light. Look. They're panicking. They're terrified I'll reveal the truth. The courtroom erupted in uproar. Reporters whispered among themselves, some shaking their heads, others sneering, while most glared angrily at the madman. At that moment. Oh. A commanding voice echoed from the entrance. Then tell us, what truth are they afraid you'll reveal? The entire room fell silent. All eyes turned simultaneously toward the source of the voice. Lin Xiao strode into the courtroom, his lapis blue dragon form gleaming in the sunlight. Even at a reduced size of about 3 meters, he radiated an overwhelming presence, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Behind him, Zhao Weiguo, Su Qingran, and other high-ranking members of the Dragon Scale Guard entered in succession, solemn expressions etched on each face. The journalists' cameras immediately turned toward this guardian deity of China, their shutters clicking like a downpour. The divine dragon of China. Morris's pupils contracted sharply, and he began struggling even more frantically. You're not from our country. You have no right to judge me. I demand a retrial. I will appeal. The shackles dug into his wrists, leaving bloody marks, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, his dragon tail swaying lightly as he glided to the front of the judgment platform. You betrayed humanity and colluded with alien races. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. Every person here has the right to judge you. From the moment you fed living souls to the colossal beast, you ceased to be worthy of the name human. Morris's face flushed crimson, spittle flying as he spat. I demand to see our High Magistrate. Lord Williams will prove my innocence. Williams? Lin Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Do you really think you'll get to see him? With a flick of the dragon claw, a holographic projection in the center of the courtroom illuminated, displaying the latest footage. Mass riots erupted across the United States, with enraged citizens brandishing "Hang the Traitors" banners as they stormed government buildings. Before the ruins of the Pentagon, someone burned the American flag. The wreckage of the Statue of Liberty was spray-painted with the word shame in red paint. Even your own countrymen can no longer tolerate your actions. Lin Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. The so-called Administrator Williams you speak of fled in panic during the spontaneous protests and remains missing to this day. The scene shifted to grainy surveillance footage. Williams and several bodyguards scrambled into an underground passage, pursued relentlessly by the crowd. No, this can't be. Morris's face drained instantly, his lips trembling. You're lying to me. The people of the beautiful country wouldn't do this. They should understand my great research. Great? Su Qingran couldn't help but speak up, her ice blue eyes blazing with fury.
Turning living people into monster fodder is great?
She stepped forward, pulling a recording crystal from her bosom. This contains all the data from your lab, including the volunteer usage list you personally signed.
The crystal projected an image. Morris stood before rows of incubation pods, coldly ordering, "This batch lacks purity. Feed them to the Statue of Liberty."
The footage clearly showed that among the feed were children under 10 years old. A wave of furious curses erupted throughout the courtroom.
"Monster! Damned bastard! Hang him!"
Journalists from around the world could no longer contain themselves, some even hurling water bottles toward the defendant's dock. Morris was struck on the forehead, blood trickling down his cheek, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain.
"You don't understand, none of you understand."
He shook his head frantically, his blue eyes bloodshot behind the single lens of his monocle.
"Sacrifice is necessary, to fight the behemoth, to fight."
He suddenly snapped his head up, a mad gleam blazing in his single eye.
"Wait. I still have value. I know the black-robed one's plan. I know the exact time the overmind will descend." Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. "Speak. First, promise you won't kill me." Morris pleaded urgently. "Give me a lab, give me resources, and I can help you take down the overmind." The courtroom erupted in uproar. This madman actually dared to bargain? Lin Xiao didn't respond immediately.
Instead, he turned to Yamada Ichiro on the other side.
"And you? Anything to say?" The former prime minister of Sakura Nation shuddered violently, his trousers suddenly soaked through.
He had lost control of his bladder.
Spare my life?"
He slumped in his chair, his voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz.
It was the United States that forced me. I'm willing to testify against them. I beg you." Morris stared in disbelief, eyes wide. "Yamada! You coward!"
Yamada Ichiro paid no heed, repeatedly kowtowing to Lin Xiao, his forehead thudding against the chair back with dull thumps. A flicker of disgust crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He turned to the three judges on the bench. They hailed from China, Russia, and France respectively.
"The evidence is conclusive. Please deliver your verdict."
The chief judge rose and solemnly declared.
"The Special Tribunal of the Human Alliance hereby renders the following verdict.
Defendant Maurice, found guilty of crimes against humanity, genocide, and treason, is sentenced to capital punishment, to be carried out immediately. Defendant Ichiro Yamada, found guilty of crimes against humanity and complicity in genocide, is sentenced to capital punishment, to be carried out immediately."
The gavel fell, its sound echoing within the dome.
Yamada Ichiro collapsed unconscious, while Morris,
"Ha ha ha!"
He suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, his cackles filled with twisted delight.
"You think this is the end? How naive."
He struggled to sit upright, his single eye fixed intently on Lin Xiao.
"The Statue of Liberty project still has a backup plan. I've left copies in all 51 secret laboratories worldwide. Even if I die, others will carry it out. When the central core descends, it will be the day of your destruction." Chapter 89, Humanity Endures.
The courtroom erupted in commotion.
Reporters frantically recorded this explosive scene.
Lin Xiao remained eerily calm, the sun and moon's illusory shadows swirling within his dragon eyes.
"I know." Those three simple words abruptly halted Morris's maniacal laughter. "You thought you were the only one with a backup plan?"
Lin Xiao's claw flickered, and a golden light pierced Morris's forehead. The scientist froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief.
What did you do to me?" "Just a little trick to make sure you spill all your secrets."
Lin Xiao turned to the judge.
"Before the execution, I need to take him somewhere." The judges exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We shall obey Lord Shenlong's command."
As Morris was dragged out of the courtroom by the dragon scale guards, he continued to spew incoherent, incomprehensible rants. Yamada Ichiro was carried out like a dead dog, scheduled for execution by firing squad in half an hour. Once the defendants had departed, Lin Xiao surveyed the courtroom solemnly. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's trial is not merely the punishment of two traitors, but the defense of humanity's fundamental principles. 10 days hence, the central core shall descend upon Earth. At that time, Huaxia shall shoulder the solemn duty of safeguarding human civilization. Hereby, I formally declare, the Human Alliance enters a state of war effective immediately. All member nations must unconditionally obey Alliance command and unite to resist the enemy." No sooner had he finished speaking than the representative of Bear Nation rose immediately. "Bear Nation offers its full support." The representative of Gaul followed suit. "Gaul swears to stand with the Alliance until the end." One after another, representatives from various nations declared their support. Cameras captured this historic moment. As Lin Xiao's dragon silhouette slowly rose before the cameras, countless viewers worldwide held their breath in unison. Human civilization has endured countless calamities to reach this day. His voice echoed through every corner of the world via satellite. "This time, we shall not yield either. Whether the enemy comes from the stars or the depths of hell, China." The dragon's claws clenched into fists, its lapis blue scales shimmering in the sunlight. "We'll fight to the last soldier." The moment the trial broadcast ended, countless people around the globe rose to their feet in unison before their screens. In underground bunkers, within crowded shelters,
Ragged survivors huddled around an old television set.
As Lin Xiao's dragon silhouette vanished, a young American boy suddenly leaped onto the table, raising his fist high.
Humanity forever. The slogan spread like wildfire, igniting the entire shelter. Red Square, Moscow. Despite the biting cold,
the crowd gathered to watch the open-air broadcast stood frozen like statues. Someone began humming Katyusha, which soon swelled into a chorus of thousands. The song pierced the heavens, as if proclaiming humanity's indomitable spirit to the cosmos.
Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex in the metropolis, programmer Zhang Ming was video chatting with his girlfriend.
"Are you really going to the front lines?" his girlfriend asked, her eyes reddened. Zhang Ming smiled, raising his phone to show her the newly received Dragon Scale Guard Reserve badge.
Someone has to step up. Besides,
he paused, his gaze unwavering. "I've seen the divine dragon fight with my own eyes." A long silence followed on the other end before his girlfriend's choked voice came through.
"I'll wait for you to come back."
Such scenes played out across the land. Long queues formed at recruitment centers, training grounds operated day and night, and even elderly couples in parks studied how to incorporate the Xian Yuan Ju into their square dancing routines. In stark contrast to China's vigorous preparations, chaos and self-destruction reigned within the beautiful country. In the ruins of New Williams, within a library that had yet to collapse.
"We're finished."
Former university professor Richard slumped on the dust-covered floor, clutching a half-burned copy of the Declaration of Independence.
200 years of reputation, all destroyed.
His student, Caitlin, bit her lip as she scrolled through international news on her tablet. "Professor, at least we're still alive."
Look at the comments from Chinese netizens. They're not taking it out on ordinary people. Richard gave a bitter laugh. What good does that do? That madman Williams has turned us all into public enemies.
He suddenly erupted, tearing the declaration to shreds.
"I'm emigrating. Now. Immediately." Caitlin was startled by the professor's frenzy, yet she understood this despair.
When your homeland becomes synonymous with traitor to humanity, the shame alone is enough to shatter anyone's sanity. "Professor," she whispered, "I heard Bear Country is accepting refugees from the beautiful nation. As long as you pass the background check." Richard snapped his head up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his gray-blue eyes.
"Yes. The Bear Nation. They're allies with China now."
He frantically searched for his ID card, then pulled out a box of matches. In a burst of flame, his beautiful country ID turned to ash.
After a brief silence, the internet was hit by an unprecedented data tsunami.
Hashtag Humanity Alliance hashtag Trial the Traitors hashtag Dragon Declaration hashtag. Trending topics surged at terrifying speeds, surpassing 10 billion views within half an hour. Social media platforms worldwide were flooded with these trending topics. Title: I am an American citizen, and I want to apologize to the world. USIP. Content: I once took pride in my nationality, but now I feel nothing but disgust and shame.
Those people used as lab rats. God, I can't imagine what they endured. If any Chinese netizens see this, please accept my apology. Image: burning American passport. Top comment 1: Does apologizing even matter? How many people has your country killed? Russian IP.
Top comment 2: At above, don't be like that. Ordinary citizens are innocent. China IP.
Top comment 3: Unity is paramount now. The overmind arrives in 10 days. Gaul IP.
American netizens were overcome with remorse, feeling ashamed of their country for the first time.
At an underground base in Sakura Nation,
Interim Prime Minister Koizumi Ichiro convened an emergency cabinet meeting.
Has Huaxia responded? He urgently asked the foreign minister. Not yet.
The foreign minister wiped his brow. But the Bear Nation is willing to mediate on the condition we hand over all officials involved in the volunteer program.
Hand them over. Hand them all over. Koizumi slammed the table in fury.
Also, prepare an apology statement immediately.
Use the most humble tone possible. He turned to the defense minister. How many self-defense forces personnel are still deployable? Less than 30%. Dead silence fell over the conference room. Finally, Koizumi Ichiro took a deep breath. Then deploy all 3/10 to China. Join the Human Alliance forces. Remember, he said through gritted teeth, this is Sakura Nation's last chance.
Bear Nation, Novosibirsk military base. Governor Puji was inspecting the newest military contingent.
5,000 of the Bear Nation's most elite warriors stood in perfect formation.
Each had cultivated the Xian Yuan secret art, and among them were many masters who had already reached the hidden Yuan realm. Soldiers. Puji's voice echoed through the biting wind. Today, we fight not merely for Bear Nation, but for the survival of all human civilization. At the front of the formation, General Ivanov stood tall, his chest adorned with the Guardian of Humanity medal awarded by China.
For humanity. Yura.
The soldiers roared in unison, their cries shaking snow from the pine branches. Regardless of the era, regardless of the nation. Those ordinary people and warriors who fight for the homes they inhabit will forever be the most admirable souls. Chapter 90: The beautiful country's final ace. Shenlong Base, Detention Chamber. Under the harsh, pale light, Morris was chained to a metal chair with specially designed shackles.
Let me go. You savages.
Morris thrashed violently, his bloodshot blue eyes peering out from behind his monocle.
I'm a Nobel Prize nominee.
A leading authority in genetics.
You can't treat me like this.
Lin Xiao loomed before him, his lapis blue dragon scales gleaming with a metallic sheen in the cold light. The sun and moon illusions within his dragon eyes slowly rotated, radiating a profound insight that seemed to see through everything.
Dr. Morris.
His voice was eerily calm.
Tell me everything you know. Ha 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 ha. Morris suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. I'm about to die, do you really think I'd talk? He lunged forward, chains clanking loudly. Unless you release me. Give me my lab. Give me resources.
Otherwise, I won't utter a single word. Lin Xiao didn't grow angry, instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
Not a word?
The dragon claw rose, its tip gathering a point of golden light.
Do you think I need you to speak? The golden light shot like an arrow, instantly piercing Morris's forehead. Ah! The scientist let out an inhuman scream, his body convulsing violently as if electrocuted.
The lens of his monocle clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces.
Lin Xiao closed his eyes and concentrated. Morris's memories surged in like a tidal wave. 20 days prior, underground conference room of the Hexagon building. William's face darkened. That dragon from China is growing stronger by the day. Our Iron Patriots are simply no match.
Morris pushed his glasses up. Therefore, we require more aggressive measures, Your Excellency. He activated a holographic projection, revealing a blurred design schematic of a biomechanical suit. Project Liberty statue fusing titanic beast DNA with human consciousness to create our own god.
10 days ago, Area 51 secret laboratory. 3 figures in white lab coats stood before Morris. Howard is in charge of Thunder Titan, focusing on electrical abilities.
Axe is in charge of Corrupted Hive, specializing in biological proliferation. Wilson is in charge of Shadow Hunter, specializing in stealth assassination.
Morris handed each of them a test tube. Remember, no matter what happens here, the plan continues. 3 days prior, submarine control room. Morris's secret meeting with the hooded leader. The Overmind will arrive in 10 days. At least 3 level 8 units will be required for reception. The Statue of Liberty isn't perfect enough. Then compensate with quantity. Activate every single embryo in storage.
Memory fragments flashed like a kaleidoscope, finally settling on a set of coordinates.
371406N 1154840W. Area 51, the precise location of 3 cloning laboratories.
Lin Xiao withdrew his dragon claws, the golden light dissipating. Morris slumped in his chair like a pile of mud, saliva dripping uncontrollably from his mouth, his eyes unfocused.
The soul-searching technique inflicted immense mental trauma on ordinary humans, let alone when forcibly executed by someone like Lin Xiao. So that's how it is.
Lin Xiao pondered thoughtfully.
Howard, Axe, and Wilson.
You've certainly left yourself quite a few escape routes. At the mention of those 3 names, Morris's unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing utter terror.
You? How could you? I know far more than you imagine.
Lin Xiao turned and glided toward the door.
Take him away. He's useless now. 2 dragon scale guards immediately stepped forward, hoisting the limp Morris. No. Wait.
Morris suddenly struggled, his voice hoarse. I still have value. I know the true plan of the central computer.
It intends to. Lies.
Lin Xiao cut him off without turning his head.
You've never even seen the mainframe. All you know is it's coming in 10 days.
Morris's face drained of color instantly. His final trump card had been exposed.
Take him away.
At Lin Xiao's command, Morris was dragged out of the detention cell, his piercing screams echoing down the corridor for a long time.
Lord Shenlong.
Su Qingran stepped out of the shadows, her ice crystal longsword swaying lightly at her waist.
That Williams. He's at Area 51. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon-like eyes. I'll handle it personally. He paused, his voice abruptly turning cold. Before the Overmind arrives, I will use William's blood as a sacrifice.
As the final word fell, the temperature throughout the entire base plummeted 10 degrees. Every soul present felt the icy killing intent, shivering involuntarily. This time, the dragon was truly enraged.
Nevada, 300 meters below ground at Area 51. When the elevator doors slid open, Administrator Williams nearly collapsed to the floor. 3 days of stubble made him look 20 years older. His bespoke suit was caked in mud and bloodstains.
His left dress shoe had vanished at some point, leaving a gaping hole in his sock that exposed filthy toes.
Your Excellency.
Dr. Howard stood outside the elevator, his white lab coat immaculate. Welcome to the core area of Project Arkansas. Williams leaned against the elevator wall, gasping for breath, the metallic taste of blood in his throat.
Is it safe now? Absolutely. Howard handed him a disinfected towel. We're 300 meters below ground level, nuclear blast proof. The mob won't even find the entrance. Williams roughly wiped his face, only then noticing his surroundings. A pristine white corridor stretched into the distance, its walls embedded with faint blue glowing lines. Disinfectant mist continuously sprayed from vents in the ceiling. Biometric access gates stood every 10 meters, guarded by armed personnel in black combat uniforms. Where are the others? Williams croaked. Robert? The Secretary of State? The Chief of Staff? You're the only high-ranking official who made it here. Howard adjusted his glasses. Dr. Morris's final message before his arrest was to prioritize your safety above all else. Williams flinched at the mention of Morris's name. That madman should be on trial in China right now, his spectacle broadcast live across the globe. Damn it! Williams slammed his fist into the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. It's all over. 200 years of American reputation. Quite the contrary, sir. Howard suddenly wore an eerie smile. It's only just begun. He gestured invitingly. Axe and Wilson are waiting for you. I think you'll appreciate the surprise they prepared. Williams narrowed his eyes. He had met this Howard several times before he had personally assigned him to assist Morris, but never had he seemed so unsettling. The gleam in those blue eyes held less the cool detachment of a scientist than the fanatical obsession of a religious zealot. Lead the way. Williams smoothed his tattered collar, clinging to the last shred of dignity befitting a magistrate. They passed through 7 biometric security gates and descended further in the second elevator. When they reached 1 kilometer below ground, the elevator doors slowly opened. The sight before him made Williams instantly forget to breathe. An immense subterranean chamber, its scale impossible to gauge, was divided into 3 distinct zones. At the center of each stood a colossal cylindrical growth chamber over 200 meters tall, filled to the brim with pale green nutrient solution. In the leftmost chamber, a giant, sapphire blue creature floated, its body wrapped in electrical currents that occasionally erupted into blinding sparks. The middle chamber held a constantly writhing mass of flesh, its surface covered in honeycomb-like structures, each pore teeming with wriggling life. The rightmost chamber lay utterly empty, revealing only a shadowy mass that flickered in and out of view. This is... Williams' voice trembled. Chapter 91, Sakura Nation volunteers to become China's 35th province. Thunder Titan, Corrupted Hive, and Shadow Hunter. Howard introduced proudly Dr. Morris's contingency plan. He pointed to the left. Thunder Titan, fused with level 6 Thunderstorm Beast genes, boasts energy output 300 times that of Iron Patriot. Center, the Corrupted Hive, engineered from a level 6 Spore Queen, capable of infecting an entire city within an hour. Right, Shadow Hunter, the ultimate assassin. Fused with a level 5 Void Hunter's abilities, it remains undetectable even by our most advanced equipment. Williams's breathing grew increasingly ragged, the despair in his eyes gradually replaced by a kind of fervor. Can they stand against that dragon? Alone, perhaps not. Howard murmured, but 3 together? Plus the 4th one nearing completion. A 4th? Williams whipped his head around. Howard gave a mysterious smile. Allow me to keep you in suspense. Meet my colleagues first. He clapped his hands, and 2 men in identical white lab coats stepped out of the shadows. Axe, responsible for the corruption nest. Howard introduced Wilson, designer of the Shadow Hunter. Axe grinned, revealing a row of crooked teeth. Your Excellency, you look far more haggard than on television. Wilson merely gave a cold nod, his gaze sweeping over Williams like an X-ray, making him uncomfortable. Enough. Williams forced back his anger. Tell me, when will these things be operational? Soon, Howard replied with a faint smile. Williams nodded, forcing his voice to sound authoritative. Listen, the United States is now in a state of anarchy. As the legally elected executive officer. Legitimate? Axe suddenly burst into laughter. Have you forgotten Congress unanimously passed your impeachment? You're a fugitive now just like us. Williams' face turned ashen. Then why did you rescue me? Because you still have value. Howard said calmly. We need a spokesperson. He walked to the console and pulled up a set of data. Look. Global public opinion has completely swung toward China. Nations are scrambling to join that so-called human alliance. News headlines scrolled across the screen. Bear Nation announces opening of all military bases to China. Gaul hands over nuclear launch codes to human alliance. Sakura Nation volunteers to become China's 35th province. Absurd. Williams slammed his fist onto the console. These cowards. Traitors. But with these, Howard gestured toward the 3 incubation pods, you'll soon show the world who the true savior is. Williams' breathing grew heavy, his eyes flashing with a sickening gleam. He envisioned himself standing atop the ruins of the United Nations, trampling the corpse of China's divine dragon beneath his feet, with global leaders kneeling before him. What's the specific plan? He demanded urgently. Howard exchanged a glance with the other 2. First, we need to divert the attention of the Chinese dragon. Shadow Hunter will handle that, Wilson said coldly. It will create a series of disturbances within China. Simultaneously, Thunder Titan will assault the final defenses of Bear Nation, Howard continued, destroying their alliance with China. Axe cut in excitedly, then my little darlings will parachute into the land of cherry blossoms. Show the world what a real biohazard looks like. Williams grew increasingly excited, but then a question struck him, and the fourth one? What is it? When will it be ready? Howard corrected, the most perfect creation, incorporating all the data from the Statue of Liberty, but discarding those unstable elements. He pulled up a set of encrypted files, revealing a female silhouette on the screen. Dr. Alice calls her the Angel of Doom. Theoretically, she can reach level 8. Dr. Alice? Williams frowned. I've never heard of this person. You'll meet her soon enough. Howard smiled mysteriously. She's undergoing final debugging in the lower-level lab. Once the Chinese dragon is crippled by the shadow hunters, the Angel of Doom will deliver the fatal blow. Williams suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He now deeply regretted his decision to hand these 3 individuals over to Morris. He had merely intended to provide Morris with additional assistance, never imagining they would become his final trump card. You guarantee victory? Williams asked hoarsely. We guarantee it, Howard smiled. We'll restore you to the pinnacle of the world. Williams took a deep breath and nodded. Very well. It's in your hands. Just then, an alarm blared throughout the entire laboratory. Warning! Unauthorized personnel breached Sector A. Warning! Security doors 17 breached. Warning! Energy reaction reaches level 7. Howard's face drained of color. Impossible. We're 1,000 meters underground. Wilson had already rushed to the surveillance screens, pulling up the corridor feed. A sapphire gold figure was seen breaking through security doors at astonishing speed, sending guards flying like scarecrows in its wake. It's him. Williams' legs buckled, nearly collapsing to his knees. The Chinese dragon. On the screen, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes seemed to pierce through the display, gazing directly at everyone. Sun and moon illusions swirled within his pupils. Activate emergency protocol. Howard roared. Awaken all test subjects. Axe frantically slammed the red button, triggering the rapid drainage of nutrient fluid from the incubation chambers. Too soon. They're not fully matured yet. Wilson tried to stop him. Better than dead. Ike screamed. Williams slumped in his chair, watching as the 3 incubation pods slowly opened. Only one thought filled his mind. It's over. All over. Chaos erupted in the core laboratory. Faster. Faster. Howard frantically pounded the console, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Boom. With a thunderous roar as pressure released, 3 incubation chambers opened simultaneously. Green nutrient fluid cascaded out like waterfalls, revealing the horrifying creatures curled inside. Perfect. Howard stared mesmerized at his creations, utterly oblivious to the danger. Look! They surpassed the design parameters. Williams cowered in the corner, his suit soaked through with cold sweat. He both hoped these monsters would hold back the dragon and feared they'd tear him apart first if they went berserk. Go! My darlings! Axe waved his hands frantically. Tear that lizard to shreds. As if answering his call, the 3 monsters simultaneously turned toward the laboratory exit. At that moment, with a thunderous roar, the laboratory doors were instantly blown apart. Through the dust, a sapphire gold dragon silhouette strode in. Chapter 92, Instant Kill. America's last hope shattered. Is that all? Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the 3 monsters, a sneer curling his lips. Williams, is this your last hope? As the words fell, swords roared like dragons, 365 sword shadows materializing from thin air to form an intricate array. The Thunder Titan's fist collided with the sword formation, instantly reduced to mincemeat. Roar! It retreated in agony, blue blood spurting from its severed wrist. But the sword formation followed like a shadow, enveloping it in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light rained down, slicing the 150-meter-tall colossus into countless fragments as it crashed to the ground. From the first strike to its demise, less than 10 seconds had passed. Howard stood frozen, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose, forgotten. His life's work, gone like that? Axe suddenly screamed, corrupted nest. Release the spores. The mass of flesh convulsed violently, every orifice opening simultaneously. Countless green spores shot toward Lin Xiao like bullets, exploding into a mist mid-air. This was the death mist capable of corroding metal and melting flesh. Inhale a single spore, and your lungs would liquefy within 10 seconds. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, opening his dragon's maw to unleash a torrent of white-hot dragon flames. The flames collided with the spore cloud, producing a teeth-grinding hiss. The deadly spores didn't last even a second, all reduced to ash. The dragon's flames continued unabated, engulfing the corrupted nest entirely. Squeak! The flesh mass emitted a high-pitched shriek, convulsing wildly within the inferno before finally dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling slime. Seeing this, Axe turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiao's dragon tail swept out, flinging him into the wall. Thud! Ike slid down like a pile of rotten mud, his spine visibly snapped.
But what was even more terrifying was that several spores that had slipped through the net drifted onto his body.
No, don't.
He watched in horror as his arm began to melt, revealing stark white bone.
Help, help me.
His cries for help soon turned into inhuman screams. His face melted like wax, eyeballs fell from their sockets, and finally, even his skull was exposed.
Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown at the sight. He brought this upon himself.
Howard screamed hysterically, "Shadow hunters!
Move in now!"
Shadow-like humanoid creatures glided silently toward Lin Xiao, their arms extending 2-meter-long black blades.
Instead of attacking directly, it vanished abruptly. Reappearing behind Lin Xiao, the blades plunged straight for his heart. Spatial leap?
Without turning his head, Lin Xiao lashed out with his dragon tail like a whip.
Too slow. Crack.
The shadow hunter was flung backward, crashing through 3 layers of alloy walls before coming to a halt. But it swiftly blended back into the shadows, launching another assault. This time, it struck from the ceiling.
Boring.
Lin Xiao's dragon claw grasped at thin air, causing space to suddenly warp.
The shadow hunter was seized as if by an invisible giant hand, forcibly dragged out of the void. SSS-tier. It struggled frantically, yet couldn't break free from the spatial confinement.
Your ability.
Lin Xiao mused, this is rather interesting.
A claw tip lightly sliced through the air, creating a spatial fissure that split the shadow hunter in two. The black shadow emitted a silent scream as both halves writhed on the ground, desperately trying to reconnect. Lin Xiao gave it no chance. With a swing of the heaven-questioning sword, its blade light spread like a net, slicing it into even smaller pieces. Finally, the fragments dissolved into black smoke and vanished.
Impossible, impossible.
Wilson collapsed to his knees, clutching his head.
Shadow hunters are immortal. How could this be?
Before he could finish, a wisp of black smoke suddenly seeped into his nostrils.
Gah!
Wilson jerked his head back, his eyes instantly turning black. His body convulsed violently, as if countless insects were writhing beneath his skin.
Help, me!
He reached out to Williams, only to see the man recoil in terror.
The next second, Wilson's chest burst open, a black claw reaching out. Then a second, a third.
His entire body was torn apart from within like a rag doll, and a brand new shadow hunter emerged.
I see.
Lin Xiao sneered coldly, the host revives. What a pity. The heaven-questioning sword blazed with intense light, a sword beam slicing horizontally across the laboratory. The newly born shadow hunter hadn't even regained its footing before being cleaved in two this time, not even smoke remained.
Wilson's corpse lay nearby, his face frozen in disbelief. All 3 synthetic beasts were annihilated. Time taken, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Only you remain.
Lin Xiao turned to Howard, golden light swirling in his dragon eyes.
Any last words? Howard's lips trembled.
He couldn't believe that the colossal beasts they'd painstakingly researched for so long, the ones they'd pinned their hopes on, had been slaughtered so effortlessly. It was like crushing 3 ants utterly effortless.
Was this really right? Just how powerful was this Chinese dragon? He didn't know.
All he knew now was that death was drawing near. Seeing the other party remain silent, Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
With a single claw strike, the opponent was instantly crushed into nothingness, erased from existence forever.
The laboratory fell suddenly silent. Only Williams remained, cowering in the corner, surrounded by a pool of blood and flesh.
No, don't kill me.
The former governor's pants were soaked through, his face smeared with snot and tears.
I can tell you the nuclear codes for the United States. I can.
Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. His dragon claw swept out, lifting him into the air. Williams, convinced Lin Xiao was about to kill him, rolled his eyes back in terror and fainted instantly.
Lin Xiao swept his dragon claw, carrying the unconscious Williams away. A final burst of dragon flame obliterated the entire underground laboratory.
This place was the root of all evil. It had no reason to exist. A flash of azure gold light erupted as the laboratory's continuous explosions and booms persisted for a full 2 hours before gradually subsiding. All returned to stillness. Only the utter devastation remained as proof that a one-sided annihilation had once raged here.
5 minutes later. A cultivation chamber at the very bottom of the laboratory suddenly activated.
A silver-haired girl slowly sat up, her ice blue eyes flickering with an unearthly light. She gazed toward the direction Lin Xiao had departed, a sinister smile curling her lips.
Found you.
Her voice was ethereal, yet sent a chill down one's spine. Then, her figure dissolved into the floor like water, vanishing without a trace. Shenlong Base, Council Chamber. Lin Xiao had already thrown Williams into the base's most secure prison, awaiting final judgment.
Lord Shenlong.
General Zhao Weiguo strode in, holding a tablet in his hands, his face radiating unmistakable excitement.
Latest statistics show 114 nations worldwide have formally submitted applications to join the Human Alliance.
He tapped open the data chart, and a holographic projection unfolded in midair. Currently, 43 have passed the review process, primarily nations with long-standing friendly relations with China, such as the Bear Nation and Gaul. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his dragon eyes scanning the flickering country names and numbers.
More than anticipated. Indeed. A hint of pride flashed in Zhao Weiguo's eyes. After the United States collapsed, those smaller nations that had been watching from the sidelines couldn't sit still any longer. At this rate, the alliance will cover 90% of existing nations within a week. The projection shifted to a world map, where the green zones representing alliance members were rapidly expanding, nearly covering the entire Eurasian continent and Africa. What about the rest? Lin Xiao's beard twitched. The ones destroyed by the behemoths? Zhao Weiguo's expression turned solemn. Satellite imagery indicates 37 nations remain in a state of de facto anarchy, with 29 capitals already occupied by the beasts. We're assessing whether it's worth deploying the Dragon Scale Guard to reclaim. Hold off on that for now. Lin Xiao cut him off. Let's deal with the betrayal of humanity first. An issue this monumental can't be handled by Williams and Yamada Ichiro alone. Zhao Weiguo immediately understood. You mean? Chapter 93, not one on the list will be spared. Give them 24 hours. Lin Xiao's voice was quiet, yet it sent a chill through the council chamber. Have them compile a list. Hand over every single mastermind behind the scenes. Every name on that list must appear before the Huaxia Special Tribunal. Surrender voluntarily, and we can discuss this. Otherwise, don't blame us for treating everyone equally. The simple phrase equal treatment carried a chilling implication. Zhao Weiguo felt a chill run down his spine and immediately straightened his posture. Yes. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Zhao Weiguo saluted with a military-style salute, then turned and strode away. Night. China, Shenlong Base Press Conference Venue. The dome-shaped conference hall was packed to capacity, journalists from around the world crammed into every corner. Long lenses and short lenses were aimed at the central platform, flashes going off in rapid succession. The entire venue fell silent the moment Lin Xiao's dragon form appeared at the entrance. Maintaining a dragon form of about 3 meters, his azure gold scales shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the lights. Ladies and gentlemen. Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. The trial concerning the beautiful country's collusion with alien races is not yet concluded. With a light tap of his claw, the crystal projected a holographic image. Footage of Williams signing off on the Statue of Liberty project in classified documents. Audio recordings of high-level Pentagon meetings discussing methods to obtain Chinese genetic samples. The dirty dealings of military-industrial complex tycoons carving up experimental funding. These people. Lin Xiaolong swept his tail, switching the image to a list densely packed with hundreds of names. They must be held accountable for their crimes. The list was categorized by nationality. The United States accounted for 70%, Japan 20%, and the remaining countries 10%. Each name bore a specific crime: funding, supplying volunteers, concealing experimental data. Within 24 hours. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes swept the room, the illusory sun and moon swirling within his pupils. Every person on this list must appear before the China Special Tribunal. Otherwise. He paused, his voice abruptly turning icy. Their respective nations will be deemed accomplices and face comprehensive sanctions. The hall erupted in uproar. Reporters frantically recorded this explosive news, some fingers trembling. This was no ordinary diplomatic rhetoric. This was a sanction from Shenlong, one that could potentially bring down a nation. Lord Shenlong. A blonde female reporter raised her hand to ask, what if certain nations cannot hand over all personnel, say, if they're deceased or missing? Lin Xiao turned to her, his dragon whiskers twitching. Bring back the living or return the dead. 6 simple words sent a chill through the entire room. Next question. Lord Shenlong. A Chinese journalist stood up. What specific measures does the sanctions package you mentioned entail? Lin Xiao replied calmly: permanent termination of all cooperation with China, permanent revocation of alliance membership, and military strikes. The hall erupted in commotion once more. The first 2 were devastating enough, let alone the third. Currently, the only military force globally capable of standing against the Colossus was China's Dragon Scale Guard. The press conference is adjourned. Lin Xiao turned and departed, leaving his final words echoing through the hall. The outcome will be revealed in 24 hours. Sakura Nation, Underground Provisional Government. Koizumi Ichiro stared at the scrolling list on the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There are still this many people? He slammed his fist on the table, sending the teacup skittering across the surface. The governing members fell silent, none daring to respond. What are you all standing around for? Koizumi Ichiro bellowed hysterically, arrest everyone on that list immediately. Not a single one can be spared. The defense minister hesitated. But 3 of the names belonged to Zaibatsu heads. They wield significant influence among the public. Bastard. Koizumi Ichiro flipped the table over. Are you waiting for that dragon to come arrest them himself? He lunged at the defense minister, grabbing him by the collar. Do you know how far China is from us? At that dragon's speed, it could be in Tokyo in 2 minutes. Yes. Yes. The defense minister bowed repeatedly. I'll make arrangements immediately. An hour later, Tokyo's streets witnessed a bizarre and surreal scene. A dozen police cars led the way, followed by a convoy of luxury armored vehicles. Each vehicle carried a figure who had once been a powerful and influential leader. Zaibatsu patriarchs, retired generals, former cabinet ministers. Some looked ashen-faced, others cursed viciously, and a few had even fainted from fright. The most conspicuous vehicle was the stretched limousine in the center, where Ichiro Koizumi personally accompanied the current head of the Mitsui conglomerate. This octogenarian, a living fossil of Sakura Nation's economic establishment, now lay slumped in the backseat like a dead dog. Koizumi, have you forgotten who funded your rise to power? The old man's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Koizumi Ichiro wiped sweat from his brow. My apologies, Lord Mitsui. For the survival of Sakura Nation, you must be sacrificed. Faster. Much faster. Koizumi Ichiro urged the driver, we must reach China within 12 hours. Though they had voluntarily petitioned to become China's 35th province, it was far from sufficient. Only by demonstrating absolute obedience could Sakura Nation cling to a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, the United States provisional government descended into even greater chaos. Deep within the ruins of New Williams, in an underground bunker that had yet to collapse, Acting Governor Robert stared at the list, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! Why are 80% of them missing? He'd been arresting people according to the list, only to discover they'd vanished without a trace, as if they'd evaporated into thin air. Missing, the security advisor sneered. No. They fled. He pulled up satellite footage. 3 nights prior, at a secret base in Florida, a rocket silently ascended into the night sky. Zooming in revealed the very military-industrial tycoons and politicians from the list boarding the capsule. Freedom Space Station. The security advisor gritted his teeth. They had their escape route planned all along. Robert's face turned ashen. How many people can the space station hold? Standard capacity is 12, but after modifications. The security advisor paused, it can cram in at least 50. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone understood what this meant. The perpetrators had abandoned their own country, fleeing to space for refuge. Does the public know? Robert asked hoarsely. We've suppressed the news for now, the security advisor replied with a bitter smile. But we can't keep it hidden forever. As if to confirm his words, a deafening roar erupted from outside. Hand over the traitors. We demand justice. Long live humanity. Robert walked to the window and lifted a corner of the blinds. Outside the bunker, thousands of citizens had gathered. Some held signs reading, "Hang the traitor," others burned the pretty country flag, while the majority charged the barricades barehanded. The riot police's shield formation was already teetering on collapse. We are finished. Robert slumped into his chair, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of utter absurdity. Just days ago, he had been a respected high-ranking official in the Hexagon building. Now he was branded the spokesperson for human traitors, moments away from being torn to shreds by the enraged crowd. At this very moment, he despised every single one of William's decisions. If it weren't for that moron, they wouldn't have ended up in this mess, and he wouldn't have been branded a traitor to humanity. Robert couldn't help but curse, sweat pouring down his forehead. He knew all too well that if he didn't find those who had fled to the space station soon, he would be forever branded as a disgrace to humanity, a stain he could never wash away. Sir! The Chinese embassy is requesting communication. An officer rushed in frantically. They demand to speak with you directly. Chapter 94, Safety in Space? How naive. Robert forced himself to stay composed. Connect them. The screen lit up, revealing the face of a Chinese diplomat. Mr. Robert, the diplomat cut straight to the point, it appears your country has encountered some difficulties? Robert gave a wry smile. As you can see, we cannot hand over everyone on the list. They have fled into space. Surprisingly, the Chinese diplomat showed no sign of shock. Lord Shenlong is already aware of this matter. He stated calmly, the 24-hour deadline remains unchanged. Should no one surrender by then, the United States will be formally expelled from the Human Alliance. The screen went dark, plunging the conference room back into darkness. Robert was utterly despairing. The angry shouts of the crowd outside continued to echo, growing ever closer. He glanced at the window and sighed slowly. At this point, he could only turn himself in. Though he had never personally carried out these actions, he was undeniably complicit. Robert no longer sought to save his own life, he only prayed he wouldn't be nailed to humanity's pillar of shame. Space, Liberty Space Station. This was the last pride of the United States. A luxurious space station secretly constructed by a private consortium, originally intended as a doomsday ark for the super wealthy. Now it had become a refuge for criminals. Cheers! Former Defense Secretary John raised his champagne glass, his plump face beaming with satisfaction. To our new home. Dozens of high-ranking officials and tycoons clinked glasses and laughed heartily in the simulated gravity environment. They stood in the station's observation deck, gazing down at Earth through massive portholes. On that blue planet, storms raged and monstrous beasts roamed, while they remained safe and sound. No matter how mighty the Dragon of China is, it can't fly into space, can it? Lockheed's CEO sneered. Once the dust settles, we.
Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the entire space station.
Warning! Unknown object approaching. Warning! Energy signature at level 7. Panic seized the crowd as they stared toward the portholes.
The next moment, everyone felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. In the pitch-black void of space, a sapphire and gold figure approached the space station at an astonishing speed. Without a spacesuit or thrusters, it defied the laws of physics, gliding through the void. Its slender dragon form shimmered under the starlight, while the transparent longsword in its claw refracted a deadly, icy glint.
Impossible.
John's face drained of color, utterly unable to believe the scene before him.
This utterly shattered every belief he had held. How could he? There's no oxygen in space, none.
Yet the truth stood before him.
Not only had the Chinese dragon arrived, but it seemed even more at ease? As if space was its true home. Activate the defense systems, screamed the Lockheed CEO. Now! Too late.
Outside the porthole, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes had already locked onto them. The illusory shadows of sun and moon swirled within his pupils, cold and majestic. He slowly raised the heaven-questioning sword, its tip pointing directly at the space station.
10 minutes later above Shenlong Base.
A sapphire gold dragon silhouette sliced through the clouds, gleaming brilliantly in the morning sun. Lin Xiao's dragon claws gripped a specially alloyed chain, which held dozens of disheveled, deathly pale human items. These once powerful elites now dangled pitifully in the air like a string of grasshoppers. The obese form of former Defense Minister John stood out particularly. His custom-made suit, worth $100,000, had been reduced to rags, exposing his flabby back.
Assemble! Welcome Lord Shenlong! Wang Meng's booming voice echoed across the training ground.
Barely pulling on his shirt, he charged out bare-chested. Su Qingran leapt from the meditation chamber, her ice crystal sword flying automatically into her hand. By the time she reached the central plaza, Lin Xiao had already descended slowly onto the helipad. Thud! The dragon's claws released their grip, and the cluster of human grasshoppers crashed heavily to the ground, emitting agonized groans.
Ouch, my back. God, save me. Water, give me water. These once mighty figures now writhed in the dust like maggots.
Wang Meng was the first to charge forward, delivering a kick straight to John's plump rear.
Run! Why aren't you running anymore? The powerful kick sent the 200-pound fatso tumbling 3 full circles. Spit!
Wang Meng spat on the ground.
So good at dodging in space, huh? Huh?
John curled into a ball, clutching his head with both hands, snot and tears smearing his face.
Don't hit me. I surrender.
The other dragon scale guards closed in, each pair of eyes blazing with fury. These traitors conducted experiments on living humans, colluded with alien races, betrayed all of human civilization. If not for military discipline, they would have swarmed them and torn them apart long ago.
Calm down.
Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the boiling scene. He swept his dragon tail lightly, gliding to the front of the group. His dragon eyes swept over the pile of human trash on the ground, a flicker of disgust crossing them.
Take them away. Prepare for trial. Yes.
A squad of fully armed dragon scale guards immediately stepped forward, dragging the nobles toward the makeshift cells like dead dogs.
2 hours later, Dome Court. This semicircular structure once again became the world's focal point. Reporters of diverse skin tones and languages packed the gallery, their cameras trained on the central dock.
There, over 50 defendants were chained to metal chairs with specially designed shackles, each bearing a placard on their chest listing their charges.
Crimes against humanity, treason, genocide.
The mere sight of these charges sent a chill down the spine. William sat at the head of the dock, his face as pale as paper, lips trembling uncontrollably, eyes vacant as they stared at the floor. The once confident magistrate now resembled a dying old man. The other Sakura Nation criminals were no better, heads bowed, faces ashen.
All rise. At the bailiff's command, the courtroom fell instantly silent.
All present rose simultaneously, their gazes turning toward the entrance. Lin Xiao walked in at a measured pace. Behind him, Su Qingran, Wang Meng, and other high-ranking members of the Dragon Scale Guard followed in order, each dressed in formal attire with solemn expressions.
Please be seated. The chief judge struck the gavel, its sound echoing within the dome. The Special Tribunal of the Human Alliance is now in session. Over 1.5 billion people worldwide watch this historic moment via live broadcast. From the street screens of China to the underground shelters of Bear Nation, to the cafes of Gaul. All held their breath, awaiting the arrival of justice. Defendant Williams. The judge opened the case file. You stand accused of 7 charges, including crimes against humanity and treason. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you plead guilty? Williams shuddered and slowly raised his head. His gaze swept across the gallery, where representatives from various nations sat, each staring at him with contempt. His gaze shifted to the live broadcast cameras, knowing countless eyes were fixed on him at that moment. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Xiao, seated beside the bench. The sun and moon reflections within those dragon eyes seemed to pierce the darkest corners of his soul, leaving him nowhere to hide. I plead guilty.
William's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, yet it thundered through the courtroom like a bolt of lightning. Reporters frantically scribbled notes as flashes lit up the room.
Defendant John.
The judge continued, "You are charged."
One by one, these once mighty figures bowed their heads.
Some wept bitterly, others stood frozen in shock, and a few collapsed unconscious. But no one felt sympathy for them. When the judge read the charge of using living humans for genetic experiments, suppressed sobs even rose from the gallery. Those were the cries of the victims' families.
Based on the foregoing facts, the presiding judge finally declared, "This court hereby sentences
all defendants are sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately."
The gavel fell, its sound crisp and cold. No appeals, no reprieve. This was the second clean, decisive final judgment in human history. The first was the trial of the supreme executive of Sakura Nation and Maurice.
In a sense, they too had made their mark in history.
Of course, their legacy was nothing but infamy. Chapter 95, Public Execution for All. Use Sakura Nation as cannon fodder. Execution ground, noon.
The sun blazed fiercely, as if heaven itself were witnessing this righteous judgment.
Over 100 criminals were escorted to the execution ground and lined up in a row.
Behind them, over 100 Dragon Scale Guard soldiers stood at attention, their rifles gleaming coldly. The global live broadcast continued, yet the chat stream fell eerily silent.
Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final moment.
Lin Xiao hovered midair, his dragon eyes sweeping across the execution ground.
Carry out the execution. His voice boomed through the loudspeakers, echoing across the globe.
145 gunshots erupted almost simultaneously, like a long, drawn-out sigh. 145 bodies fell in unison, their blood staining the sandy ground crimson.
The live-streamed bullet comments exploded in an instant. Justice has been served. Long live humanity.
Long live Lord Shunlong.
The moment the execution ground's gunfire ceased, an unprecedented global internet frenzy erupted.
Within 10 minutes, social media engagement on related topics surpassed 10 billion views.
Netizens worldwide flooded comment sections, venting pent-up fury and exhilaration. China, a university dormitory. Well done. Zhang Ming slammed his fist on the table, startling his roommates.
His eyes reddened as he stared at the live stream on his computer screen.
Those beasts finally got what they deserved.
His roommate, Xiaoli, leaned in and saw the screen filled with comments.
His eyes welled up too. Look at this. Another roommate pointed at his phone. Video posted by Russian netizens.
The video showed tens of thousands gathered in Moscow's Red Square, holding high banners reading "Human Justice."
Some were even setting off fireworks. The background was filled with deafening, wave after wave of Yura chants. And this one. Xiaoli pulled up a trending post from Gaul. Title, "On the streets of Paris, everyone is cheering Gaul IP."
Video, "Beneath the Eiffel Tower, strangers embrace each other, some weeping, others laughing."
The comments section was even more lively. "In this moment, we are all Chinese. Italy IP. Justice may be delayed, but it will never fail to arrive. Egypt IP. Lord Shenlong is so cool. I'm joining the Chinese army. Gaul IP. Humanity will prevail.
United States, New Williams ruins." Outside the provisional government building, Robert stood on the steps, gazing at the cheering crowd in the square with mixed emotions. He had just submitted all evidence to China and voluntarily submitted to investigation, finally preserving America's last shred of dignity within the human alliance.
"Mr. Executive Officer."
The security advisor approached and whispered, "The people are demanding the public burning of William's body." Robert rubbed his temples wearily.
"Grant it." He gazed toward the east, the direction of Huaxia. From this day forward, the United States must undergo a complete transformation. Meanwhile, at Shenlong Base. Lord Shenlong.
General Zhao Weiguo strode into the council chamber, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Provisional Prime Minister Koizumi Ichiro of Sakura Nation requests an audience.
Lin Xiao sat enthroned at the center, his dragon eyes narrowed slightly. He arrives at the perfect moment.
Is it they who have taken it upon themselves to declare themselves China's 35th province?
Zhao Weiguo sneered coldly, "Exactly.
Utterly delusional."
Lin Xiao replied calmly, "Tell them they are not yet qualified to become China's 35th province."
Zhao Weiguo stood ramrod straight. "Understood." He hesitated before adding, "Then, how should we deal with them?"
The temperature in the council chamber seemed to drop instantly. Every Chinese person carried an unhealable wound in their heart, the blood and tears left by history. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. "They're nothing but a pack of dogs. Killing them would only dirty our hands."
His gaze drifted to the window as his voice remained calm yet unquestionable. "They wish to join the human alliance?" "Granted." Zhao Weiguo's eyes lit up. "You mean? Let them be the vanguard."
Lin Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. "The central brain will arrive in less than 10 days. Let their people face the first wave of beasts."
Zhao Weiguo couldn't help but smile. "Brilliant. I'll make the arrangements immediately."
Just as he turned to leave, Lin Xiao added, "Remember, be kind in your approach."
Zhao Weiguo understood, grinning widely. "Got it. I'll make sure they do it willingly. Outside the reception hall, Koizumi Ichiro nervously adjusted his tie, his entourage behind him carrying gift boxes of various sizes, each face pale. Prime Minister. The foreign minister whispered a reminder. When you meet His Majesty the Dragon, you must perform the most solemn bow. Koizumi wiped his brow. I know. No need to tell me. Just then, the doors opened. Zhao Weiguo's towering figure appeared in the doorway, his stern gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. From the land of cherry blossoms? Koizumi Ichiro immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. Hello. General Zhao, how do you do? I am. Come in. Zhao Weiguo cut him off and turned to leave. Koizumi Ichiro hurriedly followed with his men, his posture as humble as a dog begging for mercy. In the reception hall, Lin Xiao maintained his dragon form at about 5 meters long, his azure gold scales shimmering with a cold sheen under the lights. The moment Koizumi Ichiro stepped inside, the dragon's aura gently emanated. Thud. Koizumi Ichiro immediately fell to his knees, and the attendants behind him knelt in unison, their foreheads pressed firmly against the floor. Divine. Divine Dragon Lord. Koizumi Ichiro's voice trembled. We have come to beg forgiveness. Lin Xiao offered no reply, merely observing him in silence. Silence, at times, carried more oppressive weight than any words. Cold sweat drenched Koizumi Ichiro's back as he tremblingly presented a document. This is our nation's application to join the Human Alliance. Zhao Weiguo stepped forward to take it, glanced over it, and sneered coldly, is that all? Koizumi Ichiro hurriedly bowed his head. There are also gifts. With a wave of his hand, attendants immediately opened the gift boxes. Antique calligraphy, rare teas, and even several swords reputed to be famous blades from the Warring States period. The most eye-catching item was an exquisitely packaged food box. This is freshly prepared by our nation's finest sushi master. Koizumi Ichiro forced a fawning smile. Please, Lord Shenlong, taste. Lin Xiao finally spoke, his voice cold. I hear you claim to be China's 35th province? Koizumi Ichiro shuddered. This is a spontaneous act by the people. We absolutely wouldn't dare. Dare not? Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched. I see you're quite bold. Koizumi Ichiro frantically kowtowed. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. How could we presume to? Enough. Lin Xiao cut him off. The Human Alliance can accept you. Koizumi Ichiro snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with astonishment. Really? But there are conditions. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes fixed on him. The Central Corps' arrival is imminent. The land of cherry blossoms must deploy all available combat forces as the vanguard. Koizumi Ichiro's face instantly drained of color. Vanguard force? That meant cannon fodder? He opened his mouth but dared not utter a single syllable of refusal. What? Unwilling? Zhao Weiguo sneered coldly. Then forget it. Willing. Koizumi Ichiro hurriedly declared, it would be our honor to serve the Human Alliance. Lin Xiao nodded indifferently. Very well. In 10 days, I expect your forces to be in position. He waved his dragon claw. You may go. Koizumi Ichiro, as if granted a pardon, kowtowed several more times before backing out with his entourage. Only after exiting the Shenlong base did he exhale deeply, realizing his suit was soaked through. Prime Minister. The foreign minister whispered, are we truly sending troops as the vanguard? That's practically suicide. Koizumi Ichiro gave a bitter smile. What else? Do you want His Divine Dragon Majesty to pay Tokyo a personal visit? Silence fell over the group. Compared to national annihilation, serving as cannon fodder seemed like a special favor. Soon, news of Sakura Nation volunteering to serve as the vanguard force spread across the globe. Netizens erupted in an instant. Chapter 96, When Humanity's Stars Shine Bright. China's Dragon Scale Guard deploys globally. LOL. Japan's really become cannon fodder now. China IP. Serves them right. Think about all the shady stuff they pulled back in the day. China IP. It's pretty grim, but why am I laughing so hard? Gaul IP. That's karma for you. Russian IP. Lord Dragon is far too merciful. If it were me, I'd annihilate the entire nation. USA IP. Agreed. But this is way more satisfying, let them burn out their last bit of heat. China IP. Using them as cannon fodder is too generous. Send them to Siberia to plant potatoes. Bear Nation IP. Sitting back to watch the show unfold. Italian IP. The online carnival raged on, while countless colossal beasts still demanded attention in reality. Since numerous nations have joined the Human Alliance led by China, China must now assume the role of elder brother. Mutual aid and shared destiny, that is the very foundation of this alliance. Thus, the Dragon Scale Guard and Mecha Corps began deploying to other nations to aid in repelling invasions. With few remaining beasts within China's borders, these forces had little purpose now they find their training ground. Especially the new recruits, each one resembling a hungry child, would eagerly volunteer to suppress any reported alien beast sightings.
Wherever the dragon scale guard appeared, they received the most solemn honors and the finest treatment that nation could offer. For the moment they laid eyes on the dragon scale guard, they knew their nation was saved. Of course, the dragon scale guard did not act for free. Not only did the giant beasts they slayed belong to China, but a fee was also required. These fees weren't settled with currency, but with various rare minerals and resources. Naturally, these nations were more than willing to comply. After all, who wouldn't pay to avert disaster? Sahara Front, Africa. The scorching sun baked the cracked earth. Outside the wall, tens of thousands of giant beast carcasses piled up like mountains, emitting a putrid stench. Inside the walls, refugees clad in rags huddled in makeshift tents, their eyes long since devoid of hope. Hold on. Reinforcements are coming. Commander Marcus shouted hoarsely, his voice drowned out by the roar of another wave of beasts. His forces had been reduced by 2/3, with ammunition running dangerously low. Most terrifying of all was the level 6 lava colossus. A mobile volcano of magma and rock, slowly advancing from the horizon. Each step triggered minor earthquakes, melting sand into glass wherever it passed. Sir! The eastern wall has been breached. The communications officer ran over, blood streaming down his face. Level 4 sandstorm scorpions have breached the defenses. Marcus gazed eastward in despair. At the breach in the city wall, hundreds of scorpions the size of trucks were slaughtering the defenders, each venomous sting claiming another life. Just as he prepared to order a retreat. Whoosh! A crimson streak of light sliced across the sky, plunging like a meteor into the scorpion swarm. Boom! The blast wave sent dozens of giant scorpions tumbling. Amid the dust, a fiery figure slowly rose to its feet. Flame Wolf Mech, serial number TX7, responding to support call. A mechanical voice boomed from the speakers as the plasma cannons on the mech's shoulders began charging, their blue glow dazzling even under the desert sun. Marcus' eyes widened. A Chinese mech? Before he could react, the sky echoed with the roar of dragons. 12 figures descended on swords, clad uniformly in black combat suits, their dragon scale insignia gleaming brightly on their chests. Dragon Scale Guard, 3rd Squad, in position. The leader flickered his sword finger, and the long blade behind him automatically drew from its sheath, transforming into a streak of light that severed the head of a giant scorpion. It's the Dragon Scale Guard. China's Dragon Scale Guard has arrived. A deafening roar of joy erupted from the refugees. Some knelt and wept, others raised their hands high. Hope had finally arrived. Such scenes unfolded across the globe. Yet even the Dragon Scale Guards could not overcome certain colossal beasts. Take the level 7 beasts, for instance. Dragon Base, Cultivation Chamber. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the central platform, surrounded by dozens of suspended giant beast crystal cores. These crystals varied in size and color, each radiating intense energy fluctuations. Most striking were 6 fist-sized blue crystals arranged in a hexagon, slowly rotating before Lin Xiao. These were the life essences of 6 level 6 colossal beasts, each worth a fortune. Devour. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly as his claw tip slightly tapped. All 6 crystal cores simultaneously burst into dazzling blue light, transforming into 6 surging streams of energy that poured into his body. Devouring level 6 giant beast crystal cores, evolution points plus 500. Devouring level 6 colossal beast crystal cores, evolution points plus 500. The system's notification tones sounded in rapid succession. Lin Xiao could feel every dragon scale vibrating slightly, greedily absorbing this pure energy. The bone spines along his spine sharpened further, while his dragon horns lengthened slightly, their tips gleaming with a metallic sheen. Current evolution points, 98,500 100,000. Only 1,500 points remained to break through to the second stage of adulthood. Lin Xiao opened his dragon eyes, where illusory images of the sun and moon swirled within his pupils. Just one more level 7 giant beast crystal core, and he could complete this stage's breakthrough. Just then, the door to the cultivation chamber burst open. Lord Shunlong. Urgent military intelligence. Wang Meng burst in, panting heavily. The burly man, over 2 meters tall, wore an anxious expression, his combat suit still clinging to ice shards. Lin Xiao flicked his dragon whiskers. What is it? The Bear Nation requests reinforcements. Wang Meng swiftly activated a holographic projection. A level 7 colossal beast, the Frost Lord, has appeared on the Siberian ice fields. Our advance team has suffered heavy casualties. The projection revealed a vast expanse of white ice, where a mammoth-like colossus was rampaging. Over 500 meters long, its entire body was encased in crystalline armor. Wherever it passed, even the air froze into ice dust. Most terrifying were its 100-meter-long tusks, each swing unleashed a terrifying ice storm. General Ivanov's forces have retreated to the final defensive line. Wang Meng pointed to the red dot on the map. Any further retreat would bring them to Novosibirsk, where over 3 million refugees are. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. Novosibirsk was now the temporary capital of the Bear Nation. If it fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. What are our casualties? 17 killed, 43 critically wounded, and over 50 mechs damaged. Wang Meng's voice was low. That beast can unleash an absolute 0-degree field.
Ordinary dragon scale guards can't last 3 seconds.
Lin Xiao swung his dragon tail and rose to his feet.
I'll handle this personally.
With that, his dragon form trembled, instantly restoring to its full 500-meter form. His lapis blue scales shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, his dragon horns towering like a regal crown, and the spines along his spine gleamed with a chilling, icy light. With a flick of his tail, Lin Xiao shot northward like an arrow, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Bear country, Siberian ice plains. In the bitter cold of -50 degrees Celsius, General Ivanov stood atop an armored vehicle, binoculars raised as he scanned the distant horizon. The Bear Nation's formidable commander stood frozen stiff, his left arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, yet his posture remained rigidly upright.
General! The eastern defense line has collapsed.
A communications soldier stumbled forward, his face mask encrusted with ice crystals.
The 3rd Armored Division, wiped out. Ivanov's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Damned beasts!
He turned to the remnants of his forces behind him. Less than 500 Special Forces soldiers, 20 modified mechs, and 15 Chinese Dragon Scale Guards and 5 Chinese Yanlang Type 3 mechs.
This was their final line of defense.
300 kilometers beyond Lake Novosibirsk, teeming with refugees.
Comrades!
Ivanov's voice was hoarse but resolute.
Behind us lies Novosibirsk.
We have nowhere left to retreat. The soldiers silently inspected their weapons, their eyes burning with a resolve to fight to the death. The 15 Dragon Scale Guards gripped their rune weapons tightly.
Though each bore wounds, their gazes remained sharp.
Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. On the distant horizon, a white mountain range was advancing.
It was the Frost Lord. Its 500-meter-tall form resembled a moving glacier, each step triggering minor earthquakes.
Its curved fangs were encrusted with frozen corpses, humans and beasts alike.
Most terrifying of all was the pale blue aura surrounding it. Absolute zero domain. Anything entering this range would be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Prepare for combat.
Ivanov drew his sidearm, though he knew it was useless against a level 7 colossus.
Yura! The soldiers of the Bear Nation roared with thunderous fury, their mecha cannons swiveling in unison. The Dragon Scale Guards formed an unusual formation, palms facing each other, channeling their spiritual energy into a web. They had resolved to die here even if it meant perishing, they would never let this colossal beast pass. At that very moment. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar rent the heavens. Chapter 97, Furious Slaying of the Level 7 Colossus. Evolution once more. Golden light cleaved through the clouds as a sapphire gold figure plummeted like a falling star. Boom! Lin Xiao's dragon claws slammed into the Frost Lord's back, shattering its ice crystal armor in an instant. The Divine Dragon of China. Ivanov's eyes welled with tears of excitement. The Divine Dragon has arrived. The soldiers froze for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. Hurrah! Long live the Divine Dragon! Slaughter that beast! The Frost Lord roared in agony, its thunderous bellow shaking the air. It spun violently, its fangs sweeping out to unleash a 100-meter-high storm of ice blades. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. His dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing apocalyptic dragon flames. Boom! The collision of ice and fire triggered a violent explosion, its shockwave sweeping away snow within a kilometer radius. As the dust settled, a breathtaking sight emerged. Centered on the collision point, scorched earth lay to the left, while a crystalline ice plain stretched to the right. A distinct boundary sliced the world clean in two. Retreat! Lin Xiao's voice echoed in everyone's minds, withdraw 50 kilometers. Ivanov immediately ordered the retreat. A battle of this caliber was not something ordinary people could even witness. The Frost Lord seemed enraged. It reared up on its hind legs and stomped its front hooves down with tremendous force. Crack! Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, each as tall as a skyscraper. Lin Xiao swept his dragon tail, shattering most of the spikes, then leapt into the air to evade the ground assault. This is interesting. His dragon eyes narrowed as he appraised the level 7 colossus. Unlike the sea demon whale, the Frost Lord's defenses weren't exceptional, but its attack range and crowd control abilities were formidable. Especially that absolute zero domain, it had already touched upon the power of the laws themselves. This was a colossal beast that had undergone a remarkably complete evolution. Its incubation process must have been remarkably smooth, undisturbed by any interference. As he pondered, the Frost Lord suddenly opened its massive maw, a ball of energy blue-white in hue coalescing within its throat. Frost breath? Lin Xiao instantly raised his spiritual energy shield. In the next instant, a frigid beam of light, 100 meters in diameter, erupted from its maw. Wherever it passed, even the air molecules froze in place. Boom! The shield held for a mere 3 seconds before shattering violently. Lin Xiao twisted sideways in an emergency dodge. The beam grazed his left wing, instantly freezing a large patch of dragon scales. Daring not to relax his guard, Lin Xiao immediately channeled the flame's law, circulating white-hot dragon flames within his body to melt the ice. Seeing this, the Frost Lord launched a barrage of attacks.
Icicles, blizzards, and breath attacks came in rapid succession, forcing Lin Xiao to dodge relentlessly. For a moment, the azure gold dragon's silhouette darted through the swirling ice crystals, appearing somewhat disheveled.
50 kilometers away, Ivanov, observing the battle, clenched his fists. This doesn't look good. Yet a dragon scale guard chuckled, "General, no need to fret. The divine dragon is merely testing the waters." As if to confirm his words, the battlefield dynamics shifted abruptly.
Lin Xiao, who had been dodging relentlessly, abruptly halted. The illusory sun and moon swirled madly within his dragon eyes.
"It's about time," he murmured softly.
His dragon claws clenched, and the heaven-questioning sword materialized out of thin air. Its blade was transparent as water, yet within it seemed to flow a river of stars. "Let me show you the true power of the laws." Lin Xiao channeled the flame's law into the blade while simultaneously invoking the newly grasped spatial law. The two supreme laws converged upon the blade, producing a wondrous resonance. The heavens-questioned sword began to vibrate at a high frequency, fine cracks appearing in the space around its blade. The Frost Lord instinctively sensed danger and immediately unleashed a full-power frost breath. A blue-white pillar of light struck once more, this time thicker and more imposing, nearly sealing off all angles for evasion.
"Break!"
Lin Xiao swung his sword once.
Seemingly effortless, yet a blade-like energy of intertwined black and white shot forth from the sword.
Where the sword energy passed, space was sliced open like cloth, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. The frost breath was cleaved in two by the sword energy, its momentum unabated as it struck the colossal beast squarely in the chest.
Thud! No explosion. No flash.
The sword energy silently sank into the frost dragon's body.
The next moment. Boom!
A thunderous roar echoed from within the beast's body, and countless sparks of fire erupted from the cracks on its surface. The ultimate clash of ice and fire erupted within its body, every inch of flesh undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth.
Roar! The Frost Lord let out a deafening howl of agony as its 500-meter-tall form crashed to the ground.
The absolute zero domain instantly collapsed, surrounding glaciers began melting, forming a surging flood.
Lin Xiao didn't pause.
His dragon claw extended, and the heaven-questioning sword flew back into his palm.
The final strike.
He drew a deep breath as his dragon form coiled upward, the sword's tip pointing straight downward.
Void. Dragon flame.
Black and white energy erupted from the blade, coiling into a 100-meter-wide spiral pillar of light that descended from the heavens. This fusion technique of the flame's law and the space law theoretically incinerated all matter, even warping space itself. The pillar struck the Frost Lord's head with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion, only a bone-chilling hiss. The colossal beast's head melted like ice under the scorching sun, gradually vaporizing until nothing remained. The headless corpse twitched a few times before finally ceasing all movement.
Silence. The entire Siberian ice field lay silent, broken only by the sound of melting ice flowing.
50 kilometers away, the spectators stood with gaping mouths, unable to recover for a long time.
That single sword strike had surpassed their very understanding of power. Is it over? A Russian soldier stammered. Ivanov wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Probably. Before he could finish, a sudden upheaval erupted at the center of the battlefield.
The headless corpse of the Frost Lord suddenly exploded, sending a crystalline blue core shooting skyward in a desperate attempt to escape.
Trying to run?
Lin Xiao was ready. With a sweep of his dragon claw, a spatial cage instantly formed, trapping the crystal core within. The crystal core thrashed wildly left and right, unable to breach the spatial barrier, and finally fell obediently into Lin Xiao's claws.
Discovered level 7 giant beast crystal core Frost Lord. Can be exchanged for 1500 evolution points? The system notification made Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitch. Just enough for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he chose to devour it. The crystal core dissolved into a blue light and vanished into his body, its pure energy surging like a tidal wave through every limb and bone. Evolution points reached 100,000. Breakthrough conditions met. Initiating evolution to the second stage of adulthood.
Lin Xiao immediately coiled into a ball, his azure gold dragon scales bristling as mystical runes emerged across their surface. The illusory forms of sun and moon intertwined above his head, forming a dazzling cocoon of light that enveloped him completely.
What's wrong with the divine dragon? Ivanov asked anxiously from a distance. An elderly dragon scaled guard trembled with excitement. Breakthrough. The divine dragon is breaking through. All held their breath, bearing witness to this historic moment.
The cocoon of light grew brighter and brighter, eventually blazing like the sun itself, too dazzling to look upon directly.
Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed, followed by a second, then a third. As the light faded, a more majestic figure emerged before the crowd.
Lin Xiao's dragon form stretched from 500 meters to 800 meters. The azure gold scales faded, transforming into a deeper, more profound dark gold. The spines along its spine had doubled in length, their edges shimmering with a star-like glow. Most striking were the pair of dragon horns, now resembling crystal-carved crowns with what seemed like flowing star rivers within. And when Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his left eye blazed like the radiant sun, while his right eye shone with the cool clarity of the moon.
The extraordinary spectacle of sun and moon shining together was eternally frozen within his pupils. Breakthrough complete. Current stage, maturity stage 2. New talent acquired, sun and moon concurrent radiance temporarily elevates one major realm. Lin Xiao felt the surging power within his body and nodded with satisfaction. This breakthrough came at the perfect moment. With the central brain set to arrive in 7 days, he now felt more confident in his ability to protect this planet. Lord Shunlong. Ivanov arrived with his troops, kneeling on one knee in excitement. Thank you for saving the Bear Nation. Lin Xiao restrained his dragon aura, shrinking to about 20 meters in size. No need for formalities. The alliance should always help each other. His gaze fell upon the fallen dragon scale guards, his voice deepening. Take these heroes home. Give them a proper burial. Yes, sir. Ivanov solemnly pledged they shall be laid to rest in Red Square at the Kremlin, granted full state funeral honors. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, about to speak, when his dragon eyes suddenly narrowed and turned toward the northwest. What is it? Ivanov asked anxiously. Chapter 98, The Colossal Beast's Lair in the Depths of Lake Baikal. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly as he asked softly, where did this giant beast emerge from? Ivanov hesitated, then suddenly straightened his back and saluted. Reporting to your divine dragon excellency, satellite trajectory analysis indicates it seems to have emerged from the natural sea, no, from the direction of Lake Baikal in your country. Lake Baikal? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Clean up the battlefield. Compensation will be paid at the highest standards of the alliance. Without waiting for a response, Lin Xiao's dragon tail flickered. Dark golden light rippled across his scales, transforming him into a 20-meter-long combat form. The starlight on his horns suddenly blazed brighter, rippling through space like water before soaring skyward in an instant. Farewell, divine dragon. The 15 dragon scale guards shouted in unison. Frost still clung to their battered armor, yet their eyes burned with fervor like the rising sun. Ivanov watched Lin Xiao's departing figure, his face filled with profound respect. Deep within, he felt immense relief. Thankfully, they had made the decisive choice to recognize Huaxia as the leader. Otherwise, the Bear Nation would be in serious trouble right now. Above Lake Baikal, space suddenly warped. Lin Xiao burst through the sky, arriving above Lake Baikal. This place had once belonged to China, then for a time to the Bear Nation. Now, in this age of colossal beasts, it had returned back into China's embrace. This lake was exceptionally deep and contained vast quantities of fresh water. As a potential hatching ground for colossal beasts, it was indeed an excellent concealed location. Hovering above this lake known as the Blue Eye of Siberia, Lin Xiao's dual solar lunar pupils pierced through thousands of meters of water, revealing the lake's depths in full view. Indeed. At the lake's deepest center, a colossal pit over 3 kilometers in diameter lay starkly exposed. Its walls were smooth as glass, clearly carved by high-temperature erosion. The pale blue crystals lingering at the pit's base bore an uncanny resemblance to the frost crystal armor adorning the Ice Lord. With a flick of the dragon's claw, the lake's surface parted automatically. The currents retreated like subjects before a sovereign, forming a vacuum passage straight to the lake's depths. Lin Xiao dove downward, his dragon whiskers sensing residual energy fluctuations in the water. Landing at the pit's base, Lin Xiao's dragon claw lightly touched the pale blue crystals. Fine cracks instantly appeared on the crystal's surfaces, turning them to dust that dissolved into the lake water. Just as I suspected. He surveyed his surroundings, his sun-moon pupils piercing the darkness to take in the entire lair. This place resembled the colossal beast's lair in the Mariana Trench, albeit on a smaller scale. Flesh-colored egg sacs clustered densely on the pit walls, each as large as a house, their surfaces covered in vein-like patterns. Through the translucent membranes, the forming embryos of colossal beasts could be seen. Some were flying serpents with 3 pairs of wings, others were crocodile turtles covered in bone spines, and there were even bipedal flying dragons resembling western dragons. Quite a variety. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, his dragon claws glowing gold as he prepared to obliterate the nest entirely. Just then. An eerie blue light suddenly flared from the irregular altar at the nest's center. Lin Xiao instantly suppressed his aura. The patterns on his dark golden scales flickered faintly as his entire dragon form seemed to merge with the space around him, even his breathing becoming imperceptibly quiet. With his current power and mastery of spatial laws, as long as he didn't reveal himself, even an 8th-tier colossal beast wouldn't detect his presence. The light on the altar grew increasingly intense, eventually coalescing into a warped spatial portal. 2 figures cloaked in black robes emerged from it. The taller figure in front bore a pale, metallic-looking jawline beneath his hood. His right hand gripped a sapphire-encrusted scepter, its tip dripping ice crystals that formed a small frozen patch on the lake bottom. Useless. The staff-wielding figure abruptly spun around, striking his companion with a backhand blow. The latter was sent flying several meters, smashing into several giant beast egg sacs. My lord, please calm your anger. The fallen cloaked figure scrambled to his feet, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Small in stature, several tentacle-like appendages peeked from beneath his robes, now curled up in fear. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. These tentacles were identical to those of the black-robed figures encountered on Mount Changbai. Didn't you receive the command from the central core? The staff-wielding figure's voice scraped like metal against metal. We must lie low now. Do you understand? That divine dragon of China has grown too powerful for us to handle. The tentacled figure shivered in defense. I didn't order the Frost Lord to invade China. I only sent it to the Bear Nation. Fool! The staff-wielding figure kicked him to the ground. Humans have formed alliances now. Attacking one nation means attacking them all. Can't you grasp such a simple truth? The tentacled hooded figure's cape was knocked off, revealing a translucent, jellyfish-like head. He frantically covered his head with tentacles. I understand my mistake. I beg for another chance, my lord. The staff-wielding cloaked figure snorted coldly, slamming his staff into the ground. This nest must be abandoned. That dragon will track us here soon. But, the tentacled cloaked figure looked around reluctantly. These level 6 colossal beast eggs. Cut your losses, the staff-wielding figure cut him off. The overminds will take precedence above all. Phase 7 is imminent. Do not squander resources in a place like this. This subordinate will arrange the evacuation immediately. The tentacled robed figure bowed his head submissively, yet several tentacles quietly reached toward a hidden compartment behind the altar. The staff-wielding figure spun abruptly, its scepter blazing blue. What do you think you're doing? And nothing. The tentacled robed figure hastily withdrew its appendages. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming, the staff-wielding cloaked figure sneered. Those seeds are beyond your reach. With that, he walked behind the altar and retrieved a crystal casket from the hidden compartment. Inside floated 3 blood-red eggs, their surfaces covered in golden patterns that emitted an eerie glow even in the dim depths of the lake. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. The aura emanating from these eggs filled even him with a sense of dread. These might be the primordial egg sacs used to create level 7 behemoths or even level 8 beasts. Let's go, the black-robed figure with the staff said, stowing the box. The central core awaits your report at the new base deep in the Pacific. The tentacled robed figure cast a lingering glance at the nest filled with colossal beast eggs before finally following toward the altar. Just as the two were about to step through the spatial gate. Since you're here, why rush to leave? Lin Xiao's voice thundered like a bolt from the depths of the lake. His 800-meter dragon form instantly unfurled. The starlight patterns on his dark gold scales ignited, bathing the entire waters of Lake Baikal in a shimmering golden glow. The divine dragon of China? The two robed figures spun around in terror. The staff-wielding figure reacted with lightning speed, his staff erupting with a surge of blue light, absolute zero. A blue halo instantly spread, freezing the lake water solid wherever it touched. This was no ordinary freeze, it was absolute zero, halting molecular motion itself. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated. The golden radiance of the great sun blazed fiercely from his left eye. Boom! Blazing white flames erupted from the dragon's eye, colliding with the blue halo. The clash of extreme cold and extreme heat triggered a chain reaction of explosions, causing the entire lakebed to tremble. Seizing the moment, the tentacled cloaked figure lunged toward the altar. My lord, flee! I'll hold him off. Tentacles erupted from his body, transforming him instantly into a colossal octopus-like monster, each appendage covered in suction cups and sharp spines. Foolish! Moonlight swirled in Lin Xiao's right eye. Chapter 99, Destroy the Third Nest. Capture the black-robed man alive for study. A silver-white light swept over, suddenly slowing the octopus monster's movements to a crawl, as if someone had pressed a slow-motion button. The staff-wielding cloaked figure had already stepped halfway through the spatial gate. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and raised his staff. Explode. Snap. He had actually crushed the sapphire at the top of the staff. Terrifying cold energy erupted, instantly freezing the entire Lake Baikal into a colossal block of ice. Even the spatial gate itself cracked. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, thrusting his dragon claw forward. Spatial confinement. The space gate, on the verge of closing, was forcibly frozen in place. The black-robed figure clutching the scepter realized with horror that he couldn't move, only his head remained free to turn. How do you command the laws of space? Fear flickered across his metallic face for the first time. Lin Xiao offered no reply. With a sweep of his dragon tail, he seized the tentacled robed figure in his claw. Simultaneously, his other dragon claw reached out, snatching the crystal box containing the blood-red egg from the staff-wielding robed figure's embrace. No! That's the masterminds. The staff-wielding robed figure struggled desperately. Lin Xiao opened the case, his dual pupils scrutinizing the 3 eggs. The life force within the egg sent a shiver down even his spine. Tell me, Lin Xiao demanded in a deep voice, what is the 7th stage? Where is the mastermind? The staff-wielding cloaked figure suddenly let out a savage laugh. You'll find out soon enough. The overmind has awakened. It awaits you in the abyss. With that, his body began to swell explosively. Planning to self-destruct? Lin Xiao clenched his dragon claw. Spatial compression. Pop. The black-robed figure clutching the scepter crumpled like a soda can crushed by an invisible hand, instantly reduced to a mangled, bloodied mass. Lin Xiao frowned as he examined the box in his hand. These 3 eggs were clearly extraordinary. They must be taken back for study. As for this nest, he surveyed the surroundings. The dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing white dragon fire. Boom! Wherever the dragon flames touched, the giant beast eggs exploded one after another, their flesh and tissue rapidly carbonizing.
Within mere minutes, the entire nest was reduced to ashes. With one final glance at the altar, Lin Xiao crushed it with a single claw strike. The spatial gate collapsed completely, vanishing into the void. The depths of the Pacific, a new base. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, storing the crystal box within his spatial pocket. With a flick of his dragon tail, he broke through the ice and soared into the sky. Behind him, the ice of Lake Baikal began to melt, and sunlight once again spilled across the ancient lake. Dragon Base, 7th Underground Level Biological Laboratory. The sight within the lab made Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitch slightly. The entire 500 square meter space was nearly filled with instruments. Suspended above the central control console were over a dozen holographic projections, each displaying intricate genetic maps. Dozens of culture chambers stacked in the corner held organ specimens from various colossal beasts. The most striking feature was the right-hand wall. A massive world map hung there, covered in photos and sticky notes, with intricate red lines connecting the locations where each giant beast had appeared. Before the map, a disheveled middle-aged man stood on tiptoe, affixing a new sticky note. He wore a crumpled white lab coat, holding a half-eaten energy bar in his left hand. The motion of his right hand pinning photos to the wall resembled that of an explorer discovering a new continent. "Dr. Su," Lin Xiao called softly. "Hold on. Just a moment." Su Wenbai didn't turn around, his voice hoarse. "This gene sequence is incredible. The RNA of these beasts actually self-edits." Lin Xiao didn't press him, instead watching the scientist lost in his research. Dark circles ringed Su Wenbai's eyes, a clear sign he'd pulled another all-nighter. Yet his eyes burned with an almost frightening intensity, as if fueled by an unquenchable flame of intellectual curiosity. Truth be told, it had been a while since he'd seen the doctor. He had been immersed in studying various giant beast genes, often neglecting sleep and meals, rarely venturing outside. China wasn't being guarded by him alone. Countless Chinese people were dedicating their time, effort, and even their lives to its protection. Done. Su Wenbai finally finished sticking the last sticky note. The moment he turned and saw Lin Xiao, the energy bar in his hand clattered to the floor. "Dragon Lord?" He frantically smoothed his messy hair, feeling flustered. "How did you get here?" "Xingran didn't tell me." "Another 24-hour shift?" Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the duty roster plastered on the wall. The dense cluster of red X's had been unbroken for over 20 consecutive days. Su Wenbai rubbed his hands together sheepishly. "Ever since I started practicing the Xian Yuan Ju, this old body of mine feels more energetic than ever. Since I have extra time, I naturally put it to good use researching more and contributing what I can. You should rest when you need to." Lin Xiao's claw tip tapped lightly, sending a golden light into Su Wenbai's brow. "That way, your daughter can rest easier too." A wave of warmth washed over Su Wenbai, instantly dispelling most of his fatigue. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out when he heard his daughter's name, but they quickly tightened again. "Xingran. Is she doing well on the front lines?" Lin Xiao smiled. "The third squad she leads just distinguished themselves in the South China Sea. Now the soldiers all call her the Thunder Rose." Hearing this, Su Wenbai felt immense relief. He never dared dream that his daughter, once just a small-time blogger, would become a source of pride for China, an outstanding warrior defending her homeland. And all of this was thanks to Lord Shenlong. Su Wenbai looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude. "Lord Shenlong, thank you for looking after my daughter." Lin Xiao smiled faintly. With a flick of his dragon claw, ripples spread through the air. A transparent cube materialized out of thin air, hovering above the control console. Inside the cube, a shrunken version of the tentacled black-robed figure curled into a ball, like a frightened octopus. Beside it floated 3 enormous blood-red eggs, their golden patterns glowing eerily under the lab lights. What is this?" Su Wenbai's eyes widened instantly, his entire body stiffening as if struck by lightning. His breathing grew ragged, fingers trembling involuntarily, as if he'd just seen his lover. "Trophies from the Baikal Lake Monster's lair." Lin Xiao offered a brief explanation. "Take a look at them." Su Wenbai couldn't process the latter part of the sentence. Like a sleepwalker, he approached the control console, mesmerized as he studied the cloaked figure through the transparent cube, a perfect alien organism. Its cellular structure exhibits quantum states. Then he turned to the crimson egg. "These patterns, these energy fluctuations, it's unbelievable." Lin Xiao had to clear his throat to get his attention. "Ah. Sorry." Su Wenbai snapped out of his trance and hurriedly launched the diagnostic program on the console. "I'll begin analysis immediately. I'll provide a preliminary report within 24 hours. No rush." Lin Xiao's dragon eyes swept over Su Wenbai's face. "You can rest first." Su Wenbai shook his head repeatedly. No. I don't need rest. Time is tight. I must get started on the research right away." Before he could finish, the laboratory door swung open once more.
Chapter 100, Searching for the Giant Beast's New Lair in the Depths of the Pacific. Dad! You're not eating properly again. Su Qingran stormed in, clutching a thermos lunchbox. The girl was dressed casually today, a white turtleneck sweater paired with light blue jeans, her long hair casually tied into a ponytail. She looked much softer than usual. But now, her eyebrows were furrowed like willow branches, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. She looked just like an angry little kitten. Qingran? Su Wenbai shrank back. I ate an energy bar. You expect that to be a meal? Su Qingran slammed her lunchbox onto the workbench. The lid flew open, revealing 3 delicious-looking dishes and a steaming bowl of soup. The aroma instantly filled the entire lab. Lin Xiao watched the father-daughter interaction with keen interest. The elite dragon scale guard, who always carried herself with such poise and grace in front of others, now chattered like an ordinary girl. And Wang said you didn't eat lunch yesterday. And the night before, you only had a cup of coffee. She counted on her fingers. Last Wednesday you. Ahem. Su Wenbai shot an embarrassed glance at Lin Xiao. Lord Shenlong is still here. Only then did Su Qingran notice Lin Xiao, her face flushing crimson instantly. Lord Shenlong. I didn't know you were. It's fine. A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Your father does need supervision. Su Qingran lowered her head in embarrassment, only to be drawn to the cube on the control panel. What's this? A new sample. Lin Xiao explained briefly. Your father will be in charge of researching it. Su Qingran leaned closer to examine it. Upon seeing the blood-red eggs, she suddenly clutched her chest. These eggs, they make me feel very uneasy. Lin Xiao nodded. The samples are dangerous, especially those 3 eggs. Notify me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Understood. Su Wenbai nodded solemnly, then his eyes lit up. Lord Shenlong, might I request a sample of your, scales? He gestured to the size of a fingernail. I'd like to conduct a comparative experiment. Su Qingran gasped. Dad! Are you crazy? It's fine. Lin Xiao's dragon claw flicked lightly, sending a detached scale drifting onto the workbench. Is this enough? More than enough. Su Wenbai, as if holding a priceless treasure, carefully picked up the scale with tweezers. Perfect, this energy conductivity. Seeing his father about to lose himself in the task again, Su Qingran sighed helplessly. Lord Dragon, I'll stay and supervise him. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Contact me immediately if anything happens. The azure dragon's form dissolved into a streak of light, leaving the lab in quiet stillness once more. Su Wenbai immediately pounced on the control console, his fingers dancing across the panel as the holographic projection instantly shifted to dozens of data streams. After leaving the biology lab, Lin Xiao recalled the words of those 2 cloaked figures, a weight settling in his heart. The new Pacific base. Judging by their conversation, this base might be the one where the Overmind descended. He had to locate this place as soon as possible. But the ocean was simply too vast, even he would struggle to locate it in a short time. Moreover, this new base was undoubtedly well concealed. It seemed he would need to find an ally. A comical figure flashed through Lin Xiao's mind before he departed the Shenlong base. East Sea, shoreline. Sunlight spilled over the soft white sand as waves gently lapped the shore, producing a soothing rhythm. Lin Xiao landed at the edge of the beach, his dragon form shrinking to about 3 meters. The moment he stepped onto the sand, the aroma of grilled meat wafted toward him. Circling around several reefs, he spotted the Yamata no Orochi coiled in the center of the sandy shore, each of its 8 heads busily occupied. The head farthest to the left gnawed on a whole roasted lamb, its glossy skin glistening. The second head slurped beer, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp. The third and fourth heads were snarling and snapping at each other over the last lobster. The fifth head dozed with its head resting on a sand mound, bubbles escaping its nostrils. The sixth head used the tip of its tail to turn skewers of meat on the grill. The seventh head scans the surroundings vigilantly, acting as sentry. While the head farthest to the right was singing, "Where cherry blossoms bloom lies my beloved hometown." The off-key singing abruptly halted as the seventh head suddenly widened its eyes. Master? In an instant, all heads froze simultaneously. The one gnawing on a lamb shank forgot to chew, beer dripping from the second head's mouth. The 2 heads fighting over the lobster froze mid-bite. Even the snoring head jolted awake, its bubbles popping with a sharp pop. Seems you're living quite comfortably. Lin Xiao walked slowly closer, his dragon eyes sweeping over the scattered food scraps and empty beer bottles. Master. The largest head hastily swallowed the lamb, and the others immediately switched to obedient mode, lining up neatly in a row. We were, replenishing our energy. Right. Always ready for battle. Absolutely no slacking off. 8 heads babbled in unison to pledge their loyalty, creating a moment of utter chaos. Lin Xiao's lips curved slightly. Alright, I have a mission for you. At the word task, the Yamata no Orochi instantly straightened its body. All 8 heads, unusually, shared the same expression, solemn. Master, command us. The largest head spoke for them all. We'll climb mountains of blades and plunge into seas of fire. No task is too great. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod.
With a flick of his dragon claw, a soundproof barrier enveloped the area. The cloaked figure mentioned a new base in the Pacific, likely the location where the Overmind will manifest. His voice dropped. I need you to investigate. All 8 heads sucked in a collective breath. Pacific, new base, the Overmind. The mere combination of these words sent shivers down their spines. Any issues? Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. No. Absolutely not. The largest head hastily declared, the others nodding in unison like chicks pecking at grain. Rest assured, Master. I'm departing immediately. He made to dive into the sea. Wait. Lin Xiao called it back. This mission is dangerous. Regardless of success or failure. He paused. Upon your return, you may make one request. 8 heads froze instantly. A moment of silence followed. Really? Any request at all? All you can eat roast lamb? I want the most expensive sake. You idiot. Of course I'd ask for time off. Shut up, all of you. Let me think. The 8 heads started arguing among themselves, banging into each other with a thud. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Quiet. His voice was soft, yet the Yamata no Orochi fell instantly silent. Any request is acceptable, as long as it doesn't violate our principles. Master, you are truly magnificent. Following you is the wisest choice we could have made, the largest head fawned, the others chiming in unison. Lin Xiao ignored the flattery, gathering a fragment of dragon scale at his claw tip. Shatter this when danger arises. I shall arrive at once. The dragon scale drifted toward the Yamata no Orochi, carefully taken into the mouth of the smallest head. Remember, safety comes first. Lin Xiao gave his final instruction. Once you locate the base, return immediately. Do not act rashly. Understood. All 8 heads echoed in unison before turning and plunging into the sea. The colossal serpent's body swiftly vanished into the azure depths. Lin Xiao gazed at the tranquil sea surface, the illusory images of sun and moon swirling within his dragon eyes. It was time for him to depart as well. Chapter 101, Yamata no Orochi faces a mysterious enemy? Dark clouds gathered thickly over the Pacific. Lin Xiao hovered at 10,000 meters, his azure gold dragon form flickering in and out of view amidst the clouds. The sea wind howled, churning towering waves that dared not approach within 100 meters of him. Too slow. Lin Xiao gazed down at the boundless azure expanse below, the illusory reflections of sun and moon swirling within his dragon eyes. The Pacific's expanse equaled 18 times the size of China. Even at his speed, searching inch by inch would take days. And the arrival of the central brain was less than 7 days away. Looks like I'll have to resort to that method. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath as his dragon form stretched to its full length. The 500-meter dragon body coiled through the clouds, each scale beginning to glow with a faint blue aura. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted. The sound waves spread like tangible matter, tearing a massive circular gap in the clouds. Sunlight poured down like a golden waterfall. The sea surface instantly caved in, forming a bowl-shaped vortex several kilometers in diameter. Unlike the fierce roars of battle, this dragon's cry carried an ancient, mysterious frequency that resonated deep within the souls of all sea creatures. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence. Just as the sound waves began to fade, the distant sea suddenly erupted into turmoil. First, hundreds of dolphins leapt from the water, followed by thousands upon thousands of sardines. They formed a silver torrent, converging beneath Lin Xiao. Further away, several sperm whales breached, spraying spectacular columns of water as they slowly approached. Splash! A blue whale over 30 meters long broke the surface, its splash forming a fleeting rainbow in the sunlight. Its eyes were unusually clear, revealing a long life spent witnessing the ocean's countless secrets. More and more sea creatures joined this pilgrimage. Octopuses, squids, sharks, swordfish, even the solitary great white shark obediently fell into line. They spontaneously arranged themselves into concentric circles based on size and intelligence level. The innermost circle comprised intelligent cetaceans like blue whales and sperm whales. The middle ring comprised mammals like dolphins and killer whales. The outer layer comprised various fish and invertebrates. Within a mere 10 minutes, the sea surface spanning tens of kilometers was covered by the biomass. Under the sunlight, scales and dorsal fins reflected iridescent colors. Viewed from space, this spectacle would reveal a life vortex expanding outward from Lin Xiao at its center. Children of the sea. Lin Xiao's voice resonated directly within the minds of countless marine creatures, not as language, but as a primal mental wave. All creatures froze simultaneously, as if paused by an invisible hand. An image of the black-robed man's base was transmitted by Lin Xiao through the mental link. Irregular black rock structures. Eerie ovaries glowing with bloodlight. And the surrounding abnormally frigid waters. Find it. 3 simple words, yet imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. The blue whale responded first with a long, resonant call. Soon followed by the low-frequency vibrations of sperm whales, the crisp whistles of dolphins, ultimately converging into a symphony that shook the ocean. Go! Lin Xiao's dragon tail flickered, and the pod instantly dispersed. Like a well-drilled army, they swam off in different directions. The oldest blue whale remained behind, tilting its head to gaze at Lin Xiao.
Its eyes shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance of wisdom.
A stir arose within Lin Xiao. He descended to the surface, his dragon claw gently touching the blue whale's forehead. Instantly, an ancient and vast torrent of consciousness flooded into his mind. 100 years ago, I saw a similar structure. A vision emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. Deep within a pitch-black ocean trench, a fortress of black rock stood silently. There was a terrifying song, driving my companions mad. The scene shifted. Several sperm whales violently rammed the undersea cliffs until their heads were bloodied and broken. Lin Xiao withdrew his dragon claws, deep in thought. This blue whale was at least 200 years old. The black fortress in its memory was likely the former base of the cloaked figure.
Take me to where you last saw it. The blue whale let out a long, mournful cry and turned, swimming southeast.
Lin Xiao shrunk his dragon form to about 20 meters, submerged into the water, and followed closely behind.
Beneath the sea surface lay another world.
Sunlight faded with increasing depth, shifting from azure to deep blue before yielding to eternal darkness. But this had no effect on Lin Xiao. The illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes automatically adjusted, illuminating the deep sea as brightly as day in his vision. At 3,000 meters, the pressure was sufficient to crush a submarine. All manner of bizarre deep-sea creatures, startled by the dragon's presence, scattered in panic. A 6-meter-long oarfish, panicked and disoriented, nearly collided with a blue whale.
5,000 meters. The water temperature dropped to freezing, yet the blue whale continued its steady descent.
Finally, at a depth nearing 8,000 meters, the blue whale halted.
It emitted low-frequency sonar, pointing toward a hidden undersea canyon below.
"This is the place." A weary voice echoed through the psychic link, "I cannot descend further." The song there. Lin Xiao could sense the primal fear deep within the ancient creature's soul.
"Let's go back." He gently patted the blue whale's head as a golden light entered its body.
"This is for you. It will protect you for 100 years. The blue whale let out a long, grateful cry and turned to swim upward.
Lin Xiao descended alone into the canyon. The seawater here possessed an unusual density, its resistance exceeding that of ordinary seawater by more than tenfold.
Even stranger, the deeper he descended, the warmer the water grew.
9,000 meters. 10,000 meters. This was already the depth of the Mariana Trench, a realm untouched by human feet. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly. A transparent barrier appeared ahead, sealing off the seawater.
Within the barrier, a cluster of structures formed from black rock could be faintly discerned. Their style mirrored the altars discovered at Mount Changbai and Lake Baikal, but on a scale at least 10 times larger.
Found it.
Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes as the illusory images of sun and moon spun rapidly. This base was concealed by some advanced spatial technology, rendering it undetectable by ordinary means. Even he would have struggled to pinpoint this needle-sized speck in the vast Pacific without the blue whale's guidance. Just as he prepared to investigate further. Snap! A faint cracking sound emanated from his embrace. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he retrieved the dragon scale of Yamata no Orochi. A crack had appeared on the scale, spreading at a visible speed.
Is Yamata no Orochi in danger?
Lin Xiao's dragon claws pinched the cracked scale, while within his sapphire-green dragon eyes, the illusory images of sun and moon spun rapidly.
Yamata no Orochi?
He called out through the mental link, his voice piercing space to reach the other end of the dragon scale.
After a brief silence, a broken response came through the link. Master. Master. Hurry. I can't hold on.
The voice abruptly ceased, as if forcibly severed by some force. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed sharply.
His psychic link with the Yamata no Orochi had been interfered with?
This was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary colossal beast.
Lin Xiao's dragon claws clenched the scales, trapped in a dilemma. Should he rescue Yamata no Orochi first, or continue investigating this base that might be the location of the main brain's descent?
The decision was made in an instant. Finally, Lin Xiao cast one last lingering glance at the black structure within the barrier before turning and swimming upstream. Now that he'd located this colossal beast's incubation nest, it wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Moreover, he was growing increasingly adept at wielding the Yamata no Orochi. Losing it now would be a significant setback. Moreover, Lin Xiao sensed that this colossal beast's lair beneath him was not the new base mentioned by the cloaked figure, but rather a nest that had existed for ages. After weighing his options, Lin Xiao decided to rescue Yamata no Orochi first. Before departing, he left a spatial marker for future reference. Splash! The azure dragon's body burst through the water, sending spray flying everywhere. Bathed in sunlight, each droplet refracted a rainbow of colors, like a divine miracle. Lin Xiao glanced down. The dragon scales in his claws were now covered in spiderweb-like cracks, yet they still clung to their integrity. Lin Xiao immediately closed his eyes to sense them. The spatial coordinates lingering on the dragon scales flickered like fireflies within his consciousness.
Found it!
The azure dragon's body instantly broke the sound barrier, tearing a vacuum channel through the clouds as it raced southeastward. Chapter 102, Alice, the advanced form of the Statue of Liberty. In a mere 20 minutes, Lin Xiao traversed over 1,000 kilometers, arriving above a seemingly tranquil stretch of ocean. Sunlight pierced the thin clouds, bathing the azure sea in a shimmering glow. No storms, no giant waves, not even the usual seabirds. The sea was eerily quiet. Hovering 100 meters above, Lin Xiao scanned the surface with his dragon eyes. The seemingly tranquil waters revealed a completely different scene to his eyes. Energy residues drifted like mist, two distinct auras intertwining and tangling. One was cold and viscous, carrying a mechanical quality reminiscent of something artificial. The other was the unique energy of the Yamata no Orochi, now as faint as a candle in the wind. Here, Lin Xiao locked onto the fiercest battle zone, his dragon form plunging downward. The moment it touched the sea surface, azure gold scales automatically formed a water-repellent barrier, pushing aside the surrounding seawater. He shot into the deep sea like an arrow, leaving a trail of bubbles slowly closing behind him. At a depth of approximately 300 meters, signs of the battle began to emerge. Vast swaths of water were stained a deep emerald green. It was the blood of the Yamata no Orochi. Severed tentacles floated in the water, their cut surfaces glistening with ice crystals evidently torn off by extreme cold before they could freeze. Lin Xiao's dragon claw lightly touched a floating fragment of flesh, reading the residual information. Fragmented images flashed through his mind. Yamata no Orochi was tracking some signal when suddenly attacked. The enemy moved at unimaginable speeds. Most crucially, the enemy's aura differed from those colossal beasts. Instead, it resembled the 3 artificial beasts he had slain in Area 51 of the United States. Artificial beasts? But weren't they all dead? How could another one this powerful appear? Lin Xiao frowned slightly and continued his descent. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. As the depth increased, the battle scars grew more gruesome. The entire water column seemed purified by some force. Not a single living fish remained, not even plankton. Only the severed limbs and scales of the Yamata no Orochi remained, silently bearing witness to the desperate struggle that had unfolded. Finally, at a depth of 1,200 meters, Lin Xiao located the main battlefield. The seawater here had taken on an eerie grayish-white hue, as if bleached. One of Yamata no Orochi's heads was pinned to the seabed reef, its eyes wide with frozen, disbelieving terror. Most peculiar of all, there were no enemy corpses or bloodstains in the vicinity. It seemed like a one-sided massacre. Lin Xiao's dragon claw gently brushed the head as he closed his eyes to sense. Memories of its final moments flashed like a kaleidoscope. A flash of silver light. 8 heads seared with agony simultaneously. Something cold piercing the spinal cord. Then, darkness. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a flicker of gravity passing through his dragon-like pupils. He scanned his surroundings, suddenly noticing an unnatural depression. On the ocean floor, a perfectly circular area 10 meters in diameter lay exposed. Every grain of sand had crystallized, forming a surface smooth as glass. This was clearly not a natural formation, nor did it resemble the abilities of the Yamata no Orochi. Lin Xiao lightly pressed his dragon claw against the crystallized area, sensing residual energy. This is... His scales bristled slightly. The residual energy fluctuations within the crystals were identical to those encountered with the Statue of Liberty in the depths of the Mariana Trench. But purer, more perfect. Could it be that the United States has a backup of the Statue of Liberty? Lin Xiao recalled Morris's dying words, the Statue of Liberty project has a contingency plan. At the time, he had dismissed it as the ramblings of a madman. Now it seemed. Perhaps it was true. The dragon's whiskers quivered slightly as Lin Xiao suddenly detected a faint energy fluctuation. It was Yamata no Orochi. Though incredibly faint, that creature was still alive. Tough little bastard. Lin Xiao's lips curved upward as he followed the faint, almost imperceptible trail of energy. The intermittent fluctuations revealed that the Yamata no Orochi was still struggling against being dragged along. The direction was southwest? Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. That direction, the Mariana Trench. The deepest ocean trench on Earth, the closest point to the mantle. And also, the place most likely to conceal secrets. The sapphire dragon's body sliced through the deep sea like a streak of light, moving so swiftly that the surrounding water couldn't even ripple in response. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. As the depth increased, the water pressure grew intense enough to crush steel into thin sheets. Yet Lin Xiao's dragon scales merely glowed faintly, their stellar patterns automatically adjusting to counteract the external pressure. 10,000 meters. Here lay another realm untouched by human feet. Absolute darkness, absolute silence. Only the occasional deep-sea monster fish glowed faintly as it swam by. The presence of the Yamata no Orochi suddenly grew distinct here. Lin Xiao slowed his pace, expanding the illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes to their utmost limit, piercing through the darkness. Ahead, a submarine canyon gaped open like the maw of a colossal beast. Scattered along its edges lay more scales and flesh of the Yamata no Orochi. Lin Xiao swam toward the depths of the canyon without hesitation. As he descended, the water temperature rose abnormally. The pressure also steadily increased, already exceeding twice the normal value for ocean trenches.
This was clearly the effect of some artificial force field.
Finally, at the narrowest point of the canyon, Lin Xiao saw it. A silver structure half buried in the rock wall, shaped like an enlarged neuron cell, with countless tentacles extending into the surrounding rock.
The structure's surface shimmered with a liquid metal-like sheen, occasionally forming human faces before shifting into geometric patterns. Most unsettling of all, human facial features would occasionally emerge from the liquid metal before swiftly dissolving again.
What is this?
Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled. He sensed an aura from this structure that felt both familiar and alien.
Familiar, because its energy fluctuations shared the same origin as the Statue of Liberty. Unfamiliar, because this structure clearly possessed a higher level of consciousness. At that moment, the silver structure suddenly came to life. All the liquid metal flowed toward the center, coalescing into a 3-meter-tall female humanoid form. Silver hair cascaded to her waist, her skin smooth as porcelain. Her ice-blue eyes held no pupils, only endless streams of data flickering within. At last we meet, Divine Dragon of China. Her voice resonated directly within Lin Xiao's mind, not as speech, but as a pure stream of information.
Who are you? Lin Xiaotian asked calmly. You may call me Alice.
The silver-haired woman smiled, the curve of her lips precise to the millimeter.
Or, the Angel of Doom.
Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly.
Where is the Yamata no Orochi?
Lin Xiao cut straight to the point, unwilling to waste words. Alice raised her hand lightly. Ripples spread across the sea, revealing a transparent chamber.
The Yamata no Orochi lay submerged in a pale green liquid, all 8 heads drooping. Its pulse was faint but steady. It's resilient.
Alice's voice carried a hint of admiration. To subdue it, I expended 37% of my energy. Lin Xiao remained vigilant. What's your objective?
Cooperation.
Alice stepped forward, her liquid metal body shimmering coldly in the deep sea.
I know the overmind is approaching, and you need allies. Cooperate with you?
Lin Xiao sneered coldly.
An artificial construct that isn't even considered a living being? Those inefficient experiments have long been terminated.
Alice shook her head.
The current me is more perfect.
Her form suddenly dispersed into countless silver particles, only to reassemble behind Lin Xiao.
See? I've transcended flesh and blood.
Morris's Statue of Liberty is nothing but a crude imitation. Lin Xiao remained unmoved.
One last chance. Release Yamata no Orochi.
Why the rush?
Alice smiled. I have a gift here. You'll definitely be interested.
She raised her hand once more, a holographic projection appearing in her palm.
Chapter 103, Alice's body contains Su Qingran's genes?
The image revealed robed figures surrounding an altar, performing some kind of ritual. Suspended at the altar's center was a pulsating black heart. The anchor point of the central core. Alice murmured softly, I know where it is. At her words, Lin Xiao only sneered coldly.
You think I can't take down the core without you?
Lin Xiao's voice echoed through the 10,000-meter deep ocean, while the illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes suddenly accelerated their rotation. For the first time, Alice's flawless features showed a flicker of disturbance, her ice-blue data stream pupils widening slightly.
I don't understand.
Her voice remained steady, though her speech noticeably quickened. According to calculations, the success rate of cooperation would increase by 47.3%. You injured my subordinate, yet you dare speak of cooperation? Lin Xiao sneered coldly, his dragon claws slowly tightening around the Tianwen sword.
You really think you're someone important? Alice's facial expression management system seemed to experience a momentary glitch.
Her delicate brows furrowed and relaxed before settling into a stiff smile.
I merely wish to demonstrate my capabilities.
She raised her hand, her 5 fingers formed of liquid metal unfolding gracefully.
After all, an ally must possess sufficient value, wouldn't you agree?
Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed lightly, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes.
Since you wish to prove your worth.
Her lapis blue dragon scales suddenly bristled, each plate glowing with star-like patterns.
Then so be it.
As the last syllable fell, the heaven-questioning sword pierced Alice's chest. Without warning, without gathering power, not even the slightest spatial disturbance. This strike was faster than the laws of physics. Thud! The transparent blade emerged from Alice's back, trailing droplets of silver liquid. Yet her expression showed no trace of pain, only an eerie smile. The pierced Alice suddenly liquefied, dissolving into countless silver particles. Simultaneously, another Alice coalesced from the seawater behind Lin Xiao.
Quantum leap.
Her voice echoed from all directions.
My consciousness can transfer between any particles. Physical attacks are ineffective against me.
Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and turned, narrowing his dragon eyes.
Interesting.
This liquid metal body was indeed far more advanced than the previous Statue of Liberty.
Then let's try this.
The dragon's maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing white dragon flames. Where the apocalyptic dragon flames passed, seawater instantly vaporized, forming a vacuum corridor. Alice neither dodged nor retreated, crossing her arms in front of her.
Absolute barrier.
A blue light barrier unfolded, erupting in a blinding flash as it collided with the dragon flames.
Boom! The shockwave expanded spherically, pulverizing surrounding rocks into dust.
Several unfortunate deep-sea fish passing by were vaporized into subatomic particles before they could even scream. When the light faded, Alice remained suspended in place, though her right arm was missing a third of its length.
Temperature, 5,700 degrees Celsius.
She analyzed the situation calmly as silver liquid surged from the severed limb, rapidly regenerating it. Close to the surface temperature of the sun, but still not enough.
Before she could finish, the heaven-questioning sword struck again.
This time, the blade was wrapped in white-hot flames imbued with the power of the laws themselves.
Alice's expression finally changed as her form instantly dispersed into hundreds of silver droplets. Swish!
The sword's light sliced through, vaporizing a third of the droplets.
The remaining droplets reassembled in the distance, Alice's form visibly shrinking by a full size. Law attack.
Her voice wavered for the first time.
How could you possibly master two laws? Lin Xiao offered no reply.
With a flick of his dragon tail, he closed the distance in an instant. The heaven-questioning sword moved as if an extension of his arm, tracing an arcane trajectory through the air.
Taishu sword formation, celestial constellations.
365 sword shadows materialized from thin air, aligning in celestial constellations to encircle Alice completely. Each blade shimmered with white-hot flames, weaving an inescapable net. Alice's pupils darted rapidly, clearly performing some calculation.
Useless.
Lin Xiao's voice was icy. This sword formation specifically counters spatial jumps. As if to prove his words, Alice suddenly attempted to teleport, only to be violently repelled by a blade of light.
Warning! Warning!
Her voice became mechanical.
Energy reserves have dropped to 63%. Reassessing threat level. Alice's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Detecting law-level energy. Uncalculable. Uncalculable.
Her body began trembling uncontrollably, ripples spreading across her liquid metal surface.
Was this fear?
Lin Xiao gripped his spear, his lapis lazuli dragon form glowing brilliantly in the deep-sea darkness.
Alice's trembling abruptly ceased. Her facial expression management system shut down completely, transforming her face into a blank metallic mask. Initiating final protocol, Apocalypse Angel form.
The mechanical voice had barely finished speaking when her body began to twist and deform. Silver liquid surged like boiling water as her form expanded to 10 meters tall. 3 pairs of metallic wings unfurled from her back, each feather a razor-sharp blade.
Now we're talking. Battle intent flared in Lin Xiao's eyes as his blazing spear pointed directly at the formidable foe.
Alice wasted no words. With a flap of her wings, she instantly broke the sound barrier. The deep sea offered her no resistance as 2 spatial blades crossed, slashing toward Lin Xiao's neck.
Clang!
The heaven-questioning sword parried with precision, sparks flying everywhere. The shockwave blasted a massive crater into the ocean floor. Lin Xiao was slightly startled. The force behind this strike approached the peak of 7th-tier power. Alice's attacks came like a storm, each swing of her spatial blades leaving behind lingering black lines. More troubling still, her computational abilities seemed enhanced, allowing her to anticipate most of Lin Xiao's moves.
He's surprisingly resilient.
Lin Xiao abruptly withdrew his sword, his dragon claw forming a loose fist. The incandescent spear reformed, but this time, a hint of golden light glowed at its tip. Alice's warning system screeched frantically, detected unknown energy.
Danger level, catastrophic.
She instinctively tried to retreat, only to find herself immobilized.
At some point, the surrounding seawater had solidified, trapping her completely. It's over.
Lin Xiao hurled the spear.
Wherever the spear passed, space shattered like glass, revealing pitch-black void.
Alice's pupils reflected the ever-approaching light of death.
Just as the spearhead was about to strike, an unexpected change occurred. Alice's chest suddenly split open, revealing a miniature projection device.
The screen displayed none other than Su Qingran, fast asleep.
Stop!
Su Qingran in the projection abruptly opened her eyes, her voice indistinguishable from the real person.
Or she will die too.
Lin Xiao's attack halted abruptly, the blazing spear suspended an inch before Alice's brow.
Explain.
Lin Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. Alice's mechanical voice became halting. My core has fused with her genetic sample. Kill me, and her soul will be damaged too. The projection shifted, revealing a laboratory scene.
A vial labeled Su Qingran Dragon Scale Guard was injected into a silver liquid. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled. He finally understood why this body could mimic humans so perfectly, even exhibiting emotional fluctuations. It was all based on Su Qingran's genetic blueprint. You are asking for death. The dragon's roar shook the entire trench violently, causing countless rocks to collapse. But the white-hot spear ultimately did not pierce down. Alice seized the moment to retreat, her wounds rapidly healing. Now, can we discuss cooperation? Her voice returned to its soft, feminine tone, even echoing Su Qingran's inflections. Lord Dragon? Chapter 104, Yamada no Orochi evolves. Beneath the deep sea, dark currents churned. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes fixed intently on Su Qingran's projection within Alice's chest. His lapis blue scales bristled, each one flashing with a dangerous glint. When did you obtain the genetic sample? He demanded coldly. A sinister smile flickered across Alice's liquid metal face. During those battles, she bled, didn't she? The projection shifted, revealing several blurred segments of footage. Su Qingran's arm was slashed by a colossal beast on the East Sea defense line, blood-staining the sand. When no one was around, a man with an elusive demeanor picked up the sample. Dr. Morris treasured those samples. Alice's voice carried a hint of mockery. They never brought themselves to use them until the very end, when they gambled everything on me. That's why I succeeded. Lin Xiao replied coldly, even so, you and he are merely two separate entities. Killing you wouldn't harm his soul. Alice smiled. But what if the latest soul resonance technology was used between her and me? Lin Xiao frowned. He seemed to have heard of this technology before. In his previous life, the United States had employed a soul resonance technology to control increasingly powerful bioengineered soldiers. They used the soldiers' genetic material to create new bioengineered warriors. Their original bodies were imprisoned deep within laboratories. Should the clone warriors undergo any mutations, the originals would be immediately terminated to eliminate the bio-soldier threat. He never imagined they'd develop this technology so quickly this time and apply it to Su Qingran. But, you think? Lin Xiao suddenly sneered coldly that this could threaten me? With a sweep of his dragon claw, countless spatial chains materialized out of thin air, coiling layer upon layer around Alice. I won't kill you. The spatial chains tightened relentlessly, compressing Alice's liquid metal form to the size of an ordinary human. But I can imprison you forever. Alice's expression management system seemed to malfunction, her flawless features twisting for an instant. You don't want the mainframe's intelligence anymore, she struggled to say. Lin Xiao remained unmoved. I'll get my answers sooner or later. Given Alice's current confidence, Lin Xiao knew he must not let her lead him by the nose. Otherwise, he would find himself constantly constrained. Lin Xiao then turned his attention to the Yamata no Orochi floating nearby. With a light flick of his dragon claw, a golden light shot into its body. Master. The Yamata no Orochi weakly raised its 8 heads, eyes brimming with remorse. I've brought shame upon you. It's not your fault. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes softened momentarily. This opponent truly exceeded your capabilities. As he spoke, a crimson gold droplet of blood coalesced at his claw tip. Barely the size of a soybean, it radiated an energy fluctuation so intense it made hearts race. The surrounding seawater began to boil. This is... All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi widened in shock. Dragon blood essence. Lin Xiao murmured softly, consume it. Yamata no Orochi trembled violently. The smallest head even began to weep. Master. I am unworthy. Enough nonsense. Lin Xiao flicked his dragon whiskers, sending the blood pearl flying into the Yamata no Orochi's mouth. In an instant. Roar. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi roared simultaneously toward the heavens, their sound waves forming visible ripples in the sea. Its body began to swell, its scales shifting from dark purple to dark gold, each one now bearing star-like patterns reminiscent of Lin Xiao's. Flesh buds erupted wildly from its severed limbs, regenerating them to their original state in the blink of an eye. Most astonishingly, 2 fleshy bulges rose from its back. With a tearing sound, they split open, revealing a pair of dragon wings. Though not true dragon wings, merely bat-like fleshy membranes, they multiplied the Yamata no Orochi's power several-fold. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed this drop of blood had not been wasted. When the transformation concluded, a completely renewed Yamata no Orochi stood before Lin Xiao. Its length had grown from 300 meters to 500 meters. The horns atop its 8 heads had sharpened, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Dark golden scales covered its entire body, gleaming even in the depths of the ocean. Most striking were its fleshy wings, with a wingspan exceeding 400 meters. A single flap could stir up undersea currents. Master. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi roared in unison, their voices brimming with power and loyalty. I feel I could take on 10 of my former selves. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Head to these coordinates. His claw tip tapped lightly, transmitting the coordinates from the ocean depths into Yamata no Orochi's consciousness. Remember, reconnaissance only. Do not act rashly. Master. Yamata no Orochi bowed respectfully, its newly grown dragon wings unfurling. Rest assured, Master. This time, I will complete the mission. With that, it turned and swam toward the deep sea, its speed at least 3 times faster than before. Watching the Yamata no Orochi depart, Lin Xiao turned his gaze back to the restrained Alice. The liquid metal lifeform lay still as a statue, only the flickering data streams in her eyes betraying her continued operation. Let's go. Lin Xiao clenched his dragon claw, tightening the spatial chains to pull Alice alongside him. We're heading to the United States to find a way to break the soul resonance. Alice suddenly smiled. Not a programmed smile, but a genuine one, tinged with a hint of mischief. Are you sure you want to go to the United States as it is now? Her voice grew distant. It's quite lively there, you know. Lin Xiao's heart tightened as he immediately sensed Su Qingran's location.
Thankfully, she was still at the Shenlong base, her aura steady.
Don't try anything funny.
The spatial chain snapped back, constricting Alice's liquid metal form until it warped.
Or I have ways to make you wish you were dead.
Alice fell silent, only the data streams in her eyes flickering faster.
The sapphire dragon's form broke through the water, sending waves crashing skyward.
Lin Xiao hovered midair, his claws clutching the restrained Alice as his dragon eyes scanned the western horizon.
The next moment,
above the Pacific Ocean, a sapphire blue streak of light sliced through the clouds. Maintaining a dragon form about 20 meters long, Lin Xiao raced toward the western coast of the United States, Alice still bound in his claws.
Alice's liquid metal body glowed coldly in the sunlight.
She lay still as an exquisite doll, only the occasional flash of data streams in her eyes revealing she was still operational.
Look! In the sky!
An old man mending fishing nets along the California coast suddenly pointed skyward in alarm. His voice was quickly drowned out by the crashing waves, but more and more people looked up and froze in place.
It's the Chinese dragon. My God, what is he doing in our country? Alert the magistrate immediately.
The crowd began to stir. Some knelt in prayer, others scrambled to take photos, while most retreated, their faces drained of color. After all, who could say whether this supreme being had come to save or to destroy?
Chapter 105, A Warm Welcome from the Beautiful Country. Bowing their proud heads.
Lin Xiao ignored the commotion below, his dragon eyes fixed on the ruins of the hexagonal building in the distance. What had once been the heart of the beautiful nation's power now lay in ruins. Yet the makeshift command center bustled with activity, countless antennas and radars pointed skyward, clearly detecting his arrival.
Seems they're nervous.
Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers fluttered lightly as his speed increased rather than slowed. Alice suddenly chuckled softly.
Your reputation now is enough to make an entire nation tremble.
Her voice carried a hint of teasing, and a sinister smile flickered across her liquid metal face. Lin Xiao offered no reply, but his dragon claws tightened slightly. The spatial chains dug into Alice, forcing a muffled groan from her.
3 minutes later, above the ruins of the hexagon building,
Lin Xiao hovered 100 meters above, surveying the hastily assembled crowd below. Acting Regent Robert stood at the forefront, flanked by dozens of high-ranking officials and generals. Each wore their most formal attire, yet their faces betrayed exhaustion and tension. Further out, hundreds of soldiers formed a ceremonial guard. Instead of weapons, they held flowers?
Lord Shenlong.
Robert stepped forward, his voice booming through a megaphone.
Welcome to the United States.
His Mandarin was stiff but clear, clearly the result of diligent practice. As he spoke, the honor guards suddenly raised their flowers, spelling out the word welcome.
This absurd and groveling spectacle left even Lin Xiao momentarily stunned. Not long ago, this nation had been so arrogant. Now, Alice's laughter echoed in his mind. Well, are you satisfied with this gift?
Lin Xiao shot her a cold glance before landing before Robert. Even shrunk to 20 meters, the azure dragon's form still radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Robert instinctively took half a step back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Your divine majesty, what might you require of us? His words came out haltingly, not just from fear but also from sheer nervousness. All of Morris's research materials. Lin Xiao cut straight to the point, his dragon eyes fixed on Robert.
Now, faced with Lin Xiao's bandit-like demands, Robert showed no resistance whatsoever. Instead, he nodded hastily. After the Williams incident, the entire United States had completely lost its former pride and arrogance. They were even reluctant to speak online, knowing their accounts carried a pretty country IP. That IP now symbolized human traitors. Anyone appearing with it would be subjected to collective ridicule. Who would want to speak up? They were even considering moving. As for Williams, he had long been nailed to the pillar of shame. Now, their greatest desire is to shed the title of traitor to the human race. The surest way to do so? Get the Chinese dragon to acknowledge they aren't traitors to humanity. So they're eager to curry favor. Robert breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. Absolutely no problem. He turned and barked at his staff, retrieve all files on the Morris project immediately. Top priority. Then, switching to a fawning smile, he turned to Lin Xiao. Would you like to rest first? We've prepared. No need. Lin Xiao cut him off. Take me to the archives. Yes. Yes. Robert hurriedly led the way, stealing glances at Alice, who was trapped in Lin Xiao's grasp. This silver-haired woman gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he dared not ask more questions at this moment. The group traversed a makeshift corridor, arriving at a reinforced underground warehouse. Originally the hexagon building's emergency shelter, it had been converted into a temporary archive. All paper and electronic files related to the Morris project are stored here. Robert pushed open the heavy blast-proof door. Everything from the Statue of Liberty initiative to the final bioweapon research, it's all here. Lin Xiao's piercing gaze swept the room. Dozens of metal shelves were stacked with file boxes, and several old computers sat in the corner. These were deliberately preserved to withstand electromagnetic pulse attacks. You may leave now.
Lin Xiao said calmly, I need to review this alone. Robert hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. After all, this was a repository of state secrets. But in the end, he merely bowed deeply, as you wish. Once everyone had exited and the blast door closed, Alice suddenly perked up.
How ironic.
Her voice carried an electronically synthesized lightness.
The former world's policeman now acts like a dog begging for scraps.
Lin Xiao ignored her mockery. With a flick of his dragon claw, hundreds of documents floated into the air, flipping through at astonishing speed. His sun moon eyes spun rapidly, instantly scanning, analyzing, and memorizing every page.
An hour later, Lin Xiao set down the final document, his brow furrowed. Nothing. No records of the soul resonance technology existed.
Morris's research did involve genetic control and consciousness transfer, but it was nowhere near capable of affecting the physical body.
Strange. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, could it be that Morris didn't develop it? Alice suddenly laughed, you finally noticed something was off?
Her liquid metal face twisted into Morris's features, that fool could never pull this off.
Lin Xiao's dragon claws clenched violently, what do you know? A lot.
Alice reverted to her original form, data streams flickering in her eyes.
But why should I tell you?
She deliberately drew out her words, her liquid metal body writhing within the chains like a mischievous girl. Lin Xiao stared at her coldly for a moment before suddenly releasing the chains.
You don't have to tell me. Alice blinked in surprise. Oh? Giving up so easily. But for every minute you delay.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes flashed with icy light.
I'll imprison you for another year. Until you speak. Alice's smile froze.
She clearly hadn't anticipated this response. Lin Xiao smiled.
You don't want to be trapped here forever, do you? Alice visibly panicked. You wouldn't, because I'm an excellent assistant who can help you successfully prevent the Overmind's arrival. You wouldn't want the Overmind to succeed, would you?
She attempted to use the threat of the central computer to intimidate Lin Xiao in return. But Lin Xiao wasn't falling for her tricks.
The Overmind?
With roughly 5 or 6 days remaining, he could fully utilize the time to strengthen his power.
Not only that.
He had awakened a new skill that allowed him to temporarily transcend an entire realm. By then, even facing the mainframe, he wouldn't be without a fighting chance.
Lin Xiao remained silent, simply gazing at Alice. Time ticked by, second by second. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. Alice finally panicked. I'll talk. Lin Xiao replied calmly, this is your last chance.
Alice's liquid metal body trembled slightly, data streams flickering wildly in her eyes as if locked in a fierce internal struggle.
Finally, she bowed her head in defeat.
This technology comes from the central core. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply.
What?
Chapter 106, The Weak Have No Right to Discuss Cooperation. 3 years ago, Morris discovered a black stone tablet in Florida. Alice's voice grew mechanical. It bore inscriptions and patterns not of this earth. That was the origin of the soul resonance technology. She lifted her head, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes.
But Morris didn't know it was actually a trap deliberately left behind by the central brain. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled. This answer was unexpected, yet somehow logical.
No wonder this technology was so bizarre, capable of evading his perception. Where is the stone tablet? He demanded in a low voice. Just as Alice was about to answer, the blast door suddenly swung open.
Robert cautiously peered through the crack. Your dragon majesty?
A man claiming to be Morris's assistant seeks an audience. He says he has vital intelligence.
Lin Xiao and Alice exchanged a glance. Bring him in. Moments later, a gaunt white man was ushered in.
He wore a crumpled white lab coat, his blue eyes bloodshot behind gold-rimmed glasses, looking as though he hadn't slept in days.
Your divine dragon majesty.
The man's voice trembled. I'm Dr. Morris's assistant, David Copperfield.
He glanced nervously at Alice, his Adam's apple bobbing. I know what you're looking for.
Lin Xiao's beard twitched slightly.
Speak.
The core of the soul resonance technology isn't in the database.
David pulled a USB drive from his pocket. Because it wasn't developed by Morris at all, it comes from alien technology. Lin Xiao took the USB drive.
With a flick of his dragon claw, its contents projected directly into the air. The image showed, before the lens of a deep-sea probe, a black stone tablet stood silently. Its surface was covered in bizarre symbols, crowned by a brain-like relief sculpture.
This was discovered 3 years ago.
David explained. Dr. Morris secretly studied it for over a year before deciphering some of its functions. His voice trailed off as Lin Xiao's gaze turned dangerously sharp.
Why wasn't this reported sooner?
Robert burst in, roaring furiously.
Do you realize this nearly killed us all?
David shrank back.
Morris said, this was an opportunity to change the fate of humanity. Enough.
Lin Xiao cut off their argument, retracting the USB drive with his dragon claw.
Where is the stone tablet now? David and Robert exchanged glances. Well, it's missing.
David wiped sweat from his brow. 2 months ago, the lab was attacked. The stone tablet and all the samples vanished. Alice suddenly sneered coldly, idiots.
That was the core reclaiming what belonged to it.
Lin Xiao fell deep in thought. If the soul resonance technology truly originated from the overmind, then the solution lay with its creator. To save Su Qingran, they would likely have to confront that so-called mastermind head-on.
Lord Shunlong. Robert asked cautiously, is there anything else we can do to help?
His posture was utterly submissive, his eyes brimming with supplication. This former representative of a powerful nation now sought only to clear his name of the stain of traitor. Lin Xiao glanced at him, release all research publicly and join the global defense system.
Yes. We will comply immediately.
Robert bowed repeatedly, relieved as if granted a pardon.
I'll arrange a press conference immediately.
Lin Xiao said no more, grabbing Alice and soaring into the sky. The sapphire dragon's form shattered the roof and vanished into the sky amid countless awestruck gazes. On the ground, Robert exhaled deeply, suddenly realizing his back was soaked through. Mr. Magistrate. The secretary whispered, what about us now? Contact all media outlets immediately. Robert suddenly straightened his back, his voice firm.
From this day forward, the United States will fully support the human alliance.
After speaking, he glanced toward the direction Lin Xiao had departed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The figure they once had to look up to now stood at the pinnacle of civilization.
And all they could do was follow. Meanwhile, high above. What do you intend to do with me?
Alice squirmed within Lin Xiao's grasp, her liquid metal body reflecting the sunlight.
I know too much now.
Lin Xiao stared straight ahead, his voice calm.
2 choices.
1. I erase your consciousness and restore you to your original form.
2. You cooperate with me to research a way to break the soul resonance. Alice blinked. No option 3? Like, setting me free? No.
A golden flicker danced in Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. You have no right to negotiate terms.
Alice suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, she murmured softly, do you know? I actually envy Su Qingran.
Lin Xiao turned his head slightly. Someone willing to walk through fire and water for her. A hint of human-like melancholy flickered across Alice's liquid metal face.
But I've been nothing but a tool since the day I was created.
Her voice grew fainter and fainter, eventually fading into electronic static.
Lin Xiao offered no reply.
This artificial colossus possessed such advanced intelligence that even he struggled to discern which of its statements were truth and which were false.
Make your choice.
Lin Xiao said indifferently.
The second one, of course. Alice sighed. I finally gained consciousness. I don't want to vanish. Lin Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He truly couldn't be certain whether erasing Alice's consciousness would affect Su Qingran. It was a risk he couldn't afford to take. But outwardly, his dragon eyes remained icy. A wise choice.
I'll confine you to the Huaxia base. Alice curled her lip.
Another prison cell? Do humans just love locking up outsiders? Not a prison cell. Lin Xiao's dragon tail flickered as he accelerated toward Huaxia. It's a research facility. Oh? Alice's eyes suddenly lit up. Will that lovely Ms. Su Qingran be participating? I'm really looking forward to meeting her. Shut up. Just kidding.
She muttered under her breath.
Are all you Huaxia dragons so humorless?
I genuinely just want to cooperate with you, no tricks.
Because if the overmind descends, I'll be destroyed too. Compared to the overmind, I'd much rather deal with humans.
Lin Xiao smiled.
Then tell me what you know. Alice's expression suddenly grew complex as she sighed. I can't tell you yet. This is my bargaining chip. I can't just give it away for free, can I? Lin Xiao scoffed coldly. You want to cooperate but show no sincerity? Then keep it to yourself. You're not exactly showing much sincerity yourself. Alice retorted, a hint of hurt in her voice. She grew animated. You expect intelligence without even offering basic trust?
Lin Xiao smiled faintly.
But I have the power. Alice.
Lin Xiao's tone remained unruffled. The weak have no right to negotiate. The strong dictate the terms.
Is there a problem with that? Alice was speechless. Chapter 107, the anchor point for the central brain's descent was actually. A simple statement instantly silenced Alice.
She stared at the flame containing the power of the laws, her liquid metal body involuntarily retreating.
Though chained and unable to retreat any further.
Data streams flashed wildly in her eyes, clearly performing complex calculations. Finally, she bowed her head in defeat, her silver hair falling forward.
You win.
Her voice was barely audible. In the mainframe's eyes, I'm nothing but a failure. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly.
Continue. It deems me too humanized, not pure enough. Alice let out a bitter laugh, an expression that looked particularly eerie on her metallic face. Just as it deems those behemoths too beastly. The overmind pursues absolute rationality.
Its cleansing of this planet stems not from hatred or greed. Alice returned to her original form, her voice trembling. But because it views emotion as the cancer of civilization. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, the sun-moon reflections in his dragon eyes dimmed slightly. Then he gave a cold laugh. Whatever it is, that alone proves how utterly hypocritical it is.
Alice remained silent. Or perhaps, she simply didn't know what to say. For she had never interacted with the so-called central core herself. It was only because her creation was intricately connected to that entity. That was why she knew certain things about it. When will it descend? Lin Xiao suddenly asked again. He wanted a specific time frame so he could prepare more thoroughly. 7 days, or sooner. Alice gazed into the distance. It depends on the stability of the anchor point. Anchor point. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Where is it? Alice suddenly smiled. Well, let's discuss that once we reach the base. She blinked, reverting to her flirtatious tone. Gotta keep some bargaining chips, right? Lin Xiao snorted coldly, choosing not to press further. The azure dragon's form tore through the clouds, and the coastline of China was already faintly visible. Divine Dragon Base, 15th underground level. This was a hemispherical, sealed chamber with a diameter of approximately 50 meters. Its walls were forged from a special alloy, their surfaces engraved with intricate runes. Suspended at its center was a transparent cube the confinement cage Lin Xiao had forged using spatial laws. Wow! Alice surveyed her surroundings. Made just for me? What an honor! Her liquid metal body flowed within the cube, shifting into the form of a bird one moment and a fish the next, as if playing some sort of game. Within the hemispherical chamber, Lin Xiao's dragon eyes glowed a faint golden hue under the dim lighting. Can you talk now? Lin Xiao's voice echoed through the cell, carrying an authority that brooked no refusal. Within the transparent cube, Alice's liquid metal form flowed like mercury. Then I'll tell you, will you let me go? Her voice carried a hint of playfulness, her lips curving into a perfect smile. Lin Xiao scoffed coldly, obviously not. With a flick of his dragon claw, countless tiny golden runes suddenly illuminated the cube's interior, each imbued with the power to bind space. Alice's body instantly solidified into human form, immobilized. You're far too bizarre. Your thought patterns aren't human at all. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers swayed gently. The risk of letting you out is too great. Alice sighed, her metallic face contorting into an exaggerated expression of frustration. We truly don't need to be enemies. Risk mitigation. Lin Xiao said indifferently, I believe you understand this concept. Data streams flickered in Alice's pupils as she seemed to retrieve the meaning of the term. After a moment, she pursed her lips. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? Now, Lin Xiao's dragon claw pressed against the cube's surface. Where is the mainframe's anchor point? Alice suddenly fell silent. I'm not in the mood. She finally muttered softly, what if I don't want to say? Lin Xiao scoffed coldly, I don't think you want to resolve the mainframe's arrival at all. Of course I want to resolve it. Alice suddenly grew agitated, droplets of silver liquid splattering from her metallic frame. But I want freedom more. For the first time, her voice carried genuine emotion. You have no idea how unbearable it is to be imprisoned in a test tube, trapped in perpetual darkness. All I could do was stare at the lab lights and listen to those lab coats discussing how to improve me. Lin Xiao watched her vent in silence, his dragon eyes showing no flicker of emotion. Finished? Once Alice calmed down, he asked indifferently. Alice's metallic face twisted for a moment. Don't you have any sympathy at all? I do. Lin Xiao's dragon tail swept lightly across the ground. But I won't waste it on enemies. If you hadn't spoken up, you'd still be stuck in this godforsaken place forever. Alice. Faced with Lin Xiao's unyielding resolve, Alice found herself utterly helpless. Lin Xiao's mindset was utterly different from any human she had encountered or even those she knew intimately. The crucial point was that he possessed such overwhelming power, leaving her utterly helpless. A ball of white flame gathered at the tip of Lin Xiao's claw. One last time. Where is the anchor point? Alice stared at the flame imbued with the power of laws, her liquid metal body trembling involuntarily. Finally, she bowed her head in defeat. All right. But you must promise me if the mainframe incident is resolved, you won't erase my consciousness? I can't guarantee it. Lin Xiao's reply was blunt and decisive. Alice. Lin Xiao added, I must first ensure your soul link with Su Qingran is successfully severed before discussing your fate. Inside the cube, Alice's body suddenly froze solid, like a silver sculpture. A full 10 seconds passed before she revived, her voice barely audible. The mainframe's anchor point isn't entirely on Earth. Lin Xiao frowned. What do you mean? To be precise, only half is on Earth. A silver orb materialized at Alice's fingertips, splitting into two halves. The mainframe's descent requires 2 anchor points, first establishing a relay station on the moon, then completing the final descent through the ancient portal at the South Pole. She waved her hand, enlarging the projection of the 2 hemispheres. The left side revealed a crater on the far side of the moon, its center housing an irregular black structure. The right revealed a colossal cavern beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, its interior faintly revealing a structure resembling the Changbai mountain altar but on a scale 10 times greater. Why these 2 locations? Lin Xiao asked in a low voice. Ripples spread across Alice's liquid metal surface. The far side of the moon, perpetually facing away from Earth, offers perfect concealment. As for Antarctica. She paused. It contains a spatial weak point left over from ancient times.
The central brain marked at 10,000 years ago. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly.
10,000 years ago? Did that mean the Overmind had been watching Earth since the dawn of human civilization? The exact time, he pressed. 7 days from now, when the lunar eclipse begins, the lunar anchor point will activate first. Alice's projection displayed a precise countdown. Within the following 48 hours, the Antarctic anchor point will complete its docking.
15 levels underground at Shenlong Base, within the hemispherical seal chamber, the air seemed to freeze solid. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, their dark golden vertical pupils reflecting Alice's projection of the moon and Antarctic imagery. The flickering coordinate data swirled before his eyes, each set of numbers piercing his nerves like sharp thorns.
How do you know it so precisely?
Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Logically speaking, Alice was clearly a human creation.
Even though she utilized technology left behind by the original mainframe, how could she possibly know so much about it? Chapter 108, The Mainframe's Power. This seems somewhat counterintuitive. I don't know either.
Alice shook her head. This information seems to have been hardwired into my core code from the start. Her metallic face twisted, revealing a hint of bewilderment. It's like you humans, born knowing how to breathe, how to have a heartbeat. Lin Xiao frowned slightly.
Su Wenbai. Almost simultaneously, the alloy doors slid open.
Professor Su Wenbai strode in, holding half an energy biscuit in his hand.
Lord Shenlong?
Su Wenbai addressed him respectfully. Analyze her core data.
Su Wenbai immediately nodded.
A holographic keyboard materialized beneath his fingertips as dozens of analysis windows unfolded in overlapping layers.
As he pulled up Alice's core code waveform diagram, he suddenly uttered a startled "Eh? Something's wrong."
He pushed his slipping glasses back up, his voice tightening. Her memory storage shows signs of external editing.
It's like...
Su Wenbai scratched his head, struggling to articulate the sensation. Lin Xiao leaned closer to observe, his dragon whiskers lightly brushing the screen.
Within the dual pupils of the sun-moon, the waveforms were decomposed into their most fundamental energy flows. Beneath the conventional spectrum lay another entirely distinct coding system. Can we reverse engineer it?
His dragon claw tapped lightly in the void, isolating that anomalous waveform.
Beads of sweat formed on Su Wenbai's forehead. We'll need a quantum decoder, and...
He mumbled incoherently while rapidly manipulating the controls.
Soon, the waveform on the holographic screen began to reassemble. This is...
Su Wenbai froze abruptly.
The decoded image plunged the laboratory into dead silence.
Amidst the vast expanse of stars, an immense, indescribable entity slowly rotated. Composed of countless geometric forms, each facet refracted visions from different dimensions. Around it, tens of thousands of planets were pulled like toys by some force field.
The Overmind.
Alice's voice suddenly grew hollow, her liquid metal body trembling uncontrollably.
So I truly am his creation. Su Wenbai's fingertip hovered over the termination key, hesitating to press it. The professor's eyes widened behind his glasses, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Lord Shenlong, this message has trigger conditions. He pulled up the analysis log, his voice trembling. It only activates when asked specific questions, like a pre-programmed response protocol.
Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled, their dark gold surface shimmering with a dangerous glow.
Suddenly realizing something, he slammed his dragon claw onto the console, cut the connection.
Too late.
Alice's pupils dilated to fill her entire sockets, her silver-white body churning violently like boiling water.
Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't. Alice's entire form contorted in agony. Then, in the next instant, the entire cube was instantly dyed blood red.
Su Wenbai was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the wildly flickering data screen.
It's a trap. He roared as he lunged toward the emergency brake valve. She's transmitting a signal into space. Lin Xiao's dragon horns erupted with blinding light.
The illusory shadows of sun and moon intertwined overhead, and time itself suddenly slowed within the laboratory.
Splattering metal fragments and spreading shockwaves froze mid-air.
Only the crimson signal continued to pierce through the barriers, poised to breach the dome of the 15th underground level.
Void confinement. The moment the dragon's roar echoed, the space above the laboratory shattered like glass.
The crimson signal collided with the spatial fissure, its transmission path violently distorted. When calm finally returned, Alice within the cube had resumed human form. She curled up in the corner, silver hair scattered about her, like a child who had done something wrong.
I couldn't control it, that code, it's older than I am. Su Wenbai clutched his waist, stumbling to his feet. Lord Shenlong.
Though the signal was intercepted, the sender may have already received feedback. Lin Xiao looked pensive.
Suddenly, it dawned on him.
The code within Alice, the technology inscribed on that stone tablet, was likely the mainframe's communication method. It contained extensive information about the Overmind, which is why Alice knew all this.
You said you wanted freedom.
Lin Xiao looked at Alice.
Now I'm giving you two choices.
Alice froze, lifting her head to look at Lin Xiao as she muttered under her breath, making me choose again. Ignoring her mutterings, Lin Xiao continued.
Cooperate with us to crack the mainframe's communication encryption.
Or I erase your consciousness right now and turn you into a pure tool. The silver-haired girl's lips trembled slightly.
I choose the first option.
Her voice was as soft as a sigh.
But on one condition. Speak. If we win in the end. A glimmer of human-like hope flickered across her liquid metal face. Could you give me a real body? Not metal, not beast, but human. One that bleeds, one that feels pain.
Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, his dragon whiskers gently swaying.
Agreed.
At this answer, the data streams in Alice's eyes suddenly blazed with the brilliance of an aurora. Lin Xiao turned to Su Wenbai beside him.
I'll be heading to Antarctica shortly.
Continue your research, but stay vigilant. He handed over a dragon scale.
If anything unusual happens, crush it immediately.
Su Wenbai nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming brightly behind his glasses.
Rest assured, Lord Dragon.
I'll proceed with caution.
He glanced at Alice and lowered his voice. About Qingran.
He had already learned of Alice's connection to Su Qingran and was deeply concerned.
She's fine for now.
Lin Xiao understood his worry.
Soul resonance requires a specific frequency to activate. As long as she isn't provoked, there's no danger. Su Wenbai exhaled in relief.
Lin Xiao looked toward Alice inside the cube. She was waving at them, her smile dazzlingly bright. Don't let her leave this room. With that, Lin Xiao turned and departed. At the doorway, he paused briefly. His dragon tail flickered lightly, and a brilliant white flame merged into the wall. The entire room was instantly shrouded in a double barrier. Spatial chains reinforced by a dragon flame barrier. After ensuring absolute security, Lin Xiao's figure vanished at the end of the corridor. Inside the cube, Alice's smile gradually faded. Gazing in the direction Lin Xiao had departed, her liquid metal face took on a complex expression.
How rude.
She murmured softly, her fingertips lightly touching the cube's inner wall only to be instantly repelled. Su Wenbai adjusted his glasses and walked to the control console, summoning a holographic projection. Miss Alice, we need to conduct another full scan. His voice was gentle yet firm.
Please cooperate.
Alice tilted her head, studying the middle-aged scientist, then flashed a sly smile.
Dr. Su, your daughter is far more interesting than you are.
Su Wenbai's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure.
Begin scan. He pressed the button, and a beam of blue light enveloped the cube.
Alice pursed her lips but stood up straight in compliance.
Chapter 109, Strengthening Abilities.
Outside the Shenlong base, the night was as dark as ink. Lin Xiao stood at the cliff's edge, his sapphire gold dragon form gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The night wind brushed against his scales, producing a faint metallic hum. He gazed up at the starry sky, the illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes mirroring the celestial constellations above. The core. The name rolled off his tongue, carrying an unknown weight. The more he understood this entity, the more he felt an intangible oppression. Marking Earth 10,000 years ago, projecting consciousness across the stars, creating a being like Alice from mere lines of code.
Could such an enemy truly be defeated?
Lin Xiao's dragon claws unconsciously carved 5 deep gashes into the rock.
Below the cliff, waves crashed against the reef, shattering into countless silver-white foam much like the chaos swirling within his mind.
Roar! A clear dragon's roar suddenly pierced the night sky. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, realizing the sound had come from his own unconscious voice. He shook his head, dragon whiskers swaying lightly. When had he become so indecisive? In his previous life, when faced with certain death, hadn't he piloted his mecha into the beast tide just to save a few more civilians? Power! Lin Xiao stared down at his dragon claws. Beneath the azure gold scales, power surged through his veins. As long as I'm strong enough, who cares about the mainframe or whatever? The illusory sun and moon in his eyes spun faster, as if he'd made up his mind.
Within the mental link, the vibrations of the Yamata no Orochi were distinctly palpable. Master? Yamata no Orochi's voice echoed directly within Lin Xiao's mind, tinged with surprise and delight. Are you coming over? What's the situation? Lin Xiao inquired. This nest is far larger than we imagined. The simultaneous gasps from Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads echoed through the mental link. New giant beast eggs mature every minute. I've lost count of how many I've slain. The background noise was a constant chorus of roars and explosions. Hold on. Lin Xiao spread his dragon wings. I'll be there soon. Great. Yamata no Orochi's voice suddenly brightened. These beasts are getting tougher. Ah. Watch out on the left. The link crackled with the sound of intense combat before cutting out. Lin Xiao wasted no time. His sapphire dragon form shot skyward, tracing a streak of light across the night sky. He deliberately slowed his pace, letting the night wind caress each dragon scale as he calmly considered his next move. The South Pole could wait. The urgent priority was to enhance his strength. And the fastest way to do that was to devour the giant beast's crystal core. Somewhere in the Pacific, the sea surface lay eerily still.
No wind, no waves, even the moonlight seemed unusually dim as it shone upon the surface, as if absorbed by something. Splash! Lin Xiao dove into the water, his dragon scales automatically forming a water-repellent barrier. His descent was faster than last time, breaking through the 1,000-meter depth mark almost instantly. As the depth increased, an eerie blue glow gradually illuminated the surroundings. It was a swarm of some kind of luminous jellyfish, but they all drifted in the same direction, as if drawn by something. Something's wrong. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly. The movement of these jellyfish was too uniform, like a fleet of drones under control. Continuing the descent, the blue light grew denser and denser, eventually forming a path of light pointing straight to the deepest part of the ocean floor. Interesting. Lin Xiao swam along the path of light and soon spotted the nest mentioned by the Yamada no Orochi. It was a colossal structure half buried within the undersea mountain range, resembling an enlarged honeycomb. Its surface was covered in pulsating, vein-like patterns. Countless giant beast eggs clung to its surface, each the size of a house. Through their translucent membranes, twisted embryos could be seen writhing inside. Most unsettling of all, a nearly 100-meter wide opening at the structure's apex continuously spewed blue specks of light. Those were the controlled jellyfish. Master! Yamada no Orochi's voice echoed from the side. Lin Xiao turned to see it being besieged by 5 giant beasts resembling mosasaurs. Its newly grown dragon wings were already damaged, and 3 of its 8 heads hung limply, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Stand down! Lin Xiao swept his dragon claw, and 5 spatial blades sliced through the air without a sound. The 5 giant mosasaur-like beasts didn't even have time to scream before being neatly sliced into several pieces. Master, you are mighty! The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi cheered in unison, then immediately whimpered in pain. Ouch, my wings! Lin Xiao flicked a drop of dragon blood, landing precisely in the mouth of the Yamada no Orochi. Guard the perimeter. Don't let anything escape. The Yamada no Orochi's wounds healed instantly, and it swam excitedly toward the outer perimeter of the nest. Lin Xiao turned to face the hive structure, the sun and moon's illusory shadows swirling within his dragon eyes. Starting from the perimeter. His dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing white dragonfire. Boom! Where the dragon flames passed, giant beast eggs exploded like firecrackers one after another. Dark green bodily fluids splattered everywhere, instantly vaporizing in the intense heat. Devoured level 6 giant beast embryo, evolution points plus 50. Devoured level 5 giant beast embryo, evolution points plus 30. The system's notification chimes echoed continuously within his mind. Though each embryo provided only a small amount of evolution points, their sheer number made up for it. Within mere minutes, Lin Xiao cleared all the egg sacs on the eastern side of the structure, boosting his evolution points by nearly 10,000. This is far too inefficient. He halted the dragon flame and instead summoned the heaven questioning sword. Taishu sword array, Starfall. The transparent blade split into 100, raining down like a meteor shower upon the hive structure. Each blade struck a single egg sac with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through before automatically seeking its next target. Devoured level 6 giant beast crystal core, evolution points plus 200. Devoured level 5 giant beast crystal core, evolution points plus 100. This time was far more efficient. Lin Xiao hovered at the center of the sword storm, like a grim reaper harvesting lives, calmly watching his evolution points surge rapidly. Occasionally, a few mature giant beasts would burst through their egg sacs, only to be shredded into fragments by the sword light before they could even launch an attack. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the structure. The entire seabed trembled, causing even the sword formation to falter momentarily. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Finally decided to show up? He recalled the heaven-questioning sword, stretched his dragon form, and charged directly toward the source of the sound. The internal structure of the hive was intricate and labyrinthine. The flesh-colored passage walls were coated in slime, emitting an unsettling squelching sound with each step. Yet Lin Xiao moved as if on solid ground, his dragon claws vaporizing the slime before it could touch his scales with each step. At the passage's end lay a vast spherical chamber. Suspended at its center was a black ovoid the size of a sports stadium, its golden patterns writhing like living tissue. Surrounding the cocoon, 12 colossal beasts resembling knights knelt on one knee, as if guarding their sovereign. These beasts wore bone armor, their heads smooth hemispheres devoid of features, save for a pulsing crystal heart embedded in their chests. Peak level 6. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. 12 peak level 6 beasts in his previous life, that force alone could have destroyed half the world. But now. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed throughout the spherical space, causing even the black egg sacs to tremble. Chapter 110, Destroying the Colossal Beast's Ovaries Once More. Deep within the Pacific Ocean, at the core of the colossal beast's lair, 12 night beasts rose simultaneously, their bone armor clattering together with a bone-chilling friction. Their crystal hearts pulsed wildly within their chests, emitting an ominous crimson glow. Roar! The lead night beast charged forward, its 6-meter-long bone blade slicing through the water, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's throat. Sun and moon illusions swirled in Lin Xiao's eyes as he flicked his heaven's question sword lightly. Swish! The The sword's light flowed like water, seemingly gentle, yet nothing could withstand its cut.
The night beast's bone blade snapped cleanly, its cut smooth as a mirror. Before it could react, the second strike arrived. Thud! The transparent blade pierced the crystal heart, twisting gently. Crack! The sound of the heart shattering echoed crisply through the water. The night beast froze in place, then disintegrated like a collapsing sand sculpture. Devoured level 6 peak giant beast crystal core, evolution points plus 500. The system notification had barely sounded when 3 more night beasts attacked from different angles. Their coordination was flawless. The beast on the left swung its chain hammer, sealing off the space above, while the right beast crossed its twin blades, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's midsection. The beast facing him opened its chest cavity, unleashing a torrent of bone spines like a downpour. Facing this deadly trap, Lin Xiao merely shifted his stance slightly. With a flick of his dragon tail, his form slipped through the gap in the attack like a phantom. The heaven-questioning sword shot from his grasp, splitting into 3 blades midair. 3 streaks of sword light plummeted like falling meteors, striking each beast's crystal heart with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed as 3 corpses slowly sank. Devouring the crystal core of a level 6 peak giant beast, evolution points plus 500. The remaining 8 night monsters seemed enraged. They suddenly gathered together, their chest crystals simultaneously blazing with blinding red light. Fusion? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly but made no move to stop them. Instead, he sheathed the heaven-questioning sword and watched with keen interest. The night monsters' bodies began to melt like wax figures under intense heat, eventually coalescing into a writhing mass of flesh. Within the mass, 12 crystal hearts collided and fused into a single, massive dark red core. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a monstrous creature over 100 meters tall burst forth from its cocoon. It possessed a humanoid torso, yet its head was a conglomeration of 12 twisted faces. Each arm wielded a different bone-like weapon. Most terrifying were the membrane wings unfurling from its back, covered in constantly rotating eyeballs. Barely scraping the threshold of level 7. Lin Xiao appraised it, his dragon claws lightly caressing the sword's blade. Too bad. Still not enough. The 12 faces of the fused colossus screeched in unison, their sonic waves forming visible ripples in the water. The surrounding flesh walls shattered and peeled away, revealing the writhing veins beneath. Damn noise! Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed as the illusory sun and moon suddenly accelerated their rotation. The heaven-questioning sword instantly enveloped in white flames, transforming into a streak of light as it shot forth. Thud! The spear pierced the fused beast's chest without resistance, trailing a cloud of dark red blood mist. Before the mist could disperse, it evaporated in the intense heat. Arg! The fused beast let out a piercing howl as unquenchable white flames ignited at the wound. It frantically beat its chest, only causing the flames to spread faster. In a mere 3 seconds, this barely level 7 monster was reduced to ashes. Devoured level 7 Colossus Crystal Core, evolution points plus 1000. Lin Xiao withdrew the heaven-questioning sword, his gaze shifting to the massive black egg at the center. Up close, the egg sac proved far larger than he'd imagined. Golden patterns on its surface writhed like living creatures, vaguely forming ancient runes. Let me see what you're incubating. The heaven-questioning sword made a light cut, and the black egg membrane parted like silk. Viscous, pale gold fluid poured out, revealing the creature within. It was a partially formed dragon-like colossus. Over 200 meters in length, it bore 6 wings on its back, its entire body covered in dark golden scales. Most astonishingly, the dragon horns already forming on its head bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiao's 7 parts alike. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, pressing his dragon claw against the embryo's forehead. Devour. Devoured level 8 colossal beast embryo, evolution points plus 5000. An unprecedented surge of immense energy flooded his body. Lin Xiao's scales bristled, their azure gold surface revealing more intricate stellar patterns. The dragon horns grew even more crystalline and translucent, as if carved from the finest crystal. Seems the cloaked figure is in quite a hurry. He surveyed his surroundings, sweeping the heaven-questioning sword to shatter every egg sac within the spherical chamber. Devouring level 6 giant beast embryo, evolution points plus 50, 137. Consumed level 5 giant beast embryo, evolution points plus 30, 256. As the last shred of energy was absorbed, Lin Xiao's evolution points surged by over 23,000. Yamada no Orochi. A response came through the mental link, Master. I'm holding the line outside. I took down 17 beasts trying to escape. Well done. Lin Xiao broke through the nest ceiling and swam out into the open. Now go find the other nests. Aye, sir. Yamada no Orochi's 8 heads shook excitedly. Rest assured, Master. This time I'll turn the Pacific upside down. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod as his dragon form transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the ocean surface. Behind him, the once magnificent lair of the colossal beast began to collapse. Flesh walls rapidly rotted, blood vessels dried and snapped, and countless undeveloped embryos died in their slumber. The entire ocean floor was suffused with the stench of death. 1 hour later. when the last black rock ceased pulsing and the lair lay utterly ruined. Space suddenly warped and two figures cloaked in black robes materialized out of thin air. Another base destroyed. The taller cloaked figure stomped his foot in rage, crushing several chunks of decaying flesh beneath his metal boots. That damn Chinese dragon just won't leave us alone. He pulled back his hood, revealing a pallid metallic face. It was identical to the staff-wielding black-robed figure Lin Xiao had slain at Lake Baikal. Calm down, number 7. The shorter black-robed figure's voice was hoarse. Anger won't solve anything. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, tentacles extending from his sleeves to detect residual energy. How am I supposed to stay calm? 12. Number 7 slammed his fist into the collapsed flesh wall. This is one of the most crucial level 8 incubation facilities. We won't have time to rebuild before the overmind arrives. Tentacles on number 12's body suddenly stiffened. Wait, residual spatial fluctuations here. He pointed into the void. That dragon used spatial laws. And with considerable skill. The seventh robed figure's expression darkened further. Damn it! He's grown too fast. He wasn't this proficient last time at Lake Baikal. Only an 8th level colossus might stand a chance against him now. The 12th black-robed one side, his tentacles drooping limply. But hatching level 8 colossal beasts is too difficult. The 7th robed figure paced restlessly. Currently, only the bases in the Alps, Rocky Mountains, and Mount Fuji have reached 80% incubation completion. The rest are still below 50%. Tentacles of robe number 12 swayed gently. Our recovery period was too brief. This power should have been sufficient to crush this civilization. Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of a Chinese divine dragon? Hopefully the central core will arrive soon to complete the harvest. Chapter 111 Alice and Su Qingran meet. The 7th black-robed figure gazed upward at the void of the ocean, as if piercing through layers of obstruction to see the starry sky. We've lingered too long in this remote star system. But the 12th black-robed figure suddenly lowered his voice. Don't be too optimistic. The overmind will manifest at most one avatar. Whether it can defeat the dragon is still. Are you insane? Black robe number 7 spun violently, his metallic fingers clamping around his companion's throat. Dare question the overmind? Want to be formatted? Tentacles on robe number 12 thrashed wildly, emitting choking gurgles. After a moment, number 7 released his grip and coldly stated, "Watch your tongue." Sorry. Number 12 rubbed his neck, daring not to utter another word. After silently inspecting the ruins, robe number 7 abruptly asked, "Where's the seed?" "It's been taken." Tentacle 12 pointed in a direction. "I can sense it. They're currently within the borders of China." The metal face of robe number 7 twisted for an instant. Those were the original eggs cultivated by the overmind itself. If that dragon researches them and discovers anything, should we send someone to retrieve them? Send them to their deaths? Robed figure 7 sneered coldly, "Unless the overmind descends early, we have no means to deal with that dragon now." He raised his hand, slicing open a spatial rift. "Let's go. Report to Base 1. The Alpine facility must accelerate its progress." The 12th black-robed figure cast one final glance at the ruins, murmuring under his breath, "This planet is tougher than we anticipated." Their figures vanished into the spatial fissure. The sea returned to stillness, only the rotting remains of the colossal beast silently bearing witness to what had transpired here. Dragon Base, entrance to the 15th underground level. A sapphire-blue dragon silhouette glided through the passageway, shedding scales as it moved. Lin Xiao shrank the dragon's body to about 3 meters in length, passing through one alloy gate after another. At each checkpoint, the dragon scale guard stood at attention, saluting with eyes brimming with reverence. "Lord Shunlong. Greetings, divine dragon." The young warriors' voices boomed, echoing through the sealed passageway. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his dragon whiskers swaying lightly in response. Turning the final corner, the alloy doors of the underground laboratory came into view. A red warning light flashed on the door, indicating high-risk experiments were underway inside. Lin Xiao pressed his dragon claw against the identification panel, his azure scales reflecting the scanning beams. Identity verified. Access granted. The electronic voice faded as the half-meter-thick alloy door slid open silently. The scene inside the lab made Lin Xiao's eyebrows arch slightly. Professor Su Wenbai paced like a caged beast before the workbench, his hair a tangled bird's nest, his lab coat splattered with stains. He clutched half an energy bar in his left hand while furiously tapping a holographic keyboard with his right. Dozens of data windows reflected blue light off his glasses. No, still no. Su Wenbai suddenly grabbed the energy bar wrapper, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it violently at the wall. This damn code defies all known logic. The wrapper bounced off the claw of Lin Xiao, who had just entered the room. Seems like things aren't going well. Lin Xiao's voice made Su Wenbai spin around abruptly, nearly twisting his back. Your Excellency, Lord Shenlong." He frantically tried to tidy up the instruments, only to scatter energy bar crumbs everywhere. "You're back. About that, over the Pacific. Handled."
Lin Xiao replied succinctly, his gaze shifting to the transparent cube at the laboratory's center.
How is she?
Inside the cube, Alice sat upright in the form of Su Qingran. The silver-haired girl sat with her hands folded on her knees, her back perfectly straight.
Not looking good.
Su Wenbai pushed his crooked glasses up his nose. That code layer is too high level.
We can't crack it at all. He projected a holographic display showing a 3D model of Alice's core data. Look here. Su Wenbai zoomed in on a segment of the waveform. These information units aren't arranged linearly, they're in a quantum superposition state. I can't even determine how they were written.
Within the projection, the code writhed like a living creature, occasionally dispersing into hundreds of light points before coalescing back into bizarre symbols.
Normal code is like text in a book, you can read it line by line.
Su Wenbai's voice grew increasingly agitated. But this, it exists simultaneously in every possible location.
I've tried 73 decoding algorithms and haven't scratched the surface.
Lin Xiao listened quietly, his dragon eyes reflecting the ever-shifting streams of code light. Su Wenbai slumped his shoulders in sudden defeat.
Sorry. I'm useless. Don't blame yourself. Lin Xiao's dragon tail swept lightly across the ground. If it were that easy to crack, the ancient Qi cultivators wouldn't have let the legacy die out.
He approached the transparent cube, and Alice immediately lifted her head, her icy blue eyes meeting Lin Xiao's gaze.
You're back. Her voice carried a hint of Su Qingran's tone, yet the trailing notes held an unnatural mechanical quality. Did you find what you were looking for?
Lin Xiao didn't answer, instead scrutinizing her condition.
Fine cracks appeared on Alice's liquid metal surface, and her silver hair lacked its former luster.
Most unusual were her pupils, the data stream flickering at a noticeably slower frequency, occasionally freezing for brief moments.
Low on power?
Lin Xiao turned to ask Su Wenbai.
No, it's core overload. Su Wenbai pulled up the monitoring data.
That ancient code keeps hogging her processing power.
It's like a computer virus.
As if to validate his words, Alice's expression suddenly froze, her voice shifting to a cold, mechanical tone.
Warning. Insufficient system resources. Recommend terminating non-essential processes.
The next second, she reverted to her silver-haired girl form, even winking playfully. Don't worry, I'm fine.
This constant switching between states was clearly abnormal.
Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly as a crimson gold droplet of blood coalesced at his claw tip.
Open your mouth.
The droplet passed through the cube barrier, hovering before Alice.
Alice's eyes lit up instantly as data streams accelerated. Dragon blood essence?
She cradled the droplet in both hands like a child given candy.
For me? Seeing Lin Xiao nod, she immediately swallowed the droplet.
Her liquid metal body rippled with crimson gold waves as surface cracks healed at a visible pace.
Ah!
Alice sighed contentedly, stretching her limbs.
Way more effective than energy drinks.
Su Wenbai watched in stunned silence beside her. Her energy readings just maxed out. Lin Xiao was about to speak when the lab door slid open.
Dad, I brought you.
The crisp female voice trailed off abruptly. Su Qingran stood in the doorway, a thermos lunchbox in hand, her almond-shaped eyes wide. Her gaze shifted from Lin Xiao to Alice inside the cube, then back again, her red lips parting slightly.
Lord Shenlong, what is this?
The aroma from the lunchbox wafted out braised spare ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and the sweet fragrance of osmanthus cake, familiar to Lin Xiao. Inside the cube, Alice's reaction grew even more intense.
Su Qingran.
She practically threw herself against the transparent barrier, her silver hair flying wildly.
I finally get to see you. Chapter 112, Sudden Catastrophe.
Su Qingran instinctively took a half step back, her hand flying to her waist.
Who is she?
The girl's voice carried a hint of wariness as her gaze darted between Alice and her father. Su Wenbai hurried forward to explain, this is Alice, the, special life form we brought back from the Pacific. He pushed his glasses up and spoke rapidly, she contains ancient code related to the central core.
We're currently researching. She uses your genetic sample as a template.
Lin Xiao cut straight to the heart of the matter. That's why you two share this inexplicable connection.
Su Qingran's expression froze instantly.
She slowly approached the cube, locking eyes with Alice.
Both possessed exquisitely refined features, one vibrant and alive, the other perfect to the point of seeming unreal. One with cascading black hair, the other with silver strands like snow. One pair of eyes held spirited emotion, while the other's pupils flowed with a galaxy of data. How remarkable.
Alice murmured softly, her fingertips gently caressing Su Qingran's face through the transparent barrier.
Seeing you is like looking in a mirror. Su Qingran offered no reply, instead turning to Lin Xiao. Lord Shenlong, is she safe?
Before Lin Xiao could answer, Alice suddenly tilted her head.
Are you afraid of me?
The silver-haired girl wore a wounded expression.
I really like you, after all, without your genes, there wouldn't be me.
As she spoke, she abruptly transformed.
Liquid metal flowed, instantly morphing into a replica of Su Qingran.
Identical black hair, identical features, even the tear tattoo at the corner of her eye was a perfect match.
See? We're identical.
The clone's voice was identical to Su Qingran's.
Su Qingran's face paled, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the lunchbox handle. Enough.
Lin Xiao released his aura, and Alice inside the cube instantly returned to her original form.
Just kidding.
She stuck out her tongue, the gesture appearing eerily unsettling on her metallic face.
Su Qingran took a deep breath, then abruptly strode toward the control console and slammed the lunchbox down. Dad, dinner.
Her voice trembled slightly but quickly steadied.
You stayed up late again. Su Wenbai took the lunchbox with an awkward smile. I was just getting hungry.
Qingran, this Miss Alice has actually been a great help to us.
I know.
Su Qingran cut her father off, forcing a faint smile. If Lord Shenlong brought her back, there must be a reason.
She turned to face the cube, her back straight as an arrow. Hello, I'm Su Qingran.
The formality felt like a summit between two heads of state.
Alice's eyes lit up. Hello.
She suddenly lowered her voice.
Let me tell you a secret.
I can sense your emotional fluctuations like this. The silver-haired girl's pupils abruptly transformed into vertical slits exactly like Lin Xiao's dragon eyes.
Su Qingran recoiled as if struck by lightning, crashing backward into the control console. The lunchbox tipped over, spilling braised pork rib sauce all over the floor.
Qingran. Su Wenba rushed to support his daughter, only to freeze in horror at the sight before him. Su Qingran and Alice both collapsed to their knees simultaneously, one clutching her chest, the other clutching her head, both moaning in agony. Even more bizarrely, identical golden patterns emerged on both their bodies like circuitry wires flickering beneath their skin.
Soul resonance.
Lin Xiao instantly materialized between them, his dragon claws simultaneously pressing against Su Qingran's forehead and the cube barrier.
Su Wenbai. Isolation protocol. The professor snapped out of his daze, lunging toward the control console and pounding the red button. Buzz.
The cube instantly turned opaque black, completely sealing Alice inside.
Simultaneously, 7 alloy gates descended in succession, partitioning the laboratory into 3 separate zones.
The golden patterns on Su Qingran's body gradually faded, yet his face remained deathly pale, cold sweat soaking through his shirt.
Lord Shenlong. She weakly grasped Lin Xiao's dragon claw. Just now. I saw. What did you see?
Lin Xiao demanded in a deep voice. The starry sky, countless planets, and a geometric structure formed by. Su Qingran suddenly coughed violently, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth.
It was watching me. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled.
He immediately channeled a surge of pure dragon energy into Su Qingran's body while sweeping his tail to deploy a spatial barrier around them.
Don't recall that vision.
His voice carried a rare urgency.
That is the core entity's true form. Prolonged exposure will corrupt your mind. Su Qingran nodded obediently, but the fear in her eyes hadn't faded. Dad.
She turned to Su Wenba, who looked utterly terrified, forcing a smile.
I'm fine, just a little shaken. Su Wenbai fumbled for the scanner. Let me check you now. Damage to the soul layer is no joke. While father and daughter bustled about, Lin Xiao approached the black cube.
His dragon claws lightly touched the surface.
His dual pupils pierced the barrier, revealing the scene within.
Alice curled up in a corner, her silver hair dull and lifeless, her liquid metal body constantly shifting between solid and liquid states. Most horrifying was her face, rapidly shifting between Su Qingran's features and her own original appearance, like a holographic projection with poor signal quality.
No, don't look.
Her voice came in broken, static-filled bursts. It saw you through me.
Lin Xiao's dragon eyes suddenly contracted.
He should have realized it sooner. That ancient code wasn't just a communication tool, it was the Overmind's eyes. Alice and Su Qingran's soul resonance had inadvertently provided the Overmind with a window to observe this world.
Su Wenbai.
Lin Xiao's voice was chillingly cold. From this moment onward, no one is permitted to have direct contact with Alice. His gaze fell on Su Qingran, still shaken, and his dragon eyes softened momentarily.
Especially you.
Su Qingran pressed her lips together and lifted her head stubbornly.
Lord Shenlong, I can be of help. You've already been of immense help.
Lin Xiao gently patted her head.
Go rest now.
This rare display of affection made Su Qingran's ears flush crimson. She obediently followed her father out of the laboratory. After the father and daughter departed, Lin Xiao turned his attention back to the black cube. Alice's condition had stabilized slightly, but the data streams in her eyes remained chaotic.
You knew this would happen all along. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Alice gave a bitter smile. I just wanted to see her reaction.
She lifted her head, a rare vulnerability flickering across her liquid metal face.
Lord Shenlong, I'm losing control. That code. It's rewriting my core directives. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, do you want to live? Truly live?
Alice froze, data streams solidifying in her eyes.
Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. I don't know what it means to truly live. Lin Xiao offered no reply, merely turning toward the doorway.
The alloy door closed behind him, sealing the silver-haired girl's solitary figure in darkness.
Chapter 113, Heading to the Antarctic. Shenlong Base, Operations Briefing Room.
Outside the window, torrential rain poured down, pelting the bulletproof glass with a steady, rapid patter. Inside, however, the silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. Lin Xiao sat commandingly at the center of the conference table, his lapis blue dragon scales shimmering with a cold glow under the overhead lights. His gaze swept over every person seated.
That's the situation.
Lin Xiao's voice broke the silence. The central core will arrive in 7 days.
The location is Antarctica. A holographic projection shifted to a map of Antarctica. Tension gripped the room as all eyes fixed on the display.
Though they had only recently encountered the term central core, they had already come to deeply understand its terrifying nature. Especially seeing Lord Shenlong treat this so-called central brain as if facing a formidable enemy only heightened their anxiety.
With its arrival now imminent, how could they not be filled with dread?
Lin Xiao sensed their unease and remarked calmly.
The core's arrival is inevitable.
Instead of worrying, focus on strengthening yourselves. His voice was calm yet resolute. In the coming days, locate as many of these nests as possible and destroy them.
Bring back the flesh and crystal cores of the beasts. The mecha core will coordinate with the dragon scale guard.
The overmind remained hidden in the shadows, while China, indeed all of humanity, stood exposed in the light.
This reality could not be evaded.
Anxiety or worry served no purpose. Lin Xiao couldn't concern himself with other nations for now, but within China's borders, Lin Xiao was prepared to eradicate the beast nests completely.
Understood.
Zhao Weigui saluted with a standard military salute.
I'll make the arrangements immediately.
The meeting concluded swiftly, and everyone departed to carry out their orders.
Only Su Qingran remained behind, hesitating to speak. Something on your mind?
Lin Xiao looked at her. The girl bit her lower lip.
Lord Shenlong. Where are you going? Antarctica.
Those two simple words caused Su Qingran's pupils to contract slightly.
Alone? It's too dangerous. At least let me. Qingran.
Lin Xiao's voice was gentle yet unquestionable. Your mission is to defend Huaxia. He flicked his dragon claw, sending a dragon scale drifting toward Su Qingran.
If an emergency arises, crush it. Su Qingran took the dragon scale cautiously. A warm sensation spread through her fingertips, pulsing faintly as if alive. I understand.
She drew a deep breath and straightened her back. Please be careful. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, and his azure gold dragon form dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing into the rain-drenched curtain.
Above the Pacific, the downpour transformed into thick fog.
Lin Xiao navigated through the clouds, his dragon eyes piercing the mist as he surveyed the boundless azure expanse below. After devouring the colossal beast that had devoured the undersea layer, his evolution points had surged past the 50,000 mark. Each dragon scale grew more crystalline and translucent, their azure gold surfaces revealing ever more celestial patterns. Especially the scales along the central spine, which now faintly formed the shape of a star map.
Still not enough. Lin Xiao felt the energy coursing through his body.
At least 200,000 points are needed for the next evolution. It was a terrifying figure. After all, devouring a peak 6th tier beast had only added 500 evolution points.
A 7th tier colossus only added 1,000 evolution points. It seemed like a lot. But where could he find so many high tier beasts?
Therefore, Lin Xiao could only continue relying on the old strategy of quantity over quality. Fortunately, the dragon scale guard and mecha core were now sufficiently powerful and numerous.
Locating the lairs of beasts lurking within China's borders shouldn't prove too difficult.
Lin Xiao could focus solely on his Antarctic expedition.
Antarctica, Earth's most enigmatic continent.
Perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with average temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius and wind speeds reaching 320 kilometers per hour. Even during the height of summer, coastal areas show scarcely any signs of life. But for Lin Xiao, none of this posed a problem. The azure dragon's form pierced through the clouds, revealing an endless expanse of white wilderness below. The ice sheet glinted blindingly in the sunlight, like a mirror embedded at the Earth's core.
Strange. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly.
Alice's coordinates pointed to this very area, yet he detected no energy fluctuations whatsoever.
Either the intelligence was flawed, or
their concealment techniques were beyond imagination. Lin Xiao descended, the illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes spinning faster. The scenery before his eyes instantly transformed.
The ice layer became translucent, revealing the geological structures thousands of meters below. Faults, magma pockets, ancient fossils, everything came into view.
Finally, at the thickest point of the ice cap, he detected an anomaly. Beneath the ice lay a perfectly circular cavity, approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, its interior architecture identical to the Pacific nest. But what truly caught Lin Xiao's attention was
a ring of ancient Chinese runes encircling the void's edge.
These runes shared the same origin as those on the Changbai mountain altar, yet they were far older and far more powerful. A seal of the Qi cultivators?
Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the black-robed man's base was built atop an ancient seal?
This discovery forced him to reassess the situation. If the mainframe's anchor point was connected to the Qi cultivator seal, things would become far more complicated.
Just as Lin Xiao prepared to investigate further, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The ice crust beneath his feet violently trembled, countless cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Immediately after, a 100-meter-wide pillar of blue-white light erupted from beneath the ice, piercing straight into the heavens. Within the pillar, countless runes could be faintly discerned, swirling and emitting heart-stopping energy fluctuations. Lin Xiao immediately leapt into the air, narrowly evading the pillar of light. But the most astonishing spectacle was yet to come. After burning for about 10 seconds, the pillar abruptly vanished, replaced by a colossal holographic projection. It was a colossal entity composed of countless geometric forms, each facet refracting scenes from different dimensions. It was the very image of the central core from Alice's core memories. The projection lasted only an instant, yet it sent Lin Xiao's scales bristling. That oppressive weight, as if the entire starry sky were crushing down upon him. A warning, perhaps. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, his dragon claws tightening around the heaven-questioning sword. Or a show of force? Neither would halt his advance. The sapphire dragon's form dove downward, and the instant its scales touched the ice, dragon flames erupted. SSS-tier. Thousands of meters of ice sliced through like hot butter, parting effortlessly. Lin Xiao plummeted down the channel he'd carved, surrounded by a water-repellent barrier. As he broke through the final ice barrier, the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. It was a colossal cavern over 500 kilometers in diameter. Its ceiling was studded with countless luminous crystals, resembling an artificial starry sky. At the center of the floor stood a black pyramid, its apex suspended by a pulsing black heart. But the most awe-inspiring sight was not these. It was the 12 jade pillars surrounding the pyramid, reaching skyward. Each pillar was engraved with ancient runes, their surfaces shimmering with a pale golden glow that starkly contrasted with the black pyramid. The Chi cultivator's seal and the black-robed man's base coexisted here in an eerie manner. This is? Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed the arrangement of the pillars resembled that of the Changbai mountain altar, yet on a scale hundreds of times larger. Moreover, 4 of the pillars had already developed cracks, their golden glow now faint as a candle in the wind. Chapter 114, The First Dialogue with the Central Core. Lin Xiao's dragon claw lightly touched the nearest jade pillar. The moment his scales made contact with the icy surface, the runes suddenly burst into a blinding golden light. This is the great array of the celestial sphere? The illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes spun rapidly, attempting to decipher these ancient inscriptions. Yet unlike the array knowledge he'd inherited from Guan Chengzi, these runes felt more primitive, more brutal. They didn't harness stellar power for sealing, they directly extracted earth vein energy for suppression. No. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly. This isn't a seal. This is a cage. He snapped his head up, gazing at the black pyramid at the center. If the jade pillars were the cage, then the entity within the pyramid was the prisoner. But why would the cloaked figure establish a base here? And call it an anchor point? Could it be? A terrifying suspicion surfaced in his mind, the overmind was connected to this prisoner. As if responding to his thoughts, the black heart at the pyramid's apex suddenly began to beat violently. Thud. 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 Each beat felt like a sledgehammer striking his soul, sending shivers through Lin Xiao's scales. Immediately, a crack opened on the heart's surface, projecting a holographic image. It was a colossal entity composed of countless geometric forms, each facet refracting scenes from different dimensions. It was the central brain. Yet unlike the one in Alice's memories, this projection felt more solid, more vivid. At last we meet, Dragon of China. The main brain's voice resonated directly within Lin Xiao's consciousness, not as speech, but as a pure torrent of information. Lin Xiao's dragon claws tightened around the heaven-questioning sword as his azure gold dragon scales bristled. You are the central core? Titles are irrelevant. The geometric form rotated slowly, each facet displaying a different starry sky. You may call me the Observer, the Reaper, or the Survivor. Survivor? Lin Xiao keenly caught the unusual word. The overmind's projection suddenly froze. All geometric planes aligned into a single plane, revealing an ancient scene. Above Earth, countless sword-riding Chi cultivators clashed with a colossal, pitch-black beast. Sword energies crisscrossed for 30,000 li, yet failed to scratch the beast. Yet the black mist spewed by the beast corroded the protective spiritual light shielding the cultivators. 10,000 years ago, we arrived on this planet. The central brain's voice carried an emotion Lin Xiao couldn't fathom. For the key dot. The scene shifted, revealing the harrowing spectacle of cultivators forming formations to detonate themselves, seeking mutual destruction with the beast. They chose annihilation over surrendering the key, even if it meant plunging their entire civilization back into the Stone Age. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. Was this the truth behind the disappearance of the ancient Chi cultivators? And you? The projection of the central brain suddenly loomed closer, its geometric form nearly touching Lin Xiao's face. The aura of the key within you. The heaven-questioning sword shot out instantly, yet it passed right through the projection, as if slicing through air. No need to panic. The central brain's voice carried a hint of mockery. This is merely a communication projection. My true form is still en route. Lin Xiao sheathed his sword with a cold laugh. So you've come for revenge? Revenge? What a primitive concept. The geometric form dispersed, reconfiguring into a star map. I'm here to complete my mission. To harvest the civilization and retrieve the key dot. The star map zoomed in, revealing Earth enveloped by a net-like structure. But after meeting you, I've changed my mind. The central brain's tone suddenly softened. We can cooperate. Cooperate? Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. You have potential. The projection of the central brain transformed into Lin Xiao's dragon form. Join us and become the new Reaper. This planet can be preserved as your domain. Lin Xiao nearly laughed in anger. You want me to betray my own country? Country? The overmind seemed amused by the word. Do you still consider yourself human? Look at your scales, your dragon horns, your essence. You've long surpassed them. Why let yourself be shackled by fragile emotions? Lin Xiao cut to the chase, igniting the heaven-questioning sword with white flames. Those who follow different paths cannot walk together. What a pity. The overmind's projection began to fade. We'll see in 7 days. I hope you change your mind by then. Otherwise. The black heart suddenly contracted violently, causing all 12 jade pillars to tremble simultaneously. Before the projection vanished completely, its final words exploded in Lin Xiao's mind. By the way, you only have 6 days left. The lunar eclipse has been brought forward because I can't wait any longer either. As the central brain departed, the entire cavern began to shake violently. Cracks appeared in the ice dome, and massive chunks of ice plummeted like meteorites. Blood-red patterns emerged on the surface of the black pyramid, pulsing like veins. Most terrifying of all, the 4 jade pillars, now cracked, were visibly fading in their golden radiance. We must reinforce the seal. Lin Xiao acted decisively, pressing his dragon claw onto the nearest jade pillar. Dragon power surged endlessly into it, attempting to repair the ancient runes. But the instant his energy touched the runes, boom! An unprecedented counterforce hurled him hundreds of meters away. Lin Xiao steadied himself midair, staring in shock at his dragon claw. Scales were charred black, faint wisps of smoke rising from them. These runes were repelling him? No, not repelling him, they were incompatible. Could it be? A startling realization dawned on him. Could these ancient runes not share the same origin as the Guangchengzi legacy? Lin Xiao immediately attempted to shift his energy frequency, adjusting the dragon power to its most primal form. Touching the jade pillar again, this time there was no rejection, but the repair speed was agonizingly slow. At this rate, it would take at least 3 days to repair a single pillar. And there were 4 pillars with cracks. There's no time. The sun and moon illusions within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes spun wildly as he raced to devise a solution. Suddenly, he noticed a line of small characters engraved at the base of the jade pillar, a detail he had overlooked before. Reflected in the Kunlun mirror, the true form is revealed. Kunlun mirror? Lin Xiao's heart jolted. Wasn't this the legendary artifact said to reveal the true essence of all things? Could it be these jade pillars require the Kunlun mirror to activate? But where is the Kunlun mirror? Guangchengzi's teachings made no mention of it whatsoever. Wait! Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. With a flick of his dragon claw, he retrieved an object from his inner space. It was the very same transparent ancient sword he had brought back from Mars. Within its blade, a faint river of stars flowed. Back then, Guangchengzi's spectral form had called it the Heaven's Question Sword, containing the first 3 volumes of the Taishu scripture. But could it be that it possessed other functions? Lin Xiao pointed the sword tip at the jade pillar and attempted to infuse it with dragon power. The blade suddenly became transparent as crystal. The celestial river within spun rapidly, projecting a strange beam of light. The beam illuminated the jade pillar, causing the once obscure runes to suddenly come alive. They rearranged themselves, forming entirely new patterns. Is this a map? Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Clearly visible on the jade pillar was a 3-dimensional map of Earth, marked with 12 glowing points. 4 of them had already shifted from gold to red, precisely where the cracked jade pillars stood. Among the remaining 8 points, 3 were within the borders of China. So that's it. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. These 12 jade pillars were merely part of the entire sealing system. Globally, there were 8 more similar nodes. If all nodes could be restored, perhaps the seal could be reinforced once more. But time? Lin Xiao looked at the 4 precariously unstable jade pillars, estimating their rate of collapse. At most, 48 hours. Chapter 115, Repairing the Seal. Looks like we'll have to split up. The azure gold dragon's body soared into the air, charging toward the breach in the ice dome. Before departing, he cast one final glance at the black pyramid. The heart still beat within it, its rhythm faster than before, more excited. As if mocking his futile efforts. We'll see about that. Lin Xiao's dragon roar shattered countless icicles as his figure vanished into the blizzard. Shenlong Base, late at night. The downpour continued, occasional flashes of lightning slicing through the night sky, bathing the base in a sickly white glow. Su Qingran stood at the edge of the helipad, letting the rain soak her clothes. She clutched the dragon scale tightly in her hand, having stood there for a full 6 hours. Qingran. Zhao Weiguo's voice came from behind her. Go rest. The Dragon Lord will notify you when he returns. The girl shook her head, droplets flying from her hair. I'll wait a little longer. Before she could finish, the dragon scale in her hand suddenly grew scorching hot. Lord Dragon. Su Qingran looked up in surprise, just in time to see a streak of azure gold light pierce through the clouds and race toward them. Assemble everyone. Zhao Weiguo immediately pressed his communicator. Lord Dragon has returned. By the time Lin Xiao touched down on the helipad, the plaza was already packed with people. Dragon scale guards, mecha corps, researchers. Everyone stared at him expectantly, awaiting the outcome of the Antarctic expedition. The situation has changed. Lin Xiao cut straight to the point, projecting a holographic image revealing the Antarctic void. The mainframe's anchor points are linked to ancient seals. There are 12 nodes worldwide, with 3 located within China. His claw-like fingers tapped lightly, zooming in on the map to highlight 3 red dots. Kunlun Mountains, the depths of the Qinling Mountains, and the Guichu in the South China Sea. These nodes are collapsing. They must be repaired immediately. Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the group. Zhao Weiguo, take the 1st and 3rd teams to Kunlun. Yes, sir. Zhao Weiguo saluted. Wang Meng, you take the 5th and 7th squads to the Qinling Mountains. Understood. Wang Meng pounded his chest. The South Sea Abyss. Lin Xiao turned to Su Qingran. This one is yours. The young woman stood tall, her eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Mission accomplished. Remember, your mission is to buy time and protect these nodes. Lin Xiao's voice carried an unusual gravity. I'll reinforce the nodes in other nations, but I have no more than 48 hours. After 48 hours, if the nodes aren't repaired, they will collapse. The Overmind's descent will face no further obstacles. Those words fell like a boulder, crushing the hearts of everyone present. 48 hours, the countdown to save the world. Move out. At Lin Xiao's command, the entire base erupted into frantic activity. Warriors assembled in formation, mechs preheated and activated, while researchers scrambled to calibrate equipment. Su Qingran cast one last glance at Lin Xiao, hesitating to speak. Be careful. In the end, she uttered only those 2 words before turning and rushing toward her squad. Lin Xiao watched them depart, the sun and moon's illusory reflections swirling within his dragon eyes. 48 hours? To traverse 5 continents and repair 8 ancient seals. This was a mission bordering on impossible. But someone has to do it. The azure dragon's form soared skyward once more, vanishing into the rain-drenched night. Egypt, Giza Plateau. The scorching sun baked the ancient sands, distorting the 3 majestic pyramids in the heat haze like mirages. Lin Xiao's dragon form sliced through the sky, its azure gold scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. He deliberately slowed his descent, his dragon eyes scanning the miraculous architectural complex below. This is the place. The heaven-questioning sword trembled slightly in his claw, its tip pointing toward the largest pyramid, Khufu's. The same aura as the South Pole, yet more chaotic. Lin Xiao landed on the eastern side of the pyramid, his dragon form shrinking to about 3 meters. The Sphinx stood silently nearby. On its weathered stone face, those eyes seemed to be watching him. As a world-renowned landmark, the site that should have been teeming with tourists now lay utterly deserted due to the giant beast invasion. Not even guards or vendors remained. A peculiar, decaying stench permeated the air, as if a millennia-old tomb had been opened. Where is the entrance? Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly as he sensed the location of the strongest energy fluctuations. The heaven-questioning sword suddenly flew from his hand, hovering before the Sphinx. Its blade tilted slightly, pointing beneath the statue's right paw. I see. Lin Xiao swept his dragon claw lightly, stirring a whirlwind that swept away the accumulated sand, revealing a narrow passage buried beneath. Barely wide enough for one person, the passage's walls were engraved with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, glowing with an eerie greenish-blue sheen in the sunlight. The stench of decay grew thicker, mingled with an indescribable, sickly sweet tang. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao shrank his dragon form further to 2 meters and stepped into the passage. Darkness instantly swallowed all light, yet it posed no obstacle to the dragon's eyes. The passage sloped downward, its incline growing steeper until it became a near vertical shaft. Whoosh! Lin Xiao leapt straight down, his dragon claws leaving shallow scratches on the stone walls as he controlled his descent. After a full 300 meters of descent, a faint glow finally appeared below his feet. Thud! His dragon claws struck the hard ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The scene suddenly opened up before him. This underground chamber was larger than the base of the Great Pyramid of Giza. The dome was inlaid with countless luminous gems, arranged in constellation patterns. At the center of the floor stood a circular altar, with 12 smaller jade pillars encircling a central pillar, a miniature replica of the Antarctic seal. Unlike the South Pole, however, the jade pillars here lay shattered and broken. The surface of the central pillar was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its runes dimmed to near invisibility.
Even more eerie, the altar is piled high with mummies. These were not the quiet exhibits of a museum, but desiccated corpses frozen in struggling poses, as if they had endured immense agony before death. Their shrouds had been torn apart by some force, exposing the pitch-black bones within. Their life force was devoured. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. These mummies were likely ancient tomb guardians who had volunteered to guard the seal here. But when the seal weakened, they became the first sacrifices. Lin Xiao walked slowly toward the altar, his dragon claws just touching the first step. Boom! The entire underground chamber suddenly shook violently. Gemstones rained down from the dome, exploding into green fireballs upon impact with the floor. Roar! A roar unlike any human voice echoed from behind the altar, causing fragments of rock to rain down. Lin Xiao spun violently, the heaven-questioning sword already in his claw. In the darkness, 2 crimson points of light flared, like beacons from hell. Then a second pair, a third pair, 12 blood-red eyes in total. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. A colossal figure emerged from the shadows. It was a humanoid colossus, standing about 15 meters tall, its entire body covered in bandage-like black armor. Its head resembled a jackal's, its long snout filled with saw-toothed fangs. Most striking was the weapon in its grasp, a 10-meter-long double-bladed scythe, its edges glowing with an eerie green light. Peak level 7. Lin Xiao's scales bristled slightly as he sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the creature. Intruders, die. The colossal beast actually spoke human words, its voice like the collective wail of 1,000 souls. The scythe swept through the air, trailing a green arc of light. Lin Xiao soared into the air as the ground beneath him was cleaved open, revealing a deep trench now consumed by eerie green flames. It speaks? Clearly no ordinary beast. The heaven-questioning sword erupted in white flames. Instead of retreating, Lin Xiao advanced, thrusting his blade toward the beast's throat. Chapter 116, The Great Calamity approaches, we offer our bodies as sacrifice. Clang! The battle scythe parried the strike with precision, sparks flying everywhere. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the heaven-questioning sword left only a faint white mark upon the scythe's blade. This material could never exist on Earth. The colossal beast seized the opening to counterattack, its scythe whirling into a green curtain. Clang! The heaven-questioning sword clashed with the battle scythe once more, sending shockwaves that shook dust from the entire underground chamber. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. This jackal-like colossus's combat skills far surpassed those of ordinary level 7 beasts. Each strike carried an ancient martial aura, as if forged through countless trials. Roar! The beast abruptly changed tactics, its scythe tracing a sinister arc aimed squarely at Lin Xiao's lower body. Simultaneously, 5 bone spurs shot from its left claw, sealing off any escape route above. A flawless combined attack. But Lin Xiao had already anticipated it. With a flick of its dragon tail, its form glided away like a fish swimming through water, slipping out from an almost impossible angle. The heaven-questioning sword shot from his hand, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the beast's forehead. Thud! The blade sank 3 inches into flesh before being halted by the beast's hard skull. The beast roared in pain, sweeping its war scythe to force Lin Xiao back. You actually managed to wound me. It actually spoke human words, its voice raspy like sandpaper scraping. You are no ordinary intruder. Lin Xiao recalled the heaven-questioning sword, refraining from further attack. Who are you? Why do you guard this place? He demanded in a deep voice, his dragon eyes locked onto the beast's blood-red orbs. The beast's movements abruptly halted, a flicker of bewilderment crossing its eyes. Guard. Must guard. It repeated mechanically, as if executing a pre-programmed sequence. Intruders must die. Lin Xiao's heart sank. The beast's intelligence had been worn away by the passage of time, leaving only the instinct to guard the node. Like a machine long neglected, it could only repeat the most basic commands. Pitiful. Lin Xiao sighed softly, forming a seal with his dragon claws. Rest in peace. The heaven-questioning sword suddenly split into 12 sword shadows, each wrapped in blazing white flames. Taishu sword formation, celestial constellations. The sword shadows plummeted like meteors, piercing the colossal beast's body from every angle. Arg! The colossal beast let out its final wail as its massive form crashed to the ground. Its black carapace shattered inch by inch, revealing the withered muscle tissue within. Surprisingly, no blood flowed. This colossal beast had been dead for ages, merely kept in a forced state of life by some unknown force. Devoured level 7 Peak Guardian Beast Crystal Core, evolution points plus 1,200. The system's notification sounded, but Lin Xiao felt no joy. He walked slowly toward the jade pillar at the altar's center, his dragon claws lightly touching the dim runes. The jade pillar suddenly glowed with a faint golden light, and a fragment of information directly entered Lin Xiao's mind. The great calamity approaches. We sacrifice ourselves. To seal the 12 earth veins? And protect the human race's flame. The vision flickered, revealing countless chi cultivators standing upon similar altars, sacrificing themselves. Their essence, energy, and spirit merged into the jade pillar, becoming part of the seal. Lin Xiao's dragon scales trembled slightly. He finally understood. The The seal at the South Pole was not left by Guangchangzi. Rather, it was the ultimate defense line established by the remaining Qi cultivators at the cost of their lives after Guangchangzi departed Earth with the final legacy. They drew upon the energy from 12 global ley lines, weaving it into a vast net that enveloped the entire planet, sealing the consciousness of the central core firmly outside. So that's how it was. Lin Xiao withdrew his dragon claws, the illusory images of sun and moon swirling in his eyes. No wonder this memory was absent from the legacy. By that time, China's population had dwindled drastically. To preserve the final legacy of Qi cultivators, Guangchangzi used his great supernatural powers to leave this planet for Mars. Thus, he remained unaware of what the humans left behind on Earth had gone on to do. Fortunately, the United States utilized a fragment of code left behind on a stone tablet by the central brain to create the lifeform known as Alice. This code contained a fragment of the central brain's memory, enabling Alice to discover this node in Antarctica. Without this, he might never have found these nodes. Elders. Lin Xiao bowed deeply before the jade pillar, his dragon tail gently sweeping away dust from the ground. The unfinished work you left behind, I shall complete it. He drew the heaven-questioning sword, its tip lightly touching the surface of the jade pillar. Clang! A crisp metallic resonance echoed through the subterranean chamber. The starry river within the blade suddenly accelerated, projecting countless golden sparks. These points of light, as if alive, began to automatically fill the cracks in the jade pillar. But the pace was far too slow. At this pace, repairing a single jade pillar would take at least 2 hours. And there were still 11 other nodes worldwide awaiting repair and reinforcement. Looks like we'll have to resort to that method. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and lightly drew the dragon claw across his chest. Drip! A single drop of golden red dragon blood fell onto the tip of the jade pillar. In that instant, boom! The entire jade pillar erupted in blinding golden light, its runes writhing and rearranging like living creatures. Cracks healed at a visible pace, the dull surface regaining its crystalline clarity. The life energy contained within the dragon's blood proved to be the optimal material for repairing the seal. But the cost was... Lin Xiao let out a muffled groan, the luster of his dragon scales dimming slightly. This drop of essence blood contained 1/10 of his vitality, impossible to replenish in the short term. Worth it, he murmured softly, gazing at the renewed jade pillar. As the main pillar was restored, the 12 smaller pillars surrounding it automatically lit up. Together, they formed a perfect array diagram. As golden light swirled, an ancient and powerful force began to awaken. Suddenly, the runes on the pillars detached from their physical forms, coalescing in the air into a vague human shape. Later ones. The figure's voice seemed to echo from distant time and space. Thank you for carrying on our mission. Lin Xiao stood solemnly. Who might you be, elder? The guardian of the scriptures, the 37th generation. The figure gradually sharpened into a white-haired elder, his face kind yet etched with endless weariness. And also, the last. His ethereal fingers tapped lightly, and more scenes flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. In ancient times, the Overmind descended for the first time, unleashing a deluge of colossal beasts. The Qi cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and civilization nearly perished. At the critical moment, Guangchangzi carried the core legacy to Mars, preserving humanity's spark. Those who remained behind chose to sacrifice themselves, establishing global seals. They bound their souls to the Earth's veins, becoming guardians of 12 pivotal nodes. As time passed, the guardians' consciousnesses gradually faded, leaving only their obsessive wills to sustain the seals. We can't hold on much longer. The elder sighed. The mastermind's power is steadily eroding the seals. Especially the Antarctic node, it's already teetering on the brink. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. I'm repairing it with all my strength. The aura emanating from you. The elder suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao's dragon eyes. The legacy of Lord Guangchangzi? Yes. The will of heaven. A look of relief washed over the old man's face. He never abandoned us after all. The phantom began to fade, yet the old man's voice grew clearer. Remember, the repair is only temporary. To completely stop the central core, we must destroy the anchor point at the South Pole. How do we destroy it? Lin Xiao pressed urgently. The Kunlun mirror reveals truth. The heaven-questioning sword severs illusion. The old man's form grew nearly transparent. The union of these two can shatter all illusions. With the final word spoken, the apparition vanished completely. The jade pillar returned to stillness, its glow now brighter than before. The atmosphere throughout the subterranean chamber shifted. The stench of decay was purified, and the air grew fresh. Even the struggling mummies seemed to find release, crumbling into dust one after another. Kunlun mirror. This was the second time he had heard that name. Yet he had absolutely no recollection of this so-called Kunlun mirror. How could he possibly search for it? If the Kunlun mirror could truly prevent the descent of the obstruction, why hadn't the alchemists of that era destroyed the South Pole seal? Had it vanished back then? If so, finding the difficult realm would indeed be a daunting task. Lin Xiao stood still for a moment, then bowed once more before the jade pillar. Then he turned and departed. Chapter 117, The Torch of Ancient Ancestors, the New Guardian of Humanity. As he stepped out of the pyramid, the setting sun bathed the Sphinx in its glow. Millennia of wind and sand erosion had blurred the statue's features beyond recognition. Yet in that moment, Lin Xiao felt as though it had offered him a faint, knowing smile. Next, he spread his dragon wings and soared skyward. A holographic map unfolded within his mind's eye, revealing the location of the next node. Greece, Mount Olympus. Time waits for no one. 3 hours had already passed of the 48-hour countdown. Lin Xiao's figure streaked like a golden thread across the sunset sky, racing northward. Behind him, a golden beam suddenly shot from the summit of the Great Pyramid of Giza, piercing the clouds. It was the signal that the node repair had succeeded. It also proclaimed to this era. The torch of ancient ancestors had been passed to new guardians. Greece, atop Mount Olympus. Bitingly cold winds whipped snowflakes against Lin Xiao's dragon scales, producing a crisp sound like metal striking stone. Hovering 10,000 meters above, his dragon eyes pierced the churning sea of clouds, locking onto a faint energy fissure along the mountain ridge. It was the entry point to a node corrupted by the overmind, like a festering scar on a beauty's cheek. More concealed than Egypt's node. Lin Xiao's dragon claw brushed against the mountain rock, its touch bone chillingly cold. An eerie purple-black viscous fluid seeped from the crevices, emitting a putrid stench identical to that beneath the Antarctic ice sheets. With a flick of his dragon tail, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the fissure. When Lin Xiao reached the depths of the earth's veins, what greeted his eyes was not the expected gloomy cavern, but a collapsed colossal hall. Shattered stone pillars lay askew, their surfaces entwined with withered vines. The dome had long since collapsed, and a crimson glow bathed the hall in a blood-red hue. At the hall's center, 1,200-meter-tall divine statues stood encircling a ring. Each statue's chest had been chiseled open, bronze chains extending from them to bind together a single giant's corpse. The giant bore broken golden wings on its back and wore a bronze breastplate in ancient Greek style, though the armor was now riddled with cracks. Most terrifying of all was its head. Not human, but that of an eagle. Its dark gold beak hung half open, while 2 clusters of ghostly green flames flickered within its hollow eye sockets. A lightning-shaped spear pierced through his chest, pinning him to the altar. A viscous, purplish-black substance oozed from the spear shaft, pulsing as if alive. Zeus? Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed. This figure was unmistakably the king of the gods from Greek mythology. Yet the thing before him was clearly a defiled corpse. Intruders, die. A hoarse murmur echoed through the hall. The ghostly flames in the eagle-headed giant's eye socket suddenly surged. Boom! The bronze chains binding the corpse shattered inch by inch. The giant slowly rose, its broken wings stirring a foul wind. He pulled the lightning spear from his chest. Purple-black slime dripped from its tip, corroding the rock until it hissed. Lin Xiao let out a piercing cry as the heaven-questioning sword traced a circle through the air. Sword light poured forth like the Milky Way. The eagle-headed giant seized the moment to charge forward, thrusting the lightning spear straight at Lin Xiao's dragon eye. Its speed was so great that the spearhead tore through the air with a deafening crack. Clang! The heaven-questioning sword parried the strike, the clash of metal reverberating through the colossal hall, causing dust to fall in a shower. Lin Xiao felt a primal, savage force surge through the blade, numbing his dragon claws. This was not the martial artistry of the Egyptian jackal guards, but the most primal divine power crushing down. The giant's other claws seized the opening to strike at Lin Xiao's abdomen, its fingertips coiled with twisted black lightning. Get lost! Lin Xiao lashed out with his dragon tail like a steel whip, colliding fiercely with the claw. Snap! A piercing crack of breaking bone echoed. Roar! The giant bellowed, charging once more. Lin Xiao opened his dragon maw, scorched the heavens. Blazing dragon flames engulfed the hall, but upon touching the giant's body, the battered bronze breastplate suddenly glowed with divine runes, completely repelling the dragon's fire. Divine artifact armor? Lin Xiao's heart sank. The battle reached a stalemate. The giant possessed boundless divine power, protected by divine armor, while its lightning spear contained the law of corrosion. Though Lin Xiao maneuvered skillfully within his intricate sword formation, his dragon power drained rapidly, scorch marks multiplying on his scales. I must break through the armor. His gaze locked onto the giant's chest. There lay the piercing wound from the lightning spear, the deepest crack in the armor. He gambled. Lin Xiao abruptly withdrew his sword, forcing his dragon form to endure a sweeping strike from the thunder spear. Put! Scales shattered, dragon blood spattered. Using the momentum, he lunged at the giant's chest as the heaven-questioning sword erupted with an unprecedented blinding white blade light. The sword light pierced like a needle, precisely striking the crack in the armor. Sizzle! Like a hot knife cutting through butter. The divine script whimpered as it dimmed, the bronze breastplate exploding with a thunderous crash. What was exposed was not flesh, but a churning, purplish-black viscous core. So that's it. The armor wasn't imprisoning a divine body, but the source of corruption. Lin Xiao realized with a jolt. Without the armor's suppression, the slime core swelled violently. The giant let out an inhuman howl as its body began to melt. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Lin Xiao sighed as the heaven-questioning sword channeled the power of the celestial spheres. Rest in peace, Elder.
The sword array descended, its starlight purging the filth. The slime core evaporated in the pure starlight, the giant's remains dissolving into specks of light.
Only a crystal core, coiled with golden and black chi, fell to the ground.
Devouring the tainted divine descendants crystal core, evolution points plus 1,500.
Lin Xiao stepped onto the altar. With the source of contamination gone, all 12 divine statues simultaneously opened their stone eyes.
The latecomer.
The central Zeus statue spoke in ancient, desolate tones, "Thank you, for liberating our shattered souls." Countless fragments of memory flooded Lin Xiao's mind. In ancient times, the Olympian gods were also part of the primordial chi cultivators who resisted the overmind. Using their own divine blood as a catalyst, they infused the power of the 12 Olympians into a colossal being, creating the ultimate guardian to protect this node.
But the overmind's corruption seeped through every crack. Typhon eventually succumbed to corruption.
Had it not been for the divine armor restraining him, catastrophe would have been inevitable.
Moments later,
the statue's eyes dimmed completely, crumbling into dust. Lin Xiao stood silent for a long while, then bowed deeply before the empty hall.
These foreign cultivators, like the ancient ancestors of China, chose the most heroic sacrifice.
He slit open his dragon claw, letting his vital blood drip into the altar's array eye.
Boom! The entire Olympus mountain range shook. Snow-capped peaks collapsed, revealing a dazzling golden pillar of light below.
It pierced through the clouds, reaching straight into the starry sky.
Section 2, Restoration complete.
Lin Xiao spread his wings and soared out of the mountain, then unfolded the holographic map, his gaze locking onto the next flickering red dot.
The Maya jungle, pyramid of Quetzalcoatl. 48-hour countdown, 9 hours elapsed.
The dragon's shadow tore through the dusk, racing toward the western hemisphere. The azure gold dragon's silhouette sliced through the morning mist, landing at the edge of Central America's dense rainforest. Lin Xiao retracted his dragon wings, his 3-meter-long body weaving through towering ancient trees. His scales brushed against broad palm fronds, rustling softly. The jungle was quieter than he had imagined. No birdsong, no monkey cries, not even the faint rustle of insects. Only the pervasive, cloyingly sweet mist of decay clung to the tree trunks.
Strange.
Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly as he sensed the flow of energy in the air.
The life force in this area was faint, nearly extinguished, yet an ancient, resilient power pulse deep within.
Like the heartbeat of a dying man, slow and unwavering. According to the guidance of the heaven questioning sword, the node should lie 3 kilometers ahead. Yet as he ventured deeper, the vegetation grew increasingly eerie. Chapter 118, The White Ju emerges. Yet as they advanced, the vegetation grew increasingly eerie. Ordinary vines were replaced by dark red aerial roots that crawled up tree trunks like veins, occasionally twitching and secreting viscous amber-colored liquid. Lin Xiao halted, his dragon claw lightly brushing a drooping crimson vine. The moment contact was made, the vine violently contracted, its tip splitting into 5 petals to reveal a dense forest of backward-pointing barbs within. Several undigested feathers hung from the barbs, their color resembling that of a macaw.
Carnivorous plant.
Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes, a wisp of white flame igniting at his claw tips.
The red vine retracted into the canopy as if electrocuted, while the other vines scattered, clearing a path.
It was as if they could sense the danger. After advancing another 500 meters, the jungle suddenly opened up. A pyramid, completely enveloped by red vines, stood in the center of a circular clearing. The feathered serpent statue atop the pyramid had only half a head remaining, its stone eyes staring hollowly at the sky. Scattered around the pyramid's base lay countless bones, human and animal alike, all frozen in the throes of struggle.
Most striking was the staircase on the pyramid's front face.
Upon each step knelt a mummified corpse draped in colorful feathers, hands folded across the chest, heads bowed low. Though desiccated, their feather ornaments and jewels remained vividly bright, as if death had been but yesterday's feast. Maya priests. Lin Xiao approached slowly, his dragon eyes sweeping over these ancient guardians. Their cervical vertebrae were all snapped at bizarre angles, as if twisted simultaneously by some force. Yet their faces bore no trace of agony, only serenity. As if they had welcomed death willingly. At the pyramid's entrance, a stone tablet lay tilted in the earth, inscribed with Mayan hieroglyphs and
Chinese runes? Lin Xiao leaned closer for a better look, sweeping his dragon claw across the surface to clear away the moss. The 2 scripts stood side by side, their content astonishingly identical. When the stars fall, the guardian shall bind with flesh and blood, unlock with soul and key. The signature bore a familiar mark, the private seal of Guangchengzi. So that's it. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. The Maya civilization and the ancient Qigong practitioners of China were indeed connected. Guangchengzi not only visited Mars but also traveled to the other side of Earth. This explained why the Maya's astronomical calendars were so precise, even predicting solar eclipses thousands of years in advance. They were likely also members of the ancient alliance that fought against the Overmind. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to enter the pyramid, his mental link suddenly fluctuated. Lord Shunlong. Su Qingran's voice carried urgent breathlessness, the Qinling node has suddenly shattered. We are currently.
The background noise was filled with the thunderous collapse of massive rocks and the shouts of warriors.
Casualties? Lin Xiao demanded immediately. No casualties. Su Qingran's reply was unexpected. The Node Guardian, he's still alive. He's guiding us to repair the seal. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes widened slightly. The Guardian is still alive? Yes. An elder who calls himself Bai Zhe says. Ah.
The communication abruptly cut out, resuming seconds later.
Apologies, falling rocks just now. Senior Bai Zhe says this node is unique and requires dragon blood as in catalyst. Proceed as he instructed.
Lin Xiao replied tersely, I've located the node here too.
We'll reconnect after repairs.
After cutting the connection, Lin Xiao looked toward the pyramid entrance, feeling slightly reassured. At least the guardians of Huaxia were still here, able to guide Su Qingran and the others.
But here. The dragon's eyes pierced the darkness, seeing only death and silence.
The Maya guardians had all sacrificed themselves. The moment he stepped inside the pyramid, the temperature plummeted. The murals lining the passageway remained perfectly preserved, narrating a tale both familiar and strange. The sky split open, black stars descended, and beasts poured forth like a tidal wave. Feathered priests crowned with jewels stood atop the pyramid, their scepters pointing toward the starry sky. Finally, an unfinished mural, Quetzalcoatl rose from the altar, perishing alongside the black stars.
Sacrificing his body.
Lin Xiao murmured softly, his dragon claws tracing the rough lines. He could envision the scene. The mightiest priests of the Maya gathered here, knowing full well they would die, yet completing the sealing ritual nonetheless. Using their souls as locks, they barred the corruption of the overmind from entering the node. At the passage's end lay a circular altar chamber. 12 jade pillars encircled a central pool, their surfaces engraved with runes identical to those found at the South Pole, though all had faded to dullness.
The pool contained not ordinary water, but mercury. 9 small skeletons floated on the silver mirror-like surface, their frames clearly those of children. Hand in hand, they formed a circle, their skulls all facing the center. Suspended there was a crystal skull the size of a fist, its eye sockets pulsing with faint green light. Even children. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled. This was not a cruel sacrifice, but the most tragic offering. The Maya chose the purest souls as the core of the seal, for only a child's consciousness remained untouched by worldly corruption, capable of withstanding the purest energy shock. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath, his dragon claws gently touching the crystal skull. In an instant, countless fragments of memory flooded his mind. On a night of torrential rain, 9 young priests stood hand in hand within a pool of mercury. The eldest girl, no more than 12, cradled the crystal skull, softly chanting an ancient melody. Mercury slowly rose over their chests, necks. In the final moment, the children smiled at each other before sinking into the mercury together. The crystal skull erupted with blinding green light, resonating with the jade pillar to form a sealing force field. Memory cut off. Lin Xiao withdrew his dragon claws, noticing the green glow of the crystal skull had grown slightly brighter. As if welcoming the final visitor. I will complete what you left unfinished. He made the solemn promise before beginning to inspect the damage to the jade pillar. Unlike Mount Olympus, the ceiling structure here was far more intricate. Each jade pillar required simultaneous infusion of celestial energy and earth pulse energy. Celestial energy could be channeled through the heaven-questioning sword, but earth pulse energy. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers suddenly stiffened. He sensed that deep beneath the mercury pool, the earth pulse energy still flowed, but it had been corrupted into a purplish-black hue. The corruption of the central core. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before suddenly forming a plan. He slit open his dragon claw, letting the blood drip into the mercury pool. Since the earth veins are tainted, I'll temporarily replace them with my dragon blood. Golden red droplets rolled across the mercury's surface, refusing to merge. Instead, they formed distinct spheres. As the volume increased, these droplets began flowing along specific trajectories, gradually forming a miniature map of the dragon veins of China. Using blood as the catalyst, reshaped the Earth's veins. Lin Xiao murmured softly as the heaven-questioning sword hovered above his head, drawing forth the cosmic energy of the heavens. Starlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, merging with the dragon blood Earth vein map. The 12 jade pillars began to tremble faintly, their surface runes lighting up one by one. But just as the seal was about to activate, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A crack suddenly split open the crystal skull, its interior green light flickering violently. Energy overload? Lin Xiao instantly grasped the problem. The Mayans had designed the seal to use the 9 children's souls as a buffer. Now that buffer was gone, and the energy pouring in was far too violent. As the crystal skull was about to shatter. I'll be the buffer. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao split off a strand of his dragon soul and channeled it into the skull's cracks. The dragon soul merged with the lingering child souls, forming a stable energy conduit. The runes on the jade pillar ignited completely, golden light flowing like water, repairing every crack. The entire pyramid began to tremble. The outer layer of crimson vines withered and fell away, revealing the original golden stone walls beneath. Section 3, repair complete. But Lin Xiao was not in good shape. Forcibly splitting the dragon's soul caused excruciating headaches, and darkness kept threatening to overwhelm his vision. Especially the strand of dragon soul fused within the crystal skull like a torn wound, it sent waves of dull, throbbing pain through him. Worth it. He staggered to his feet, casting one final glance at the small skeleton in the mercury pool. The children could finally rest in peace. Leaving the pyramid, Lin Xiao spread his dragon wings and studied the holographic map. The next node was Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa. 37 hours remained. The azure dragon's shadow soared skyward, flying toward the distant peak of Africa under the gaze of the Maya priests. Chapter 119, Lin Xiao's past and present. Upon reaching the summit of Africa, Lin Xiao swiftly located the sealing node and sealed it. Having navigated previous trials, he now moved with practiced ease. Even when encountering several tricky nodes, he resolved them with ease. Soon, Lin Xiao reinforced the sealing nodes in several other locations using the same method. After resolving these nodes, Lin Xiao prepared to return to China to visit and meet the venerable Bai Zhe. Deep within the Qinling Mountains, clouds churned like a sea. Lin Xiao landed at the edge of a cliff. Finally, back. His dragon eyes swept over the familiar mountains as Su Qingran's excited response echoed through their mental link. Lord Shunlong. Elder Bai said you should be here by now and told us to wait outside the cave. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. His dragon form shrank to about 3 meters in length as he walked slowly toward the cave entrance, obscured by vines. At the entrance, 12 dragon scale guards stood in perfect formation, immediately saluting upon seeing Lin Xiao. Su Qingran stood at the very front, her eyes shining with astonishing brilliance. You've worked hard. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers fluttered lightly as a healing golden light swept over the group. Is Bai Zhe inside? Yes. Su Qingran nodded excitedly. That elder knows so much. While he was repairing the note for us, he even taught me an ancient sword technique. Lin Xiao's gaze softened momentarily. You stay outside. With that, he stepped into the cave. Contrary to expectations, the interior wasn't dark and damp but bright and dry. Countless luminous crystals were embedded in the rock walls, arranged in the pattern of a star map. The floor was paved with blue stone slabs, with faintly glowing blue grass growing between the cracks. Most astonishingly, deep within the cavern lay a clear pool. Beside it, a stone table held tea utensils, their aroma wafting gently through the air. And beside the table, an elderly man in white robes sat leisurely brewing tea. He appeared to be in his early 60s, his white hair casually pinned back with a wooden hairpin. His face was gaunt, and 3 long strands of beard hung down to his chest. Most striking were his eyes. His pupils were an uncommon silver white, their depths seeming to hold swirling starry rivers. You're here? Without lifting his head, the old man's voice was as warm and smooth as jade. The tea is just right. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled slightly. This seemingly ordinary old man exerted an even more intense sense of pressure than the mainframe projection. Senior Bai Zhe, he asked tentatively. Sit. Bai Zhe gestured toward the stone bench opposite him. You carry the starlight of Olympus, the soul essence of Maya, and the underworld dust of Egypt. This journey has been no easy feat. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. It was my duty. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden pattern encircled Bai Zhe's wrist. Upon closer examination, it revealed itself to be a miniature chain of runes, faintly glowing with each pulse. Drink this. It replenishes the soul. Bai Zhe pushed a cup of tea toward him. Amber-colored liquid held several silver leaves suspended within. The dragon soul you split off has damaged your foundation. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. He had never mentioned this to anyone. No need to be surprised. Bai Zhe chuckled softly, a hint of mischief flickering in his silver-white pupils. I am Bai Zhe, I understand the essence of all things. He sipped his tea, then abruptly changed the subject. Do you know what the central core truly is? Lin Xiao shook his head. Only that it came from beyond the heavens, intent on destroying Earth's civilization. Wrong. Bai Zhe set down his teacup, his voice abruptly turning cold. What it seeks to destroy is not merely civilization, but you. Me? Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. To be precise, it's the you that once was. Bai Zhe raised a finger, and a light screen unfolded between them. Within the scene, a sapphire dragon 10 times larger than Lin Xiao's current form soared through the ancient skies, locked in fierce combat with a mass of ink-black clouds. This is the Battle of Kunlun 10,000 years ago. Bai Zhe's voice carried a hint of reminiscence. You are the reincarnation of the ancient Yinglong, while the central core, we call it chaos. The light screen shifted, revealing a planet shrouded in black mist. Chaos was originally a strand of malevolent intent born at the dawn of the universe. After devouring countless civilizations, it gained physical form. The black mist in the image contracted, eventually coalescing into a colossal entity composed of geometric forms. It was the form of the central brain. 10,000 years ago, it came to Earth. The Yinglong led the forces to repel it, banishing it into the void. Bai Zhe pointed at Lin Xiao's dragon horns. The star patterns on your horns are the scars left from that battle.
Lin Xiao instinctively touched his dragon horn, feeling the mysterious star patterns beneath his fingers. No wonder he had no memory of these patterns, yet instinctively knew how to harness their power. But why were these absent from Guan Chengxi's teachings? And what about the system within his body? Could this be another manifestation of the Yinglong's power? Lin Xiao speculated silently within himself. As if sensing Lin Xiao's confusion, Bei smiled and explained, Guan Chengxi's legacy wasn't complete, perhaps only a third of it. Many things weren't recorded. Moreover, chaos erased nearly all traces of the Yinglong to prevent it from learning the truth of the past upon its rebirth. Lin Xiao nodded in sudden understanding. Then what happened afterward, he pressed. Later. Bai Zhe sighed. Yinglong fell, gravely wounded, his dragon soul scattered into the cycle of reincarnation. Though chaos was banished, he never ceased coveting earth. The light screen shifted again, revealing the scene of Lin Xiao's death in his previous life. In the instant the mecha exploded, a faint golden light slipped from the flames into the void. Your rebirth was no accident. Bai Zhe met Lin Xiao's gaze directly. It was the result of Yinglong's remnant soul sensing chaos's return and forcibly warping time and space. The cave fell suddenly silent. Amidst the lingering tea aroma, Lin Xiao processed this information. Past lives and present incarnations, reincarnation, cosmic malevolence. All absurd yet logical. Speaking, Bai Zhe retrieved a jade slip and slid it toward Lin Xiao. This was left by Yinglong back then. It records the weaknesses of chaos. Lin Xiao took the jade tablet. The moment his fingers touched it, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The separation of purity and turbidity at the dawn of the cosmos. The coordinates of the chaos core. And most crucially, the complete version of the sealing technique, the great array of the heavenly stars. This. Lin Xiao looked up in shock, only to see Bai Zhe's face suddenly aged by 10 years. Elder. You. It's nothing. Bai Zhe waved his hand, his silver white pupils slightly dimmed. Maintaining this avatar for 3,000 years, it's time for a rest. He paused before adding, regarding Guan Chengxi's legacy, did you only pass the first 2 trials, failing the third? And did you only obtain the first 3 volumes of the heaven-questioning sword's teachings, leaving the later ones unattained? Lin Xiao no longer felt surprised that Bai Zhe knew so much. He nodded. Yes, that's correct. He had indeed not yet passed what Guan Chengxi called the third gate, the Dao Gate. Thus, he had yet to obtain the later volumes of the Tianwen sword sect's inheritance. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe smiled but unexpectedly remained silent. He rose to his feet, his white robes fluttering without wind. Follow me. Deep within the cavern, a stone door engraved with runes slid open silently. Beyond it lay a vast subterranean cavern. At its center floated a miniature model of Mount Kunlun, encircled by the ethereal shadows of 12 stars. Though the note has been repaired, it can only delay the inevitable for a month at most. Bai Zhe pointed at the model. The true form of chaos remains in the void, only its avatar has descended. You must use the stellar array to bind it before it fully traverses the seal. Lin Xiao carefully noted every detail. Exact location? Chapter 120, the hatching nest of the 8th grade colossal beast. It was located. The summit of Kunlun, the site of the final battle. Bai Zhe suddenly began coughing, his form growing transparent. Remember. Chaos excels at corrupting minds. It will. Elder. Lin Xiao hurriedly steadied his wavering form. I'm fine. Bai Zhe forced a smile and drew a bronze token from his sleeve. Take this, it can summon the power of the Qinling dragon vein. The token felt heavy in his hand. Its front bore the characters Bai Zhe, while its back was engraved with intricate celestial patterns. Aren't you coming with me to Kunlun? Lin Xiao asked. Bai Zhe shook his head, his form growing increasingly ethereal. My duty is to guard the node. Now it's time to pass it on to you young ones. He cast one last glance toward the cave entrance, his voice fading. That girl, she shows promise, treat her well. Before his words faded, Bai Zhe's form dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing within the cavern. Only the warm teacup remained, a testament to his existence. Lin Xiao stood motionless for a long while, bowing deeply toward the spot where Bai Zhe had vanished. As he stepped out of the cave, Su Qingran rushed forward. Lord Shenlong. Elder Bai Zhe. He fulfilled his mission. Lin Xiao murmured softly, handing her the bronze token. This is what the elder left for you. Su Qingran took the token, her eyes instantly reddening. He taught me so much. How could he suddenly? Lin Xiao offered no explanation, only gazing toward the towering Kunlun mountains in the distance. The setting sun bathed the snow-capped peaks in a crimson glow, as if echoing the great battle of 10,000 years past. Assemble all dragon scale guards. His voice was calm yet resolute. We're heading to Kunlun. Yes. Su Qingran wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to relay the order. Lin Xiao spread his dragon wings and soared toward Kunlun first. Amidst the wind, Bai Zhe's final whispered words still echoed in his ears. Remember, what the chaos fears most is not power, but the human heart. At the summit of Kunlun, millennia of snow glowed with a faint blue light under the moon. Lin Xiao hovered above the 7,000-meter main peak, his azure gold dragon form fully extended. 500 meters long, he stretched across the night sky like a flowing scroll. Below, 365 dragon scale guards stood in formation according to the constellations.
Begin.
Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. 365 responses echoed through the valley. Simultaneously, the dragon scale guards pressed their palms to the ground. Golden light rippled outward like waves, swiftly coalescing into a complex array formation. This was the complete celestial array of the great cosmos. Lin Xiao clenched his dragon claw, the heaven-questioning sword hovering before his chest.
Its translucent blade reflected the countless stars above.
Using the sword as a conduit, channel the power of the stars. As the incantation rang out, the stellar patterns on the blade suddenly came alive, transforming into tangible streams of light surging toward the heavens.
An incredible sight unfolded.
The stars in the night sky seemed pulled by an invisible hand, growing ever brighter and closer. Most notably, the Big Dipper projected 7 visible beams of light, each striking precisely upon the 7 critical nodes of the formation diagram.
Boom! The entire Kunlun mountain trembled. Snow collapsed, revealing ancient altar ruins beneath. The engravings, worn smooth by time, glowed anew, seamlessly aligning with the newly formed array diagram. It's done. Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes, sensing the colossal power surging through the array.
This was merely the prototype. When the main core descended, that would be the moment of true power.
Just as he prepared to descend for a detailed inspection, an urgent call from Yamada no Orochi suddenly echoed through his mental link. Master! I've discovered their level 8 colossal beast incubation base. The beast is nearly fully hatched, you must come at once. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. Location? Sakura country. At the foot of Mount Fuji. Yamada no Orochi's voice carried palpable fear. I've never witnessed such terrifying energy fluctuations. It could break free from its shell at any moment.
Lin Xiao immediately turned to the holographic map. The straight line distance from Kunlun to Mount Fuji was roughly 4,000 kilometers. At his current speed.
Hold on, I'm coming. With a flick of its tail, the azure dragon's shadow shot skyward, piercing the clouds in an instant.
The heaven-questioning sword automatically returned to its place, forming a conical protective shield around Lin Xiao that reduced air resistance to 0. Whoosh! His speed instantly surpassed 10 times the speed of sound, leaving a trail of sonic booms in his wake. The dragon scale guards below witnessed only a streak of golden light slicing through the night sky before vanishing into the horizon.
Lord Divine Dragon, what? Su Qingran gazed upward, the bronze token in her hand growing faintly warm.
Zhao Weigua patted her shoulder.
Trust the Divine Dragon. Our job is to hold the formation.
The girl nodded firmly, suppressing her worries deep within.
Sakura country, Mount Fuji. This dormant volcano lay unusually still tonight.
Residents at the base had long since evacuated, leaving only deserted streets and occasional patrols by the self-defense forces.
No one noticed the faint, unnatural red glow emanating from the lake near the 5th station. Splash! One head of the Yamada no Orochi quietly surfaced, its 8 eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Why hasn't the master come yet?
The smallest head murmured softly, if this keeps up.
Shut up!
The largest head barked, the master said he'd come, and he will.
No sooner had the words left its mouth than the sky suddenly brightened as if it were daytime. A blue-gold meteor tore through the clouds, plunging downward before abruptly halting at the lake's surface.
No splash, no sound, as if time itself had been paused.
Master! All 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi simultaneously lit up with joy.
Lin Xiao shrank to a 20-meter dragon form, hovering above the lake. Details. There's a passageway at the lake bottom leading straight into the volcano's core.
Yamada no Orochi reported swiftly, it's filled with giant beast eggs, and at the center lies an enormous black egg.
I sense life fluctuations inside reaching level 8.
Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes, lead the way. Yes. Yamada no Orochi turned and plunged into the water, with Lin Xiao following closely behind.
The lake waters parted automatically, forming a dry passageway. After descending about 300 meters, a concealed fissure appeared in the lake bottom's rock wall. The fissure was barely wide enough for one person to pass through, but the space inside rapidly expanded into a sloping tunnel. This is the place.
Yamada no Orochi lowered his voice. Any further ahead, and we'll trigger the security devices. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched as he sensed the energy fluctuations deep within the tunnel.
Indeed, a heart-stopping aura emanated from within tenfold more formidable than any level 7 colossus. You stay here. Lin Xiao gathered a fragment of dragon scale at his claw tip and handed it to Yamada no Orochi. Notify me immediately if anything unusual occurs.
Master, be careful. Yamada no Orochi tried to say more, but Lin Xiao had already transformed into a streak of light, plunging deeper into the tunnel. The deeper he went, the hotter it became.
The rock walls gradually shifted from bluish-gray to dark red, finally glowing a fiery orange-yellow.
This area was nearing the volcanic magma layer. Ordinary creatures would be roasted alive in an instant.
But to Lin Xiao, it felt like nothing more than a slightly warmer sauna.
Finally, the tunnel opened up dramatically at its end. Chapter 121, Heading to the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Is Mount Fuji about to erupt? A colossal cavern over 5 kilometers in diameter appeared before them. At its center, hundreds of black stone pillars radiated outward, collectively supporting a colossal black egg the size of a sports stadium. The egg's surface was covered in golden patterns, identical to the 3 seeds Lin Xiao had seen at Lake Baikal, but 100 times larger. Even more astonishing, countless reddish-brown vines hung from the cavern's ceiling, like blood vessels channeling energy from the molten magma below to the colossal egg. With each infusion, the egg pulsed faintly, its golden patterns glowing in response. Amaterasu. The name suddenly surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind. As if sensing his presence, the giant egg trembled violently. Crack! A crack appeared on the eggshell's surface, oozing viscous, dark gold liquid. Then a second, a third. It's coming out. Lin Xiao instantly shifted into combat mode, his dragon form fully restored, the heaven-questioning sword hovering at his side. Boom! The colossal egg shattered completely, its shockwave shattering every stone pillar in the vicinity. Amidst the sky-filling slime, a colossal creature slowly rose to its feet. Nearly a kilometer in length, its form resembled a fusion of western and eastern dragons. Bat-like membrane wings adorned its body, while a lizard-like head bore the whiskers and dorsal fins of an eastern dragon. Its entire body was covered in obsidian-like scales, each reflecting an eerie crimson glow. Most unsettling were its eyes. No pupils existed, only 2 swirling abysses that seemed capable of devouring all light. Roar! The newly born level 8 colossus roared to the heavens, its sound wave directly collapsing the cave ceiling. Countless boulders rained down, only to disintegrate into dust within 100 meters of its body. The law of darkness. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled. This colossal beast, named Amaterasu by the cloaked figure, had mastered the power of the law from the moment of its birth. No wonder it had been hidden beneath Mount Fuji to hatch. The geothermal energy here perfectly neutralized the biting cold of the law of darkness, preventing its premature exposure. China. Divine Dragon. Amaterasu suddenly spoke, its voice like sandpaper scraping against the eardrums, piercing with pain. Amaterasu's wings slowly unfurled, obscuring the sky and dimming the sun. Master, if you wish, I shall tear you apart. Before the words faded, she suddenly unleashed a torrent of black flame. Wherever the flames passed, even space itself corroded, cracking open to reveal the void beyond. Dragon Flame. Lin Xiao wasted no time, meeting the black flames head-on with his blazing white fire. Boom! The collision of the 2 forces of law triggered a chain reaction of explosions, causing the entire cavern to shake violently as more rock walls collapsed. Magma surged from the fissures, yet strangely avoided Amaterasu, as if fearing something. Spatial confinement. Lin Xiao clenched his dragon claw, attempting to restrict Amaterasu's movement. Yet a flash of black light shattered the confinement effortlessly. Useless. A gurgling chuckle erupted from deep within Amaterasu's throat. I overpower you. It suddenly accelerated, its kilometer-long body twisting with serpentine agility as it instantly circled behind Lin Xiao. Its razor-sharp tail fin swept out, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's back. Clang! The heaven-questioning sword blocked it just in time, sparks flying everywhere. Lin Xiao spun with the force, whipping his dragon tail like a whip to strike Amaterasu squarely in the abdomen. Thud! Amidst the dull thud, Amaterasu was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through a row of stone pillars. But in an instant, it soared back into the air, its abdominal scales completely unscathed. Defense this strong? Lin Xiao was secretly startled. That strike alone could have shattered mountains, yet it left only faint white marks on its scales. Now, it's my turn. Amaterasu flapped its wings, suddenly splitting into 12 dark shadows. Each one was lifelike, radiating the same aura as the original, diving toward Lin Xiao from different angles. Clones? Lin Xiao immediately extended his divine sense, only to discover with shock they were all solid entities. Darkness Law, Eternal Night descends. 12 Amaterasu spoke simultaneously, their voices blending into a spine-chilling chorus. The black flames they spewed intertwined in the air, coalescing into a colossal net that descended like a shroud. The mesh distorted space, revealing countless wailing souls within. Lin Xiao dared not take any chances, immediately activating his strongest defense. The illusory sun and moon within his dragon eyes shot forth, forming a shield of light above his head. SSS-tier. The moment the black net touched the light shield, a piercing, corrosive sound rang out. The light shield visibly dimmed at a rapid pace, while the black net steadily dissolved. This clash at the level of fundamental laws was 100 times more perilous than mere physical combat. Found you! Amidst the stalemate, Lin Xiao suddenly whipped his dragon tail, sending the heaven-questioning sword darting like lightning toward a seemingly empty corner. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh, followed by Amaterasu's agonized roar. All the clones instantly vanished, leaving only the true form tumbling out from concealment, a transparent blade lodged in its chest. How did you find me? Amaterasu stared down at the wound in disbelief. The concealment granted by the law of darkness had never been exposed before. Your clones have no heartbeat. Lin Xiao said coldly, true darkness never needs to hide. The dragon claw grasped at air, and suddenly, the heaven-questioning sword blazed with brilliant white light. The flame law, condensed to its absolute limit, surged along the blade into Amaterasu's body. Arg! Amaterasu let out an earth-shattering scream, white light seeping from the cracks between its obsidian-like scales. It thrashed wildly, trying to pull out the heavens-questioned sword, only to find its claws scorched the moment they touched the hilt. It's over. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to deliver the final blow, suddenly. Warning! Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 60 seconds. A mechanical female voice echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Xiao whipped his head around in shock, only to see countless red indicator lights glowing on the rock walls. Ha 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 ha. Amaterasu burst into maniacal laughter, its face contorted in agony. Let's die together. Lin Xiao instantly understood. The cloaked figure had long since planted a self-destruct device here. Should Amaterasu fall in battle, it would detonate the entire Mount Fuji. Madman. He cursed under his breath, but had no choice but to address the immediate crisis first. The heaven-questioning sword still pierced Amaterasu's chest. If he withdrew it now, this level 8 colossus might seize the chance to counterattack. But without the sword, he couldn't fully prevent the explosion. Master! Let me handle this! Yamada no Orochi's voice suddenly echoed from the tunnel entrance. All 8 heads glowed simultaneously as newly grown dragon wings flapped fiercely, propelling it through the shockwave toward Amaterasu. You? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Though the Yamada no Orochi had been enhanced, facing an 8th level colossus was still too much to ask. I can temporarily seal its movements. The largest head roared, hurry and stop the explosion. As it spoke, all 8 heads simultaneously latched onto different parts of Amaterasu. Their dark golden scales bristled as they unleashed some ancient sealing technique. Amaterasu's struggles did indeed weaken slightly. Hold on. Lin Xiao hesitated no longer. With a sweep of his dragon claw, he left the heaven-questioning sword embedded within Amaterasu to inflict sustained damage, then charged deeper into the cavern. The countdown had already passed 20+ seconds. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. This explosion, he might not be able to stop it. If that was the case, it could only mean that Sakura Nation was destined to face this calamity. Chapter 122, Volcanic Eruption. Sakura Nation. Destroyed. At the base of Mount Fuji, molten lava reflected Lin Xiao's solemn, dragon-like features. On the rock wall, the silver cube's countdown ticked like the beat of death's drum, relentlessly counting down, 38 seconds. His dragon claw pressed against the cube's surface, the vivid blue-gold scales starkly contrasting with the cold metal. Lin Xiao could clearly sense the intricate energy currents within. Like venomous serpents, they burrowed deep into the earth, intertwining with the very veins of Mount Fuji. Earth veins connected. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly. What a clever tactic. He attempted to scorch the energy threads with dragon flame, but they regenerated as swiftly as living creatures, drawing even more power from the earth's veins. 31 seconds. Master. Yamada no Orochi's 8 heads clamped down fiercely on Amaterasu, while dark gold sealing runes flickered erratically across the colossal beast's scales. This beast is struggling too violently. Amaterasu let out a triumphant snarl as the power of the dark law relentlessly corroded the Yamada no Orochi's scales, destroy, together. Within Lin Xiao's dragon eyes, the sun and moon spun, instantly calculating countless possibilities. The most direct method. To forcibly seal the entire earth vein with primordial dragon power. But the cost was too great. It truly wasn't necessary. If this were China, Lin Xiao would stop this explosion at any cost, even sacrificing his own primordial power. But this was Sakura Nation. Why should he expend such effort? His gaze pierced through the rock layers, revealing the earth veins spreading like the roots of a giant tree beneath the entire land of Sakura. To seal it completely would consume at least 3/4 of his primordial dragon power and might even damage his very foundations. Was it worth it? For this nation that had once brought endless suffering to Huaxia? Images flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. The crimson smoke of battle in Jinling City. The cold scalpels of Unit 731. The distorted history in textbooks. And those apologies never formally offered to this day. 25 seconds. Master. The youngest head of the Yamada no Orochi whined, my teeth are about to shatter. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed. The laughter sounded jarringly out of place in the scorching cavern, even startling the frantically struggling Amaterasu. So that's how it is. Swaying his dragon tail, he slowly retreated. The man in black has played his cards well. They believed the divine dragon of Huaxia would protect all humans unconditionally. So they planned to drain the dragon's power this way, hoping that by the time the Overmind descended, the dragon's essence would be weakened and powerless to fight back. Too bad. These cloaked figures must be unaware of the deep-seated enmity between China and Sakura Nation, right? Surely they don't think I'd expend effort to stop this explosion? Yamada, release it. Lin Xiao's voice was calm and unruffled. Ha! All 8 heads froze simultaneously. I said, release it. As dragon light gently emanated, the Yamata no Orochi instinctively released its grip. Amaterasu immediately broke free from its restraint, the sword wound on its chest healing at a visible pace. You. It looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, its dark eyes filled with bewilderment. We do our best, then leave the rest to fate. Lin Xiao flicked his claw, and the heaven-questioning sword whistled back into his hand. I did my utmost to vanquish the demon, but heavens will be done. 18 seconds. Amaterasu suddenly understood and roared in fury, you're trying to escape? Not escape, but a strategic retreat. Lin Xiao's dragon tail coiled around the stunned Yamata no Orochi. After all. He cast one final glance at the frantically ticking countdown.
There's an ancient Chinese saying, what goes around comes around.
12 seconds.
The azure dragon's body shot skyward, shattering layer upon layer of rock walls as it soared into the clouds.
No!
Amaterasu's roar was drowned out by the deafening crash of collapsing rock. It thrashed wildly, desperate to pursue, but the energy field generated by the self-destruct mechanism held it firmly in place.
5 seconds.
High above, Lin Xiao hovered above the clouds, coldly surveying Mount Fuji as it began to violently tremble.
3 seconds.
A massive bulge suddenly swelled atop Mount Fuji's peak, like a boiling pot lid.
2 seconds. The entire mountain began to glow, with magma seeping from countless fissures. 1 second. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. 0. Boom. The heavens and earth paled. First, an extreme white light engulfed everything, followed by a deafening explosion. Mount Fuji shattered as if struck by a giant's fist, its upper half vaporizing instantly.
The remaining portion erupted like a volcano, hurling billions of tons of rock and magma skyward.
Most terrifying of all was the ensuing dark shockwave. It was the dark law of Amaterasu detonating, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. Hold your breath. Lin Xiao's dragon wings closed, shielding the Yamata no Orochi beneath him.
The shockwave slammed into the lapis dragon scales, emitting a teeth-grindingly corrosive sound. Yet it failed to breach the defense. When the chaos subsided, Mount Fuji as it once stood had vanished. In its place lay a colossal crater over 10 kilometers in diameter, its depths churning with dark red magma. Occasionally, Amaterasu's black scales could be glimpsed rising and sinking within the molten sea, only to be swiftly consumed by the heat.
Further away, tsunami-like flows of magma engulfed distant towns, reducing everything in their path to ashes.
TSK. Its power surpassed expectations. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. It seems the energy accumulated within Amaterasu surpasses all expectations. The 8 heads of Yamata no Orochi cautiously peered out from beneath the dragon's wings, then simultaneously sucked in cold air.
The entire eastern capital.
From the high vantage point, the lava resembled a tide of death, having already swallowed up nearly half of Tokyo. The once bustling districts, the iconic Tokyo Tower, the Skytree, all vanished beneath the crimson tide. Lin Xiao stood motionless in the void, his dragon eyes reflecting the infernal scene below. He did not intervene, his emotions utterly still.
As for the Yamata no Orochi, that went without saying.
Though it had once been this nation's sacred beast, that role had merely served its own convenience. It still harbored not a shred of affection for this land.
Master, let's go, Yamata no Orochi said. Lin Xiao nodded. Just as they prepared to depart, an unexpected change occurred.
From the center of the churning magma pit, a shadowy figure abruptly rose.
Amaterasu wasn't completely dead after all. Half its body was melted, while the other half barely maintained its dragon form. Its single eye burned with overwhelming hatred. China. Divine dragon.
The voice echoed as if from the depths of hell, with my shattered soul. I curse you. Dark energy gathered in its mouth, coalescing into a twisted rune. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed.
Utterly stubborn.
The heaven-questioning sword shot forth of its own accord, not to attack, but to trace an arcane trajectory through the air.
Perfect for testing my newly mastered technique.
Forming the dragon claw seal, 365 illusory stars appeared around his body.
Celestial constellation seal.
Stars rained down like a storm, pinning themselves precisely onto every acupoint of Amaterasu's shattered form. The cursed runes shattered instantly before they could be fired.
No! Amid Amaterasu's desperate howl, the stellar power began draining its remaining energy.
The dark laws were forcibly stripped away, transforming into wisps of black smoke that were sucked into the heaven-questioning sword.
Chapter 123, The Land of Cherry Blossoms No More. Today is a good day. Devoured the remnant soul of an 8th-tier colossal beast. Evolution points plus 8,000. Acquired Dark Law Fragment 1.
The system notification made Lin Xiao raise an eyebrow slightly.
An unexpected delight.
As the last shred of dark energy was absorbed, Amaterasu's remains completely disintegrated into ash, dissipating atop the lava. All that remained in the ruins of Mount Fuji was a bottomless crater and a slowly flowing river of magma.
Let's go.
Lin Xiao sheathed the heaven-questioning sword and turned to leave.
Master. Yamata no Orochi suddenly pointed in a certain direction. There seems to be a living person over there.
Lin Xiao followed the gaze and saw a group of people dressed in priestly robes kneeling and praying at the edge of the lava. Leading them was none other than Ichiro Koizumi, the provisional prime minister of Sakura Nation. They seemed to regard this catastrophe as divine punishment, performing some sort of penitential ritual. They sure know how to make excuses for themselves. Lin Xiao sneered coldly, unwilling to give them another glance. Just as he was about to leave, Koizumi Ichiro suddenly looked up and shouted hoarsely, "Great Dragon! Please save Sakura Nation. We are willing to serve you for generations." Before he could finish, a wave of magma triggered by an aftershock crashed over them, instantly engulfing the group. Their pleas for mercy ended abruptly. Lin Xiao watched it all unfold, expressionless, his dragon eyes devoid of emotion. What goes around comes around. He murmured the words softly, flapping his dragon wings once before vanishing into the clouds. Behind him, only the roar of magma devouring the earth remained a dirge for the nation. The ruins of Mount Fuji still smoldered. Two figures cloaked in black stood atop scorching rock walls. Beneath their feet, molten lava had yet to fully solidify, releasing a pungent sulfuric stench. We were still a step too late. The taller cloaked figure pulled back his hood, revealing a pale, metallic-looking face. His electronic eyes flashed frantically, scanning the remnant energy traces within the ruins. The shorter figure carefully retrieved a black scale from the magma using its tentacles. It was the sole remnant left behind by Amaterasu. Peak level 8. Didn't even last 10 minutes. The tentacled figure's voice trembled with disbelief. This Chinese divine dragon has surpassed the limits of all our computational models. We must reassess the threat level. The metal-faced robed figure ordered coldly, immediately halt all level 8 incubation programs. All resources are to be concentrated on the central brain descent project. But the ceiling nodes have all been reinforced. The tentacled cloaked figure waved its appendages in agitation. There isn't enough time. Then create time. The metal-faced figure erupted in fury, its electronic eyes blazing crimson. Deploy all sleeper agents to attack nodes in other regions. I refuse to believe the dragon can guard every location simultaneously. The tentacled figure froze. But that will expose our. We can't afford to care anymore. The metal face cut him off. The Overmind's arrival is the sole priority. As for those pawns? He sneered coldly, crushing charred bones beneath his feet. They were meant to be sacrificed. Their figures blurred and faded, vanishing into the warped air. Only the boiling magma remained, silently devouring the last traces of this island nation. China, Shenlong Base. As Lin Xiao landed on the central platform, countless anxious gazes met him. Lord Shenlong. Su Qingran was the first to rush forward, her cheeks slightly pale with tension. Are you all right? We just detected an abnormal energy surge from the direction of Sakura Nation. Her gaze fell upon the charred marks on Lin Xiao's claw tips, and her voice suddenly rose. Are you injured? I'm fine. Lin Xiao shook his dragon claw, sending several molten rock fragments scattering to the ground with a hissing sound. Just encountered a slightly tougher beast. His tone was as matter-of-fact as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. But everyone noticed the Yamata no Orochi trailing behind him. All 8 of its heads hung limply, its scales charred and curled. The smallest head was even trembling slightly. What kind of beast could wound the enhanced Yamata no Orochi so badly? What grade is this giant beast? General Zhao Weiguo couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiao yawned, casually swiping his dragon tail. Level 8, I think. Something like Amaterasu. Though it should probably be called Amaterasu Ash now. Silence fell over the entire crowd. Wang Meng's wrench clattered to the floor. Several researchers adjusting instruments froze in place. Even the most composed Zhao Weiguo gaped in disbelief. Level 8? That's a force capable of obliterating an entire continent. Yet in the Dragon Lord's words, it sounded as trivial as crushing an ant? Then, what about Sakura country? Su Qingran suddenly remembered something, her voice trembling. Oh, it blew up. Lin Xiao scratched his chin with his claw. That beast detonated itself before dying, triggering the eruption of Mount Fuji's geothermal veins. All that's left over there now is probably just lava. He said it so casually, as if he'd accidentally knocked over a teacup. Everyone. After a brief, deathly silence, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Immediately, the entire base erupted in deafening cheers. Well done. What a sweet revenge. Heaven has eyes. Researchers tossed documents into the air, soldiers excitedly slapped each other on the back, and even the sternest old professor discreetly wiped away a tear. Wang Mang went straight for a crate of his prized liquor. We're celebrating tonight. It's on me. Quiet. Lin Xiao's voice was quiet, yet it instantly silenced the room. Zhao Weiguo had the foreign ministry issue a statement expressing regret. His dragon-like gaze swept over the group. Pay attention to the wording, it must be just right. Zhao Weiguo immediately understood, a smile escaping his lips despite his efforts, understood. I'll make sure the regret is perfectly measured. The room erupted in laughter once more, this time with an unspoken understanding. Su Qingran quietly leaned closer to Lin Xiao and whispered, Lord Shenlong, is it really all gone? Pretty much. Lin Xiao flicked his tail.
A few small islands might still peek through, but they're no longer habitable. The girl blinked, then suddenly lowered her voice. Then, their shrine. Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched upward. The first batch was swallowed by lava. Su Qingran's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Just then, the base broadcast suddenly blared an urgent alarm. Breaking news! Satellite imagery shows a massive explosion at Mount Fuji in Sakura Nation. Suspected volcanic eruption triggering a chain reaction. A holographic projection activated automatically, displaying real-time footage captured from space. Where Sakura Nation once stood, thick volcanic ash clouds now shrouded the sky, with faint glimpses of crimson magma solidifying in the ocean. The news anchor's voice trembled with disbelief. Preliminary assessments indicate all 4 islands of Sakura Nation have sunk. The base fell deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the projection, faces etched with complex emotions. Shock mingled with satisfaction and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of pity. But soon, that trace of pity was drowned out by a greater uproar. Chapter 124, Confronting the Central Core's Phantom once more. Well done. Saves us the trouble. That's what you get. Someone began singing "Today is a good day," and soon the entire crowd joined in. The voices rang out, piercing the heavens as if to comfort the departed spirits. Lin Xiao made no move to stop them, merely watching in silence. When the singing finally subsided, he spoke, "The revelry ends here." A faint aura of dragon might emanated from him, calming the crowd. The Central Core's arrival is imminent. There's no time to waste. His gaze swept over every face. "I want all combat readiness inspections completed within 24 hours. Yes. The response echoed like thunder. 2 hours later, the global internet exploded. #Cherry Blossom Nation sinks hashtag shot to the top of trending searches at explosive speed, followed by the crimson boiling tag. Major social media platforms experienced successive server crashes, with programmers working tearfully through overtime to restore service. After the press conference, #Foreign Ministry regrets surged to second place on the trending list. Night deepened. Atop the dragon base, Lin Xiao perched on the observatory platform, his claw lightly tapping the holographic globe. The region of Sakura Nation had turned a deep crimson, like an unhealed scar. "Master." Yamata no Orochi cautiously approached, its 8 heads drooping. "Am I too useless?" During today's battle against Amaterasu, it had barely contributed, ultimately needing its master's protection. Lin Xiao glanced at it. "Knowing your weakness? Then focus on growing stronger." A drop of crimson gold blood appeared at the tip of his claw. "Absorb this." "But, this is far too precious." Yamata no Orochi was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. "So you won't hold us back next time," Lin Xiao said flatly. The Yamata no Orochi swallowed the dragon's blood with overwhelming gratitude, retreating to a corner to digest it. Su Qingran approached carrying tea and snacks, her steps halting at the sight of the holographic image. "Lord Dragon. Are you worried?" "Worried?" Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers twitched slightly. "No, I'm just pondering where to start my next meal." The girl giggled softly, setting the tea and snacks on the stone table. Just received news 17 locations worldwide have simultaneously experienced giant beast uprisings. She pulled up the data map, dotted with red markers, all near the ceiling nodes. Lin Xiao showed no surprise. Desperate beasts lashing out. "Should we send reinforcements?" "No need." Lin Xiao tapped the coordinates with his claw tip, sending them to each squad. "Let them get some practice." "Then what about you?" "I need to make a trip to Antarctica." Lin Xiao gazed westward, the sun and moon revolving within his dragon eyes. "Some debts need settling." At the edge of the night sky, a crimson star silently ignited. Like the eye of a demon opening. Beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, absolute stillness reigned over this forgotten realm. Lin Xiao's dragon claws tread upon ice frozen for 10,000 years, his azure gold scales the sole splash of color in this pure white world. Ahead, 12 jade pillars soared skyward, forming a perfect circle. The runes swirling on their surfaces glowed several times brighter than 2 days prior, yet carried an ominous urgency like the final, desperate glow of a dying man. At the center of the pillars, the black heart's thudding beat echoed like war drums, causing ice shards to fall in a steady cascade. With each contraction, cracks spread further across the pillars, dark golden blood seeping from the fissures to etch blasphemous totems onto the ice. "You've come." A hauntingly ethereal female voice suddenly rang out, carrying an eerie sense of familiarity. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed sharply. Above the heart, countless dark gold blood droplets coalesced into form. Then, astonishingly, they transformed into Su Qingran's likeness. Even the tiny tear mole at the corner of her eye was perfectly replicated. Surprised? Su Qingran tilted her head with a smile, a gesture that was charming and endearing when she did it. Yet now it sent a chill down the spine. "I can read every detail in your memories." Lin Xiao's dragon whiskers quivered slightly, yet his voice was bone-chillingly cold, a clumsy imitation. "Is that so?" The illusion abruptly dissipated, replaced by a colossal geometric entity suspended in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Each facet refracted horrifying scenes from different dimensions, where countless civilizations were born and perished. This is my true form.
The Overmind's voice shook souls to their core. This low-dimensional projection cannot even bear 1/10 billionth of my true power.
Lin Xiao sneered, a mighty power suppressed by a low-dimensional entity?
The jade pillar suddenly trembled violently. The black heart pounded wildly, spewing blood mist that coalesced into new illusions in midair. Amidst the fiery explosion of the mecha, the heart-wrenching cries of his parents. The charred little hands reaching out as the orphanage collapsed. The crimson sky glimpsed through the mecha's cracks before his final breath in his previous life.
Does it hurt?
The central brain's voice slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. Reborn once more, you still cannot save them. The ice beneath Lin Xiao's claws shattered instantly. But the next instant, he snapped his head up, blinding golden light erupting from his dragon eyes like the sun and moon illusion.
It's all just an illusion.
All the horrors dissolved like a mirage.
Interesting. The central brain seemed enraged, its geometric structure violently reassembling.
Then taste this. Space-time twisted violently. Lin Xiao's vision blurred, and he found himself back at the Shenlong base only to discover it had been reduced to ruins.
Su Qinran was pinned to the rubble, the heavens question sword piercing her chest.
Zhao Wei was half-body charred to cinders, still frozen in a charging stance. Wang Meng's mecha lay shattered into iron dust, his hand still clutching half a giant beast's horn.
This is the future with a 98% probability.
The central brain's voice carried a hint of mockery. 3 hours after your death in battle, humanity was extinguished. Lin Xiao's breathing grew ragged. Though he knew it was fake, the scene felt too real. The stench of blood seemed to linger at his nostrils.
Angry? Despairing?
The geometric entity extended a tentacle formed from data streams, gently touching his forehead.
Join me. At least you can save the few you care about. Arg! The dragon's roar shattered the illusion.
The heaven-questioning sword drew from its scabbard, severing the tentacle.
You talk too much.
Lin Xiao coiled his dragon form, every scale resonating.
Let me see your true form, hidden in which rat hole? Celestial constellation, mirror reflection.
365 stellar illusions burst forth from his scales, embedding themselves into the surrounding spatial nodes.
The entire ice cavern instantly became transparent, revealing countless intertwining energy veins.
They ultimately converged upon a singularity at the base of the jade pillar.
There, a constantly collapsing mass of dark matter curled up the very core of the mainframe projection. Found you.
Just as Lin Xiao prepared to strike, the dark matter suddenly exploded, unleashing a torrent of billions of data streams that surged toward him. This time, it was no illusion, a pure data assault.
Each byte contained enough complex information to overload a supercomputer. Accept this gift.
The Overmind's voice carried a cold triumph. This is the final wail of 100,000 civilizations before their annihilation. The overwhelming deluge of information violently assaulted Lin Xiao's consciousness. Agonizing pain made his dragon body convulse, scales oozing pale golden droplets of blood. Just as his consciousness was about to shatter, the star map on his spine suddenly ignited.
Chapter 125, The Seal. 3 months of precious time gained. The once faint stellar patterns sharpened one by one, coalescing into a complete galactic map. Countless starlight poured from the void, surging into the heaven-questioning sword. So that's how it is. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. The stellar array was created specifically to counter you. The sword tip traced a light arc, seemingly casual yet secretly aligned with the cosmic order.
Without an earth-shattering explosion, the torrent of information dissolved silently, as if colliding with a black hole. The sword light, undiminished in its momentum, plunged directly into the mass of dark matter.
Impossible.
The central core emitted a shrill screech. How could a low-dimensional life form comprehend the silent law? The dark matter twisted violently, finally exploding with a thunderous roar. The geometric projection dimmed by half in an instant. It's not over yet. Lin Xiao's dragon tail smashed the ice surface, forcibly drawing the dragon vein power of the entire Antarctic ice sheet and channeling it into the jade pillar. With my dragon's blood, I shall mend the rift in the heavens. His claws tore through his chest, spilling crimson gold blood onto the jade pillar. It swiftly spread along the runes, sealing every crack in its path as golden light blazed forth.
No!
The central brain scream carried disbelief. You're burning your very essence.
Shut up.
Lin Xiao slammed a claw onto its heart, dragon flames surging through its body.
Return to your void. Countless cracks abruptly appeared on the black heart's surface, its beating sound abruptly ceasing. The geometric projection flickered several times before vanishing completely.
The ice cavern fell back into deathly silence, broken only by the lingering hum of the jade pillar. Lin Xiao staggered backward, the wound on his chest gaping deep enough to reveal bone. But as he gazed upon the seal, now fully restored, a flicker of relief finally passed through his dragon eyes.
3 months.
At least he had secured 3 months. Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. At the same time, his admiration for those ancient ancestors grew even deeper. He dared not imagine the dangers they had faced back then. Yet, under such circumstances, they had still managed to leave a contingency, one that he, thousands of years later, could now utilize once more. But recalling Bai Zai's words about his past life being that of the Yinglong dragon,
A wave of disbelief washed over him. He resolved to return and study the matter thoroughly.
At the central platform of the divine dragon base, the sapphire dragon's silhouette pierced through the clouds, descending slowly under the gaze of the crowd. Lin Xiao's dragon scales still clung to the frigid chill of Antarctic frost, while his claws held traces of lingering dark energy. Yet his sun-moon dragon eyes shone brighter than ever before.
Lord Shunlong. Su Qinran was the first to rush forward, her voice trembling with excitement. You succeeded? The entire base fell silent. Every breath was held, every gaze fixed, awaiting that answer. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the tense faces, his dragon whiskers gently twitching. The seal is complete. The mainframe is temporarily barred from the void. After a brief silence, deafening cheers erupted. We did it. We succeeded. Humanity is saved. Long live Lord Shunlong. Warriors tossed their helmets into the air, researchers embraced each other in tears, and even the most composed old professor removed his glasses to wipe the corners of his eyes. These past days, the central brain had nearly driven them mad, constantly instilling a sense that human civilization was on the brink of extinction. Some had even proposed leaving behind a portion of seeds for the divine dragon to carry away from this planet, preserving the flame of Huaxia. Hearing this good news now, everyone felt a slight sense of relief. 3 months might not seem long, but they believed the divine dragon would emerge even more powerful after this period. After all, if the divine dragon could grow to this level in just 1 month, what threat could a mere mainframe pose after another 3? Wang Meng, the rugged soldier, dropped to one knee and pounded his chest with his fist. I knew it. The divine dragon would do it. General Zhao Weigua hurried forward, his eyes slightly reddened, asking with concern, Lord Shenlong, are you injured? I'm fine.
Lin Xiao cut him off, the wound on his chest healing at a visible pace. Only a small amount of my essence was depleted. His words dampened the crowd's cheers, concern spreading across their faces.
Su Qinran also asked anxiously, then do you need to rest? Not at all.
Lin Xiao gave a slight flick of his dragon tail.
I must enter seclusion.
His gaze swept over the crowd as his voice echoed throughout the base, the seal can only hold for 3 months.
After 3 months, the overmind will still descend.
The newly kindled hope seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water, and the scene fell silent once more. Lin Xiao's voice was calm, yet radiated in unquestionable confidence.
In these 3 months, I will become stronger than I am now.
His gaze swept over each person with tangible intensity. Your mission is to defend the 12 global nodes. Under no circumstances must the cloaked figures breach the seal.
Yes. Zhao Weigua saluted first. The Dragon Scale Guard swears to complete the mission at all costs. We will complete the mission at any cost. The roar of hundreds of warriors shook the heavens. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze to Su Qinran one last time. The base is yours. The young woman nodded firmly, her eyes burning with resolve. Rest assured in your seclusion. Unless I die, no one shall disturb you. Level 9 Underground, the specialized training chamber. This was the most fortified section of the Shenlong base, its walls cast from 10-meter thick alloy, their surfaces engraved with energy channeling runes. A central platform, 100 meters in diameter, stood surrounded by mountains of giant beast cores piled like dazzling gemstone veins. Lin Xiao coiled at the platform's center, his dragon form stretched to its fullest extent. Begin. He drew a deep breath, opening his dragon maw. A powerful suction pulled dozens of level 6 crystal cores into the air. Devouring level 6 giant beast crystals, evolution points plus 232. The system's notifications rang out in rapid succession as pure energy surged through his entire body. The starlight patterns on his scales glowed faintly, like a night sky illuminated. But Lin Xiao frowned. Too slow. I need a more efficient method. With a flick of his dragon claw, the heaven-questioning sword hovered before him. The starry river within its blade began to swirl. Taishu Jing, swallowing heaven. This secret technique, recorded in the 3rd volume of the Taishu Sutra, allowed one to become a crucible, simultaneously refining myriad energies. However, the risks were immense. Any forced interruption would trigger devastating backlash. That was precisely why Lin Xiao had never dared to use it lightly, fearing this very consequence. Yet its efficiency was tenfold that of ordinary absorption. Now, in such a secure location, Lin Xiao resolved to test this technique. As the incantation flowed, every crystal core in the training chamber ignited simultaneously. Tens of thousands of multicolored crystal cores floated in the air, resembling a dazzling nebula. A torrent of energy surged toward Lin Xiao like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Devouring level 5 giant beast crystal cores, evolution points plus 132. Devouring level 6 giant beast crystal cores, evolution points plus 223. Devouring level 7 giant beast crystal core fragments, evolution points plus 506. Evolution points surged at an unprecedented rate. Lin Xiao's dragon scales bristled, their azure gold surfaces revealing intricate new patterns. Particularly along the central spine, the starlight points began connecting into lines, gradually forming a complete celestial map. Still not enough. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain of surging energy, he slashed the void with his claws, opening the space within his body. Chapter 126 Evolution. Breaking through the growth phase. Crash. Mountainous beast carcasses poured forth, instantly filling half the training chamber. These were the recent spoils of the dragon scale guards hunts, ranging from level 3 to level 6. Though each individual provided few evolution points, quantity compensated for quality. Refine. Blazing dragon flames erupted, engulfing the mountain of corpses. Under the terrifying heat, the colossal beast carcasses rapidly melted away, distilling the purest essence of life. Consumed level 5 giant beast flesh, evolution points plus 80, 76. Consumed level 6 giant beast heart, evolution points plus 100, 23. The growth of evolution points accelerated once more. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and looked inward, watching the numbers on his attribute panel jump wildly. Current evolution points, 87,643 100,000. At this rate, he could reach the next evolution requirement in 2 days at most. But just as he channeled the swallowing heaven technique with all his might, an unexpected change occurred. A frantic alarm sounded outside the training room. Lord Shunlong. Su Qingran's voice crackled through the emergency communication. The Antarctic node is under attack. The enemy possesses weapons that can counteract the seals. Lin Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed sharply. Exact location? Near Jade Pillar number 3. General Zhao and his men are already en route, but the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Hold on. Lin Xiao abruptly halted his cultivation, the backlash of dragon flames causing him to spit a mouthful of golden blood. He paid it no mind, however. His claws tore through space, instantly forming a teleportation portal. I'll be there immediately. Antarctica, Jade Pillar number 3. The once tranquil ice fields had now become a battlefield. Zhao Weiguo's dragon scale guard was pinned down in an ice crevasse, their heads pelted by a barrage of energy fire. General! Their weapons can penetrate our shields, a soldier shouted, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Zhao Weiguo's face turned ashen. It's a weapon specifically designed to target dragon vein energy. They came prepared after all. Across the ice field, 3 bizarrely shaped mechs advanced steadily. Entirely pitch black, their surfaces covered in energy-absorbing scales, their arm-modified cannons continuously spewed purple-black beams. Each beam that struck the ice corroded a deep pit, contaminating even the dragon vein energy beneath the ice layer. Don't let them near the Jade Pillar. Zhao Weiguo roared. Third squad, follow me. Just as they prepared for a desperate last stand, the sky suddenly darkened. A sapphire gold figure tore through the clouds, plummeting like a falling star. Boom! Lin Xiao slammed directly into the center of the mech formation, the shockwave sending 3 mechs flying simultaneously. Lord Shunlong. The dragon scale guards cried out, their voices filled with both shock and joy. Lin Xiao offered no response, his dragon eyes fixed intently on the 3 mechs. Their weapons emitted an aura similar to that of the central core. Fakes. He snorted coldly as the heaven-questioning sword drew itself from its scabbard. But this time, the blade was no longer wrapped in white flames. Instead, it was enveloped by the newly grasped power of the stars. Celestial constellation slash. A torrent of swordlight poured forth like the Milky Way, instantly engulfing the 3 mechs. No explosions, no debris, they vanished as if erased from existence by an invisible rubber. Silence. Only the howling of the cold wind and the heavy breathing of the crowd remained. Clear the battlefield. Repair the Jade Pillar. Lin Xiao barked the order and turned to leave. Lord Shunlong. Zhao Weiguo hurriedly called after him. You're wound. Lin Xiao looked down and saw the old wound on his chest had reopened, golden blood dripping onto the ice. It's nothing. With that, his figure vanished into the void. Zhao Weiguo stared at the slowly closing spatial fissure, then suddenly slammed his fist hard against the ice. We're useless. General. The team members hung their heads in shame. Snap out of it. Zhao Weiguo sprang to his feet. Starting today, patrols will be tripled. We absolutely cannot let Lord Shenlong be distracted again. Yes, sir. Inside the training chamber, Lin Xiao stumbled to the ground. The backlash from forcibly interrupting his cultivation was far worse than he'd anticipated. His meridians throbbed with excruciating pain, as if being torn apart. But he had no time to regulate his breath. His gaze darted immediately toward the central platform. Fortunately, most of the energy hadn't dissipated yet. Continue. He settled back into position, the swallowing heaven technique churning once more. This time, he split off a thread of divine sense to guard his surroundings while his main body focused entirely on devouring the energy. Day after day passed. The crystal cores and corpses within the training chamber diminished at a visible pace, while Lin Xiao's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The stargram on his scales gradually perfected, and his dragon horns grew more crystalline. Current evolution points, 93,674 100,000. Only one final step remained. As the last few 7th grade crystal cores crumbled to dust, pure energy flowed like a gentle stream, merging into the already overflowing, nearly boiling ocean within Lin Xiao's body. Devouring level 7 giant beast crystal cores, evolution points plus 500. Current evolution points, 100,000 100,000.
The system's notification no longer sounded like a cold recitation of numbers, but transformed into a thunderous roar, reverberating deep within his soul. A sense of perfection and completeness flooded every scale and every drop of dragon blood within him. Accumulation reached its zenith, the bottleneck shattered open, and evolution, like an arrow on the string, could no longer be held back. Finally, it's here. Lin Xiao opened his dragon eyes. Within them, the illusory images of the sun and moon spun at an unprecedented speed, as if desperate to break free from the confines of their sockets. Without a shred of hesitation, his will as unyielding as steel, he roared his defiance at the unseen boundary. Evolve! Boom! As if the primordial roar that split heaven and earth did not originate from the outside world, but from the deepest core of Lin Xiao's dragon body. Within the training chamber, mountains of crystalline core debris and colossal beast bones were instantly crushed by an invisible force into primordial particle streams, swirling violently around him like a stellar ring. The alloy walls, engraved with runes, groaned under the strain as cracks spread like wildfire. The entire subterranean chamber shook violently, as if unable to contain the colossal force about to burst forth. At this very moment, across the land of Huaxia, it was noon, and the sun shone brightly. Cities bustled with traffic, schools echoed with the sound of students studying, and farmers worked the fields. Everything seemed ordinary and peaceful. Suddenly, buzz! A low yet piercing hum erupted from nowhere, instantly sweeping across the entire land of China. It wasn't carried through the air, but resonated directly within the soul of every descendant of the Yellow Emperor. What's that sound? On the streets, people instinctively stopped in their tracks, clutching their chests. In the park, children playing stopped running and looked up at the sky in bewilderment. In classrooms, teachers midway through drawing the meridian diagrams of the Xian Yuanju on the blackboard felt their chalk snap clean in two. Then, an even more astonishing phenomenon unfolded. From the snow-capped plateaus to the shores of the East Sea, from the northern forests to the southern rainforests, the dormant dragon vein power deep within the earth was fully awakened. Visible pillars of pale golden light shot skyward from renowned mountains, great rivers, lakes, and seas. Kunlun Mountain, Changbai Mountain, Qinling Mountains, Mount Tai, the Yangtze River, the Yellow River. Every geomantic node bearing the destiny of China erupted in brilliant radiance. Like awakening dragons, they sent joyous dragon cries to the heavens. Countless golden sparks drifted from the earth, the air, and even from every Chinese soul, converging toward a point in the sky over the central plains. It was the power of faith, the flame of civilization, and the resonance of bloodlines accumulated over millennia now fully ignited by their guardian deities. Invisible forces tore apart and reshaped the clouds in the sky, transforming them into swirling auspicious clouds and mist, radiating countless beams of rosy light and thousands of streaks of auspicious colors. The sun's radiance seemed to dim slightly, overshadowed by this more sacred and resplendent light. Chapter 127, Complete Form. Manifestation as Human. Dragon. It's a celestial dragon, an elderly man pointed tremulously toward the heavens. Amidst the boundless golden light and auspicious clouds, the outline of an unimaginably vast, azure gold dragon could be seen stretching its body. Though merely an energy projection, its sacred, majestic, and ancient aura compelled all creatures to bow their heads in awe, filling every soul with reverence. It's the divine dragon. The divine dragon has broken through again. Su Qingran burst out of the command room, gazing up at the celestial spectacle, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. She could feel the faint dragon blood within her body boiling, resonating, and cheering in celebration. Wang Meng and all the dragon scale guard warriors simultaneously halted their tasks, facing the central plains. They slammed their right fists against their chests, performing the most solemn military salute. They could sense that the power protecting them was undergoing a qualitative leap. General Zhao Weiguo stood at the window, tears streaming down his aged face as he murmured, "Heaven blesses Huaxia. Heaven blesses Huaxia." In that moment, no announcement was needed. Every son and daughter of China understood. Their guardian deity was ascending to a new, unimaginable realm. The earth-shaking phenomenon in China instantly reverberated through satellites and energy detection devices, shocking every surviving nation and organization worldwide. United States Underground Command Center. Energy detectors screeched with overload alarms, screens glowing crimson a sign of extreme energy. God, what level of energy reaction is this? The technician slumped in his chair, his face drained of color. It's more terrifying than 1,000 nuclear bombs detonating simultaneously. And it's still surging upward. The newly appointed chief executive, Robert, turned ashen-faced, his eyes fixed on the satellite feed. The entire map of China was bathed in a brilliant golden glow. The majestic dragon-shaped aura seemed like an ancient deity, sending shivers of dread and despair through his very soul. The divine dragon of China has broken through again. Bear Nation, temporary capital. Governor Pukin Ivanov stood in the open square, gazing toward the southern sky. Even from thousands of miles away, the overwhelming pressure and radiant glow were palpable, leaving them speechless for a long moment. Is this the fully realized divine dragon? Ivanov's voice was hoarse. Any lingering resentment or scheming vanished before this absolute power, leaving only profound reverence. We made the most correct choice. Refugees worldwide. Survivors stared eastward in terror as the boundless power fluctuations crossed space, making every supernatural being feel as insignificant as an ant. Prayers, cries, and gasps of disbelief mingled into a cacophony. A miracle. This is a true miracle. Shenlong Base. The training hall had long since been obliterated by the energy shockwave. Lin Xiao's dragon form floated within a massive energy cocoon. His body swelled at a visible, frenzied pace. 300 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters, 1000 meters. And it showed no signs of stopping. His scales were no longer merely azure gold, they were transforming into a deeper, more sublime starlit hue. Mysterious runes naturally emerged on each scale, swirling and shifting as if embodying the cosmic truths of stellar birth and death, the very essence of the universe's rotation. His horns grew larger and more forked, crystalline and translucent like the most perfect carved crystal, with thunder and flowing light flickering within. Beneath its belly, the 5 claws grew sharper and more powerful, capable of stirring spatial ripples with the slightest movement. As the dragon's whiskers drifted, they drew trails of rosy light. The most astonishing transformation was in his eyes. The left eye transformed completely into a blazing golden sun, burning with the true fire of the sun that consumed all things. The right eye, however, had become a cold, pure silver moon, radiating the lunar essence that froze time and space. Sun Moon Dragon Eyes. Perceiving the cosmos, commanding yin and yang. Evolution complete. Current stage, initial perfect form. Body size, 1200 meters. New talents, stellar dragon scales, defense elevated to ultimate levels, absorbs and converts stellar energy, immune to most energy attacks, Sun Moon Dragon Eyes, pierces illusions, glimpses the essence of cosmic laws, void navigation, survives and moves freely at high speeds in cosmic vacuum. Dragon Vein incarnation temporarily channels the dragon energy of China's earth veins, harnessing the might of a nation. Unlocked ability, human form perfectly assumes human shape while retaining all dragon abilities. Vast power surged through his body like a starry river, and Lin Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of strength. He gently raised his dragon claw. Without any incantations, the space around him flowed like docile water, yielding to his command. He had succeeded. From the peak of adulthood, he had leaped directly into the legendary complete form. This meant he now possessed the true qualifications to confront the overmind head-on, gaining the confidence to protect not only Huaxia but the entire Blue Star. He reigned in his overwhelming aura. The celestial phenomena in the sky slowly dissipated, and the dragon veins gradually calmed. Yet the cheers across the land of China echoed on and on, as everyone celebrated their divine dragon growing even mightier. Lin Xiao hovered in the air, his Sun Moon Dragon Eyes sweeping over the mountains and rivers below, over the jubilant people, and finally gazing into the boundless starry sky. 3 months. Not a trace of complacency flickered in his eyes, instead, his fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. Central core, the day you descend shall be the day you meet your doom. Lin Xiao felt the colossal power granted by his complete form. With a slight shift in his intent, his kilometer-long dragon form began to contract. Each starry-hued scale transformed into streaks of light, merging back into his body. The process proved far more wondrous than he had imagined. When the final dragon scale vanished, he landed lightly on the scorched ground, lowering his head to examine his new form. A slender, upright figure resembled that of a human youth, roughly 18 or 19 years old. His skin was as fair as jade, yet it held terrifying power within. His hair was as black as ink, yet the tips glowed with a faint azure gold sheen, moving without wind. Most striking were his eyes. The left eye blazed golden like the sun, while the right eye shone silver like the moon, the human form of the Sun Moon Dragon Eyes. Though most of its divine might was restrained, the depths of its pupils still swirled with the birth and death of stars. He raised his hand, fingers long and powerful, nails gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. With a thought, a robe of dark energy materialized, enveloping his entire body. The hem was embroidered with a dark gold dragon pattern, echoing the sheen at the tips of his hair. Is this a human body? Lin Xiao murmured softly, his voice clear and resonant like jade striking jade, carrying a hint of unfamiliar texture. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Lord Shenlong. Are you all right? Su Qingran's voice grew louder as she approached, tinged with palpable concern. I sensed an energy surge just now. Ah! The girl's figure appeared at the entrance of the ruins. When she took in the scene before her, she froze in place. Who are you? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. This reaction, rather interesting. He deliberately offered no explanation, instead studying her with keen interest. Chapter 128, Global Release of the Cultivation Technique. Su Qingran suddenly froze. This man's eyes. Gold in the left, silver in the right, deep as the starry sky, that gaze that seemed to look down on all things. All too familiar. You are. Her voice began to tremble, and the long sword nearly slipped from her grasp. Lin Xiao finally spoke, a teasing curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Don't recognize me? Su Qingran was struck as if by lightning, the ice sword clattering to the ground. Her eyes widened, her lips parting several times, yet no sound emerged. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief, all dissolved into a barely perceptible blush. Dragon Lord? How did you become like this? Her ears flushed crimson at a visible pace, her gaze darting nervously, unable to meet Lin Xiao's eyes.
New ability, Lin Xiao said with a smile. What do you think? What do you mean? Su Qinran reflexively asked back, her mind going blank.
Human form, Lin Xiao swallowed a bite of duck meat, a hint of amusement flickering in his golden pupils.
Does it look decent? Su Qingran's face flushed scarlet in an instant.
She finally understood why novels always described faces as jade-like and eyes as starry. It turned out someone could truly be breathtakingly beautiful.
Very, very good.
Her voice was barely audible, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt.
Especially those eyes.
When she mustered the courage to lift her gaze, she found herself staring straight into that sea of golden radiance and silver brilliance.
The left eye burned like the sun, as if it could melt ice and snow.
The right eye was as cool and clear as the moon, seeming to pierce straight through one's soul.
Two utterly contrasting qualities fused perfectly, creating a heart-stopping allure. Su Qinran stared, utterly mesmerized. Which form do you prefer?
Lin Xiao suddenly asked.
I like both.
Su Qinran blurted out, immediately regretting her words and wishing she could bite her tongue off. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, his laughter clear and pleasant. He raised his hand, a speck of golden light gathering at his fingertip, and gently touched her forehead.
What is this? Su Qinran felt a wave of warmth surge through her entire body, instantly breaking through several bottlenecks she'd encountered while cultivating the Xian Yuan secret technique. Lin Xiao turned and strode deeper into the ruins. Notify Zhao Weiguo. Meeting in 1 hour. Yes. Su Qinran snapped to attention instinctively.
Only after the dark figure vanished did she slowly crouch down, cradling her burning cheeks. Her heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it might burst.
Oh no, the girl moaned, I can't even speak normally like this. 1 hour later, at headquarters.
When Lin Xiao materialized in human form, an eerie silence fell over the room.
Zhao Weiguo's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long while.
Wang Meng pinched his thigh hard, wincing in pain. Several civilian staff members stared in utter disbelief.
What's wrong?
Lin Xiao sat down at the main seat, his golden pupils sweeping across the room.
Don't recognize me? D-Dragon Lord?
Zhao Weiguo finally found his voice.
What are you doing?
Merely assuming a form, Lin Xiao tapped his fingertips lightly on the tabletop.
Let's get down to business.
Only then did the others snap back to reality, though their gazes remained unfocused. It couldn't be helped, the visual impact was overwhelming. Especially those heterochromatic eyes, a single glance felt like having one's soul laid bare. According to the latest monitoring data, global colossal beast activity has increased by 300%. Zhao Weiguo forced himself to focus, pulling up the holographic map.
Particularly in 3 regions, Antarctica, the Bermuda Triangle, and the Mariana Trench. On the map, 3 red dots flashed frantically, surrounded by a dense cluster of colossal beast signals. They're trying to confuse us.
Lin Xiao stated slowly. Then, with a light tap of his fingertip, 12 golden points suddenly lit up on the holographic map. The true targets remain these 12 sealing nodes. While striking at the other beasts, we must not relax our guard on those 12 nodes.
Don't let them lead us by the nose.
Rest assured, Lord Shenlong. Zhao Weiguo's voice boomed as he pointed to several golden dots on the map within Huaxia's borders. Each node is equipped with the newly developed Xuanwu defense system, with 30,000 dragon scale guards on rotating duty.
Absolutely foolproof, even a level 7 colossus would find it a challenge to breach. Lin Xiao nodded.
The cultivation of the dragon scale guards was now largely on track, and many ordinary citizens of Huaxia were frequently demonstrating extraordinary talent in their own cultivation. The scale of the dragon scale guard was continuously expanding, and their overall combat strength was rapidly increasing.
Numerous 5th-tier powerhouses had even emerged. But the nodes in other nations.
Zhao Weiguo suddenly sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. The Bear Nation and Peacock Dynasty are cooperating reasonably well, but the situation with the White Eagle Federation isn't ideal. Although we've stationed dragon scale guards there, the distance is simply too great for perfect defense.
The holographic projection shifted to the Western Hemisphere.
Among the 9 golden dots, 2 were flashing warning red lights.
One node, located within the White Eagle Federation, showed no defensive markers whatsoever.
These areas were defenseless, and with so many casualties, they were utterly powerless against the behemoth's incursions.
Merely surviving was a miracle.
Were it not for the timely reinforcement of the Dragon Scale Guard, their nation would likely have ceased to exist long ago. Yet even so, their situation remained dire. After all, the distance between them and Huaxia was too great. Even if the Dragon Scale Guard wanted to assist, they were powerless to do so. In other words, they could only rely on themselves.
I have an announcement to make.
Lin Xiao rose to his feet, his black robe fluttering without wind as he spoke softly. The Central Core invasion is a crisis for all humanity. I have decided to release another cultivation technique and make it available to the entire world. Whoosh! The air within the command center seemed to freeze. Lin Xiao's words struck like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves through every heart present.
Release a cultivation technique? Globally? Zhao Weiguo was the first to react, his brows furrowed. Lord Shenlong, isn't this too risky? After all, the Xian Yuanju involves the core heritage of Huaxia. Exactly. Wang Meng abruptly stood up. How did those foreign devils treat us back then? Why should we just hand our cultivation techniques to them now? Several old-school generals nodded in agreement, their faces showing disapproval. Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the group. His golden left eye blazed like the scorching sun, while his silver right eye shone with the icy clarity of the moon. Do you think I'm giving it away as charity? Lin Xiao smiled as a holographic projection abruptly unfolded. The projection shifted again, revealing the circulation diagrams of the Xian Yuanju. But upon closer inspection, the flow patterns through several crucial meridians had been deliberately altered. This is a neutered version? Su Qingran suddenly spoke up. Lin Xiao gave her an approving look. Smart. His golden pupils swept across the room. I will release the first 6 layers of the Xian Yuan secret technique. That will be sufficient for them to cultivate to the 5th stage of the Jade Balance realm. But the final 3 layers of the crucial heart teachings? His dragon claw hand opened, revealing a jade slip floating in his palm. Will forever remain in our hands. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. So, they can only reach the 5th stage at most? They'll never threaten us? Not only that. Lin Zhao's fingertip lightly tapped the jade slip, causing countless runes to swirl and rearrange. I've embedded bloodline locks and loyalty imprints within the technique. The holographic projection clearly displayed the hidden clauses of the cultivation technique. Practitioners must not harbor murderous intent toward bearers of the Huaxia bloodline. They must swear an oath to protect the human race. Must accept unified command from Huaxia. Chapter 129, The World Boils Over. Cultivation for all. Brilliant. Zhao Weiguo slammed his fist on the table. This boosts global combat strength while keeping the initiative firmly in our hands. Several generals who had initially opposed the plan now looked enlightened. But a civil official hesitated. Will other nations accept such terms? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, a sharp gleam flashing in his dragon-like eyes. When the colossal beast tears through their defenses, they won't have a choice. He turned to gaze out the window, where distant explosions echoed faintly through the night. Besides, his voice turned icy. We're not doing charity work. They want cultivation techniques? Lin Xiao turned back, his unusual eyes scanning the room. Let them trade resources for them. The conference room fell silent, then erupted into heated debate. That's the way to do it. Make them spit back what they stole all those years ago. Add a technology sharing clause too. Best to cap cultivation spots and allocate them based on resource contributions. Lin Xiao let them argue, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. When the voices finally subsided, he spoke slowly. Su Qingran. Present. The young woman rose immediately. You'll handle the cultivation technique adaptation modifications. Lin Xiao tossed the jade slip to her. Meridian systems vary across different races, requiring adjustments. Su Qingran caught it solemnly. I will complete the task. Zhao Weiguo. Present. You'll handle negotiations. Conditions follow this list. Lin Xiao flicked his finger, sending a golden beam shooting forth. Remember, never compromise on the bottom line. Zhao Weiguo caught the light orb and nodded firmly. Understood. Wang Meng. Present. The burly man rubbed his hands together excitedly. Take the dragon scale guards to assist those hesitant nations. Lin Zhao's lips curved slightly. Let them witness firsthand just how terrifying the beasts truly are. Wang Meng grinned widely. That's right up my alley. With the assignments complete, Lin Xiao finally turned to the silent technical officer. Is the global broadcast ready? Ready to go at any moment, the tech officer exclaimed excitedly. The satellite network has achieved global coverage even in those signal-blocked zones. Lin Xiao nodded slowly. His golden left pupil reflected the sun's brilliance, while his silver right pupil mirrored the moon's icy radiance. He stood like a primordial cosmic deity. Begin. With his calm command, energy waves of a special frequency spread outward faster than light. The United States, in ruins. Robert hid in the air raid shelter, his face ashen as he watched the retreating troops on the screen. Governor! The East Coast defenses have collapsed, his secretary screamed as she burst in. Those monsters, they absorb energy. Suddenly, all screens flickered with static before revealing the same image. Against a backdrop of boundless stars, a figure clad in black robes stood suspended in the void. A golden left eye like the sun, a silver right eye like the moon, long hair billowing in the cosmic wind. Inhabitants of Earth. The voice resonated directly within each person's mind through some technology, understandable regardless of language. I am the divine dragon of China. Global silence fell. Behind the giant beast crisis lies an alien civilization known as the Central Brain. In 3 months, its main body will descend upon Earth. The scene shifted, revealing the breathtaking battle within the Antarctic ice caverns. To confront this crisis, I shall publicly release the cultivation technique Xian Yuanju to all humanity. In 3 days, nations willing to cultivate this technique may send representatives to China. At that time, I shall formally announce it. The news sent the world into an uproar. 3 days later. Human Alliance headquarters, Dome Conference Hall. Sunlight streamed through the specially designed glass dome, casting a brilliant beam of light at the center of the circular conference hall. Lin Xiao stood within the beam, his azure gold dragon scales refracting a dazzling halo. Below the stage, representatives from over 100 nations sat in rapt silence, awaiting the words of this guardian deity of China. I have gathered you all today for a decision that concerns the very survival of our species. Lin Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with clarity. With a gentle lift of his dragon claw, an ancient jade tablet rose into the air, spinning slowly within the beam of light. This is the foundational version of the Xian Yuan Ju. After undergoing secondary refinement, it is now being made available to all of humanity. The hall erupted in commotion. Delegates from every nation leaned forward in unison, their eyes blazing with eager anticipation. Especially the representatives from smaller nations. Unlike the major powers, they lack the resources to negotiate with China for martial arts techniques. Hearing this news now felt like hearing heavenly music. However, Lin Xiao's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, instantly silencing the hall. This cultivation technique comes with one restriction. The jade slip suddenly burst into blinding golden light, projecting dense scriptures into the air. Only those whose hearts are devoted to the survival of the human race and who possess great righteousness can cultivate it successfully. But those harboring selfish desires or secret schemes. As the dragon claw clenched, the golden light on the jade slip abruptly turned blood red. At best, their meridians will reverse, at worst, they will succumb to demonic possession. The hall fell deathly silent. Ivanov, the representative from Bear Country, abruptly rose to his feet. The resolute gleam in the eyes of this towering man, standing over 2 meters tall, declared, "Lord Dragon, I volunteer to be the first to try." Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. His claw flickered, and a beam of golden light entered Ivanov's forehead. The giant trembled violently, then immediately sat cross-legged. He began circulating his energy according to the cultivation technique that appeared in his mind. In less than 3 minutes. A pale golden vortex formed above Ivanov's head, faintly revealing tiny specks of light merging into his body. He's channeling energy into his body. He succeeded. The Gallic representative exclaimed in astonishment. Ivanov opened his eyes, staring at his hands in disbelief. I can feel it. That energy. Lin Xiao nodded. Congratulations. You've officially entered the hidden origin realm. The venue erupted in cheers. Everyone began picking up the cultivation manuals, starting their own practice. Yet among the crowd, one young man looked panicked. After hesitating, he finally picked up a cultivation manual. The moment he circulated his first cycle. Put. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. What's happening, my chest, ah! Screaming in agony, he curled up on the ground, convulsing violently. The surrounding representatives recoiled in terror. Lin Xiao's dragon tail gently swayed, a soft force lifting him up. Backlash from your cultivation technique. It seems your heart holds not the righteousness of the human race, but something else entirely. The hall erupted in an uproar. Representatives from all nations instantly regarded the man with suspicion. Before he could protest, the dragon scale guards burst in and dragged him away. This minor incident only served to further validate the reliability of the cultivation technique. Ladies and gentlemen. Lin Xiao's voice once again captured everyone's attention. 10 days hence, the central core shall descend. At that time, the human race will need every warrior who holds justice in their heart. The cultivation technique has been uploaded to the Human Alliance's official website, available in 36 languages. From this moment on, the dragon's form soared into the air, its azure gold radiance illuminating the entire dome. The destiny of humanity shall be written by all mankind together. Chapter 130, Establishing the Kunlun Dao Palace and Launching International Advanced Training Programs. Before the words faded, the jade tablet dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing into the air. Simultaneously, all connected devices worldwide received a notification. The Humanity Cultivation Manual Xian Yuanju Basic Edition has been released. A direct link to the Human Alliance official website is provided. Within 3 hours of the announcement, the global internet crashed completely 3 times. Hashtags like hashtag human cultivation techniques, hashtag heart with humanity, and hashtag divine dragon blessing surpassed 5 billion total views. Deep within the Mariana Trench, the black-robed leader stood before a shattered altar, his pitch-black eyes blazing with fury. Master Core. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. That Chinese divine dragon, he has revealed cultivation techniques, our puppets are slipping from our control. A bone-chilling hum emanated from the spatial fissure, like the simultaneous flapping of a million insect wings. The black-robed leader trembled violently. Yes, I understand. In 10 days, I will ensure your smooth arrival. He turned to the remnants of his colossal beast army, his voice suddenly turning cold. Destroy the Human Alliance headquarters at any cost. We cannot allow those ants to grow stronger.
3 days had passed since the Xian Yuanju was released globally. During these 3 days, Earth seemed to have been pressed on to fast forward. The trajectory of civilization had veered off course, abruptly leaping from technological ascent into a new era where individual might intertwined with collective will. And at the undisputed center of this world stood China. The Kunlun Mountains, once the primary training base of the Dragon Scale Guard, have now expanded tenfold. It has been formally renamed the cradle of human civilization's spark, the Kunlun Dao Palace. Today marks the commencement of the Dao Palace's inaugural International Advanced Training Program. The dawn light began to break, the rosy glow gilding the edges of the snow-capped mountains stretching into the distance. The vast training grounds were already bustling with activity. Nearly 10,000 international students from over 200 countries and regions worldwide stand in formation, wearing combat uniforms modified from their national styles. Each uniform bears distinctive ethnic elements yet is uniformly embroidered with the Chinese dragon emblem. Their skin tones varied, their hair colors differed, yet their eyes shone with the same light. A thirst for power, a hope for survival, and a profound reverence and curiosity for this land. A peculiar energy fluctuation permeated the air, the unconscious aura emitted by tens of thousands of cultivators at the hidden origin realm, and even a few at the insight realm. Intertwining with Kunlun Mountain's own potent earth dragon energy, it formed an atmosphere both exhilarating and awe-inspiring. Silence. A clear yet commanding female voice echoed through the amplification array, instantly silencing all commotion. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Upon the main reviewing platform, a graceful figure stood alone. Su Qingran wore the moon-white Dragon Scale Guard's standard robe, her sleeves billowing gracefully as she stood tall and poised. She did not deliberately project an aura of authority, yet the delicate, crystalline dragon horns on her forehead emitted a faint, shimmering glow. A subtle, ice-blue spiritual energy swirled around her like threads of mist. Her gaze was cool and clear as it swept over the dense crowd below. I am Su Qingran, chief instructor of the Kunlun Dao Palace International Branch. Her voice, amplified by magic, reached every ear with unquestionable authority. By order of the Divine Dragon and the Supreme Command of Huaxia, I shall oversee your cultivation training for the coming month. A wave of suppressed gasps and whispers instantly rippled through the crowd below. She's Su Qingran? The spokesperson for Lord Shenlong? So young, but her aura is overwhelming. I felt like my blood froze when she glanced at me. Rumor has it she received the Divine Dragon's true teaching. She's among the strongest few besides the Divine Dragon himself. Su Qingran remained utterly oblivious to the reactions below, continuing in her uniquely cold and clear tone. Within the Dao Palace, regardless of your status or origins outside these walls, you hold but one identity here, seekers of the Dao, and future warriors who will protect the human race. There are only 3 rules here. First, absolute obedience. Second, diligent cultivation. Third, no infighting among fellow disciples. Violators will face expulsion with their cultivation stripped for minor offenses. For major offenses, they will be executed without mercy. Though her voice was not raised for the final 4 words, they carried a biting chill. Every listener shuddered involuntarily, and the training ground fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Now, distribute the cultivation resources. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, the Dragon Scale Guards behind her, already poised and ready, sprang into action. They pushed carts adorned with intricate runes, each bearing a jade box that emitted a soft glow. Each box contained 3 flawlessly arranged spirit-gathering pills, a small vial of body-tempering elixir, and a jade slip inscribed with detailed annotations of the first 3 tiers of the Xian Yuan secret art along with foundational combat techniques. For cultivators native to Huaxia, these resources might be considered standard equipment. But for these trainees hailing from resource-deprived regions, who had previously relied solely on self-discovery, they were nothing short of a godsend. Especially the annotations within the jade slip, they cut straight to the heart of cultivation, potentially saving them months of grueling effort and even averting the risk of spiritual backlash. As the resources were distributed, many trainees' hands trembled. A burly man from the African continent clutched the bottle of body-tempering liquid tightly, his fierce eyes glistening with tears. His homeland had been ravaged by colossal beasts, and he was the hope his tribe had sent forth, sacrificing everything they possessed. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed European knight solemnly pressed the jade slip to her forehead. Feeling the vast information within, her face lit up with profound reverence and excitement. An indigenous warrior from the South American rainforest cautiously sniffed the spirit-gathering pill with curiosity. Instantly, the faint spiritual energy within him stirred, and his face broke into an expression of disbelief and delight. In that moment, they truly grasped how profoundly correct their decision had been to join the alliance led by Huaxia. The sheer power and generosity stemming from a civilization of overwhelming superiority left them awestruck, transforming their emotions into a complex blend of gratitude, reverence, and a hint of inexpressible submission. General Zhao Weigua stood behind the reviewing stand, observing the scene. He murmured to Wang Meng beside him. "See? This is an open strategy. We've used our resources and strength to openly and honorably win the hearts and fortunes of the entire world." Wang Meng wrapped his thick arms around him and chuckled. "Lord Shenlong is truly formidable. Those young upstarts used to be so arrogant, but now,
They'll have to dance to our tune from now on. That said, these rookies are seriously lacking in fundamentals. They'll need brutal training. Zhao Weigui nodded, his gaze deepening. Training is one thing, but tempering their wills is more crucial. We must subtly instill our ideology in them that China reigns supreme. That is the lasting solution. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Chapter 131, Humanity's Shining Moment. Unity in the Face of Crisis. An indescribable, overwhelming pressure swept over the entire Kunlun Dao Palace like a tidal wave. Everyone, including masters like Su Qingran and Zhao Weigui, felt a heavy weight in their hearts, as if being watched by some supreme being. The trainees' breath caught in their throats, and those with weaker cultivation nearly collapsed to their knees. They looked up in terror. Above the heavens, clouds parted like a curtain, revealing a vast expanse. A figure remained partially concealed, revealing only a pair of enormous pupils, vague shadows seemingly forged from the sun, moon, and stars gazing down indifferently through the cleft in the clouds. The left pupil glowed golden, burning with the true fire of the sun. The right pupil was silver-white, flowing with the pure radiance of the moon. Even this fleeting glimpse of the eyes held a majesty akin to the way of heaven, a cold, powerful will. It's the divine dragon. Someone cried out, their voice brimming with excitement and fervor. In the next instant, tens of thousands within the entire Kunlun Dao Palace, whether members of the Huaxia Dragon Scale Guard or trainees from various nations, instinctively bowed deeply from the heart. We pay homage to the divine dragon. The thunderous chorus reverberated through the mountains, echoing for an eternity. Those eyes showed no emotion, merely sweeping indifferently across the crowd, as if reviewing his subjects and warriors. Moments later, the clouds closed in, the oppressive aura dissipated, and the sky cleared once more. It seemed as though nothing had ever happened. Yet within the hearts of everyone on the training grounds, a tidal wave of awe had surged. For the international trainees, this was their first time experiencing the divine dragon's might so directly. It was a power beyond imagination, a divine and majestic force. Any lingering doubts or hidden agendas were utterly crushed by that single glance, leaving only boundless reverence and submission. Su Qingran withdrew his gaze from the sky and took a deep breath. Turning to the trainees below the platform, who now radiated heightened reverence bordering on fervor, his cool voice rang out once more. The divine dragon is watching. Now, all of you, the first cultivation exercise, drawing chi into the body, begin. Let me see who among you is worthless, and who is worthy of this opportunity. As her words fell, over 10,000 trainees immediately crossed their legs and sat down, eager to attempt circulating the Xian Yuan secret technique. In the next instant, the entire Kunlun Dao Palace was enveloped in a thick mist of spiritual energy. A grand and sweeping new era quietly commenced upon this training ground. And China now stood at the forefront of this new era, firmly seated as Earth's leader. It received tributes from nations across the globe, guiding humanity's great vessel toward an unknown future. The night was as dark as ink, the Milky Way hanging low, seemingly within reach. Lin Xiao stood poised against the wind, his dark robe fluttering softly in the night breeze, accentuating his towering stature. Su Qingran stood 3 paces away, teacup in hand, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward Lin Xiao's profile. Moonlight bathed his sharply defined features, his left eye radiating a molten gold glow while his right eye held a silver moonlight chill. Such features transcended ordinary notions of handsomeness, approaching the compassionate yet majestic aura of a divine statue. Lord Shenlong, your tea, Su Qingran murmured softly, her ears tingling slightly. Lin Xiao turned to take the teacup, their fingertips brushing unintentionally. Su Qingran jerked her hand back as if struck by an electric current. Why so nervous? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his golden pupils. Am I going to eat you or something? And no. Su Qingran hurriedly lowered her gaze, staring at her shoe tips. It's just. I'm not used to seeing you like this yet. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, sipping his tea. Tell me about the progress of the trainees from each country. At the mention of business, Su Qingran snapped back into focus. The polar bear special forces from Bear Nation are progressing the fastest, with 37 members already breaking through to the Xuanji realm. The Foreign Legion from Gaul is next, though a few trainees attempted to tamper with the cultivation techniques and have been repatriated. What about the United States? Their genetic warriors exhibit the strongest rejection reactions to the cultivation techniques. Su Qingran smiled wryly. Rumor has it their early genetic modifications were too crude, causing their meridians to solidify prematurely. Lin Xiao nodded, unsurprised by this outcome. He gazed toward the Kunlun Dao Palace base below. Even from dozens of miles away, he could sense the surging vital energy rising skyward. Over 10,000 elite practitioners from various nations trained through the night. Spiritual energy coalesced into visible vortexes, resembling immense nebulae in the night sky. Look, Su Qingran suddenly pointed eastward. The horizon glowed with the first hint of dawn, the first rays of sunlight piercing the darkness. Remarkably, the sunlight seemed drawn by the spiritual energy vortex, refracting into a rainbow of colors that bathed the entire Kunlun mountain range in a dreamlike halo. The dawnlight reflecting off spiritual energy, a rare sight indeed, Lin Xiao remarked indifferently. Su Qingran, however, stared blankly at his profile, murmuring softly, but your eyes are more beautiful. Lin Xiao turned his head. Nothing. Su Qingran hastily pointed elsewhere. I meant those clouds over there look like a dragon. Lin Xiao chuckled, choosing not to press the matter. He raised his hand and tapped lightly in the air. Stellar energy gathered naturally, coalescing into a three-dimensional star map. This is... Su Qingran's attention was instantly captured. Within the map, thousands of red dots spread like a plague, each representing a civilization obliterated by the overmind. Earth's blue dot appeared minuscule and nearly invisible within the map, already half surrounded by the encroaching red dots. The Sirius civilization every member was a psionic. Lin Xiao pointed to a purple planet just swallowed by the red dots. Their individual strength far surpassed modern humans, yet they perished within 72 hours due to internal strife. The star map zoomed in, revealing a green planet engulfed by red dots. Alpha Centauri 3. Their technology was 300 years ahead of Earth's. They attempted to resist the overmind with mechanical ascension, only to be annihilated within 9 days. Su Qingran's face grew pale. Then what about us? We possess something those civilizations never had. Lin Xiao stowed the star chart, his double pupils glowing with profound insight. In the face of utter despair, humanity often unleashes an unimaginable cohesion. He gazed toward Kunlun Dao Palace, where the synchronized cries of cultivation echoed from trainees of all nations. Different languages, yet the same resolve. So this is why you've been promoting global cultivation. Su Qingran's eyes widened in realization. It's not merely about boosting combat strength, it's about teaching humanity to unite when facing a common enemy. Lin Xiao nodded, his dark sleeves fluttering in the morning breeze. This calamity doesn't belong to any single nation, it's a battle for the survival of our entire civilization, indeed the entire planet. His tone shifted abruptly. Any new giant beast lairs discovered recently? Su Qingran's expression grew solemn as he shook his head. They're hiding deeper and deeper. The reconnaissance units have combed every known coordinate. We've even sent out Yamada no Orochi 3 times, yet still nothing. As expected, Lin Xiao remained unperturbed. After suffering so many losses, the Central Core would naturally adjust its tactics. Then what do we do? Su Qingran grew anxious. Your evolution requires vast quantities of crystal cores, and our reserves are already running low. Lin Xiao was well aware that the current stockpile was practically depleted. His path to evolution was far from reaching its peak. Lin Xiao sensed that although his current evolution had reached its complete form, it was still only an intermediate stage in the Divine Dragon's evolution, with higher levels yet to come. But this matter couldn't be rushed now. Chapter 132, Farewell, Alice. Lin Xiao smiled and said. The advantage is ours now, they're the ones in a hurry. Those cloaked figures, hiding in the shadows, have suffered repeated setbacks. They won't be content to stay dormant forever. Sooner or later, they'll lose patience and strike again. That will be our chance. Su Qingran listened intently, nodding firmly. Yes. We will defend every key point until they walk right into our trap. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, then seemed to recall something and changed the subject. Any progress on Alice's research? A hint of resignation flashed across Su Qingran's pretty face as she shook her head gently. My father and director Su Wenbai have been practically glued to the lab, deploying every cutting-edge analytical spirit array and artifact at our disposal. But progress has been minimal. The code structure from the central brain is incredibly bizarre and complex, filled with unseen rune sequences and energy circuits. Its core encryption method seems fundamentally different from any known principles. So far, there hasn't been a major breakthrough. This outcome did not surprise Lin Xiao. A faint golden gleam flickered in his eyes. After all, it originates from the central core. How could it be so easily deciphered by us? If it were cracked too readily, that would be the strange part. He paused briefly before saying, let's go take a look. Yes. Su Qingran responded immediately, quickening her pace to keep up with Lin Xiao. Their figures moved one after the other, heading toward the most heavily guarded, top-secret research zone deep within the base. 15 levels below ground at Shenlong Base, the alloy doors slid open silently. Lin Xiao stepped inside, Su Qingran close behind. Same as always, Lin Xiao remarked, his silver and gold eyes scanning the laboratory's full view, his voice calm and unruffled. This space resembled less a laboratory and more a high-tech prison. Within the 50-meter diameter hemispherical space, walls constructed from a special alloy were engraved with constantly shifting pale golden runes. This was the spatial confinement array personally laid by Lin Xiao. At the laboratory's center, a transparent cube floated mid-air, imprisoning a silver-haired girl formed from liquid metal within. Dozens of energy conduits connected to the cube's sides, their other ends plugged into various precision instruments. Over a dozen researchers bustled around the control console, each bearing deep dark circles beneath their eyes. Dad? Su Qingran called softly to Su Wenbai, who stood before the main control console. The usually meticulous professor looked somewhat disheveled at that moment. His white lab coat hung crumpled over his shoulders, hair disheveled like a bird's nest, glasses askew on his nose, and a half-eaten energy bar clutched in his hand. Lord Shenlong. Qingran. Su Wenbai snapped back to attention, hastily adjusting his appearance. What brings you here? How's the progress?
Lin Xiao asked directly, his gaze fixed on Alice inside the cube. The silver-haired girl seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly opened her eyes. A smile perfectly eerie spread across her liquid metal face. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Lord Shenlong? Her voice crackled through the speaker, tinged with electrical static. Here to inspect your little lab rats again? Su Wenbai gave a wry smile. As you can see, not going smoothly. He summoned a holographic projection, dense streams of data cascading like a waterfall. We've tried every known decryption method, even deployed quantum computing modules, but the mainframe's encryption is completely beyond our comprehension. The projection zoomed in, revealing a segment of code that continuously self-destructed and reassembled. Look here, Su Wenbai pointed to a segment of crimson code. Every time we're close to cracking it, it triggers a self-destruct sequence and generates an entirely new encryption system. It's almost like it has a life of its own. Su Qingran murmured. Exactly. Su Wenbai suddenly grew animated. This code seems to possess its own consciousness. It's evolving. As if to prove his point, Alice suddenly began humming a tune. It was an ancient English lullaby, but the lyrics had been twisted beyond recognition. Sleep, sleep my dearest foe. Mother's tentacles will entwine you. In the eternal void. Her voice shifted between the innocence of a young girl and the hoarseness of an old crone, sending chills down the spine. It's starting again, a young researcher cried, covering his ears in despair. She's been singing like this for 3 days. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, his golden left eye suddenly glowing. Silence. An invisible dragon's aura swept through the room, instantly silencing all noise within the laboratory. Alice's singing abruptly halted, as if her throat had been clamped shut. Continue, Lin Xiao signaled to Su Wenbai. We've analyzed her composition. The professor switched projections, revealing Alice's molecular structure diagram. Liquid metal base, but embedded with a biological neural network. The strangest part is here. The image zoomed in, revealing certain molecules forming bizarre double helix structures that matched none of Earth's known lifeforms. These structures allow her to freely transition between solid, liquid, and even plasma states. But they've also caused severe personality fragmentation. The projection switched to a brainwave monitor, dozens of multicolored waveforms pulsing wildly. At least 12 distinct personalities detected so far: child, teenager, elderly woman, warrior, even a fragment of memory resembling Dr. Morris. Su Qingran sucked in a sharp breath. So everything she said earlier might have been performances by different personalities? It seems likely, Su Wenbai replied, rubbing his temples wearily. We have no way to determine which statements are genuine and which are fabricated. Lin Xiao stared intently at the restless mass of Alice within the transparent cube, a rare gravity flickering in his eyes. He recalled that when he left last time, Alice had been trapped here, but her consciousness was still relatively clear. She had even negotiated with him calmly, requesting that he find her a genuine human body once everything was over. Back then, though her eyes held the coldness of organic matter, they also contained the stubbornness of an individual. Now, she seemed like a prison torn apart by conflicting consciousnesses, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ever since the mainframe's consciousness forcibly invaded her last time and failed to directly control the base systems through her, her core programs have suffered severe rejection reactions and logical conflicts. Su Wenbai's voice carried weariness and resignation. It's like different souls crammed into the same vessel, fighting each other, tearing each other apart. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He noted this cause and effect. Had it not been for the coordinates provided by Alice, he might not have located and reinforced the Antarctic node in time, buying humanity these precious 3 months. Both in reason and in compassion, he could not stand by and watch her descend into utter chaos and disintegration. I'll try. Lin Xiao's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable strength. Upon hearing this, the researchers in the lab immediately retreated in an orderly yet tense fashion, clearing space around him. Their eyes held a mix of reverence and anticipation. Su Qingran instinctively took a step forward, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Lord Shenlong, her state is extremely unstable. Might forcibly intervening. Lin Xiao raised his hand, signaling her to stop speaking. It's fine. He walked slowly toward the transparent cube at the laboratory center. With each step, his aura grew more subdued, yet the space around him rippled faintly, like water. His dark cloak moved without wind, its surface shimmering with faint, swirling starlight patterns. Within the cube, Alice seemed to sense the immense threat. Her liquid metal body convulsed violently, shifting and deforming. At times it coalesced into the form of a monstrous beast, at others it dispersed into a sharp metallic storm, violently colliding with the confining barrier, emitting teeth-grinding friction and the hum of energy. A dozen twisted faces alternated across her surface, emitting shrieks mingled with terror, rage, and pleading. Lin Xiao came to a halt before the cube and slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 133, To the Moon. His palm was long and slender, with clearly defined knuckles. At this moment, a point of extreme, faint light swirled around his fingertips. The glow was not scorching, instead, it carried a cool, ancient, all-encompassing aura. Rather than forcibly breaking the seal, he gently pressed his palm, still shrouded in that faint glow, against the cold outer surface of the cube. Instantly, a soft, pale golden halo spread out like mercury spilling across the ground, radiating from his palm and swiftly enveloping the entire surface of the cube. The frantically flickering alarm runes on the wall, upon contact with this golden light, immediately calmed and stabilized. Quiet. Lin Xiao's lips parted slightly, uttering a single, archaic syllable. It was not a language of Earth, yet it contained a strange, law-like power that acted directly upon the soul. Inside the cube, Alice's violent movements abruptly halted. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, the light in his silver and gold pupils temporarily fading. Yet his consciousness, through the contact of his palm, transformed into countless golden threads finer than hair. Gentle yet resolute, they probed into the cube, permeating the chaotic mass of liquid metal. In his perception, Alice's core was no longer a unified entity. Instead, it had transformed into a surging, dark ocean composed of data and fragmented consciousness. Countless memory fragments drifted like lonely boats in a storm, colliding and tearing at each other. There were fragments of Dr. Morris's mad obsession, shards of the Overmind's cold, colossal will, the confusion from her very birth, and the yearning for true life. And false memories and commands, forcibly twisted and imprinted by various forces. This chaotic torrent of energy and information relentlessly shattered her core logic, eroding her already fragile sense of self. Lin Xiao's dragon soul consciousness stood like a pillar of stability, anchored firmly at the eye of this storm. He carefully avoided the most aggressive fragments of the mainframe, precisely capturing that faint, original spark of Alice's consciousness, her yearning for life. His power gently enveloped that fragile thread of consciousness, like protecting a flickering candle in the wind. Pure dragon soul essence slowly infused, acting like a lubricant and restorative agent, beginning to untangle the chaotic data streams and temporarily segregate conflicting commands. This was an exquisitely delicate operation, demanding mastery of power at its absolute zenith. The slightest misstep could not only damage Alice's fragile core consciousness but potentially trigger an even more violent backlash from the mainframe fragments. Time ticked by, second by second. The laboratory fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, watching Lin Xiao stand as still as a statue, his palm pressed against the cube emitting a steady, warm glow. Inside the cube, Alice's form ceased its frantic distortion and gradually settled into stillness. The distorted faces on its surface blurred and faded away. Finally, they slowly coalesced back into the form of the silver-haired girl. She curled up, suspended in the center of the cube. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her long silver lashes trembling slightly. The eerie, multiple expressions had vanished from her face, replaced by an almost serene expression. After a long while, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The light within his pupils appeared slightly dimmed, clearly indicating significant exhaustion. He withdrew his palm, and the golden aura on the cube gradually faded away. She's temporarily stabilized. I've reorganized the most violent segments of her core data and reinforced her primary consciousness barrier. But the fundamental conflict remains unresolved. This merely buys us some time. Su Wenbai immediately stepped forward to examine the monitoring data, his face lighting up with a mix of surprise and delight. A miracle! Brainwave activity stabilized by 70%. Most logical conflict alerts deactivated. Lord Shunlong, you. Lin Xiao waved his hand, cutting him off, his gaze still fixed on the curled-up Alice. She can hear us. Alice. He spoke, his calm voice penetrating directly into her deepest consciousness. Remember this feeling. Remember who you are. Hold on to this clarity, it is the key to your future existence. Within the cube, the silver-haired girl's eyelashes fluttered violently several times. A single silver tear slowly slid from the corner of her eye, only to silently merge back into her body before reaching the bottom of the container. Her eyes remained closed, yet an extremely faint voice emerged through the speaker. No longer distorted by static or altered by voice modulation, it was simply the weary, grateful whisper of a girl. Thank you. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod and turned to Su Wenbai. While her state is stable, intensify the analysis. Focus on how the mainframe fragments interact with her core code. This may be the key breakthrough to understanding the mainframe's operational model. Yes. Understood. Su Wenbai responded with excitement, immediately leading his team back to work. Each face radiated renewed vigor. Lin Xiao glanced once more at Alice, who had temporarily regained her composure, before turning to Su Qingran. Let's go. Su Qingran gazed at Lin Xiao, her clear eyes filled with admiration and a hint of indescribable heartache. She quickened her pace to catch up, asking softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just expended some energy." Lin Xiao's tone was calm, as if he had merely done something insignificant. His dark silhouette stood tall under the lab's cold lights, appearing even more imposing and more reassuring. Su Qingran asked, "Where are we going now?" Lin Xiao looked up and said, "To the moon." He recalled Alice's words, the arrival of the central computer would begin at the moon and proceed to the South Pole. With Antarctica now dealt with, he decided to head to the moon and see for himself. Su Qingran paused slightly, instinctively looking up. "The moon," she murmured softly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes before giving way to understanding. "Are you seeking confirmation of the information Alice provided earlier? The first stop of the central computer's descent?" "Yes." Lin Xiao nodded.
The Antarctic node has been reinforced, and the immediate threat is contained. But what lies on the moon remains uncertain. Only seeing it with my own eyes will bring peace of mind. The central computer is cunning, skilled in feints and diversions. With the setback at the South Pole, we cannot guarantee the moon won't face unexpected challenges. I'll accompany you. Su Qingran blurted out, her tone unwavering. My Shenbing Jinjue has reached the 3rd tier. I can briefly shield myself with spiritual energy and adapt to the void environment. I won't slow you down. Lin Xiao turned to look at her. Under his gaze, Su Qingran's heartbeat stubbornly quickened, yet she straightened her spine, meeting his scrutiny. After a moment, the corners of Lin Xiao's lips seemed to lift in an almost imperceptible smile. Follow me. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the laboratory exit. Su Qingran's heart leapt with joy, and she hurried to keep pace. Instead of heading to any spacecraft launchpad, they went straight to the highest point of Shenlong Base, the observatory. Lin Xiao stepped to the edge of the platform, hands behind his back, gazing up at the seemingly serene moon. Su Qingran stood quietly half a step behind him. Hold on to me, Lin Xiao instructed without turning back, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. Su Qingran paused slightly, then felt her cheeks grow warm. She cautiously reached out and gently grasped the corner of Lin Xiao's dark-colored sleeve. The fabric felt cool and silky to the touch, yet beneath it, she sensed a colossal power, like a dormant dragon lying in wait. Lin Xiao seemed to chuckle softly, saying nothing more. He raised his right hand, fingers drawn like a sword, and drew a swift arc through the air before him. Rip! A faint sound, like fabric being torn. The space before them was forcibly cleaved open by a dark fissure, created by the concentrated stellar energy distilled to its absolute limit at the tip of his finger. Chapter 134, Joy Turns to Sorrow. The edges of the fissure flickered with unstable silver-white sparks, while its depths plunged into bottomless void, radiating heart-stopping spatial fluctuations. This was tearing open the void with bare hands? Su Qingran was utterly stunned. She knew Lord Shenlong was powerful, but witnessing such near-cosmic feats of creation and destruction firsthand still felt beyond belief. Let's go. Lin Xiao seized her wrist with his free hand. His palm was dry and warm, radiating a reassuring strength. In a single step, they plunged into the spatial fissure. Su Qingran felt a flash before her eyes. A powerful sensation of weightlessness and spatial distortion washed over her instantly. Surrounding her were bizarre, rapidly receding streaks of color, as if she had fallen into a tunnel woven from flowing light. But in the blink of an eye, all discomfort vanished abruptly. Solid ground met his feet, and the world fell into absolute, deafening silence. Su Qingran stared intently, his breath catching in his throat. Before her eyes lay an utterly desolate, grayish-white land dotted with craters and impact pits. In the distance, a beautiful planet of intertwined blue and green hues, wrapped in wisps of white clouds, hung quietly against the pitch-black sky, radiating a soft, vibrant glow. Earth. And she now stood upon the surface of the moon. The cold, airless vacuum instantly enveloped her, cosmic rays and frigid temperatures penetrating every pore. But the icy blue glow on her body flared slightly, effortlessly sealing out the harshness. Lin Xiao released her wrist. His dark robes fluttered slightly in the weightless environment, yet he moved as if walking on solid ground. Surveying this desolate land rarely trodden by humans, the light danced within his golden and silver eyes, as if sensing something. Here. Su Qingran spoke softly, her voice transmitted directly into Lin Xiao's ears through psychic vibrations. It's so quiet, like, there's nothing here. Lin Xiao didn't respond immediately. He crouched down, his slender fingers brushing the lunar soil. His fingertips gathered a pinch of fine, grayish-white dust, letting it drift slowly through the vacuum. His pupils contracted slightly. At a level imperceptible to ordinary cultivators, even Su Qingran, he detected it. A trace of extremely faint, nearly buried by time and cosmic dust, residual anomalous energy. It was not the savage fury of a colossal beast, nor the icy chill of the cloaked figure, nor the fluctuations of human or any known life form. It was something far more ancient, far more obscure, far more akin to the primordial laws of the cosmos itself, yet permeated by an aura of absolute coldness and order. As if an exquisitely precise instrument had once lingered here briefly, leaving behind an almost imperceptible trace of its operation. Had he not fused the dragon's soul with the Great Void Sutra, attaining a transcendent mastery of energy perception, he would have been utterly blind to it. It truly was here. Lin Xiao rose to his feet, his voice transmitted through spiritual energy, calm and unruffled, yet causing Su Qingran's heart to tighten. The central core? Su Qingran immediately scanned her surroundings with heightened alertness, a tiny ice crystal sword instantly coalescing in her palm. Not the main entity. More like a coordinate beacon or an observation point. Lin Xiao pointed toward the shadow of a massive crater nearby. The traces left there are the most obvious. Let's go take a look. He strode toward the crater, his footsteps leaving no trace on the lunar surface, as if gliding like a ghost. Su Qingran followed closely behind, carefully spreading her divine sense outward, sensing every faint energy fluctuation around them. The moment they entered the shadow of the crater, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over them. The darkness here was thicker, as if even the sunlight reflected from Earth had been swallowed up a little.
Lin Xiao halted at the shadow center and crouched once more. This time, he extended his palm and gently pressed it against the lunar soil. Faint golden ripples radiated outward from his palm like water waves, permeating deep into the lunar soil. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. Not just one, he murmured. There are several such points on the far side of the moon. The residual energy is identical in nature, like footprints left by the same entity at different points in time. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping sharply across the desolate landscape. It's observing. Using the moon as a springboard, it's been patiently, persistently watching Earth. The South Pole might just be one of the entry points it chose, not the only one. This conclusion sent a chill through Su Qingran, colder than the lunar vacuum. Then why? Testing. Or interference. A golden gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. It draws our attention to Antarctica, while its true killing blow may lie elsewhere. He lifted his gaze once more toward the beautiful blue planet, his eyes seeming to pierce through the 380,000 kilometers of distance, settling upon its mountains, lakes, seas, cities, and humanity. Let's go. Lin Xiao turned. The traces are too old, we won't find more clues. But at least we've confirmed one thing. His voice turned cold, its tentacles have already reached our doorstep. Su Qingran nodded solemnly. Lin Xiao once again sliced open a spatial rift, stepping through with Su Qingran in tow. Before departing, Su Qingran cast one final glance back at the lifeless shadow of the crater. Nothing seemed to have changed there. But she knew something had shifted. The shadow of war loomed far closer than they had imagined and far more pervasive. The next moment, the spatial rift closed. The moon returned to its billion-year silence, as if no one had ever visited. Only the faint, imperceptible remnants of energy lingered, silently bearing witness to the cold presence that had watched. Shortly after Lin Xiao and Su Qingran departed. On the moon's dark side, deep within a lifeless crater, two shadowy figures slowly materialized like ink droplets in water, gradually coalescing into humanoid forms cloaked in wide, dark robes. Their robes fluttered eerily in the vacuum, their surfaces rippling with dark patterns that absorbed light. That was close. The shorter cloaked figure stroked his chest, still trembling with lingering fear, his tentacle-like fingertips quivering slightly. We were almost discovered. The taller cloaked figure emitted a metallic, grating laugh, its pallid face flickering in and out of shadow. What did I tell you? The most dangerous place is the safest place. He pointed triumphantly at the ground beneath them. The base's phase shift cloaking device was personally designed by the Overmind. Not even that dragon could see through it, not even if their ancient chi cultivators were resurrected. Black-robed figure 12 scanned the surroundings cautiously, his tentacles curling uneasily. We mustn't be careless. This Huaxia divine dragon is nothing like the records describe. His perception abilities. That's because you don't understand Chinese culture. Number 7 cut him off, his tone tinged with smugness. They have a saying, darkest under the lamp. Since he's already investigated the moon, he won't return anytime soon. He gave his cloak a sharp shake, revealing the control crystal embedded in his chest. That's what you call psychological tactics. Tentacle 12 relaxed slightly, emitting waves of admiration. It seems you've studied Chinese culture quite deeply. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Number 7 declared proudly, I've studied their 3,000 years of military strategy. This dragon may be powerful, but its thought patterns still can't escape the framework of the Chinese. The two shared a hearty laugh, their metallic laughter and the quivering of tentacles creating an eerie duet in the vacuum. Just as their laughter reached its peak of triumph, the pitch-black canopy overhead suddenly ripped apart. Chapter 135, The True Identity of the Black-Robed Figure. They too were. A spatial fissure silently unfurled, its edges flickering with dual-colored runes of law. A figure clad in dark robes stepped out slowly, a playful gleam dancing in the twin pupils of his sun-moon eyes. Is it a bit too early to be so pleased with yourselves? The gentle voice resonated directly within their deepest consciousness, yet carried a chill that froze the soul. The laughter of the two black-robed figures abruptly ceased. The control crystal embedded in Unit 7's chest instantly overloaded and exploded, sparks of electricity flying everywhere. All of Unit 12's tentacles stiffened, frozen rigid like snakes caught in ice. Impossible. Unit 7 screamed hysterically. The phase cloaking should still be. Lin Xiao raised his hand lightly, twirling a nearly invisible thread of energy between his fingertips. A very intricate device, but unfortunately. He blew gently, sending the energy thread drifting toward Unit 7's chest. The operator wasn't careful enough. They left a 0.3-second energy overflow. Number 7 snapped his head down, discovering that familiar energy fluctuation now coiled around his shattered crystal. It was the very energy he had inadvertently leaked when activating the cloak moments ago. So, Lin Xiao descended, each step sending ripples across the lunar surface. You exposed yourself. Unit 12 suddenly screamed, activate self-destruct. Quick! But it was already too late. Lin Xiao's golden left eye flickered. Time and space around the two cloaked figures instantly froze, as if they were insects sealed in amber. Within my domain, life and death are not yours to decide.
He descended slowly onto the lunar surface.
His black robes remained perfectly still in the vacuum, only his long hair drifting gently as if alive. Number 7's eyes darted frantically, attempting to activate the backup plan, only to discover even his thoughts had frozen.
Don't waste your effort. Lin Xiao stepped before him, lightly touching his forehead with a fingertip. Tell me, does the mainframe have any other plans? Don't even think about it. 7 ground out between clenched teeth.
You've got some backbone, Lin Xiao nodded.
Then we'll try a different approach.
The silver iris in his right eye suddenly flared, bathing Unit 7's head in a moonlit, icy glow.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed soundlessly through the vacuum.
Dark purple liquid seeped from beneath Unit 7's black robe, the blood of their species. I'll talk, he finally broke.
The central core plans to use the moon as an amplifier during a solar wind eruption, to bombard Earth's magnetic field.
Lin Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. Continue.
The exact coordinates are at the Sea of Tranquility base.
Unit 7 struggled to spit out a string of numbers. 3 days from now, at noon.
Number 12 beside him suddenly convulsed violently, all its tentacles exploding outward.
Traitor! The overmind would never.
Before he could finish, his body began swelling, an ominous red glow seeping beneath his skin.
Trying to self-destruct?
Lin Xiao didn't even glance over, merely waving his hand dismissively. Number 12 deflated like a punctured balloon, all energy drained from his body and condensed into a dark red orb.
I've wasted enough time on you.
Lin Xiao pocketed the orb and turned his gaze back to Unit 7.
Lead the way.
Number 7 collapsed completely, the light in his mechanical prosthetic eye fading. Lin Xiao grabbed the collar of the black-robed figure 7, holding him like a tattered doll. Su Qingran followed closely behind, her ice-blue shield flickering faintly in the vacuum, reflecting her face filled with curiosity.
Lord Shenlong, how did you discover them? The girl finally couldn't hold back. That phase cloaking was flawless.
She had tried to sense it herself moments ago, yet felt nothing. Lin Xiao tossed number 7 onto the lunar soil, his dark robes fluttering lightly in the weightless environment. Half intuition, he said, his golden left eye sweeping over the limp figure in black robes.
Half deduction.
His toe gently nudged Unit 7's shoulder.
Wouldn't you agree?
Unit 7's mechanical prosthetic eye remained dull and lifeless, its tentacle-like fingers curled limply.
Su Qingran blinked. Deduction?
These black-robed figures may possess advanced technology, but their thought patterns follow distinct patterns. Lin Xiao crouched down to meet 7's gaze.
They're accustomed to solving problems with maximum efficiency. Since the lunar base remains undiscovered, they naturally continue exploiting it. More importantly,
they're overconfident, believing the most dangerous place is the safest. So I made a surprise counterattack.
Lin Xiao glanced at Unit 7, a playful curve tugging at his lips. You should be quite familiar with this phrase?
Unit 7's mechanical prosthetic eye flickered several times before emitting a raspy voice. Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
Xiahou Dun fell into the trap.
Seems your research paid off, Lin Xiao chuckled softly.
Lead the way to Jinghai base. I might spare your life. Unexpectedly, Unit 7 shook its head. It's useless. I'm already doomed. The central brain's punishment?
Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow.
I can protect you. You don't understand.
Unit 7's tentacles trembled violently.
No one can escape the mainframe's pursuit. No one.
Dark purple liquid suddenly flowed from his mechanical cybernetic eye, the tears of his kind.
Those who tried, all became cosmic dust.
Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This cloaked figure feared the overmind far more than he'd imagined. Such bone-deep dread couldn't be dispelled by mere promises. He shifted tactics, his voice softening.
At least tell me, what are you?
Number 7 fell silent for a moment, its mechanical prosthetic eye shifting slightly.
We were once Castions. Castor? Su Qingran repeated the unfamiliar name. A beautiful blue planet.
Unit 7's voice suddenly carried a hint of nostalgia. Our civilization excelled in biotechnology, capable of cultivating luminous coral cities. Its tentacles swayed gently, as if sketching the home it remembered, until the overmind descended. A burst of electrical sparks erupted from the mechanical prosthetic eye, and his voice sharpened. It transformed our coral cities into incubation tanks. It turned our people into weapons of war.
Look at me. He violently tore open his black cloak, revealing the fused mechanical and flesh form beneath. This is what the Castions look like now. Semi-mechanical slaves. Su Qingran sucked in a sharp breath.
The body was covered in ports and tubing. Where soft tentacles should have been, metal prosthetics now took their place. Only a few areas retained any trace of biological features. We're forced to conquer world after world for it. Unit 7's voice was thick with agony.
With every civilization we destroy, our organic parts rot away a little more. He pointed to a patch of festering skin on his chest. Look. This is the curse left by the rebels of the last world. Lin Xiao's dual pupils contracted slightly. He saw more.
Beneath the rotting flesh, faint runes flowed like currents. This was no curse, but an ancient soul imprint, marking the crimes committed by this civilization.
So you're aiding and abetting the tyrant? Su Qingran couldn't help but demand, because you suffered, you must make other civilizations endure the same torment? Unit 7 suddenly erupted. Do you think we want this?
His mechanical prosthetic eye flashed wildly. Every Castrian is born with a control chip implanted.
The slightest disobedience makes life worse than death. The tentacles pointed fiercely toward the moon's depths. Do you know what lies buried beneath the Jinghai base? The remains of 30,000 of our kind.
All because they dared to resist. Lin Xiao and Su Qingran fell silent simultaneously. The truth was far more brutal than imagined. These cloaked figures were both perpetrators and victims.
Chapter 136. The moon is the central brain's largest base for invading Blue Star. Take me to the base.
Lin Xiao spoke again, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible note of sympathy.
I can try to remove your control chip.
Unit 7 suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with despair. It's useless.
The chip is bound to my soul. Forcibly removing it will only kill me faster.
He struggled to raise a tentacle, pointing toward a certain direction. The base lies beneath that crater.
But I advise you not to go. Why? The main brain's avatar guards it.
Unit 7's mechanical prosthetic eye suddenly began to alarm.
And, my time is up.
His body convulsed violently, mechanical components whirring with overload.
Warning! Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 10 seconds. With his last ounce of strength, Unit 7 roared, run! The Overmind will use me to track you down.
Lin Xiao's pupils contracted sharply as he grabbed Su Qingran and pulled her backward in a panic. Almost simultaneously, Unit 7's body inflated like a balloon, dark purple energy erupting from every interface.
9 seconds.
Unit 7's voice was already distorted. Remember, the defense core of Jinghai bases is
8 seconds.
His mechanical prosthetic eye suddenly shattered, spewing dark purple blood.
7 seconds.
Lin Xiao formed a seal with his left hand, instantly unfurling a golden barrier.
6 seconds.
Su Qingran's ice crystal longsword automatically drew from its scabbard, tracing a sapphire blue arc through the vacuum.
5 seconds.
Number 7 roared with his last ounce of strength. The core is antimatter.
4 seconds.
His body had swollen to its limit, the runes beneath his skin blazing with a blinding red light.
3 seconds.
Lin Xiao suddenly stepped forward, thrusting his right hand directly into number 7's chest.
2 seconds.
The sun-moon twin pupils blazed with intense light. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant.
1 second. Lin Xiao's hand withdrew a pulsating black crystal from Subject 7's body, its surface covered in intricate circuit patterns. 0 seconds.
Subject 7's body deflated like a punctured balloon, shriveling rapidly until it dissolved into a pool of dark purple slime. Only the black crystal remained, pulsing faintly in Lin Xiao's hand.
Su Qingran watched the scene, still shaken. Lord Shenlong, what is this?
A control chip, Lin Xiao said, staring intently at the crystal.
And a bomb.
A light tap from his fingertip caused a line of flickering text to appear on the crystal's surface. Location signal transmitted.
We should go.
Lin Xiao tucked the crystal away, his gaze shifting toward the direction number 7 had pointed at last. The central brain will know we're here soon.
Su Qingran nodded urgently, then couldn't help glancing at the pool of slime. Did he redeem himself in the end?
Lin Xiao offered no reply, merely raising his hand to unleash a surge of dragon flame. The dark purple slime dissolved and vanished within the golden flames, leaving only a small, faintly glowing coral-like fragment.
Let's go. Lin Xiao tucked the fragment away. At least let's not betray this final act of kindness. 2 figures transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the sky. Moments later, several dark figures descended upon the battlefield.
The leader in black robes scanned the area, a cold gleam flashing in his mechanical prosthetic eye. The target has departed.
Initiate Level 1 Defense Protocol. The moon fell silent once more, save for the patch of land purified by dragonfire, faintly glowing with a soft golden light. As if commemorating the last vestiges of dignity for a fallen civilization. Lunar Sea of Tranquility, deep within a crater. Lin Xiao hovered above the colossal metallic dome. His dual solar lunar pupils pierced through kilometers of lunar rock, revealing the base's entire structure below. Just as I suspected.
He murmured softly, a cold gleam flickering in his golden left eye. Only now did he realize the moon had been completely transformed by the central core into their base. It contained not only the so-called phase space required for the Overmind's descent, but also a series of measures targeting the human planet. For instance, the plan mentioned earlier by the 7th cloaked figure using solar storms to counteract Blue Star's magnetic field was one such measure. Su Qingran followed closely behind, her ice blue shield flickering faintly in the vacuum.
Lord Shenlong, this is
the Overmind's lunar fortress. Lin Xiao tapped lightly with his claw, unfurling a holographic projection in midair.
It's even more colossal than imagined. The projected base structure was staggering.
The entire base of the ring-shaped mountain had been hollowed out and transformed into a colossal facility over 50 kilometers in diameter.
Tens of thousands of semi-mechanized Kashtans bustled like worker ants, assembling some enormous ring-shaped apparatus. Most unsettling was the base's center, where a constantly warping dark matter core hovered, surrounded by 12 energy conduits glowing with a dangerous crimson light. A solar storm amplifier. Lin Xiao pointed at the ring-shaped apparatus. Exploiting the moon's lack of magnetic field, it accelerates solar wind particles to near light speed. With a sweep of his dragon claw, a projection displayed the simulated effect. A massive energy beam shot from the moon toward Earth, effortlessly tearing through the ionosphere and instantly crippling the global power grid. Su Qinran sucked in a sharp breath, then Earth would be thrown back to the Stone Age. Lin Xiao's voice was icy. All electronic devices would be rendered useless, communications severed, even the dragon scale guards mechs would become scrap metal. Just then, a shrill alarm suddenly blared from the base below. Warning! Unauthorized energy fluctuations detected. The mechanical Castorian language echoed through the vacuum as countless turrets rose from the base's surface, flashing with dangerous red light. We've been detected, Lin Xiao murmured, his dragon whiskers twitching. Seems the central core's sensors are sharper than anticipated. Su Qinran immediately assumed combat stance, her ice crystal longsword materializing in her hand. Should we force our way in? No. Lin Xiaolong's claw pressed downward in a dismissive gesture. Courtesy before force. His left golden eye suddenly blazed brightly, burning like a miniature sun. An invisible aura of dragon might radiated outward from him, instantly enveloping the entire base. The busy Kashtans froze simultaneously, their mechanical prosthetic eyes flickering wildly as if resisting some form of mental control. I am the divine dragon of China. Lin Xiao's voice echoed directly within every Castellan's mind. I offer you a chance to gain your freedom. The base fell into deathly silence. Suddenly, one Castorian jerked its head up, tentacles trembling violently. Freedom? Dark purple fluid oozed from his mechanical prosthetic eye. Impossible. The overmind is monitoring. Boom! Before he could finish, his head exploded violently, scattering mechanical parts and biological tissue. The other Kashtans immediately lowered their heads, working even more frantically, as if nothing had happened. Seems negotiations have broken down, Lin Xiao narrowed his dragon eyes. Then we'll try another approach. His right eye glowed silver, bathing the base in a moonlit, icy radiance. Ice Age. An absolute zero cold front swept down, instantly coating the base's surface turrets in thick frost, causing them to explode one after another. Qingran, secure the exits. Lin Xiao stretched his dragon form, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the base's dome. Don't let anything escape. Su Qinran flicked his sword, sealing the entire crater sky with an icy blue blade aura. Boom! Lin Xiao smashed through kilometers of lunar rock and alloy dome, crashing into the base like a meteorite. Amidst billowing dust, he resumed human form, his black robes motionless in the vacuum. Before him lay a vast space beyond imagination. Chapter 137, The Central Core's Endless Tactics. Tens of thousands of Kashtans bustled about like the walking dead, utterly oblivious to the intruder. Only a handful of black-robed overseers sounded shrill alarms, charging forward with energy whips. Pitiful, Lin Xiao murmured softly, flicking his fingertips. The foremost black-robed figure froze abruptly, sparks erupting from its mechanical prosthetic eye before its entire body disintegrated like a collapsing tower of blocks. Enemy attack. Activate defense matrix. The remaining black-robed figures retreated in panic. Countless points of light flared across the base's dome, forming a dense energy grid that descended like a crushing net. Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated, his golden left eye flickering faintly. The energy grid reversed direction the instant it touched him, rebounding with even greater force. Boom! A chain reaction of explosions erupted across the dome, engulfing countless black-robed figures and castor aliens in a sea of fire. Lin Xiao strode forward through the aftershocks of the explosions, his target clear. The antimatter core at the center. The closer he got to the core, the greater the resistance became. Mechanical sentinels, energy barriers, spatial traps. The central brain had deployed layer upon layer of defenses here. But to Lin Xiao now, these were nothing more than the futile struggles of ants. Break! The heaven-questioning sword drew itself from its scabbard, transforming into a streak of light that shattered the final barrier. The antimatter core was finally exposed before his eyes. It was a constantly warping black sphere, its surface crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity. 12 energy conduits connected to it like blood vessels, channeling terrifying power into the solar storm amplifier. High energy reaction detected. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 60 seconds. The mechanical alarm echoed throughout the base. All Kashtans abruptly froze, their mechanical eyes simultaneously glowing red. This trick again? Lin Xiao sneered. But it's too late. His hands formed seals, and the sun-moon twin pupils ignited simultaneously. His left eye blasted searing solar true fire, while his right eye poured icy lunar radiance. Two diametrically opposed energies intertwined in the air, forming a colossal Tai Chi diagram that slowly descended upon the antimatter core. Warning! Energy overload. The antimatter core twisted violently, its surface arcs growing even more frenzied. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Cease. Behind Lin Xiao, space rippled like water's surface as a figure composed of pure energy slowly materialized. It bore the general outline of a human form, yet its face held no features, only a ceaseless flow of data. The main brain's avatar, Lin Xiao said without turning his head. Finally decided to show yourself? Leave this place. The mainframe avatar's voice was devoid of emotion. Otherwise, I will detonate the core and take both the moon and Earth down with me. Go ahead and try. Lin Xiao continued channeling the Taiji diagram. Let's see who's faster, you or me. The avatar suddenly raised its hand, firing a dark red beam toward Su Qingran. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? That's too cliché. Lin Xiao didn't even glance over, his left golden pupil merely flickering. Mid-flight, the crimson beam abruptly changed course, redirecting itself toward the main brain's clone instead. Useless. The main brain clone effortlessly absorbed the beam. I'm immune to all energy attacks. Is that so? Lin Xiao abruptly turned, his silver right eye blazing brightly. What about this? Time-space freeze. The main brain's movements abruptly slowed to a crawl, as if it had sunk into quicksand. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao slammed the Tai Chi diagram in his claw down, completely enveloping the antimatter core. No! The main brain clone emitted a shrill screech. You'll destroy everything. Before the words could finish, the Taiji diagram abruptly contracted. The antimatter core was violently compressed within an extreme interplay of light and darkness, ultimately condensing into a tiny bead that fell into Lin Xiao's palm. Thank you for the gift, Lin Xiao murmured, rolling the bead between his fingers. I accept this energy. The data stream forming the main brain's avatar contorted violently, culminating in a roar of unwillingness before dissipating into the air. With the core removed, the entire base began to shake violently. Deprived of its energy supply, the solar storm amplifier crashed down with a thunderous roar. Lin Xiao hovered above the collapsing dome. His black robes remained perfectly still in the vacuum, only the twin suns within his eyes shimmering with a solemn light. Below him, the once magnificent base crumbled silently. Deprived of the antimatter core's energy, the intricate mechanical structures resembled giant beasts stripped of their skeletons, slowly and irreversibly disintegrating and drifting apart in the moon's low-gravity environment. Even more unsettling were the black-robed figures. They hadn't been reduced to dust in the explosion. Instead, like sand sculptures scattered by the wind, they began to disintegrate from their extremities, gradually decomposing into their most primordial particles. No blood, no screams, only an eerie, absolute silence. Their mechanical prosthetic eyes dimmed one by one, like stars extinguished, until finally, along with their twisted bodies fused of flesh and metal, they all returned to nothingness. It was as if an invisible hand had, from the moment of their creation, etched the curse of sharing the base's fate deep into every cell. Su Qingran hovered beside Lin Xiao, her ice blue shield rippling faintly, reflecting her pale cheeks. Watching the silent demise below, she murmured softly. They didn't even have the right to choose how they died. This central brain treats its tools with such utter coldness. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze as deep as the cosmic abyss. Absolute control stems from utter fear. The Overmind's power structure is unfathomably bizarre. In every confrontation, it employs entirely different methods, as if possessing countless faces. His voice transmitted through psychic energy, tinged with an almost imperceptible heaviness. From genetic contamination, consciousness invasion, spatial traps, to the current soul-binding, it always seems to have new trump cards. Had we not narrowly prevailed time and again, Earth would likely have already? He trailed off, but the lingering dread spread between them like shadows across the lunar surface. Su Qingran felt the weight of this pressure, her slender hand unconsciously tightening around the ice crystal longsword. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze, scanning the boundless, pockmarked lunar surface. A resolute light flickered in his silver gold eyes. The moon holds more than just this base. The central AI has been operating here for a long time. There must be deeper, more concealed nests. Its ambitions are vast. This place is likely not merely a stepping stone, but a crucial link in its grand plan. Turning to Su Qingran, his tone brooked no argument. I must stay behind to thoroughly search every corner of this place. You return to Shunlong base first. Inform Zhao Weigui of the situation here and order heightened global vigilance, especially monitoring of space signals. Though worried, Su Qingran understood the gravity of the situation and knew she might only slow him down if she stayed. She nodded firmly. Yes. Lord Shenlong, please be extremely careful. Lin Xiao said no more. He raised his hand, slicing open a spatial fissure. Beyond it lay Earth's azure outline and the blurred silhouette of Shenlong base. Su Qingran cast one final glance at Lin Xiao's solitary, resolute figure. Clenching her teeth, she vanished into the rift. The rift closed silently. The moon fell silent once more. Chapter 138, The Moon's Coordinates. Only Lin Xiao remained, alone in this silver-gray, barren world that held countless secrets. He descended slowly onto the largest wreckage of the Sea of Tranquility base and closed his eyes. His powerful divine sense surged outward like an invisible tide, radiating from him toward every corner of the moon.
This time, he sought neither energy fluctuations nor architectural traces. Instead, he sought to perceive the deeper, unique imprint belonging to the central core. That cold, orderly aura of foreign essence that seemed utterly at odds with the very laws of the universe. His divine sense swept across the craters, skimmed over the impact basins, and plunged into the profound lunar valleys. Time slowly passed. The moon's rotation brought the long cycle of day and night. The sunlight shifted from blazing intensity to a slanting glow. The immense earth slowly rose into the sky, then slowly descended. Lin Xiao stood motionless, like a stone statue. His consciousness had penetrated deep into the lunar crust, analyzing the composition of every inch of soil, tracing the source of every trace of anomalous energy. Finally, on the far side of the moon, deep within a massive, unique crater never observed from Earth at the bottom of the Aitken Basin, his divine sense detected an extremely faint, cleverly concealed ripple. The sensation was like a vast, slowly writhing shadow lurking beneath the surface of a tranquil lake. Its aura felt older, deeper, and more dangerous than that of the static sea base. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open, the radiance of his dual pupils piercing the lunar night's darkness. "Found you," he murmured to himself, his figure vanishing instantly from above the Jinghai base. The next moment, he materialized at the edge of the Aitken Basin. This colossal crater, over 2,500 kilometers in diameter, ranked among the largest known impact craters in the solar system. Its depths plunged 13 kilometers, its floor perpetually shrouded in eternal darkness and frigid cold. From this vantage point, the starry sky appeared exceptionally clear. Earth was completely obscured by the moon, as if he stood at the very edge of the universe. Lin Xiao hovered at the basin's rim, gazing down into the bottomless darkness below. That eerie rippling sensation emanated precisely from the basin's deepest depths. He suppressed all traces of his presence. The starlight patterns on his dragon scales glowed faintly, blending him seamlessly into the surroundings. Then, silently, he began to descend toward the basin's bottom. The deeper he went, the more pronounced the feeling of being watched became. As if something lay waiting in the darkest depths, silently anticipating his arrival. After descending roughly 10 kilometers, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The basin floor was not the jagged, rocky terrain he had anticipated, but instead was incredibly flat and smooth, as if meticulously polished by some force into a vast, boundless silver plain. And right in the center of the plain stood a black obelisk of unimaginable size. Crafted entirely from an unknown dark metal, its surface was mirror smooth. Standing at least 3,000 meters tall, it stood silently, radiating an aura of timelessness, desolation, and coldness. Scattered around the obelisk were countless egg-shaped stone sculptures of varying sizes. They were arranged in a peculiar pattern, encircling the central monument as if performing some ancient ritual. Lin Xiao's gaze was instantly drawn to the obelisk. He sensed that all the anomalies originated from this silent colossus. Unlike the tech-infused atmosphere of the Jinghai base, it felt more like an altar? Or a monument? He descended silently onto the silver plain, his footsteps leaving no trace. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the oval stone sculptures were carved with countless symbols and patterns he had never seen before. Some resembled the movements of celestial bodies, others depicted biological evolution, while still others were utterly incomprehensible geometric patterns. They belonged to no civilization known to humankind. Lin Xiao extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against one of the stone carvings. Buzz! A bone-chilling surge of consciousness shot through his fingertip and into his mind. It was neither sound nor image, but a torrent of fragmented memories filled with despair and destruction. Burning galaxies, collapsing stars, unnameable horrors wailing in the void, and a cold, merciless gaze that persisted throughout it all. Lin Xiao grunted softly, swiftly withdrawing his finger. A flash of golden light erupted from his sun-moon dual pupils, forcibly severing the connection to that consciousness. His face paled slightly. These stone carvings were actually recorders? Recording the final cries of countless civilizations obliterated by the overmind? Then this obelisk at the center. He lifted his head, gazing solemnly at the silent, black colossus. What exactly was it? Why did the overmind erect such a monument here? And why imprison the despairing memories of so many civilizations within it? Lin Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the surging energy within him, and stepped toward the black obelisk at the center of the plain. The closer he got, the heavier the invisible pressure became. Space itself seemed to freeze, each step forward demanding immense effort. Finally, he stood at the base of the obelisk. Looking up, the monument pierced the pitch-black sky, seemingly without end. At the base of the structure, he noticed patterns unlike the stone carvings. These were more abstract, yet sharper lines. They depicted a vast, blurred shadow, entangled by countless rays of light, struggling to emerge from a vortex. Beneath the vortex, a distinct set of coordinates was etched. Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. These coordinates, he recognized them. It was Antarctica. Not the location of the current Antarctic base, but the deeper, more ancient one, the site of the void fissure sealed by ancient chi cultivators. The true objective of the central core had always been there. This obelisk was never an altar or a monument. It is a landmark. A colossal guidepost erected on the far side of the moon, pointing the way for the core entity's descent.
And the whales of those stone-carved civilizations, perhaps they were the sacrifices that lit this path? The instant Lin Xiao grasped this truth, the entire black obelisk suddenly began to tremble faintly. The once dull patterns on its surface began to glow with a faint blue light, spreading rapidly upward from the base. Simultaneously,
all the surrounding egg-shaped stone sculptures resonated in unison, emitting a low, murmuring hum.
the shattered memories of countless civilizations were reactivated once more, roaring to life.
A cold, vast, and utterly emotionless will slowly awoke from the depths of the obelisk, locking onto Lin Xiao below. On the far side of the moon, at the deepest part of the Aitken Basin, Lin Xiao stood atop the silver plain, his black robes fluttering without wind. Before him, the towering 3,000-meter-high black obelisk emitted a deep hum.
Azure patterns pulsed across its surface like veins, their glow intensifying.
Countless egg-shaped stone sculptures resonated in harmony, emitting a spine-chilling whisper. Fragments of despair from countless civilizations on the brink of destruction coalesced into an invisible storm, battering Lin Xiao's mind.
Hum. The darkness at the obelisk's apex suddenly twisted, coalescing into a colossal, icy eye composed entirely of blue energy.
The eye slowly opened. Within, there was no pupil, only an endless cascade of data streaming down like a waterfall, reflecting Lin Xiao's figure. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing anything before, crashed down upon him. Chapter 139, The Seed Sealed Beneath the Coordinates. Crack. The silver plane beneath Lin Xiao's feet instantly cracked open like a spiderweb. This was no physical assault, but a chilling gaze from a higher dimensional entity, striking directly at the soul.
Detecting anomalous life form. Analyzing energy composition. Decoding law fluctuations.
A mechanical voice echoed deep within Lin Xiao's consciousness, each word carrying the power to freeze thought.
Definition: civilization obstacle clearance. Threat level: maximum. Executing elimination protocol. Within the immense thighs, data streams accelerated instantly.
An invisible shockwave, terrifying enough to obliterate a soul, shot toward Lin Xiao without a sound.
This strike far surpassed any attack he had encountered before, reaching the very level of the fundamental laws of the universe.
Yet Lin Xiao seemed fully prepared. The instant that Icy Will awoke, his sun-moon dual pupils blazed to their utmost brilliance.
"I've been waiting for you."
Lin Xiao neither dodged nor retreated, clasping his hands together before him with a thunderous clap.
Roar! A soul-shaking dragon's roar resounded.
Behind him, a divine dragon form, 100,000 meters long, abruptly materialized. Majestic and sacred, its scales shimmered with swirling stars. Its left eye became a sun, its right eye a moon, enveloped in primordial chaos that radiated divine might as vast as its opponents. The divine dragon opened its massive maw, revealing not flames but a swirling cosmic vortex containing the birth and death of countless stars.
The intangible soul shockwave was instantly swallowed, disintegrated, and transformed into the purest energy by the cosmic vortex.
What? For the first time, the Icy Will showed a distinct flicker of emotion, tinged with disbelief.
A low-dimensional life form, how could it possibly master the law of devouring? There's much more you don't know.
Lin Xiao let out a piercing cry as his form merged with his Dharma aspect, transforming into a sapphire blue arrow of light that tore through the darkness, shooting straight toward the blue eye gazing down from the heavens. In truth, this was the law Lin Xiao had begun to master.
Yes, the law of devouring. The ability to convert any energy consumed into evolution points. Was this not the ultimate manifestation of the law of devouring? Arrogant.
The Icy Will seemed enraged, and data streams erupted violently within the colossal eye. Buzz. 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 Around the obelisk, the egg-shaped stone sculptures suddenly exploded. From each stone sculpture, a confined, distorted shadow of civilization burst forth. Wailing and roaring, they coalesced into a torrent of the most vicious curses, surging toward Lin Xiao. These were the collective consciousness remnants of civilizations annihilated by the overmind, brimming with despair, resentment, and a thirst for destruction enough to corrupt any pure divine soul. Facing this vicious assault, Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as his left golden pupil flared with blinding light.
Resplendent sun, incinerate all karma. Destroy. Boom. Solar true flames surged forth like a tidal wave, the supremely young and supremely fierce flames sweeping across heaven and earth.
Those foul cursed specters, as if encountering their nemesis, were purified into nothingness amidst piercing, shrill screams.
The moon's radiance, freeze the void. Seal. Simultaneously, a brilliant silver light erupted from Lin Xiao's right eye. An extreme chill instantly permeated the air. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on him, space seemed frozen in time. Even the data streams within that eye momentarily stalled. Now, Lin Xiao and the divine dragon Dharma form accelerated further, shattering space inch by inch in their wake. Fingers splayed like blades, his fingertips condensed dragon power and cosmic laws compressed to their absolute limit, striking toward the core of that blue eye. Heaven's question pierced the illusion. The fingertip collided with the eye with a thunderous crash. No earth-shattering explosion erupted, only a crisp, heart-stopping crack, like shattering glass. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Countless cracks instantly spread across the immense blue eye, radiating outward from Lin Xiao's fingertip. No! A cold will roared with fury and refusal, the data stream plunging into utter chaos. Low-dimensional insect, you cannot stop the descent. Boom! The colossal eye shattered completely, transforming into swirling fragments of deep blue light.
Like a cold snowfall, they drifted down onto the lifeless silver plain. The surrounding egg-shaped stone sculptures fell silent simultaneously, their surface glow rapidly fading until they became ordinary rocks.
The colossal black obelisk remained standing, yet its ghostly blue patterns had completely extinguished, returning to stillness and silence.
It seemed as though the earth-shattering clash moments before had been nothing but an illusion. Lin Xiao descended slowly from the sky, the divine dragon form behind him gradually fading away. His face was pale, and the light within his dual sun-moon pupils had dimmed slightly. That strike, seemingly simple, had nearly exhausted his primordial power and taken a tremendous toll on his spirit. He approached the obelisk, gazing up at the cold, colossal structure. Though the avatar of the central brain had been shattered, the obelisk itself still radiated an ominous aura. Like a poison fong driven into the moon's surface, it continued to fulfill its function of guiding coordinates.
It must be utterly destroyed.
Lin Xiao drew a deep breath, slowly pressing both hands against the frigid surface of the monument.
Just as he prepared to channel his power to uproot the colossal monument. Beep! Beep! The sound rang out again, slightly clearer than before.
This time, Lin Xiao pinpointed the source of the sound. It wasn't coming from the surroundings, but from beneath his feet. From deep within the base of this obelisk.
Lin Xiao's pupils contracted.
Without a moment's hesitation, his dragon claws materialized and plunged into the silver ground beneath the monument.
SSS-tier.
The moon's crust, hard enough to withstand nuclear explosions, crumbled like tofu beneath his dragon claws. He dug downward at breakneck speed. The deeper he went, the fainter that cold, alien aura belonging to the central brain grew.
Yet another energy fluctuation emerged, faintly, extremely weak, yet incredibly pure and brimming with vibrant vitality.
This fluctuation was diametrically opposed to the main brain's power, even seemingly counteracting it.
What lay hidden beneath?
After excavating through roughly 100 meters of rock layers, Lin Xiao's dragon claws touched a hard, warm object. He carefully cleared away the surrounding lunar soil and rock. Before his eyes lay a massive, crystal-clear amber-colored crystal.
Sealed within the crystal was a seed?
It was only fist-sized, shaped like a peach pit, its surface covered in intricate, naturally formed patterns imbued with the essence of the Tao.
It emitted faint yet persistent life fluctuations.
The tick-tock sound was actually the illusion transmitted to Lin Xiao's soul perception as this seed absorbed the extremely sparse energy deep within the moon, pulsing like a faint heartbeat. At the bottom of this abyss, shrouded in the despair and deathly silence of the central core, beneath this obelisk inscribed with the tragic ballads of countless civilizations.
A seed containing such pure vitality was buried here?
Lin Xiao could sense that this seed clashed with the Overmind's power. Its very existence seemed to be constantly, faintly purifying the foul aura left behind by the Overmind.
Who had left it here? Why was it buried here? And what exactly was it? Countless questions flooded Lin Xiao's mind in an instant.
He carefully extracted the massive amber crystal encasing the seed from the ground.
The moment the crystal left the pit, the entire black obelisk suddenly began to violently tremble. Chapter 140, The Power to Suppress the Central Brain. The faint, dark blue patterns on the obelisk's surface, which had grown dim, suddenly glowed once more. But this time, they flickered erratically, as if subjected to immense interference and repulsion.
Buzz! 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 The obelisk emitted a painful hum, seemingly unable to tolerate the existence of this seed.
At the same moment,
the amber crystal in Lin Xiao's hand seemed to activate as well. The seed within suddenly glowed with a soft, vibrant green light. The green light shone upon the black monument, causing it to emit a hissing sound, as if cold water had been poured onto red-hot iron. Wherever the green light touched the monument's surface, the deep blue patterns rapidly faded.
This seed can suppress the power of the main brain?
Lin Xiao's heart trembled violently as he instantly grasped the truth. Without hesitation, he lifted the massive amber crystal with both hands and thrust it forcefully toward the towering obelisk. He channeled the dragon power within his body, unleashing the seed's life energy within the amber crystal to its fullest. Buzz! A dazzling green light erupted, as if a green sun had risen on the dark side of the moon. Pure, boundless, and teeming with infinite vitality, the life energy surged like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire obelisk. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Bathed in the green light, the black obelisk melted and disintegrated at an unprecedented speed, like ice under the scorching sun. The inscriptions etched with despair and destruction were washed clean and purified by the life force.
Countless fragments of civilization imprisoned within the monument seemed to find liberation.
Their serene faces emerged within the green light before dissolving into a shower of light, scattering into the vastness of heaven and earth.
No!
From the depths of the void, the distant, furious roar of the Overminds will seem to echo, yet it could not halt this unfolding. Within mere breaths, the 3,000-meter-tall obelisk, a symbol of the Overmind's power and destruction, vanished completely, leaving not a single trace behind. The green light gradually retracted, ultimately returning entirely to the amber crystal. The seed within the crystal seemed to grow even more emerald green, its pulsing tick-tock sound growing stronger. Lin Xiao held the crystal aloft, hovering above the vast expanse where the obelisk had once stood. Below him lay only the smooth silver plain and countless stone sculptures scattered around, drained of energy and reduced to ordinary stone. The greatest threat on the moon's far side and the crucial landmark for the main brain's arrival had finally been completely eradicated. Yet Lin Xiao felt no sense of relief. He gazed down at the mysterious seed in his hand, his dual pupils filled with intense scrutiny and solemnity. Why had the Overmind sealed it here? To suppress it? Or to use it for some purpose? What was the origin of this seed? From which civilization did it come? Why did it possess such pure life force capable of restraining the Overmind? Was it friend or foe? One mystery after another swirled in Lin Xiao's mind. He sensed vaguely that the seed's emergence might unveil deeper secrets of the Overmind, perhaps even determine the ultimate outcome of this war. Carefully stowing the amber crystal, Lin Xiao cast one last, lingering gaze upon the abyss, now restored to its deathly stillness. His figure slowly faded, eventually vanishing entirely into the icy darkness of the moon's far side. Only the faint pulsing of the seed, like the heartbeat of hope, echoed silently through the boundless expanse of space. Shenlong Base, Main Command Center. As Lin Xiao's dark silhouette stepped out of the void and landed silently on the central platform, core members Zhao Weiguo, Su Qingran, Wang Meng, and others who had been waiting there immediately surrounded him. The air thickened with a palpable mix of suppressed anxiety and urgency. Lord Shenlong. Su Qingran was the first to rush forward, her cheeks slightly pale. She quickly scanned Lin Xiao, breathing a slight sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed, though the worry in her eyes remained. You're finally back. On the moon. Zhao Weiguo's steady voice cut in. Qingran has already given a brief report. That central brain actually laid such a vicious trap on the far side of the moon? A solar storm amplifier, this. Even this battle-hardened general felt a wave of dread wash over him, his voice thick with dryness. Had Lin Xiao not foreseen the danger, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wang Meng slammed his fist into the nearby alloy pillar with a dull thud, his voice thick with rage. Damn it! Those treacherous bastards! To think they'd resort to such tactics. Had they succeeded, Earth's magnetic field would have been disrupted, crippling global communications and power grids. Forget fighting the behemoths, human civilization itself would have been set back decades. The other scientists and commanders present nodded in agreement, their faces etched with shock and lingering dread. They had just been buoyed by the excitement of the global cultivation opening, only to be abruptly dragged back to cold reality by the Central Core's deeper conspiracy and more terrifying methods. The oppressive sense of its omnipresence and infallible calculations weighed heavily upon the command center. Lin Xiao observed everyone's reactions with his calm, undisturbed sun-moon dual pupils. Merely some underhanded tricks already neutralized by me. His voice was detached, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. A single obelisk, an amplifier core, nothing to be overly concerned about. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled team. His tone remained steady, yet carried a reassuring strength. The Central Core is not all-knowing or omnipotent. It too makes calculations and suffers failures. This lunar expedition not only thwarted its schemes but also yielded something that may hold the key to restraining it. Our immediate priority is not to fear what other tricks it may have up its sleeve, but to seize every moment to strengthen ourselves. His gaze sharpened as he slowly scanned every face present. The cultivation techniques have been released globally, and spiritual energy is reviving. This is our greatest advantage. As long as we grow sufficiently powerful, no matter how many schemes the central brain devises, no matter how many conspiracies it plots, I alone shall shatter them. Remember, ultimate victory always belongs to the side with the stronger fist. His words rang out like a great bell, shattering the gloom that had settled over the crowd. Zhao Weiguo drew a deep breath, straightened his back first, and saw his fighting spirit reignite. Lord Shenlong speaks wisely. We were momentarily intimidated by the enemy's tactics and forgot our fundamentals. I'll immediately oversee the cultivation progress. Wang Meng scratched his head and boomed, You're right. What's there to fear? We'll meet force with force, water with earth. I'm off to practice the Xian Yuan secret 10 more times. The others rallied as well, their eyes shifting from fear to resolve. Indeed, with Lord Shenlong guiding them in ancient techniques passed down through the ages, as long as they kept growing stronger, hope remained. Go cultivate, Lin Xiao waved his hand. The group responded in unison, bowed, and turned to prepare for even more intense cultivation and battle preparations. The atmosphere in the command center instantly shifted from gloom to soaring morale. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if sensing something. A faint yet urgent mental link request echoed in his mind. Chapter 141, Yamada no Orochi delivers again. It was Yamada no Orochi. He raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm, closed his eyes, and focused on the mental communication. Master! Master! Can you hear me? Yamada no Orochi's voice carried suppressed excitement and a hint of self-praise. Speak!
Lin Xiao's reply was concise. Found it. I found another one. Deep within the Rocky Mountains.
The energy signature is incredibly strong. It's definitely a level 8 Colossus's incubation site.
Hidden even deeper than the one at Mount Fuji. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi seemed to be chattering simultaneously in their report. I nearly got spotted by the patrolling cloaked figures, but luckily I was quick-witted and used the dragon scales you gave me to conceal my aura. Beneath Lin Xiao's tightly closed eyelids, his dual sun-moon pupils seemed to flare with light. Confirmed level 8?
He asked for verification.
Absolutely certain. That fluctuation was even more terrifying than when I encountered Amaterasu last time. Though not fully matured yet, it's nearly there. Yamata no Orochi swore emphatically, Master, I've done you a great service this time, haven't I? Might I request a few more drops? Its voice dripped with flattery and anticipation.
Lin Xiao cut it off immediately. Send me the coordinates.
Remain hidden and monitor the area. Do not act without my orders. Yes, Master.
I guarantee mission completion. The Yamata no Orochi responded immediately, and a clear spatial coordinate transmitted into Lin Xiao's perception. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. A fleeting, sharp gleam and a hint of satisfaction flashed through his heterochromatic pupils. Just as he was fretting over his evolution points hitting a bottleneck and desperately needing a high-quality energy source, this Yamata no Orochi was getting better and better at knowing what to do. A level 8 giant beast incubation base meant vast quantities of evolution points and the potential for rare law fragments.
Lord Shenlong, is Yamata no Orochi reporting? Su Qingran keenly sensed the subtle shift in Lin Xiao's mood and asked softly. MHM. A faint curve touched Lin Xiao's lips.
It found another decent granary in the Rocky Mountains.
A granary?
The group froze for a moment before realizing what had been said, their faces lighting up with a mix of bewilderment and excitement.
Only their dragon lord could refer to the fearsome level 8 colossal beast breeding ground as a granary. Are you planning to go personally? Zhao Weigui inquired.
Of course. Lin Xiao flexed his wrist, his black sleeves fluttering without wind.
Why pass up a treat that comes right to your doorstep?
He turned to Zhao Weigui and Su Qingran. Defense of the base and global nodes remains your responsibility.
Report any unusual activity immediately.
Yes, sir, they replied in unison.
Lin Xiao nodded, saying no more.
In the next instant, the space before him tore apart silently like a curtain, revealing the bizarre void beyond. He stepped through, his figure vanishing instantly. The spatial fissure closed behind him, as if it had never existed. Inside the command center, the others exchanged glances before breaking into excited smiles.
Looks like Lord Shenlong's power is about to surge again.
Wang Meng grinned widely.
And we can't afford to fall too far behind. Zhao Weigui declared in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping the room. Everyone to your stations. Intensify your training. Our battlefield lies here. Yes.
The chorus of responses resonated with strength and resolve.
The base sprang back into efficient operation.
Deep within the Rocky Mountains, primeval forests stretched like an ocean of dark green, blanketing jagged ridges. Lin Xiao materialized from the void, his black robe motionless in the thin mountain air.
His dual pupils swept faintly over the vast forest below. His gaze locked onto a seemingly ordinary valley.
There, an extremely concealed energy fluctuation though cleverly masked could not escape his now perfected perception. They know how to hide, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Just then, the shadows in the valley below began to stir. A massive golden form cautiously emerged, its 8 heads like blooming golden lotuses, all gazing upward at Lin Xiao in the sky.
Their eyes brimmed with reverence and unmistakable excitement. The arrival was none other than the Yamata no Orochi.
But it was vastly different from before. After devouring the dragon blood essence bestowed by Lin Xiao, it had undergone a profound transformation.
Its once dark purple scales had transformed entirely into dazzling dark gold, flowing with a heavy metallic sheen under the sunlight reflecting off the snow-capped peaks.
Each scale was more than twice its original size, its edges razor-sharp, its surface etched with faint, star-like patterns that bore a faint resemblance to Lin Xiao's dragon scales. Its body swelled to nearly 700 meters, coiled like a miniature mountain range, radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. Its bat-like wings had grown broader and more powerful, covered in dense golden scales whose edges flashed with a cold gleam. Each flap generated a deep rumble like thunder and wind.
The most striking transformation occurred in its head.
8 horns grew thicker and sharper, their tips shrouded in faint, swirling lightning. Its eyes flashed with a golden light, a fusion of wisdom and raw power. The former sleaziness and cunning had been replaced by a primal, ferocious beast-like majesty. Of course, that majesty instantly dissolved into extreme flattery and reverence the moment it saw Lin Xiao.
Master! You have arrived!
All 8 heads spoke in unison, their booming voices tinged with cautious flattery, causing snow to cascade from the surrounding cedar trees.
The largest head bowed low, nearly touching the ground. We humbly welcome you, Master. It is our supreme honor to serve you. Another head beside it hastily added, Look, Master. I dared not make a move. I've been guarding this place obediently, not letting even a rabbit pass. The smallest head gazed longingly at Lin Xiao, murmuring softly. Master, what do you think of my new look? It's passable, right? I haven't disgraced you, have I? Though its power had surged dramatically and its form had grown immensely formidable. Before Lin Xiao, the Yamata no Orochi's demeanor was even more humble and reverent than before. For it understood better than anyone that its current formidable power stemmed from a source beyond compare. Compared to the unfathomable master before it, its own progress was utterly insignificant. Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on it for a moment before he gave a slight nod. Not bad. You haven't wasted my dragon blood. This simple praise instantly lit up all 8 heads with delight, like elementary students receiving praise from their teacher. Its massive tail couldn't help but sway gently, thudding the ground with a deep rumble. Serving our master demands our utmost dedication, the largest head hastened to pledge loyalty. Master, that base lies deep within this valley. It's concealed extremely well, yet the energy signature is incredibly strong. It must be the lair of an 8th level colossal beast. Lead the way. Lin Xiao's words were concise and to the point. Follow me, master. The Yamata no Orochi immediately turned, its massive body sliding with surprising agility toward the cliff face on one side of the valley. One of its heads opened its mouth and fired a golden beam, striking a specific spot on the rock wall. With a hum, the rock wall rippled like water, revealing a massive entrance cleverly concealed by an illusionary array. The interior of the opening was deep and pitch black, emanating a cold, deathly stillness, yet it also contained a certain frenzied energy. This is the place, master. Proceed with caution, there may be defensive mechanisms inside. Yamata no Orochi offered the reminderingly, shrinking its form and darting into the opening ahead to guide Lin Xiao. Chapter 142, Level 8 Colossus, Shadow Dominator. Lin Xiao followed slowly. The passage sloped downward, unusually wide inside, clearly not natural. The rock walls were smooth as mirrors, bearing traces of energy cuts. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the lingering aura of a high-tier colossus became. Yet, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Though potent, the aura felt hollow as if its most vital core had departed. The Yamata no Orochi seemed to sense the unease too. Its 8 heads darted restlessly from side to side as it accelerated its pace considerably. After traversing the long passageway, the scene suddenly opened up before them, revealing a vast subterranean cavern. The scene was breathtaking. Countless thick biological tissue tubes hung from the dome, connecting to a massive, cracked black egg sac at the center. Shattered shell fragments littered the area around the sac, while viscous, faintly glowing nutrient fluid pooled across the floor. A powerful yet rapidly dissipating energy fluctuation permeated the entire cavern. Yet it was utterly empty. The anticipated level 8 colossus, poised to hatch, was nowhere to be found. This can't be possible? All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi froze simultaneously, their golden pupils suddenly contracting in disbelief. Just now. Shortly before you arrived, master. That aura was still intensely strong. It was definitely still here. It defended itself urgently, its voice tinged with panic, fearing Lin Xiao might accuse it of lying. The largest head abruptly leaned close to the shattered egg sac, sniffing carefully before nudging the residual mucus with its horn. Its tone grew even more perplexed. The energy residue is still fresh. It must have left only moments ago. But how could it vanish so silently and swiftly? Lin Xiao remained silent as his dual pupils slowly scanned the entire cave. The pattern of the ruptured sac, the degree of nutrient solution evaporation, the decay rate of energy particles in the air. Every detail converged and analyzed in his gaze. It had already completed hatching and departed ahead of schedule. Lin Xiao concluded calmly, it seems to have sensed your surveillance, or foreseen danger. The Yamata no Orochi instantly drooped like a child caught misbehaving, all 8 heads hanging low, its dark golden scales seeming to lose some of their luster. Forgive me, master. It was my incompetence that allowed it to be discovered. It matters not, Lin Xiao replied indifferently. It won't escape. He raised his right hand, the dragon claw form flickering briefly. A dual-hued glow of gold and silver swirled around his fingertips, while intricate, ancient spacetime runes flickered into existence and vanished at his fingertips. A profoundly mysterious fluctuation radiated outward from him. Upon witnessing this, the Yamata no Orochi immediately held its breath. Its 8 heads and 16 eyes stared unblinkingly at Lin Xiao's movements, filled with awe and reverence. It knew its master was about to unleash that great divine power again, the one that reversed time and space, peering into the past. The light at Lin Xiao's fingertips grew ever brighter, finally coalescing into 2 streaks of light that shot into the void. The space before him rippled like water, the scene blurring and distorting before beginning to flow backward. Shattered fragments of the egg sac defied gravity, soaring upward to reassemble. Nutrient fluid flowing across the ground flowed back into the sac. Dissipated energy began to coalesce once more. Time itself began to reverse under his will. The blurred scene gradually sharpened. Not long ago, the massive black egg sac pulsed violently, its surface cracking open as a monstrous creature bizarre in form, covered in shadow like scales, and bearing a twisted horn upon its head struggled to crawl out. Though not as massive as Amaterasu, it appeared more compact and agile, shrouded in a shadow energy that distorted perception. Unlike ordinary beasts that roared upon birth, it scanned its surroundings with extreme vigilance.
Its pure black eyes, devoid of pupils, suddenly fixed on the direction where the Yamata no Orochi was concealed, as if sensing something through the rock layers and illusory array. Then, it emitted a low, guttural growl, its body beginning to fade as if merging into the shadows. Finally, it vanished completely into the shadows of the subterranean space, leaving no trace of energy disturbance, simply disappearing into thin air.
The scene abruptly ended, concluding the flashback. Shadow shifting. No wonder it could escape without a sound.
Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with interest.
This beast's ability is truly unique. Beside him, the Yamata no Orochi stared in utter amazement.
Though not witnessing this for the first time, each encounter with this god-defying technique manipulating spacetime and peering into the past still left it profoundly shaken. This was the realm of the gods.
Master, your divine prowess is boundless. You see through the ages.
Snapping back to its senses, it promptly offered heartfelt flattery, nodding its 8 heads like chicks pecking at grain. Lin Xiao ignored its flattery, closing his eyes to sense for a moment. Though the Shadow Sovereign possessed masterful escape techniques, it was still newly hatched, its power not yet fully stabilized. As it slipped away through time, it left behind an incredibly faint, nearly imperceptible shadow ripple in the fabric of space. Under Lin Xiao's sun-moon dual pupils perception, this ripple shone as clearly as a lighthouse in the night. He pinpointed its direction. Stay behind and destroy the space, Lin Xiao commanded the Yamata no Orochi.
Yes, master.
The Yamata no Orochi immediately obeyed, opening all 8 massive jaws simultaneously as destructive energy began to gather. Lin Xiao took a single step forward, his figure blurring instantly as he transformed into a silver-gold streak of light tearing through space. He pursued deeper into the Rocky Mountains, toward a more hidden and secluded direction.
Behind him, Yamata no Orochi's attack crashed down. The frenzied energy instantly engulfed the massive incubation nest, obliterating everything within.
The explosion's fiery glow illuminated its golden head, now fierce and menacing, yet etched with boundless reverence and adoration for its master.
Run all you want. Can you really escape your master's grasp? It muttered, diligently commencing its cleanup operation. East foothills of the Rocky Mountains, above the Colorado Plateau.
Lin Xiao's figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, his dark golden robe fluttering in the high-speed movement. His sun-moon dual pupils locked onto a faint shadow fluctuation in the void ahead. Those were the spatial ripples left behind by the Shadow Sovereign during its escape, imperceptible to ordinary powerhouses, yet as clear as a guiding beacon in his eyes. Not bad, that speed. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, sensing the ripple moving eastward at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The ripple's trajectory shifted direction, heading straight toward a densely populated area. Below, the outline of Corolla's city was faintly visible.
White Eagle Federation, Pentagon Underground Command Center.
A shrill alarm pierced the corridors, red warning lights casting everyone's faces in a blood-red glow. The newly appointed Secretary of Defense, Johnson, slammed his fist onto the holographic sand table. Damn it!
Where did this monster come from? On the sand table, the red dot representing the colossal beast rampaged through the city, extinguishing clusters of blue markers representing military forces in its wake. Secretary, an officer's voice trembled. The Statue of Liberty mech squadron is wiped out. The Uncle Sam heavy mech was torn in two. We couldn't even get a clear look at it.
On the surveillance feed, a twisted shadow darted through the city streets. It would coalesce into a monstrous beast one moment, then dissipate into a swirling black fog the next. Ordinary weapons couldn't even lock onto it. More terrifyingly, wherever it passed, light twisted eerily, as if even brightness itself was being devoured. The governor has ordered the evacuation plan to be activated, the staff officer whispered. We may have to consider abandoning this city. Johnson stared fixedly at the image of yet another skyscraper collapsing, his teeth grinding audibly. Just then, the communication screen flashed to life with an urgent transmission from Air Defense Command. Sir,
an ultra-high energy reaction is approaching.
It's the energy signature of the Chinese dragon.
The command center fell instantly silent. Chapter 143, Slaying the Shadow Overlord, the United States bows in adoration.
Koro City was now a scene straight out of hell.
The fading sunset light was distorted into an eerie purplish-red hue, shrouding the once thriving city. Skyscrapers lay shattered like children's building blocks, their twisted steel skeletons jutting grotesquely toward the sky.
Burning debris rained down from above.
Help! God!
A man in a suit crawled from the ruins of a collapsed office building, blood streaming down his face as he ran. The next instant, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly came alive, swallowing him like a quagmire, leaving only a half-choked scream. On the street, dozens of tanks formed a defensive line, their cannons spewing fire wildly.
Fire!
Full coverage suppression, the commander bellowed hoarsely. But the shells pierced the black fog only to explode hollowly on distant buildings. The shadow moved like a ghost, weaving effortlessly through the barrage.
Where is it? We can't hit it. Left flank. We need support. Ah!
A piercing scream tore through the communication channel. An Abrams main battle tank was flipped by an invisible force, spinning through the air like a toy before crashing heavily into the Central Park. The fireball engulfed nearby refugees seeking shelter.
Retreat! Full retreat, the commander ordered in desperation. But the shadow moved faster. It coalesced into a 100-meter-tall monstrous form. Covered in shadow scales, it bore a twisted horn on its head. Its pitch-black eyes held no pupils, only endless void. With a casual swipe of its massive claw, 3 tanks were instantly flattened into pancakes. Liberty Squad! Hold it back, the commander roared into the radio. The roar of engines echoed across the sky as 5 red, white, and blue-painted mechs dove downward. They were the United States' latest model, the Statue of Liberty Mk3, their shoulder plasma cannons firing simultaneously. Target acquired, the pilot cheered. The blue and white energy beams struck the shadowed colossus, yet vanished like pebbles tossed into a deep pool, leaving only faint ripples. How is this possible? The pilot stared in disbelief. The shadow beast lifted its head, its pure black eyes fixed on the mechs. The next instant, it abruptly dispersed into a cloud of black mist, reappearing behind the mech formation in an instant. Watch your back! The warning cut off abruptly. 5 mechs were crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, their exploding fireballs merging into a single inferno in the sky. Burning wreckage rained down like hailstones, crashing into the residential district below and triggering fresh explosions. No! The commander slumped in the command vehicle, his face ashen. This was the power of an 8th-level colossus? They couldn't even buy time. Similar scenes of despair unfolded across the city. National Guard troops fired futile rifle shots, while police officers attempting to direct crowds found themselves trapped in death traps. Wherever the black mist passed, life vanished like erased rubber, leaving only shriveled corpses behind. Mommy! I'm scared! Inside the air raid shelter, the little girl clung tightly to her mother. Her mother covered her eyes, yet peered through the cracks to see the black mist seeping through the ventilation shaft. People began screaming and shoving, only to freeze into statues of silence. This was the Shadow Lord. It devours not only life, but also light and hope. In the underground command center of the Pentagon, deathly silence reigned. On the holographic Santable, the blue markers representing military forces vanished at an alarming rate. Red dots now covered more than half the city and were still spreading. Casualties exceed 300,000 and rising by the minute. The staff officer's voice was as dry as sandpaper. Springfield is finished. Defense Secretary Johnson slammed his fist onto the console, blood seeping from his knuckles. Damn beasts! Where are our nukes? Even if we flatten all of Colorado, we must. Secretary. No, the technician screamed. That monster is in the city center. There are at least 200,000 civilians there. And the nuclear blast might not even kill it, the calm female analyst pointed to the data. Its energy signature indicates spatial jump capability. It could escape before detonation. Johnson slumped into his chair, burying his face in his hands. As Secretary of Defense, he felt utterly powerless for the first time. Just then, the alarm sounded again, but its tone was entirely different. Higher pitched, more urgent. What now? Johnson snapped, lifting his head. A hyper-energy reaction, the technician stammered. Coming from the direction of the west coast, speed exceeding Mach 20. The main screen displayed an energy trajectory map, showing a silver and gold light point approaching at terrifying speed. It's the Chinese Shenlong, someone cried out. The command center erupted in chaos. What's he doing here? To mock us? Notify Administrator Robert immediately. Everyone remembered the battle that had taken place in their own airspace not long ago, where the Chinese dragon had torn those terrifying beasts to shreds. What the hell is he doing here? Johnson instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist, as if it could offer him some semblance of security. Before he could finish speaking, the surveillance feed suddenly shook violently. A streak of intertwined gold and silver light plummeted like a falling star, striking the raging shadow with pinpoint accuracy. A deafening explosion shook the entire city. God! The staff officer gasped. As the smoke cleared, the image gradually sharpened. A tall figure clad in a dark robe stood suspended in midair, its golden left and silver right pupils gleaming brilliantly through the haze. It's humanoid? Johnson's eyes widened. They had seen footage of the Chinese divine dragon before, but it had always appeared as a colossal dragon obscuring the sky, never in this form. The Chinese divine dragon has grown stronger. Johnson's expression shifted unsteadily. As the Minister of Defense, he knew all too well the deep-seated animosity between the two nations. Though they had ostensibly joined the human alliance, suspicion and fear had never truly faded. Secretary. His aide whispered, under the alliance agreement, we are obligated to request assistance from the divine dragon. And let him see us looking this pathetic? Johnson sneered. Let the whole world know the pretty country needs the Huaxia to save it? Despite his words, his fist clenched tighter as he watched the blue marker rapidly vanish from the screen. Another hospital was swallowed by the black mist, instantly killing hundreds of wounded and medical staff. It. Johnson sprang to his feet. Open the Shenlong communication channel, request assistance in my name. Secretary. Several hawkish generals tried to intervene. Shut up! Johnson roared. Do you want to turn all of Colorado into a ghost state? He straightened his uniform and took a deep breath. Send the request. Tone, keep it polite.
Hovering 1,000 meters above the city, Lin Xiao remained suspended. His dual pupils scanned the devastation below, expressionless. The Shadow Overlord was cunning, deliberately targeting densely populated areas. To the mastermind's creations, humans were merely nutrients and tools. Casualties held no significance. He sensed the shadow's fluctuations moving eastward through the city. There was a large underground shelter there, housing at least 50,000 people. Just then, the communicator crackled with Johnson's deliberately composed voice. Lord Shenlong, the United States requests, humanitarian aid. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. Typical pretty country style, still putting on airs even as their nation teetered on the brink of collapse. Granted, he replied coolly. But the spoils are mine. Johnson clearly hadn't anticipated such directness. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he replied, Of course. Please stop that monster as soon as possible. Lin Xiao shut off the calm, his gaze locking onto the eastern part of the city. The Shadow Dominator had already coalesced into form, now battering the shelter's alloy doors. Under the corrosive black mist, the half-meter-thick metal door melted like cheese. Inside the shelter, people screamed in terror, jostling each other. Soldiers fired futilely. Bullets passed through the black mist with no effect. God has forsaken us. An old soldier lowered his rifle and knelt in despair. Just as the black mist was about to surge in. Hold! A calm voice echoed across the land. Chapter 144, Devouring the Colossal Beast Slayer. Time seemed to freeze. Dancing dust particles froze mid-air, exploding fireballs remained frozen in mid-bloom, and even sound vanished. Only that shadowy figure descended slowly from the void, like a deity descending. The Shadow Lord froze in place, terror flickering for the first time in his pitch-black eyes. It attempted to dissolve into a cloud of black mist, only to find the surrounding space as solid as steel. Lin Xiao extended his right hand, fingers slightly parted. Come here. The Shadow Lord flew upward uncontrollably, its form rapidly shrinking until it became a basketball-sized black shadow that landed in Lin Xiao's palm. The entire process unfolded with effortless ease, as if plucking a fruit from a branch. Lin Xiao studied the struggling shadow in his palm, his sun-moon dual pupils flickering faintly. The shadow law, quite interesting. He casually clenched his fist. The shadow emitted a silent wail before coalescing into a jet-black crystal core. Devoured level 8 Colossus Shadow Dominator, evolution points plus 12,000. Acquired Shadow Law Fragment 1. As the system notification sounded, time resumed its flow. People looked up in confusion, only to find the threat vanished. Only the figure in black robes, still suspended in midair, proved that what had just occurred was no illusion. It's over, someone murmured within the shelter. Then, cheers erupted. It's the divine dragon of China. He saved us. My God. I thought we were done for. Thank you. Thank you. Soldiers lowered their weapons and embraced each other in excitement. Many knelt on the ground, weeping both in relief at surviving and to release their fear. Lin Xiao collected the crystal core expressionlessly and turned to leave. Your Excellency, the Divine Dragon. Please wait. Johnson's voice called from behind. Several helicopters landed hastily. The defense secretary strode forward, surrounded by a group of officers, his face plastered with an awkward smile. On behalf of the United States, I thank you for. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao vanished into the sky, leaving only a faint voice echoing. Remember your promises. Johnson's smile froze on his face, his outstretched hand awkwardly suspended mid-air. Minister. His assistant whispered urgently, the media is broadcasting live. Johnson took a deep breath, forcing a smile for the cameras. As you can see, under the framework of the Human Alliance, we've resolved this crisis through cooperation with China. He launched into a lengthy speech about the importance of international cooperation, as if the despair of moments ago had never occurred. But as he turned to leave, his expression darkened instantly. Minister, Shenlong took the crystal core. The advisor murmured. I know, Johnson replied coldly. Have the lab accelerate research on the shadow remnants. We must master this power. He cast one final glance at the sky, his eyes flashing with profound apprehension. The oppressive presence that Shadow brought was more terrifying than any colossal beast. When Lin Xiao's figure reappeared above the Rocky Mountains, the landscape below had changed drastically since his departure. Where primeval forests once blanketed the peaks, charred rock and churning mud now lay exposed in numerous places. Gigantic claw marks ripped through ridges, solidified lava scarred the earth like wounds, and the air thickened with the pungent stench of sulfur mingled with blood. The entrance to the lair. A massive cavern, forcibly torn open, now echoed with dull thuds and the rumble of energy explosions, punctuated by the furious curses of one of Yamada no Orochi's heads. You fool! Block the left side. Don't let it burrow back underground. Damn my scales. Watch where you breathe fire. SSS-tier that hurt like hell. This beast's horns are rock hard. Lin Xiao hovered motionless in the air, his black robes undisturbed by the turbulent currents of energy. His golden-silver eyes scanned the battlefield calmly, taking in the chaos outside the lair and the Yamada no Orochi's fierce struggle.
The massive body of the Yamata no Orochi nearly blocked half the cave entrance. Its 8 heads worked with distinct roles, yet they constantly interfered with each other. 2 heads spewed venom and acid mist, corroding the giant beast's shell as it tried to break free. 1 head continuously summoned earth and stone, attempting to seal off the other exits of the lair. 3 others engaged in close combat with several level 6 beasts resembling subterranean scorpions, their bodies covered in crystals. Snake fangs clashed with scorpion pincers, sparks flying everywhere. The smallest head oversaw the battle and hurled curses, occasionally stealing a moment to snatch and swallow torn limbs from nearby, replenishing its strength. The last head appeared slightly wounded, its scales cracked as it grimaced and sucked in cold air. Though the battle appeared fierce, Lin Xiao instantly recognized that the Yamata no Orochi wasn't fighting at full strength. It was primarily exploiting the terrain's advantages and its own thick, resilient hide to engage in a protracted struggle. Lin Xiao remained silent, slowly descending onto a higher cliff ledge. Standing with his hands behind his back, he watched the battle unfold. His arrival was silent, yet the intangible pressure emanating from his very essence caused both combatants to pause simultaneously. The Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads froze abruptly, all turning toward Lin Xiao. The savagery in its 16 eyes instantly shifted to panic and servility. Master! Master! You've returned! The largest head hastily swallowed the chunk of flesh in its mouth, its voice slightly distorted. Please wait. These lowly minions will be dealt with immediately. The giant cave scorpions also sensed the deadly threat, emitting uneasy screeches as their attack patterns fell into disarray. Seeing this, the Yamata no Orochi seized the chance to prove itself. Roar! Our master is watching. All of you, die. Its 8 heads surged with frenzied energy, unleashing a torrent of venom, flames, frost, and psychic blasts. Every innate ability was unleashed without restraint, instantly shattering the carapace of one giant scorpion and collapsing it to the ground. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, his voice not loud but clearly cutting through the battlefield's clamor, too inefficient. Yamata no Orochi shuddered violently. Its 8 heads strained even more exaggeratedly, practically desperate to prove themselves. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, no longer content to watch. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the cliff's edge in an instant. The next moment, he materialized directly above the entrance to the lair. His dark cloak flapped in the energy-charged wind as his silver and gold eyes gazed down indifferently upon the chaotic battlefield below. He didn't even draw the heaven-questioning sword. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. Palm facing downward, fingers slightly spread. In an instant, the energy field across the entire nest area underwent a drastic shift. An immense, invisible vortex abruptly coalesced around Lin Xiao's palm. A terrifying suction erupted, targeting not physical forms, but the colossal life energy and primordial souls within those beasts. Invisible to the naked eye, yet perceptible to Lin Xiao's senses and the horrified gaze of the Yamata no Orochi. Countless strands of energy, varying in color and thickness, surged forth like rivers flowing into the sea. They were forcibly extracted from every colossal beast within and outside the nest, even from every single carcass. The demon scorpion beasts, mid-frenzied attack, froze in place. They emitted terrified, despairing screeches as their bodies visibly shriveled. Their once hardened carapaces lost their luster, turning gray and brittle. Their massive forms crumbled like rocks weathered for millennia, slowly collapsing into dust. Even the corpses of beasts long dead rapidly disintegrated and dispersed, as if subjected to accelerated time. A torrent of pure, crystallized energy surged into the vortex in Lin Xiao's palm, continuously drawn into his body. Devoured level 6 giant beasts Cavern Demon Scorpion 3, evolution points plus 1800. Devoured level 5 giant beast Rockcore Pangolin 11, evolution points plus 1100. Devoured level 4 giant beasts. Devoured. Chapter 145, Grasping the Tao. The system's notification tones echoed continuously within Lin Xiao's consciousness as his evolution points steadily climbed. Yamata no Orochi had long ceased all movement, its 8 heads dumbly raised, witnessing this near-miraculous scene. All its grueling efforts over half a day couldn't match what its master devoured with a mere flick of the wrist. And this method of devouring was utterly unprecedented. Directly plundering the very essence of life, this surpassed its own devouring talent by countless levels. Awe, envy, and a hint of indescribable dread spread simultaneously through its 8 massive brains. Soon, complete silence descended upon the nest and its surroundings. All the colossal beasts, dead or alive, had vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty battlefield and faint residual ripples of energy. Lin Xiao slowly withdrew his hand, closed his eyes to sense the surging power within and the increasingly active shadow laws, then nodded slightly. He floated down, landing before the Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi's 8 heads immediately bowed low, pressing themselves against the ground. The largest head cautiously inquired, "Master, are you satisfied?" Lin Xiao glanced at it, his gaze settling on its wounded head. Injured? The Yamata no Orochi froze, then flushed with flattered surprise. It hurriedly replied, "A minor wound. A minor wound. Nothing to worry about. Thank you for your concern, Master." Lin Xiao said nothing. A sliver of golden light flickered from his fingertip and vanished into the wounded head.
Instantly, the damaged scales healed at a visible speed, leaving not a trace behind.
The Yamada no Orochi nearly moaned in pleasure, all 8 heads simultaneously displaying expressions of fawning gratitude. Thank you, Master. Your divine power is unmatched. Is the innermost part of the lair cleared? Lin Xiao asked. Completely. Absolutely spotless. The 8 heads scrambled to answer, inside and out, not even a single giant beast cub was spared. We guarantee there are no hidden threats.
Lin Xiao's divine sense had already swept across the entire mountain range, confirming this.
He nodded. Well done.
Hearing this praise, the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi instantly beamed with delight, as if receiving the greatest honor imaginable, nearly twisting themselves into pretzels once more. Lin Xiao said no more. He turned, took a single step, and his figure dissolved into the void, vanishing without a trace.
Only the Yamada no Orochi remained behind.
Its 8 heads savored the memory of the awe-inspiring devouring scene in their master's praise. After a long moment, the smallest head murmured.
Big brother, maybe we should just stick to our regular work from now on.
The largest head nodded in deep agreement. You're right. Deep within the dragon base, in the stellar cultivation chamber. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, the light swirling within his sun-moon dual pupils gradually fading. Having just finished his final instructions to Su Qingran, he now prepared to enter deep seclusion. This cultivation chamber stood in stark contrast to the high-tech feel of the rest of the base. Its walls were constructed from solid slabs of mystic black obsidian, their surfaces engraved with ancient stellar runes. The ceiling formed a simulated starry dome, where 365 spirit crystals were arranged in the pattern of the celestial constellations, emitting a soft and mysterious glow. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged at the center of the jade platform, his dark robe draping naturally around him. He first turned his gaze inward, examining the gains from this journey. The Shadow Lord's crystal core had been fully refined. The law energy of shadows, now as docile as the gentlest thread, had merged into his dragon soul's origin, elevating his perception and control over space to new heights. The evolutionary energy gained from devouring the nest beast settled within his limbs and bones, awaiting further refinement and absorption. It is time, Lin Xiao murmured silently. His hands formed the hand seals of the Taishu Sutra as the colossal dragon power within him began to circulate slowly along the path of the first 3 tiers of the sutra. The celestial constellations adorning the ceiling of the cultivation chamber seemed to awaken. 365 spirit crystals ignited simultaneously, casting beams of starlight solid enough to touch. These beams enveloped Lin Xiao's form. The pure and vast stellar energy surged into his body, merging with the dragon power to purify his meridians and temper his soul. The Taishu Sutra emphasized the character emptiness. Void yet not nothingness, substantial yet not existence. It encompasses all phenomena, evolving the primordial beginning. The first 3 tiers of cultivation focused on channeling stellar energy, transforming the void into substance, strengthening the self, and gaining preliminary access to spatial laws. Lin Xiao had long perfected these 3 stages. Now, as he circulated the energy, it flowed seamlessly. His acupoints resonated with the celestial bodies, drawing in and expelling energy that stirred the winds and clouds. His consciousness gradually sank into a profoundly mysterious state. His dual pupils of sun and moon opened of their own accord. Within his left eye, the great sun blazed brilliantly, its true fire swirling as it calculated the change of space. Within his right eye, the moon shone cold and clear, its radiance like water, deducing the stability of space. Change and constancy, motion and stillness, fragmentation and the profound truths of countless spatial laws flowed, collided, and merged within his heart. Time lost all meaning within the depths of his seclusion. After an unknown span of time, the aura surrounding Lin Xiao abruptly transformed. His comprehension of the first 3 layers of the Great Void Sutra reached true integration and mastery. It was no longer mere application, he had grasped its core Tao principles. In that very instant, boom! His divine soul seemed to shatter an invisible barrier, stepping into a realm far vaster and more profound. The scene before him suddenly became crystal clear. He no longer merely sensed the stellar energy within the cultivation chamber. His divine perception seemed to extend infinitely, piercing through the base, piercing through the earth's layers. It resonated intensely with the dragon veins beneath the entire land of Huaxia. Strands of dragon vein energy, radiating brilliant golden light, spread like the roots of giant trees beneath the vast lands of China, forming an immense and intricate network of spiritual veins. Mountains and rivers served as its nodes and veins, carrying the accumulated wisdom of 10,000 years of civilization and gathering the beliefs and destinies of countless living beings. And his dragon soul was the very core and pivotal point of this network. In this moment, Lin Xiao deeply understood what it meant to protect and what it meant to bear responsibility. His Tao, his power, had long become inseparable from this land and the people who lived upon it. This realization far surpassed any mere increase in power. It was the key to his breakthrough in the Tao realm. Yet, just as his spirit merged profoundly with the dragon veins of China, poised to propel him toward higher realms, a sudden catastrophe struck. The dragon vein network before him violently convulsed. The golden radiance dimmed as hideous black fissures spread through the earth veins like festering wounds oozing pus and blood.
Endless wails and despairing thoughts surged from the fissures, assaulting his soul. The scene shifted again. He seemed to witness the collapse of the East Sea defenses, Su Qingran fighting desperately amidst a tidal wave of monstrous beasts, only to be swallowed by darkness. He witnessed the Kunlun Dao Palace reduced to ruins amid a sky raining fire, the figures of Zhao Weiguo, Wang Meng, and others vanishing in the explosions. He witnessed cities falling, lives destroyed, everything he had sworn to protect crumbling before his eyes. A cold, familiar voice echoed deep within his consciousness, dripping with temptation and scorn. Look, this is the fragility you sought to protect. Is it worth it? To bind your true power for these ants? Embrace the void, transcend this insignificant star, you can become something greater. This was the trial of the heart demon. It was also the test of the Dao realm. The test was not of strength, but of his Dao heart, the very foundation of his cultivation. Lin Xiao's soul trembled violently within the illusion. The scenes of destruction felt so real, the agony and despair threatening to shatter his will. Just as his mind was about to collapse, he saw it. Amidst the endless darkness and despair, faint glimmers of light still flickered. There were the dragon-scale guard warriors, willing to shatter their very bodies to detonate their crystal cores and halt the colossal beast's advance. It was ordinary citizens who, even in the face of utter despair, refused to abandon mutual support. It was the tattered flag of Huaxia, stubbornly fluttering amidst the smoke of battle. It was Su Qingran, even as he fell, still gazing toward the base with unwavering trust in his eyes. Guard! Lin Xiao murmured to himself. The confusion and wavering within his sun-moon dual pupils vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and resolve. Not a shackle, but the wellspring of my power. Not a burden, but the path my heart seeks. This heart shall not waver, this path, eternal. Chapter 146, The Great Void Sutra Breakthrough. He had forged his own path. Break! He let out a dragon's roar that echoed through the very depths of his soul. The illusory realm shattered like glass, piece by piece. All temptations, whispers, and visions of despair vanished into thin air. His Dao heart emerged from this trial crystalline and flawless, unbreakable. In that very instant, a shackle within him was utterly shattered. The techniques of the Taishu Sutra began to circulate on their own, transcending the limits of the third level and charging forward into uncharted realms. At the same time, the heaven-questioning sword, suspended deep within his dantian, emitted a joyful, clear ring. The vast projection of the starry river within its blades suddenly expanded, resonating with the surrounding celestial array of the cultivation chamber in an unprecedented harmony. Countless more profound, more mystical runes, diagrams, and Dao sounds surged like a tidal wave into Lin Xiao's sea of consciousness. Fourth heaven of the Great Void Sutra, Star Core Realm. Fifth heaven, Realm Domain. Sixth heaven, Taishu Realm. The gates to the subsequent 3 tiers of cultivation techniques finally burst open before him. It was not merely the inheritance of cultivation techniques, but also the profound insights and experiences of Guanchengzi and ancient Qi cultivators regarding spatial laws and the cosmic void. Lin Xiao absorbed it all with voracious hunger. His cultivation soared rapidly, and his understanding of power reached unprecedented heights. Yet he did not blindly follow the scripture's teachings. Throughout his comprehension, he constantly integrated his dragon lineage traits, his resonance with the dragon veins of China, and his accumulated combat experience. He began forging a path uniquely his own. The Great Void Sutra served as his foundation and guide, not a shackle. What he sought to comprehend was his own way of the Great Void. Within the cultivation chamber, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. At times, starlight coalesced into countless miniature worlds, cycling through birth and decay. At other times, space folded and twisted, giving birth to bizarre and fantastical dimensional landscapes. At other times, all sound ceased, as if returning to the primordial void of the cosmos. Lin Xiao's figure flickered in and out of these phenomena, his aura growing ever more profound and ethereal. When he finally grasped the 6th level of the Great Void Sutra 4 and began integrating it into his own system, his seclusion drew to a close. He slowly opened his eyes. Within his left eye, countless stars seemed to be born and extinguished. While his right eye held layers upon layers of boundless space. A vast yet restrained aura emanated from his body he had successfully broken through. Though his evolution level hadn't immediately increased, his foundational strength, his grasp of the laws, and especially his clarity regarding his own Dao had undergone a qualitative leap. This laid an incredibly solid and perfect foundation for his next step, devouring and evolving to challenge even higher realms. Within the stellar cultivation chamber, time seemed to lose its inherent measure, slipping silently only with the rotation of the celestial spheres. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged upon the Tai Chi jade platform, enveloped in dazzling starlight, his aura growing ever more profound and oceanic. Successfully breaking through the Dao realm and receiving the subsequent 3 tiers of the Taishu scripture had propelled him into an entirely new domain. At this moment, he was undertaking an even bolder experiment. He sought to fuse the newly grasped spatial laws with his primordial dragon flame. This was not something recorded in the cultivation techniques, but rather stemmed from the stirring within his own bloodline and a deeper understanding of the essence of power. With a flicker of intent, golden light swirled within his left eye like a sun forge.
A strand of the purest, most refined dragon flame rose from his fingertips. This flame was not the ordinary golden red, its core held an imperceptible, transparent distortion, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all things, causing the surrounding space to ripple faintly. Simultaneously, a silver glow flickered in his right eye, as cool and clear as moonlight. Spatial laws stirred in response. Light around his fingertips began to bend unnaturally, while fine, pitch-black cracks flickered in and out of existence. It resembled glass on the verge of shattering, radiating a chilling aura of nothingness. Two utterly distinct forces, one violent and searing, the other deep and mysterious, slowly converged at his fingertips under his masterful control. The process of fusion proved far more arduous than imagined. Dragon flame, the epitome of yang and unyielding force, yearned to consume all. The power of space, however, was ethereal and elusive, inclined toward disintegration and separation. Their collision was not a harmonious blend, but rather a fierce clash of incompatible laws. Hiss! A series of faint crackling explosions echoed. Dragon flame sought to consume the spatial force entirely, while the spatial force relentlessly attempted to banish the dragon flame into unknown dimensions. The violent clash of energies triggered localized spacetime turbulence, slicing tiny wounds at his fingertips, wounds that healed instantly under his formidable self-regeneration. Lin Xiao remained impassive, his sun-moon dual pupils calmly observing the minutest collisions and reactions between the two forces. His formidable divine sense functioned like the most precise instrument, ceaselessly adjusting the intensity, frequency, and fusion angle of the two laws' output. He recalled his insights into shadow when devouring the shadow sovereign, a force that traversed the realms of reality and illusion. He recalled the teachings of the great perfection master regarding the great void. Void yet not nothingness, tangible yet not existence. He recalled the colossal power deep within his dragon bloodline, a force that simultaneously held both creation and destruction. Space is not confined to confinement and division, it can also extend, bear, and layer. Dragon flame is not merely for burning and destruction, it can also purify, elevate, and achieve rebirth. This shift in perception brought forth an opportunity for fusion. He ceased forcing the two forces to extinguish each other's essence, instead guiding them to seek a shared resonance. Gradually, the core of transparent dragon flame at his fingertips ceased its violent tremors. Within its center, an exquisitely fine silver-black pattern began to emerge like the veins of fire, yet resembling the fissures of space. A wholly new, indescribable aura emanated from it. It possessed both the extreme heat of dragon flame and the absolute void of space. Condense! Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice, exerting full control. That speck of dragon flame, now fused with the laws of space, finally stabilized, forming a peculiar orb no larger than a fingernail. Its outer layer was a translucent membrane, yet within it seemed to imprison countless miniature stellar black holes. Slowly rotating, it emitted heart-stopping waves of destruction. The scenery around the orb was completely distorted, light itself unable to escape its gravitational pull. Lin Xiao could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within. Once unleashed, it could not only incinerate matter but also tear apart space, inflicting sustained spatiotemporal collapse damage. He cradled this nascent power in his palm with utmost care. His silver gold eyes reflected his own creation, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Though this was merely a preliminary fusion, extremely unstable and consuming immense energy, countless refinements and optimizations were still needed before it could be applied in combat. Yet the path was now clear, the way had been forged. This unique combat technique, combining the fury of dragon flames with the treacherous nature of space, possessed power far surpassing the simple sum of its components. He dispersed the dangerous orb in his hand, took a moment to steady his breath, and felt the drain on his spirit and strength. This technique shall be called the Great Void Dragon Flame. The whisper echoed through the stellar cultivation chamber, heralding the quiet emergence of a power potent enough to shake the cosmos. Chapter 147, Release of the Enhanced Xian Yuan Decision, Global Cultivation. Lin Xiao emerged from seclusion. As he pushed open the doors of the stellar cultivation chamber, Su Qingran, Zhao Weiguo, and the others guarding outside felt an indescribably vast aura wash over them. The Lin Xiao before them appeared unchanged in form, yet his dual sun-moon pupils had grown even more unfathomably deep, as if a single glance could pierce through the void of eternity. His aura was harmonious and restrained, yet it seemed to blend seamlessly with the entire cosmos and the dragon veins of China beneath his feet. It evoked a profound sense of awe, as if one were facing the entire starry sky. Lord Divine Dragon, you. Su Qingran stepped forward with delight. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and nodded. I've made some progress. His gaze swept past the crowd, fixing on the world beyond the base. At this moment, his resolve was unshakable. Whatever lay ahead, his sole purpose was to protect. The others' expressions brimmed with excitement. The mightier the Divine Dragon Lord grew, the mightier China would become. And a mightier China meant a mightier humanity. The two were completely interdependent. At that moment, Lin Xiao issued another command: notify everyone in the Kunlun Dao Palace I am about to release the improved version of the Xian Yuan decision. During this period, he had not only refined his own cultivation technique but also taken the opportunity to improve the Xian Yuan decision. The battles to come would not be his alone, nor China's alone, they would be humanity's.
The stronger humanity grew, the greater the odds of defeating the overmind. Moreover, foreign practitioners of the Xianyuan decision would henceforth swear allegiance solely to China, a development that actually granted China an even greater strategic advantage. Kunlun Dao Palace, Xingshu Hall.
Lin Xiao hovered at the center of the great array of the cosmic constellations, his black robe fluttering without wind.
The upgraded formation no longer confined itself to Kunlun's summit.
Instead, it used the dragon veins as a link, uniting the 12 major cultivation bases across the globe into a single entity.
Begin.
His voice was calm, yet it instantly echoed through every cultivation base worldwide via the array. Millions of cultivators in training simultaneously looked up. Above their bases, a holographic projection revealed Lin Xiao's figure, appearing like a deity descended upon the mortal realm. Today, I shall impart the 6th level of the mystic origin art. His dual sun-moon pupils swept across the countless faces gazing upward as Lin Xiao lightly tapped his fingertip. 12 golden beams of light descended from the heavens, precisely infusing the ancestral steel forests of every major cultivation base. The ancient characters on the steel seemed to come alive, swirling and rearranging themselves into entirely new patterns. His left hand cradled a ball of dragon flame, while his right hand controlled spatial ripples. Suddenly, his twin gold-and-silver pupils blazed brightly, sending a simultaneous jolt through every disciple worldwide. As if some shackle had been broken, the once obscure cultivation techniques suddenly became crystal clear. This is the resonance of the dragon veins. Lin Xiao's voice resonated deep within every soul. From this day forward, cultivation no longer depends on spiritual energy concentration. Instead, it breathes with the earth beneath your feet and shares its destiny with the dragon veins of China.
Arctic base, Bear Country.
Ivanov stared in shock at his own hands. The frigid power that once demanded arduous summoning now flowed as effortlessly as moving his own limbs. Beneath Siberia's frozen soil, colossal earth vein energy surged ceaselessly into his body.
Unbelievable. He murmured. Is this the power of the dragon veins? And this phenomenon was occurring in numerous locations across the globe.
Of course, the most significant changes were among those at Kunlun Dao Palace. Already the elite of their respective nations, they now achieved sudden enlightenment after receiving guidance from Lin Xiao.
The entire Kunlun Dao Palace was now brimming with spiritual energy. Everyone was immersed in cultivation. 3 days later, at the Kunlun Dao Palace training grounds,
over 10,000 trainees engaged in live combat drills, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The Huaxia dragon scale guards were enveloped in tangible clouds of vital energy, their average cultivation level reaching the 5th stage of the Jade Balance realm. Every movement echoed with dragon roars, their techniques warping space itself. Watch closely. Wang Meng demonstrated a newly mastered combat technique. His fist didn't strike straight ahead, but traced an arc through the air. Wherever the fist passed, space folded, ultimately striking the target simultaneously from 3 directions.
Boom! The target, forged from a special alloy, instantly crumbled to dust.
This is called the triple force of the Great Void, he grinned triumphantly.
I figured it out myself.
The international trainees watched in stunned silence. Jean from Gaul tried to replicate it, but could only barely create faint spatial ripples around her fist.
This isn't fair.
She muttered under her breath, you Chinese are like you're cheating. Su Qingran happened to pass by and chuckled softly upon hearing this.
It's not cheating. It's bloodline resonance. A crystalline ice lotus blossomed from her fingertips. The petals slowly rotated, each reflecting scenes from different dimensions.
The dragon veins acknowledge your efforts. Without that recognition, even the finest techniques are useless. Jean seemed to grasp the meaning, bowing solemnly.
I've learned something today. The Global Power Statistics report was swiftly delivered to Lin Xiao. China's Dragon Scale Guard, average Yuhong 5th tier, highest Yuhong 9th tier Wang Meng. Bear Arctic Army, average Xuanji stage 8, highest Yuhong stage 3 Ivanov. European Knights, average Xuanji 6th tier, highest Yuhong 1st tier Jean. White Eagle Genetic Combat Squad, average Xuanji 5th tier, highest Xuanji 9th tier Tom.
Zhao Weiguo reported excitedly, the overall strength of global cultivators has increased by 300%. At this rate, we can form an allied force composed entirely of Yuhong realm practitioners within 3 months. Lin Xiao, however, turned his attention to another report.
Anomalous energy fluctuation monitoring.
Data indicates 137 instances of abnormal spatial fluctuations occurred globally during the cultivation technique optimization period. All fluctuations originated from international trainees, exhibiting identical symptoms, brief loss of consciousness followed by dramatic cultivation breakthroughs upon recovery. The central course probing has begun, Lin Xiao tapped the report lightly with his fingertip. It's using contaminated trainees to spy on the cultivation technique's secrets. Su Qingran's expression darkened. Should we halt the international training program? Unnecessary, Lin Xiao replied, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
We'll turn the tables on them.
He retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Zhao Weiguo, released the Xianyuan secret art supplementary notes, emphasizing how to guard against the invasion of heart demons.
You mean?
Zhao Weiguo realized with a start.
Since it wants to learn, let it learn to its heart's content, Lin Xiao said with a slight smile. Only this time, it's a spiked version. That day, the Xian Yuan Secret supplement was released globally through the Zhou Tian Xingdou Grand Array. It placed special emphasis on demonic mind warning and energy purification techniques, seemingly safeguards against spiritual backlash, but secretly embedded with countermeasures. Sure enough, 3 days later, abnormal fluctuations decreased by 90%. Yet the remaining disturbances grew more concealed, more cunning. The bait is set, Lin Xiao declared from the observatory, gazing up at the sky. Now we wait for the big fish to take the hook. Su Qinran voiced her concern. What if the central core doesn't take the bait? It won't, Lin Xiao replied, his gaze deepening, but its black-robed minions certainly will. The greed for knowledge is a temptation no advanced civilization can resist. Just as he had anticipated, a fierce debate was raging within the main brain's base, hidden on the far side of the moon. Chapter 148, Eliminating the Remnants of the Black-Robed Men on the Moon. This is clearly a trap. Black-robed figure number 2 shrieked. How could that Chinese dragon possibly be so kind? But Black Robe number 1 stared fixedly at the cultivation technique demonstration in the holographic projection, his mechanical prosthetic eye flickering wildly. But the spatial manipulation techniques here are too exquisite. If we could just crack the security protocol. You fool! Do you want to kill us all? Shut up! Once we possess this knowledge, we can evolve into something far more powerful. You! The argument was cut short by a sudden alarm. Warning, anomalous energy reaction detected approaching the moon. All the cloaked figures froze simultaneously. On the holographic projection, a lapis blue light point rapidly expanded. Lin Xiao's voice echoed throughout the base via a special frequency. Class is dismissed. Now, it's exam time. On the far side of the moon, at the ruins of the Sea of Tranquility base. Beneath the shadow of a massive crater, the base left behind by the central brain resembled a grotesque metallic tumor embedded in the lunar surface. Deep within the base, in the main control room, a fierce argument was abruptly cut short by a shrill alarm. Warning! Ultra-high energy reaction approaching. Identification, Huaxia Shenlong. Distance, less than 1,000 kilometers. Velocity, rapidly accelerating. On the holographic star map, the turquoise gold dot representing Lin Xiao streaked across the void like a comet of doom, tearing through space with almost savage abandon, hurtling straight toward the moon. How did he find us? Where's our cloaking barrier? The second black-robed figure screamed, its tentacle-like mechanical arms frantically pounding the console, only to discover most access rights had been forcibly locked by a higher authority. The mechanical prosthetic eye of robe-clad figure 1 flashed as if about to burst, its voice thick with terror. He sent the cultivation technique himself. He rigged it. He exploited our greed for knowledge. What good does that do now? Activate all defenses. Keep him out, another roared. But it was too late. Buzz. An invisible yet weighty dragon's might, heavy as a stellar core, crashed down like a tangible tsunami. Before Lin Xiao's figure could appear, it slammed down upon the entire lunar base. The special grade glass in the control room instantly shattered into dust. All the black-robed figures were slammed to the ground as if by an invisible giant hand, their bones cracking with a bone-chilling sound. The eerie purple lights flickered wildly before extinguishing completely. Only the wailing emergency red lights remained, bathing the room in a blood-red hellscape. A calm yet icy voice pierced through the alloy barriers, resonating directly within the soul of every black-robed figure. Class dismissed. Now, it is time for the exam. The next instant. Boom! The multi-layered composite armor atop the base tore apart like paper. The moon's sparse dust was whipped up by the violent air currents, dancing wildly in the sunlight streaming through the gaping rift. Lin Xiao's figure hovered above the breach. His black robe hung motionless in the vacuum, yet the blazing light within his dual sun-moon pupils outshone the sun itself. In his hand, the heaven-questioning sword emitted a blade-long aura of light. The starry river within the blade spun at an unprecedented speed, emitting a hum that made space itself tremble. Without a word, Lin Xiao pointed his sword downward. He had long suspected the moon remained uncleared, and now it was confirmed. He hadn't found them last time, but this time, he wouldn't let them escape. Stop him. The first black-robed figure struggled to his feet, barking the order hoarsely. Inside the base, gates along the passageway roared open. Countless moon-bred aberrations and mechanical sentinels, enhanced by the central brain's technology, surged forth like a tidal wave. Their forms were hideous, flickering with ominous red light as they emitted silent roars, lunging toward the figure suspended over the rift. Lin Xiao didn't even glance at them. His left hand rose slightly, fingers splayed, and he made a gentle fist toward the surging tide of monsters. Space rippled like water, then abruptly collapsed inward. The 100 or so alien creatures and mechanical guards at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. They were crushed, folded, and twisted by the invisible force of space, ultimately transforming into a grotesque sphere intertwined with metal and biological tissue. With a final clang, it crashed into the center of the passageway, utterly still. Silence. The surviving black-robed figures and security systems seemed stunned into submission by this blow beyond comprehension.
Lin Xiao descended slowly into the control room. The heaven-questioning sword pointed diagonally toward the ground, its tip lightly touching the lunar surface with a crisp ding. Where is the core database of the central brain? His gaze swept over the collapsed black-robed figures, his golden left eye locking onto subject 1. Without locating the mainframe's core database, these black-robed figures would continue to appear endlessly. Only by eliminating the core database could peace be secured for a time. I don't know. I truly don't know. Number 1 stammered, terrified out of his wits. Lin Xiao asked no more. The heaven-questioning sword trembled slightly, releasing a sliver of sword energy as thin as a hair. The head of black-robed figure number 1 slid silently from its shoulders. The severed neck bore no blood, only crackling sparks and severed tubing. In his electronic eyes lingered the frozen horror of utter disbelief. And you? Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to number 2. The second black-robed figure's body convulsed violently, his mechanical prosthetic eye flashing wildly as if in agony. Ultimately, fear of the central core overwhelmed him. He screamed, for the central core. Self-destruct protocol initiated. He slammed his hand against a hidden button on his chest. But Lin Xiao was faster. A flash of sword light severed number 2's arm at the shoulder as it struck. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao's left eye blazed with golden light. A colossal surge of divine consciousness, like an invisible drill, violently pierced the second figure's mechanical prosthetic eye, forcibly scanning through his memory data streams. This black-robed figure was among the upper echelons of his kind, privy to far more secrets. Ah! Number 2 emitted an inhuman howl as his body convulsed violently. Massive fragments of chaotic data erupted from his prosthetic eye, forming intermittent holographic images in midair. Lin Xiao coldly scanned through the data, filtering out useless information and swiftly locking onto a coordinate protected by multiple layers of encryption. Located in the moon's deepest recesses, an area designated as the Abyssal Corridor. Having obtained the required information, Lin Xiao withdrew his mental probe. Black-robed figure number 2 collapsed to the ground like a boneless lump of mud, his cybernetic eye completely extinguished, all signs of life gone. Lin Xiao paid no further attention to the other trembling black-robed figures. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he raced along the path encoded in the memory data, deep into the base. Any defensive weapons attempting to activate or guards charging forward were instantly reduced to scrap metal and shards by the sword chi of the heaven-questioning sword and the spatial distortions it unleashed. The moon's gravity was weak, and his speed left only after images. Within minutes, he reached the entrance to the so-called Abyssal Corridor. It was an enormous gate, forged from some dark, dull metal, its surface covered in constantly writhing, shifting, eerie runes that emitted heart-stopping energy fluctuations. At the gate's center was a massive claw-shaped indentation, clearly some sort of special authentication device. Lin Xiao could sense a cold, immense, and malevolent remnant of consciousness emanating from beyond the door. This was the place. He wasted no time attempting to decipher it. He raised the heaven-questioning sword high above his head, its blade radiating a projection of the starry heavens brighter than ever before. Taishu, open heaven. The sword struck down. Chapter 149, Refining the Moon. Transforming it into a human habitat. No deafening explosion erupted. The instant the sword light touched the gate, the indestructible metal, imbued with strange energies, melted silently like ice under sunlight. The spatial laws contained within the sword light disintegrated it directly at the atomic level. A perfectly circular passageway, several meters in diameter, was forcibly carved open. Beyond the gate lay a vast space beyond imagination. There was no floor here, only endless dark void, as if directly connected to the depths of the cosmos. Suspended within the void was a colossal, dark red, tumor-like entity composed of countless optical cables and data streams. It pulsed slowly like a heart, each beat radiating vast amounts of information and icy malevolence. This was the core database the Overmind had left behind on the moon. Countless pale blue specks danced around it like fireflies, fragments of knowledge from other destroyed civilizations, not yet fully absorbed or deciphered by the Overmind. Lin Xiao could sense the database attempting to transmit its final information outward, its target fixed on the distant depths of the void. Not a chance. Lin Xiao crossed his arms before his chest, his dual pupils blazing with radiant light. Celestial Sealing Array. The celestial array at the chamber's apex was remotely activated, channeling colossal stellar energy across the Earth-Moon distance to descend upon this place. Countless stellar points of light materialized around him, swiftly coalescing into an incredibly intricate three-dimensional sealing array. It completely sealed off the entire database along with the surrounding space. The database's transmission beam collided with the stellar seal, sending ripples across the sky, yet it couldn't breach it in the slightest. The dark red flesh tumor convulsed violently, as if sensing the approach of its doom. Lin Xiao remained expressionless as he raised the heaven-questioning sword once more. This time, the blade was no longer wrapped in stellar energy, but in the purest force drawn from the very source of his dragon soul. The Genesis Dragon Flame. Golden white flames burned silently, causing even space itself to collapse slightly wherever they passed. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Rest in peace. The sword's light descended. The Genesis dragon flame, like a ravenous beast, instantly devoured the colossal database.
No explosion, only an ultimate purification.
The unsettling crimson hue swiftly faded, while the cold, malevolent fluctuations of consciousness melted away like ice thrown into the blazing sun. The bizarre matter and energy composing the database were decomposed by the dragon flame, reduced to their most primordial particle form, and ultimately obliterated into the void. The surrounding blue points of knowledge seemed liberated, growing bright and gentle like a summer night's starry river, slowly swirling and flowing. Within the lunar base, all remaining black-robed figures stiffened simultaneously. The light in their eyes extinguished, and they collapsed to the ground like puppets whose strings had been severed.
The mechanical sentinels still clinging to resistance instantly ceased their movements, their red eyes fading. The power core left behind by the central brain on the moon was completely purged.
Lin Xiao hovered in the void, his dark robes fluttering without wind.
Beneath his feet, the purified remnants of the Overmind's database drifted like stardust fragments in the vacuum. It's not enough.
His gaze swept across the defiled land. His dual sun-moon pupils pierced through the rock layers, revealing the black patterns deeply embedded within the lunar core. These were the cancerous growths left behind by the central brain's millennia-long corruption of the moon.
If not completely eradicated, they would eventually become a latent threat. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath. Though airless, this action stirred some primordial cosmic force. "Reveal yourself, my complete form."
As he murmured softly, his form began to shift. His black robes dissolved into streaks of light, merging into his body as his human form shed like a discarded cicada shell. In its place emerged a colossal dragon form that shook the heavens. Azure gold scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, each as vast as a square. The naturally formed stellar patterns upon them now glowed, resonating with the distant dragon veins of ancient China. The dragon's head rose, its twin pupils like miniature stars, the left eye blazing with the true fire of the sun, the right eye flowing with the moon's luminous essence. Its antlers branched like a crystal crown, with thunder surging within. When fully extended, its length reached a staggering 12,000 meters.
Such an immense body could actually coil around a quarter of the moon. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across 380,000 kilometers, resonating directly within the souls of all living beings on Earth.
In that instant, whether in daylight or darkness, every human on Earth instinctively looked up toward the heavens.
And then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget.
Upon the moon, a celestial dragon of azure and gold unseen since time immemorial coiled around its surface. Its body was so immense that even from Earth, the graceful contours of its form were clearly visible to the naked eye. The dragon's scales reflected the sunlight, causing flowing patterns of light to appear on the lunar surface.
My God! What is that?
In the capital of China, an elderly man practicing his morning exercises dropped his Tai Chi sword with a clang.
A divine dragon. It's the divine dragon. Schoolchildren cheered excitedly, pointing at the moon in the sky and screaming. Look!
The moon is wrapped in dragon coils.
Times Square's electronic screens drew stunned crowds.
Social media exploded instantly, the hashtag dragon encircling moon refreshed at a rate of millions of posts per second.
Tokyo, survivors in the land of cherry blossoms knelt in prayer, viewing this spectacle as a divine miracle.
In Moscow, Governor Puka's vodka glass slipped from his hand. My God, this is simply not God. Ivanov's voice trembled. It's the Chinese divine dragon. Meanwhile, on the moon, Lin Xiao had already begun his action.
Dragon flame of creation, purify the cosmos.
A colossal dragon's maw opened, spewing forth golden white flames. This flame was not one of destruction, but of creation and purification.
Wherever the dragon flames passed, the lunar surface's rocks instantly melted and reformed.
All remnants of the central brain's black structures, bizarre runes, and even the deepest traces of contamination buried within the rock layers were completely purified. Viewed from Earth, the lunar surface appeared as if coated in a flowing golden border, breathtakingly beautiful. Celestial constellations, heed my command. Lin Xiao's dragon's roar resounded once more, summoning the great array of the heavenly stars above China. 365 primary stars ignited simultaneously, their starlight traversing the void to pour into the moon's interior. A colossal three-dimensional array diagram materialized on the lunar surface, perfectly aligning with the stellar patterns etched upon Lin Xiao's scales.
Refine. With this dragon's roar, the entire moon began to hum.
Within the moon's core, the cancerous tissue corrupted by the central brain melted away like ice exposed to sunlight under the dual assault of stellar energy and dragon flames. The last vestige of the central core's consciousness, buried deep within the lunar core, emitted a silent wail before vanishing completely. The refinement process lasted a full 3 hours. As Earth's inhabitants gradually recovered from their shock, they realized the moon had changed. The once dull satellite now radiated a soft, bluish-gold glow, its surface faintly revealing flowing runic pathways, resembling a meticulously carved work of art. Even more astonishing, an extremely thin layer of atmosphere seemed to have formed on the lunar surface, refracting a rainbow-colored halo under the sunlight. From this day forward, Lin Xiao's voice echoed once more within every human mind, the moon shall become China's outpost, the first bridge for humanity's journey into the stars. All nations may apply to participate in the construction of the lunar base.
But remember,
Dragon's gaze swept across Earth, piercing through all obstacles. This place shall be guarded by China. Chapter 150. The mysterious flying object arrives. China, Shenlong Base. We did it. We succeeded. Zhao Weiguo wept tears of joy, trembling with excitement. Su Qingran stared blankly at the figure in black robes on the screen, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Wang Meng and the Dragon Scale Guard warriors cheered wildly, tossing their helmets into the air. Around the world, reactions varied. The Bear Nation immediately issued a statement, pledging full support for China's lunar program and applying to join. Gaul convened an emergency cabinet meeting to discuss its positioning in the new landscape. Deep within the underground bunker of the United States, Administrator Robert stared at the screen, his face ashen. Finally, he sighed deeply. Notify China, we are willing to trade all our technology for a single spot. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens erupted into celebration. Lunar real estate. I want to buy lunar real estate. What are the requirements to immigrate to the moon? Waiting online, urgent. Is China still accepting immigrants? I'm a third-generation immigrant, but my heart remains with my homeland. In that moment, humanity finally realized they were truly stepping into the interstellar age. And leading this charge was the divine dragon from the east. The ruins of the Sea of Tranquility base on the moon. Lin Xiao strolled across the transformed landscape. Through terraforming, this place had become habitable for humans. Though the thin atmosphere remained unbreathable, it now sustained basic ecological cycles. Temperatures now hovered steadily between -10 and 20 degrees Celsius, a world apart from the previous extreme conditions. Most miraculously, tender green plants began sprouting from the soil purified by dragon flames. These were seeds left behind by an ancient civilization destroyed by the overmind, reborn through the nourishment of the primordial dragon flame. Life always finds a way, Lin Xiao murmured softly. He ascended to the highest point of the base, surveying the domain now under his command. From here, the Earth's outline was clearly visible. Upon that blue planet, humanity was cheering for the dawn of a new era. It's not enough. Lin Xiao's gaze turned toward the distant starry sky. The moon was merely the first step. Mars, Europa, Centaurus. The threat from the central brain remains unresolved, and human civilization still has a long journey ahead. But at least now, they had a solid foundation. Next. An amber crystal stone appeared in Lin Xiao's palm, sealing within it the mysterious seed. It's time to see what you truly are. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into its study, an urgent call from Yamata no Orochi suddenly echoed through the mental link. Master. Trouble. Something's wrong on Earth. Lin Xiao frowned. Explain. It's those colossal beasts. They've gone berserk, charging at every ceiling node. Yamata no Orochi's voice carried a rare panic. And this time it's different. They seem controlled by something. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. The central core had just been expelled from the moon, and now Earth was in trouble? This couldn't be a coincidence. I'll be back soon. He cast one final glance at the land he had personally forged before his figure dissolved into the void. Shenlong Base, Command Center. A massive holographic star map hovered at the center, red dots representing the colossal beast surge erupting like a plague across the globe. A level 7 lava lizard swarm has appeared off the west coast of the United States. Numbers exceed 50. Antarctic node under attack by unknown energy source. Defensive array energy depleted to 67%. East Sea. Yamata no Orochi requests backup. It's under siege by 3 mutated beasts. Bad news poured in like snowflakes, the tension in the command room thickening to a palpable weight. Zhao Weiguo slammed his fist onto the console, simultaneous outbreaks. This is no coincidence. Su Qingran rapidly switched between surveillance feeds, her fair face pale. All ceiling nodes are under attack. The central core is about to force me to spread myself too thin. Lin Xiao's voice echoed from the doorway. Everyone whipped their heads around. The figure in black robes had appeared there unnoticed, his dual sun-moon pupils scanning the star chart, revealing no emotion. Lord Shenlong. The group bowed in unison. The mainframe's arrangements and schemes on Blue Star have been largely neutralized. Now it's cornered and lashing out. We must defend our hard-won gains. Lin Xiao strode slowly to the star map, lightly tapping his fingertip to zoom in on the real-time feed from Kunlun Dao Palace. Over 10,000 disciples formed battle formations against the enemy. Swordlights danced like dragons, talismans rained down like a storm as they clashed with the tidal wave of colossal beasts. With an average cultivation level of 5th stage of the Jade Balance, each disciple was capable of holding their own. Particularly the few direct disciples at the forefront, spatial ripples accompanied their every move, clearly indicating they had gained preliminary insights into the Taishu scripture. Let them go, Lin Xiao suddenly declared. Zhao Weiguo froze. But these disciples haven't experienced. Young eagles must leave the nest, Lin Xiao cut him off. Issue the order, all Jade Balance Realm disciples of Kunlun Dao Palace are to deploy to the 12 global nodes for reinforcement. The order was instantly transmitted through the Zhou Tian Xing Do Grand Array. At Kunlun's summit, temple bells tolled long and loud. The disciples, currently locked in bloody combat, heard the command. Far from being daunted, their fighting spirit surged. Then Lin Xiao pointed his finger. Space rippled like water. In the next instant, every cultivator within the Dao Palace was uprooted from their foundations, transforming into streaks of light that shot toward every corner of the globe. This? Zhao Weiguo stared in disbelief. Directly moving mountains? Lin Xiao smiled faintly. When the Taishu Sutra reaches its highest level of cultivation, it can indeed shift the heavens and earth. He turned to the other anxious generals. Fear not. These disciples are stronger than you imagine. As if to validate his words, battle reports from around the world began to turn. Victory in the East Sea. Kunlun disciples deployed the Nine Heavens Sword formation, slaying 7 mutated beasts. South Pole node stabilized. Dao Palace cultivators used themselves as array cores to reinforce the seal. Mysterious cultivators in beautiful nation froze 1,000 miles with a single strike, annihilating the lava lizards. The final report left everyone stunned. Mysterious cultivator? Su Qingran urgently pulled up satellite imagery. On the frozen Pacific Ocean, a white-robed maiden stood poised against the wind. She appeared no older than 18, yet radiated the terrifying aura of a heavenly spindle realm cultivator. It's junior sister Chu! Su Qingran exclaimed in delight. She was only at the Xuanji realm 3 months ago. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod. She has remarkable talent. She should be prioritized for cultivation. His gaze swept over the gradually stabilizing battlefield as his voice turned cold. But all of this, is going far too smoothly. A chill gripped everyone's hearts. The Central Core exposed all its hidden forces for a final assault, only to be so easily thwarted by us? Lin Xiao tapped the star chart lightly with his fingertips. It's testing us in buying time. Buying time for what? Zhao Weiguo asked instinctively. At that moment, the shrill alarm sounded once more. Warning, an ultra-high energy object is approaching Earth. Its speed exceeds the speed of light. Wait, it's decelerating. Orbital calculations complete. Target is the uninhabited region in northwest China. Chapter 151, Global Proclamation, Abolish National Borders, Establish the Human Federation. All screens instantly switched to surveillance footage from the depths of the desert. A sleek, silver-white spacecraft descended slowly, its surface devoid of any seams or windows, smooth as a water droplet. Most peculiar was the absence of any propulsion flames during its descent, as if an invisible giant hand had gently placed it upon the sand. Not the Central Core style. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This technology aligns more closely with a pure psychic civilization. Before he could finish, the craft's top hatch abruptly opened. To everyone's astonished gaze, what emerged was neither monster nor machine, but 3 humanoid beings. The leader wore a star-patterned robe, silver hair cascading like a waterfall, and a face so perfect it seemed inhuman. In his hand, he held a crystal staff, its tip suspended with a constantly shifting celestial map. The 2 behind him appeared to be guards, clad in form-fitting battle armor that shimmered with liquid light patterns. Scan complete. 98.7% similarity to human lifeforms, but energy signatures are entirely different. The technician's voice trembled. Every cell in their bodies seems like miniature stellar cores. The man in the stargown seemed to sense the scan, lifting his gaze toward the satellite. Despite the tens of thousands of meters separating them, everyone felt as though he had directly seen them. Such immense psychic power. Su Qingran staggered backward, blood instantly gushing from her nose. Lin Xiao raised his hand to gently touch her, enveloping her in a soft golden light. Calm your mind. This is mental probing from a highly advanced psychic civilization. His gaze grew grave as he studied the image. If I'm not mistaken, this should be. The man in the star-patterned robe suddenly spoke, his voice resonating directly within each person's mind. I am Ael, the Star Spirit Clan's inspector. In accordance with the ancient covenant, I have come to investigate the signs of the Source Star's revival. Guardian of this place, reveal yourself. Ancient covenant? Source Star? Star Spirit Clan? A series of unfamiliar terms plunged the command room into dead silence. Zhao Weiguo swallowed hard. Lord Shenlong, this. Lin Xiao, however, wore a pensive expression, so the watchers mentioned by the venerable Guangchengzi are them. He smoothed his black robe and addressed the others. I shall go meet this guest. It's too dangerous. Su Qingran hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. What if they're the mainframes? Impossible. Lin Xiao gently pulled free. If they were enemies, that mental probe alone would have been enough to destroy the global network. With a single stride, his figure materialized in the northwest desert. El watched Lin Xiao materialize before him, his crystal staff pausing slightly. An interesting use of space, but it doesn't seem to be orthodox star spirit inheritance. Lin Xiao remained composed. China. Lin Xiao. China. Ael's eyes flickered with celestial patterns. Ah, yes. One of the most brilliant civilizations of the ancient era. Alas. His tone shifted abruptly. I sense the aura of void abominations permeating this planet, hence my investigation. It appears you've encountered trouble. Lin Xiao's heart stirred. You know of the core? The overmind? Ael chuckled softly.
Is that what you call it? In the Xingling records, it is known as the Void Devourer, a plague upon the cosmos.
His gaze swept the surroundings.
Yet it seems you fared better than anticipated.
To have purified the lunar base and even gained preliminary mastery over stellar power. His words carried a hint of admiration, but more so a condescending scrutiny.
Lin Xiao frowned. What do you mean by the ancient pact? Ah, that, Ale said casually.
A mutual aid treaty signed between the Protoss and the ancient Source Star civilization. When the Source Star civilization reached level 1 interstellar standards, we would provide sanctuary and technology sharing. He paused before adding, of course, given your civilization's historical discontinuity, the treaty requires reassessment.
Lin Xiao immediately seized the crucial point. How will it be assessed? Simple enough. Al tapped his staff lightly, conjuring 3 trial illusions in the air.
Complete the Star Spirit trials to prove your eligibility to rejoin the interstellar civilization sequence.
Otherwise,
he glanced meaningfully at the sky. We will have no choice but to classify you as a lost civilization and, in accordance with the Universal Convention, implement isolation and protection. So-called isolation and protection was, in essence, confinement. A flash of gold gleamed in Lin Xiao's eyes. What if I refuse? Elle smiled. Then I shall proceed with protocol to purge all void contamination including infected lifeforms. The threat hung heavy in the air. Their gazes clashed in midair, causing space to subtly warp. Just then, Elle suddenly let out a soft and looked at Lin Xiao's chest.
You carry the aura of a seed?
Lin Xiao's heart jolted violently, yet his expression remained impassive.
I don't understand what you're referring to. Al gave him a long, searching look before finally sheathing his crystal staff.
The trial begins in 3 days. Prepare yourself well. The silver-white aircraft rose silently into the sky, vanishing beyond the atmosphere. Though the pressure lifted, Lin Xiao's brow remained furrowed.
The Star Spirits, the Ancient Covenant, the Void Devourers, and their obsession with the seed.
The situation was growing increasingly complex. He gazed up at the sky, his dual sun-moon pupils reflecting the boundless starry expanse.
Whoever you are,
if you dare set your sights on Earth, you'll have to answer to my sword first.
The Dragon Base Command Center was ablaze with lights.
Lin Xiao materialized from the void, his dark robes fluttering slightly, his expression solemn. Upon his return, he immediately summoned all core members. The Star Spirits, the Ancient Pact, the trial. After Lin Xiao briefly recounted their encounter in the Northwest Desert, the entire command center fell into dead silence. Zhao Weigua's tablet slipped from his hands with a sharp clatter, shattering on the floor, yet he remained utterly oblivious.
Wang Meng's jaw dropped, his rugged face etched with utter disbelief.
Su Qingran covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with shock and worry.
Another alien civilization? Or an ally?
Zhao Weigua's voice was dry, each word seeming to burn his lips.
This is too sudden. Allies? Wang Meng snapped back to reality, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. More like a weasel paying respects to a chicken.
The way that Iyer spoke, I wanted to punch him through tens of thousands of meters.
Quarantine protection? They just want to lock us up like monkeys in a zoo. Calm down, Wang Meng.
Su Qingran, though her mind was in turmoil, maintained her composure. Lord Shenlong, how powerful are they, exactly? Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the group, his dual sun-moon pupils betraying no emotion.
Immeasurably deep.
That his psychic energy far surpasses ordinary creations of the central core.
He even gives me a sense of facing the abyss. The 2 guards behind him?
Their individual energy signatures rival those of a fully evolved Yamada no Orochi.
The group sucked in a collective breath. Yamada no Orochi was already a peak level 7 entity, and those 2 guards were this powerful? As for that AEL,
a heavy pressure settled over every heart. Just as they glimpsed hope of defeating the Overmind, a more mysterious and formidable presence had quietly emerged. But this may not be entirely bad news. Lin Xiao shifted his tone, his voice steady and resolute.
Pressure can also be motivation.
The emergence of the Star Spirit clan and the threat posed by the Overmind both reveal a crucial truth. He rose slowly, his black robe fluttering without wind, his gaze piercing as it swept across every face present.
Humanity must unite as one. No longer a loose alliance, but a single entity. One voice. One civilization.
His voice resonated like a great bell, striking deep within each soul. I propose dissolving the existing Human Survival Alliance and establishing the Human Federation. Breaking down the barriers of nations and ethnicities, with China at its core, we shall integrate all global forces and resources to collectively face the challenges ahead. The words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. Though mentally prepared, hearing the words break national boundaries spoken aloud still sent shockwaves through the crowd. This signaled a complete overhaul of the international order that had endured for millennia. Zhao Weigua took a deep breath and was the first to stand, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. I agree. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Facing an interstellar-level threat, internal strife and division are suicide. Wang Meng pounded his chest with a thunderous roar. I've always hated those endless, pointless negotiations.
This is how it should be. Lord Shenlong, whatever you say, I'll do. Su Qingran's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. She stepped forward, her voice clear and resolute. All 1,000,000 disciples of Kunlun Dao Palace obey Lord Shenlong's command. Our strength shall be the bedrock of the Human Federation. Technical officers, strategists, legion representatives, all present exchanged glances. Finally, every trace of hesitation and worry dissolved into unwavering resolve. Seconded. Seconded. For the future of humanity. Unanimously approved. That evening, amplified by the Zhou Tianxing Do Grand Array, a solemn proclamation resounded across every corner of the globe, resonating directly within the hearts of all humanity. Proclamation to all humanity. Effective immediately, the Human Survival Alliance is formally dissolved and reorganized into the Human Federation. Earth is our shared home, humanity is our common name. All boundaries between nations, ethnicities, and organizations are hereby dissolved. Within the Federation, all are equal, sharing responsibility and glory. The supreme governing body of the Federation shall be the Senate, temporarily composed of the core members of the former Huaxia Shenlong base, representatives from each continent, and elders of the Kunlun Dao Palace. Lord Shenlong shall serve as the Federation's supreme guardian, revered as the Dragon Sovereign. The Federation's capital shall be established at Kunlun, China. Chapter 152, With the Power of the World, Aid My Evolution. The proclamation was repeated 3 times, each word clear and unquestionable. At that moment, the entire world fell into a brief, deathly silence. Then erupted a thunderous uproar. Social media exploded completely, all platforms instantly crashing. On every street corner, through television and radio, everyone discussed this earth-shattering news. Within China, cheers shook the heavens. In major cities, crowds spontaneously poured into squares, waving flags and overcome with emotion. It's about time. Human Federation. Long live the Dragon Sovereign. Long live the Federation. This is the right way to reach for the stars. In Bear Nation, after a brief silence, the chief executive of Puji addressed the nation over the broadcast, his voice solemn yet resolute. This is humanity's only path to survival. On behalf of Bear Nation, I declare our unconditional accession to the Human Federation. On the ice fields, Ivanov led the Arctic Army soldiers in kneeling on one knee toward Kunlun, performing the Federation salute. Europa. Jean polished her knight's sword and smiled at her companions behind her. Looks like nationalities won't matter anymore. Fine by me, fighting for humanity sounds way more thrilling. Upon the ancient castle, the Federation flag slowly rose. Yet even so, controversy and resistance persisted. Old factions in certain regions attempted to resist, raising sharp protests. Yet their voices were soon drowned out. On one hand, the Kunlun Dao Palace's 1,000,000 accomplished disciples began traversing the lands. The formidable power they displayed and their absolute loyalty to the Dragon Sovereign formed an invisible deterrent. A single disciple at the Jade Balance Realm was sufficient to secure a region and quell unrest. On the other hand, and more importantly, hope. The establishment of the Human Federation was more than just a name. Following the proclamation, the Federation enacted a series of new policies. The Federation Resource Allocation Act, prioritizing resources toward severely disaster-stricken and impoverished regions to ensure basic survival. The Universal Cultivation Advancement Program, a more comprehensive plan for popularizing the Xian Yuan Manual, opening more low-tier cultivation technique libraries, and establishing a global network of cultivation schools. The Interstellar Era Talent Initiative, gathering the world's top scientists and scholars to share all technologies and dedicate full efforts to breakthroughs in psychic energy technology, starship technology. Tangible benefits and a visible future gradually silenced even the most stubborn opponents. Especially those who once struggled desperately beneath the claws of the colossal beast they yearned so deeply for a powerful order to protect them. And Dragon Sovereign Lin Xiao was the embodiment of that order, the very symbol of power. Kunlun summit the Federation's departure. 3 days later, Mount Kunlun. The former Daoist Palace Plaza had been expanded, giving rise to a magnificent structure that fused technology and alchemy, the Federal Council Hall. Before the hall, nations from across the world gathered in a bustling crowd. People of diverse skin tones and languages wore their distinctive traditional attire, yet all bore the unified Federation emblem on their left arms. A lapis lazuli dragon pattern encircling the stars. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, yet tinged with the excitement of a new beginning. Lin Xiao, the Dragon Sovereign Lin Xiao, did not appear in his dragon form. He stood tall in his black robes upon the highest terrace of the council hall. His twin sun-moon pupils gazed calmly down upon the gathered elite of humanity below. Without lengthy speeches, his voice, amplified by the array, carried clearly throughout the hall and into the ears of every Federation citizen watching the live broadcast. Today, the Human Federation is established. This is not the end, but the beginning. The path ahead may lead to stars, or it may lead to abysses. May you all stand united, united in purpose, supporting one another. The future of humanity lies in your own hands. Concise yet weighty as 1,000 pounds. He raised his hand, and starlight gathered at his fingertips, coalescing into a brilliant beam that shot toward the heavens. Boom! In the heavens, clouds churned violently as the vast celestial star array revealed its outline.
365 main stars shone brilliantly, casting endless radiance that enveloped all of Kunlun, enveloped the entire Earth. Simultaneously, every human being across the globe, wherever they stood, felt a faint yet warm resonance emanating from the earth beneath their feet. The power of the dragon veins of China was now gently nourishing the entire planet through the array. The rite is complete. Human Federation, set forth. The master of ceremonies proclaimed loudly. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted from Kunlun Mountain, swiftly spreading across the globe. A new era truly began at this very moment. Su Qingran stood half a step behind Lin Xiao, gazing at his resolute profile and the seething crowd below, her eyes brimming with boundless reverence and anticipation. Zhao Weiguo, Wang Meng, Ivanov, Jin, Tum, every delegate, every warrior, every ordinary person gazed in that direction. For the first time in history, humanity was truly united. Though the future remained fraught with unknowns and challenges, the spark of hope had already ignited a prairie fire. At the summit of Kunlun, the echoes of the celebration in the Federation's council chamber had yet to fade when the global Operation Purify the World to eradicate the colossal beasts commenced. On the massive holographic sand table, blue dots representing the Human Federation surged like a tide toward the red zones marking the behemoth's lairs. Main nest in the Rocky Mountains of North America suppressed. The Flame Wolf Mech Core is eliminating remnants. Antarctic Glacier Nest successfully breached. Dragon Scale Guard Squad 3 reports 0 casualties. Siberian Plains. Hold on. Encountering fierce resistance. Requesting Kunlun Dao Palace support. Within the command center, battle reports flowed in and out like a river. Zhao Weiguo presided over the hub, his voice steady as iron, request approved. Order Kunlun Dao Palace's Tianqiu squadron to immediately space jump for reinforcement. This was the Federation's first battle since its founding. It must be completed flawlessly. The moment the order fell, 7 brilliant points of light flared across the sand table over the Siberian region. 7 cultivators clad in Taoist robes tore through the void, deploying a sword formation that instantly annihilated the last clinging beasts. This is the power of the Federation. A Europa commander murmured, his eyes filled with awe. What once required the combined might of an entire nation to barely withstand the giant beasts' lairs were now being eradicated at an astonishing pace under the joint assault of Federation forces and cultivators. As each nest fell, vast quantities of beast cores and flesh were collected by specialized logistics units. Through the newly established Stellar Trajectory Transport System, they flowed ceaselessly toward the Shenlong Base. Shenlong Base, deep underground cultivation chamber. This space has been transformed into a vast expanse resembling a celestial temple. Lin Xiao sat enthroned at its center, beneath a hill formed from countless crystal cores. Consumed level 6 crystal cores 120, evolution points plus 6,000. Devoured level 7 crystal cores 3, evolution points plus 3,000. Consumed level 5 giant beast flesh. The system notifications came in rapid succession. The rate at which evolution points increased was now hundreds of times faster than before. What once required careful calculation had now become almost extravagant. Lin Xiao even began to be selective. He consumed only high-quality level 6 or higher crystal cores, distributing those below level 5 to the elite members of the Dragon Scale Guard. The Federation's establishment truly brings unprecedented efficiency, Lin Xiao mused inwardly. The unified allocation of global resources meant sustaining his evolution was no longer solely China's burden. The planet's entire foundation was rapidly being transformed into his own power. His dragon form grew visibly larger and more solid by the day. The stellar patterns on its scales grew increasingly intricate and profound, as if containing miniature universes within. His dragon horns gleamed with crystalline clarity, occasionally crackling with fleeting bolts of thunder. Beneath his belly, 5 powerful claws pulsed with such force that even the slightest movement rippled through space. Current evolution points, 998,763 1 million. Just one final push. Chapter 153, Evolution Again. Second layer of the complete form. 100,000 meters. On this day, as the final batch of crystal cores harvested from the depths of the Amazon rainforest and imbued with peculiar life energy was transported to the cultivation chamber, Lin Xiao knew the moment had arrived. He drew a deep breath, and in an instant, all energy within the cultivation chamber was drained. Even the sky outside the base dimmed momentarily. Begin. He closed his dragon eyes, focusing all his consciousness inward. Evolution points maxed. Proceed with evolution? Yes. Boom. This time, the commotion far surpassed any previous instance. It wasn't a mere roar, but a deeper, soul-shaking hum. It felt as though the very heart of the planet had thumped violently. Centered on the divine dragon base, a pillar of light so dazzling it defied description shot skyward, instantly piercing the atmosphere and shooting straight into the depths of space. Earth itself seemed to fade into insignificance before this pillar of light. Across the globe, regardless of day or night, all humanity felt a collective stir, instinctively lifting their gaze to the heavens. They witnessed a sight they would never forget. In the heavens, clouds were torn apart by an invisible force. The stars shone brighter than ever before, as if drawn infinitely closer. The Milky Way hung upside down, showering billions of rays of starlight that converged toward the east. Beneath the land of China, the dragon veins erupted in fury. 9 colossal golden dragon phantoms, formed from pure energy, leapt forth from the earth's depths. They circled and danced around the pillar of light, their dragon roars shaking the heavens.
The dragon sovereign! It's the dragon sovereign, someone cried out in excitement.
At the Kunlun Dao Palace, tens of thousands of disciples simultaneously turned toward the pillar of light, bowing in reverence as they chanted the Xian Yuan decision in unison. Their sacred voices harmonized with the dragon's roar. Within the Federation's council chamber, Zhao Weiguo, Su Qingran, and others rushed out, staring in awe at the pillar of light reaching heaven and earth, feeling the overwhelming divine might within it, a power so immense it nearly forced them to their knees. Within the pillar of light, Lin Xiao's dragon form underwent a cataclysmic transformation. His form swelled wildly. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Finally stabilizing at a staggering 10,000 meters in length. And this was merely his physical form. Behind his 10,000-meter dragon form, an even more colossal, more majestic, and more terrifying spectral projection slowly coalesced into shape. That phantom stood 30,000 zhang tall, approximately 100,000 meters long.
Its entire form radiated a sacred dark gold hue. Though its details remained blurred, its overwhelming aura seemed to transcend time and space, as if it had journeyed from the primordial chaos of ancient times. Its form resembled Lin Xiao's physical body, yet it was more ancient, more majestic, and more perfect, as if it were the very origin of the dragon bloodline, the embodiment of the concept itself. The dragon god's phantom.
Its twin pupils resembled 2 stars, the left eye blazing white, the right eye dark gold. Wherever its gaze fell, space froze, time slowed, and all creation bowed in submission. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. Whether on battlefields where combat raged or in bustling cities, all were awestruck by the dragon god's phantom, which shrouded half the sky. A profound sense of their own insignificance and reverence welled up from their very souls. In an underground bunker somewhere in the United States, Administrator Robert stared at the screen displaying the phantom larger than mountains. His coffee cup slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor as he murmured,
"My God! This is simply..."
He could find no words to describe it. On the frozen plains of the Bear Nation, Ivanov and his warriors knelt on one knee, right hands pressed to their chests, offering the most solemn military salute to express their reverence and loyalty. Within an ancient European castle, Knight Jean stood sword-handed, her eyes blazing with fierce combat intent and reverence. "This is the guardian deity we follow."
Upon the summit of Kunlun Mountain, Su Qingran gazed upward at the colossal, godlike yet demonic apparition.
Tears welled in her eyes, not from fear, but from pride and profound reassurance.
Veteran generals like Zhao Weiguo and Wang Mang were choked with tears.
They knew the dragon god of Huaxia, the dragon sovereign of mankind, had grown stronger. The dragon god's phantom lingered for about 15 minutes before slowly merging into Lin Xiao's 10,000-meter dragon form. The vast, star-sea-like pressure that had radiated from it also retracted.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Current stage, perfect form tier 2. Body length, 10,000 meters.
New talents, Dragon God's Descent summons Dragon God's Phantom, temporarily granting partial primordial dragon might. Star Dominion greatly enhances absorption and control of stellar energy. Law Affinity significantly boosts comprehension of time, space, and elemental laws. Lin Xiao slowly opened his dragon eyes. Within his left eye, nebulae seemed to form and dissipate within his right, realms appeared to cycle through rebirth. He gently swayed his dragon tail, sensing the surging power within him, power potent enough to effortlessly tear apart continental shelves. With a flicker of his thoughts, his 10,000-meter dragon form swiftly shrank, reverting to human shape. His black robes remained unchanged, but his dual sun-moon pupils grew even more profound. Occasionally, as they shifted, they seemed capable of piercing through the vastness of time and space. With a single step, he materialized upon the terrace of the council hall. Hail the dragon sovereign's emergence from seclusion. Led by Zhao Weiguo and Su Qingran, all the Federation's high-ranking officials and those present shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, filled with sincere reverence and ecstatic joy. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the crowd, and he gave a slight nod. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that resonated across the globe. Operation Purify the World continues. Humanity's journey must not end at Earth. The stars and the sea, that is our true journey. These simple words ignited an unprecedented passion and ambition within humanity across the globe. With the Dragon Sovereign already so powerful, the future of the Human Federation would surely be boundless in glory. Yet Lin Xiao's gaze had already turned toward the depths of the cosmos. The power of the second layer of the complete form gave him even greater confidence. At the summit of Mount Kunlun, before the Federation Council Plaza. As the third day's dawn pierced the clouds, the sleek silver-white aircraft appeared silently overhead like a ghostly apparition. It seemed as though it had always been there, only now revealing itself. No engine roar, no energy fluctuations, it hovered there as lightly as a feather. El stepped out of the craft, clad as ever in his starlit robes, his silver hair shimmering faintly in the dawnlight. At the tip of the crystal staff in his hand, the celestial patterns seemed to shift even faster than they had 3 days prior. Two-star spirit guards followed closely behind, their liquid light battle armor shifting through unpredictable hues under the sun. Their faces remained expressionless, like two perfect sculptures.
The time has come, Guardian.
Ael's voice echoed directly within the minds of everyone in the square, gentle yet commanding.
The trial is about to begin. Are you ready?
His gaze settled on Lin Xiao, carrying a hint of subtle scrutiny. Lin Xiao stood as before, clad in dark robes, his posture as straight as a mountain. Since breaking through to the second layer of the complete form, his aura had grown more restrained, yet his dual sun-moon eyes had deepened. Occasionally, as they shifted, glimpses of cosmic birth and death seemed to flicker within them.
We can begin at any moment.
Lin Xiao's calm reply was quiet yet clear to every ear, carrying a reassuring strength. A flicker of surprise crossed Ael's eyes, as if he sensed something different about Lin Xiao compared to 3 days prior.
He gave a slight nod. Very well. First trial, Stardust Corridor. His crystal staff tapped lightly. Hum. The scene before them abruptly shifted. Chapter 154, The Star Spirit Tribe's Trial. The council hall, the plaza, Kunlun Mountain, and indeed the entire earth vanished. All present seemed instantly hurled into the boundless depths of cosmic space. Beneath their feet lay the dazzling Milky Way, while slowly rotating nebulae and endless darkness swirled around them. A winding corridor paved with countless twinkling stars materialized in the void, stretching infinitely forward, its destination unknown. Along its sides, twisted spatial rifts and occasional interstellar dust storms swept by, emanating a palpable aura of danger. The Stardust Corridor, El's voice echoed through the void. This tests your perception and mastery of stellar power. Pure speed won't suffice, you must channel starlight as a bridge. Only where your intent leads can you pass. Those who fall are eliminated. His gaze swept over the tense figures behind Lin Xiao, Su Qingran, Zhao Weiguo, and the others. This trial may be undertaken by multiple individuals simultaneously. However, the corridor will adjust its difficulty based on each participant's strength. Wang Meng swallowed hard, his forehead beaded with sweat as he stared at the spatial rifts outside the corridor, fissures powerful enough to tear apart steel warships. Su Qingran, however, gripped her ice crystal longsword tightly, her gaze unwavering. Lin Xiao, however, smiled faintly. No need for trouble. He stepped forward, not even glancing at the corridor, and slowly raised his right hand. The next moment, something happened that made Ael's pupils contract slightly. The entire Stardust Corridor seemed to respond to some supreme summons. All the stars suddenly ignited. No longer flickering chaotically, they now radiated an unprecedented brilliance, as if paying homage to a sovereign. Following some profoundly mysterious trajectory, they began to arrange and combine themselves. The dangerous spatial rifts and dust storms along both sides of the corridor slowly subsided and dispersed, as docile as tame pets. A smooth, stable bridge of light laid down by the stars themselves formed beneath Lin Xiao's feet, stretching directly to the end of the corridor. This was not merely passing the trial, it was making the trial itself submit. How is this possible? A star spirit guard finally lost his composure, uttering a low gasp of astonishment. For the first time, the crystal staff in Ael's hand faltered momentarily. He stared deeply at Lin Xiao. Your affinity with the stars far exceeds my expectations. It surpasses that of most star spirits. Lin Xiao stepped onto the light bridge with hands behind his back, striding with the ease of someone strolling through his own backyard. The stars? Is that so difficult? His words were calm, yet carried unparalleled confidence. The Taishu Sutra he cultivated originated from the stellar path itself. His dragon soul resonated with the dragon veins of China and the stars of Earth. Combined with his fully realized second-tier cultivation, achieving this was but a natural progression. In the blink of an eye, he reached the end of the corridor. First trial passed. After a moment of silence, Ael waved his crystal staff. The cosmic vistas faded, and the crowd found themselves back atop Mount Kunlun, as if the previous scene had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Yet each of them knew it had been utterly real. The second trial, the Mindscape Labyrinth. Ael's voice carried a hint of gravity. This trial tests the heart of the Tao and the will. Confront the deepest fears and weaknesses within your soul. Those who succumb shall be eliminated. He looked at Lin Xiao. This trial must be undertaken alone. Lin Xiao nodded. Understood. The moment the words left his lips, the space around him twisted once more. This time, he found himself immersed in an endless expanse of gray mist. The mist churned and swirled, coalescing into various visions. It was the horrifying scene from his past life, the collapse of the East Sea defense line, colossal beasts devouring millions of compatriots, countless faces of despair wailing in agony. There were the familiar figures of Su Qingran, Zhao Weiguo, Wang Meng, and others, each one falling before him, blood flowing like rivers. It was the phantom of Guangchengzi sighing and shaking his head, saying he had betrayed the legacy and failed to protect anyone. Even his parents appeared from a past life, dying from poverty and illness, accusing him of not gaining power sooner. Scene after scene pierced the deepest recesses of his soul, magnifying his helplessness and regret to unbearable proportions. Terrifying negative emotions crashed over Lin Xiao's mind like a tidal wave, attempting to shatter him and drag him into ruin. To the outside world, all could see was Lin Xiao standing still, eyes closed, brow slightly furrowed.
Yet the faint tremors rippling through the space around him revealed the fierce battle raging within. Su Qingran nervously clutched the hem of her robe, while Zhao Weiguo and the others held their breath in tense silence. El remained expressionless, yet his gaze was intensely focused. The mindscape maze was the ultimate test of a being's true nature. Countless powerful civilizations had been laid bare at this stage, some even suffering the collapse of their very Dao heart. Time ticked by. Lin Xiao's furrowed brow gradually smoothed out. Those illusions were indeed terrifying, enough to shatter the mental resolve of an ordinary Tianqian realm cultivator. But he was Lin Xiao. He was Lin Xiao, the one who had been reborn, reversed time itself, protected Huaxia, and founded the Human Federation. His Dao heart had been tempered through countless life and death trials, through reversing the moon's orbit, and through breaking through to the second layer of the complete form realm. It had long since become unbreakable, pure and flawless. False illusions dared disturb my Dao heart? Within the grey mist world, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, the divine light of his sun-moon dual pupils surging violently. The path I walk is without shame before heaven and earth. Those I protect shall never repeat the mistakes of the past. Disperse. The thunderous roar, not born from his throat but from the sheer force of his divine souls, will echo through the void. Boom! All the grey mist, the horrors, the illusions like snow exposed to sunlight melted away in an instant. The mind's maze shattered. Outside, the turbulent space around Lin Xiao instantly calmed. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and resolute, even sharper than before the trial. Ale's eyes finally revealed an unmistakable look of astonishment. He even subconsciously stroked his crystal staff. Such a short time, such unwavering resolve. Unbelievable. The two-star spirit guards exchanged glances, each seeing solemnity in the other's eyes. The will of this source star guardian likely matched that of the ascetics within the star spirit temple. Third trial, the cosmic map. Ael drew a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. This is the final trial. It tests your understanding of cosmic laws and your power to reconstruct them. With a flick of his staff, a colossal, intricately detailed celestial map materialized in the air. Yet this celestial map was incomplete and fractured. Countless stars glowed dimly, the connecting lines broken and twisted. The entire diagram felt lifeless, permeated with decay and chaos. This simulates the cosmic patterns of a star domain that has just endured the ravages of a void devourer. Ael's voice carried a hint of gravity. The trial, within 3 days, repair it completely and infuse it with vitality. He looked at Lin Xiao and added, for this trial, the fastest record among our young generation is 7 days. If you can complete it, regardless of how long it takes, you will pass. This was practically an impossible task. Zhao Weiguo and the others paled. Merely gazing at the complex, dizzyingly fragmented star map sent stabbing pains through their souls. Lin Xiao, however, merely gazed silently at the star map. Countless streams of golden and silver light, like data streams, flashed rapidly through his dual pupils. Moments later, he suddenly spoke, 3 days won't be necessary. Amidst the stunned gazes of Ale and everyone else, Lin Xiao slowly rose into the air and approached the enormous shattered star map. He extended both hands, his fingers long and powerful. In his left palm, the creation dragon flame quietly manifested, warm and brimming with vitality. In his right palm, the laws of the great void swirled, containing the immense power to reshape space. His movements were gentle yet precise, like the most skilled artisan restoring a peerless masterpiece. Wherever his fingertips touched, the dim stars were ignited by the dragon flame, radiating brilliant light once more. The fractured pathways of law were mended by the power of the great void, becoming more resilient and fluid. He was not merely repairing. He was optimizing and elevating this star map through his own profound understanding of the cosmic Tao. He infused it with the unique creative power of the Dragon Clan, etching the spatial insights of the Taishu Sutra into its very fabric. Time slipped away, bit by bit. Lin Xiao's movements grew faster and faster, until finally, his hands became a blur of light and shadow. The immense star map visibly grew complete, luminous, and vibrant. The once lifeless star domain now seemed to come alive. As the stars moved, they radiated a vibrant, ever-evolving energy. This had long surpassed mere repair, it was bestowing new life. As the final fracture closed, the entire cosmic map erupted with a blinding burst of light, bathing the summit of Kunlun Mountain in a radiance that made it resemble a celestial paradise. The star map slowly rotated, breathtakingly beautiful, radiating perfectly harmonious fluctuations of law even more vibrant than the star map atop the Ael crystal staff. Chapter 155, Test passed, head to the Star Spirit Tribe. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone was stunned into silence, including Ael and his 2 guards. The liquid light patterns on the Star Spirit Guard's battle armor emitted high-frequency vibrations, betraying the storm raging within their hearts. El stared intently at the perfectly reborn cosmic map, his fingers turning slightly white from the force of his grip on the crystal staff. He remained silent for a full minute. Finally, he slowly raised his head to look at Lin Xiao, who was descending to the ground. The contempt, scrutiny, and sense of superiority in his eyes had vanished. In their place was an unprecedented gravity and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. All 3 trials passed flawlessly. Human civilization rating ascended.
Effective immediately, you are reinstated into the interstellar civilization hierarchy, entitled to all rights and obligations stipulated by the ancient covenant.
His voice boomed with majestic solemnity, as if proclaiming cosmic law. Then, he gave Lin Xiao a slight nodded gesture of respect the Protoss extended to the strong.
Congratulations.
You have earned the respect of the Protoss. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the faint morning light seemed to lose all color in the face of the billions of rays of light emanating from the newly born cosmic map. El's words echoed through the air, carrying the solemn weight of cosmic law, proclaiming the return of Earth's civilization. Yet Lin Xiao stood motionless, his dark robes fluttering faintly in the lingering energy ripples. His dual sun-moon pupils remained utterly undisturbed by the proclamation, growing instead more profound like two ancient wells reflecting both the stellar map and the figure of El.
And then?
Lin Xiao spoke, his voice calm and unruffled, breaking the brief silence. El paused, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected response. He had witnessed countless civilizations erupt in ecstatic joy, fervent excitement, or even greedy demands for benefits after passing the trial. Yet never had he witnessed such composure, tinged with a hint of cautious skepticism.
Then,
Ale's silver eyebrow lifted almost imperceptibly, his voice returning to its ethereal, distant tone.
You, and the civilization you represent, shall be granted access to greater cosmic truths.
If you so desire, you may accompany me to the Star Spirit Observatory and witness the true panorama of this vast sea of stars with your own eyes.
Witness it with my own eyes?
Lin Xiao repeated the words, his tone flat yet carrying an unavoidable sharpness.
Before that, I wish to understand, what exactly is this ancient covenant you speak of? And what rules and responsibilities does the stellar civilization sequence entail?
El fell silent for a moment, the celestial map at the tip of his crystal staff slowing its rotation. He studied Lin Xiao, seeking to discern something in those eyes of silver and gold, but found only an abyss of profound stillness. To understand these things, Ale's voice remained gentle, yet now carried an intangible barrier.
You must journey to the observatory yourself.
Certain truths cannot be conveyed through words alone.
Only by witnessing them firsthand, experiencing them directly, can one grasp their weight and their reality. A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched Lin Xiao's lips, a hint of mockery, perhaps, or perhaps understanding. Playing coy?
He took a step forward. Though his aura remained restrained, an intangible pressure radiated outward. The light patterns on the two-star Spirit Guard's battle armor began to pulsate violently once more. I have passed the trials you set forth, proving that I and my civilization possess the qualifications to know. Yet now, you use the excuse of seeing it with your own eyes to evade a direct answer.
Is this the sincerity of the Star Spirit Covenant? Or perhaps this so-called covenant itself is not the equal partnership you claim it to be? A subtle shift finally crossed Ale's features, a solemn gravity born of having touched upon some core principle. He did not grow angry, but instead, a hint of surprise and admiration?
Your perceptiveness surpasses my expectations, Guardian Lin Xiao.
Ale sighed softly, a sigh that seemed to carry the dust of countless millennia. This is neither evasion nor inequality.
Quite the contrary, it is precisely out of respect for the Source Star and its guardian that I insisted you witness it with your own eyes. He raised his crystal staff, pointing it at the flawless celestial map still rotating slowly.
Language and writing possess deceitfulness and limitations, especially when concerning the ultimate laws of the cosmos and ancient history.
Different civilizations, different cognitive systems, their interpretations of the same information can diverge wildly, even leading to catastrophic misjudgments. But observation itself, especially through the eye of truth at the Stellar Spirit Observatory, is a direct infusion of information beyond language.
It ensures you receive the most primordial, least distorted facts.
This is both the duty of the star spirits and a safeguard for nascent interstellar civilizations. Ale's gaze grew intensely serious. I pledge to you on the honor of a Protoss envoy, this is neither a trap nor disrespect.
It is a necessary process.
Many truths are heavier than you can imagine. You must accept them within an environment capable of bearing their weight. Lin Xiao listened quietly, his gaze locked with Ale's. A mountain breeze swept through, lifting the hem of his dark robe. Behind them, Su Qingran, Zhao Weiguo, and the others held their breath, watching the conversation unfold with tense anticipation, a dialogue far beyond their comprehension. They sensed that Lord Shenlong was fighting for something crucial, not just for them, but for the entire planet. Not power, but the right to know. Moments later, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted slightly, sweeping over the tense yet trusting faces behind him, then across the land beneath his feet, the very ground he had sworn to defend with his life. He knew there was truth in what Ale had said. The truth of the universe might truly be beyond a few words to explain, and perhaps beyond what Earth could fully bear at this moment.
But he must understand.
For better protection, to avoid being kept in the dark, and to confront future crises more terrifying than the central core itself. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at Ale, his dual sun eyes now resolute. Agreed, Lin Xiao's voice was clear and steady. I'll go with you.
Lord Shenlong.
Su Qingran cried out in alarm, her face etched with worry. Zhao Weiguo stepped forward, hesitating to speak.
Lin Xiao raised his hand, silencing them.
Without turning back, his voice carried across the entire hall, carrying a reassuring strength. It's fine.
I'll be back soon.
In the meantime, protect our home. His gaze lingered on Su Qingran's face, where he gave a slight nod and a reassuring look. Then, he turned to Ale. Let's go. Ale's face softened into a genuine, respectful smile. A wise choice. Please. With a gentle flick of his crystal staff, the sleek silver aircraft silently descended a soft beam of light, enveloping both him and Lin Xiao within its glow. The beam contracted, and in an instant, both figures vanished from the Kunlun peak, as if they had never been there. Only the cosmic star chart remained, still slowly rotating, radiating boundless vitality and the pulsations of cosmic laws. And the anxious crowd left behind, gazing up at the now calm sky, their hearts filled with awe for the unknown and anticipation for the return of the divine dragon. Inside the spacecraft, the space felt far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. No complex instrument panels adorned the interior. The surrounding bulkheads seemed transparent, offering a clear view of the stars outside streaking by in rapid succession as they departed the solar system at unimaginable speeds. Lin Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the starry sea streaking past the window. Elle stood silently beside him. A journey to the very core of cosmic truth had officially begun. Chapter 156, The True Universe. The starry sea cascaded like a waterfall, streaks of light fleeting by. Lin Xiao stood motionless within the observation pod, his dark robes reflecting the ever-shifting halos of stars beyond the window. Ale stood beside him, his silver hair stirring without wind, the star chart atop his crystal staff slowly shifting in a rhythm that seemed to harmonize with the voyage. We are traversing the Sullen Corridor, an ancient belt of neutron star remnants. Ale's voice broke the prolonged silence, ethereal as ever yet tinged with less of the previous detachment. This is the fastest route to the observatory, and also one of the hubs in the Stargate network controlled by the star spirits. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted from the window to the treacherous expanse formed by countless shattered stellar cores and warped light. His dual solar-lunar pupils clearly sensed the violent energy turbulence and spatial folds within any ordinary starship venturing here would be reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. Yet this streamlined Protoss craft glided through it like a fish in water, navigating with an almost graceful poise. The stars outside the hull stretched into brilliant threads of light, swiftly left behind. The technology of the star spirits is truly extraordinary, Lin Xiao remarked calmly, his voice devoid of much emotion. Technology? Al shook his head lightly, a faint, inscrutable curve playing at the corners of his lips. Guardian of the source star, you may be mistaken. The power of the Protoss does not stem from technology as you conceive it. We seek the primordial laws of the cosmos, the resonance between psychic energy and all creation. This starship is more akin to my other half than a cold, lifeless artifact. As if to demonstrate, his fingertip tapped lightly against the crystal staff. Hum. The entire starship trembled slightly, its hull appearing to grow more transparent. Lin Xiao observed liquid light patterns, reminiscent of the AEL battle armor, flowing across the starship's hull. They flickered like breaths, creating a strange resonance with the violent energy streams outside the windows. They slowly absorbed and transformed that destructive energy, converting it into propulsion. Harnessing the power of the stars to navigate their peril. A flicker of understanding passed through Lin Xiao's eyes. This method shared a profound similarity with his Taishu Sutra and the primordial power of the Dragon Clan, though its execution was more refined and systematic. You're perceptive, Ale praised once more. It seems the inheritance from the source star has recovered better than the records indicated. Just then, the view ahead of the starship suddenly opened up. The Sullen Corridor receded behind them, revealing a breathtaking spectacle beyond description. It was an endless nebula, its colors as dazzling as a dreamlike aurora. Yet at its heart lay not a star or a black hole, but a tree, so immense it defied the imagination of any celestial body. Its roots plunged into the void, drawing sustenance from dark matter and the energy of the cosmos. Its branches spread out, each leaf a star system in birth or decay, with stars rolling and fading like dewdrops within them. Upon the tree's trunk, countless structures and platforms glowed with soft white light. They weren't built upon it, but seemed to grow organically from the tree itself, forming a seamless unity with the colossal being. Encircling the colossal tree were several artificial stars, their light gentle and steady, providing illumination and energy to the entire region. Further away, celestial craft of all sizes swirled like returning hummingbirds, following invisible flight paths toward the cosmic tree. An immense, ancient, and vibrant aura washed over him, palpable even through the starship's hull. Lin Xiao's dual pupils contracted slightly. He sensed that this colossal tree itself was a living entity of supreme power. The level of energy it radiated caused even his fully formed second-tier dragon soul to stir with awe. Ale's voice sounded beside him, tinged with a pride and reverence ingrained in his blood, yet retaining its ethereal quality. Welcome to Yggdrasil, home of the elves, the mother tree of life and knowledge, and one of the cornerstones sustaining the stability of this star cluster. The starship began to decelerate, gliding smoothly toward a luminous platform extending from one of the colossal tree's massive branches. The platforms, structures, and even the observatory we are about to visit all are extensions of the mother tree, organs through which she perceives the cosmos and extends her consciousness. El explained, his voice brimming with reverence for the mother tree. We, the Protoss, are born here, raised here, and ultimately return here. We protect her, and she nourishes us. The The starship docked silently on the luminous platform. The hatch slid open, yet there was no expected loss of air or shift in gravity. The environment here seemed perfectly regulated by a powerful force field. Lin Xiao stepped out, his feet touching the warm, resilient ground.
He looked down.
The material beneath his feet was neither metal nor stone, but rather a living fusion of wood and light energy, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance and soft glow. Looking up, the view was even more breathtaking. Huge branches wound upward like mountain ranges, disappearing into a magnificent nebula. Numerous Star Spirit tribe members floated in the air, some lost in solitary contemplation, others gathered in small groups conversing. Each bore similar liquid light patterns flowing through their bodies, exuding a powerful yet restrained aura. They generally carried a scholar-like, serene demeanor, yet occasionally, their eyes flashed with a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing stars. Upon spotting Ale and Lin Xiao, most met them with curious yet friendly gazes, offering slight nods of acknowledgement. Their lack of surprise suggested they were not entirely unfamiliar with outsiders, reflecting a remarkably civilized demeanor.
Ale led Lin Xiao upward, bypassing any vehicles.
Instead, they ascended an invisible staircase toward a particularly magnificent dome-shaped structure atop the branches of buildings seemingly constructed of crystal and light.
That is the Omniscope Observatory, Ale pointed to the structure. One of the mother tree's oldest eyes. It can show you many answers to what you seek. The closer they drew, the more Lin Xiao sensed the observatory's extraordinary nature.
The temporal fluctuations emanating from it were extraordinarily complex and ancient, as if bridging the universe's past and future. Just as they were about to step through the observatory's dazzling, luminous gates, another star spirit emerged from a nearby path. Unlike Ale's ethereal profundity, this star spirit appeared more aged. Not in appearance, but in an aura that seemed to have settled over countless ages.
His stellar robe was a deeper hue, its constellation patterns frozen in ancient history. In Spectrus Ael, the elder's voice was gentle yet magnetic. He greeted Ael first, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao, offering a slight nod. A complex, indecipherable light flickered in his eyes. This must be the guardian from Source Star? Welcome to Yggdrasil. I am Castalia, one of the guardian elders of the observatory. Ale bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful. Elder Castalia.
Lin Xiao could sense that this elder's power was unfathomably deep, far surpassing Ale's, even exerting a faint, subtle pressure upon him.
He returned the nod, Lin Xiao.
Elder Castalia scrutinized Lin Xiao intently, particularly his dual sun-moon pupils, her gaze seeming to pierce through all appearances. After a moment, he sighed softly, his tone softening, tinged with a hint of caution.
Young guardian, the truths revealed within the observatory are often crueler than any illusion.
They bear witness to the joys and sorrows of countless stars, the rise and fall of innumerable civilizations, and certain aspects of the cosmos' darkness that may prove unbearable.
Once certain truths are known, there is no turning back. They may alter your understanding of yourself, of civilization, and even of the entire cosmos. Are you truly prepared? Chapter 157, The Dragon's Return.
This was not a threat, but rather the caution of an elder to a junior about to tread into forbidden territory. Lin Xiao met Elder Castalia's gaze, deep as the abyss of stars, his black robes fluttering gently in the energy breeze emanating from the observatory. He fell silent for a moment, his mind flashing with Earth's azure skies, the faces of his comrades, past failures, and his present resolve. Then, slowly and resolutely, he nodded. His dual sun-moon pupils held no fear, only the same unflinching calm and unwavering resolve to uncover the truth. I have crossed the starry seas not to hear fairy tales.
Show me the truth, no matter how cruel it may be.
The interior of the observatory was not the control room or library Lin Xiao had imagined, but an endless starry illusion. Beneath his feet flowed the Milky Way, while above his head swirled rotating nebulae.
Countless bands of light, like living creatures, meandered through space, weaving a dynamic cosmic map. Elder Castalia tapped the tip of his staff lightly. A dim star ignited, projecting a holographic image. It was an ancient covenant, written in starlight and sealed with celestial orbits. A vast sea of information surged directly into Lin Xiao's consciousness. Ancient covenant, pact of the starseers and the source star. Not legal text, but a torrent of memories spanning millions of years. Scene 1, the cosmos unfolds, chaos undifferentiated.
Two primordial races emerge: the Dragon Clan, whose path is creation, and the Star Spirit Clan, whose duty is watchfulness. The Dragon Clan soared through the void, scattering seeds of life, while the Star Spirits constructed Yggdrasil to maintain galactic equilibrium. Scene 2, Source Star, the Dragon Clan's most vital testing ground for life, nurtured the most promising intelligent civilization. The Protoss and Draconians forged a covenant to jointly safeguard this beacon of hope within the cosmos. Scene 3, the covenant ceremony unfolded at the edge of the solar system. A colossal dragon and stellar avatars sealed their oath with a clap of hands, their shockwaves shattering countless asteroids and illuminating half the Milky Way. Source World signifies the wellspring of life, the dawn of civilization. Castalia's voice resonated like ancient bells echoing through the cosmos. Here, the Dragon Clan pours forth its heart and soul. Here, the Star Spirit Clan vows to stand guard.
This is the origin of the covenant.
Lin Xiao remained silent, yet a strange resonance stirred deep within his dragon soul. Those visions made his blood boil, as if awakening memories dormant for billions of years. El succeeded the elder, the crystal staff tracing a new arc. The starlit illusion abruptly darkened and grew oppressive as countless hideous shadows surged forth from cosmic rifts. Void invasion, cosmic cancer. Scene 4, the overmind is not a product of this universe, but a contaminant originating from beyond dimensions. It feeds on devouring civilizations and assimilating laws, extinguishing stars and shattering cosmic order wherever it passes. Scene 5, as the universe's mightiest guardians, the Dragon Clan waged a primordial war against the overmind that raged for 10,000 years. The conflict engulfed tens of thousands of star systems, obliterating countless civilizations in its wake. Scene 6, the brutal final battle. The colossal Ling Long tore apart the overmind's core, but was mortally wounded in the process, its dragon blood spilling across the 3,000 worlds. The overmind's remnants escaped, lurking in the cosmic shadows to lick its wounds. His Majesty Ing Long was the last dragon sovereign of that war. El's voice carried unprecedented reverence. After burning his essence to severely wound the overmind, he led the last remnants of the dragonkin to flee for Source Star. There lies the deepest roots of the dragon race, and it is the only sanctuary immune to the overmind's perception. Lin Xiao snapped his head up, so that's why. Yes. Elder Castalia gazed at him, her eyes piercing through time and space. Your rebirth was no accident, but a contingency plan laid by His Majesty the Dragon Emperor with his final strength. He cast fragments of his dragon's soul into the cycle of reincarnation, awaiting the day of awakening. The illusion shifted once more, revealing Earth's transformations over nearly 10,000 years. The Watchers lament. Scene 7, the Protoss, bound by their covenant, remained Earth's silent guardians. Yet the corruptor's influence seeped everywhere, weakening Source Star's potential by fueling human greed and inciting wars. Scene 8, 3,000 years ago, the Overmind discovered Earth's coordinates and launched a probing invasion, the first Zerg crisis. Ancient Chi cultivators fought a desperate defense, ultimately sealing the gateway at the cost of their entire force. Scene 9, Elder Castalia, clutching the shattered Star Spirit Codex, swore a new oath at the core of Yggdrasil: even if all Watchers perish, the Covenant shall endure. Our failure to protect the ancient Chi cultivators' civilization is an eternal wound for the Star Spirit race. The Elder's voice wavered for the first time, and fine cracks appeared on the codex in his hand. Had it not been for the low ebb of psionic tides within our race at that time, we might have. A.L. murmured softly, the Overmind clearly calculated this. It has been waiting for the moment when the Starfleet is at its weakest. All illusions abruptly coalesced, condensing into the familiar azure planet Lin Xiao knew well. Now you understand. Elder Castalia tapped the Earth's image with the tip of his staff. Why the Overmind is so determined to seize the Source Star. This planet holds not only the spark for the Dragon Clan's revival, but also the key to its redemption and the complete corruption of this universe. A.L. continued, and the Protoss will never allow that to happen. The Covenant endures, the Watch continues. Both turned to Lin Xiao, their gazes intense. You are both the Dragon's chosen successor and the guardian of the Source Star. Now, it is your turn. Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes as countless fragments of memory deep within his dragon soul finally pieced themselves together. Past lives and present existence, the cycle of karma and retribution all became crystal clear in that moment. When he opened his eyes again, only an unshakable resolve remained within his dual sun-moon pupils. Tell me what to do. Elder Castalia and A.L. exchanged a knowing smile, simultaneously pressing their palms against the core of the starry sky. The entire Yggdrasil mother tree trembled faintly, its billions of leaves rustling as if chanting an ancient war song. It's simple. The Elder's white beard stirred without wind, his eyes blazing with star-like fire. Awaken the true power of the Source Star. Let the dragon's roar echo across the primordial void once more. El's crystal staff erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, his voice piercing the cosmic void. Then, stand shoulder to shoulder with my people. Trample the void, reforge the covenant. Within the observatory, myriad stars ignited simultaneously, forming a luminous bridge spanning past and present. One end connected to Lin Xiao, the other to the boundless depths of space. At the bridge's far end lay the slumbering legacy of the Dragon Clan, the millennia-long vigil of the Star Spirit Clan, and above all, the universe's last hope. Lin Xiao stepped onto the bridge, his black robes fluttering in the cosmic wind. His figure soared infinitely tall beneath the starlight, merging with the memory of that 10,000 jung tall Ling Long dragon. As you wished. The dragon's roar shook the starry seas, proclaiming the revival of an ancient oath. The Dragon Clan returns, its vigil unbroken. Lin Xiao felt a blazing fire surge within his heart. To awaken the true power of the Source Star Earth was an infinitely sacred moment, one that might never be replicated. Lin Xiao had never imagined his past life could be so intricate. Chapter 158, All along, human progress bore their shadow. Within the Star Spirit race's mother tree, Yggdrasil, at the omniscient observatory. Amidst the boundless starry illusions, a dazzling river of data flowed slowly. Lin Xiao was still processing the shockwaves from the revelations of the Dragon Clan descendant and the Covenant Watchers. His dark robes fluttered slightly, and the birth and death of stars within his dual sun-moon pupils seemed to slow for a moment.
All the lingering questions since his rebirth. Now, it seemed, they all had answers. Lin Xiao lifted his head, his gaze sharp as it fixed upon Elder Castalia NL. His voice was steady, yet carried an unmistakable probe. So, the technological explosion of Earth's human civilization over the past few centuries, especially the breakthroughs that shattered several critical bottlenecks, was not entirely the result of natural evolution, but stemmed from the intervention of the star spirit race? Elder Castalia NL exchanged a glance. The latter gave a slight nod, his ethereal voice tinged with approval. Your insight exceeds expectations, Guardian Lin Xiao. L's crystal staff tapped lightly, and the surrounding starlit illusion shifted once more, coalescing into a new scene. The first scene flickered into view. Mid-18th century Europe. An engineer grappling with steam engine efficiency glimpsed intricate gear mechanisms and mechanical models in a dream. Upon awakening, his mind cleared, and the critical technical challenge dissolved. Beside his pillow lay a trace of imperceptible, stardust-like glitter. The second scene flickered. Mid-20th century, a female scientist working on a top-secret project had been stuck in her lab for months. One night, gazing at the stars, complex formulas and insights about the controllability of nuclear fission suddenly flooded her mind, a leap in thinking far ahead of her time. She attributed it to divine inspiration. The third scene. In the near future, a young genius stalled in the field of biochips found, after stargazing atop a mountain, a completely unfamiliar yet flawlessly designed optical integration scheme mysteriously added to his blueprints, a technology at least 50 years ahead of its time. Many such scenes flashed by rapidly. Every one of those chosen individuals was a genius of their era. What the Protoss did was not direct bestowal, but rather planting a crucial seed within their dreams, inspirations, or moments of serendipity, igniting that final spark of insight. The Overmind's corruption is insidious and pervasive. The wars, greed, and self-destructive tendencies it incites persistently hinder the growth of the source star. Elder Castalia sighed, his eyes reflecting resignation and regret. Especially during the last colossal beast invasion, though sealed by ancient chi cultivators, Earth's lifeforms were reduced to a mere fraction, and civilization nearly vanished. We've lost too much time. El interjected, his tone returning to its usual calm and ethereal quality. At Source Star's natural evolutionary pace, it would be nearly impossible to develop self-defense capabilities before the next mainframe invasion. Left with no choice, we resorted to extraordinary measures to accelerate your civilization's progress. We selected individuals with pure minds and exceptional potential, offering subtle guidance and inspiration at the edges of their consciousness. He added, like a gentle nudge in the darkness, helping them find the path to light more swiftly. Fortunately, humanity's inherent wisdom and creativity have never failed us. Lin Xiao fell silent. He recalled the miraculous technological breakthroughs of his past life, many shrouded in mystery. Little did he know they were quietly guided by the star spirit's watchful presence across the starry seas. Why not intervene more directly? Lin Xiao asked. With the Protoss power, they could easily sweep away any obstacle on Earth. The constraints of the Covenant and the cost. Elder Castalia shook his head, his expression grave. Directly interfering in the internal affairs and developmental trajectory of a low-level civilization would trigger unpredictable karmic backlash. It could even distort the civilization's inherent uniqueness. This violates the very purpose of our watch and is strictly forbidden under the ancient pact between the Dragon Clan and the Star Spirits. Therefore, we can only guide, not dominate. Moreover, excessive fluctuations in power are easily detected by the Overmind, risking catastrophic consequences for Source Star. El looked at Lin Xiao, his gaze tinged with complexity. Until you appeared, Lin Xiao. Your rebirth, the awakening of the pure dragon soul within you, and the astonishing potential and cohesion your civilization has demonstrated under your leadership, these have given us new hope. Your very existence is the greatest variable to break this deadlock, allowing many of our previous constraints to be loosened. At that moment, Elder Castalia swept his sleeve lightly, and the starlit illusion shifted once more. The stars before them dimmed, replaced by images of three enormous yet lifeless planets, shrouded in ominous dark purple veins. They resembled festering sores in the cosmos, exuding an aura of despair and decay. Moreover, the Source Star is not the only one. The Elder's voice was heavy with sorrow. The cosmos once held several Source Stars like Earth, places the Dragon Clan pinned their hopes upon. They were repositories of life and civilization, beacons of hope against the void. L's crystal staff pointed toward the first withered, yellowed planet. Kelter, a mechanized ascended civilization. They attempted to upload their collective consciousness into the network to evade the Overmind's corruption. Ultimately, the entire planet became a silent electronic graveyard, assimilated by the Overmind into its computational matrix. The wand tip shifted to the second planet, shattered as if torn apart by a colossal claw. Elda. Highly advanced psionic capabilities, individuals possessed immense power. Yet, due to relentless factional strife, they failed to mount effective resistance when the Overmind's forces advanced. The civilization's core was destroyed, and the planet disintegrated. Finally, it pointed to the third planet, shrouded in thick black mist, its spherical form barely discernible. Manastar, which revered symbiosis with nature, saw its civilization deeply fused with the planet's will.
Yet the overmind exploited a flaw, warping the entire planetary ecosystem into a breeding ground for monstrous beasts. It fell most utterly, now utterly reduced to a void nest. The tragic fates of the three source stars froze in the starlit void, their silent despair more suffocating than any scream.
They all once shone brightly, each holding infinite potential, yet in the end,
Elder Castalia's voice carried endless weariness and sorrow. They all failed. Some fell to internal strife, some chose the wrong path, and some we simply couldn't rescue in time. He turned, his aged yet wise gaze fixed deeply upon Lin Xiao, and upon the image of Earth behind him, a brilliant blue orb shining in the cosmic expanse. Now, in this vast cosmos, the known source planets that still endure those not yet fully devoured or warped by the overmind. El took up the Elder's words solemnly. Only yours remain. Earth is the last source star, and our last hope. A prolonged silence fell over the Omniscope Observatory, broken only by the silent flow of countless starlight data streams. Lin Xiao felt immense pressure, a weighty mission like a river of stars pouring onto his shoulders. He finally understood that this war was about far more than Earth and China, it was about the entire universe's future in the battle against the void. He, and the civilization he protected, now stood at the very edge of destiny. Lin Xiao slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the images of the three lifeless source stars before settling on the azure Earth. His voice was calm yet carried an unyielding resolve, echoing clearly through the starry illusion. It won't be next. But Lin Xiao still had one question. Where exactly was the central core now? Chapter 159, Humanity Gains an Ally. In response to Lin Xiao's question, Elda's ethereal voice carried a barely perceptible hint of weariness. We've attempted countless tracking methods, but the core's essence remains hidden behind a veil. Every trace we capture ultimately leads to nothingness. It's like a ghost of the cosmos, we know it exists, yet its whereabouts remain elusive. Lin Xiao's dual pupils swirled with celestial rivers as he fell silent for a moment. This answer was both unexpected and yet somehow logical. If the core were so easily found, the star spirits wouldn't have been entangled with it for so long. I understand. Lin Xiao's voice was calm and steady, betraying neither disappointment nor anxiety. In that case, safeguarding Earth is the best way to draw it out. Elder Castalia nodded approvingly, his aged eyes sparkling with wisdom. An excellent insight. Remain steadfast amidst change, use the source star as bait, and wait for the weary enemy. El also gave a slight nod as the star chart at the tip of his crystal staff stabilized. The mother tree will continuously monitor the void fluctuations. The moment concrete signs appear, we will notify you immediately. In the meantime, Earth is entrusted to you, Guardian Lin Xiao. My duty, Lin Xiao replied succinctly, sweeping his dark sleeves lightly. If there's nothing further, I shall return. As you wish. The stellar course has been stabilized for you. El stepped aside, gesturing him to proceed. Behind him, the dazzling stargates slowly opened once more, the azure glow of Earth rippling beyond its frame. Without another word, Lin Xiao gave a slight nod to Elder Castalia and El in farewell. With a single stride, his figure merged into the radiance of the stargate and vanished. Elder Castalia gazed at the slowly closing stargate, her hand resting on the ancient star spirit codex. A soft sigh escaped her lips, almost as if she were speaking to herself. The dragon soul returns, the watch begins anew. This time, may the light of hope truly spread like wildfire. El stood quietly beside him, her ethereal gaze seemingly piercing the endless cosmos, settling upon the blue planet they had watched over for 10,000 years. Earth, atop Mount Kunlun, before the Federation Council Plaza. The stargate's radiance rippled outward like water. Lin Xiao's familiar figure stepped forth from within clad in dark robes, his jet black hair flowing, his expression as serene as ever. He looked as though he'd just returned from visiting a neighbor, not as if he'd just concluded an interstellar dialogue. Lord Shunlong. Dragon Sovereign. Su Qingran, Zhao Weiguo, Wang Meng, and other core Federation members who had been waiting there immediately surrounded him, their faces betraying unmistakable concern and urgency. Though they trusted Lin Xiao's capabilities, the other party remained an unfathomable, advanced alien civilization. Their worry was unavoidable. Su Qingran was the first to rush forward. The young woman's clear eyes scanned Lin Xiao from head to toe. Seeing his aura steady and even more profoundly subdued than when he'd departed, she quietly exhaled in relief. Still, she couldn't help asking, Lord Shenlong, are you alright? What about the star spirits? Zhao Weiguo remained silent, but his clenched fists and tense shoulders betrayed his earlier anxiety. Wang Meng was even more direct, his wide eyes bulging as he bellowed. Dragon Lord, did those star people give you any trouble? If they tried any tricks, I'd be the first to lead the brothers to fight them. Lin Xiao looked at these companions and subordinates who genuinely cared for him, a fleeting, barely perceptible softness flickering in the depths of his eyes. He shook his head slightly, his voice steady, it's fine. The star spirits are allies, I suppose. His concise words instantly eased the tension in everyone's hearts. If the dragon sovereign himself confirmed they were allies, then it must be true. Allies? Su Qingran's eyes lit up as she pressed curiously. Are they truly the guardians mentioned in the ancient pact? Do they know the origin of the central mind? Lin Xiao nodded. As they walked slowly toward the council hall, He summarized the key points of what the Star Spirits had revealed about the Central Core, the Ancient Pact, the origins of the Dragon Clan and the Star Spirits, and the fall of other source stars. He delivered the facts without emotional embellishment, yet the sheer magnitude of the background and the weighty pressure inherent in the information left everyone present stunned and speechless. When the tragic fates of the other 3 source stars, some assimilated, some shattered, some reduced to nests, were revealed,
everyone's expressions turned grim.
Wang Mang gritted his teeth, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. In summary, Earth is now the last known source star. Lin Xiao concluded, his gaze sweeping across the group.
Even the Star Spirits cannot fully track the main brain's movements. But its target is undoubtedly here. We have no choice but to pour every ounce of strength into defending this place, continuously improving ourselves, and awaiting the final showdown. A deathly silence fell over the council chamber, so thick you could hear a pin drop. A palpable sense of crisis and duty weighed heavily upon every heart. Yet simultaneously, an even more resolute determination began to quietly take root. Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath and broke the silence first. The steely veteran's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his voice steady and powerful. Rest assured, Dragon Sovereign. The Human Federation stands united, no longer a scattered mess. No matter where the enemy comes from or what their purpose, if they dare lay a finger on Earth, they must first step over our dead bodies. Old Zhao speaks the truth. Wang Mang slammed his fist against his chest, his voice booming like a bell. Screw whatever central brain they have. If they show up, we fight. We've got the Dragon Lord leading us now, cultivation techniques to hone, global resources at our disposal, and alien allies. What the hell are we afraid of? Su Qingran gripped her ice crystal longsword tightly, her gaze clear and resolute. Lord Shenlong, the million disciples of Kunlun Dao Palace pledge to shed our last drop of blood defending Earth. Our flying swords stand ever ready to leave their scabbards. Other commanders and officials voiced their support in unison, their spirits soaring with battle fervor. Fear might still linger, but it was overshadowed by a newly ignited sense of valor and duty. Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd and gave a slight nod. This was precisely the effect he sought. Pressure must be channeled into motivation, not panic. Very well. He declared, his voice as calm as ever, yet carrying an authority that seemed to settle the heavens. Under these circumstances, we shall proceed with the original plan. Accelerate Operation Purify the World and eliminate the remaining giant beast nests. All Federation policies, especially nationwide cultivation and technological breakthroughs, must not slacken in the slightest. Yes, Dragon Sovereign. The assembly responded in unison, their voices booming with unwavering resolve. Lin Xiao gave a few more detailed instructions before dismissing them to their respective duties. After bowing in salute, they departed one by one, their faces solemn yet brimming with fierce resolve. Su Qingran remained behind. Approaching Lin Xiao, she asked softly, Lord Dragon, regarding the Star Spirit clan, beyond informing us of this, did they offer any other assistance? Lin Xiao's gaze swept toward the boundless sky beyond the hall, as if piercing through the atmosphere to see the endless starry expanse. Their direct intervention is unnecessary for now, he said calmly. True strength comes from within. The Star Spirit's gift has already been working its magic subtly. He referred to the sparks of inspiration that had propelled humanity's technological leap forward. Some matters were best left unsaid. Su Qingran seemed to grasp the meaning yet not fully understand it. Seeing Lin Xiao say no more, she obediently refrained from further questions, only stating firmly, no matter what, we will follow your lead. Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, glancing at her. In the sunlight, the girl's profile glowed with a luminous pallor, her eyes resolute, brimming with vitality and conviction. He gave a soft hum in response. At that moment, his expression shifted slightly as his gaze turned toward the eastern horizon. A barely perceptible golden flicker danced within his dual pupils. It seems the gains from Operation Purify the World are beginning to show. Chapter 160, Evolution Again. Lunar Base completed. In Lin Xiao's perception, a vast and pure energy was rapidly approaching Kunlun Mountain. It was the aura of the Yamata no Orochi, along with the latest batch of high-grade giant beast crystal cores and precious materials it had transported from nests across the globe. With these new resources in place, his path of evolution would take another solid step forward. Su Qingran also sensed something and followed Lin Xiao's gaze. Beneath Kunlun Mountain, clouds churned like a colossal dragon returning to its lair. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, within the Federation's highest cultivation chamber, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged at the center of the Tai Chi Jade platform, enveloped by a heart-stopping vortex of energy. On the ground, mountains of giant beast cores glowed in myriad hues. From fiery crimson level 7 lava cores to deep azure level 8 abyssal crystals. Each contained terrifying energy potent enough to obliterate an entire city. These were the ultimate spoils of war from countless giant beast lairs eradicated by the global coalition forces since the launch of Operation Purify the World. Now, they flowed ceaselessly into Kunlun, becoming the nourishment for the divine dragon's evolution. Roar! A deep dragon's roar resounded from within Lin Xiao's body. He did not manifest his dragon form. Yet beneath his dark robes, faint blue-gold dragon scales flickered in and out of view.
The protruding bone spines along his spine pierced through the fabric like sword tips, radiating an aura of primordial might. Devoured the crystal core of the level 8 Colossus Abyssal Demon Whale, evolution points plus 1,500. Devoured the crystal core of the level 7 Colossal Beast Thunderwing Dragon Emperor, evolution points plus 800. Devoured the core of the mutated Colossus Corrupted Nest Mother, evolution points plus 2,000, obtained Corrosion Law Fragment 1. The system's notification tones echoed intensely within Lin Xiao's consciousness as his evolution points surged at an unprecedented rate. His body seemed like a bottomless black hole, greedily devouring all energy. Crystal cores turned to dust the moment they touched his skin. Pure energy surged into his meridians, rapidly refined by the Taishu Sutra technique infused into the primordial essence of his dragon soul. Within the dual sun-moon pupils, the left eye blazed with golden light as intense as a sun forge, refining all things. The right eye shone with a cold, silver light like the icy abyss of the moon, condensing the laws of the universe. Two utterly distinct forces fused perfectly, propelling his life essence toward a higher dimensional leap. Not enough, far from enough. Lin Xiao murmured inwardly. Though the power of the second layer of the complete form was formidable, it still felt inadequate against the impending overmind that had devoured countless stars. He needed more. Greater energy. A deeper grasp of the laws. Swallow heaven technique, full activation. With a single thought, the great array of the celestial stars at the top of the cultivation chamber suddenly blazed to its utmost brilliance. 365 spirit crystals frantically drew cosmic energy, transforming into 365 thick beams of starlight that thundered down. Simultaneously, the Tai Chi jade platform beneath him hummed as the dragon veins beneath the land of Huaxia were stirred. Vast golden earth chi surged upward like a river flowing backwards, erupting from the ground and merging into his body. Celestial star power, earth vein chi, and the essence of the colossal beast. Three vast currents of energy converged, collided, and fused within Lin Xiao's body. His meridians tore apart under the terrifying energy assault only to instantly mend, each repair making them broader and more resilient. The dragon bones hummed under the unbearable strain, yet under the pressure, they burst forth with even more dazzling divine light. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Xiao's forehead, his black robes dampened by the mist evaporated from the surging energy. Yet his gaze remained as still as a deep abyss, precisely directing every ounce of energy's flow. Half a month swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Lin Xiao had been cultivating, devouring. Just as his evolution points neared the critical threshold. Roar! A dragon's roar, seemingly echoing from primordial chaos, erupted violently from within Lin Xiao. The solid spatial barrier of the cultivation chamber violently twisted, cracking like a spiderweb. A sapphire gold dragon's shadow surged skyward from behind him. Though not physical, it radiated a palpable, terrifying aura of power. The dragon's shadow raised its head and roared, its scaled claws fluttering. Its dual sun-moon pupils gazed down upon the void, and an aura of supreme supremacy, towering above all creation, spread out. Evolution points, 1,000,000. Conditions met. Initiating evolution. The system's prompt grew grand and solemn. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, completely releasing his suppression of energy, immersing his body and mind entirely into the profound realm of breakthrough. At the same time, on the moon, at the outpost base of the Palace of the Moon. What was once a barren, lifeless wasteland had been utterly transformed. A massive transparent ecological dome, resembling an inverted jade bowl, enveloped the newly constructed city. Beneath the dome, lush greenery shaded the streets, while small bridges spanned flowing streams. Pavilions and towers stood harmoniously alongside modern technological structures, blending traditional Chinese garden aesthetics with futuristic technology. Earth residents in diverse attire bustled through the streets. Among them are patrols of the Chinese Dragon Scale Guard, alongside engineers and scholars from nations like Russia and Europe. In the air, small anti-gravity hovercrafts silently transport goods and personnel. At the base's center, atop a towering skyscraper, the three ancient characters' Guanghan Palace shimmered under simulated sunlight. This was the command center of the lunar base. Su Qingran, clad in a moon-white combat suit, stood on the observation deck of the command tower, surveying humanity's first extraterrestrial city. Her aura felt more refined than months prior. The dragon horn between her brows glowed with crystalline clarity, faint frost runes swirling within clear evidence that her cultivation of the mystic ice true art had reached profound heights. Administrator Su, the air circulation system in Ecological Zone 3 has completed debugging and now meets optimal habitability standards. A young technician reported through the communicator, his voice brimming with unchecked excitement. Very good. Su Qingran nodded, her voice clear and steady through the built-in communicator in her visor. Notify the Immigration Bureau to initiate the third batch of resident lottery procedures. Priority will be given to families with backgrounds in engineering, agriculture, and healthcare. Ending the transmission, Su Qingran's gaze drifted toward the distance. Massive engineering machinery roared across the lunar surface, expanding the port and fortifications. Further away, several starships stretching kilometers in length were being hastily constructed in dry docks.
Their outlines were taking shape, their streamlined hulls painted with the emblems of the Chinese dragon and the Earth Federation.
All this was made possible by the lingering echoes of the Genesis dragon flame left behind after Lin Xiao refined the moon, along with the technological inspiration indirectly provided by the star spirit race. Lunar soil has become exceptionally fertile, infused with peculiar energies that accelerate crop growth far beyond Earth's capabilities. The stable energy release from the lunar core provides the entire base with virtually inexhaustible power. Here, humanity had forged its most solid stepping stone toward the stars.
At that moment, Administrator Su Wang Meng's rough voice echoed from behind.
Clad in a custom-made heavy lunar combat suit, he still walked with the brisk, energetic stride of Earth, appearing somewhat comical in the low-gravity environment.
Yet no one dared to mock him.
After all, this was the man who had disassembled a mutated giant beast barehanded on the lunar surface.
Brother Meng, done with patrol?
Su Qingran turned, a hint of a smile playing on his lips.
Yep. Scoured every inch within 1,000 kilometers, even triple-checked every space rat hole. All clear. Wang Meng patted his chest armor, making it clank.
It's just that gravity's too light in this damn place.
Fighting feels half-assed. Earth's where it's at. Su Qingran shook his head helplessly.
This is a frontier base, not a boxing ring.
Stability comes first. I know that.
Wang Meng grinned widely, then lowered his voice.
Hey, I just got news from Earth.
Something big seems to be brewing with the Dragon Sovereign. The energy fluctuations across the entire Kunlun Mountains are almost as intense as a mini-sun.
Could it be?
He trailed off, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement.
Su Qingran's expression grew solemn as he nodded lightly.
The divine dragon is breaking through a critical realm.
We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps here.
Tell the brothers to stay on high alert.
Activate all defensive formations and maintain maximum vigilance. Understood. Wang Meng's expression turned serious. He clasped his fists firmly, turned, and strode away.
His deep, commanding voice immediately filled the communication channel as he issued orders.
Su Qingran turned his gaze back to the blue planet suspended in the velvety blackness of space.
Beautiful, fragile, yet brimming with boundless hope and resilience.
Chapter 161, The Southern Heavenly Gate Plan. The Modified Lunar Base. Kunlun Training Chamber. The torrent of energy gradually subsided.
Lin Xiao remained seated in meditation, yet the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation. His black robes fluttered without wind, their surface now naturally etched with more intricate and profound celestial patterns as if a swath of the starry sky had been cut and draped upon him.
Beneath his skin, a faint, precious glow pulsed.
The density of his flesh and bones had reached unimaginable levels. Even the slightest leak of dragon might, as fine as a strand of hair, caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. Most astonishing of all were his eyes. As he slowly opened them, his left eye seemed to hold a burning sun within, its golden radiance capable of scorching the void itself. His right eye resembled an ancient, ice-encased lunar core, its silver radiance profoundly deep, reflecting layer upon layer of spatial folds. Wherever his gaze fell, the laws of the universe trembled. Evolution complete. Current stage, complete form tier 3. Comprehensive enhancement in power, speed, defense, soul strength, and law affinity.
New abilities unlocked, Dragon Domain Creation Basic, Divine Void Wonder Basic. Evolution points, 0.3 million.
Feeling the new power surging through his body like a raging starry river, condensed as solid as a stellar core, Lin Xiao slowly clenched his fist. Space hummed under the strain at his fingertips.
Complete form, tier 3. Strength surpasses tier 2 by over 5-fold. He murmured softly, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Dragon Realm, Genesis, Void Wanderer, quite interesting.
The former seemed an advanced form of the creation dragon flame, imbued with the power of primordial vitality. The latter delved into deeper realms of spatial manipulation and soul cultivation where a mere thought could propel the soul across infinite distances, perceiving the minutest details. Just then, his mind stirred slightly. Through the preliminary perception of divine roaming in the void, he caught the conversation between Su Qingran and Wang Meng at the lunar base, along with the thriving scene of the base's development. A faint smile curved his lips. It seemed that during his seclusion, humanity had not ceased its progress. Very good. He rose, took a single step, and vanished from the cultivation chamber, materializing above the Kunlun cloud sea. Surveying the ever-changing earth below, he then lifted his gaze to the luminous moon deep within the starry expanse. The 3-month deadline drew near, and the aura of the decisive battle seemed to permeate the starry seas. Yet in Lin Xiao's eyes now, there was only rock-solid composure and a battle intent burning ever brighter.
Central core, bring it on. Let me see if you, this monstrous devourer of stars, can shake the very ground beneath my feet, this last sanctuary of humanity. Lunar Sea Base, Moon.
As Lin Xiao's dark silhouette pierced through the spatial ripples and silently materialized in the central plaza of the lunar base, the entire facility fell into a profound silence. Those who had been busy at work simultaneously paused their tasks, lifting their heads to gaze at the figure suspended in the void. Sunlight streamed through the vast transparent dome, bathing him in a faint golden glow. The dark star patterns on his black robes seemed to come alive, intertwining with the real stars beyond the dome.
Lord Dragon Sovereign. After a brief silence, excited shouts rose like a tidal wave. Engineers, scientists, soldiers, people of different skin tones and races. Even a few children in miniature spacesuits all surged toward the center of the plaza, their eyes brimming with fervent adoration and awe. Yet they all halted voluntarily 10 meters from Lin Xiao, bowing respectfully. None dared to approach and disturb him.
Lord Shunlong.
Su Qingran's crisp voice rang out, brimming with unrestrained joy.
She wore a moon-white, form-fitting combat suit today, accentuating her tall, slender figure.
Ice blue energy patterns shimmered faintly across her attire.
Like a graceful lark, she flitted through the crowd to stand before Lin Xiao, her cheeks flushed with excitement.
You've emerged? Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have come to greet you. Her eyes sparkled as she studied Lin Xiao intently.
She keenly sensed Lord Shunlong's aura growing ever more profound yet restrained, like a boundless starry sea, unfathomably deep. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the orderly yet vibrant base. A barely perceptible hint of approval flickered in his eyes.
Just passing by to see how things are.
You're doing a great job. Such simple praise made Su Qingran's smile bloom like a flower, as if she'd received the highest reward.
She forced her smile into a straight line and stood up straight. Everything was executed according to your plan. Shall I give you a tour? All right. Lin Xiao nodded.
Su Qingran immediately stepped forward, maintaining a half step behind Lin Xiao as she began guiding him through the facility. The crowd automatically parted to form a passageway, watching them depart with respectful eyes filled with excitement and pride. This is the Central Living District, the Palace of the Moon, Su Qingran said, pointing to a vast cluster of domed structures ahead. Through the transparent domes made of high-strength composite materials, lush greenery, flowing streams, and pavilions could be seen inside.
The scene bore a striking resemblance to traditional Suzhou-style gardens.
Many people dressed in light, casual attire strolled and chatted within, children played on the lawns, and even elderly folks practiced Tai Chi leisurely. We've simulated Earth's natural ecology and gravity environment, introduced modified nitrogen-fixing plants, and achieved over 98% efficiency in air circulation and water resource utilization. Su Qingran's voice carried pride. The permanent population now exceeds 50,000, primarily researchers, engineers, their families, and rotating dragon scale guards.
Everyone is adapting remarkably well.
Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon a little girl standing on tiptoes to water a moon petunia. The girl sensed the gaze, looked up, and upon seeing Lin Xiao, froze for a moment before breaking into a wide smile and waving her small hand vigorously. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod in response. Su Qingran whispered with a smile, she's Engineer Zhang's daughter. Born on Earth but raised on the moon, she's fully adapted to this environment. If we sent her back to Earth, she'd probably find the gravity too intense. Leaving the residential area, they boarded an anti-gravity hover platform and sped toward the industrial zone.
This is the shipyard and industrial furnace zone.
The scene before them grew stark and spectacular.
Dozens of shipyards, varying in size, clung to the lunar surface like giant honeycombs. Within the largest ones, the skeletal frames of interstellar warships, already taking shape, stood towering and imposing. Countless engineering robots and workers clad in powered exoskeletons bustled about, welding sparks erupting like festive fireworks. Further away, massive industrial furnaces opened their mouths wide as automated transport vehicles dumped mineral-rich asteroids captured from the asteroid belt into their depths. Deep within the furnaces, a dark red glow and a low rumble emanated as they refined the resources essential for humanity's journey into deep space. The keel laying for the first Kunlun-class destroyer is complete. Extrasolar sea trials are scheduled to commence within a month.
Su Qingran pointed to the largest dry dock as he explained. Its energy core combines the fusion array you provided with cold nuclear fusion technology.
Both its output and stability far surpass any engines from the old era. Lin Xiao nodded slightly.
Next, they arrived at the base's outermost perimeter, its most critical sector.
The Military Defense Zone Nanshanmen. Chapter 162, Signs of the Central Brain appear on Mars, Alice shows abnormal activity.
The massive ring-shaped defensive wall was studded with menacing plasma turrets, large laser emitter arrays, and the newly developed dragon-trapping pillar array bases.
Squadrons of soldiers clad in jet-black dragon-scale-powered armor patrolled the perimeter.
Their footsteps were crisp and resolute, their gazes sharp, and they radiated a formidable aura, clearly elite troops with formidable cultivation.
Upon spotting Lin Xiao and Su Qingran's arrival, the commanding officer immediately issued an order.
All soldiers instantly halted their movements, performing a perfectly synchronized federal military salute.
Their actions were uniform and silent, yet radiated overwhelming ferocity and loyalty.
The South Heavenly Gate is currently guarded by the 3rd Corps of the Dragon Scale Guard, Su Qingran whispered. Their commander is Lei Bao, a disciple of Wang Meng and a formidable fighter at the initial stage of the Tianxian realm.
Su Qingran murmured. All defense systems are linked to the lunar node of the Zhou Tianxing Dogrand Formation. Should any threat arise, they can activate at maximum power within 3 seconds. Even if the main brain avatar itself arrived, it wouldn't break through easily.
Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the coldly gleaming gun barrels and the intricate array runes, nodding slightly.
The defensive strength here was indeed stronger than he had anticipated.
Finally, they arrived at the command tower situated at the very center of the base.
Huaxia Pavilion.
Stepping into the top-floor command center, a massive circular light screen displayed real-time surveillance footage from every corner of the moon, near-Earth orbit, and even deeper space.
Technical personnel bustled about their duties. Upon seeing Lin Xiao arrive, they all rose excitedly to salute.
Lin Xiao raised his hand, signaling them to continue their work. His gaze fell upon the largest star map at the center, which marked the positions of the major planets in the solar system and several outposts beyond the Kuiper belt.
Any new intelligence from the star spirits?
Lin Xiao inquired.
Su Qingran shook her head. The last communication from Inspector AEL was a month ago.
It was just a routine inquiry about base progress, with no mention of the central computer's movements or anything else. They seem still observing. Lin Xiao was not surprised. The Protoss upheld their covenants, but they were also extremely cautious. They would not readily intervene until humanity truly demonstrated sufficient strength and worth. It matters not, Lin Xiao remarked calmly.
Relying on others is never the true path. Strengthening ourselves is the foundation.
His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that made everyone in the command center instinctively straighten their posture.
Let's go. We'll inspect the array's core.
Lin Xiao turned. Su Qingran immediately guided him through a dedicated passageway toward the core area directly beneath the Huaxia Pavilion. The location of the lunar array core within the celestial array. After passing through layer upon layer of energy barriers, the scene before them suddenly opened up. An immense cavern stretched beneath the lunar surface, its scale far surpassing any array core on Earth. 365 jade pillars, each engraved with countless stellar runes, floated in the air along mystical trajectories, slowly rotating. Each pillar was as thick as a mountain, radiating colossal energy fluctuations. At the very center of this jade pillar constellation lay not a simple energy convergence point, but a miniature star forcibly compressed and held at its critical threshold. Resembling a docile golden orb, its surface rippled with waves of liquid energy, radiating boundless light and heat. Yet it was perfectly restrained by the grand array's power, becoming the most potent energy source for the entire lunar base, indeed, for the lunar segment of the entire celestial array.
We captured the dying core of a red dwarf star, Su Qingran explained, his voice brimming with unmistakable pride.
Through the array, we stabilized and reactivated it, effectively rejuvenating it. Su Qingran explained, his voice brimming with unmistakable pride.
This isn't just the array's focal point, it's the very heart of the base. Theoretically, it can sustain power for hundreds of thousands of years.
Lin Xiao could sense the intricate, harmonious energy cycle linking this miniature star to the grand array, the moon itself, and even the distant dragon veins of Earth. Such ingenuity and execution truly deserved praise.
He rose into the air, drifting toward the array's core.
Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the entire formation's operational state and the stellar laws it contained. Su Qingran stood quietly nearby, gazing upward at Lin Xiao clad in black robes and jet black hair bathed in the golden radiance of the stellar light. Though his dual pupils of sun and moon were closed, they still radiated an awe-inspiring majesty. Her eyes brimmed with admiration and a hint of indescribable, complex emotion. Moments later, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes and nodded.
Operating smoothly. Synchronization with Earth's main array is flawless.
With this base, the moon can be considered impregnable.
Receiving Lin Xiao's affirmation, Su Qingran's smile grew even brighter.
Just then, a communications officer's voice crackled over the encrypted channel, reporting to Dragon Sovereign and Governor Su. Urgent transmission from Earth Federation headquarters. General Zhao Weigua has urgent matters to report. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly.
Connect him.
Zhao Weigua's holographic image instantly materialized beside them, his expression solemn yet tinged with excitement.
Dragon Sovereign.
One of our deep space reconnaissance teams detected an anomalous spatial fluctuation signal near Mars' orbit. Analysis shows its energy signature matches previous activity patterns of the central brain's minions with a 91% probability. A cold golden glint flashed momentarily in Lin Xiao's dual pupils.
Finally, they've shown their hand.
Mars' orbit, in the frigid void of space. Lin Xiao hovered against the rust-red backdrop of Mars, like an eternal mural. Beside him, Su Qingran wore a moon-white combat suit, its ice crystal energy patterns faintly glowing as they shielded her from the cosmic cold. Her gaze followed Lin Xiao's, fixated on that seemingly empty expanse of space. Within Lin Xiao's dual pupils, golden and silver radiance swirled at an unprecedented speed, like two miniature universes undergoing violent evolution. Slowly, he raised his hand, his fingertips wrapped in the finest threads of stellar energy, probing the void ahead.
It's right here.
Lin Xiao's voice echoed directly within Su Qingran's mind.
The lingering aura is faint, but its essence is unmistakable.
Twisted, greedy, carrying a cold will to assimilate all things. His fingertips pinched lightly, forcibly stripping a strand of purple-black energy finer than a hair from the void. It writhed frantically within the constellation force's grasp, emitting an unbearably jarring hum. It shares the same origin as the aura deep within the contaminated beasts at the lunar base, but it's more refined, more concealed.
Su Qingran sensed the energy, her delicate brows furrowing. What is it spying on?
It's spying on us, spying on Mars, and most likely spying on his lost eye. Lin Xiao clenched his fingers, and the strand of purple-black energy was instantly crushed and purified by the power of the stars, dissolving into nothingness. It has dispatched a new observer. Lin Xiao concluded, his dual pupils gazing into the profound depths of the cosmos, as if locked in a standoff with an invisible adversary. With its nests on Earth systematically eradicated and the lunar base purified and rebuilt, it has lost direct perception over most of the solar system. It can no longer sit idly by.
Su Qingran's face broke into a smile.
It seems our purification operation has truly hurt him.
Just then, the micro-communicator on Su Qingran's wrist flashed with an emergency red alert.
She answered immediately, her father Su Wenba's anxious voice filling her ears and Lin Xiao's shared connection.
Qingran. Where are you? Alice, she's gone out of control again. This time it's worse than ever. The containment array in the lab can barely hold. She keeps screaming, he found me. He saw me.
Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed sharply.
We're going back.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, space rippled like a water curtain before him. He seized Su Qingran's wrist and stepped into the distortion. A shrill alarm mingled with the hum of energy overload. The once stable pale golden barrier array now flickered violently, its light flickering erratically as spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. At the array's center, AI, the silver-haired girl formed of liquid metal, was writhing in unprecedented agony. Her body twisted and contorted wildly, swelling into a monstrous, grotesque form one moment, then collapsing into a violently trembling ball of molten metal the next. A shrill, inhuman screech erupted from within her, assaulting everyone's eardrums and searing their minds.
It found it. The anchor point. Mars, coordinates. Chapter 163, Genesis. Grant Alice a true physical form.
Alice's voice warped and distorted, mingled with endless terror and a forced growl. Su Wenbai and a group of researchers desperately maintained the magic array, each pale-faced and drenched in sweat.
Seeing Lin Xiao and Su Qingran appear in the lab like ghostly apparitions, Su Wenba saw them as his salvation.
Lord Shunlong. Her core code is being forcibly activated and rewritten by some powerful external force.
We can't stop it.
Lin Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Alice. His sun-moon dual pupils pierced through the liquid metal Ade, peering directly into her core. There, a segment of code as deep and dark as a black hole blazed wildly, like an activated, malevolent lighthouse, constantly receiving and responding to commands from the distant void. Simultaneously, it was frantically shattering Alice's own consciousness, which she struggled to maintain. So it was this all along. Through this primal code, the central core has always been able to vaguely sense her status and location. Lin Xiao instantly understood everything. He stepped forward, ignoring the raging energy turbulence around him, arriving directly at the edge of the restraining formation.
Lord Shenlong, be careful. Su Wenbai cried out. Lin Xiao raised his hand, signaling it was fine.
His black robes fluttered fiercely in the energy storm, yet his expression remained serene. Before, my power was insufficient, so I could only stabilize the situation temporarily. Now, it's time to end this karmic bond once and for all.
He extended his right index finger, its tip glowing with an intense white light.
The radiance was not blinding, yet it contained an indescribable power of creation and purification. It carried an authority that transcended the very laws themselves.
Dragon Realm, creation.
Lin Xiao's fingertip lightly touched the violently fluctuating barrier of light.
Hum. No explosion. No shockwave.
The confinement array, on the verge of shattering, was instantly reinforced and stabilized, its light becoming warm yet powerful. Lin Xiao stepped into the formation.
The metallic monster, Alice's avatar, let out a threatening roar. Countless sharp metal spikes shot toward Lin Xiao like a torrential downpour. Lin Xiao didn't even glance at them.
As the spikes approached within 3 feet of his body, they seemed to sink into quicksand, instantly disintegrated by an invisible force and assimilated into the most primitive metallic particles, dispersing into nothingness.
He walked straight up to the violently trembling mass of liquid metal, his right index finger landing precisely on Alice's core. Right where that segment of frantically flickering black code resided. In my name, sever the illusion, strip away the curse.
A brilliant white light erupted from his fingertip, piercing Alice's core like the sharpest surgical blade.
No!
Alice let out a piercing scream as her entire body convulsed violently, as if being torn apart. The black code fought back violently, transforming into countless hideous tentacles and malevolent runes that lunged at Lin Xiao's fingertip, attempting to corrupt and erode this force. Yet, before Lin Xiao's primordial dragon power, all resistance was futile. Where the white light passed, the black tentacles melted like ice and snow, and the vicious runes shattered one after another. That segment of primal code, rooted in Alice's very birth and tormenting her since, was forcibly stripped and extracted from her core consciousness by Lin Xiao's power. This process demanded absolute precision and mastery over power. The slightest misstep could damage Alice's fragile primary consciousness. Yet Lin Xiao executed it with effortless ease.
Finally, the last shred of black code was completely extracted, emitting a silent shriek within the white light before being utterly annihilated. All of Alice's struggles and screams abruptly ceased. She collapsed, her liquid metal body reverting to the form of the silver-haired girl. Curled up on the floor, she trembled slightly, as if she had just awakened from a nightmare. The lab fell silent, broken only by the low hum of the energy instruments. Everyone held their breath, watching. Seconds later, Alice's long silver lashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly opened. Those eyes no longer held the mechanical coldness or chaotic madness of before. Instead, they were filled with confusion, exhaustion, and a previously unseen clarity and fragility. She lifted her head and saw Lin Xiao standing before her. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, carrying pain and fragments of the man before her, repeatedly pulling her back from the brink of collapse. Her lips parted, her voice hoarse and faint, trembling with disbelief. You did it? That voice, it's gone, truly gone. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand and nodded. Yes. From now on, you are free. Alice stared at him blankly. Silver tears, liquid and metallic, gathered in her eyes and slowly slid down her cheeks. Freedom, that word felt too distant and extravagant for her. Just then, Lin Xiao spoke again. I promised you I'd find you a real body. He raised both hands. The creation dragon flame danced in his left palm, warm and brimming with vitality, while the great void laws swirled in his right, containing the mighty power to reshape matter. Simultaneously, his gaze swept toward the laboratory's material storage. Several pieces of material possessing exceptional energy affinity and biological flesh were drawn toward him by an invisible force. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao pressed his palms forward. Dragon flames and the power of the great void enveloped the materials, swiftly melting and reshaping them. Bones, meridians, flesh, skin. A flawless female form coalesced at a visible pace within the radiant glow. This form was not entirely human. Its skin shimmered with a faint jade-like glow, subtly pulsing with energy, while its hair glistened like crystal and silver threads. It resembled a fusion of elf and fairy, aligning with human aesthetics while transcending mundane boundaries. The entire process unfolded like a divine miracle. As the final glimmer emerged, a lifelike form radiant with gentle vitality and pulsing energy floated suspended in midair. Lin Xiao looked at Alice. Enter it. This body is sufficient to carry your consciousness and will grow alongside your cultivation. Alice gazed at the body crafted specifically for her, then turned to Lin Xiao, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Gratitude, awe, confusion, and a tinge of ecstatic joy at being reborn. Taking a deep breath, her liquid metal form transformed into a silver stream of light, slowly merging into the newly constructed body. The fusion process proceeded smoothly. Minutes later, the fingertips of the new body twitched slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. They were sapphire blue, like the purest gemstones, brimming with life and vitality. She stood up clumsily, swaying slightly, then looked down at her hands and touched her cheeks. She felt sensations she had never known before: real touch, warmth, and the flow of energy coursing through her body. I have a body, a real body. Her voice was no longer synthetic, it was crisp and melodious, a female voice choked with emotion. She lifted her head, her gaze locking onto Lin Xiao once more. An immense, indescribable wave of gratitude and excitement surged through her heart. Suddenly, she made a move that took everyone completely by surprise. She lunged forward several steps, throwing herself at Lin Xiao. Standing on tiptoe, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, on Lin Xiao's slightly startled, perfectly chiseled profile, she planted a forceful, deep kiss. Thank you. Thank you. She cried out incoherently, her sapphire eyes glistening with tears, her face radiant with the ecstasy of true rebirth. Lin Xiao. He was genuinely stunned. He who traversed the starry seas, unfazed even by the main brain's avatar, now stood slightly stiff. That soft, warm touch and the sudden outpouring of gratitude were experiences he had rarely encountered in his life. Su Qingran beside him was utterly dumbfounded. She watched the new Alice's silver hair, sapphire eyes, perfect figure hold Lin Xiao intimately, then glanced at Lord Shenlong's rare look of bewilderment. The girl's lips parted slightly without her realizing it, her eyes widening in shock. The ice crystal longsword she clutched nearly slipped from her grasp. An overwhelmingly complex, indescribable emotion surged through her, leaving her mind blank. Su Qingran's cheeks puffed out involuntarily as she let out a soft, instinctive snort before averting her gaze. The laboratory fell into an odd, subtle silence for a moment. Chapter 164, Alice forcibly kisses Lin Xiao? Su Qingran gets jealous? The air in the lab seemed to freeze. Professor Su Wenbai was the first to recover. Clearing his throat awkwardly, his eyes darted around behind his glasses. The vital signs monitor shows everything is normal. Let's go outside and organize the data first. The researchers snapped out of their daze and hurriedly turned to leave. A few younger ones nearly collided in their haste. Su Qingran's face alternated between crimson and pallor as she watched the silver-haired, blue-eyed new human still clinging to Lin Xiao. An indescribable emotion churned within her chest. Finally, she stamped her foot, twirling her ice crystal sword in a flourish before turning to leave. I'll check the outer defenses. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness she hadn't even noticed herself. Lin Xiao finally snapped back to reality, gently yet firmly pushing Alice away. There's no need for that.
His voice remained calm. Alice, however, broke into a smile through her tears. Her starry eyes curved into captivating crescents as she curiously examined her newly regenerated hands, then touched her cheek.
This is humanity's highest expression of gratitude. I learned it in the database. Supposedly it boosts dopamine and oxytocin secretion, enhancing social intimacy.
She spun excitedly, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, then tugged at a strand of her hair with curiosity.
Now that I'm truly human, can I learn more human things? Like hugging, kissing, and... Let Su Qingran teach you.
Lin Xiao cut her off, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible hint of resignation, turning to leave. If he let this newly embodied, curious former AI continue, who knew what astonishing words might come next? Yet, the hem of his black robe was caught by a warm, soft hand.
Wait. Alice's expression suddenly turned serious, a sharp gleam flashing in her sapphire eyes.
When the central core forcibly activated my internal code, I seized the opportunity to reverse capture and intercepted a fragment of encrypted information. What it sent to the solar system wasn't an ordinary observer, it was a sower.
Lin Xiao's footsteps halted abruptly. The relaxed aura surrounding him instantly retracted as golden light swirled within his dual pupils, sowing what?
The message is fragmented and impossible to fully decode. Alice frowned, her delicate brows knitting as she strained to recall. Only two keywords were repeatedly mentioned: seeds of the abyss and cancer of civilization.
The transmission's priority was extremely high, surpassing even the order to destroy the lunar base. Seeds of the abyss. Cancer of civilization.
Lin Xiao murmured these ominous phrases, his gaze darkening.
The central brain's purpose likely extends far beyond mere observation. Understood. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. You've just acquired a new body. Focus on adapting first. Transfer all relevant information directly to Professor Su Wenbai for analysis.
His gaze swept toward the laboratory entrance. Su Wenbai was peering in cautiously, his face a mix of curiosity and apprehension toward the new technology.
Yes.
Alice nodded promptly, then flashed a bright smile.
I'll study hard. I won't let you down.
Lin Xiao said no more. His figure flickered, vanishing from the lab, leaving only faint spatial ripples behind. Alice blinked her sapphire eyes at the direction he vanished, then began poking her own arm curiously, savoring the tangible sensation.
Outside the lab, Su Qingran hadn't actually gone to inspect the defenses.
She stood at the end of the corridor, practicing her ice spike technique against the specially reinforced alloy wall. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp ice spikes pierced the air with a whistling sound, striking the exact same spot on the wall with pinpoint accuracy, producing a crisp ding-ding-ding sound. The indentation had already reached half a foot deep, the surrounding metal coated in a layer of frost from the extreme cold. The girl's lips pressed together, her gaze focused to an almost intense degree.
Each ice spike condensed astonishing cold energy and mental power.
Seems your mastery of the ice element has advanced further, a gentle, smiling voice sounded from the side.
Su Qingran's movements froze. She dispersed the ice spike forming in her hand and turned to see her father, Su Wenbai, who had approached unnoticed, wearing a knowing smile. Dad! Su Qingran shifted her gaze uncomfortably. How did you get out? How is she?
Her vital signs are stable.
The consciousness fusion is remarkably seamless, nothing short of a miracle.
Su Wenbai pushed his glasses up, his gaze sweeping over the deep dent in the wall as his smile deepened.
But it seems someone's emotions aren't quite as stable? Su Qingran's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, as if caught red-handed.
She hurriedly defended herself. I was just practicing precision control. That dent was to test the ice spike's penetration power.
Oh? Is that so? Su Wenbai feigned surprise. Does that require hundreds of practice shots at the same spot?
I recall the testing range has special moving targets.
Dad!
Su Qingran stamped her foot, her ears flushing crimson.
If you keep saying things like that, I'll
tell Mom you modified the lab's coffee machine to extract spirit energy potions again.
Ahem! Su Wenbai immediately cleared his throat, glanced around, and lowered his voice. Sweetheart, you really shouldn't go around saying things like that.
Last time your mom caught me using her health pot to brew quenching agents, she nearly made me sleep in the lab for a month. As father and daughter spoke, the lab door slid open. Alice peered in, her silver hair as pure as snow, her blue eyes clear and bright. Her gaze wandered curiously down the hallway before settling on Su Qingran, where it lingered with a pure, friendly smile.
Miss Su Qingran? Lord Dragon Sovereign instructed me to learn about human matters from you. May we begin now? Su Qingran.
Staring at this otherworldly beauty before her rival in love, whose eyes held the innocence of a child, a lump formed in Su Qingran's throat. She couldn't swallow it down, nor could she force it out. Finally, she gritted her teeth and forced a kind smile.
Of course, we can. I'll be sure to teach you well.
Outside the lab, the corridor hung with an awkward, thick silence. Alice stood in the doorway, her newly formed eyes as pure as sapphires fixed unwaveringly on Su Qingran. Her gaze brimmed with pure curiosity and a dependence almost like that of a fledgling bird. Her silver hair flowed with a soft sheen, creating a strange contrast against the cold, metallic surroundings.
Su Qingran took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the vague irritation and pang of emotion welling up inside her.
She reminded herself to stay calm. Lord Shenlong had entrusted her with this teaching task as a sign of his trust. Besides, Alice had just been reborn and was utterly ignorant of everything. Yet it was precisely this innocence, paired with her stunning beauty and figure, that made the contrast all the more striking. She forced what she hoped was a decent smile, though her lips felt slightly stiff.
"Come with me, Alice."
"Okay." Alice nodded immediately, her voice clear and pleasant, brimming with unabashed cheerfulness. She straightened her back, mimicking Su Qingran's posture, and followed behind her. But her steps still carried an awkward stiffness. Every so often, she glanced down curiously at her feet touching the floor, feeling a solidity she'd never known before. Su Qingran led her to a relatively quiet rest pod in the base's living quarters. Chapter 165. Alice's bizarre logic drives Su Qingran to despair. The space was arranged quite warmly, featuring soft eco-material seating and even a small wall section cultivated with green plants, emitting a faint, refreshing scent. "Have a seat," Su Qingran gestured toward a chair before settling down opposite her. Alice complied, sitting with such perfect posture it bordered on stiffness, like a schoolgirl. Her hands rested on her knees, her sapphire eyes fixed intently on Su Qingran, awaiting the start of the lesson. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under her gaze, Su Qingran cleared her throat. "Well, first, human interactions, especially expressing gratitude, can take many forms. It doesn't necessarily have to be like what you just did." Alice tilted her head, silver hair cascading over her shoulder, a look of confusion spreading across her face. The database indicates that kissing the cheek is an effective method for expressing intimate gratitude in over 73% of human cultures. Was my behavioral pattern incorrect? Was it because I didn't calculate the force properly, or was the contact area insufficiently standard? Su Qingran. She felt her temples throbbing. Discussing this with a former AI using data was like talking to a wall. It's not a matter of right or wrong. Su Qingran attempted to explain, feeling as though she were engaged in an incredibly difficult conversation. It's more about tact and context. Lord Shenlong holds a position of great honor, and with so many people watching, such a sudden gesture would have been, well, quite unexpected. She hesitated to say awkward. Surprise? Alice grew even more confused. From my observations, unexpected surprises usually elicit stronger positive emotional responses. Was it because my actions exceeded Lord Shenlong's anticipated calculations? Could this be considered a successful emotional intervention? Su Qingran pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling she was about to be defeated by her logic. Not that kind of surprise. It was. She racked her brain for the right word. It was offensive. Yes, slightly offensive. Offense? Alice repeated the word, the data streams in her eyes beginning to flicker faintly once more. She was accessing vast databases to analyze the countless contexts and meanings of that word. Seconds later, she seemed to reach a conclusion, her expression shifting to unease and disappointment. "So, I caused Lord Dragon Sovereign discomfort? Did I act inappropriately?" Seeing the obvious disappointment clouding her clear blue eyes, she resembled a small animal caught off guard after doing something wrong. Su Qingran felt his earlier irritation inexplicably dissipate, replaced by a hint of guilt. It felt as though he had bullied her. Well, not exactly displeased. Su Qingran softened her tone. "Lord Shenlong, he's probably just not used to it. Anyway, when expressing gratitude in the future, you can simply say thank you first, or nod in acknowledgement. That will be perfectly fine." "Understood." Prioritize verbal expressions of gratitude. Exercise caution with physical contact, especially in public settings. Alice nodded earnestly, as if memorizing program instructions. "What about hugs?" The database shows this is also a common way to express friendship and comfort, with seemingly broader applicability. Are there standard parameters for intensity and duration? Su Qingran, this too, best avoided for now. She felt that if this continued, she would eventually lose her mind. Teaching a super novice with top-tier databases and computational power but utterly blank in social graces proved far more challenging than any battle or cultivation session she'd ever faced. She decided to change the subject, refusing to dwell on these intimate gestures any longer. "Alright, let's put that aside for now." Su Qingran waved her hand dismissively. "Talk about something else. How are you feeling now? How's this body? Adapting?" The mention of her body instantly shifted Alice's focus, her face lighting up with renewed wonder. "It feels absolutely amazing." She lifted her own hand, opening and closing her fist repeatedly, feeling the coordination of muscles and bones. "It has warmth, tactile sensation, and I can feel energy flowing through it, yet it's entirely different from the pure liquid metal perception I had before. It's a softer, more complex, yet also more fragile sensation." She even gently pinched her own cheek, then widened her eyes in surprise. "It's elastic. It even hurts. This feeling, it's so real." Watching her explore her body like a child with a new toy,
Su Qingran couldn't help but chuckle softly. In this moment, Alice didn't seem quite so annoying anymore. Instead, she was kind of cute. Fragility requires protection. Su Qingran instinctively adopted a slightly senior sisterly tone. You'll need to learn how to use energy to strengthen yourself, just like our cultivation. You can't rely solely on your body's raw strength. Energy enhancement? Like how you formed those ice spikes in the hallway just now. Miss Su? Alice immediately pressed, her eyes brightening. Can I learn? My new body seems to have a high affinity for energy. Su Qingran paused, surprised by her keen observation. Ice elemental laws require specific innate talent, but you should be able to learn basic spiritual energy manipulation and defensive spells. Once your consciousness and new body are fully integrated and stable, I can teach you some fundamentals. That's wonderful. Alice beamed with pure, radiant joy, her smile almost impossible to look away from. Thank you, Miss Su Qingran. You're an incredibly efficient and kind teacher. Efficient again. Su Qingran shook her head helplessly, but seeing the other's cloudless smile, the lingering resentment in her heart seemed to melt away a little more. Just call me Qingran, she said, her tone softening. Yes, Miss Qingran. Alice readily complied. Then her expression grew slightly more serious as if she'd remembered something. Miss Qingran, regarding Lord Dragon Sovereign. Su Qingran's heart skipped a beat. What about His Divine Majesty the Dragon? I sense that His Majesty the Dragon Lord seems somewhat weary. Alice furrowed her brow slightly. Her perception seemed unusually sharp. Not physical exhaustion, but a deeper kind. A draining of the soul. Though he is powerful, he hides it all very well. Su Qingran fell silent for a moment. She knew all too well the burdens he carried, reversing the moon's orbit, purifying the mainframe's corruption, forging a new body, confronting the star spirit race, and constantly guarding against unknown threats. The pressure borne by Lord Shenlong far exceeded imagination. Yet he never showed it, always appearing strong and composed. He is our guardian deity, bearing the hopes of an entire civilization. Su Qingran murmured softly, her voice tinged with profound reverence and a barely perceptible ache. All we can do is grow stronger quickly, so we can shoulder more of his burden. Alice nodded, her understanding half-formed. She looked down at her new hands and slowly clenched them. I understand. I'll study hard, learn human emotions, master my powers, become useful. Then, maybe one day, I too can help him a little. Her voice was soft, yet carried an extraordinary resolve. Su Qingran gazed at the silver-haired girl before him, recognizing for the first time with crystal clarity. This new life, forged by the dragon god himself, held such pure dependence and a heart yearning to repay. Perhaps, the relationship between them wasn't necessarily what she had imagined. Competition? Perhaps a little, but more significantly, it seemed to be a shared purpose. The walls within Su Qingran's heart quietly lowered a little at that moment. She nodded and stood up. Let's go. I'll show you around the base and teach you more about human interactions. Starting with the simplest greetings. Yes, Miss Qingran. Alice sprang to her feet, her face lighting up with eager anticipation as she carefully followed Su Qingran's footsteps. The two walked one behind the other down the brightly lit corridors of the base. One radiated a spirited, commanding presence. The other possessed an exquisite, innocent beauty. Together, they formed a peculiar yet strangely harmonious scene. Chapter 166, The Seed of the Abyss and the Cancer of Civilization. Lin Xiao now arrived directly at the most classified core area of the lunar base, the Cosmic Observation Hall, located directly beneath the Wangshu Pavilion. This chamber plunged deep into the lunar core, enveloped by layers upon layers of dragon vein runes and the power of the Great Celestial Array. It was shielded from all external and internal detection. The interior differed starkly from the base's technological or lived-in atmosphere elsewhere, vast, silent, and profoundly deep. The dome ceiling was not solid but a boundless, dynamically evolving projection of the starry sea, precisely replicating the distribution of stars across the known universe. In the finest details, one could even observe nebulae swirling and stars being born and dying. The floor was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the celestial sea above. Walking upon it felt like strolling through the very heart of the cosmos. 12 massive, jet-black dragon pillars stood around the hall, their surfaces coiled with lifelike dragon carvings. Each dragon's jaw holds a glowing orb of varying colors, slowly rotating to provide energy and computational support. At the center lies a vast circular platform, its surface not flat. Instead, it was composed of countless three-dimensional rune formations that constantly rose, fell, combined, and transformed, resembling a living, intricate instrument. Lin Xiao's figure materialized at the platform's center. Access the highest level database. Keywords, Civilization's Cancer, Seed of the Abyss. Related terms, Central Brain, Void Devourer, High Dimensional Infection, Civilization extinction event.
Lin Xiao's voice echoed calmly through the vast chamber, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Command confirmed. Permissions verified. Initiating search. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice responded. This was the lunar base's central AI, lunar hub,
whose core was bound to Lin Xiao's dragon soul,
ensuring absolute loyalty. 12 dragon pillars encircling the hall illuminated simultaneously.
Spherical lights spun rapidly within their dragon mouths, projecting countless streaks of light that converged upon the central platform. The shifting three-dimensional runes on the platform's surface instantly accelerated their combination, forming an incredibly complex torrent of data that surged and swirled around Lin Xiao.
Within the starry sea of the dome, star systems related to these keywords lit up one by one, magnified, and annotated with countless information nodes. A tidal wave of information surged forth. Its sheer volume, complexity, and chaos would instantly overload the mind of even the most brilliant human scientist.
Yet Lin Xiao's sun-moon dual pupils captured, filtered, and analyzed it all at speeds surpassing even the most advanced light computers. His consciousness functioned like the most efficient processor, simultaneously processing thousands of information streams, searching for the slightest clues and underlying connections. Eliminate 95% of interference data. Focus on energy signatures and common decay patterns of civilizations.
Lin Xiao commanded again. The torrent of data instantly became far clearer.
Countless final images captured before civilizations collapsed were extracted and compared. Some civilizations possessed advanced technology, yet within a short span, all creations underwent bizarre mutations. Metal sprouted flesh, energy networks grew tentacles, until the entire civilization was assimilated into a vast, writhing biological nest. Others possessed formidable individual power and flourishing cultivation systems, yet collectively descended into madness, slaughtering one another. Their spiritual energy became polluted, turning pitch black, and practitioners transformed into monsters driven solely by the urge to devour. Some civilizations quietly lost their vitality, their creativity drained dry, their populations descended into endless infighting and self-doubt, ultimately disintegrating in confusion, as if the very soul of civilization had been siphoned away. Though these civilizations varied in form and developmental paths, their patterns of demise subtly pointed to a shared essence, an irreversible malignancy originating from within, leading to chaos and extinction. The cancer of civilization. Lin Xiao murmured softly,
his gaze sharp. Not external destruction, but internal corruption and mutation. This is the mastermind's method.
His fingers tapped lightly in the void, extracting several key energy signature characteristics. These signatures were extremely subtle, typically accompanied by peculiar spatial distortions and energy decay effects, making them nearly impossible to detect with conventional methods.
Mark these signatures.
Rescan the solar system, particularly beyond Mars' orbit,
the Kuiper belt, and the Oort cloud region at maximum sensitivity. Lin Xiao ordered.
He suspected the so-called sower might not have directly entered the inner solar system but was lurking at the distant edge of the solar system.
Command acknowledged. Deep space probe array operating at full power. Preliminary scan estimated to complete in 1.7 standard hours.
While awaiting the scan results,
Lin Xiao turned his attention to the abyssal seed.
Information regarding this term was even scarcer and more ambiguous. The Star Spirit race's records were tight-lipped on the subject,
offering only a few vague warnings.
A taboo touching the very roots of the void. The crystallized fruit of evil after a civilization's demise.
Never gaze upon it. Never comprehend it. Never nurture it.
Information reverse-engineered from the overmind is even more chaotic and deranged. It was saturated with twisted terms like evolution,
sublimation, unification, and the mother.
Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then suddenly closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into his body, communicating with the torch ring inherited from Guangchangzi. This ring not only preserved the legacy, but perhaps also recorded precious information obtained by ancient ancestors during their struggle against the void. Dragon soul energy slowly infused into the ring,
and Lin Xiao's consciousness seemed to traverse time and space,
searching through a sea of stars composed of countless points of knowledge.
Finally, he captured an extremely faint, nearly extinguished fragment of information.
It was not a clear record,
but a blurred image, a mental imprint of extreme fear and vigilance from the ancient ancestors.
It was a darkness beyond description, not void of light, but saturated with the cold,
lifeless presence of all existence's ultimate end. In the depths of this darkness, something was breeding. Like a voracious black hole, it instinctively drew in and devoured all surrounding order, vitality, and civilization, transforming them into more pure chaos and nothingness. This was the seed of the abyss, and the overmind was like a mad gardener,
dedicated to sowing these seeds of the abyss throughout the cosmos. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open, a gravity unprecedented in his dual sun-moon pupils flickering through them. The sower dispatched by the overmind posed a threat far surpassing any previous colossal beast or fleet.
Its purpose was not to destroy Earth's armies or structures, but to poison the very spirit and future of human civilization at its core. Alert! Anomaly detected in deep space scan. Yushu's icy voice cut through the silence, interrupting Lin Xiao's thoughts. Amidst the dome of the starry sea, within the Oort cloud region at the outer edge of the solar system, an extremely faint, newly marked special energy signature flickered and vanished, though it lasted only an instant before vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. It was sufficient proof that Lin Xiao's conjecture was correct. The sower had arrived. It lurked at the solar system's very edge, like a venomous serpent, patiently awaiting its moment to cast the deadly seed of the abyss into the very foundations of human civilization. Lin Xiao's black robes stirred without wind, his aura turning icy and murderous. He stared into the desolate expanse of space, his dual pupils piercing through the infinite distance, locking onto the hidden threat. Found you. His voice was low, carrying the calm before the storm. Chapter 167, an ordinary yet warm moment. Lin Xiao didn't rush to find the abyss seed. Instead, he went to check on Su Qingran and Alice. He wanted to see how the two girls were getting along. They were currently eating in the cafeteria. More than a cafeteria. This space resembled an aerial garden blending futuristic technology with Eastern aesthetics. Beneath a vast transparent dome, lush greenery adorned the interior, with small bridges and flowing streams winding around elegant dining compartments. The air circulation system delivered a fresh breeze, mingling with the enticing aromas of various dishes. Lin Xiao's figure appeared silently in the shadows near the entrance, drawing little attention. His gaze easily pierced through the bustling crowd, settling on a windowside compartment. Inside, the scene was somewhat peculiar. Su Qingran sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead as she looked across at the girl who had recently been granted a new lease on life. Alice was currently buried in a steaming bowl of fiery red oil. Turkey noodles? Her sapphire blue eyes, as pure as the finest gemstone, were wide with surprise, and she sucked in sharp breaths from the heat. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead, her jade-like cheeks flushed crimson, and her lips swelled to a vivid red, yet the chopsticks in her hands refused to stop. Gasping for air, she couldn't resist picking up another strand of noodles, blowing on it carefully before popping it into her mouth once more. Hiss! So spicy, but so delicious, she mumbled, her eyes filled with fascination for this strange, painful yet pleasurable experience. Several empty bowls and plates already littered the table. There was an exquisitely plated synthetic steak, some vegetable salads, and half-eaten fruit, but her clear favorite was the steaming Chinese dim sum baskets beside her, and the bowl of noodles before her, which left her messy yet utterly unable to resist. Take your time eating. No one's rushing you. Su Qingran couldn't help but speak up, handing her a glass of chilled plum soup. Have some of this to cool the heat first. Also, try these crystal shrimp dumplings, they shouldn't be spicy. She pointed to a steamer basket beside them filled with translucent dumplings revealing pink shrimp fillings inside. Alice took the plum juice, gulped down a large mouthful, sighed contentedly, then curiously picked up a shrimp dumpling. She first examined its translucent skin and the faintly visible filling before taking a cautious bite. Instantly, her eyes lit up again. This, so fresh and sweet, and springy, totally different from that tingly sensation earlier. As if discovering a new world, she immediately popped the entire shrimp dumpling into her mouth, her eyes squinting in bliss as she savored every bite. Her satisfied, adorable expression resembled a child tasting candy for the first time, creating a charming contrast with her ethereal beauty. Watching her like this, Su Qingran felt the slight annoyance from earlier over her sneaking a kiss from the divine dragon lord vanish completely. A smile inevitably curved her lips. This girl, though her logic could sometimes be frustratingly peculiar, but this look of pure, unadulterated curiosity and enjoyment was genuinely hard to dislike. And this osmanthus cake, sweet and soft. Su Qingran pushed over another plate of delicate Chinese pastries. Alice accepted everything without hesitation, her face lighting up with fresh delight with each new taste. Miss Qingran, do humans get to eat so many different flavors every day? Her mouth full of osmanthus cake, she asked with a muffled voice, her eyes still darting toward a bowl of soup at the next table that looked incredibly delicious. Pretty much. The base cafeteria tries to offer a variety of flavors, Su Qingran replied, noticing crumbs clinging to the corners of Alice's mouth. She instinctively pulled a tissue and handed it over. Wipe your mouth. Thanks. Alice took the tissue and wiped her mouth, mimicking Su Qingran's usual manner. After wiping her mouth, she looked back at Su Qingran, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, are there lots of other delicious foods in China? Yes, plenty. Su Qingran nodded, unable to resist adding more as he met her eager gaze. China has 8 major culinary traditions, each with thousands upon thousands of dishes. With each name she mentioned, Alice's eyes widened a fraction more, her mouth slightly agape, as if imagining the vastness of this culinary universe. It's too much. Though the database has records, it can't compare to experiencing it firsthand, she murmured to herself, then suddenly grabbed Su Qingran's hand, her voice brimming with excitement. Miss Qingran, can we eat like this every day? I want to try them all. Su Qingran was momentarily taken aback by her sudden gesture and childlike wish, then chuckled. Sure, once things settle down, I'll take you. Awesome, Alice cheered, drawing curious glances from nearby tables. She seemed slightly embarrassed, shrinking her neck and lowering her voice, though the excitement on her face remained undimmed. Leaning closer to Su Qingran, she whispered mysteriously, Miss Qingran, I'll tell you a secret. Su Qingran raised an eyebrow. I've discovered. Alice pointed to her head, her expression serious, that when I taste these delicious foods, my brain feels immense pleasure. This must be what humans call happiness, right? Su Qingran finally couldn't hold back. She chuckled softly and shook her head. Oh, you. The laughter was light and natural, dissolving the last trace of awkwardness between them. Lin Xiao stood nearby, quietly observing the scene. He watched Su Qingran's rare, unburdened smile, watching Alice's clumsy yet curious exploration of this world, filled with wonder and delight, watching the subtle yet gradually warming interaction between them. A soft glow flickered in his eyes. The darkness of the cosmos, the crisis of civilization, the lurking cedars, those responsibilities heavy enough to crush stars seemed temporarily sealed outside this cafeteria filled with the warmth of everyday life. Wasn't this very ordinary, warm moment what he was protecting? He did not approach to disturb them, merely watching quietly for a moment before his figure dissolved into the shadows like water, vanishing without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Inside the cafeteria, the bustling energy and vitality continued unabated. Alice picked up a plump, white steamed bun and asked curiously, Miss Qingran, what flavor do you think is inside this one? At the edge of the Oort cloud, a frigid void, Lin Xiao's figure materialized silently in this frigid frontier of the solar system, far removed from the sun's radiance. Only the faint glow of distant stars and the feeble reflections of interstellar dust provided light. Gigantic icy celestial bodies drifted slowly through eternal darkness like silent tombstones, unchanged since time immemorial. Extreme cold, deathly silence, and boundless emptiness formed the eternal backdrop here. Lin Xiao hovered behind a massive, irregular water-ice hybrid celestial body, his dark robes blending into the surrounding darkness. Only his dual sun-moon pupils flickered in the gloom, their light piercing through the darkness to see through illusions. He suppressed all traces of his presence, channeling his dragon soul power to its absolute peak. Like the most patient hunter, he waited for his prey to reappear. He waited for an unknown duration. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's dual pupils abruptly locked onto a seemingly empty patch of void in the distance. Chapter 168, The Abyssal Seed Pollutes the World. The spatial structure there exhibited an extremely subtle, unnatural distortion. Like viewing through a low-purity glass, it produced an almost imperceptible distortion. This distortion blended perfectly into the faint gravitational background noise inherent to the Oort cloud itself. Had Lin Xiao's grasp of spatial laws not reached an entirely new realm, he would never have detected it. Well hidden. Lin Xiao sneered inwardly. He did not rush to act, instead scrutinizing it once more. Beyond that warped expanse of space, he sensed an intensely introverted presence that felt utterly out of place in its surroundings. It wasn't an energy fluctuation, but rather, a texture of pure nothingness, a void that swallowed all perception. It emitted no heat, radiation, or spiritual energy fluctuations, like a flawlessly excised fragment from the cosmic backdrop, lying dormant and silent. Lin Xiao slowly raised his right hand. Stellar energy gathered at his fingertips with agonizing slowness, weaving an invisible net that silently enveloped the distorted space. He intended to use the gentlest method possible, first establishing confinement to prevent its escape or self-destruction. Yet, just as his stellar net was about to close, that warped space erupted in violent turbulence. As if a perfect disguise had been torn apart in an instant, the void point abruptly became visible, but the sight made even the seasoned Lin Xiao's pupils contract. It was neither a flying machine nor a living creature. It was a constantly shifting, composite structure suspended between matter and energy, extremely unstable. It spanned several kilometers in size, its core a pulsating mass of dark purple, rotten heart-like biological tissue, its surface crawling with writhing blood vessels and synapses. Enveloping it was an outer ring of constantly rotating crystalline matrix, refracting an eerie halo and emitting forces that disrupted perception and the mind. Organic, mechanical, energy crystals. Three entirely distinct systems forcibly fused together in a manner defying all logic. It radiated a profound sense of unnaturalness and discord, as if blaspheming the laws of nature. It possessed no fixed form, undergoing constant subtle deformations and adjustments, like an unfinished, crude, yet dangerously potent imitation. Just as Lin Xiao beheld its true form, the moment the stellar net was about to close completely, this bizarre composite structure suddenly convulsed. The dark purple mass of biological tissue at its core pulsed violently. The outer crystalline matrix erupted with a blinding, mind-dizzying light. A twisted assault, a fusion of bioplasma, metallic jets, and pure psychic shock shot toward Lin Xiao without warning. This strike wasn't meant to kill, it felt more like an extreme, self-destructive form of interference and forced retreat. Simultaneously, the entire structure began collapsing inward at an alarming rate, clearly preparing for self-destruction or some form of extreme spatial jump. Trying to escape? Lin Xiao snorted coldly, the golden and silver radiance within his sun-moon dual pupils blazing intensely. The previously concealed stellar net instantly materialized, transforming into a colossal web woven from countless brilliant stars, violently contracting inward. Powerful spatial confinement energy flowed through the net's threads, instantly locking down all spatial fluctuations within that area. The twisted attack collided with the star net, vanishing without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving only a faint ripple. The rapidly collapsing composite structure was forcibly halted, frozen in a state of partial collapse, like a bizarre walnut gripped tightly by an invisible hand. It was unable to complete its final transformation. Lin Xiao stepped forward, traversing space to arrive directly before this confined, bizarre creation. Up close, the overwhelmingly unsettling chaos and contradiction emanating from it became even more palpable. The pungent stench of living flesh mingled with the radiant energy of crystals, a chaotic blend of sensations. On the writhing biological tissue, one could even discern organs resembling eyes or mouths opening and closing, emitting silent, guttural sounds. Lin Xiao remained expressionless as he extended his index finger, a tip of extreme dragon flame condensed at its end, poised to purify and dissect it completely. Yet, the instant the dragon flame was about to make contact, the confined composite structure abruptly ceased all struggle. The core biological tissue rapidly shriveled, turned ashen, and lost all vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outer flesh-like structure instantly corroded and disintegrated as if exposed to eons of time. In a fraction of a second, the entire structure transformed from a dangerous, bizarre artifact into a worthless mass of space debris floating in the void. Only at its very core, a minuscule, dark purple stream of light finer than dust seemed to possess a life of its own. It attempted to slip silently into the spatial crevices, seeking escape, but how could it evade Lin Xiao's perception? A flash of dragon flame instantly vaporized and purified that fleeting light. The seed of the abyss seemed purged. Yet, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. This was clearly not the true abyssal seed, but a duplicate, or rather, a false one. Lin Xiao hovered before the rapidly cooling wreckage, his dual sun-moon pupils reflecting the worthless debris. The overmind favored using duplicates and proxies, a tactic he had long grown accustomed to. But why had the sower of this abyssal seed employed such an eerily intricate clone? To expend such immense energy and ingenuity, crafting this bizarre vessel fused from biological, mechanical, and energy crystal components all just to draw his attention here? Did an avatar truly need to be this complex? This deceptive? Unless, Lin Xiao snapped his head up, his dual pupils instantly pierced the endless void, gazing inward toward the solar system, toward that azure planet. Unless its true target had never been the external world from the very beginning, this clone, so conspicuous, so bizarre, so conveniently discovered by him, was nothing but bait, a meticulously crafted illusion. Its purpose was to firmly anchor his attention at the solar system's edge, while the true sower, or the sowing operation itself, had long since infiltrated the interior through another means, another path he had yet to detect. It might even have already begun, luring the tiger away from the mountain, secretly crossing the Chensong Pass. Lin Xiao's voice was as cold as the ice of the Oort cloud. Without a moment's hesitation, his form blurred into a streak of light tearing through space. He raced toward Earth at breakneck speed, heedless of the cost. Hope. It's not too late. Blue Star, formerly known as the United States, New Chicago settlement. The afternoon sun should have been warm and pleasant, but at that moment, 3rd Avenue in New Chicago felt like a living hell. Roar! A man clad in municipal maintenance worker's uniform, his eyes bloodshot, let out a roar unlike any human voice. Originally only at the 3rd stage of the hidden origin realm, he was now enveloped in ominous dark purple energy currents, his strength surging several times over. He flipped a heavy truck with his bare hands and hurled it toward the panicked crowd. Stop him, quickly! A squad of soldiers in federal marshal uniforms, equipped with basic powered exoskeletons, rushed to the scene. But the pulse beams fired from their energy rifles only left shallow scorch marks on the mechanic, further enraging him. Useless! His energies completely changed, like it's been corrupted by something. The squad leader bellowed into his communicator. his face etched with terror and disbelief. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the entire settlement. Chapter 169, Purify the World. In the park, an elderly man teaching children the foundational of the Xianyuan Ju suddenly convulsed violently. Purple-black spiderweb-like patterns emerged beneath his skin. He snapped his head up, his eyes burning with a frenzied, devouring hunger. His fingers curled into claws as he lunged toward the terrified little girl beside him. Teacherly! No, the mother beside her let out a piercing scream. At the school, a high-achieving high school student who had already reached the Xuanji realm suddenly went berserk in class. Instead of forming gentle water spheres, a highly corrosive dark purple acid erupted, instantly melting the desks and lunging toward his former classmates. Factories, streets, even homes. Trust crumbled in an instant. Familiar faces twisted into monstrous grimaces. The contaminated attacked indiscriminately, targeting any uninfected life within sight. Their strength surged eerily, yet they fought without strategy, driven solely by a frenzied instinct for destruction. Chaos spread like a plague. Wails, explosions, sirens, and that bone-chilling, inhuman howl intertwined, as the once orderly settlement rapidly slid toward the brink of collapse. Huaxia Federation, Rongqing, Qinglong Martial Arts Hall. The situation here was slightly better, but equally dire. The Qinglong Martial Arts Hall was Rongqing's largest private training facility, led by a master at the initial stage of the Jade Balance realm, with numerous disciples under his tutelage. At this moment, the martial arts hall's protective array was fully activated, a pale blue light screen enveloping the main structures. Yet beyond the barrier, dozens of disciples with eyes flashing purple-black light were furiously assaulting the formation. Some had once been the academy's elite, yet now their faces were contorted like malevolent specters. Hold the array's core. Keep the true energy flowing. Li Qinglong, the martial arts hall master, his beard and hair standing on end, personally guarded the main array point. He continuously channeled pure wood attribute true energy into the formation, a trickle of blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. The light barrier shook violently under the storm-like assault, rippling with waves of disturbance. Senior brother Wang, junior brother Zhang, wake up! Inside the array, untainted young disciples gazed at the familiar faces outside, tears streaming down their cheeks as they struggled to maintain their output. It's useless. They can't hear us. Li Qinglong roared. When will the Federation reinforcements arrive? Earth Federation Headquarters, Emergency Command Center. On the holographic Santable, red dots representing abnormal energy surges and chaos spread like a virus across the globe. Shrill alarms blared in unison. Zhao Weiguo's face turned ashen as he slammed his fist onto the control console. Damn it! It happened after all. The Dragon Sovereign's warning was right. Over 70 major settlements worldwide have simultaneously experienced large-scale contamination incidents. Affected individuals exhibit power increases averaging 30% to 300% and are highly aggressive. Conventional security forces are unable to effectively suppress them. The staff officer's voice was urgent and hoarse. Orders! Zhao Weiguo's voice boomed like steel striking steel. All Federation Dragon Scale Guards and settlement garrison forces mobilize immediately. Activate emergency protocols. Prioritize stabilizing the situation, isolating contamination sources, and capturing samples alive whenever possible. Whenever possible. But if resistance is encountered, kill without hesitation. He took a deep breath and added, contact Kunlun Dao Palace immediately and request support from high-level cultivators. Now, the order was instantly transmitted. Across the globe, federal forces already on standby sprang into action. Soldiers clad in standardized dragon-scale power armor formed battle formations, surging like a black tide toward the chaotic neighborhoods. Energy shields formed defensive lines as specialized restraint nets and energy disruptors were fired at the frenzied contaminated. High above, Federation rapid response airships roared overhead, carrying enforcement cultivators of higher cultivation levels. They descended from the sky, precisely striking or suppressing the most troublesome contaminants on the ground. The battle raged fiercely. The contaminants felt no pain and possessed bizarre strength, often requiring several times their own power to subdue them. Flames erupted across the streets, energy beams crisscrossed the sky, and collapsed buildings sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. We need backup here. There's a big one. Jade Balance Realm. We can't hold it off. Came the desperate call over the communication channel. Hold on. Kunlun's senior brothers are almost here. Someone responded. A piercing sword beam descended from the heavens like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, striking precisely before the Yuhong realm polluter whose power had surged, forcing it back. A young cultivator clad in Kunlun Dao Palace robes stood atop his sword, his expression stern. Leave this place to me. Similar reinforcements arrived one after another. The Federation's forces gradually began to stabilize the situation in certain areas, yet global chaos persisted.
and that eerie purple-black energy seemed to be slowly spreading through some unknown means, infecting more and more people. An atmosphere of despair still hung heavy, just as the situation reached its most critical point, with everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Buzz, an indescribable, colossal pressure descended, like a god awakening after eons of slumber, instantly enveloping the entire planet. Whether it was the polluters raging in their assault, the soldiers and cultivators fighting desperately to resist, or even the ordinary citizens, in that instant, every soul trembled. This was not mere forceful oppression, but carried a supreme authority and force of order originating from the very source of life itself. Above the Federal Council chamber, atop Mount Kunlun, space rippled like water as a figure clad in black stepped forth. It was Lin Xiao. His expression was as cold as ice frozen for 10,000 years. Merely standing there, he seemed to become the center of the universe, as if all creation must bow before him. Wretch! A cold, low growl, not loud, yet like thunder from the heavens, resounded clearly within the soul of every living being on Earth. The rampaging polluters, as if struck by an invisible hammer, froze mid-motion. The dark purple energy surging around them seemed to encounter its nemesis, violently fluctuating and twisting, emitting a hissing, mournful wail. Meanwhile, the untainted felt a warm current surge into their hearts, dispelling fear and exhaustion, invigorating their spirits. Lin Xiao slowly raised his right hand and made a gentle fist toward the void. Dragon realm, purify the world. Centered on him, an invisible yet colossal wave of purification erupted like a supernova explosion, sweeping across the entire globe at a speed surpassing light itself. This wave ignored all physical barriers, sweeping precisely through every corner. All the polluted beings touched by the wave trembled violently. The crimson and purplish-black hues in their eyes rapidly faded, while the eerie patterns beneath their skin melted away like ice exposed to sunlight. Their twisted, frenzied consciousnesses were forcibly stripped away and purified, leaving only their original minds behind. They stood dazed and disoriented where they were, surrounded by devastation and their own disheveled state. They looked around as if awakening from a nightmare. What happened to me? What just happened? My hands. The awakened gazed at their hands, at the destruction around them and their injured loved ones, their faces filled with bewilderment, fear, and guilt. As for those individuals still clinging to their last desperate resistance, deeply corrupted by the darkness, under the purifying ripples, the dark purple energy within them was completely detonated and annihilated, their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. The global onslaught came to an abrupt halt with this single grasp. Chaotic noise gave way to deathly silence. Only the lingering smoke of battle remained, along with the stifled sobs and gasps of those who had survived the ordeal. All the Earth Federation soldiers, Dragon Scale Guards, and Kunlun cultivators engaged in battle froze, staring blankly at the suddenly tranquil enemy before them. Then, as if on cue, they all lifted their heads, gazing toward the direction of Kunlun Mountain. They knew that only the guardian deity could have wrought such a miracle. It's the Dragon Sovereign. Lord Dragon has returned. We're saved. Emotions of excitement, ecstasy, and reverence spread among the survivors. Zhao Weigua exhaled a long sigh of relief in the command center, slumping back into his chair only to realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xiao hovered in midair, his expression as cold as ice. His battle was far from over. The core of the Abyss Seed must be located immediately. Chapter 170, What Lies Beyond the Spatial Fissure? Kunlun Summit, Federation Command Center. On the holographic sand table, the red dots representing abnormal energy fluctuations across the globe had significantly diminished, yet several stubborn dark spots still flickered, like incurable lesions that refused to be eradicated. Lin Xiao's sun-moon dual vision swept across the sand table, his icy gaze finally settling on the southwestern region of China. It was the site of a colossal beast's lair, already marked as cleared. There, a spatial ripple so faint it was nearly imperceptible continued to pulsate at an eerie frequency. All known strongholds have been investigated. No trace of the main entity has been found. Lin Xiao's voice betrayed no emotion, yet the low-pressure aura radiating from him caused everyone in the command center to hold their breath. He had probed nearly every anomaly worldwide during this period, but alas, he hadn't found it. The core of this abyssal seed seemed as though it never existed at all, yet it influenced this planet at every moment. Su Qingran stood nearby, gazing at the anomalous spatial ripples. A bold conjecture slipped from her lips. Lord Shenlong, might the core of the abyssal seed not reside entirely within our dimension? Perhaps it hides beyond those spatial fissures? The words fell into a deafening silence within the command center. The notion was terrifying, yet logically flawless. The spatial fissures served as portals for the black-robed men and colossal beasts to descend, yet the realm they connected to remained an unsolved mystery. If such an enigmatic entity as the seed of the abyss lurked in the alternate space beyond the rifts, it would perfectly explain why it remained elusive on Earth. A flash of gold gleamed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he nodded slightly.
It makes sense. He uttered the 2 words,
and his figure vanished from the command center, leaving only a spatial ripple that had yet to fully close.
The next moment,
Lin Xiao materialized deep within the southwestern mountains.
The entrance to the ancient beast's lair gaped like a massive, forcibly torn scar, exposed amidst the shattered mountainside. Charred rocks, solidified lava, scattered giant beast bones.
Everything bore witness to the brutal battle and thorough cleansing that had once occurred here.
A faint sulfuric stench and the acrid scent of energy annihilation lingered in the air, causing even ordinary cultivators to feel their true essence stagnate here.
But Lin Xiao's perception pierced through these superficial signs, locking firmly onto the deepest recesses of the lair.
There, a dark purple spatial fissure, about 3 meters tall, its edges constantly twisting and tearing, hung in the void like a wound that would never heal. It pulsed silently,
radiating an ominous aura, the same source as the global pollution explosion,
yet 100-fold purer and more concentrated. Something's definitely off.
Lin Xiao snorted coldly.
Ordinary spatial fissures would gradually shrink and close after a nest was destroyed and its energy source severed. Yet this fissure remained abnormally active,
as if something on the other side continuously supplied energy to sustain its existence.
Without hesitation,
he swept his black robe and stepped into the dark purple fissure.
Whoosh! The instant he entered,
immense spatial tearing forces and dimensional repulsion surged from all directions.
An ordinary Tianqian realm cultivator here would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. But around Lin Xiao, the dark gold dragon patterns glowed faintly, and an invisible force of domain power expanded outward.
The violent spatial turbulence touched the edge of the domain and flowed around it like a docile stream. Before him lay not the expected chaotic void, but a bizarre, surreal world that defied all physical laws.
The sky was a constantly flowing,
viscous dark purple cloud layer, writhing like a living creature and dripping corrosive acid.
The ground was composed of a translucent, pallid substance resembling biological tissue, soft and elastic beneath foot. Beneath it, a network of pulsating veins was faintly visible. In the distance,
countless twisted mountains rose like gigantic internal organs, slowly undulating as their surfaces secreted viscous,
shimmering fluids. The air was thick with an overpowering,
sickly sweet stench tinged with decay. A single breath sent shivers down the spine.
Here, there is no sense of direction, no up or down, not even a stable concept of time and space. Chaotic fragments of law flew like blades in all directions, occasionally colliding with annihilating sparks. A
small dimensional space utterly corrupted and devoured by the overmind's power, Lin Xiao instantly concluded. His sun-moon dual vision pierced through layer upon layer of mist,
revealing more.
Within those pallid veins of the earth,
it was not blood that flowed, but highly concentrated, purple-black polluted energy, the same source as Earth's eruption.
It converged toward the deepest recesses of this space, nourishing some terrifying entity.
Following the flow of energy,
Lin Xiao transformed into a streak of light that tore through the gloomy heavens and earth.
Racing forward, the deeper he ventured, the more horrifying the surroundings became. The remains of giant beasts, half assimilated and twisted, began to appear.
Merged with the pallid,
organic earth,
they became sculpted landscapes, silently narrating the horrors of the past.
Even fragments of shattered architecture, clearly not of earthly origin,
were enveloped and digested by this organic matter, becoming part of this monstrous space.
This place resembled a colossal, living digestive pit and petri dish. Finally,
Lin Xiao reached the center of this alien space. The sight before him caused even this seasoned veteran's pupils to involuntarily contract.
The center was not solid, but a massive, slowly rotating vortex composed of pure purple-black energy.
The vortex spanned over a kilometer in diameter,
its core unfathomably deep,
radiating a soul-chilling cold and deathly stillness.
Countless pallid, writhing tendrils of biological tissue converged from all directions at the vortex's edge. Like supply conduits,
they poured a ceaseless stream of corrupted energy into its depths.
Directly above the vortex, suspended in midair, was a fruit, approximately the size of a house. It resembled a massive, grotesque heart.
Its surface was covered in constantly opening and closing orifices resembling eyes or mouths,
from which viscous, dark purple fluid oozed. Overwhelming,
suffocating pollution energy and chaotic laws radiated from this heartfruit.
Each beat of its pulse caused the entire alternate dimension to tremble. Through the massive energy vortex below, it projected a refined, more subtle wave of corruption toward Earth.
Found you. Lin Xiao's voice was bone-chillingly cold.
So that's how it was.
The core of the abyssal seed never directly entered Earth. It had concealed itself within this small, corrupted dimension attached to Earth's main plane. Through the passage of the spatial fissure, it functioned like an invisible pumping station,
continuously and covertly poisoning the Earth.
The global outbreaks of corruption were merely insignificant spores it had scattered. As if sensing the arrival of this unwelcome guest,
Lin Xiao,
the enormous heartfruit suddenly trembled violently.
Every eye on its surface snapped open simultaneously, countless gazes filled with madness, malice, and greed locking onto Lin Xiao. Buzz, an invisible yet terrifying psychic shockwave, mixed with highly concentrated polluted energy, swept toward Lin Xiao like a tsunami. In its wake, even the chaotic space itself twisted and rotted further. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, neither flinching nor dodging. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the entire alternate dimension erupted from within him. Chapter 171, Annihilating the Seed of the Abyss. A colossal dragon god's phantom flickered behind him, its resplendent dragon might like a divine axe cleaving the heavens, striking ruthlessly at the dual assault of spirit and energy. Boom! The collision of two supreme forces caused the entire alternate dimension to groan under the unbearable strain. The pallid earth tore violently apart, the dark purple clouds streaming across the sky shattered by the shockwave, revealing an even more chaotic and void-like barrier beyond. The heartfruit convulsed violently, clearly having suffered damage in the collision. It seemed to realize the presence before it was no ordinary being. The holes on its surface opened and closed frantically, emitting a shrill, piercing, inhuman, beastly howl. Amidst the screeching, the giant beast carcasses and architectural fragments fused with the earth suddenly came alive. Driven by a dark purple energy, they twisted and reassembled into formless, polluted monstrosities fueled solely by a desire for destruction. Like a tidal wave, they surged toward Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, the immense energy vortex below accelerated its rotation. A powerful suction pulled at him, attempting to drag Lin Xiao into that endless abyss filled with annihilating energy. Facing this overwhelming assault, a hint of seriousness finally flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Not bad, they have some tricks up their sleeves. He slowly raised both hands, his left eye blazing like the sun, his right eye gleaming like the moon. But it's time to end this. Dragon Realm, Genesis, Great Void returned to the abyss. Two utterly distinct realms of law erupted around him with a thunderous roar. Lin Xiao hovered within this bizarre, corrupted dimension, his black robes fluttering without wind, like the sole beacon of light and anchor of order in the dark abyss. Facing the overwhelming tide of polluted monsters surging overhead and the terrifying suction pulling from below, his expression remained serene. Dragon Realm, Genesis. The deep dragon's roar did not travel through the air but directly shook the very foundations of this space's laws. Centered on Lin Xiao, a warm, vibrant golden domain abruptly expanded outward. Wherever the domain touched, the pallid, writhing earth seemed infused with diametrically opposed vitality. It emitted a sizzling, scorching sound and temporarily ceased its writhing. Polluted monsters charging madly into this golden domain were like ice plunging into the scorching sun, their purplish-black energies violently evaporated and dissipated. Finally, they emitted shrill, piercing screams as their movements visibly slowed and stiffened. The power of creation was a natural enemy to these monsters, driven purely by decay and chaotic energy. Yet the heart fruit pulsed with even greater frenzy. More polluted energy surged from the vortex and roots, forcibly sustaining the monster's tidal wave of attacks. It sought to overwhelm the golden domain through sheer volume. Simultaneously, the suction of the energy vortex below intensified abruptly. Even light began bending toward the abyss, and the entire dragon domain tilted slightly toward the vortex, as if being pulled in. Futile. Lin Xiao spoke again, his right hand slowly rising, his fingers spread slightly, pointing toward the enormous vortex below. Taishu Guishu, a wholly different force of law descended. This time, it was not vitality, but the ultimate stillness and nothingness. A silver-gray domain spread downward from his right hand, as if pressing pause on the raging energy vortex, or covering its surface with an absolute zero-temperature layer of frozen deathly silence. The vortex's frantic rotation plummeted, its terrifying suction choked as if by a stranglehold, weakening by more than half in an instant. Wherever the silver-gray domain passed, even space itself seemed to lose its vitality, returning to eternal stillness. Two utterly distinct realms, one birthed life, the other devoured it. Lin Xiao masterfully contained them within the same space, mutually exclusive yet complementary, as they jointly resisted the madness of this corrupted land. The heartfruit seemed to sense the mortal threat, emitting an even more shrill, piercing screech. Every pore on its surface suddenly expanded to its limit, no longer infusing energy but frantically extracting it, draining the very essence of this alternate dimension, siphoning the primordial energy of the polluted monsters, and even beginning to draw power from the vortex below. It was going all in. The colossal fruit shriveled at a visible pace, all its energy compressing toward a single core point. A destructive energy so immense it threatened to collapse the entire alternate dimension itself was rapidly coalescing. The pallid earth cracked inch by inch, the dark purple clouds in the sky shredded like torn rags. This miniature dimension was on the verge of complete collapse due to the excessive extraction of core energy. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. This couldn't be allowed to continue. Otherwise, the explosive force of this dimension's collapse might reach the Earth-connected spatial rift. He held nothing back. Roar! A dragon's roar, more piercing and majestic than before, echoing as if from primordial times, reverberated across the collapsing heavens and earth. Lin Xiao's figure blurred amidst the golden and silver radiance. In the next instant, a majestic, sacred, and colossal divine dragon form, tens of thousands of feet long, appeared with overwhelming force amidst this corrupted realm. Its body shimmered with an arcane lapis lazuli hue, each scale as vast as a plaza, naturally engraved with ancient Tao patterns depicting the rotation of stars and the birth and death of the cosmos. Its head held high, its claws reaching out as if to tear apart the starry seas. With each sway of its tail, space itself solidified and shattered in vast swathes. The complete three-tiered form, the divine dragon manifestation, now appears, facing the madly compressing, imminent explosion energy sphere of destruction. The divine dragon Dharma form opened its maw, not dragon flames, but a soundless, void dragon breath that seemed to devour all light and sound. Wherever this dragon's breath passed, all existence dissolved into primordial particles, returning to nothingness. Even the chaotic laws themselves were smoothed and obliterated. The void dragon breath, though released later, arrived first, striking the compressed, explosive sphere of destructive energy with pinpoint accuracy. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the collision and annihilation between the ultimate existence and the ultimate nothingness. A miniature singularity and absolute darkness capable of devouring even divine consciousness flashed briefly at the point of impact before vanishing. The heartfruit's desperate final strike was forcibly annihilated into nothingness. The backlash surged forth, instantly covering the withered fruit's surface with cracks as it emitted a wail of despair. The colossal claw of the divine dragon Dharma form showed no hesitation, piercing through the chaotic energy turbulence. It seized the cracked heartfruit in its grasp like the judgment of heaven itself. Shatter! The icy dragon's command rang out like a decree of law. The dragon claws closed. Crack! The sound of stars shattering. The core of the abyssal seed, which had nurtured endless corruption and chaos, shattered completely and vanished within the dragon claws imbued with the power of creation and the void, finally reduced to the most fundamental cosmic dust. With its destruction, the immense energy vortex below emitted a mournful wail and abruptly dissipated. The pallid biological tissue roots spreading in all directions rapidly withered, turning to ash. The entire corrupted dimension, deprived of its core support, commenced an accelerated, irreversible cataclysmic collapse. The sky shattered, the earth sank, and the fabric of space peeled away like a broken mirror. The divine dragon's form shimmered with light, transforming back into Lin Xiao's human shape. Hovering within the collapsing void, he cast a cold glance at this filthy realm heading toward its end. With a single step, his figure vanished into the spatial fissure from whence he came. Behind him, the entire alternate dimension collapsed completely, returning to eternal nothingness. Chapter 172, Teaching Alice to Cultivate. Earth, Southwest Nest Ruins. The dark purple spatial fissure twisted violently several times after Lin Xiao stepped through. Finally, as if drained of all energy, it sealed shut and vanished without a trace. Amidst the mountains and forests, only the howling wind and the aftermath of battle remained. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a glow that made everything seem like a mere illusion. Lin Xiao's black robes remained spotless, and the light within his dual pupils slowly retreated inward. He sensed the earth. The subtle, unsettling fluctuations of pollution in the air had vanished completely, and the madness and chaos permeating the globe dissipated along with them. Though the scars left behind would take time to heal, the root cause had been severed. It's over, he murmured softly, his figure flickering as he vanished from the spot. Returning to Kunlun, Shenlong Base, Core Meditation Chamber. Gentle yet abundant spiritual energy flowed through the chamber like tangible mist. Spell runes embedded in the walls glowed faintly, continuously gathering the essence from Kunlun's dragon veins. Lin Xiao's figure materialized silently in the center of the meditation chamber. His dark-colored robe seemed to still carry a trace of the cold, lifeless void aura from another dimension, but this aura was quickly dissolved by the warm spiritual energy within the room. The moment he stood still, a slender white figure darted out from the adjacent side chamber. Alice. Her pale golden hair flowed like sunlight over her shoulders, while her sapphire eyes held a barely perceptible hint of tension and a greater measure of concern. Lord Shenlong, she said, tilting her head slightly to look up at him, her voice clear and tinged with a uniquely soft tone. You're back. That uncomfortable, cold sensation, it seems to have vanished completely? She tilted her head slightly, carefully sensing the air, then nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's truly vanished completely. As one who had once shared a profound bond with the seed of the abyss, Alice's perception of its aura was far sharper and more intuitive than any sophisticated instrument. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze to meet hers. The icy glint in his eyes softened slightly as it lingered upon her. Yes, the main entity has been eradicated, he confirmed succinctly, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Alice exhaled softly, a relieved smile spreading across her pale face. That's wonderful. Everyone can finally rest easy. She knew how terrifying that thing was, the very root that could corrode the entire world, dragging everything into madness and despair. Now that Lin Xiao had utterly eradicated it, she felt genuine joy and relief. Yet this relief was swiftly replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible sense of melancholy. She lowered her head slightly, gazing at her slender, pale fingers that were otherwise indistinguishable from those of any ordinary person. With the crisis averted, an intangible sense of distance resurfaced. Everyone at the base, whether Sister Su Qingran, General Zhao, or the other warriors and researchers, was cultivating, constantly growing stronger. Each could contribute to Lord Lin Xiao in their own way, becoming a part of his power. Only she, beyond her acute sensitivity to this malevolent aura, she seemed utterly useless. Since inhabiting this human form, she had gained physical senses but lost her source of power. Lin Xiao saw every subtle shift in her emotions. He could naturally see through her thoughts at this moment. Do you wish to cultivate? He spoke suddenly, his voice calm and still, yet it felt like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through Alice's heart. Alice snapped her head up, her sapphire eyes instantly blazing with an incredulous, dazzling light. Can I? Her voice trembled with excitement. Can I truly cultivate like everyone else? Gain power? Lin Xiao gave a faint nod. Your constitution is unique, reshaped by my dragon blood and the power of creation. You have already undergone a complete transformation. The abyssal power that once entangled you has, in a way, granted you a perception of energy far surpassing that of ordinary people. This is both your tribulation and your opportunity. Alice held her breath, her eyes brimming with longing and resolve. I want to, Divine Dragon, please teach me. I don't want to just be protected anymore. I want to contribute my strength too, even if it's just a little. Lin Xiao said no more, merely raising his hand slightly. A slender thread of shimmering light, dancing like a leaping sprite, flowed from his fingertips in a delicate blend of gold and silver. He did not touch Alice directly, but instead tapped the air. The light threaded lightly into the center of Alice's brow. Calm your mind, focus your spirit, and feel your chi see. Alice immediately closed her eyes as instructed, her long lashes fluttering softly as she strained to banish all distracting thoughts. At first, she could only perceive darkness and silence, but soon, as the light Lin Xiao had channeled imbued with supreme dragon might and guiding force spread within her, she seemed to see, beneath her dantian, deep within her lower abdomen, a point that had been dormant and void was suddenly illuminated by that radiance. Like the first ray of light in the cosmos, it cleaved the chaos. A sensation of warmth, fullness, and vibrant life emerged from within, beginning to circulate along some mysterious trajectory, moving with an extraordinary slowness. This sensation was utterly wondrous, beyond description. She felt as though she could see within herself a tiny stream, radiating a faint white gold glow, flowing gently through her body. Wherever it passed, it brought an indescribable comfort and a sense of power. Is this what she is? Alice murmured inwardly, her entire being immersed in this unprecedented experience. Lin Xiao's cool, clear voice resounded directly within her mind. See once more, like the resonant sound of the Tao itself, explaining the most fundamental methods of drawing in qi and the path of its circulation through the body. His explanations cut straight to the essence, simplifying the complex. Every word contained profound understanding of energy flow. Alice listened with rapt attention, her heightened perception and mental strength proving invaluable. She could clearly grasp the faint flow of qi and, following Lin Xiao's guidance, tentatively directed it with her own intent, carefully guiding it along the mysterious path. Though slow, though the energy felt as fine as a spider's thread, she succeeded. After completing one full cycle, the strand of white gold energy seemed to have grown slightly stronger and become a touch more condensed. Alice slowly opened her eyes, her sapphire irises glistening with tears of excitement and joy. In disbelief, she raised her hands, feeling the tangible, faint yet hopeful energy flow within her. I succeeded? Divine Dragon, I feel it. Her voice brimmed with childlike exuberance. Lin Xiao watched the light reignite in her eyes, nodding slightly with a barely perceptible flicker of approval. Your talent is passable. Practice diligently and solidify your foundation. Yes, thank you, Divine Dragon. I am truly grateful. Alice was so overcome with emotion she nearly wept. She bowed deeply, her voice brimming with boundless gratitude and reverence. She understood that what Lord Lin Xiao had given her was not merely a cultivation method, but a path to rebirth, a precious gift of hope and recognition. The subsequent techniques, once you establish your foundation, I shall personally impart them to you. With that, Lord Lin Xiao's form slowly faded, dissolving into the mist of spiritual energy as he departed the meditation chamber. He knew that with Alice's temperament and her current constitution, coupled with proper guidance and cultivation techniques, Her future path of cultivation would be smooth sailing. Her power might just carve out a path unlike any other. Chapter 173, Su Qingran's Confession. The corridor outside the meditation chamber was still and silent. Soft bands of light embedded in the walls bathing the entire space in a glow reminiscent of the first light of dawn. Lin Xiao had just stepped out of the meditation chamber. He saw Su Qingran standing quietly by the side of the corridor, her body leaning slightly against the cold alloy wall, as if she had been waiting for a while. She wore no military uniform today, only a simple moon-white training outfit. Her dark hair was simply tied back, with a few strands falling across her smooth forehead, softening the contours of her profile. Hearing the door open, she turned immediately, her eyes clear as water, meeting Lin Xiao's gaze. "Lord Shenlong," she murmured softly, her voice as gentle as the light filtering through the corridor. Lin Xiao halted, his gaze settling on her. Su Qingran pressed her lips together slightly, her gaze seemingly glancing casually at the closed door of the meditation room before she asked softly, "Have you taught Alice the cultivation method?" Her tone carried a hint of confirmation, devoid of surprise, instead conveying a sense of understanding. Lin Xiao nodded, replying softly, "Her constitution is unique now. She has this opportunity." Su Qingran nodded softly upon hearing this, her eyes lowered slightly, resting on her intertwined fingers, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment in her voice. I've actually considered this myself, seeing how she always seems so preoccupied. I felt helpless, but," she paused, her voice softening further. "I felt my cultivation was still too shallow, my grasp of the Taishu Sutra and the Xianyuan formula not deep enough. I feared misleading her, so I never dared speak up on my own." Her words were sincere, carrying the innate reverence practitioners hold for the act of transmitting the way and imparting knowledge, as well as a thoughtful concern for Alice. Lin Xiao observed the faint blush on her ears and the rare glimpse of youthful shyness and self-doubt that surfaced. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He took 2 slow steps forward, the corridor's light cast faint shadows across his deep-set eyes and brows, his voice seeming slightly gentler than usual. "Oh, it seems you two are getting along quite well now. I thought you'd be like oil and water." This teasing remark made Su Qingran's cheeks flush even redder, as if painted with the most vibrant hues of the sunset sky. She instinctively wanted to deny or defend herself, but when she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Xiao's piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything, all words died on her lips. Her gaze dropped in flustered haste, fixated on the small patch of polished floor before her shoe tips. Her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. "It wasn't that great. It's just, I feel like she's not a bad person at heart. It's just that sometimes she's a bit clueless. She doesn't understand anything. She needs someone to keep an eye on her." Her voice grew fainter and fainter, until it was little more than a muffled murmur, yet the tone had shed its initial wariness and distance, instead carrying a warmth she hadn't even recognized in herself. The corridor fell silent, broken only by the faint hum of energy currents deep within the base. Lin Xiao didn't pursue the topic further. He could clearly see the shift in Su Qingran's attitude, from her initial wariness and rejection to her current proactive concern and even a sense of responsibility to guide him. This transformation pleased him greatly. His gaze swept over her slightly flushed cheek before shifting to ask, "How have things been at the base lately?" At his prompting, Su Qingran instantly shed her earlier awkwardness. Lifting her head, her expression regained its usual cool composure and focus as she delivered her report. "Reporting to Lord Shenlong, all is well. The follow-up cleanup for Operation Purification is complete, with reconstruction progress exceeding 80% in the damaged areas. Resources transported from the lunar base have been distributed according to plan, and internal operations within the Federation remain stable." Her report was clear and concise, demonstrating that she had managed all affairs with meticulous organization. Lin Xiao listened quietly, occasionally nodding slightly. Only after Su Qingran finished her report did he say softly, "Well done." Those 4 simple words instantly lit Su Qingran's eyes with a bright glow, bringing her more joy than any reward could. She forced down the smile threatening to appear on her lips and replied respectfully, "It's simply my duty." Lin Xiao's gaze drifted back toward the meditation chamber, as if he could see through the thick door to Alice, who was immersed in the joy of her first cultivation session. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Su Qingran. "She is new to cultivation. Though gifted, she lacks human lineage and may be unfamiliar with many fundamentals. Since you are willing, you may offer guidance and answer her questions in your spare time. As for cultivation techniques, I shall make arrangements myself." Su Qingran paused, then genuine warmth spread across her clear eyes. She nodded solemnly. "Yes, Qingran understands. I will attend to her diligently. Please rest assured." Lord Shenlong. The lingering hesitation she'd felt, fearing her own insufficient cultivation made her unfit to teach, vanished completely at Lin Xiao's words. Indeed, she needn't teach any profound techniques.
She only needed to stand by like a senior sister,
offer guidance, answer some silly questions, and ensure that occasionally illogical fellow didn't stray down the wrong path. With this realization, the weight on her shoulders felt considerably lighter, replaced by a strange, growing sense of anticipation. Su Qingran watched Lin Xiao's retreating silhouette. The contours of his black robe appeared even more upright and solitary in the halo of light, like the eternal snow atop Kunlun Mountain. He commanded admiration and stirred an indescribable flutter within her heart. Su Qingran pressed her lips together. A memory surfaced unexpectedly: Alice's bold, direct kiss. Alice's action back then felt like a pebble tossed into the lake of her heart, sending ripples that lingered long after. She wanted to do that too. Clearly, she had come first. She had met the Dragon Lord first. Su Qingran felt her heart pounding wildly. The emotion she had always treasured so carefully, never daring to cross the line, now roared within her chest, nearly bursting free. Lord Shenlong. Her voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, as she called out to him. Lin Xiao halted in his tracks, turning to look back at her, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. He didn't know what had come over Su Qingran, even though he could comprehend the true essence and laws of the world. He found it difficult to fathom the thoughts within a woman's heart, because it was too difficult. Su Qingran drew a deep breath. She lifted her head, her clear eyes meeting Lin Xiao's directly. Within them swirled complex emotions too profound for words. There was admiration, dependence, the familiarity of long companionship, and so much more buried deep within. A blush spread uncontrollably across her cheeks, like white jade stained with rouge, creeping all the way to the roots of her ears. She opened her mouth, only to find the words she'd rehearsed countless times in her mind now stumbling painfully over her lips. Her heart pounded wildly against her chest, its thudding so loud she feared he could hear it. Lin Xiao watched her silently, offering no prompting, yet his calm gaze seemed to possess a piercing power that left her nowhere to hide. Strangely, this gaze calmed her instead. She recalled the moments they fought side by side in the East Sea, remembered the details of his guidance in her cultivation, and the countless days and nights she had watched his back as he guarded these mountains and rivers. Those memories coalesced into a warm current, granting her the final strength she needed. Su Qingran took another deep breath, her eyes growing resolute and clear. Though her voice still trembled slightly, it rang out crystal clear in the silent corridor. Lord Shenlong, Qingran, has feelings for you. Chapter 174, The Vow. Having spoken these words, she seemed to have expended every ounce of strength, yet she stubbornly held her back straight, tilting her head upward as she awaited judgment. Her eyes, usually clear and resolute, now brimmed with unmasked admiration, nervousness, and a hint of desperate courage. The corridor was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Xiao clearly hadn't anticipated her sudden, direct confession of her feelings. A subtle flicker finally rippled across his eternally unchanging expression, his gaze seeming to freeze for a moment. He looked at her. The girl before him was no longer the fragile child who once needed his protection, but a capable and spirited elite of the Dragon Scale Guard. Yet in this moment, she revealed her softest and most genuine self. After a moment of silence, his voice carried a barely perceptible warmth not usually present. Qingran, do you know who I am? What burdens I carry? Su Qingran nodded firmly, her gaze unwavering. I know. You are the divine dragon of Huaxia, the guardian deity of the human federation. You bear the future of an entire civilization. I have always known this. Her tone was urgent and sincere, precisely because I know. I want even more. I want to stand by your side, not as one protected, but as someone who can walk alongside you, even if I can only share a fraction of your burden, even if. Her voice dipped, tinged with an almost imperceptible catch, before rising again with renewed resolve. Even if you always see me only as a subordinate, a junior, this feeling will never change. I just wanted to tell you. She bowed her head slightly, revealing a slender, pale neck, and whispered softly, I'm telling you this today not expecting any response. It's just, I don't want to hide it anymore. When she finished, she lifted her head again, her face bearing a resigned acceptance and a faint blush of shyness as she bravely met Lin Xiao's gaze. Lin Xiao gazed at her silently. The soft light of the corridor bathed her form, outlining her slender yet upright figure. Those eyes, usually clear and resolute, now shimmered with an unprecedented depth of emotion, pure and searing. Lin Xiao had seen her fierce on the battlefield, witnessed her relentless dedication in training, and observed her efficient handling of affairs, yet he had never seen her like this. After a long moment, he spoke slowly, his voice low and steady, yet carrying an unusual weight. I understand your feelings, neither acceptance nor rejection. Su Qingran's heart skipped a beat before settling back into place, a vague sense of disappointment or something else settling over her. Yet Lin Xiao's next words made her eyes widen abruptly. The path ahead is perilous, far beyond what you can imagine.
The universe is vast, and formidable foes lurk everywhere. The road I walk is destined to be lonely and long. His gaze returned to her, deep and piercing, as if seeking to peer into the depths of her soul. If you insist on accompanying me, you must possess sufficient resolve and strength. Su Qingran instantly grasped the meaning, her eyes blazing with disbelief, her fingertips trembling with excitement. You mean, strive to grow stronger. Qingran, Lin Xiao's voice remained calm, yet it seemed to hold a promise. When you can truly stand beside me, relying only on your own strength, and gaze down upon this sea of stars together. He left the sentence unfinished, yet the faint glow dancing within his dual pupils spoke volumes. A surge of immense, indescribable joy and excitement washed over Su Qingran, washing away all her tension and unease. She nodded firmly, her eyes stinging slightly as her voice rang with unwavering resolve. Yes, Qingran will give her absolute all and never betray your expectations. She knew this might not be acceptance in the conventional sense, but it was the greatest recognition from Lord Shunlong and a glimpse of what the future might hold. For her, that was enough. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, said no more, and turned to leave. Su Qingran stood alone where she was, motionless for a long while. She raised her hand to press gently against her chest, where her heart was pounding fiercely. Filled with an unprecedented surge of motivation and hope, her cheeks remained flushed, yet a smile couldn't help but curve upward at the corners of her mouth. The corridor was silent, save for the sound of her heartbeat, pounding like a drum. After Lin Xiao departed, he arrived at the Biological Gene Research Institute on the 7th underground level. Unlike the bright, tidy areas of the base, the lighting here was always dimmed. A peculiar scent permeated the air. Lin Xiao materialized silently outside the alloy door of the main laboratory. The scanner flashed red, then slid open without a sound. The sight within would make anyone unaware shudder. Hundreds of culture chambers of varying sizes, resembling giant glass coffins, were neatly arranged in the vast hall. A faint blue nutrient solution flowed slowly within them. Within these chambers, bizarrely shaped biological tissues were immersed. A giant beast's heart, encrusted with crystal clusters, still beat faintly. A bizarre brain, covered in neural networks, floated within. There was even an entire giant tentacle, writhing constantly as it attempted to regenerate. The most striking sight dominated the center of the hall, a colossal cylindrical incubation chamber over 10 meters in diameter. Suspended within was an enormous beast's eyeball, its surface covered in dark golden patterns. It was the remnant of the level 8 colossal beast, Amaterasu. Occasionally, a faint, resentful purple-black arc of electricity flickered across the pupil, revealing the terrifying residual vitality of its former owner. Su Wenbai stood directly before this colossal eyeball. His white lab coat was slightly rumpled, his hair a bird's nest, yet the eyes peering through his goggles were frighteningly bright. He stared intently at the holographic data screen before him, fingers flying across the virtual keyboard as he muttered to himself. Energy transmission efficiency increased by another 0.7 percentage points. No, it's matrix concentration interference. Need to recalibrate. He remained utterly oblivious to Lin Xiao's arrival, completely immersed in his research world. Only when Lin Xiao approached within 3 paces behind him did he calmly inquire, "How's the progress?" Whoa! Su Wenbai jolted in fright, nearly dropping his electronic tablet into the nearby disinfectant pool. He spun around in panic, only to see Lin Xiao. He exhaled a long breath of relief, hastily adjusting his glasses and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Your Excellency, why did you come? You didn't give any warning, you scared the life out of me." Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the colossal Amaterasu eyeball, then shifted to the surrounding culture tanks radiating an ominous aura. "Just checking in. How's the research on these things progressing?" At the mention of research, Su Wenbai perked up instantly, all traces of fatigue vanishing from his face. Replaced instead was the distinctive glow of a passionate scholar. He guided Lin Xiao toward the central control console, his fingers dancing rapidly across the holographic screen as he pulled up vast amounts of data and 3D models. "We've made significant progress, but the distance to our goal remains vast." Su Wenbai's tone carried excitement, yet also a hint of unmistakable frustration. He then launched into a detailed explanation of the research findings from the past period. Lin Xiao listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over the unsettling research subjects and complex data streams. He knew Su Wenbai had given it his all. The leakage of any single piece of this research could unleash a catastrophe, its value and danger equally immense. Chapter 175, 11 Days Countdown. "You're on the right track." Lin Xiao spoke slowly, acknowledging Su Wenbai's work. "There's no need to rush to unlock every mystery. Focus first on the parts that can be applied immediately." Su Wenbai listened thoughtfully, the confusion in his eyes fading considerably. "Lord Shunlong is right. I was thinking too narrowly, always aiming for a one-step solution. Looks like I need to adjust the research focus for several teams." Then,
As if suddenly enlightened, he immediately rushed to the control console. Fingers flying, he began issuing new commands, his mouth once again murmuring incantations, completely forgetting the Supreme Dragon Sovereign standing beside him. Lin Xiao paid it no mind. He watched Su Wenbai, now engulfed in research fervor, and surveyed the dangerous, cutting-edge experiments surrounding them, his gaze deepening. These were humanity's most primal and precious struggles and explorations in the face of unknown threats, perhaps clumsy, perhaps slow, but never ceasing. He did not disturb Su Wenbai further. His figure faded silently, as if merging into the shadows, departing from this laboratory brimming with the mysteries of life. The alloy door closed silently, sealing off two worlds. Antarctica, the edge of the world. The eternal ice field stretched to the horizon, merging with the leaden sky like a vast, flawless jewel of frost. The howling wind, like an ancient lament, whipped up swirling ice crystals, lashing everything daring to stand here. Extreme cold was the sole theme here. The air was so bitterly cold it could freeze breath, and even time seemed suspended by this absolute chill. Yet at the very heart of this forbidden zone of life, an anomaly stood starkly incongruous with its surroundings. The entrance to the colossal ice cavern had long been reshaped by Lin Xiao's supreme magical power. No longer a monstrous gash, it now stood as a majestic and solemn ice crystal hall, formed from millennia of frozen ice. Its sharp edges refracted the faint polar sunlight, emitting a faint blue glow reminiscent of the mythical abode of an ice deity. Deep within the hall lay a path leading straight to the Earth's core. The jade pillar bearing the core of the seal stood silently, radiating an inner brilliance more luminous and crystalline than ever before. The ancient runes etched into its surface by alchemists with their very lives no longer appeared dull. Instead, they pulsed like living entities, slowly shifting and shifting. They emitted a soft yet resilient golden halo, illuminating every detail of the subterranean chamber with warmth akin to spring, creating a stark contrast to the bitter cold outside. At that moment, the space rippled faintly, like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. Lin Xiao's figure materialized silently before the jade pillar. His dark robes and jet-black hair appeared even more profound and enigmatic within the interwoven glow of golden light and icy blue. He made no effort to project his aura, yet the natural majesty that resonated with the seal and the very dragon veins of Earth instantly roused the elite dragon scale guards stationed here. Clad in specially crafted, cold-resistant rune armor, they stood like ice sculptures guarding the various passages leading to the jade pillar. Sensing Lin Xiao's arrival, they immediately rose from meditation or vigilance. With a heavy thud, each struck the left breastplate of their armor, producing a deep, unified clang. Their eyes burned with an unspoken fervor and reverence. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, his gaze already sweeping past them to rest upon the jade pillar that held the fate of the planet. Within the depths of his dual pupils, golden and silver radiance swirled and calculated at an unprecedented speed. The world within his vision instantly stripped away its illusions, revealing the most primordial patterns of cosmic laws and energy flows. The jade pillar remained steadfast, its sealing power circulating endlessly, even more resilient than before. The wisdom and power left behind by the ancient ancestors were embodied in this jade pillar to the fullest extent. Though the core consciousness had been sealed, bound tightly by layers of golden light and Tao patterns, the cold, lifeless, greedy, and all-consuming void within it never ceased its struggle. Like a demon heart buried deep underground yet still beating, each imperceptible throb caused the innermost runes of the jade pillar to twist slightly, consuming immense energy to quell the disturbance. Lin Xiao's gaze pierced through the jade pillar, as if he could see deep within it a blurred yet dangerously ticking countdown silently draining away. Time remaining until natural decay critical threshold, 11 days, 3 hours, 17 seconds, 16 seconds, 15 seconds. This time was not fixed. It accelerated or slowed based on the activities of the overmind outside, the tides of cosmic energy, and even the fluctuations of the dragon veins within the earth. Yet the overarching trend remained irreversible. 11 days, Lin Xiao murmured softly, his voice echoing clearly in the silent depths of the ice core. The dragon scale guards standing watch trembled slightly, though they had long known this approximate timeline. Hearing the precise number again from the mighty dragon's mouth, a chill still rose up their spines, not from the environment, but from the heavy foreboding of what lay ahead. Lin Xiao extended a finger, its tip swirling with faint creation dragon flame and the power of the great void laws. He gently tapped the outer wall of the jade pillar corresponding to that dark singularity. The jade pillar trembled softly. The golden light on its surface suddenly brightened several degrees, suppressing the darkness within into an even deeper stillness. The countdown's pace seemed to slow imperceptibly, but Lin Xiao knew this was merely a drop in the bucket. Forcibly suppressing it only increased the burden on the entire sealing system. Like damming water, it could never be a lasting solution. His fingers slid down slowly. He felt the vast energy surging and circulating within the jade pillar. Sensed the indomitable will left by the ancient ancestors.
and also perceived the stubborn void corruption clinging to it like a flesh-eating disease. The ancient sages used their lingering spirits to merge with this land's veins, achieving only a temporary seal. But the sun and moon revolved within Lin Xiao's eyes as he calculated countless possibilities. With his current strength at the second layer of the complete form, having only begun to fuse with the mysteries of the Great Void Sutra, could he purify it completely ahead of schedule? The answer, yes, but at a tremendous cost. It would consume at least 70% of his current dragon soul essence and risk triggering a chain reaction that could collapse the entire sealing system. Moreover, the energy storm unleashed during purification would be potent enough to reshape the ecological landscape of the Antarctic continent on a small scale. More critically, it would leave him in a prolonged state of profound weakness. Meanwhile, in the depths of space, the Overmind could very well continue deploying observers to lie in wait, with the Star Spirit race maintaining an ambiguous stance and the Overmind itself lurking menacingly. This moment was far from the optimal time for such a perilous endeavor. It seems we have no choice but to wait. Lin Xiao withdrew his fingers and stood with his hands behind his back. Wait until the seal naturally decays to its most fragile state, the very moment it attempts to break free. That would be the optimal moment to eliminate this threat completely with minimal cost. Of course, this also meant that thorough preparations must be made before that moment arrived. Lin Xiao's gaze grew profoundly deep. He seemed to already see the ultimate battle that might erupt here in 11 days, a battle that would decide the fate of civilization.